Young master, I've already tied up those twin sisters and placed them on your bed. Please enjoy them at your leisure. I am a top-tier scientist who traveled back to Earth from a hyper-civilized universe. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself transformed into a domineering rich second-generation heir, with two pitiful twin sisters tied up on the bed. Looking at this burly man with a face full of aggression, I couldn't help but feel utterly helpless. I originally thought my time travel was meant to save Earth, but I never expected that on the very first day, I'd become a suspect. As the burly man left, I gazed at the two identical, pitifully beautiful women on the bed and fell into deep thought. My name is Yi Su. Just moments ago, a rough-faced brute told me he had already tied up that pair of sisters and placed them on my bed for me to enjoy. With a calm expression, I dismissed him. After he left, my face darkened with complexity. I never expected that experiment to kill me, let alone send me back in time back to Earth in the 21st century. I was just an ordinary Earthling until an accident transported me to a hyper-civilized world with extremely advanced technology. Humans are already conquering the universe. In that world, I started from scratch and studied frantically, absorbing all kinds of knowledge like a sponge soaking up water. Gradually, I gained a bit of fame on a planet, but that wasn't enough for me, so I kept striving and delving deeper. In the end, he became the most eminent scientist in human civilization. I transformed my body into a superhuman, gaining various abilities and significantly extending my lifespan. Humans modified to the highest level can live up to 10,000 years. Later, I began delving into the perilous fields of time leaps, dimensional jumps, and planar shifts. Each failed experiment costs a significant amount of resources and money, but it's nothing to me. But that dimensional jump experiment ended in complete failure, triggering an unprecedented explosion. Even with my body having undergone the highest level of modifications, could not bear it and ultimately died. Unexpectedly, I've traveled through time again, this time returning to Earth, a backward civilization that hasn't even ventured beyond the solar system. The body I've transmigrated into isn't my original one. My real body died 10 years ago. The owner of this body is also Yi Su, a 19-year-old 18 and international age-rich second-generation heir, arrogant and domineering. He often does outrageous things, and his family spoils him rotten. This time, he actually kidnapped a pair of 18-year-old twin campus beauties from a nearby university and tied them to the bed. Fortunately, before anything could happen, I took over this body. Rubbing my temples in frustration, I dismissed the lackey Dahua and entered the bedroom, only to see two pitifully delicate young beauties dressed in short sundresses, with long hair cascading over their shoulders, looking strikingly similar and utterly helpless. Their hands and feet were tied, their mouths gagged, and they struggled weakly on the bed. It must be said, by this world's standards, these twin sisters were absolutely beautiful. Even without makeup, they were infinitely more attractive than those flashy types, easily scoring at least a 9. With a bit of makeup, they'd surely become famous. Under normal circumstances, I'd be happy to get to know them better. But they were kidnapped, and any further moves would be a crime, and I just couldn't bring myself to do such a thing. I walked to the bedside and sat down, and the sight of me approaching made the pair of sisters even more terrified. One is named Lin Zixuan, the other Lin Zixuan. Zixuan is the elder sister, Zixuan the younger. The two looked very much alike, the only difference being that the younger sister Zixuan had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. They are all innocent young girls, raised in strict families with modest means, obediently studying their way to university, and pursued by many suitors. None of them had ever been in a relationship before. She had hoped to meet her Prince Charming in college and start a blissful romance, but instead, she ended up being kidnapped onto my bed. At this moment, they were utterly desperate. Chapter 1, Reincarnated as a Rich Second Generation. Master, I've already tied up those two sisters and placed them on your bed. Please enjoy them at your leisure. I understand. You may withdraw. Yi Su looked at the burly man with a calm expression and spoke indifferently. The burly man scratched the back of his head and nodded. He felt that today's young master was a bit off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I'll take my leave then. The burly man turned and left. Once the burly man had left, Yi Su's expression grew complex. He never expected that the experiment would kill him, not only sending him through a dimensional shift but also bringing him back to the 21st century Earth. He had once been an ordinary Earthling with nothing special about him. However, a single accident had sent him to another world. The world he had traveled to was not a fantasy or martial arts world, but an ultra-civilized world with highly advanced technology, where humanity was constantly conquering the universe. Upon arriving in this world, Yi Su started from scratch, studyingly, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He gradually built a name for himself, though it was merely a small reputation on a single planet, far from enough to satisfy him. He continued to study, research, and strive relentlessly, eventually becoming one of the most brilliant scientists in all of human civilization. His physical body was transformed into that of a superhuman, endowed with various extraordinary abilities. However, this was merely a side effect. The primary goal of the transformation was to significantly extend his lifespan to the highest level, granting him a lifespan of 10,000 years. With a longer lifespan and greater power, he began to delve into some extremely dangerous fields. time travel, dimensional travel, and plane travel. These were the three primary fields he dedicated himself to. Each failed experiment resulted in losses of resources and money that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. However, this was nothing to him. Experiments were bound to fail. However, one experiment in plane jumping ended in complete failure, causing an unprecedented massive explosion. The power of this explosion was extraordinary, and even Yisu's body, which had undergone the highest level of enhancement, could not withstand the force, resulting in his unfortunate death. Yet he crossed over once more, this time returning to Earth, an ordinary planet with no trace of star-faring civilization. A civilization so backward it couldn't even leave the solar system. It was truly a twist of fate. Who would have thought that the second time he traveled through time, he would end up back where he started? The body he had reincarnated into was not his original body. His original body had already died. It was now the year 2017, and he had traveled to the future in 2007, meaning 10 years had passed. His body had long since been reduced to ashes. The original owner of this body was a rich second-generation heir, and coincidentally, his name was also Yisu. Although he was only 19 years old, or 18 if counting by the lunar calendar, he was already extremely arrogant and reckless, often doing outrageous things. His family pampered him to the extreme. This time, he even kidnapped an 18-year-old freshman from a nearby university, the school's most beautiful girl, and tied her to the bed. However, before he could enjoy her, Yisu had already taken control of this body. Yisu rubbed his temples in frustration, dismissed the sycophant Dehu, and entered his bedroom. There he saw two young beauties dressed in short dresses, their long hair cascading down their shoulders, looking pitifully helpless. Both of the young beauties had their hands and feet bound, their mouths stuffed, and they looked pitifully at Yisu, struggling weakly on the bed. Such a posture was enough to arouse desire, let alone when there were not just one, but two. Two young beauties. Twin sisters. By the standards of this world, these sisters were absolute beauties. Even without makeup, they were far more beautiful than those overly made-up, vulgar women. If rated, they would easily score above 9 points. With just a little makeup, they could definitely become famous as heavenly sisters. If they hadn't been kidnapped and instead had a good relationship and got to know each other slowly, Yisu would have been more than willing to develop a deeper relationship with these two beautiful sisters. But since they were kidnapped, getting too involved would be a crime. Such things are simply beyond Yisu's capabilities. Yisu walked over to the bed and sat down directly. The two twin sisters looked at Yisu as he approached the bed, their expressions of fear growing even more intense. The names of the two twin sisters were Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was the older sister, and Lin Zixuan was the younger sister. Of course, they were twins, born on the same day at the same time, just in different orders. Lin Zixuan came into this world first, so she was the older sister, and Lin Zixuan came later, so she was the younger sister. The two sisters looked very much alike, with the only difference being that the younger sister, Lin Zixuan, had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, while the older sister did not have this beauty mark. At this moment, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan are deeply despairing. They are still innocent young women who, due to a strict upbringing and modest circumstances, have always been model students throughout their education, even reaching university. Despite having many admirers, neither has ever had a boyfriend. Both the older sister and the younger sister were the same. They had once hoped to meet their Prince Charming during their university years and embark on a very happy romance. But in the blink of an eye, they were kidnapped by Yisu, and the two sisters were bound together on the bed. Chapter 2: The Sisters on the Bed. Kidnapping. As normal girls who grew up in a typical household, they had heard about such things before. From childhood onward, they had heard such stories as if they were fairy tales, and their parents had taught them that as girls, they must take good care of their bodies and also be careful about safety. They had followed those teachings. However, neither the older sister nor the younger sister ever imagined that such a day would come that they would be forcibly abducted on a deserted path and kidnapped to this young man's bed. These were the kind of terrible stories they had only heard about before, and now they were happening to the two of them. This left them both feeling utterly hopeless. Although Yisu was handsome and hadn't yet reached adulthood, he already had the air of a Prince Charming. However, they had heard of his infamous reputation. Yisu, this rich second-generation heir, was already famous throughout Luo City. In this remote area, the Yi family held immense power, capable of doing almost anything, with influence beyond imagination. Though Yisu was young, his youth, combined with the protection of the minor's protection law and his powerful, wealthy parents, allowed him to avoid trouble. Whether dealing with organized crime or the authorities, he could handle anything. He had done many outrageous things in the past without facing any consequences. The two sisters, though beautiful, come from a much less privileged background. Compared to Yisu's family, their circumstances are like night and day. The best outcome would be a small financial settlement. If they were to sue him, even if they succeeded, the consequences would be devastating for their families. Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were intelligent girls. They were well aware of this situation, and their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with sorrow. Yisu felt the girls' gazes and naturally understood their fear and thoughts. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." However, such words were impossible for the two girls to believe. Yisu's gentle smile was like that of a demon. There was no difference at all. Such a smile, such a voice, caused the two girls to see black spots before their eyes, and their fear grew even more. Seeing that the girls' expressions hadn't improved, Yisu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He knew that such words were unlikely to convince them. Yisu pulled the object stuffed into the sisters' mouths and said, "I'm not playing with you. I'm serious." As he spoke, Yisu untied Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Though they were untied, the two girls didn't run away immediately. They were smart. Yisu's actions were too strange. He had kidnapped them, thrown them onto the bed. Given his personality, how could he possibly let them go so easily? Don't get your hopes up. This must be some kind of special game. Therefore, although Yisu had untied the sisters, they remained motionless on the bed, staring at him. Yisu looked at the two sisters and said, "Although I don't know how to explain it, I'm not playing with you. I'm serious." Yisu repeated himself again, but neither the older sister nor the younger sister believed him. Yisu felt helpless. He pulled out a gold card from his pocket and placed it in the older sister's hand. Lin Zixuan dared not accept it and quickly returned it to Yisu. However, Yisu was stronger. He grabbed Lin Zixuan's small hand and forcefully placed the gold card into her palm, saying, "This is as compensation. It's for the mental distress you've both endured. I know your family isn't well off. Since that's the case, take my money. Study hard in the future and contribute to the development of our nation and humanity." If someone as old as 70 or 80 had said such words, it might not have seemed odd. But Yisu was different. He was only 14 or 15 years old. To say such things and act so boldly made him seem extremely peculiar. This left Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan staring at each other in confusion, completely baffled by what Yisu was up to. Yisu repeated himself 3 times, as if he wasn't joking or pulling a stunt. But did Yisu really just let himself off the hook like that? Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan deeply doubted it. Yisu continued, "There's 200,000 yuan inside. Though it's not much, it's enough for you to finish university. The password is simple, 123456. 200,000 yuan. This number, when heard by Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, was like a thunderclap. Such a sum was nothing to Yisu, but for them, coming from a family with modest means, it was an astronomical figure. Before they went to university, the combined monthly allowance for both sisters didn't even reach 200 yuan. Now, they had 200,000 yuan in their hands. 20,000. That's how many months' wages their parents would have to work for. In an instant, Lin Zixuan felt the once light bank card in her hands grow heavy and scorching hot. Terrified, she immediately returned the card to Yisu and said, "I can't accept this money. I really can't. It's too much, far too much." Her voice was so pleasant to listen to, with a smooth tone that made people feel at ease. It seemed that she was perfect both in appearance and in voice. Yisu smiled faintly and said, "This money might be a lot for you, but to me, it's nothing. No, even if that's the case, I still can't accept it." Sister Lin Zixuan shook her head stubbornly. Yisu sighed helplessly, frowned, and said firmly, "I told you to take it, so just take it." Yisu's voice was a bit loud. Although he was much younger than the two sisters, his aura was so overwhelming that even 10 Lin Zixuans couldn't match him. At that moment, Yisu showed his dominance, speaking loudly, which scared Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan so much that they trembled and almost hugged each other. Yisu roughly shoved the money into their hands and said solemnly, "Study hard." Chapter 3, Tips? Lin Zixuan, the older sister, took the money blankly and nodded. Her younger sister, Lin Zixuan, remained silent, glancing at her sister as if to ask, "Is it really okay to take this money?" Yisu continued, "All right, you can go now." "Ha?" Lin Zixuan paused for a moment before asking, "Can we really go back now?" "Really?" Lin Zixuan also spoke excitedly, though her voice was very soft, almost like a mosquito buzzing, giving off a very delicate and fragile vibe. "Of course." Yisu said indifferently, "I'll walk you to the door." After that, Yisu escorted the two sisters, who were still half believing, half doubting, out the door. Yisu's henchman, Daho, watched as Yisu sent the two sisters away. He was speechless for a moment. "Master, you were too quick this time. It's already settled? What a waste of talent." But he actually sent them off personally. It seems like everything's been handled. No need for further action? After the two sisters left Yisu's house, they hurriedly left the villa and walked a long way before stopping. Sister, what's going on?" Lin Zixuan looked at her sister, speaking in a daze. "I don't know what's going on either." Lin Zixuan said helplessly. "Is it really okay for us to take this money?" Lin Zixuan said with some concern, "I don't think this money is easy to accept." "I know it's not easy to accept, but at the time, Yisu was so fierce I had no choice but to take it." Lin Zixuan said helplessly. "That's true. Yisu was so scary when he was yelling. But he didn't do anything to us." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "Let's go to the bank and check if there's really that much money in the card. Maybe it's just a joke." Lin Zixuan said. "Yeah, that's a good idea." Lin Zixuan nodded. The two of them made their way to the bank, entered the small room with the ATM machine, inserted the card into the machine, and entered the password 123456. Password correct. Lin Zixuan then clicked to check the account balance. After a brief moment of loading, the bank account balance for the card appeared before the sisters' eyes. Current account balance, 200,000. 2 zeros followed by 5 zeros. 20,000. It was truly 20,000. Not a single penny more or less. In that moment, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. After a moment of silence, Lin Zixuan didn't withdraw a single penny and returned the bank card. Holding the bank card tightly, the two sisters left the ATM booth. There was really 20,000. That's 20,000. Lin Zixuan looked at her sister and said, "Yes, 20,000. Lin Zixuan nodded numbly and said, "There really is 20,000. Sister, that Yisu actually gave us 20,000 yuan to help us study." Lin Zixuan couldn't believe it and said, "This is too ridiculous." "Yeah." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "He's Yisu, the legendary Yisu. How could he do something like this? It's impossible, right? Could there be some deeper meaning behind this?" "What deeper meaning?" her younger sister asked. "What does he really mean?" Sister Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "I know what it means. Maybe this 20,000 yuan is the tip that Yisu gave to the two of us sisters. From elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, and then from high school to university, neither the older sister nor the younger sister had ever been in a romantic relationship. But after such a long time, they had still heard some rumors about such things. It's said that in some universities, many female students are kept by wealthy businessmen. That Yisu just gave them 200,000 yuan out of the blue, isn't that what he meant?" "That's right. Thinking about it carefully, it really does make sense. Are we just being kept like this?" Lin Zixuan looked at her sister and said. "It seems like it." Lin Zixuan nodded and said. "What are we supposed to do?" Lin Zixuan asked. "I don't know either," Lin Zixuan said, lowering her head. "It's definitely not something good. It's probably something related to men and women. But I noticed that Yisu doesn't seem interested in us at all." Lin Zixuan said curiously. "No way. He's been staring at us the whole time, with a burning gaze." Lin Zixuan blushed and said. "What should we do? Can we get our money back?" Lin Zixuan asked. "Do you think that's possible?" Lin Zixuan said with a wry smile. Lin Zixuan shook her head. The Yisu from the rumors was so terrifying, how could he just let them off so easily? "You're overthinking it. What should we do now?" Lin Zixuan said helplessly. "Regardless, let's go to Yisu's house again tomorrow," Lin Zixuan said, clenching her teeth. "We have to go again?" Lin Zixuan said fearfully. "Not going isn't an option. We have to go. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Lin Zixuan held Lin Zixuan's hand and said. "Yes, I'll protect you too." Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement. The two innocent sisters, who had never been exposed to the outside world and had never even dated a boyfriend, were smart, but their intelligence was limited to academic matters. Emotional intelligence was a whole different story. At that moment, they had clearly misunderstood something. Both the older sister and the younger sister believed that Yisu was using the 200,000 yuan to support them. In reality, Yisu simply wanted them to focus on their studies. Chapter 4, Not a Good Day. After sending off the two sisters, Yisu began to assess his current situation. The parents of this body were both very famous. His father was a prominent pharmaceutical company tycoon with assets exceeding 10 billion, and he also held an important position with significant influence. Yisu's mother, on the other hand, was a renowned pharmacologist, serving as a doctoral and master's thesis advisor at a prestigious medical university, and was a renowned scientist in the medical school. She had been honored with the title of Lifetime Honorary Researcher at the Eastern Medical Research Institute. Most importantly, she was still young, only 39 years old. At an age where even those in their 50s and 60s were considered young, she stood out as a refreshing presence and had even been hailed as the hopeful star of Eastern future medical research. However, precisely because both her father and mother had achieved great success, they had no time to raise or educate Yisu. They rarely had the opportunity to meet her, and whenever she made mistakes, they simply tolerated them. In such an environment, it would be strange if Yisu hadn't developed an arrogant and domineering personality. However, Yisu was no longer that naive now. This body comes from a good family background, which has saved him a lot of time and effort. At this moment, Yisu lies in bed, gently massaging his temples. Drip. A crisp voice echoed in Yisu's mind. The intelligent chip Model 1S10000 is booting up. Boot complete. Smart chip Model 1S10000 is dedicated to serving you. Master. It's been a while. Is there anything you need? The appearance of the smart chip did not surprise Yisu. In the future, smart chips are extremely common, and developing them is relatively straightforward. The real challenge lies in fully integrating the smart chip into the soul. Yisu's latest model of the smart chip has perfectly achieved this. Therefore, even if Yisu had traveled through time, he would have done so with this smart chip. Smart chips have excellent auxiliary functions. The simplest, most direct, and most effective feature is their storage capacity. Smart chips possess virtually unlimited storage capacity, making them exponentially more efficient than the human brain. For a super scientist like Yi-Su, without a smart chip, he wouldn't be able to go very far. This smart chip is like Yi-Su's second brain. He stores 99.9% of his research data in it and can access it anytime for reading. Yi-Su asked in his mind, "Chip, where are my research materials?" The chip immediately replied, "They are safely stored, but there is an issue with retrieving them." Yi-Su was taken aback and asked, "What kind of problem?" The chip explains, "The main unit hasn't provided any energy to the chip, so retrieving the data will take a long time." Yi-Su frowned. This was the downside of time travel. In the previous ultra-advanced civilization, replenishing the chip's energy was as simple as anything, but in this world, it had become extremely difficult. Yi-Su thought to himself, "Search for a solution." The chip, searching for solutions. Search complete. Solution 1. Yi-Su, speak. Chip, capture all information fragments from this world and convert them into energy. The larger the area, the better. If we cover the entire planet, the information fragments captured in 1 minute will be sufficient for the chip to operate perfectly for 1,000 years. Yi-Su sighed in relief. "So simple," he said casually. "Let's do it." Global information stream fragments, 1 minute. Chip, yes. Yi-Su hadn't yet realized that this seemingly simple command would bring such immense loss to Earth and all humanity. Many years later, this day was named by humanity the Day of Doom. Time, 1240. To be precise, it was 12 minutes and 40 seconds past 12. At that very moment, the chip that had completely fused with Yi-Su's soul began to gradually rise in height. Using the term height to describe this phenomenon is not entirely accurate, because the chip was gradually leaving the three-dimensional realm and entering the fourth dimension. From the perspective of the fourth dimension, the chip descended from above, enveloping the entire Earth and blocking all information flow. This is a height that no one has ever reached on Earth. In an ordinary household, a family was watching a TV program. It was a currently popular TV series with high ratings. This household watches it every day at the same time, almost as a routine. Suddenly, the TV screen displaying the TV show turns completely white. A pure white with not a single blemish. The family was startled. The couple exchanged glances and said in puzzlement, "Why did the TV suddenly break? Strange, how did the TV break? But if it's broken, why did it turn into a white screen?" A student who was secretly playing on their phone during class suddenly found their screen turn white. "What the heck? Why did my phone suddenly go white?" In a movie theater, a group of people were watching a newly released popular film when suddenly, the images on the screen disappeared and turned white. "What's going on? Why is there no picture anymore? What's going on here?" The people in the movie theater, upon seeing this scene, all muttered in confusion. The staff rushed to the projector to check it out, but found that the equipment was working perfectly. What was going on? At a bank, a middle-aged man was using an ATM machine to withdraw money. Just as he pressed the numbers, the ATM's display screen suddenly turned white. "Is the ATM broken?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in confusion. "What's going on here? My money!" Chapter 5: The White Screen Storm. On this day, across the entire world, in every country, any machine that was in use lost its original function at that very moment. All screens turned into a blank, white expanse. No one knew what was happening. Affected places included movie theaters, televisions, internet cafes, and mobile phones. However, the most severe impact was felt in the financial industry, which ground to a halt instantly, causing immense losses. Additionally, hospitals worldwide lost control of all critical medical equipment at that very moment. This was an epic disaster. Every country in the world swiftly reported this news to higher authorities. The first seat of Dongfang One quickly received the news. At the same time, leaders abroad also received the news. In fact, even the leaders' mobile phones and personal computers were all rendered inoperable. OMG, what on earth is happening? Is this the end of the world? On the other side of the globe, in MA country, Governor Puchuan of MA country listened to his subordinates' reports and spoke in a daze. However, this white screen storm came suddenly and departed just as quickly. Within a minute, every machine in the world resumed normal operations, and all screens returned to full functionality. No one knew what had caused this white screen storm. It appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. However, leaders are not ordinary people. Those who have risen to such positions are generally strategic thinkers. This white screen incident lasted only 1 minute. What about the next time? 10 minutes? An hour? Or even forever? If that were the case, the global economy and civilization would regress by countless multiples. A world without machines is simply unimaginable. Therefore, every leader in every nation around the world is desperate to uncover the true cause of this white screen storm. East, Capital City, Central District. The first leader was listening to his secretary's report. This white screen incident did not occur only in the East. Every nation in the world has been affected. The entire world is involved. What is going on here? This matter must be thoroughly investigated and a solution must be found. The first minister frowned and said to his secretary, "Yes. MA country." Governor Puchwan is listening to his secretary's report. "Governor, this white screen incident has spread across the entire MA country and many other nations know. It seems to have affected the entire world. The cause is unknown, but the losses are extremely severe." "Tell me more." Puchwan rubbed his temples. He never expected to face such a crisis so soon after taking office. What bad luck! The white screen incident has affected all places where machines operate, including airports, trains, television stations, schools, companies, businesses, and every household. A rough estimate shows that within the past minute, MA nation has suffered over 100 billion gold in damages. The secretary said seriously, "This is just a rough estimate. The actual figure could be several times higher. Such losses are barely manageable. This isn't a major issue." Puchwan waved his hand dismissively and said, "The real problem is, if the white screen incident occurs again, how will we prevent it? And what the hell caused this damn white screen in the first place? We still haven't figured it out. Currently, we have no leads, but the research team is already conducting an in-depth investigation," the secretary said. "Investigate thoroughly. We must find out," Puchwan shouted. However, no matter how the global institutions investigate, they cannot uncover the truth. This is all the work of Yisu. Attacking a three-dimensional Earth from a four-dimensional perspective, such a top-down approach is beyond the capabilities of humans on Earth at this stage of civilization. The final conclusion was a vague statement to the public. The cause of this white screen incident was a storm composed of an unknown substance from space that momentarily disrupted the operation of all Earth's machinery. Fortunately, the storm came quickly and departed just as swiftly, with everything returning to normal within a minute. There is absolutely no need for panic. This was simply the most unexpected event in history. In fact, this explanation gained widespread acceptance. After all, in the eyes of many, it seemed like the only way to explain what had happened during the white screen incident. However, the high-ranking officials of various countries knew that this was not some mysterious substance from another world. They had no idea what the real cause was. They could only pray to heaven that it never happens again. If global machines were to stop functioning again, it would undoubtedly trigger economic turmoil and panic among the public. Meanwhile, Yisu, the mastermind behind the white screen incident, was contentedly browsing through chip-related knowledge and content, showing no sense of responsibility as the culprit. On the day following the white screen incident, a renowned international hacking organization issued a statement claiming that the incident was likely the work of a hacker. However, this news was met with widespread skepticism. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the matter knew it was impossible. In this era of mature network information technology, the role of hackers has become increasingly limited. While infiltrating a regular computer might be possible, hacking into a large company to steal confidential documents? Sorry, this isn't a movie. It's not that easy. Moreover, this white screen storm isn't just affecting a single large company, it's affecting the entire world, every country, every organization, every machine. Billions of them. Could such a massive operation be the work of hackers? That's laughable. If it were indeed hackers, then it must be the work of a hacker god. Because this is simply beyond human capability. In fact, even within the hacker organization itself, they quickly retracted that statement. However, no one could have anticipated that this seemingly unreliable statement would turn out to be the closest to the truth. Yisu isn't a hacker, but the essence of this matter is no different from what hackers do. Chapter 6: The Twin Sisters' Assistants. 2 days later, the twin sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, appeared before Yisu again, much to his surprise. Could it be that after yesterday's events, these two sisters had developed feelings for him? But upon closer reflection, this was simply absurd and impossible. In this world, there's no such thing as love at first sight. Yisu asked with a smile, "You two, why are you here again?" The sisters exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The younger sister, Lin Zixuan, who was more introverted, blushed before she could speak. After a moment, Lin Zixuan finally said, "After receiving so much money from you yesterday, I was wondering if there was anything we could do to help you." "That's what we meant. Help me with something?" Yisu asked with a smile. "What could you possibly do for me?" The two sisters were at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "What are you two studying? How are your grades?" Last night, Yisu had been thinking. Since he had traveled to this world, he should do something. Although he had extracted all the advanced technological knowledge from the chip, most of it couldn't be realized in this world. With this world's technological level, achieving even 1% of it would be difficult. Such a backward level of civilization was utterly frustrating, so Yisu made a decision. He decided to drive the advancement of this world's civilization. To change this world. He would accelerate the progress of this world's technological civilization. To single-handedly drive the civilization of the entire world forward and achieve rapid development, it sounds a bit presumptuous, but if it's Yisu, there's still a significant chance of success. However, the journey must be taken one step at a time, and meals must be eaten one at a time. Yisu doesn't plan to release all his scientific papers at once. He intends to develop things gradually. If he were to hand over everything inside the chips to the state, there's a high chance they'd be dissected and studied in no time. Who are you? How do you know so much? Where did you come from? An alien? Hand over everything you have and lock him up. Torture him. Therefore, Yisu can only display the level of a genius prodigy. He must not act like a futuristic being from another universe, that would be too much. Additionally, every piece of technology, every invention, and every item can bring Yisu a great deal of fame and wealth. Fame and wealth are still very important for the development of scientific research. In simple terms, Yisu plans to build his own technological empire with his own hands, while also driving global progress and advancing Earth's civilization to the next level. Yisu's first choice was not some super technology, but rather research and invention in the field of medicine. His father is a pharmaceutical tycoon, and his mother is a medical doctor and professor. Developing in this field and achieving success is quite reasonable. Of course, the innovations Yisu presents are all Nobel Prize worthy. Even if it's somewhat plausible given his age, there are still too many implausible elements. A Nobel Prize in medicine winner at the age of 14 or 15? That's just ridiculous. However, winning the Nobel Prize in medicine and saving countless cancer patients worldwide would be an achievement and honor that would instantly make him famous around the globe. The world would remember the name Yisu as a great figure, and this would also pave the way for his future endeavors. Although Yisu's research on cancer is limited to liver cancer, with a particular focus on malignant metastatic liver cancer, being able to completely cure liver cancer through a simple oral method is already an immortal achievement. This is a groundbreaking discovery worthy of being recorded in history. Of course, this is merely the beginning for Yisu. At that moment, the two sisters had no idea what Yisu was planning. After hesitating for a moment, they finally answered his questions. Lin Zixuan said, "My sister and I are both medical students. In terms of grades, I am first in my year, and my sister is second. I have already started self-studying third-year courses, and my sister has begun self-studying second-year courses." At this point, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but show a hint of pride. After all, such grades were more than enough to be considered outstanding, even genius. Although their families were poor, they were certain to achieve great accomplishments in the field of medicine in the future. Medical studies, huh? Yisu listened and nodded, saying, "Your grades are decent. I underestimated you." He truly hadn't expected that these two, being so beautiful, would also have such good grades. It seemed they weren't just pretty faces after all. After thinking for a moment, Yisu spoke up, "All right, the two of you will be my assistants." Assistants? Lin Zixuan glanced at her sister, and Lin Zixuan also looked at her sister. Both of them looked puzzled, completely unsure of what Yisu had in mind. "Since you're going to be my assistants, I won't shortchange you. I'll start you off with 10,000 yuan a month during the probation period. If you do well, I'll bump it up to 50,000 yuan a month," Yisu said casually, without a care in the world. "Ha?" Both her older sister Lin Zixuan and younger sister Lin Zixuan were stunned in that moment. Being an assistant was already unexpected, but they never imagined such a high salary. What was Yisu up to? What was he really after? Years later, they would realize just how invaluable that opportunity had been. As for what was in Yisu's medicine bottle, it was naturally a miracle drug. Chapter 7, the 15-year-old Nobel Prize in Medicine winner. In the ultra-civilized world where Yisu had lived in his previous life, human genes had been thoroughly researched and pushed to their limits. An ordinary person's life, if they paid a little attention, would never be plagued by illness. Genetic diseases, colds, and similar conditions had completely vanished. Cancers and AIDS could be cured 100%, and vaccines were available to prevent their recurrence. Under such circumstances, the average human lifespan was 300 years, and those with exceptional longevity could live up to 500 years. Of course, this is without any genetic or physical enhancements. With special modifications, lifespan can be extended even further. In short, the higher the civilization, the longer the average lifespan. Yisu brought Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two sisters, to their mother's laboratory. Yisu's mother, an internationally renowned and highly respected medical expert, had a laboratory at home that was naturally luxurious beyond compare. When Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan entered the laboratory, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim in awe, "Wow, this is amazing." The two sisters exclaimed in unison, their voices in perfect harmony. The advanced equipment and various instruments here were all state-of-the-art, with many experimental tools that were only seen in books now casually placed around the room. Before entering, one must undergo a series of disinfection procedures and put on specially designed garments. Yisu, wearing a mask, led the two of them inside and began assigning tasks to them. Whether it was Lin Zixuan or Lin Zixuan, neither of them had any idea what Yisu was planning to do at first. In fact, even when everything was ready and the process of researching, verifying, recording, confirming, and double-checking began, the two still had no idea what kind of experiment Yisu was conducting. They were completely baffled and couldn't make heads or tails of what Yisu was doing. Completely incomprehensible. At first, the two thought Yisu was just messing around, but after seeing his incredibly skilled and meticulous techniques, they gradually changed their initial opinion. This didn't seem like messing around, it was purposeful experimentation and operation. It seemed like he was researching something truly remarkable. However, Yisu was only 18 years old. How had he come into contact with so many different fields? How did he know so much? To be honest, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had been assisting the entire time, doing menial tasks that didn't require any actual work. Yet even so, under Yisu's guidance, they felt they had made tremendous progress. Many of the technical terms Yisu used were completely incomprehensible to them. Yet Yisu, seeing their confusion, didn't get annoyed. Instead, he patiently explained everything to them. This made Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan feel deeply grateful. The research progressed quickly, and by the time Yisu began writing his thesis, the two finally understood what he was doing. The title of Yisu's thesis was boldly stated as Complete Cure for Liver Cancer Virus, Research and Discovery of Qingtengsu. Upon seeing the title, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape. So, the thing they had been helping to research all along was this? Completely cure the liver cancer virus? What is liver cancer? Liver cancer is a malignant tumor of the liver, which can be divided into two major categories, primary and secondary. Primary liver malignant tumors originate from the epithelial or mesenchymal tissues of the liver. The former is called primary liver cancer, which is highly prevalent and extremely dangerous in many countries. The latter is called sarcoma, which is relatively rare compared to primary liver cancer. Secondary or metastatic liver cancer refers to malignant tumors originating from multiple organs throughout the body that invade the liver. It is commonly seen in liver metastases from malignant tumors of the stomach, bile ducts, pancreas, colon and rectum, ovaries, uterus, lungs, and breasts. Approximately 80% of liver cancer cases are caused by the hepatitis B virus HBV, while a smaller proportion are associated with hepatitis C virus HCV infection, aflatoxin exposure, water contamination, alcohol consumption, cirrhosis, hormonal factors, nitrosamines, trace elements, and other causes. While there are some treatment options for primary liver cancer, secondary liver cancer is extremely challenging to treat. This has long been the greatest challenge for all medical organizations worldwide. Complete cure? That's easier said than done. With current medical technology, once it progresses to secondary liver cancer, there is little that can be done, effectively declaring the patient's prognosis grim. Cases of complete cure worldwide are extremely rare. Now, Yisu's research is attempting to create a natural enemy of liver cancer viruses, Qingtengsu, to completely cure liver cancer. If this paper is correct and Qingtengsu indeed demonstrates significant therapeutic effects against liver cancer caused by hepatitis B virus infection, it would undoubtedly be worthy of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Those who win the Nobel Prize in Medicine are typically at the level of doctoral advisors, renowned figures in the medical field with decades of research and expertise in their respective medical specialties. Such individuals are treasures of humanity. Age-wise, they are naturally at least in their 50s or 60s. Historically, the youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine was Frederick Banting at 32 years old. He isolated insulin from animal pancreases for clinical use, contributing to the treatment of diabetes, and was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. If Yisu's paper is genuine, and he has indeed discovered so-called Qingtengsu that can effectively cure liver cancer, he would likely break the record for the youngest Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate in human history at just 15 years old. No, 14 years old. Chapter 8, Yisu's paper. It took Yisu a full 3 days to thoroughly refine, detail, record, and successfully verify the entire experiment and paper. In fact, Yisu could have written this paper in just half an hour. But he started from scratch, letting the experimental research speak for itself, meticulously recording, verifying, and exploring every step of the way. This attitude is that of a rigorous scientist. As his first paper, Yisu did not want any mistakes. Once the paper was finished, Yisu gave the twin sisters a break. They had worked hard for the past 3 days, running errands and helping out with various tasks. Though they were all small things, they were still a great help. Therefore, Yisu didn't mind including their names in the list of contributors at the end. Compared to their salaries, having their names listed is priceless. A mention as an assistant on a Nobel Prize in Medicine could significantly enhance their academic credentials. After completing the paper, Yisu immediately flew to the capital city, found Dongfang Medical University, and prepared to find her mother to formally publish the paper through her mother's connections. Yisu's mother's name was Lu Tingyun. Professor Lu Tingyun is also one of the most renowned professors at Dongfang Medical University. Professor Lu Tingyun may be unknown to the general public, but as a rising star in the medical field, she is hailed as a beacon of hope. In the medical community, she is among the very best. Even some foreign medical experts cannot help but give her a thumbs up. As a renowned medical expert both domestically and internationally, she has made countless contributions and won numerous awards at such a young age. In a corner of Dongfang Medical University, there are numerous villas of various sizes. The environment is impeccable, with lush greenery, trees, and flowers that beautifully separate each villa. It is clear that the environment here was designed by professional architects. Such high-end villas are naturally where the professors of Dongfang Medical University reside. As distinguished scholars, university professors, doctoral advisors, and master's advisors, their residences are naturally not open to the public. There are several security guards patrolling around the clock, preventing anyone from approaching. Of course, the area is somewhat remote, so there aren't many curious students who come here. After some inquiries, Yi Su quickly arrived at the location. As expected, he was stopped by the security guards. "Who are you? This area is not open to the public. Please leave." The security guard stared intently at Yi Su and said sternly. Yi Su replied calmly, "I have a paper to show to Professor Liu." "Do you have an appointment with Professor Liu?" The security guard's expression softened slightly as he asked. "No appointment, but Professor Liu is my mother. Just notify him," Yi Su said indifferently. "Professor Liu's son?" The security guard was slightly startled. Upon closer inspection, Yi Su did indeed bear a resemblance to the professor, so he nodded and said, "I'll contact Professor Liu immediately." He then dialed Professor Liu's public phone number and explained the situation. "My son is here?" Professor Liu, Yi Su's mother, was clearly surprised, but more than anything, she was happy. "He actually came to see me. When did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know beforehand so I could come to pick you up?" Yi Su took the phone and said, "I just arrived today. I couldn't reach your private number, so I came directly." "Oh, I see. I've been so busy these days that I didn't notice at all. It must have been out of battery. Please come over quickly," Professor Liu hurriedly said. Shortly after, Yi Su was escorted by the security guard to the villa where his mother was staying. Lu Tingyun had already come out to greet Yi Su. Lu Tingyun looked at Yi Su and smiled, saying, "You're really something. You came all the way here alone. What's going on? Miss me? I have something to do." Yi Su smiled and said. Lu Tingyun then led Yi Su into the villa, handed her a cup of tea, and asked, "What's going on? Tell me. What happened that you had to come all the way here? Do you need me to clean up your mess?" "That's not it," Yi Su hurriedly said. "Not?" Lu Tingyun looked at Yi Su with a skeptical expression. Yi Su said, "Well, what I'm about to tell you, Mom, you might not believe, but it's the truth." "Believe or not, what's going on?" Lu Tingyun asked with a smile. "I wrote a paper. Could you take a look at it and help me publish it?" Yi Su said seriously. "You wrote a paper?" Lu Tingyun couldn't help but laugh after hearing Yi Su's words. "My son has really grown up. He can even write a paper now. That's truly remarkable." With a smile, Lu Tingyun took the paper from Yi Su. Though he said it was impressive, Lu Tingyun didn't really think much of it. After all, Yi Su was only 14 or 15 years old. At this age, just studying hard was already a blessing. Writing a paper? That was wishful thinking. Even if he did write something, it would just be an ordinary paper with nothing special about it. Such things weren't worth her time to read. However, since Yi Su was her most beloved son, she couldn't help but take a look. However, when Lu Tingyun saw the title of Yi Su's thesis, his expression changed instantly, and he froze completely. What on earth is this? Chapter 9, a revolutionary publication. Yi Su's paper boldly stated, "Complete cure for liver cancer virus, research and discovery of King Tengsu." Upon seeing this headline, Lu Tingyun's pupils contracted slightly. This field is one of the greatest challenges that all countries and medical institutions around the world are striving to overcome: cancer, which has long been the greatest threat to human health. This disease, often referred to as a terminal illness, can instantly instill a sense of despair in those who contract it. Although medical equipment and standards have advanced significantly over time, making this field no longer as insurmountable as it was in the last century, there are still countless obstacles standing in the way of medical researchers, like an insurmountable mountain. Lu Tingyun knows that overcoming this mountain can only be achieved through the arduous journey of humanity, slowly overcoming the obstacles along the way. Though this path will undoubtedly be filled with countless difficulties and challenges, once it is finally conquered, it will mark an extraordinary advancement in human medicine and an achievement worthy of being recorded in history. Lu Tingyun deeply understands this. Although she has achieved significant accomplishments and is highly regarded internationally, she never boasts about her achievements or believes herself to be sufficient. After all, the mountain she has reached is merely the midpoint of the slope, with a considerable distance and time remaining to traverse. Even after her death, this daunting mountain may not be conquered, but she firmly believes that as long as she continues her research, breaks through one obstacle after another, and inspires future generations to follow in her footsteps, there will come a day when humanity will finally overcome the mountain of cancer. In the history of the East, there is a mythical story that perfectly describes this situation. Lu Tingyun was like the foolish old man who wanted to remove the mountain blocking his path. Facing the difficulty, he said, "Though I may die, my sons will remain, my sons will have sons, and my sons will have grandsons, sons will have sons, and grandsons will have sons, sons and grandsons will be endless, and the mountain will not grow taller. Why not level it?" Of course, Lu Tingyun is not foolish. As an outstanding genius in the field of medicine, if she were foolish, there would be few intelligent people left in the world. The term foolish here refers to her unwavering determination. However, Yi Su's article was like a divine being suddenly moving a mountain. It effortlessly crossed the barrier, and such research findings were truly of a dream-like caliber. Lu Tingyun naturally thought Yi Su was joking. The title of this paper was simply absurd. She knew her son's capabilities very well. However, Lu Tingyun had a very good habit. When faced with something she instinctively rejected or couldn't believe, she would first thoroughly investigate it before refuting it, rather than jumping to conclusions. Although Yi Su's paper was, in her eyes, the biggest joke of the century, she still pushed her glasses up and read the entire paper carefully. Admittedly, for a teenager like Yi Su to propose such a research paper was utterly ridiculous. However, the fact that he had brought such a thing to her attention carried another meaning. Lu Tingyun saw that his son was genuinely interested in this field. If he could pursue this path instead of wasting his time and life, wouldn't that be a good thing? Therefore, whether as a mother or as a mentor, the last thing one should do is dismiss the paper after reading the title and immediately refute it. Instead, one should try to understand the son's thoughts and carefully correct his mistakes. Yes, Lu Tingyun approached the paper with this mindset. However, after reading this highly detailed and well-reasoned paper, Lu Tingyun couldn't help but look stunned. She widened her eyes in disbelief. This. How is this possible? It's actually like this? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. From Yi Su's paper, Lu Tingyun found a solution to a difficult problem she was currently tackling. This instantly made her attitude become extremely serious. This paper was well reasoned, with various explanations, analyses, arguments, deductions, and detailed records of experiments. All the professional terms and jargon were used seamlessly, as if the paper had been written by a medical doctor with over 50 years of experience. Of course, the quality of this paper is extremely high, reaching a theoretical level that humanity has not yet been able to access. This is a creative and groundbreaking research paper. If this paper were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. It took Lu Tingyun a full hour to finish reading the paper. She treasured it like a precious gem, constantly verifying, inferring, and understanding as she read. After finishing it, Lu Tingyun took a deep breath, looked up at Yi Su, and asked, "Who gave you this paper?" Yi Su shrugged and said, "I wrote this paper myself." "That's impossible. Don't say that. This paper couldn't possibly be written by you. A paper of this caliber, with such advanced theoretical research, would take me a lifetime to complete. If this research paper were published, it would undoubtedly win various medical awards, including the Nobel Prize in Medicine. It is a work that could influence the global direction of medicine, be recorded in history, and be included in textbooks. Do you understand the value of this article?" Lu Tingyun looked at Yi Su and said seriously. Then, Lu Tingyun asked again, "Can you tell me now? Who gave you this paper?" Yi Su couldn't help but laugh and shrugged helplessly, saying, "Of course I know the value of this paper, but I still want to say that this paper is truly my own work." Chapter 10, Shocking the Eastern Medical Community. Part 1. Yi Su was well aware that at his age, presenting such a research paper would be met with disbelief by anyone in their right mind. Even a madman wouldn't believe such an absurd claim. Even if this research were published in the future, and Yi Su, at 18 years old, were to win the Nobel Prize in Medicine, many people would still doubt it, insisting there must be some underhanded reason behind it. After all, ordinary people instinctively reject things they cannot understand. And for someone of Yi Su's age to write such a paper is simply beyond the comprehension of everyone. Lu Tingyun was no exception. Though she was Yi Su's mother, she still wouldn't believe that Yi Su had written this paper. No matter what Yi Su said, she would remain skeptical. This is quite normal. Therefore, convincing Lu Tingyun to believe that this was indeed her own work was a very difficult task. Yi Su thought for a moment and said, "Mom, this paper is really written by me. I know you don't believe me, but you have to admit that there are geniuses in this world. True geniuses are completely different from ordinary people. You don't come back often, so you might not know that I've always been interested in this field and have been secretly researching it. Now that I've achieved such results, it's just a coincidence." Even after Yi Su said this, Lu Tingyun still didn't believe her. After all, it was too bizarre, simply too bizarre to believe. Yi Su continued, "From the experimental photos in this paper, you should be able to tell that this is your laboratory, right? I conducted the experiments in your laboratory and wrote this research paper." Upon hearing Yi Su's words, Lu Tingyun couldn't help but pause for a moment. She carefully examined the photos in the paper and, upon closer inspection, realized that it was indeed her own laboratory. Could it really be? Lu Tingyun couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at Yi Su in disbelief, as if he didn't recognize his own son for a moment. "Is this research paper really written by you?" After a long silence, Lu Tingyun asked again. Yi Su looked at Lu Tingyun and nodded seriously, saying, "It was indeed written by me. If this paper is published, it's no small matter." Lu Tingyun finally accepted the fact that Yi Su had written it. From their earlier exchange of glances, she could tell that her son wasn't lying. "Moreover, I haven't thoroughly verified the accuracy of this paper yet. Go rest first. I'll thoroughly verify the research findings of this paper and then come find you." Lu Tingyun continued. Yi Su nodded and said, "All right." Yi Su then left. Watching Isu's departing figure, Lu Tingyun immediately grabbed the paper and rushed to his laboratory to begin verifying the accuracy of the paper. Although this research paper contained various experiments, inferences, records, and descriptions, making it appear complex, the core focus was on a substance called Qingtangsu. While extracting Qingtangsu through chemical means was somewhat complex, it was not particularly expensive. If this were true, it would revolutionize cancer research and treatment worldwide. Lu Tingyun had previously only verified the paper and found no theoretical flaws, but theory is theory, it must be tested through experimentation to let the facts speak for themselves. No matter how perfect the theory, if the facts don't align, it's ultimately useless. Lu Tingyun began his research by first extracting artemisinin through complex methods, then testing its therapeutic response against hepatitis B and hepatitis C viruses. 3 hours later, after repeated confirmations, Lu Tingyun sighed softly, his eyes filled with confusion. It was actually true. Although this was a tremendous breakthrough worthy of global celebration, from a researcher's perspective, it was the greatest rejection of their work. What had once been deemed an insurmountable mountain had been so easily scaled. And it had been done so effortlessly. Even though it was his own son who had discovered it, Lu Tingyun still felt a mix of emotions. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. No matter what, this was a good thing. Lu Tingyun quickly approached her son and said, "Quinine is real and has the same effect. Your research is correct." Yi Su nodded without speaking. Lu Tingyun continued, "Though I still think this is pure fantasy, it is indeed true. It is a fact, a reality. Once I register this data and show it to those old fools, they'll probably be so ashamed they'll want to die. Such a mountain, and my son has crossed it so easily." As he spoke, Lu Tingyun's expression was filled with pride. She continued, "Additionally, though I'm reluctant to admit it, the achievements of Eastern medicine are indeed inferior to those of the Western countries. This is an undeniable fact. Their research in this field is something we can't compare to, though we've been catching up and are already quite close. However, now that you've presented this research paper, it's enough to completely reverse the current state of medical progress worldwide. This time, the research achievements of the East will make those Western countries look up to us. For years, the technological barriers in the top tier of medical research, whether in medical equipment or theoretical standards, have been overwhelmingly in their favor. Now, this turning point has finally arrived, and it can truly be called a historic moment. With the help of Lu Tingyun, this top-secret document was quickly patented, and the name used was, of course, Yi Su. However, this breakthrough was not immediately published. Instead, it first circulated among the elite professors in the Eastern medical community, causing an enormous stir. Chapter 11, Shocking the Eastern Medical Community Part 2. Eastern Medical College. In a highly secure, closed laboratory, the top medical professors, postdoctoral researchers, and doctoral advisors in Eastern medicine gathered together. These individuals were the absolute elite of the entire Eastern medical system. Each of them was a renowned figure in their respective fields, having reached the pinnacle of their respective disciplines. Some had put aside their work, others had abandoned their experiments, some had given up their lectures, and even those who were sleeping were awakened and summoned here. The director of the Eastern Medical Research Institute looked at the group and said seriously, "We have summoned you here urgently because there is a very important matter we must discuss with you. These professors are all top-tier experts. They know that such a sudden summons would only occur for something extraordinary. But what could it be? Why gather so many seasoned veterans here? Among them, there are even those who had just been preparing to go abroad but cancelled their plans to come here." For a moment, the professors were all curious about why they had been summoned here. No one spoke, all eyes were on the small box next to the dean, which contained stacks of documents. This was likely the main reason they had been summoned here. What could be inside? The dean continued, "I won't beat around the bush. Professor Liu, you explain it." Lu Tingyun, standing beside the dean, stood up, walked over to the small box, glanced at everyone present, and then spoke. "The reason we called everyone here today is because of this research paper. Professor Liu, you've brought something good again? What is this research about?" An elderly professor, thin and frail, pushed his reading glasses up and asked with a gentle smile. "It must be quite something." Another person remarked. "Yes. I won't say more. You'll see for yourselves," Lu Tingyun said, then opened the box and handed out copies of the documents to every professor present. The elderly professors looked at the research papers in their hands, and upon seeing the title, their eyebrows raised involuntarily. No one spoke, no one raised any objections, they all read them carefully. After nearly half an hour, almost everyone had finished reading the documents. The only expression left on their faces was one of sheer astonishment. Almost everyone had speculated about this document beforehand, but no one could have imagined that the subject of this research paper would be this. This is not just a shocking research paper, it is a groundbreaking one. This is a groundbreaking achievement. All the professors were visibly moved. An elderly professor with gray hair even shed tears after reading the article. They've finally cracked this problem. It's truly remarkable. Excellent. He repeated the word good 3 times, his excitement evident on his face. Such achievements are not merely personal honors but a source of pride for the entire field of Eastern medicine on the global stage. It does not merely represent an individual, it represents the nation. Excellent. Professor Liu, you are truly remarkable. Such an achievement, and you've managed to research it. Impressive. I, Li, have only admired 3 people in my life, and now you are the 4th person I admire. A middle-aged man with gray hair stood up excitedly and spoke loudly. Suddenly, someone interjected, wait a moment. The findings of this research paper are not Professor Liu's, but Yi Su's? Who is this person? I have never heard of this name before. Who is Yi Su? The professors looked at each other in confusion and asked curiously, this groundbreaking research paper wasn't written by Professor Liu? It's Yi Su? Who is this Yi Su? Lu Tingyun smiled, looking proud, and said, this Yi Su is my son. Professor Liu's son? The many elderly professors present looked at each other in astonishment. Someone asked, how old is Professor Liu's son? He is exactly 14 years old this year. Professor Liu Tingyun said. Silence. Silence. Everyone present was stunned by Lu Tingyun's words, their eyes widening in disbelief as a tense atmosphere filled the laboratory. After a long while, a professor finally spoke up loudly, this is impossible. This is unscientific. Professor Liu, this isn't a place for jokes. That's right. At a time like this, joking around could give an old man like me a heart attack. Lu Tingyun sighed wryly and said, although I couldn't believe it at first, this is the truth. Yi Su's research paper was like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples that spread far and wide. The entire Eastern medical community was thrown into turmoil because of a single paper. Even news of this paper has reached the ears of the first seat of Eastern number 1. The first leader of Eastern 1 was initially skeptical, but after confirming the facts, he immediately and decisively acknowledged Yi Su's achievements, praising him as a great physician with a noble heart, dedicated to healing the world. Such praise from the first leader was a tremendous honor for anyone. Of course, the first leader of Eastern 1 did not know that Yi Su was the very person responsible for causing the upheaval. In this world, aside from Yi Su, no one else knew that he was the one responsible for it. Yi Su had become the youngest professor at the medical university, a lifetime honorary researcher, and when the Nobel Prize was awarded, he became the youngest Nobel laureate in history. Of course, Yi Su did not make a splash across the entire Eastern world, let alone the entire world, as he was not widely reported on. Currently, only a small group of people are aware of this matter. However, the day when he will shake the world is merely a matter of time. Additionally, from an economic perspective, Yi Su's father is a pharmaceutical tycoon. His mastery of the research on King Tangsu could easily expand the family's business by several times over, bringing in billions of dollars in profits. These are no small matters. Chapter 12, True Artificial Intelligence. After resolving the paper issue, Yi Su returned to Los Angeles. As soon as he stepped off the plane, he was greeted by his twin sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. The two seemed to have latched onto Yi Su like clingy children, becoming much more obedient. Whatever he did, they followed his lead without question. The reason was simple, during the 3-day experiment, they had been completely overwhelmed by Yi Su's abilities. Achieving such a groundbreaking research breakthrough clearly demonstrated that Yi Su was no ordinary person. As for why Yi Su had such terrifying rumors and mysterious legends circulating in Luo City, it was likely just a misunderstanding. Yi Su glanced at Lin Zixuan and asked, are you willing to continue working by my side as my assistants? Very much so. Lin Zixuan exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes, and nodded eagerly, speaking with great enthusiasm. That's good. Yi Su nodded, said nothing more, and turned to get into the car. The Yi family had already arranged a car to pick up Yi Su. Yi Su waved to the 2 girls, who quickly got into the car and sat obediently on either side of Yi Su. Yi Su had no reservations about taking the 2 girls as his assistants. Whether it was scientific research or social development, these were not tasks that could be accomplished by a single person. In such matters, the more people involved, the better. Of course, in terms of research, if one lacks the necessary knowledge, having more people around would be of little use. Without the relevant professional expertise, it would not be helpful but rather counterproductive. Fortunately, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were exceptionally intelligent and had earned Yi Su's approval, which is why he had chosen to keep them by his side as assistants. The Bentley that greeted Yi Su was driven by Luo Shu, the dedicated driver of Yi Su's father within the Yi family. Luo Shu glanced back at Yi Su and smiled, saying, the master has already been informed about your affairs. The old master never imagined that you, at such a young age, would achieve so much. He said that upon your return, he will grant any request you make. I understand. Yi Su nodded, speaking casually, clearly not giving the matter a second thought. Luo Shu looked at Yi Su in surprise. The young master's calm and composed demeanor was completely different from before, both in expression and aura. He remembered the last time he saw the young master was 3 months ago. He never expected that in just 3 months, there would be so many changes. Luo Shu didn't think much of it and began driving Yi Su to the Yi family villa in Luo City. Yi Su first went to the laboratory and then instructed his subordinates to remodel it according to his specifications. The laboratory left behind by Yisu's mother was suitable for medical research, but it was only suitable for medical research. Yisu's goal was to transform this planet and bring about a fundamental advancement in human civilization. If the progress was limited to medicine alone, it would be completely insufficient. Therefore, technological advancement was inevitable. Therefore, the primary objective of Yisu's renovation was to make the laboratory not only suitable for medical research but also for scientific research. However, this makes the process extremely complex. The renovation of the laboratory alone cost a staggering $300 million. Despite the enormous expense, Yisu did not hesitate to spend the money, as it was not his own. All the funds were provided by his father, Yi Qinghua. Yi Qinghua hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement to Yisu's extravagant spending. Though he didn't know when his son had developed this interest, it was a good thing. Since he wanted to pursue it, let him go for it after all. It was only 300 million. He could afford it. Of course, if this were the old Yisu, he wouldn't have given him 300 million, let alone 300 million. But times had changed. Back then, he had considered his son to be uneducated and useless, but now, his son had achieved such remarkable research results. He could foresee that in the near future, his pharmaceutical company would become a world-class enterprise. And all of this was thanks to his son. Now, his son has spent a mere 300 million for scientific research. What's that compared to anything else? 300 million to renovate the laboratory. By the time the renovation was complete, 3 days had already passed. On that day, Yisu arrived at the brand new laboratory. He sat in front of a special computer, looking at the software for editing programs. After a moment of thought, he began typing the next lines of code. For this era, the most fundamental change in technology is the existence of intelligence. The so-called intelligence of humans, whether it be AlphaGo or the algorithms in smartphones, is simply taking pre-written content and inputting it into a program. When triggered, it responds accordingly. This is not true intelligence. True intelligence is like that of humans, possessing the ability to think independently, comprehensively understanding life, the future, existence, and even emotions in all aspects. That is true intelligence. True artificial intelligence. Chapter 13, Creating Artificial Intelligence. Regarding the potential crises that artificial intelligence may bring, humans have detailed descriptions in various works, whether novels or comics. Of course, the most widely disseminated medium is science fiction films. The crises caused by artificial intelligence betraying humanity and launching large-scale rebellions are all too common, making it a highly effective plot device. However, such films seem absurd to Yisu. The primary reason humans believe that intelligence could lead to crises is their unfamiliarity with artificial intelligence and the misunderstandings arising from this lack of understanding. For the human species, the greatest fear stems from the unknown. As a technology that exists solely in human imagination, humans naturally endow it with the potential to threaten humanity. However, in reality, the likelihood of artificial intelligence threatening humanity is zero. Whether it be the unchangeable code embedded in its core, the absence of desires, or its minimal resource requirements, all these factors ensure that artificial intelligence cannot pose a threat to humanity. Humans, driven by various desires, may engage in absurd behaviors, but AI does not, as it lacks such desires. From a certain perspective, it always remains correct. Because it is too correct, in a super-civilized society, the existence of AI does not cause any disharmony. And every person will hold artificial intelligence in the highest regard. At this moment, Yisu was writing line after line of core code on the computer, creating the core seed of artificial intelligence. These codes are extremely complex and numerous. For Yisu, this is no easy task. His slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, with over 300 symbols appearing on the screen every minute. Though not the fastest pace, it was certainly not slow either. It took him over 2 hours to complete the most critical seed of the artificial intelligence. Due to the technological limitations of this era, it was impossible to develop this artificial intelligence quickly. All Yisu could do was wait patiently for it to grow gradually, though fortunately, this process was not too slow. The artificial intelligence core program Yisu had written at this moment was like a human embryo. It would slowly develop within Yisu's computer. Once it had grown enough to access external knowledge, it would be akin to human birth. Once it begins to formally understand external knowledge, it will continue to grow and develop as it acquires more knowledge, eventually becoming the artificial intelligence Yisu had envisioned. The existence of artificial intelligence will provide significant assistance for Yisu's future work. Any task, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, would become much smoother. Of course, when to introduce artificial intelligence into Earth's civilization is not something to be considered at this stage. That will require Earth's civilization to evolve further, perhaps by an unknown margin, before it can qualify for such technology. Therefore, before that time comes, the only person on Earth with artificial intelligence is Yisu, and it can only be Yisu. After completing the initial core of artificial intelligence, Yisu temporarily set aside his work and went to meet Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. At this point, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had temporarily abandoned their school studies. What they could learn in school, they could learn through self-study, while what they couldn't learn in school, they could learn from Yisu. This made the choice straightforward. Of course, such a choice might prevent them from graduating from university. However, in the future, their status and position would allow them to become university professors without any difficulty. Since the two girls had chosen to follow him, Yisu was not stingy. During the renovation of the laboratory, he also prepared a slightly smaller laboratory for the two of them. Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan knew how much money it would take to establish such a small laboratory. Although they were currently earning a decent salary as Yisu's assistants, a salary that was unimaginable for people their age, even with that income, they had no idea how long it would take to save enough to build a laboratory of that standard. Meanwhile, Yisu casually set up a laboratory for them as well. Such behavior deeply moved the two sisters, who were equally grateful to Yisu. When Yisu arrived, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Yisu, asking, "Mentor, is there something you need?" The title mentor might have sounded a bit awkward to others, but Yisu had long since grown accustomed to it. In his previous life, countless people had addressed him as mentor. Yisu smiled and said, "I have a task for you to handle." "What is it?" Lin Zixuan asked. "What do we need to do?" Lin Zixuan also asked curiously. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "It's like this, I'm planning to start a company." "A company?" Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were taken aback. They looked at each other, feeling a bit puzzled. Yisu was actually planning to start a company? His family owned one of the largest pharmaceutical factories in the country, which was already a massive corporation. As long as he continued his research in the medical field, he wouldn't have to worry about research funds. Moreover, at his level, the government would provide some subsidies. Why would he need to start a company? Therefore, for a moment, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were puzzled by Yisu's idea. Chapter 14, Genesis Technology Company. Of course, although Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan didn't fully grasp Yisu's intentions, they both understood that they were fundamentally different from him. Yisu was a true genius, and the thoughts of a true genius were beyond their comprehension. Therefore, despite not fully grasping the meaning behind his idea, both sisters respected Yisu's vision and listened attentively to his subsequent words without interrupting. Yisu thought for a moment and continued, "What I hope to develop is not limited to the medical field. Although my family already owns one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the East, that is not what I aspire to. The company I envision is one that can bring about a fundamental leap in human civilization." "Ha?" Lin Zixuan heard Yisu's words and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, instinctively glancing at Lin Zixuan beside her. Lin Zixuan's expression and thoughts were exactly the same as her sister's. In fact, she was even more shocked than her sister. If Yisu's words were to be made public, they would likely shock the medical community's leading experts beyond belief. Not long ago, the research paper submitted had already left the great minds of the Eastern medical community in awe. It was a complete revolution in the essence of medicine, an unimaginable leap forward, symbolizing the beginning of a profound transformation. Yisu, who had achieved this, was hailed by many medical experts as the hope of the new era and the greatest genius in history. And now, this so-called first genius claims that the field he wishes to pursue is not medicine? What on earth is going on? If it's not the field he wants to develop, how could he achieve such remarkable results and accomplishments? Is this even human? This is too unbelievable. And the field Yisu hopes to develop is to bring a leap in the essence of civilization to all humanity? What does that even mean? Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan are exceptionally intelligent young women. If they weren't sufficiently intelligent, they wouldn't have become Yisu's assistants. Yet now, whether it's Lin Zixuan or Lin Zixuan, they both feel their minds are struggling to keep up. What on earth is Yisu talking about? Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan stared blankly at Yisu, waiting for his next words. Yisu continued, "Therefore, a company is indispensable. I want to start a technology company, a company that can bring about change for humanity." If these words were spoken by an ordinary teenager, it would be nothing more than teenage angst. Bring change to humanity? Who do you think you are? Why does humanity need you to change it? It's completely nonsensical. However, Yisu's words were entirely different. Not long ago, he had written that research paper, which fundamentally changed the lives of some people. Speaking such words about changing humanity left the two of them unable to dismiss it as a joke or a delusion. I understand. No matter how absurd or ridiculous Yisu's ideas may be, neither Lin Zixuan nor Lin Zixuan had the right to question them. The two nodded in agreement. What should the company be named? Lin Zixuan even had the heart to ask such a question. The company's name? Let's call it Genesis Technology Company. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "Genesis Technology Company." Lin Zixuan nodded and wrote down the name. "This matter is entrusted to the two of you. The registered capital of the company is 10 million. I will provide you with the relevant documents later." Yisu thought for a moment and said, "There's also, never mind. You don't need to worry about the other details. Just help me establish the company first." "Got it." Lin Zixuan nodded. "We'll get right on it." Lin Zixuan nodded. After that, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan took the documents given by Yi Su and immediately set out to handle the company registration on his behalf. Soon, the company was successfully registered. After the company was registered, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan returned to Yi Su's side. The two sisters asked curiously, "What exactly does this company do?" Yi Su thought for a moment and said, "Something that brings change to humanity." Something that brings change to humanity? What exactly is that? The concept was too vague, and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but ask again. Lin Zixuan listened curiously from the side. Yi Su spread his hands and said, "It means exactly what it says." "Then what is the company's first goal?" Lin Zixuan asked timidly. Yi Su replied without hesitation, "The first goal is to become one of the top 500 companies in the country." The top 500 companies in the country? Yi Su's casual remark left Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan wide-eyed, looking as though they had seen a ghost. While Yi Su was indeed a genius, he seemed to be taking this matter far too lightly. Just randomly start a tech company and aim to become one of the top 500 companies in the country? If such words were to be spoken aloud, how many people would laugh their teeth out? Although Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't laugh, they still believed that this goal was simply absurd. Yi Su was indeed a genius, but even if he were as brilliant as he was, it was impossible to gather such a massive amount of funds in such a short time. This is pure fantasy, completely unrealistic and nothing but empty dreams. Chapter 15, Virtual Reality. What does it mean to be among the top 500 companies in the country? In 2012, there were already 50 million companies in the entire Eastern Kingdom, and now it's 2017. Although countless companies have gone bankrupt in the meantime, an equally countless number of new companies have emerged. A conservative estimate puts the number at least at 50 million companies. Now, Yi Su's newly established tech company is just one among the 50 million companies. The pharmaceutical company that Yi Su's family relies on is one of the top 500 companies in the country. With the help of Yi Su's research findings, it might even make it into the world's top 500. However, it is important to note that the scale of this pharmaceutical company and the number of its employees are truly massive. This company is a colossal entity that most people can only dream of reaching. Not everyone can treat 100 million as a small goal. For a newly established small company to become a top 500 company nationwide, how many legendary events must it endure, and how many opportunities must it seize to reach this point? Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan are not business owners and are unaware of the hardships and rarity of such achievements, but they still possess some common sense. Those with common sense would deem this an unrealistic endeavor. Yi Su's casual tone was utterly absurd. However, Yi Su doesn't see it that way. As a scholar from a civilization light years ahead of Earth, determined to change the very existence of Earth, his first goal is merely to make it into the top 500 companies nationwide. Is that exaggerated? No, not at all. It's the most basic goal there is. Therefore, Yi Su couldn't possibly understand the feelings of Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan at that moment. He also didn't think this was a dream. His dreams could never be something so simple. Just as Yi Su couldn't understand the feelings of Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two girls couldn't possibly comprehend how normal Yi Su's thoughts were. Although the two had already labeled Yi Su as an oddball in their hearts, it now seemed that this label was still inaccurate. He should be labeled a crazy eccentric. However, no matter how crazy or eccentric Yi Su was, he was still a genius. Therefore, they were somewhat curious to see how Yi Su would proceed and how he would develop this company into a top 500 national enterprise. Since he dared to make such a claim, he must have some backup plans or ideas, right? Yi Su wasn't the type to make empty promises. In just 7 days, Yi Su's artificial intelligence had already begun to grow steadily. It continuously learned various kinds of knowledge through the internet, making progress at an astonishingly rapid pace. Artificial intelligence not only possesses human-like intelligence, thinking abilities, the capacity for suggestion and refutation, and even personality traits, but its most crucial feature is its computational power. A machine's computational capabilities far surpass those of humans. Even if the human brain were pushed to its limits, it still couldn't match artificial intelligence in certain areas. This is the absolute advantage of artificial intelligence, unparalleled computational power in planning. Of course, artificial intelligence also has a very obvious weakness, a limitation that no artificial intelligence can overcome: creativity. AI may easily derive 2 from 1, or even 101001000, or even 1 billion, but this computational capability is something humans will never be able to match. However, AI will never be able to derive 1 from 0. This is an impossible feat. Humans, however, can create 1 from 0 with remarkable ease. This is humanity's greatest advantage and foundation. Perhaps this is also the tragedy of artificial intelligence. The term artificial in artificial intelligence inherently determines that it will always remain a tool for humanity. Yi Su's artificial intelligence was programmed by Yi Su to be female. Her name is Rem, and she appears as a very cute little girl who occasionally throws tantrums and has some personality flaws. However, imperfection is what makes her relatable, and this is one of the design tricks used to make an AI more likable. Rem is inspired by a character from an anime that Yisu watched in a previous life. This anime does not exist in this world, and when designing her, Yisu did not think much about it and simply created her on a whim. You've finally grown up. Remington Yisu looked at the cute little girl on the computer screen and smiled. Ah, master. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Rem wore a black and white maid outfit, with beautiful blue short hair that partially covered one eye, leaving the other eye fully exposed. Her eyes were blue, resembling the most beautiful sapphires, making her incredibly charming. For the next phase of research, I'll need your assistance. Yisu smiled and said softly. Master, are you referring to the virtual reality research? Rem, who could easily access all the information in Yisu's computer, asked immediately upon hearing this. Yes. Yisu nodded and said, these past few days, I've been waiting for you to fully grow. Without your assistance, I have no idea how much time it would take to achieve virtual reality research. That's the very reason I exist. Rem smiled broadly, squinting her eyes. Chapter 16, The World is in Shock. Right. Yisu suddenly remembered something. Master, what is it? Rem asked. You should know about the company I founded, right? Yisu asked. Yes, Genesis Technology Company. It's the company you founded 7 days ago. So far, it's just a name on paper with no actual operations. Is there anything you need me to do, Master? Rem asked. Yes, I need a highly professional CEO and president. Help me find and screen candidates. Ideally, someone who can hold both positions. Their personality should also be suitable, though that's a secondary consideration. Post the job listing and use other screening processes to filter candidates. Yisu thought for a moment before speaking calmly. I understand. Rem nodded in agreement. The CEO is responsible for major decisions such as strategic direction, significant personnel appointments, and large-scale investments, which fall under the category of major executive authority. General personnel appointments and investments of a general scale fall under the scope of daily executive authority and are managed by the president. If the CEO is likened to a prime minister, then the president is the first deputy prime minister overseeing daily operations, provided these two positions are not held by the same person. In such cases, the CEO holds a slightly higher position. In many cases, the president and CEO are the same person, and you can call them either. However, in many large companies, the president and CEO are two distinct roles, with strict distinctions between the two. Sometimes they are of equal rank, while at other times the CEO is the president's superior. The CEO can be temporarily filled by Yisu, but the president must be a qualified individual. A competent president is crucial for a company. In the blink of an eye, it has been a month since Yisu established Genesis Technology Company. During this time, Yisu has not made any plans for the company's development, leaving it untouched, without any inquiries or actions. This has left Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan utterly baffled. What about the promise of becoming one of the top 500 companies in the country? Just registering a company and putting the name out there will make it a top 500 company? Only a fool would believe that. It's completely baffling. In their spare time, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had discussed this matter on more than one occasion. However, since Yisu hadn't made any moves, they couldn't bring it up either. Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan believed that Yisu should focus his efforts on the medical field. After all, he was the man who had invented King Tengsu, the drug that could completely cure liver cancer. Such a prodigious talent not dedicating his efforts to medical research is truly a shame. During this time, a major event occurred. This, of course, was Yisu's research, which caused a massive sensation domestically and won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. This was truly a cause for national celebration. And this research also made a huge splash worldwide. Overnight, every forum, news outlet, and headline around the world featured the discovery of King Tengsu. The entire world was discussing this topic. Eastern People's Daily, a groundbreaking Eastern research achievement shocks the world. King Tengsu, the cure for incurable diseases. CCTV, congratulations to the Eastern medical researchers for winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine for inventing King Tengsu, which can cure incurable diseases like liver cancer. This is a significant advancement in medical civilization and a revolutionary step forward. This breakthrough was pioneered by Eastern medical researchers and has shocked the world, clearly demonstrating that our country's achievements in medical research are world-renowned and leading the global field. This holds extraordinary significance for the medical field. North Korea's East Asia Daily, the savior of liver cancer patients, the research on King Tengsu has shocked the world. BN country's Asahi News, Eastern medical researchers have developed King Tengsu, a substance capable of successfully eradicating the liver cancer virus, and have undoubtedly won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. This invention is celebrated worldwide. MA country NBC TV, mysterious Eastern medical researchers have successfully developed King Tengsu, a miraculous chemical drug capable of completely curing liver cancer. This represents a groundbreaking advancement in the entire medical field. This achievement will undoubtedly be remembered by every human being on Earth. At the Nobel Prize ceremony, Yisu was not present. The reason was simple: he had been informed by his mother and the country's higher-ups not to appear in public so casually, as doing so could lead to a series of dangers. In this world, there are many people with ideas, and Yi Su's achievements had already shocked the world. If he were to appear in public and let the world know that the person who invented King Tangsu was just an 18-year-old teenager, it would undoubtedly cause an even greater sensation. For safety's sake, it was best to keep things under wraps for now. Although Yi Su did not care about the dangers, he naturally had his own ways. However, to reassure his mother and family, he chose not to attend. Although Yi Su's name was made public, no one actually knew that the award-winning Yi Su was an 18-year-old boy. He didn't attend the ceremony, didn't show his face, and his identity remained completely hidden in the shadows. Even within the country, most people didn't know what Yi Su looked like. They only knew he was an anonymous medical researcher who refused to reveal his appearance. He was the object of everyone's pride. And the name Yi Su was remembered by everyone around the world. Chapter 17: True Virtual Reality. In recent days, Yi Su's name had become known to most people around the world. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have been so excited they couldn't contain themselves, even to the point of being overwhelmed. But Yi Su didn't care much about such things. In his previous life, his fame and name were far greater than this minor achievement. Therefore, what others considered an extraordinary achievement was, to Yi Su, merely a simple task, nothing extraordinary at all. In recent days, Yi Su had been immersed in researching virtual reality. The concept of virtual reality dates back to the 20th century, and the virtual reality referred to in the 21st century mostly refers to VR. However, the virtual reality Yi Su was researching was entirely different from VR. Yi Su's virtual reality is a device that can connect to the mind, creating a space accessible only through consciousness, simulating reality. This is the true meaning of virtual reality. Such technology often appears in novels, animations, and movies. In reality, while VR has emerged, such technology is clearly impossible to develop in the short term. Even if Yi Su were to attempt it now, he could not possibly develop the virtual reality capabilities of a mental link device on his own in a short period of time. This involves an enormous amount of programming, coding, and complex equipment. Therefore, Yi Su has been waiting for the growth of artificial intelligence. In 7 days, the artificial intelligence REM has grown to a point where it can assist Yi Su in creating virtual reality. Over the next 20+ days, Yi Su and REM have been researching how to create the virtual reality of the mental link using the simplest and most direct methods. If it can be done, it might be easy, but if it needs to be done well, it will be slightly more complex and require a significant amount of time. Fortunately, the current results look very promising. Yi Su successfully created the mental link virtual reality equipment. From an appearance standpoint, this truly meaningful virtual reality device he had researched did not differ much from ordinary VR devices, except that it was much more lightweight and compact. However, this was a device capable of truly achieving virtual reality. One could imagine the scene when this device was finally released. The entire world will be amazed by this latest device, and the world will be transformed by this virtual reality device. A true virtual reality device has numerous applications, whether for entertainment, relaxation, learning, or experimentation, all of which can be achieved with greater efficiency. Moreover, virtual reality devices can, to some extent, extend human lifespan. Virtual reality devices operate in a state where consciousness is the primary focus. By adjusting the device, the time difference between reality and virtual reality can be adjusted to a ratio of 1:10. In other words, in virtual reality, 10 hours pass in the real world, but only 1 hour passes in virtual reality. Although this state cannot be sustained for long and is prone to causing fatigue, the effects are remarkable. Additionally, virtual reality devices can easily induce deep sleep, significantly reducing rest time and freeing up more usable time. However, although Yi Su had completed the first technological product in this world, the company was still in its infancy. Genesis Technology Company had nothing but its name. There were still countless tasks awaiting him. When it comes to establishing a company and growing it into a Fortune 500 firm, Yi Su is not very knowledgeable. In his previous life, he was merely a researcher with little exposure to such matters. However, there are many talented individuals with exceptional management skills in the world. Yi Su had already assigned this task to REM long ago, instructing her to handle it. After over 20 days of rigorous screening, she hacked into countless company computers and finally identified the most suitable target. Note that the target was the most suitable one, not the best one. Because the best professional managers have already become CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, holding immense power. Even if Yi Su tried to poach them, it would be impossible. Even if he showed them virtual reality, while it might be tempting, they would still be unlikely to come over. Therefore, REM was searching for highly talented, well-rounded, and exceptionally capable professionals who were either underappreciated or faced too many constraints to fully showcase their abilities. As the saying goes, there are many talented individuals, but few who recognize their talent. This is very accurate. In China alone, the number of such talented individuals that REM has identified exceeds 500. This is just a small fraction of the total. Yi Su conducted another round of screening, leaving only 5 candidates. His requirements, though simple, were still too stringent for most people, so he inadvertently screened out 99% of the candidates. However, this was unavoidable. A CEO only needs one person, not employees. Through REM, he contacted all 5 of them, and only one agreed to come for an interview immediately. The other 4 had other commitments and requested to postpone the interview until they had time. Yisu immediately rejected the 4. These individuals are currently highly dissatisfied with their current companies, where their rights are severely restricted, leaving them unable to showcase their abilities. They work tirelessly yet see little results, fostering a desire to resign. They are deeply tempted by Yisu's offer, but they currently have urgent matters that prevent them from leaving, forcing them to postpone the interview. However, Yisu couldn't possibly wait for them. His time was too valuable. Missing this interview would likely be the most regrettable decision of their lives. Chapter 18, The Interview. Yu Shuoqin, female, graduated from a top-tier university in China, is 29 years old, and has served as CEO of several large technology companies in China. Although she lacks experience in senior management roles at foreign companies, she has studied some international management practices. In terms of her resume, she appears slightly less impressive and not particularly outstanding. However, Yisu is selecting a CEO for his company, and he would never make such a decision based solely on a resume. A person's character, values, and ability to get things done are what truly matter most. Additionally, although Yu Shuoqin has been job hopping since graduating from university, his ability to do so demonstrates his exceptional capabilities. Yisu and Yu Shuoqin had agreed on the time and location for their meeting. The time was set for this afternoon, and the location was at his villa. Although the company was established a month ago, it is still in its infancy. Currently, the only member is Yisu as the chairman, and the office location has not been finalized yet. Therefore, meeting with the CEO can only be arranged at the villa. Of course, he could have chosen a public place like a cafe or restaurant. However, some matters are not suitable for discussion in public, especially when it comes to discussing the future of the company. Such confidential matters should not be discussed in a public setting. After considering this, Yisu decided to meet Yu Shuoqin at his home. Yu Shuoqin agreed without hesitation. Before heading to Yisu's home, Yu Shuoqin conducted some private investigations to find out more about the place he was going to. This villa complex was owned by the Yi family, and the Yi family was none other than one of the top 500 companies in the country, a major pharmaceutical manufacturer. However, Yu Shuoqin's background and expertise were limited to management roles in a technology company, not a pharmaceutical company. Therefore, she found the Yi family's invitation puzzling. What about the so-called Genesis technology company mentioned by the other party? When she arrived in Los Angeles by plane, Yu Shuoqin suddenly remembered that the person who had called her was a young man named Yisu, and this Yisu seemed to be the only son of Yi Qinghua. As for the so-called Genesis technology company, it likely existed and was probably founded by his only son. But how old was his son again? Yu Shuoqin quickly got off the plane, took a taxi to the Yi family's villa, and after being announced, soon met the Yisu who had invited him. Upon seeing the young man sitting in the chair, Yu Shuoqin's face couldn't help but show a look of surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Nice to meet you. I'm Yu Shuoqin. Are you Mr. Yisu?" Yisu nodded and said indifferently, "Hello, I am Yisu. Nice to meet you." Yisu then stood up, shook hands with Yu Shuoqin, and simultaneously sized up the woman. At 29, Yu Shuoqin is still relatively young, not yet 30, and certainly not middle-aged. She has never been married, so describing her as still retaining the charm of youth is not entirely accurate. She is in the prime of her beauty, like a flower in full bloom. Her appearance isn't exactly stunning. Compared to Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, she falls short. She can only be described as having a symmetrical face, with clear features and delicate eyebrows. If she were to dress up, she would be considered attractive. However, Yu Shuoqin doesn't wear heavy makeup, she only applies a light touch. Her hair is neatly tied back, giving her an energetic and refreshing appearance. Yisu really liked this style. Constantly switching jobs had left Yu Shuoqin with a poor reputation in the tech industry, but Yisu knew that she kept quitting because she hadn't found a satisfactory work environment. And she had come here, most likely, to find a work environment that would satisfy her. To be honest, I was wondering how old my boss was as soon as I got off the plane. However, I never expected Mr. Yisu to be this young. It truly took me by surprise. Looking at Yisu, Yu Shuoqin couldn't hide her astonishment and spoke up. "You're not the first person to say that." Yisu shrugged his shoulders and said, then pointed to a chair nearby and said, "Please sit down." After exchanging polite formalities, the two sat down. Once Yu Shuoqin had sat down, Yisu got straight to the point and said in a calm tone, "I'm not one to beat around the bush. Choosing you wasn't a coincidence, it's because I value your abilities." "It's an honor," Yu Shuoqin hurriedly replied. "First, although my company is registered, it hasn't been properly established yet. You can help with that. I believe you have many connections in this area, whether it's sourcing materials or hiring talent. Second, the initial funding is 100 million. I will transfer the money to you in 3 installments, not a single penny less. If it's not enough, you can tell me." Third, you will be the CEO and president of the company, responsible for all matters. However, when handling them, please report back to me. I won't interfere with your decisions, but I need to know how you handle them. Yisu thought for a moment and quickly said. Yu Shuichin listened carefully. This was the first time she had heard someone speak so directly since graduating. This young master Yisu was truly unique. He was essentially giving her money to start her own company. Additionally, observing Yisu's confident and composed demeanor, she couldn't help but be moved. This didn't seem like a child at all. Such an aura, such a feeling she had only ever felt it in her most respected mentor during her university days. After so many years of ups and downs in the workplace, she had never felt this way before. Who would have thought that today, she would experience such an aura from a teenager who hadn't even reached adulthood yet? Unconsciously, she began to treat Yisu as someone her own age. Chapter 19, A New Era. After listening to Yisu's words, Yu Shuichin paused for a moment before asking, "May I be blunt? Mr. Yisu, are you serious? Are you joking?" Yisu smiled and said. Yu Shuichin shook her head and said, "I believe you. You wouldn't go to such lengths to joke with me. However, I still want to ask, we've only just met and you're already prepared to hand over the entire company to me to manage and even provide a startup fund of 100 million? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money?" After speaking, Yu Shuichin stared at Yisu, waiting for his response. In that moment, Yu Shuichin imagined many possible responses from Yisu, such as "I trust you." Or, would someone who truly dared to embezzle funds say that? Or perhaps, "Of course I have backup plans, but I'll keep them a mystery." However, Yu Shuichin never expected that after hearing this, Yisu merely dismissed it with a faint smile and asked, "Where do you think you can run to?" It was a casual remark, but for some reason, it sent a chill down Yu Shuichin's spine, and the coldness spread throughout her body, making her scalp tingle. Yu Shuichin swallowed hard and forced a smile. "I was just joking." "I know you're joking," Yisu said indifferently. Yu Shuichin thought for a moment and said, "Also, I want to know what the company's business direction is." Genesis Technology Company, Limited. What exactly is this company planning to do? I'll develop the product and then have the company handle production and operations. Yisu said casually. Is that so? Mr. Yisu, do you already have a product? Or at least a general direction? Please tell me these things. I really want to know what you're planning to do. This is very important. Yu Shuichin said. Of course, I'll tell you. Yisu nodded, then took out a pair of virtual reality glasses from the side. VR? Looking at what Yisu had taken out, Yu Shuichin was slightly taken aback and said, "Is the company's main product VR?" These VR glasses were indeed much lighter and more stylish than some VR glasses on the market, but I wonder how they perform. To be frank, currently, VR glasses on the market are not about appearance but performance. The quality of this product can be judged at a glance. Yisu shook his head and said, "This isn't VR glasses." Not VR glasses? Yu Shuichin furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "Then what is it?" Virtual reality, Yisu said. Virtual reality? Isn't that VR? Yu Shuichin asked curiously. No, it's a completely different concept. This virtual reality glasses is a mental link device that transports a person's consciousness into a pre-created space, like dreaming. However, this dream world can be adjusted and set up through the device, which is fundamentally different from VR. Do you understand? Yisu said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yu Shuichin couldn't help but stare in shock, as if she were hearing a myth, completely unable to believe that Yisu was serious. True virtual reality? But how is that possible? Yu Shuichin shook her head and said, "This is impossible. True virtual reality couldn't possibly be developed so simply. Moreover, although I've heard of this concept before, I know how incredibly difficult it would be to achieve. Your words are making me doubt my own understanding. I know it's hard to believe, but try it and see for yourself." Yisu said calmly. All right. Yu Shuichin nodded. Then Yu Shuichin put on the virtual reality goggles. From her perspective, it looked no different from ordinary VR goggles. Yisu's words were simply absurd. True virtual reality? What kind of joke is this? I've activated the device. See you in the virtual reality world. Yisu said casually while helping Yu Shuichin activate the virtual reality goggles. Before Yu Shuichin's eyes, a white vortex suddenly appeared. The vortex grew larger and larger, and her mind became increasingly dazed. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. When Yu Shuichin woke up again, she found herself in a white, blurry world. She looked around in confusion, unable to react immediately. There was nothing around her except for Yisu, who was not far away. Yisu was sitting on an odd-looking chair, holding a bright red fruit in his hand. He took a bite and continued watching Yu Shuichin. Where am I? Yu Shuichin looked at Yisu and gradually came to her senses, asking instinctively. This is the virtual world, Yisu said calmly. The virtual world? Yu Shuichin couldn't help but widen her eyes filled with shock. It's real. No, this can't be real. How could this be real? But this seems real. Of course it's real. Times are changing rapidly. You have to adapt to the new era at all times. Yi-Su said with a faint smile. A new era? Virtual reality has actually been invented like this? This is indeed a new era. Yu Shuoqin looked at his own hands. To be honest, even now, it still felt unbelievable. Such a reality was almost like a dream. Regarding the company's upcoming development plans, let's continue discussing them here. Yi-Su said casually, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, a chair appeared beside Yu Shuoqin. As the creator of this virtual world, he possessed the omnipotent abilities of a creator. Yu Shuoqin nodded, sat down, and began discussing the company's future development with Yi-Su. Her adaptability was indeed impressive. After accepting this as fact, she quickly adjusted her mindset and role, constantly pondering how she should proceed. As Yi-Su had said, she must adapt to the new era at all times, an era pioneered by Yi-Su. A significant part of it was also the new era she was striving to create. Chapter 20, the company begins to take shape. Yu Shuoqin quickly proved her worth, and also proved that Yi-Su had not made a mistake in spending so much effort to recruit her. She demonstrated the standards of a top-notch professional manager. In just a few days, she successfully established Yi-Su's company and managed it efficiently. For her, these days were extremely tiring. Yi-Su, the hands-off boss, was far too carefree, leaving everything on her shoulders. She had to handle every task, big or small, and run around to take care of everything. She only got 3 or 4 hours of sleep each day, and the constant mental strain was pushing her to the brink of exhaustion. To be honest, when she came here for the job, she never imagined it would be this busy. The intensity of the work far exceeded what was expected of her role. However, despite the hardships, Yu Shuoqin never once complained. With a project that could change the world and $1 million in startup capital, this was the kind of entrepreneurial venture she had dreamed of for years. But as she gradually entered the workforce, she began to realize that the world wasn't as simple as she had once believed. When she was a CEO at those companies, the organizational structure was already set in stone, and there were many relatives of the bosses who couldn't be touched, leaving her with too many constraints. Her confidence skills were barely utilized. At that time, she often recalled what her mentor had told her in university: this world isn't as simple as it seems. You must consider all aspects of a situation. Perfectionism isn't always applicable, because sometimes certain things simply require compromise. If you want to handle things perfectly, you must learn to be flexible. That's the way of the world. Although Yu Shuoqin respected her mentor during her university days, she dismissed this statement with disdain. She firmly believed that such words were spoken by those who had compromised with reality. Her aspirations and ideals would never be compromised by reality. However, when Yu Shuoqin entered the workforce and took on senior management roles in companies, she suddenly realized that even in high positions, the rigid system and numerous constraints made compromise inevitable. She finally understood the harsh reality of the world. She had always dreamed of the moment when she could create her own company, and now, it felt somewhat like that. Therefore, although the current stage was tough, she found herself enjoying it once again, feeling the joy of seeing the company take shape in her hands. The company is located on the 3rd floor of Building B in the high-tech zone of Los Angeles. The entire floor belongs to Genesis Technology, covering an area of over 2,000 square meters, nearly 3,000 square meters. Inside the company, the space is divided into various areas, equipped with all kinds of machinery and equipment. Additionally, there are nearly 100 employees, all of whom were previously under Yu Shuoqin's command, talented individuals who lacked opportunities to rise. Now that she has the chance, she naturally didn't hesitate to recruit them. In fact, there are more people than this, but some refuse to move away from their hometowns, while others cannot relocate due to family circumstances. As a result, despite having dozens of employees, Yu Shuoqin remains somewhat dissatisfied with the current headcount. However, this is an unavoidable situation, and she can only proceed gradually. Within Genesis Technology Company, the chairman's office. Yi-Su, as the chairman of the company and the owner of 98% of the shares, is the true boss. The remaining 2% of the shares were given to Yu Shuoqin by Yi-Su. He was well aware that this 2% stake would hold immense value in the future. In fact, even now, it was already worth 2 million, and with conservative estimates, it could easily multiply by 1,000-fold or more. However, since he had appointed Yu Shuoqin as his CEO and president, it was only fair to give her a portion of the shares. This was also part of the incentive for her to work hard. Once the company succeeds, the value of her shares will naturally increase. This is a simple truth, and Yi-Su was certainly not the kind of person with short-sighted vision or lack of foresight. At that moment, Yi-Su was discussing company matters with Yu Shuoqin. Chairman, Yu Shuoqin said seriously, there are only 2 main issues left now. Yu Shuoqin thought for a moment before quickly saying, the first is the cost of virtual reality devices. Even though I've put in some effort to contact various familiar material suppliers, I still can't reduce the production costs. Currently, the material cost for a single virtual reality headset is at least 150,000 yuan, and could go up to around 200,000 yuan. 15,000 is for the standard version, while 20,000 is for the more luxurious version. If we were to launch the product, we would need to price it at least between 20,000 and 25,000 to break even. However, at this price point, it would be on par with a mid-range sedan, which is unaffordable for most ordinary households. This could lead to funding shortages for our development, especially since we will need significant marketing after completion. These are the first issues. Yisu listened and replied without hesitation, don't worry about the production costs. Virtual reality devices are high-tech products, they can't be too cheap. This is normal. You can't rush this. As we continue to develop the product, the production costs will gradually decrease. Of course, even if they decrease, they won't decrease any further. Regarding this point, Yisu saw it clearly. Although this would limit the user base, being able to earn money from the wealthy was certainly worth it. Chapter 21, The Hacker Organization. In the chairman's office. Yisu sat in his chair, looking calm. He looked at Yu Shuichin and continued, as for pricing, 20,000 to 25,000 is too cheap, it's barely enough to break even. That's not my goal. Here's what we'll do, the base version should be priced at 30,000, and the deluxe version at 50,000. Only then can we make a profit. Isn't that too high? Yu Shuichin hesitated for a moment before asking. How could it be too high? Yisu shook his head and said, even if we set the price at 1 million, there would still be buyers. This is virtual reality equipment, a cutting-edge technology that surpasses this era. Sales are not something we need to worry about. Currently, we are the only company in the world with this technology. This is a monopoly. What are you afraid of? That's true. Yu Shuichin nodded quickly, not because she was slow to react, but because her perspective and thinking were still confined to past situations. She hadn't yet adapted to the fact that the cards they held in their hands were no ordinary ones. Yisu continued, there's also the issue of marketing. We can collaborate with others on that. I believe some domestic companies would be very willing to partner with us, such as Xuanfei Corporation. All we need to do is launch a truly meaningful virtual reality game. Given Xuanfei's ability to generate revenue, they would likely make a significant profit, and all we'd be giving them is a distribution license. Granting Xuanfei Company the distribution rights for a virtual game? Yu Shuichin heard this and considered it for a moment before saying, that is indeed a good idea, but if we do that, Xuanfei Company will likely try every means to acquire us. Acquire us? Yisu dismissed the idea with a dismissive shake of his head and said, you're thinking too much. What about the development of that virtual reality game? Our company doesn't have a game development department. Should I prepare that? Yu Shuichin asked. You don't need to prepare that. I have my own methods. Don't worry about that aspect. Just focus on the other tasks. Yisu said indifferently. For game development, he could have Rem help with the development. Over the past few days, Rem had been constantly absorbing various pieces of information from the internet, and her abilities had fully developed. Creating a game, especially the first virtual reality game, was indeed complex and time-consuming, but for her, it was no problem at all, it was merely a matter of time. All right. Yu Shuichin nodded and said, besides this issue, I have a second question regarding the confidentiality of our virtual reality device. Once it's released, the entire world will be in an uproar. Countless people will set their sights on the virtual reality device, and there will be countless individuals attempting to crack it. If we don't handle confidentiality properly, once the virtual reality technology is cracked and replicated, our unique monopoly advantage will vanish. Yu Shuichin raised a very constructive point, one that even Yisu hadn't considered. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but pause. From a long-term perspective, he hoped that many people would possess the technology for virtual reality devices, as this would truly usher in an era of diverse innovation in virtual reality. However, from the current perspective, he still strongly opposes such a scenario. Additionally, if virtual reality devices are cracked and replicated, this is no different from theft. If such a situation were to arise, he would undoubtedly feel repulsed. Yisu thought for a moment and said, I will handle the confidentiality issues. You don't need to worry about that. Yes. Yu Shuichin nodded and handed over a document, saying, these are some work reports from the company. Please take a look, Mr. Chairman. Yisu glanced at the reports and nodded, saying, you can leave the documents here. Additionally, next time you organize such reports, simply send them via email to my computer. There's no need to come in person. Understood. Yu Shuichin nodded and said, I have some work to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Alright, go ahead and get back to work. Yisu said this, then flipped open the documents and glanced through them briefly before setting them aside. He wasn't particularly interested in this area, and having Yu Shuichin send the reports directly to his email was so that Rem could review them for him. Compared to him, Rem was more professional. Yisu recalled the earlier incident and quickly turned on the computer at his desk, then spoke up, Rem, are you there? Yes, I'm here, master. What can I do for you? Rem slowly appeared on the computer screen, looking at Yisu and asking with a smile. Did you hear what happened earlier? Yisu asked. The matter from earlier? I'm sorry, master. I was handling other matters and didn't notice. Rem said. Handling other matters? Yisu paused for a moment and asked, what were you handling? There was a hacker group trying to attack your computer, but I stopped them. Rem said. A hacker group trying to attack my computer? Yisu repeated Rem's words, unable to help but laugh and said, "That's hilarious. How dare they? Which country's hackers are they?" Chapter 22, The Black Extreme Hacker Organization. It's a domestic hacker group. Rem said, a hacker group called Black Extreme. Domestic hacker organizations? In this day and age, there are still hacker organizations in the country? Yisu said with a smile. Back when internet technology was just developing, that was the golden age of hacker organizations. The state placed great importance on such talent, and all hackers were recruited by the state and given official jobs. Back then, being a hacker was still a promising career. However, with the advancement of the times, such talent is no longer scarce, and hackers have become illegal organizations. The state now strictly cracks down on them. There are many individual hackers in the country, but I never expected there to be an entire hacker organization. And this hacker organization has even set its sights on us. This is truly reckless. Yes. What should we do, Master? Rem looked at Yisu and asked. Yisu thought for a moment and said, I'm curious, why have I been targeted? Could it be because of the virtual reality device? Someone has already rushed to investigate. Find out where the mistake was made, then eliminate this hacker organization. First, hack into all their computers. Also, contact the relevant authorities and have them sent to prison. Got it, Master. Rem nodded and said. There's one more thing. Yisu thought for a moment and said. Is there anything else you need me to do, Master? Rem asked. Regarding the virtual reality equipment, create a more complex encryption code so that others cannot break it. Yisu said. That's easy. Rem nodded. The Black Extreme Hacker Organization is still quite famous among some domestic network operators, individual hackers, and those who pay close attention to such information. As one of the few hacker organizations in the country that hasn't been co-opted by the state, it may not be as famous as the internationally renowned anonymous hacker group, but precisely because this hacker organization was born in this country, it is destined to remain low-key in order to survive. As the saying goes, low-key is the way to make big money, and the founder of Black Extreme believed this statement to be absolutely correct. The police have long sought to apprehend the members of this organization but have consistently failed to uncover any leads. Multiple attempts at sting operations have been foiled, with the hackers severing all connections and forcing the authorities to restart their investigations from scratch, a frustratingly recurring pattern. The Black Extreme Hacker Organization has three main profit-making projects. First, they act as security consultants for some internet companies. Second, they are hired to attack websites. Third, they use malware to steal personal information on a large scale and extort money. Often, the Black Extreme Hacker Group resorts to any means necessary to make money. However, due to their cunning nature, they have managed to evade capture. As a result, while they are renowned among hackers, they are also infamous for their greed and corruption. Many hackers look down on the Black Extreme Hacker Group, believing they have disgraced the title of hacker by resorting to any means for money, which is truly shameful. Nevertheless, they must admit that this hacker group is indeed very wealthy. Magic City, suburbs. Here stands a spacious villa, purchased by a very wealthy young man named Chen Xiaoxiong. He has a delicate, youthful appearance, and though he is 25 years old, he looks no older than 17 or 18. No one knows that this seemingly harmless young man is the founder of the Black Extreme Hacker Organization. All members of the Black Extreme Hacker Organization reside here. Black Extreme has a formidable reputation, but in reality, there are only 4 members. Many people believe that Black Extreme must have at least 100 hackers, as the number of websites they attack simultaneously was something that couldn't be achieved by just a few people. But in reality, there are only 4 of them. This also highlights the brilliance of the 4 hackers of Black Extreme. At that moment, the 4 hackers were working in the office area of the villa. Those hackers in the country are really trash. Speaking of which, the leader of the anonymous organization wants to recruit us. What do you think, boss? A fat man, biting into a hamburger, one hand holding the burger and the other flying over the keyboard, looked up at Chen Xiaoxiong and asked. Don't badmouth your colleagues, Chen Xiaoxiong said indifferently. Forget about that matter. Focus on our own work. Why not? The fat man asked unwillingly. The anonymous organization is a politically involved hacker group. It's extremely dangerous. You must understand that our sole purpose is to make money. I have no interest in anything else. Power has nothing to do with me. Chen Xiaoxiong snorted. The fat man was about to say something, but just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fat man was startled, even dropping the hamburger he was holding onto the ground. Suddenly, the computer screens of the 4 hackers went blank, with all data disappearing in an instant. We've been attacked. Chen Xiaoxiong watched the scene unfold, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Then, he couldn't help but laugh a confident smile. Chapter 23, Encryption Methods. The fat man who had been eating the hamburger, after his initial shock, also couldn't help but laugh and said, How dare they? Who is it that dares to attack us? They're so reckless. These young hackers in the country haven't even grown any hair yet, and they dare to act so brazenly? Asking for death. A skinny teenager wearing thick black-rimmed glasses said coldly. Another teenager wearing a red hat said, counterattack. We must counterattack. Then, the four hackers began using every trick in their arsenal to handle the situation and launch a counterattack. However, no matter how the four hackers operated, even using other computers for assistance, they couldn't save their computers. Their skills seemed to lose all effect in that instant. What on earth is going on? The four who had just been smirking and ready to strike back now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Their skills were top-notch even on an international level, though not the absolute best. But in this domestic environment, there was no hacker who could even come close to matching them. Even if a domestic hacker genius emerged who was slightly more skilled than them, remember that they were four people. Yet the current situation was completely beyond their comprehension. No matter how they operated the computer, it didn't respond. Even if they tried to hack in again, it was impossible. The computer's permissions were completely controlled by someone else, and such a method was unheard of. They asked themselves, even the world's top hackers couldn't possibly achieve this level of skill. The hackers were drenched in sweat, staring at the computer in disbelief. Chen Xiaoxiong clenched his teeth and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Damn it!" As he spoke, Chen Xiaoxiong angrily slammed the table and roared, "Who is it? Who is it?" The four hackers had no clue. They had made too many enemies, and being attacked like this left them completely baffled as to who could be behind it. Moreover, is there really someone in this world capable of achieving such a level of skill? The other three were completely speechless at this situation. Just then, the door burst open and a group of fully armed police officers entered, pointing their guns at the four men and coldly ordered, "Stay still. Hands up." What? The four looked at the police officers rushing in, completely bewildered and stunned. What was going on? The villa had surveillance alarms both outside and inside. As soon as police officers approached, the alarms would immediately notify them, allowing them to escape through a prepared secret passage. However, neither the alarm outside the villa nor the one inside went off. The officers even managed to break in without any resistance, reaching this point unimpeded. They only realized then. The alarm system had been completely hacked. Who could have done this? The four hackers were speechless, feeling increasingly defeated. As the four hackers were apprehended, the police quickly announced the news, and within moments, major news outlets began reporting on the incident. So News, the downfall of the Black Extreme Hacker Organization. Xuanfei News, China's largest hacker organization apprehended. The criminals are four teenagers. NetEase News, revealing the story of the four talented teenagers who went astray and became members of the Black Extreme Hacker Group. Upon hearing this news, many people who were closely following this issue were shocked, while some domestic hackers were surprised but delighted. In the office of the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, Yi Su closed the Xuanfei news page and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect this hacker group to be so well known. So many news outlets are rushing to report on it." Earlier, REM had hacked into their computers, contacted the police to arrest them, and also discovered the reason behind their attack on Yi Su's computer. This reason caught Yi Su off guard. He had originally assumed that the hackers were targeting his computer because of the core technology of the virtual reality devices. However, that was not the case. The real reason was the research paper that had won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. After layers of research and investigation, they had identified several targets, and Yi Su was one of them. That's why they attacked his computer. Yi Su was clearly not someone to be trifled with. He had them sent to prison in no time. The hacker organization incident was merely a side note. For Yi Su, it was just a minor matter. Although the arrest of the country's largest hacker organization caused quite a stir, with many people discussing the incident, no one knew that the mastermind behind it all was actually Yi Su. After handling the hacker incident, REM also developed encryption methods. Encryption is something that must be taken seriously. Whether it's leaks during the development process or research by others after release, there's always a risk that the technology could be cracked. Therefore, REM put a lot of effort into developing the encryption methods. The encryption method is simple yet effective. The core program is hidden and scrambled within the overall program, and can only be activated by entering specific codes. If there were no encryption, with current technology, it might only take a year of intensive research to completely replicate it. After all, the wisdom and potential of the masses are boundless. While this technology surpasses current human capabilities, creation and decryption are two entirely different concepts. Following normal technological development, such technology might not emerge for decades, but decryption can significantly shorten that timeline. Fortunately, once successfully encrypted, it would likely remain unbreakable even after 30 years. Chapter 24, The Global Sensation Advertising Short Film. April 18, 2017. On this day, a 30-second advertisement appeared on major news media outlets. It was featured on several popular video sharing platforms and aired during prime time on multiple television networks. The information revealed in the short film instantly sent shockwaves across the entire internet, becoming the topic of conversation for everyone. The reason was simple: the advanced technology product showcased in the advertisement was truly mind-blowing. Soon, more and more people realized that this advertisement was not only aired domestically but also in various regions around the world, instantly capturing the attention and sparking discussions among people worldwide. Within just one day, it had made headlines worldwide. Everyone who saw the ad couldn't believe their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this real?" They then went online to carefully verify the authenticity of the information. When the true meaning of virtual reality was revealed in the advertisement, it caused a sensation while also sparking countless doubts. Some people believed the advertisement was likely just a false advertisement, a completely unrealistic Ponzi scheme. These people expressed their opinions online. True virtual reality? Mind-linking devices? The Matrix? Sword art online? Am I dreaming? Could such a thing really be developed? These days, anything and everything can surface. Such an obviously fraudulent advertisement, and yet so many people believe it. It's ridiculous. It's clearly a Ponzi scheme. What the hell? I can't believe such an ad could be aired on TV. Does that mean any ad can be shown as long as you pay enough? Don't they care about their reputation at all? The people who believe this ad are utterly foolish. How could something like this possibly exist out of thin air? Although I've always been looking forward to the arrival of true virtual reality, I also know it's completely impossible. It's definitely impossible, completely unrealistic. Sigh, I hope they'll provide a follow-up explanation. Apparently, the official statement insists it's true and there's no deception involved. Such opinions actually dominate the mainstream, with many people viewing this advertisement as a scam. After all, such a concept appearing in movies, animations, or novels wouldn't raise eyebrows. People would even look forward to such technology. But when it actually appears in the real world, most people instinctively refuse to believe it, as it's too detached from reality. Too high-tech. When did the times progress to this point? The intense discussions among these people left many who hadn't seen the ad short film stunned, prompting them to search online and watch the 30-second clip. Lin Zixuan was one of them. These days, she and her sister had been given time off by Yisu and had nothing much to do, so they often spent their time in Yisu's villa laboratory. In her spare time, she would also go online to check the latest news and interesting stories, as she didn't want to be completely out of touch with the times. When she saw the discussions on various forums and news sections, she was initially taken aback, then began searching for the ad everyone was talking about, wanting to see what it was all about. Why was it being discussed so much? The name of the ad was New World. The ad begins. A young man with a delicate appearance appears on the screen. He is in a bright European-style room, lying on the sofa, picking up a pair of uniquely designed glasses and putting them on. The scene then shifts to the man's perspective. A faint white light begins to appear on the glasses, growing larger and larger, swirling like a vortex and engulfing the entire field of vision. Gradually, the entire screen is filled with white light. The scene shifts again, and the man is now asleep. However, he wakes up in another place, a medieval European world. He is wearing exquisite armor and walking down the street, with people on both sides bowing to him. It was clear that he held a very prestigious position in this city. The man glanced at his taskbar and spoke, "The mission deadline is in 3 hours. We must act quickly. Teleport to Gothic City." The man gripped a purple gemstone and spoke. His figure gradually faded and vanished from the spot, and the passers-by on either side did not find the scene unusual. Finally, the scene faded out, revealing a line of text. True virtual reality. As the text faded, another line appeared, alternating continuously. Neural link device. A brand new virtual world. The revolution in global technology is here. What are you waiting for? Virtual reality devices, May 1, 2017, global simultaneous release by Genesis Technology Company. The 30-second video ends here. Lin Zixuan was speechless. Chapter 25, Global Debate. True virtual reality? Is this real? Lin Zixuan blinked her eyes in disbelief. She felt dazed, unable to process what had just happened. How could technology have advanced to this level in just one day? This is way too fast. Creating true virtual reality, this cutting-edge technology, wasn't that something that only existed in movies? When did the real world start to feature such mind-blowing technology? What's the deal with this Genesis Technology Company? They're so powerful. Wait, Genesis Technology Company? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Lin Zixuan furrowed her brows, feeling that the name was very familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. Lin Zixuan shook her head and stopped thinking about it, instead starting to search for information about this so-called true virtual reality device to determine whether it was real or fake. Such cutting-edge technology once unveiled, it would surely cause a sensation nationwide, no, worldwide. Sure enough, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions about this groundbreaking virtual reality device, regardless of the forum or webpage. The number of followers on the virtual reality device forum on Baidu Tieba had already surpassed 5 million in a short period of time, with posts constantly being updated. Over the past few years, as Baidu Tieba had become more commercialized, with ads and membership fees, the number of active users had gradually decreased. However, this had no impact on the fervent discussions in the virtual reality device forum. Some believe it's real and have shared reports from overseas. Whether it's MA country, BN country, YN country, or even the ancient kingdom of Lanchi, these nations all have genuine advertisements for Genesis Technologies' virtual reality devices. At this moment, the entire world is discussing this virtual reality device. The likelihood of it being fake is not high. Meanwhile, there are also those who oppose this, using the internet and various sources of information to dig up details about Genesis Technology Company. The company's president is named Yu Shuaqin, a Chinese national, and the company itself was also established domestically. Furthermore, this company had no products prior to its establishment this year, and its first product is a genuine virtual reality device. Only a fool would believe this is real. This is clearly a Ponzi scheme orchestrated by the company. An unprecedented super scam. Most people believe that Genesis Technology Company's so-called virtual reality devices are fake and part of a scam. Of course, there are still some people who believe that this is indeed true and not a scam. After all, this is a global advertising campaign with such ambition and momentum. How could it be a scam? And how could a scammer be so foolish? Moreover, the environment abroad is different from that in China. If you don't have a real product, how could you possibly advertise globally at the same time? You're overthinking it. Therefore, this virtual reality device is likely genuine. At most, it may have issues with completion. Those who believe, though few in number, present their arguments logically and factually, engaging in constant debates with the skeptics. Various theories and so-called evidence have been presented. This left Lin Zixuan, who was watching from the sidelines, feeling unsure of whom to believe. Logically speaking, such a virtual reality device is unlikely to exist at this stage of technological development. While Lin Zixuan believes that such technology might emerge in 20 or even 30 years, the idea of it appearing now seems too far-fetched. Of course, these matters had little to do with Lin Zixuan. She shook her head, trying not to think about it anymore. She had other experiments to conduct this afternoon. Following Yi Su as his assistant, they not only gained valuable experience but were also assigned research projects by Yi Su. Such research topics are typically only tackled by medical graduate students or even doctoral candidates. At their current level, it was extremely challenging. Fortunately, they had access to abundant relevant materials for reference, so their progress was remarkably swift. The pace at the school couldn't compare at all. Just then, her younger sister, Lin Zixuan, pushed open the door, entered the room, and stood behind Lin Zixuan. She glanced at Lin Zixuan's screen and couldn't help but say, "You're looking at this too?" Yes, Lin Zixuan nodded, then turned to look at Lin Zixuan and asked, "Do you think this is real?" Lin Zixuan looked at Lin Zixuan with a puzzled expression. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was she looking at her like that? Was there something odd about what she had just said? Lin Zixuan asked, "Sister, did you forget?" "Ha? I forgot? What did I forget?" Lin Zixuan said curiously, "What are you talking about? You actually really forgot." Lin Zixuan said, feeling a bit speechless. "What are you talking about?" Lin Zixuan couldn't help but say, feeling a bit speechless. Lin Zixuan said, "The virtual reality device, of course it's real." "Ha? Why? How can you be so sure it's real?" Lin Zixuan felt that Lin Zixuan must know something and hurriedly asked, "Sister, have you been so engrossed in your research that you've forgotten? This Genesis Technology Company is the tech company founded by Professor Yi Su. Back then, we even helped register the company name. These days, Yi Su has been busy with these things." Lin Zixuan said helplessly. "Sister, you're so absorbed in your research that you've even forgotten these things." Chapter 26, Virtual Reality Devices Worth 100 million yuan. Oh, so that's it. Genesis Technology Company? Yes, I thought the name sounded familiar. It's Professor Yi Su's company. When we registered the company name, I didn't pay much attention to it and completely forgot about it. I'm so forgetful. Lin Zixuan finally realized it, tapped her forehead in disbelief, and said, "So this virtual reality device that surpasses reality is real? It's actually real." "Yes, it's real." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "I can't believe it. It's actually been invented, and it's related to Professor Yi Su." Lin Zixuan glanced at her sister with a speechless expression, and in her sister's eyes, she felt the same deep, indescribable emotion. "I remember Yi Su once said that the field he hoped to develop was not limited to medicine. Although my family already owns one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the East, that's not the direction I want to go in. The company I envision is one that can bring a fundamental leap in civilization to all of humanity." Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and repeated Yi Su's words from back then. "Yes, I remember that too. Yi Su once said that." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "But at the time, I just thought Yi Su was joking. After all, bringing about a fundamental leap in human civilization isn't something that can be achieved so easily. Who would have thought it would happen so quickly? It's truly astonishing. Indeed, Yi Su is truly extraordinary. The term genius doesn't even begin to describe him. He discovered the existence of King Tengsu, completely cured liver cancer, and then created virtual reality devices. Although we don't know yet if Yi Su invented them, they are undoubtedly closely related to him. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "Perhaps this is what true genius truly means, a man who can change the world. To be by his side and witness all of this unfolding is the greatest honor we could ever ask for." Lin Zixuan said earnestly. "Sister, you're right." Lin Zixuan glanced at the various discussions on the screen. The posts, whether believing or skeptical, probably all wanted to try the legendary true virtual reality device, right? "Sister," Lin Zixuan suddenly said. What do you think? Should we ask Professor Yi Su for 2 devices to try out first?" Lin Zixuan said excitedly. "I don't know either." However, according to reports online, someone offered 10 million to purchase a virtual reality device from Genesis Technology Company, but was refused. "Do you think asking Yi Su might actually work?" Lin Zixuan said. "Why don't we give it a try?" In China, many wealthy individuals, upon seeing advertisements for virtual reality devices, immediately became eager to try them out. After contacting Genesis Technology Company and discovering that the machine seemed genuine, their desire grew even stronger. In no time, offers of hundreds of thousands, even millions, and tens of millions began to pour in, but all were rejected by Yi Su. Meanwhile, some news media outlets also wanted to capitalize on the topic of whether truly functional virtual reality devices exist to boost their own popularity and attract attention. They contacted Genesis Technology Company and offered several $1 million, but all were rejected by Yi Su. The same situation arose overseas. Some Middle Eastern tycoons even directly offered $100 million to purchase a virtual reality device first. Keep in mind, this is $, equivalent to over 680 million yuan. However, no matter how high the quotes were, Yi Su rejected them all outright. Because this isn't about the price, it's about principles. Once the sales date has been set, there's no way to make an exception for the wealthy. Moreover, those wealthy individuals are just making verbal offers, they're not serious. Of course, they might be serious. But Yi Su's company is already busy enough. If an exception were made, the number of wealthy individuals contacting him privately would likely skyrocket, as there are plenty of wealthy individuals in the world. This would likely delay the original plan, and during this critical period, it's best not to complicate matters further. The money these wealthy individuals have may seem like a lot, but compared to the profits that could be achieved once sales begin, it's merely a fraction of the total. Yi Su doesn't give a damn about those wealthy individuals, which truly infuriates them. The wealthy often enjoy most of the privileges in this world. Who knows when they might encounter someone who doesn't give a damn about them? Of course, Yi Su can ignore these wealthy individuals, but there are some people he must make an exception for. When Yi Su posted this advertisement, representatives from the Eastern Institution, the MA Country Institution, and other national management bodies contacted him. After confirming that the virtual reality devices were genuine, they began inquiring whether any were currently available. Yi Su generously gave them some for free. This was a gift, not a sale. There was a difference. After receiving the devices, institutions from various countries asked if they could transfer this technology. Yi Su firmly refused. However, the Eastern Institution received special treatment from Yi Su, who stated that while it was impossible at present, he would consider transferring the technology after 1 year. It is believed that once this technology is transferred, it will directly enable Eastern countries to advance their technology to a new level, gradually transforming Eastern nations into the world's dominant superpower. Of course, by then, Yi Su would already be working on other technologies. That's another matter entirely. Chapter 27, Important Matters? When Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan arrived at the entrance of Yi Su's Genesis Technology Company, they were immediately blocked by 4 tall, muscular men armed with real guns, actual armed police officers dispatched by the state to protect the high-tech company. "Please show your employee ID and entry permit." One of the security guards glanced at Lin Zixuan and said indifferently. These security guards exuded a faint aura of menace. Simply standing there, their presence alone was enough to make the 2 girls feel suffocated. The so-called armed police are specialized in carrying out tasks that require military expertise but cannot be done under the military's name. Such armed police are far more powerful than police chiefs and possess far more experience than ordinary soldiers, truly the elite of the elite. The fact that they were stationed here as security guards for Genesis High-Tech Company was sufficient proof of the nation's sincerity toward Yi Su's company after he had promised to transfer the technology within a year. These days, getting into Genesis High-Tech Company is way stricter than before. Besides an employee ID, you also need to get an access permit regularly. Of course, neither Lin Zixuan nor Lin Zixuan possesses either of these documents. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "What should we do?" Lin Zixuan blurted out instinctively. "I don't know either," Lin Zixuan whispered. In front of outsiders, she appeared very reserved, her voice barely audible. "Can you help us contact Yi Su, the mentor?" Lin Zixuan glanced at the security guards and asked. "Yi Su mentor? The security guard who had spoken earlier looked at the two girls curiously and asked, "Who are you to the chairman?" "Let them in." Just then, a faint voice came from the door. The two girls looked over and saw Yi-Su standing not far away, smiling at them. Their previously tense hearts immediately calmed down. Yi-Su always gave them a great sense of security. "Yes, Mr. Yi." The security guard turned around and saw it was Yi-Su, immediately stepping aside to make way. The two girls rushed in and stood beside Yi-Su, one on each side, looking very cute. Speaking of which, the two girls were both 18 years old, while Yi-Su was only 14 or 15. However, at first glance, one would definitely think that the two girls were younger. That was the difference in their demeanor. Although Yi-Su was very young, his demeanor was mature, far beyond what the two girls could compare to. He gently touched the girls' heads, and they clearly enjoyed being touched by him. However, in such a public place, such intimate gestures made them feel shy. Lin Zixuan was a bit better, as she had a more outgoing personality, and her face only flushed with a hint of embarrassment. But Lin Zixuan was more dramatic, her entire cheeks turned bright red, a shade of blush that was exceptionally delicate and even reached her ears. Her neck perfectly embodied the saying, so shy and delicate that she couldn't be described in words. "Let's go to my office first." Yi-Su smiled and said. "Okay." The two girls nodded in unison. Yi-Su then led the two girls to his office. "Is this the mentor's office?" As soon as she entered the chairman's office, Lin Zixuan began to look around and said, "Wow, this is amazing," Lin Zixuan whispered. Yi-Su's chairman's office was very spacious, covering over 100 square meters, equipped with all kinds of facilities, including a restroom, a bathroom, a wardrobe, and even a relatively private bedroom. As for the decor, it was naturally exquisite and grand. Yi-Su sat in the chairman's chair and looked at the two girls, asking, "You came all the way here to see me? Is there something you need?" Yi-Su's question made Lin Zixuan sneak a glance at her younger sister, and Lin Zixuan also looked at her older sister. "There I seem to say, you say it." "No, you say it, sister." "What's going on?" Yi-Su had no interest in playing this game of riddles and continued to ask. "It's like this," Lin Zixuan finally spoke up, explaining the situation in detail. In short, they wanted to try out some virtual reality equipment. "I thought there was something else you wanted." "Oh, that's it." Yi-Su couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this and said, "Just 2 virtual reality devices? Of course, that's no problem. I can give them to you." "Really?" Lin Zixuan said excitedly. "Really?" Lin Zixuan asked with the same excitement. "Of course it's true. It's no big deal." Yi-Su smiled and said casually. "Great." Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan exchanged glances and smiled, saying, "Thank you, mentor." "No need. Just do your work properly," Yi-Su said indifferently. Just then, the office door was knocked on. "Come in," Yi-Su said. A woman dressed in a business suit walked in. She was none other than the company's CEO and president, Yu Shuachin. Yu Shuachin glanced at Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan with some surprise. Though their beauty caught her attention, she didn't linger on it. After all, someone like Yi-Su had women in his life, even twin sisters as beautiful as them, and there was nothing unusual about that. She approached Yi-Su and said seriously, "Chairman, there's an important matter I need to discuss with you." Chapter 28, Thinking of something nice? Mentor, since that's the case, should we step out first? Seeing that Yi-Su was busy with important matters, Lin Zixuan spoke up tactfully. "Yes, I'll go too," Lin Zixuan nodded. "Alright, there's a restroom nearby. You two go there and wait for me. I'll come find you once I'm done." Yi-Su nodded. The two girls then turned and left the chairman's office. Yi-Su looked at Yu Shuachin and said, "What's the matter? Just get to the point." "It's like this, a company wants to acquire our shares, offering 10 billion for a 50% stake." Yu Shuachin said. "Offering 10 billion to acquire 50% of our equity?" Yi-Su looked at Yu Shuachin in confusion and said, "Is the head of that company mentally challenged? And what's the point of bringing this up with me? Just reject it outright." "I don't know the specifics either. Take a look at this document and you'll understand." Yu Shuachin sighed helplessly and handed over a document. Yi-Su nodded, took the document, and knew that this matter was probably not that simple. There must be other reasons behind it. After receiving the document, Yi-Su began to read it carefully. The company proposing to acquire shares in Yi-Su's company was named Tingyue Technology. This company's background was far from simple. The document detailed its overt background. It was the #1 figure in the Luo City government. Although Ye's company was a giant in Luo City, Tingyue Technology was also a giant in the city, operating in completely different fields, so they coexisted peacefully without any friction. In fact, Yi-Su even knew the president of Tingyue Technology. He often interacted with Yi-Su's father and was on friendly terms with him. Upon seeing the name of Tingyue Technology, Yi-Su realized that this document was likely not the CEO's intention but rather the work of someone behind the scenes. Yi-Su's rise in Los Angeles and the growth of Genesis Technology Company would inevitably affect the interests of these people. They knew that even if they tried to suppress him, they couldn't stop Yi-Su's company. Additionally, they were extremely envious of the enormous profits that real virtual devices could bring, so they made such a demand. They wanted to acquire 50% of Genesis Technology Company's shares. If Yisu refuses, he will likely face significant challenges, including issues with bank loans, material procurement, and even disruptions or complete shutdowns of the virtual device production lines. Of course, manhwa Technology didn't state this so bluntly or openly threaten Yisu. Instead, they used diplomatic language to convey the same meaning. In fact, manhwa Technology does indeed possess such influence. On the surface, its backing comes from the top figure in Luo City, and its behind-the-scenes connections are likely even more formidable, with influence that is nothing short of astonishing. If Yisu refuses, the company's development will inevitably face resistance from all sides, leading to various complications. At that point, Yushuachin will likely be overwhelmed with headaches. No wonder she came to seek his advice with such caution. Perhaps Yushuachin has encountered such issues before and knows this matter is no trivial matter, prompting her to consult Yisu immediately. Picking someone else's fruit? Yisu gave a cold smile. Someone was already eyeing his prize so quickly? This was truly unexpected. These people were not only greedy but also foolish. Despite the higher-ups' clear favor toward his company, they dared to target him. Originally, Yisu believed that having a few armed police officers as bodyguards was sufficient proof of the higher-ups' attitude. Yet, certain individuals still ignored this fact. Do they really think the emperor is far away? Do they really think this peach is so easy to pluck? They seriously underestimate Yisu's current influence. If the new technology Yisu had chosen was not virtual reality equipment but some other trivial gadget with less influence, these factions coming to cause trouble would leave him with few options. Without handing over the benefits, all aspects of development would face obstacles, and the company might even collapse. But now, Yisu is someone who can reach the highest echelons of power. These people still dare to use such tactics against him? They really don't know when to back down. Yisu spoke calmly, reject them. Yushuachin looked at Yisu, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment before closing her mouth. Yisu must already have a solution for this matter. She didn't need to interfere. She should just follow Yisu's instructions and do as he said. Yes, I understand. Yushuachin nodded. You may go back to your duties. If there are any further matters, come find me. Oh, and make sure to urge all production channels nationwide to ensure that 1 million finished products are produced by the release date. This 1 million finished products will likely be snapped up instantly, and there will be plenty more work to do afterward. Yisu said indifferently. Yes, Yushuachin turned and left. Yisu glanced at the documents nearby and smiled coldly. Those who like to take credit for others' work are the most despicable. He wanted Dongfang Kingdom to become a world superpower, yet they were trying to take credit for his efforts? It was utterly repulsive. He took out his phone and prepared to call the top official above him. Chapter 29, No Need to Hurry. manhwa Technology Company was not a one-man show run by the president. While major decisions and strategic directions should be handled by the CEO, the president should be able to oversee even routine matters. However, at manhwa Technology, some department heads enjoyed going against the president's orders. Such behavior may seem foolish, but it is not so simple. These department heads have their own backing, mostly being close confidants of the board of directors. Even if the president wanted to remove them, he couldn't do so lightly. This is a rather frustrating situation. If the president has little power, what kind of president is that? However, the major board members do not see it this way. They secretly control the company and hold a portion of the power, which has become deeply entrenched, forming a faction within the board. There have been numerous conflicts between this faction and the president's faction. Internal conflicts within the company often hinder its development. The president of manhwa Technology is well aware of this, but he is powerless to change it, as this situation is not of his making. Many times, he even considered resigning from his position. However, after working so hard for the company for so many years and witnessing its growth to this point, leaving so abruptly would be too regrettable. Moreover, he is of a certain age, and if he were to leave, it would mean retirement, something he simply cannot accept. Perhaps it was truly a matter of age. Such a frustrating situation would have been unbearable in his youth, but now, the president of manhwa Technology had learned to endure it. As Yisu had speculated, this time, manhwa Technology's attempt to poach employees from Genesis Technology was not the president's idea. He had even opposed it, but he couldn't stop the ambitions of the few bigwigs on the board. In the president's eyes, these board members were utterly foolish. There were no more foolish allies than them. In fact, in the eyes of the few powerful figures on the board, this president was also a stubborn and outdated figure. If he didn't have some skills, he would have been fired long ago. An employee is just an employee. How dare he oppose their plans? It was truly laughable. The boardroom. Several board members were inside discussing how to divide the 50% stake in Genesis Technology, which they had just acquired from Yisu. Let us divide it according to our shareholdings, said a middle-aged man with a round face, squinting his eyes and smiling. That's impossible. I contributed the most. I want 30%. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking serious said coldly. What do you mean you contributed the most? Just talking is considered contributing the most? An elderly man over 60 snorted and said with a cold smile, "This old man at least deserves this number." As he spoke, the old man gestured, indicating 20%, which is 1/5 or 10 shares. "You're thinking too highly of yourself." Another person retorted. "What do you mean, thinking too highly of yourself? Isn't this only fair? There are 5 of us, so the shares should be 15% each, which is 10% per person. That's a normal division." The old man snorted. "So it's impossible to divide it this way. If not like this, then how else should it be divided?" For a moment, the few board members began arguing in the office over the yet-to-be-received benefits, the argument growing heated. Suddenly, one of their phones rang. The person answered it and after a moment, hung up with an odd expression on their face. "Everyone, please quiet down." The man spoke up. Everyone looked at him curiously and gradually fell silent. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Yi-Su refused," he said. "What?" Someone didn't catch on. "Genesis Technology Company has rejected our acquisition offer, and they did so very decisively, leaving no room for negotiation," the man said slowly. "Genesis Technology Company dared to refuse?" The fat man with narrowed eyes stared in disbelief. "Yi-Su is really inconsiderate. Does Yi-Su think he has the right to refuse? That's absurd. Does he think the offer is too low? Does he want more money? 10 billion is still too little? This Yi-Su is truly insatiable. How despicable. If that's the case, let's give them a taste of trouble and show them that not everyone can be refused." The middle-aged man in glasses spoke coldly. "You're right." On the same day, Yi-Su's virtual device production lines across the country were immediately raided by relevant authorities, who demanded a thorough investigation into prohibited items, forcing the operations to come to a halt. Meanwhile, the banks that had lent money to Genesis Technology Company halted all loans, recalled the hundreds of billions of dollars they had prepared to lend, and demanded that Yi-Su's company repay the loans immediately. This left several departments at Genesis Technology Company in a panic. They rushed to other banks to borrow money, but were all told that Yi-Su's company had no ability to repay such a large loan and that it was impossible to lend such a huge amount. Not only that, but given Yi-Su's company's current situation, not a single penny would be lent. This news quickly reached Yu Shuachin's ears, causing her vision to go dark. She had seen this situation many times before and understood clearly that the company had been sabotaged. If this continued, the company's bankruptcy would be inevitable. For a moment, Yu Shuachin was frantic with worry. She hurriedly found Yi-Su and told him about the situation. However, Yi-Su remained calm and composed, simply saying, "Don't worry." Chapter 30. It was like watching a bunch of idiots. The current situation at Genesis Technology was dire, even dire. Yi-Su was playing a long game, with his first move being global simultaneous sales. Such ambition was indeed impressive, and his tactics were equally skillful, but the risks were equally enormous. This is true in any world. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. To seek immense benefits without taking any risks is simply impossible. Genesis Technology Company's loan figures are enormous, reaching a point where no bank would dare to lend such an amount. Consider this, 1 million virtual reality devices. Even without factoring in marketing costs, the production costs alone would be enough to bankrupt countless domestic banks. Even if Yi-Su were to sell his father's company, he wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Such unfavorable figures would never have convinced any bank to lend money to Yi-Su if he hadn't mastered the true technology of virtual reality devices, coupled with the pharmaceutical factory under the Yi family as collateral. For bankers, this is undoubtedly an unprecedented gamble. If they lose, the losses would be enormous. However, if they win, it would be a win-win situation, almost worthy of being recorded in history as a landmark loan. Given the current situation, the state places great importance on true virtual reality devices, and this is indeed the case. Such a historic moment is one that cannot be missed. Therefore, lending to Yi-Su is actually quite reasonable. However, if others get involved, that's an entirely different matter. There is already a significant risk involved. If certain influential figures are offended, and they decide to withdraw their loans or halt further investments, it would be entirely understandable. This cannot be blamed on the bank. But for Genesis Technology Company at this point, it would be a devastating blow. It's not just one bank refusing to lend to Genesis Technology, all banks have turned them down. The fact that the other party's energy is so poor is truly disheartening, leaving Yu Shuachin feeling utterly despairing. Having built the company from the ground up, watching it grow and attract global attention just as they were about to make their mark, who would have thought they would encounter such a crisis? It was truly disheartening. This urgency drove Yu Shuachin to rush to Yi-Su's side, only to hear him casually say, "Don't worry." But at this critical moment, when should one not worry? The company was on the brink of collapse. If the company went bankrupt, the massive debts would directly land Yi-Su and Yu Shuachin in prison. This wasn't something to be taken lightly. Of course, given Yi-Su's status and abilities, he wouldn't be imprisoned, but she was a different story. The situation was already dire. If no solution was found, the company's collapse was inevitable, and it would only be a matter of time. Within a week, it would be completely bankrupt. The only way to avoid bankruptcy would be to sell the virtual reality equipment. Did Mr. Yisu really want that? Seeing that Yisu showed no signs of panic, the frantic Yushuachin couldn't help but lose her composure and speak out. Yisu looked at her anxious expression and couldn't help but smile. "You're still laughing." Yushuachin, whose emotions were slightly out of control, almost burst into tears. All right. Don't worry about this matter. A resolution will come today. Those people have their methods, but they'll also have to pay the price. Rest assured." Yisu shook his head and spoke coldly. "Really?" Yushuachin asked, unable to believe it. Yisu nodded calmly. To have such influence over so many banks and government agencies, with such immense power, this is no small figure. At this level, could Yisu really resolve this so easily? To be honest, Yushuachin didn't believe it. But now, even if she doesn't believe it, there is no solution. She has no choice but to believe it. Alright, I'll relay the message. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, no later than tomorrow. Otherwise, it will have a significant impact on our plans, and the goals you set may very well be impossible to achieve. Additionally, I've already made arrangements with the overseas factories, banks, investors, and even venture capital firms. After witnessing the true capabilities of virtual reality technology, they're much more cooperative than the domestic counterparts. The plan should proceed smoothly according to the established steps. Yushuachin nodded, her expression turning serious. Domestic channels, even if they were operating at full capacity, would never be able to produce 10 million virtual reality devices in such a short time. Therefore, Yisu and Yushuachin decisively turned their attention to the rest of the world and began searching for partners to produce virtual reality devices in various countries around the globe. In fact, this was not an easy task, as it involved a great deal of procedures. Fortunately, Yushuachin was quite lucky, and everything went smoothly. As a result, there was no need to ship products worldwide, enabling true global simultaneous sales. Yisu left the chairman's office and walked straight out of the company. The security guard at the entrance immediately saluted him. Just a short distance from Yisu's company was Tingyue Technology. The two companies were only separated by a single building. At that moment, several board members were coming down from the upper floors, preparing to leave in their cars. Yisu saw them, and they naturally saw Yisu as well. The look in their eyes was filled with mockery, as if to say, "This is what happens when you cross us." Yisu, however, looked at them with disdain, as if they were a bunch of idiots. Chapter 31, Instant Reversal. The board members of Tingyue Technology's expressions were still relatively restrained, not overly bold, but Yisu was entirely different. His disdainful gaze showed no hint of restraint, and the mockery was evident. This instantly made the board members feel uneasy. They had been mocking Yisu earlier, hoping to see him lose his temper, but they never expected him to remain completely unfazed. Instead, he looked at them with such a gaze, as if he were looking at idiots or, to put it more politely, like he was looking at clowns. But now, who was the real clown? With disaster looming, he dared to act so arrogant. This Yisu was truly young, so young. Several board members couldn't contain themselves anymore and hurried over to the car Yisu was about to get into. Yisu glanced at them. To be honest, he was genuinely surprised that these men dared to step in front of him and block his car. How utterly foolish. It was so foolish it made him want to tear his hair out. In the real world, there are actually villains like those in urban novels. It truly is the case that reality is often more absurd than art. Where did you lot come from? Why are you blocking my car? Yisu glanced at the group and spoke casually. You're Yisu, the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, right? One of the men, a fat guy with narrowed eyes, asked with a smirk. What do you want to say? Yisu looked at him, then glanced at the others, speaking in a condescending tone. If you have something to say it quickly. Do you know how precious my time is? So don't waste my time with your stupidity. Do you understand? If Yisu's earlier disdainful glance had already made the board members feel uncomfortable, his words now made them furious, even to the point of losing their composure. Who do you think you are, speaking to us like that? An old man shouted, banging his cane on the ground. Do you really know what you're saying? Another person asked. You're so young. Do you have any idea what the consequences of your words will be? The once smiling fat man's expression had turned icy, and he asked coldly. Young man, that's not how you speak. With that attitude, you won't get anywhere in this society. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking very serious snorted. You're so arrogant. Don't you realize that your company is about to go under? Don't you know why you've ended up in this situation? Are you truly ignorant and foolish, or just a plain idiot? Another person sneered. You dare to speak to us like that? Do you know who we are? I know exactly who you are. Yisu ignored the mockery from the others and replied calmly, You're the 5 biggest directors of Tingyue Technology. I know that much. You know that well enough? Do you really think your father can save you? If your company goes under, it might drag your father's company down with it. A middle-aged man with a serious expression said coldly. My affairs are none of your concern. Yisu shook his head and said indifferently, you should mind your own business. I know you have powerful backers, but in reality, those so-called big shots are the ones targeting me. You're just a bunch of dogs. What qualifies you to bark in front of me? Such foolishness truly leaves me speechless. How dare you? The old man pointed his cane at Yisu and said, do you really know who you're talking to? The insolent ones are you. Shut your mouth and get out of my way, or I'll run you over. Yisu said coldly, then ignored the few people and got into the car. His time wasn't worth wasting on these idiots. I've heard about Yisu's arrogance and tyranny, and now I see it for myself, the fat man with narrowed eyes snorted. You'll regret it someday. The old man snorted. Not sooner or later, but very soon, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Just then, the phones of the few people rang simultaneously. They were taken aback, not expecting their phones to ring simultaneously. After a moment of surprise, they began answering the calls. Oh no! This is bad. The first voice on the phone sounded panicked. What's going on? Speak slowly. What's wrong? Be clear. The 5 directors spoke almost in unison, saying similar things, and couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. The caller began to explain in detail. Soon, the faces of the 5 directors turned pale. One piece of information after another came through the phone, first revealing that their apparent backers had been notified by higher-ups to be placed under investigation and removed from their positions. Additionally, the influential figures operating behind the scenes were also being held accountable, with each of them now in a precarious position. The calls coming in at this moment were naturally informing them of one situation after another. With their backers fallen, the true shares were all held by those powerful figures who had seized them all. Banks and relevant authorities had come knocking, demanding a thorough audit of the accounts and the recovery of investments. If these measures were carried out, then the bankruptcy of Tingyue Company would be nothing more than a matter of time. Chapter 32, A Successful Resolution. The 5 shareholders never imagined that the situation would change so quickly. It was Yisu from Genesis Technology Company who had been driven to the brink of ruin by them, and they were gloating in their victory. How could things turn around so quickly that their own company was now on the verge of bankruptcy? This was completely unexpected. The sudden reversal left them completely dumbfounded and speechless. What is going on here? What had happened? Why was there no warning at all? Their backers, their supporters, just collapsed like that? You know, before something this big happens, there are usually some signs, some rumors. Maybe they chose the wrong side, or maybe something earth-shattering happened. But now, there's nothing their backing just collapsed out of nowhere. That's way too mysterious. If there's one reason why this happened, it's because they messed with Yisu's company. This Yisu actually has such immense power? He has managed to go this far? The fat man with narrowed eyes suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at Yisu getting into the car. His phone clattered to the ground, but he didn't even notice. The middle-aged man with a serious expression stood there for a long time, not knowing what to say. What should we do? The old man had completely lost his earlier arrogance, his eyes filled with fear, looking like an ordinary old man. At that moment, Yisu, who had gotten into the car, looked at their ugly expressions, frozen in place with lifeless eyes. He stood in front of the car, couldn't help but sneer, and shook his head. He naturally knew what had happened, but this was all their own doing. No one else was to blame. The driver reversed the car, turned it around, and drove away, avoiding the group. The board members reacted instantly, rushing to block Yisu's car again, crying out, Master Yisu, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive us. Please don't hold this against us. The 5 directors of Tingyue Technology, completely unafraid of losing face, blocked Yisu's car, not even caring if they were hit, clinging desperately to the car and pleading desperately. Yisu's car window slowly lowered. He looked at them and asked calmly, do you think that's possible? Is it possible? They should have anticipated this outcome after how they handled Genesis Technology Company earlier. If the tables turned, this was the inevitable consequence. Of course, perhaps they truly lacked that level of self-awareness. To be honest, I've seen foolish people, but I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. Yisu shook his head, pressed the window button, and the car backed up, breaking free from the men and quickly driving away, leaving the directors behind, their expressions dazed. What awaited them was nothing good. Endless investigations would inevitably uncover the shady deals they had made to reach their positions. Once exposed, they would face imprisonment. Of course, what happened to these directors afterward was none of Yisu's business, and he had no interest in continuing to concern himself with such matters. When Yisu returned home, the president and CEO, Yushua Chin, called him. Her tone was filled with joy. The problem has been resolved. Representatives from all the major banks have come to us personally, willing to renew the loans. Additionally, production lines in all regions have restarted. What kind of magic did you use? It's truly amazing. All the obstacles have disappeared, and not only that, but they're even willing to provide us with significant assistance. The attitude of all channels has improved by leaps and bounds. I told you, there's no problem. You just didn't believe me. Yisu said with a smile. I'm not doubting you, but the challenges we faced were simply too daunting. Thankfully, they were resolved in time, otherwise, I would have been utterly despairing. Yu Shuichen sighed. As long as everything is resolved smoothly, it's all good. Going through something like this isn't a bad thing. There are many people who don't see the bigger picture. Even if there's no company like Tingyue Technology, another one might emerge. But this incident will make everyone who has their sights set on our company think twice. Yi Su said calmly. Is that so? Yu Shuichen paused, clearly unaware of the specifics despite knowing the outcome. Yi Su, however, knew the full story and recounted it in detail. Yu Shuichen listened to his words and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She never imagined that behind the resolution of this matter, so many influential figures had fallen from grace. In this case, Yi Su's problem-solving ability and influence were no longer something that could be simply described as impressive. But it's not good. Yu Shuichen remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. To be honest, this really surprises me. However, since that's the case, it's exactly as you said. From now on, no one will dare to take credit for your work, and I believe the company will grow even stronger. Chapter 33, The Twin Sisters' Intentions. After returning home, Yi Su went straight to the laboratory. He glanced around and saw Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan busy in their smaller lab, unable to help but smile with satisfaction. Both of them had exceptional talent, but in this world, there are many talented people. However, how many of them achieve anything? It all comes down to whether they are willing to put in the effort. These two sisters understood the importance of effort, which was the best possible outcome. Yi Su thought for a moment, then opened the door and walked in. The two were wearing white lab coats, simple yet elegant. Despite the plain attire, their figures were striking, and even in their lab coats, they looked beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The two were so engrossed in their research that they didn't notice Yi Su had already entered the room. Yi Su first approached Lin Zixuan, glanced at her progress, and nodded approvingly. The tasks he had assigned to the two sisters were child's play for him, but for them, solving them was no easy feat. However, it seemed that Lin Zixuan was nearly finished. She then approached Lin Zixuan, who was conducting an experiment. Yi Su watched for a moment, then slowly furrowed his brows. He noticed that Lin Zixuan had a bad habit, and there were also significant issues with the experimental procedure. Yi Su didn't think much of it and stepped closer, saying, "That's not how it's done." "Ha?" Lin Zixuan startled at the sudden voice, but quickly regained her composure. She looked over and saw it was Yi Su, her mentor, and couldn't help but show a delighted expression. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are too many things wrong," Yi Su said indifferently, then stepped behind Lin Zixuan, gripping her small hand, and began to guide her step by step. Yi Su had done many such things in his previous life, so he didn't think much of it at the time. He simply did it without any ulterior motives. He wasn't trying to take advantage of Lin Zixuan or anything like that. He was just trying to teach her better. However, for Lin Zixuan, this was entirely different. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Zixuan had never had such close physical contact with a man. Not even her father had ever been this close to her body. Yi Su held her hands from behind, and she leaned completely against his chest. This feeling made Lin Zixuan's cheeks flush slightly, and she felt a bit embarrassed, yet also a bit strange, with a complex mix of emotions and a hint of joy, her heart filled with sweetness. For a moment, Lin Zixuan felt her heart flutter with desire. After spending so many days together, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but admire Yi Su. He was perfect, handsome, and knew so much, like a towering mountain, guiding her and her sister into a broader world and showing them so many things. He was even more perfect than the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. It was only natural that she secretly liked him. Being hugged from behind by the person she liked, how could she not be happy? Of course, Lin Zixuan knew that Yi Su probably didn't mean anything by it, but even if that was the case, she was still very happy. A sweet smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Zixuan's lips. Yi Su naturally noticed Lin Zixuan's thoughts and sighed helplessly. "Don't get distracted." Lin Zixuan nodded gently. "Watch carefully how I do it, and write down every single step. First, you should do it like this," Yi Su said softly beside her. Lin Zixuan listened intently. Such one-on-one guidance, especially so intimate, was a rare opportunity. Additionally, she decided she wouldn't wash her hands tonight. She wanted to savor the feeling of Yi Su holding her hands. Not far away, Lin Zixuan, who was working on a problem, heard the voices and looked up. She saw the scene and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. The way her sister and mentor were sitting so close together was almost too intimate. Moreover, she envied her sister for being able to speak so casually in front of her mentor. Her own personality was very introverted, and even when she really wanted to talk to Yi Su, she couldn't bring herself to speak, despite having so many opportunities to do so. After helping Lin Zixuan solve the problem, Yi Su came over to Lin Zixuan's side. Lin Zixuan looked at Yi Su approaching her, let out a soft and lowered her head nervously like a startled little bird. Yi Su naturally knew that Lin Zixuan was very introverted, and she was like this with everyone except her sister. He didn't mind, and in fact, he found her actions quite adorable. He ruffled Lin Zixuan's hair and said, "You did a great job. Once you finish the task I left you, come find me." Lin Zixuan replied softly, her voice barely audible. "All right, I understand." Yi Su actually heard her and nodded in response. After that, Yi Su turned and left to attend to his own affairs. After Yi Su left, the two sisters exchanged glances. There was no doubt they understood each other's thoughts, but neither spoke. Perhaps that was all that needed to be said. Chapter 34, A New Frontier. For most ordinary people, it's hard to imagine the feelings of someone who has discovered King Tangsu and created a truly meaningful virtual reality device. These two achievements, if attained by anyone, would be enough to make them proud for a lifetime. It can be said that both King Tangsu and virtual reality devices have changed part of human life. As individuals, achieving such heights is already incredibly great. Most humans spend their entire lives simply striving to survive. Even if they accomplish something remarkable, it pales in comparison to the vastness of humanity as a whole. Such things happen every day. At its core, the goal of changing the entire human race is simply too abstract and unrealistic. However, for Yi Su, everything is proceeding smoothly. He is gradually changing the world and influencing all of humanity. At this stage, he feels no sense of self-satisfaction for his achievements, as these are merely natural consequences of his actions. It's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex crushing an ant. Does it feel like it's done something remarkable just because it crushed an ant? Similarly, coming from a future world where civilization and technology are advanced beyond imagination, even if Yi Su were to discover penicillin or create true virtual reality devices, he would feel no sense of pride. Because to him, it's simply a matter of course. Why should he feel proud of that? Does he really need to feel proud of such things? Due to this mindset, Yi Su, who had caused a sensation worldwide, felt incredibly calm at that moment. He was contemplating what he would bring forth next to change humanity. Yi Su's mind was filled with countless ideas, but few were suitable for this world. Of course, the human population in this world was still quite substantial. However, when it came to introducing these innovations, timing and sequence were crucial. Human technology is like a tree, it must develop in a balanced manner. If you tilt the tree of technology in the wrong direction, it's easy for things to go wrong, and it's hard to recover. The current issue was simple: what kind of technology should he introduce next? Yi Su began to think deeply. He rubbed his temples, and just then, the screen of the computer beside him suddenly lit up. The artificial intelligence REM, created by Yi Su, appeared on the screen. She looked at Yi Su and asked, "Master, you look like you're in a lot of pain. Did you encounter any troublesome matters?" "It's not a big problem. I'm just thinking about what else the humans in this world need." Yi Su shook his head and said, "What else do the humans of this world need?" Rem heard this and paused for a moment before immediately responding. "The humans of this world lack so many things. The poor lack money, the hungry lack food, the lonely lack companionship, and those bound by constraints yearn for freedom. There are so many things they lack." "I don't know what you mean, Master." Yi Su shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." "Then what does the Master mean?" Rem looked at Yi Su and asked. Yi Su heard this and looked at Rem. Rem looked at Yi Su and asked, "Is there something strange about Rem? Why is the Master staring at Rem like this?" "Thanks to Rem, I've found the answer," Yi Su said with a smile. "The Master found the answer? Congratulations to the Master. It's good that the Master found the answer." Rem didn't pry further, asking Yi Su what exactly he had found, but simply smiled and said. Yi Su nodded and then said, "The next task requires your assistance." "Master, please give your orders," Rem said obediently. What Yi Su had in mind was nothing more than 4 words: artificial intelligence. He wanted to promote artificial intelligence. In this world, the direction humans have been researching and striving for in AI is completely wrong. From the perspective of scientists in this world, to create an intelligent AI, one must make the computer's processing speed, reaction speed, and programming more agile and comprehensive. By presetting various conditions, triggers, outcomes, and response measures, they aim to give intelligence a human-like state. However, this was not true intelligence. But there's no other way. It's an inevitable method, because humans simply cannot endow machines with the ability to think. From a fundamental programming perspective, this is impossible. However, for Yi Su, this is merely a matter of the complexity or simplicity of the code. Yi Su can create true artificial intelligence through code, which is an entirely different matter. Chapter 35, The 6th Launch Event. Yi Su aims to fully integrate artificial intelligence into human society. However, he understands that the plan for expanding intelligence must not be carried out recklessly. If artificial intelligence at REM's level were to become ubiquitous, it would easily lead to chaos, instantly stifling human technological progress and causing many fields to stagnate completely. This is no joke. In the history Yi Su knew from his previous life, many planets had experienced such situations. In certain fields, development reached its limits, causing the technological tree to become completely distorted. Even after 10,000 years of development, they failed to reach the level of a cosmic civilization. Ultimately, they had to reset the technological tree to gradually restore the pace of civilizational progress. The technological tree must be developed in a balanced manner. This is a lesson learned the hard way. To paraphrase an ancient Eastern proverb, yin without yang is dead, yang without yin is stagnant. If REM's intelligence level is equivalent to 10 standard points, then the artificial intelligence Yisu plans to deploy is roughly only 1 standard point. Even so, it would still completely outclass all existing intelligence systems worldwide. This is an inherent difference. The most advanced artificial intelligence currently available on the market would at most be rated at 0.5 standard points, and that's already a very generous assessment. However, while such an intelligence system is advanced, its widespread adoption presents a significant challenge. How to promote this intelligence system on a global scale and get everyone to accept it is also a significant challenge. Indeed, Yisu's intelligence system is indeed advanced, but it is not like virtual reality devices, which are eye-catching standalone products. This intelligence system must rely on human smartphones and computers to function. However, in this world, whether it's computers or smartphones, there are already established systems in place. Where would Yisu's intelligence system fit in? Although Yisu's system is indeed outstanding, and no combination of existing systems can match it, whether people will adopt it and agree to replace their current systems is an entirely different matter. Additionally, how much resistance will this face? How many financial giants in the electronics industry would oppose such a development? If Yisu were to collaborate with them, there might be some possibility, but Yisu has no intention of working for others. Therefore, although Yisu has created this intelligence system, its promotion has become the biggest challenge. Yisu didn't dwell on the issue further. Since he couldn't come up with a solution in the short term, wasting more time on it wasn't worth it. Thus, Yisu temporarily set the plan aside and asked Rem to handle it. Rem kept running simulations, analyzing, and searching for solutions. He believed that a perfect solution would be found soon. In the meantime, Yisu just had to wait. Meanwhile, Yisu's truly groundbreaking virtual reality device was capturing the attention and discussion of people worldwide. Whether domestically or internationally, the intensity of the discussions showed no signs of waning. Instead of fading from public view over time, the discussions grew increasingly heated. Rem had collected information on this topic, providing domestic data alongside analyses of data from various countries abroad. In this internet age, information exchange has become simple, allowing people worldwide to discuss together. The emergence of this virtual reality device has sparked enthusiasm among everyone. Genesis Technology's first true virtual reality device is officially named 6. This is not an abbreviation, it is the full name, and it is simply called 6. The moment the name was revealed, people around the world began speculating about the meaning behind the two letters 6 and what they might represent. Genesis Technology did not provide an explanation but instead announced another groundbreaking piece of news. Genesis Technology is set to launch the global debut of the first generation 6. This sent the entire world into a frenzy. True virtual reality. The first generation of 6 is about to be released globally. Upon receiving this news, the New York Times immediately published this headline. They had been monitoring this development for an unknown period of time and had finally waited for such news. How could they not report it extensively? For a newspaper, capturing the public's attention is their utmost mission. In the newspaper, the New York Times reported, in the distant East, a technology company in the Eastern Kingdom released a 30-second advertisement globally long ago. The content of the advertisement captured the attention of everyone around the world. That was true virtual reality. After the ad was released, everyone believed it was just a massive scam. Only low IQ fools would believe such an obvious lie. The world's technology hadn't advanced to that level yet. Moreover, even if such a thing were invented, it should have been invented by a country. How could an underdeveloped Eastern country possibly have the capability to invent something like that? Almost everyone doubted them. Amidst the constant skepticism, the tech company remained unwavering. Instead, they continued to secure large-scale loans. According to reports from insiders, the content of their advertisement is likely genuine. Yes, this truly mind-boggling virtual reality device is not a scam, it is real. And today, this tech company that has captured global attention, Genesis, has announced the following news. The launch event for the world's first groundbreaking virtual reality device, 6, is about to take place. Chapter 36, The Eve of the Launch Event. With the release of Genesis Technology's announcement, the entire world was abuzz. On the other side of the globe, all newspapers and media outlets in MA were frenetically reporting on the matter. Except for the New York Times, other newspapers were naturally not to be outdone. The Wall Street Journal, the launch of a true virtual reality device will cause the global economy to shift, and the world is changing. The Los Angeles Times, today, the world is abuzz as the launch of the virtual reality device 6 is counting down. With media coverage, this already widely spread news has now become common knowledge, with almost everyone aware of it. Everyone is discussing 6, whether they are from MA, BN, Launchy, or YN, all are talking about one thing: how many units of 6 will be sold in their country? Will they be able to purchase virtual reality devices? And what will the pricing be? Those wealthy individuals who were previously refused early purchase requests by Yisu are now furious and have vowed never to touch this so-called virtual reality device again. Even in the days leading up to this announcement, they were venting their anger and slandering the device. However, once the news broke, they immediately changed their minds. There was no way around it. The true appeal of virtual reality devices was simply too overwhelming. Global distributors and merchants are all eager to get involved, reaching out to Genesis Technology Company to explore potential collaborations. However, these individuals did not realize that their actions were already too late. Long before this, countless others had already contacted Yisu's company seeking collaboration. How could they possibly wait until now? East Los Angeles. High-tech industrial park. Yisu's company has moved. The original building's first floor was no longer sufficient for Genesis Technology Company's current needs. The new Genesis Technology Company is now located in a corner of the high-tech park, occupying a spacious area. There is a large building there, and Genesis Technology Company has taken over the entire building. The number of employees has grown from fewer than 100 to nearly 1,000. These individuals were carefully selected through a rigorous screening process, with REM assisting in the selection, ensuring that every employee is a top talent. Genesis Technology Company is now world-renowned and has no trouble attracting talent. As a result, the criteria for joining the company are extremely stringent. However, while the criteria are strict, they are also fair. Every assessment is crucial, and there is no room for arbitrary decisions based on the interviewer's whim. For instance, randomly rejecting half the resumes and claiming that those who weren't selected simply lacked luck or weren't qualified to join Genesis Technology Company is an absurd practice that would never occur here. In the highest meeting room of Genesis Technology Company, only two people were discussing matters. One is the company's president and CEO, Yushua Chin, and the other is naturally Yisu. After hearing Yushua Chin's proposal, Yisu couldn't help but roll his eyes at her and said, "You want me to host the virtual reality launch event?" "Yes, this is the conclusion I reached after careful consideration." Yushua Chin nodded and said, "Then you really did think about it for nothing. I'm not the right person for this." Yisu shook his head and said, "Besides, I don't have any time to waste on this. I heard that you've developed an intelligence system recently, but you're thinking about how to promote it. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Seeing Yisu refuse, Yushuachin blinked her eyes and smiled, shifting the topic to something else. "You have an idea?" Yisu looked at her and asked, "What's your idea?" "Do you want to hear it, Mr. Yi?" Yushuachin asked. Yisu looked at her and said indifferently, "I don't want to hear it. Because I know you probably want to run my intelligence system on 6 to promote it, right? If you can think of that, I can think of it too." Upon hearing Yisu's words, Yushuachin's face turned awkward. There was no doubt that Yisu had hit the nail on the head with his words, leaving her speechless for a moment. "Of course I will run my intelligence system on the 6. The 6 is currently lacking such a feature. However, it's not yet qualified to be widely promoted." Yisu shook his head and said, "I still firmly believe that Mr. Yi is the most suitable candidate. No one is more qualified than him." Yushuachin shifted the topic back again. "Give me a reason." Yisu looked at her. "Because these things were all researched and created by Mr. Yi. There is no one in the world who understands them better than Mr. Yi. Therefore, when it comes to the global launch of the first generation 6, Mr. Yi is the most suitable candidate. Is there any doubt about that?" Yushuachin said decisively, "The importance of this launch goes without saying. Even if I were to take the stage myself, I might not be able to pull it off perfectly, but Mr. Yi is different." Yushuachin stared intently at Yisu with a determined expression. Under such a gaze, Yisu sighed helplessly and said, "All right, as you wish. I'll host this global launch event for the first generation 6. Chapter 37, The Launch Event. On this day, the eyes of the entire world were focused here. Magic City, National Grand Theater. The theater had been redesigned and renovated days earlier to serve as the 6th launch event venue. The Grand Theater, capable of accommodating 5,500 people, was nearly the size of a sports arena. Those fortunate enough to be present were all prominent figures from around the world. Compared to a typical launch event, the attendance of 5,500 people was in a completely different league. Despite this, the tickets were still incredibly rare, and many people were unable to secure a spot, resorting to watching the live stream from home. Perhaps only by transforming the venue into a sports stadium capable of holding 5,000 or 6,000 people could everyone with the means to attend step foot inside. However, such a launch event is simply impossible to hold in a sports stadium. The National Grand Theater is the best choice. The event has not officially begun yet, with half an hour remaining until the start. The venue is completely packed, with no empty seats. This is a historic moment. Today's event is being broadcast live by numerous television stations. The level of attention is far greater than that of a certain Apple event held not long ago. CCTV has created a special program for today's event and will broadcast it live in its entirety. Foreign television stations are doing the same. Billions of people were glued to their TV screens or computer monitors, eagerly awaiting Yisu's appearance. Backstage, Yisu was resting. Yushuachin, standing beside him, looked at Yisu with admiration. She was well aware of the immense pressure Yisu was about to face. It wasn't just the gaze of 5,500 people, but the attention of billions more behind the cameras. Under such intense scrutiny, Yisu couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. Just thinking about it makes one's legs feel weak. The pressure was like a mountain, capable of crushing a person with ease. However, Yisu showed no signs of tension. His expression remained calm, his emotions unruffled, and every movement exuded an air of casual confidence. Such composure left Yu Shuochen utterly in awe. She couldn't help but think, indeed, geniuses are different, aren't they? Are you not nervous at all? Yu Shuochen hesitated for a moment before finally asking, looking at Yisu. Nervous? Yisu was taken aback by the question. After thinking it over, he realized that, logically speaking, someone his age shouldn't be this calm. But what exactly does being nervous feel like? Yisu pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm actually very nervous." "Are you serious?" Yu Shuochen looked at Yisu skeptically, not believing a word of it. "Well, I'm just expressionless," Yisu shrugged. "Is that so? But it doesn't matter, right? We're about to go on stage." Yu Shuochen half believed her and asked, looking at Yisu. "Of course it's okay. I've made mistakes before," Yisu said casually. "Right." Half an hour flew by in the blink of an eye, and it was 9 o'clock time for the press conference. The lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed. On the stage of the Grand Theater, a huge screen quietly lit up, illuminating the venue. At the same time, Yu Shuochen, dressed in a professional outfit and looking particularly stunning, walked onto the stage. She held the microphone and spoke loudly. "Friends from all over the world who have come to attend this press conference, I am Yu Shuochen, President and CEO of Genesis Technology Company, Limited. I welcome you all." Instantly, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone clapped enthusiastically, their expressions filled with excitement as they looked at her. At the same time, viewers watching the live stream around the world were surprised to see Yu Shuochen, the female CEO of Genesis Technology, looking so stunning. She was truly young and talented. Yu Shuochen's legs trembled slightly, and her palms were sweaty, but she forced herself to remain calm and composed. Today's launch event was crucial, she couldn't afford to mess it up. Yu Shuochen continued, "Although I'm delighted to be here with all of you today, the one who will be hosting the launch event is not me, but our company's chairman and the developer of the virtual reality devices, Mr. Yisu. I'm sure you're all more eager to hear from Mr. Yisu, so without further ado, please welcome Mr. Yisu to the stage." Yu Shuochen then stepped off the stage. Yisu walked directly to the center of the stage. Behind him, a massive screen projected his figure several times larger, allowing everyone in the Grand Theater to see him clearly. In an instant, flashes of light erupted wildly. Countless flashes blinded everyone's eyes. Yisu's expression was cold and indifferent, his face calm and composed. His youthful appearance, almost to the point of innocence, left everyone watching the live stream around the world stunned. How young is he? He's not even an adult yet, is he? Is this the chairman of Genesis Technology? Is this the developer of virtual reality devices? Are you kidding me? Chapter 38, Global Attention. At this moment, people from every corner of the world, regardless of nationality or ethnicity, could only express their astonishment with a single profanity. Chinese people exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Others might have used or something similar. No one could have imagined that the true creator of virtual reality devices was such a young teenager. The first thought that crossed everyone's mind was, "This is unbelievable. How is that even possible?" By common sense, what qualifications does such a young person have to invent such high-tech products? This is a truly groundbreaking virtual reality technology. It might become the greatest invention of the past few decades. And such an invention was created by such a young boy. Although everyone knew that on such a stage facing billions of people worldwide, Genesis Technology wouldn't joke around, there had been rumors beforehand that the inventor of the virtual reality device was very young. But no one could have imagined he was this young. OMG. My goodness. This can't be true. Is he really the inventor of virtual reality devices? He's the chairman of Genesis Technology Company? My goodness, he's way too young. This doesn't make any sense. I know there are geniuses in this world, but even the most brilliant person at this age should still be in school. How could someone achieve such success at this age? How is this possible? At the Grand Theater, the prominent figures from all over the world couldn't help but utter their astonishment as they watched Yisu under the spotlight. Although these prominent figures understood that reality can often be absurd, this was simply too absurd. This was simply too much for them to accept at once. Truly an immortal genius. Back home, everyone watching the young boy on TV couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "What is a genius? This is what a true genius is." In MA country, everyone stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but curse. Why was virtual reality technology invented for such a young boy? Our country allocates billions of dollars annually for scientific research, yet those scientists must have wasted it all. They haven't developed anything worthwhile. This is absurd. In BN country, everyone watched Yisu on TV and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "What kind of international joke is this? Is this real? Is this really happening? It's hard to believe." In YN country, everyone excitedly raised their hands high toward the person on the screen and cheered, "Look. This is the genius who can change the world." Although he is a genius from another country, for someone of this caliber, any achievement he makes is a leap forward for the entire human civilization. This is the greatest person. At that moment, countless people began to focus on Yisu, marveling, sighing, praising, and envying him. Glory, honor, admiration, greatness, and immortality all belong to Yisu in this moment. At that moment, Yisu stood at the pinnacle of all humanity. The prominent figures on Earth instantly increased their attention toward Yisu by an immeasurable degree. Every detail about Yisu was dug up. They thoroughly investigated his entire past, yet upon truly understanding it, they couldn't help but be stunned. By all accounts, such a genius should have shown signs of exceptional talent from a young age, even if born into an ordinary family. Such a prodigy should have stood out from the crowd during their school days. However, what the influential figures uncovered was that Yisu had been a troublesome rich kid with a checkered past, having committed numerous immoral acts and even breaking the law. If it weren't for his privileged upbringing and his minor status, many of his misdeeds could have been settled with money, and he would have been locked up long ago, likely not released until he was at least 20 years old. How could he have had the opportunity to invent this truly groundbreaking virtual reality device? That's just wishful thinking. Moreover, during his school days, his grades were poor, and he showed no signs of genius. He was just a naive, wealthy fool. A troubled rich kid and a once-in-a-billion super genius, these two are completely unrelated. Though the bigwigs couldn't believe it, that was the truth. Not long ago, Yisu was just a troubled rich kid with a criminal record. No one could have imagined that such a young man would first discover King Tengsu, a chemical compound capable of completely curing liver cancer, winning the Nobel Prize in medicine, and then turn his attention to research, inventing a virtual reality device that only exists in science fiction movies. This must be cheating. This is definitely cheating. Can ordinary humans really achieve such feats? Some people have even started to suspect that Yisu might have traveled back in time. Or perhaps, some have even begun to wonder if Yisu is an alien? Either way, it makes sense. Some organizations have already set their sights on Yisu. In fact, Yisu is well aware that he has already been targeted. Since stepping onto this stage, his life is destined to be anything but peaceful, filled with danger at every turn. However, such circumstances are child's play for Yisu. Kidnapping? Assassination? In his previous life, Yisu had already experienced such incidents countless times, and the level of danger back then was incomparable to what he faced now. Therefore, after gaining control of vast resources, Yisu does not believe that any organization, aside from the state apparatus, could pose a threat to him. He only wanted to say one thing to those people. You're all too young. Chapter 39, the press conference is underway. Yisu walked with steady steps, his demeanor relaxed and casual, showing little signs of tension. Additionally, the corners of his mouth curved into a confident smile, making him appear highly charismatic. Though his suit gave off a hint of youthfulness, it was overshadowed by his refined good looks. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he was the focus of global attention. The grand theater echoed with various exclamations in multiple languages. Facing such cheers, Yisu remained composed. He looked at everyone in the venue with a calm expression, then glanced at the Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan sisters sitting nearby, and finally looked at the camera, nodding slightly as a gesture of greeting to everyone. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had been specially invited by Yisu. Originally, Yisu had no intention of bringing them along. They should have stayed home to focus on their research. What was the point of coming here to join the crowd? It was completely meaningless. But for the two girls, it was a different story. This was a historic moment, and such an important event was something they couldn't possibly miss. They had insisted, and Yisu had eventually agreed to let them come. For the two girls, Yisu at that moment was utterly captivating. They knew exactly how many people were watching him at that instant. Despite the immense pressure, he seemed completely unaware, moving with ease and grace. He was truly remarkable. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan stared at Yisu on stage, completely captivated, unable to tear their eyes away. In fact, most of the girls present at the venue shared this feeling. At this moment, Yisu exuded a unique charm from the inside out. Yisu didn't care about any of this. He looked into the microphone and began to speak. Welcome everyone to the launch event for the first-generation virtual reality device, 6. I am the inventor and pioneer of 6, as well as the sole director of Genesis Technology Company. My name is Yisu. I know that most of you here don't know me, but I also know that from today onward from this very moment no one will be able to ignore me. Yisu's opening remarks seemed casual, not directly introducing 6 but starting with a self-introduction. However, this was understandable, as 6 was his invention, so such an opening was appropriate. The term virtual reality is likely familiar to everyone. This concept began circulating several years ago and was even used in science fiction films long before that, portraying it as something as distant and fantastical as conquering the universe. However, with the application of VR technology, people have gradually begun to explore this field. But, at best, this is merely a simulation of virtual reality. Without a mental link device, all virtual reality is nothing more than a joke. Yisu's words, though ordinary, were spot on, hitting the nail on the head. Everyone who heard them couldn't help but nod in agreement. This local press conference was broadcast live globally. Yisu spoke in Mandarin, which only Chinese people could understand. Most foreigners couldn't understand a word, but the TV stations had already prepared interpreters fluent in Chinese. As soon as Yisu finished speaking, the interpreters immediately translated his words, allowing everyone to understand what he was saying. Looking at everyone in the Grand Theater, Yisu continued, but from now on, things will be different. The virtual reality devices I have created will completely change this situation and effortlessly surpass all existing VR devices on the market. Though this may sound harsh to the manufacturers, it is an undeniable fact. The emergence of 6 signifies innovation. It signifies the arrival of a new era. Yisu's words grew increasingly passionate, and everyone was moved by his words, their emotions running high. Everyone clapped spontaneously. Yisu raised both hands to quiet the applause. Once the room fell silent, he continued, "Today, you will witness this historic moment. I believe you have all been waiting for this for a long time, and some of you may even be growing impatient. But I assure you, your wait will be worth it. The first true virtual reality device, 6, will now be revealed before your eyes." Behind the stage, a lift slowly raised the virtual reality device Yisu had been researching, revealing it to everyone present. "This is the true virtual reality device 6. Yisu pointed at the device and said, "Wow!" In an instant, the conference hall erupted into chaos. Everyone couldn't help but lean forward, fixating their gaze on the virtual reality device 6 that Yisu was showcasing. Of course, the venue was so large that those seated further away couldn't see what it looked like. However, there was no need to worry. The massive screen behind Yisu had already magnified the virtual reality device 6 dozens of times over, allowing everyone to see its appearance. It was even smaller than a standard 6 device, incredibly compact. Could such a compact device truly be the real-deal virtual reality device 6 capable of mental linking? Everyone at the press conference, as well as those watching on TV screens and computer monitors, couldn't help but voice their doubts upon seeing this 6 device. Chapter 40, the test subject is Tim Cook. Backstage, Yushua Chin watched Yisu's performance on stage and couldn't help but admire him. "That's impressive." She had originally thought that Yisu might feel a bit nervous, as a young person in such a large setting, but Yisu showed no signs of nervousness at all. From start to finish, he remained composed and confident, with no flaws to be found. The entire process seemed effortless. Beside Yushua Chin stood her assistant and secretary, a cute girl wearing glasses. In the workplace, appearance still mattered. Even if one wasn't stunningly beautiful, one couldn't be too unattractive. Her appearance was considered excellent, which was the best one could hope for. Her name was Qinglian. Qing was a rare and beautiful surname, while Lian was a common name. However, when combined, the two characters created an extraordinary effect, giving her a fresh and elegant aura that was easy to remember. Qinglian is also an exceptionally young woman whose name matches her character. She is talented, beautiful, and young, with a gentle personality. As the president's secretary, she is quite popular in the company, with many people wanting to pursue her, but none have succeeded. She hasn't even been on a single date. In reality, this has to do with Qinglian's perspective. During the time she spent with Yushua Chin, she was exposed to so many things that she naturally looked down on the ordinary employees at the company. If there was anyone at the company who made her admire and feel unattainable, it was undoubtedly Yisu. This young chairman, every time they meet, makes Qinglian feel as though she is facing an abyss utterly unfathomable. His very existence feels like a mystery. However, it was precisely this that made Yisu so appealing to her. At that moment, Qinglian stared at Yisu on stage, her eyes sparkling with admiration. There was no doubt that the first-generation virtual reality device, 6, was a product that would allow everyone to glimpse the future. Yisu picked up the 6 device glasses. "I specifically designed a separate intelligence system named Spirit for this virtual reality device. This system will run the 6 device perfectly, making everyone feel incredibly thoughtful. By the way, even now, there are probably still many people who don't believe it, thinking that so-called virtual reality devices are nothing more than a shameless scam. Such things are like something out of a science fiction movie. How could they possibly exist in the real world?" Yisu gave a faint smile and said, "But now, I believe no one can deny its existence. Next, I will demonstrate the actual performance of this virtual reality device, 6. All the scenes within the 6 device will appear on the large screen behind me. Is there anyone here who would like to give it a try?" Yisu looked at all the attendees at the launch event and asked, "Me. Pick me. Me. Choose me. Choose me." As soon as Yisu finished speaking, the entire audience at the press conference erupted into chaos. No one had expected that they would have the opportunity to witness this groundbreaking virtual reality device. Such a rare opportunity, how could they miss out on experiencing it? Everyone raised their hands, pleading for Yisu to choose them. Meanwhile, the TV cameras shifted, and the sight of everyone at the press conference raising their arms high was seen by people all over the world. Everyone watching at home on TV looked at them with envy. Although the chances of being chosen were slim, at least they had a chance better than having none at all. Yisu scanned the crowd at the press conference and then spoke into the microphone. "I see an interesting gentleman. Not long ago, he also held a press conference. I never expected him to attend my press conference. He is the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. As Yi-Soo pointed, the camera immediately shifted focus, and everyone at the scene also looked over, instantly spotting Tim Cook sitting in the front row. Tim Cook seemed taken aback by being singled out and caught on camera, immediately flashing a modest smile. The CEO of Apple? Tim Cook? Cook actually came here. It's Cook himself. He really came. He's really something. How many other big names are here? Just pointing randomly, and it landed on Tim Cook. This press conference is really something. Tim Cook is just a lucky guest. As the camera pans over Tim Cook, both those watching on TV and computers and those at the event can't help but start discussing it. As Tim Cook stood up, the event venue erupted in thunderous applause, with everyone welcoming Tim Cook to the stage. Tim Cook waved his hand and walked onto the stage. He took the microphone and said in broken Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm truly surprised that you chose me to be a tester for 6. It's an honor for me." "It is equally my honor, Mr. Cook," Yi-Soo smiled and said. At that moment, the world watched in awe. Chapter 41, Cook's Shock. In fact, up until now, I have remained skeptical about the so-called true meaning of virtual reality. Please forgive my boldness, but your product is simply too hard to believe. After finishing his awkward Chinese opening remarks, Tim Cook spoke fluently in English. At this moment, like most rational people, I remain skeptical about your product. Though I'm not rushing to dismiss it, I certainly don't agree with it. I sincerely hope that Mr. Yi-Soo can dispel my doubts. Personally, I am eager to witness the arrival of this new era and sincerely hope that we can collaborate in the future. As you wish, Mr. Cook. Yi-Soo smiled and said, "Please put on this virtual reality device." The two conversed, one in English and the other in Chinese, yet there was no sense of incongruity, for this stage belonged to the world. Tim Cook nodded, took the virtual reality device handed to him by Yi-Soo, the first generation 6, and slowly put it on while lying down on the prepared chair. "Are you ready, Mr. Cook?" Yi-Soo looked at Cook. "Yes, though I'm a bit nervous, I think I'm ready now, Mr. Yi-Soo." Tim Cook, lying comfortably in the chair, nodded and said. Yi-Soo nodded and said, "Now, I will activate the 6 for you." At the same time, everyone present here and everyone watching on TV will be able to see everything you see on the large screen behind me. For everyone's convenience, I will activate the third-person view instead of Mr. Cook's first-person view. The moment to witness the first generation of virtual reality 6 is about to begin. As Yi-Soo spoke, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, staring intently at Mr. Cook lying on the chair. The once bustling conference hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The contrast was truly striking. In fact, not only the audience at the venue, but everyone watching on TV and computers around the world fell silent at that moment. The moment of witnessing a miracle was about to unfold. Someone murmured softly. If there were ever a day when the entire world fell silent, it would undoubtedly be today. Everyone was fixated on Yi-Soo and Mr. Cook. Originally, some people were worried that this press conference might be a carefully orchestrated scam, but when Mr. Cook appeared, they realized their concerns were unfounded. If it had been a scam, someone would have exposed it by now. The prominent figures present were not so easily deceived. Moreover, the one being tested was none other than the CEO of Apple, Mr. Cook. Though he paled in comparison to the late Steve Jobs, he was still a super celebrity, watched by hundreds of millions of people. Such a figure would never collude in a lie. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Yi-Soo activated the 6 device. A soft beep sounded, and the device successfully activated. Yi-Soo smiled and said, "The device has successfully started. The next few seconds are the buffer time. This is the connection time for the mental link device, which requires the user's consent. If you persist in refusing, you can close your eyes, and the mental link will fail. Mr. Cook, please do not close your eyes." "Yes, that's right." "Good, Mr. Cook, you have successfully entered the virtual reality world." "We've entered the virtual reality world?" Everyone immediately turned their attention to the large screen. On the screen was a luxurious office. Mr. Cook was sitting in the office chair. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around, feeling a bit disoriented. In the first moment, he couldn't process where he was. However, he quickly regained his bearings. Looking around, he said, "I was just in the theater receiving a virtual reality device test. Now I've suddenly arrived here. Is this the virtual reality world?" He then began to explore the room with curiosity. Everything around him was incredibly realistic, making it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. "This is truly amazing." Cook couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "What else can I do here?" Cook asked, looking around. He knew he could communicate with Yi-Soo. Yi-Soo took out his phone and sent a message to Mr. Cook inside. A status bar appeared above Cook. He paused for a moment, tapped the status bar, and instantly saw the message Yi-Soo had sent him. "Mr. Cook, I have granted you the highest permissions. You can modify everything in this room as you wish. However, this will require a significant amount of energy and may quickly exhaust your mental state. For the sake of achieving the best test results, you can go ahead and do as you please." I can change everything in this room as I please? Cook paused, pointed at the room, and said, make it a simpler room. As soon as Cook finished speaking, the entire room vanished instantly and reappeared shortly after, revealing a simple Western-style office before Cook's eyes. OMG! This is amazing! Cook stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is incredible! Is this truly virtual reality? This virtual world is amazing! How did they achieve this level of realism? Chapter 42. The press conference concluded successfully. Cook was stunned by everything before him. Though he had expected virtual reality to be real, he never imagined it could be this advanced. This virtual world was like a second reality. Such a level far exceeded his expectations. This is incredible. Cook looked at his hands, touched his body, felt his heart beating, and couldn't help but say again. Cook was stunned by everything before him, and everyone around the world watching on TV was equally shocked by the scenes unfolding before them. Even as the press conference began, and even though many people had already confirmed that virtual reality devices were real and not a scam, the majority of people still couldn't bring themselves to believe it. It simply defied common sense, and no matter what anyone said, they wouldn't believe it. But now it was completely different. They had seen virtual reality with their own eyes, and for a moment, it felt like their worldview had been completely redefined. MA National Technology Research Institute. A group of people in white uniforms gathered around a large screen, which was displaying Isu's press conference. Upon seeing the scenes unfolding before them, all the scientists and researchers couldn't help but cover their eyes. Oh my god, it's real! It's real! How could this be real? This is too absurd! Too absurd! Compared to ordinary people who were more willing to accept this reality, these scientists, even after witnessing the scenes before them, still couldn't bring themselves to believe it. The reason was simple: these people knew better than anyone else how incredibly difficult it was to develop virtual reality technology to this level. Without a breakthrough in technology, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat within the next century. Yet here, in the current state of technology, someone had managed to create virtual reality technology with their own hands. In that moment, these tech researchers felt as though their worldview had been shattered, their expressions dazed and disoriented. A luxurious mansion. The people gathered here watching the TV were all wealthy second-generation individuals. Instead of their usual wild behavior or drug use, they were all gathered around the TV, watching the live broadcast. Soon, when the press conference confirmed that virtual reality was indeed real, these wealthy young people couldn't help but jump up. My god, this is so cool! This is the real deal, true virtual reality, not a joke. Cool. Flawless. Amazing. I want to play a virtual reality game first. I want to go wild in the virtual world and enjoy the kind of carefree life in GTA 5. Genesis Technology Company is amazing. This young genius is incredible. Hurrah! Hurrah! After confirming that virtual reality isn't a hoax, everyone couldn't help but start celebrating. Most ordinary people, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but get excited. This is a historic moment. A miracle has truly happened. This is the virtual reality world. Another world. It's truly amazing. I really want to know how much this virtual reality device costs. It definitely won't be cheap, right? Yes, it definitely won't be cheap. Such high-end equipment is likely to come with a staggering price tag. Sigh, it's so great to be rich. At the product launch event, everyone stood up as soon as the images appeared on the screen, and before anyone knew it, cheers erupted from the crowd. Amazing! So amazing! It's really been achieved, true virtual reality. This is actually true. I still can't believe it. It's really true. Amazing! Amazing! So amazing! It's true. It's changing the world. That's amazing. I'm truly impressed. Everyone was cheering from the bottom of their hearts, using every possible word of praise to commend the young man on stage. At that moment, glory belonged to him. However, what puzzled everyone was that this young man named Jisoo, though he had a faint smile on his lips, remained so composed, showing no signs of excitement. In such an exhilarating moment, why could he remain so calm? It was truly perplexing. If these people knew that Jisoo didn't value such glory at all, they'd probably be speechless. However, no one would think of that, as it was simply too bizarre. Jisoo listened to the cheers, raised his hands, and pressed them down, signaling everyone to quiet down. As Jisoo made his gesture, the conference hall fell silent once more. Jisoo continued to explain the convenience of this sixth device, its detailed functions, and the points to note. He spoke with great earnestness, but unfortunately, everyone seemed distracted, their eyes fixed solely on the sixth device. However, this had nothing to do with him. He just needed to finish his presentation. After all, this sixth launch event had been a complete success. At the end of the event, Jisoo announced the price of the virtual reality device. The base version was priced at 300,000 renminbi. The luxury version was priced at 500,000 renminbi. As for prices in other regions, they will be converted accordingly. This price is by no means inexpensive. Most ordinary people cannot afford it, as it is not a small sum. Those with the financial means to purchase it are few and far between. However, those who can afford it are not exactly rare either. With only 1 million units available for global release, it will be snapped up in no time. Finally, he reiterated the official launch date for 6. And with that, the 6 launch event concluded successfully. Chapter 43, What is the new invention? The first generation 6, the true virtual reality device, was officially unveiled, and the entire world began to stir because of this device. This is the dawn of a new era: virtual reality devices, another world. How advanced has Eastern technology become? How many years ahead of other nations? The rise of the ancient Eastern nation, with technology that transcends the times, has emerged in the East. The 6, the divine artifact. This is a testament to the times. A new world is about to arrive. Around the world, whether in MA, launcher, Russia, Germany, Italy, Thai, or Myanmar, reports of all kinds began to flood in. Everyone feels as though the world has changed completely. The arrival of a new era has left many people bewildered. Who could have imagined that the Eastern nation, still considered a developing country, could develop such a marvelous device as virtual reality technology? And it was created by a young researcher. When did Eastern technology, also on Earth, reach this level? At this moment, Yisu had become the symbol of the East, and people around the world were utterly shocked by the sudden rise of the East. As the world's leading superpower, MA Nation had always boasted the world's top technological standards, but at this moment, it had been completely outclassed. The people of MA Nation found it hard to accept, feeling deeply distressed. The changes were happening too quickly, they had no idea what was going on. In fact, even people from the Eastern countries themselves were completely baffled. Some European countries have begun secretly contacting Eastern high-ranking officials, offering numerous benefits, including banned technological documents, precious materials, and production methods, in hopes of establishing a good relationship. After all, how could the technological capabilities of a nation compare to those of civilian technology? There's no comparison. Now that someone has actually developed true virtual reality devices, just how advanced is the Eastern officials' technological level? It's enough to send a chill down your spine. In response to the flattery and overtures from other nations, the Eastern official leadership naturally accepted them with a smile, stating that they were committed to world peace and would never provoke conflict, and asked all nations to rest assured. Such a generic response left many national leaders feeling helpless, but there was little they could do. After the 6th launch event concluded, the leaders of the Eastern nation, including several busy top officials, immediately convened an emergency meeting. The topic of discussion, of course, was Yisu. The first chief, glancing at the documents in front of him, smiled and said, "Although I had anticipated this day, I never imagined that Yisu would cause such a stir, instantly capturing the world's attention. It's like he's playing the piano out of tune. Young people always like to make a splash, that's a good thing. However, we must handle our attitude toward Yisu with precision." The second-ranked leader spoke slowly. "Yes, that's extremely important." The third-ranked leader nodded in agreement. "In our nation, it's not easy to produce such a genius among geniuses. Not only is he top-notch in scientific research, but he's also exceptionally skilled in medicine. Such a once-in-a-thousand-years genius is a strategic-level talent." Old Lee is right. Yisu is indeed a strategic-level talent. No matter what, we must ensure Yisu's safety. After making such a splash at the press conference, he will inevitably attract significant trouble. Spies from various countries may go to extreme lengths to target Yisu for assassination. We must keep a close eye on this aspect. The first chief nodded and said, "At present, Yisu still feels a strong sense of belonging to the East. We must not push him too hard in this regard. We should ease up a bit, offer him some benefits, and make him understand that his homeland is the best." Yisu was unaware that, following the conclusion of the press conference, the world's most powerful figures had convened an emergency meeting regarding him. After the press conference, Genesis High-Tech Company held a small celebration, attended only by the most core members. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, thanks to their good relationship with Yisu, were able to attend the celebration. At the celebration, Yisu sipped juice while sitting in a quiet corner, deep in thought. Normally, a man sitting in the corner at a celebration would be the least popular person, but Yisu was entirely different. Even sitting in the corner, he seemed like the center of the entire celebration. Because he was there, everyone else could relax. "Mentor, why do you look so unhappy? The launch event was such a huge success." Lin Zixuan noticed Yisu's furrowed brows and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Zixuan sat to Yisu's left, and Lin Zixuan naturally sat to his right. She nodded and whispered, "Yeah." Yisu shook his head and said, "I was just thinking." "Is that so?" The two women heard this and didn't press further about what Yisu was thinking, as he didn't seem eager to elaborate, so they didn't ask any more questions. As for what Yisu was actually thinking about, that was naturally about what kind of technological breakthroughs he should present next. Chapter 44, New Materials and New Energy. While Yisu was deep in thought, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan stayed quietly by his side, not making a sound, behaving very obediently. For the two of them, being able to stay by Yisu's side was already enough happiness. Though they didn't speak, they seemed slightly lonely, but that was fine. Not far from Yisu, Qinglian, standing beside Yushuachin, couldn't help but glance over at Yisu's side, looking at the two beautiful women by his side. Her expression grew somber. Though she had expected this, knowing that Yisu had these two twin beauties by his side, seeing it with her own eyes still made her feel a bit disappointed. This meant she had little chance now, didn't it? No, she hadn't had many chances to begin with. It was extremely slim. Yushuachin, noticing Qinglian's distracted gaze toward Yisu, smiled and said, "If you want to go over and talk to them, just go." Ha! Qinglian blushed upon hearing Yushuachin's words, shook her head hurriedly, and said, "Why would I go over there? From the way you look, you really want to go talk to him. You probably don't know Mr. Yi very well. Actually, he's quite approachable and not as aloof as he seems on the surface." Yushuachin smiled dismissively, then added with a meaningful glance, "No way." Qinglian shook her head again. "I'm just looking around. You've misunderstood, Mr. Yu." "Is that so?" Yushuachin smiled and didn't pursue the topic further. In truth, even if Qinglian went over to talk, there wasn't much hope anyway. Yisu was thinking about what invention he should come up with. In the past few days, he had already come up with 3 things. One was King Tengsu, a drug in the field of medicine that could effectively cure liver cancer, making this previously hopeless field no longer hopeless. Yisu's family-owned pharmaceutical company had also risen to prominence worldwide thanks to this wonder drug, poised to join the ranks of the world's top 500 companies. Yisu, the Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, was now celebrated by people around the globe as a symbol of hope for the new era. It is believed that under the inspiration of Yisu's wonder drug, many medical geniuses will unleash various innovations, driving the entire medical system forward. The second is virtual reality devices, which can create a second reality. This represents an essential advancement for the civilization of the entire era. Although widespread adoption is unlikely due to cost issues, it remains an extraordinary achievement. Yisu's name and face once again became the focus of attention. Yisu's company, Genesis Technology, will also become one of the world's few superpowers thanks to this world-changing invention of virtual reality devices. Yisu is also on the verge of becoming one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. It is believed that he will soon join the ranks of the world's top 500 companies, alongside his family's pharmaceutical factory, with even greater potential and an unimaginable future. When the name Yisu reappeared in the public eye, many people suddenly realized that the person who recently won the Nobel Prize in Medicine also shared the same name, Yisu. Are the two Yisus the same person? Could it be that the Yisu who couldn't attend the Nobel Prize ceremony in person was the one developing virtual reality devices? This speculation spread widely online. Many people were almost certain that the two Yisus were the same person. Others, however, found it hard to believe that this genius named Yisu, who had already achieved such world-changing accomplishments in the field of technological research and development, could also excel in the medical field and win such honor. If this were true, was this person even human? Yisu's third invention, the intelligence system, this prototype of artificial intelligence, would have immense significance for humanity once widely adopted. However, the challenge lies in its difficulty to scale up for mass adoption. Currently, it hasn't yielded any tangible benefits, but that's not a problem. I'm sure a solution will be found soon. Yisu pondered whether the fourth thing he should present should be in the field of energy or materials. In this era, the fields that are easiest to profit from and most conducive to technological progress are undoubtedly new materials and new energy. Any new material that can be widely adopted or any new energy source that can be extensively utilized will completely transform the entire world. These two things are like supermassive money-making machines, bringing unimaginable wealth while changing the world. Whether it's energy or new materials, they can advance human development by revolutionizing the foundational industries. The best form of new energy is one that can completely replace oil. Oil, one of the primary energy sources today, will eventually be depleted through continuous extraction. If oil runs out and no viable alternative is found, the world's civilization could grind to a halt. To continue the development of civilization, we must inevitably find resources that can replace oil. New materials are equally crucial. Inventing materials that are more convenient, direct, effective, and capable of bringing about a fundamental revolution in industry is an absolute necessity. Chapter 45, Graphene Improvement Technology. In future development, research into new energy sources and new materials is an indispensable component. These two areas play an extraordinary role in driving the advancement of basic industries. The gaps between Eastern and Western countries are undeniable, as developing Eastern nations still lag behind developed nations in certain aspects. However, where exactly do these gaps lie? Technology blockade? Indeed, technology barriers do exist. Many Western countries have imposed restrictions on certain high-tech technologies. If such technologies were leaked to other countries, scientists would effectively be committing treason, a very serious offense. Nevertheless, technical barriers, strictly speaking, are relatively easy to circumvent. This is because the East is not lacking in talent. Even if technology is restricted, researchers and scientists can independently develop alternatives. However, even if the technology is reverse-engineered, certain components or materials can only be imported and cannot be produced domestically. Why is this the case? The most direct reason lies in the issue of material production. Technology is one part, but materials are equally important. Regarding new materials, those suitable for this era and capable of widespread application, Yi Su's mind immediately conjured dozens, even hundreds, of possibilities. Selecting the right one from so many options is truly a headache-inducing task. If any researcher were to learn of Yi Su's current thoughts, they would likely be envious to the point of fury, exclaiming, "You call this a headache? Are you kidding?" It's like an emperor with hundreds of dishes to choose from for every meal, agonizing over which one to eat. What about us beggars? Of course, no one knows what Yi Su is thinking at this moment, it's just a metaphor. In reality, Yi Su has other options besides his hundreds of new materials, such as rare materials he has already invented but not yet popularized. These materials are highly effective, but they haven't been widely adopted. Why? Naturally, it's because the extraction technology is simply too difficult, resulting in extremely high extraction costs, excessive expenses, and overly complex technical requirements, making it completely unsuitable for large-scale implementation. Additionally, there are imperfections. Every material has its flaws, and these flaws often render the material unsuitable for widespread adoption. However, Yi Su, if he can develop new extraction techniques and improvements to reduce the difficulty of extraction from high to low, significantly lower costs, and make certain improvements, he could easily popularize this material and reap enormous profits. In fact, this approach is better. While inventing a new material from scratch may bring various honors and awards, convincing others to fully adopt this new material is a highly challenging task. After all, humans are creatures of habit, and a new material, once introduced, takes time to gain widespread acceptance. However, some materials that already exist and have proven effective in the industry but have been limited by extraction technology, making large-scale adoption difficult, can be easily replaced by introducing new extraction techniques, improving them, and then quickly gaining widespread adoption while earning everyone's approval. Thinking of this, Yi Su couldn't help but nod in agreement. He accessed all the relevant technology through the chip in his brain. There were hundreds of such new technologies, spanning various materials and fields. For example, super silicone modification technology can perfectly mimic human flesh. For example, titanium alloy improvement technology can significantly reduce the manufacturing cost of titanium alloys. However, none of these technologies caught Yi Su's eye. He continued flipping through the pages, searching for the technology most suitable for the current situation. He reviewed each technology one by one, thinking carefully as he went. Yi Su was in no hurry. This was no trivial matter and could not be rushed. Soon, Yi Su found the technology he was looking for. Graphene-enhanced technology. The term graphene might leave those unfamiliar with the field momentarily puzzled. What is it? It's something one has never heard of in everyday life. However, those with even a basic understanding of industrial materials had likely heard of it before. In the 21st century, many people predicted that the coming decades would belong to the era of graphene. This new material will completely transform some existing market dynamics. What exactly is graphene? Graphene is a two-dimensional carbon film that is only 1 atom thick. This is an astonishing material. Currently, all chips in the world have a maximum width limit of 7 nanometers for silicon, which is already approaching the boundary. However, graphene is only 1 atom thick, making it truly at the forefront of technological revolution. Of course, compared to the manufacturing technology of the chips that can merge with the soul in Yi Su's mind, it is still light years behind. Nevertheless, even so, it remains an extraordinary scientific discovery in the 21st century. There is a very famous business leader in the East who once said, "Within the next 10 to 20 years, a technological revolution will erupt." I believe that the greatest disruption of this era will be the graphene era, overturning the silicon era. Though this statement is somewhat bold, even now, graphene remains largely under the radar and has not yet gained widespread adoption. However, its potential cannot be ignored. Chapter 46, The Completely Improved Graphene. Graphene, despite its name containing the word graphite, does not rely on graphite reserves and possesses none of graphite's properties. It has excellent conductivity, is flexible, and has high mechanical strength, giving it the appearance of a futuristic wonder material. If we list its potential applications, they include protective coatings, transparent and flexible electronic components, and ultra-high-capacity capacitors. In 2010, the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to the discoverers of graphene. In simple terms, graphene is the first material discovered to be composed of a single layer of atoms. Carbon atoms are interconnected in a hexagonal grid. The graphite used in pencils is essentially countless layers of graphene stacked together, while carbon nanotubes are graphene rolled into tubes. There are actually quite a few graphite-related manufacturing companies in the East. According to preliminary statistics from relevant authorities, as of August 2016, there were over 400 companies engaged in graphene research, production, and application, accounting for approximately 3/4 of the global graphene industry, primarily concentrated in the Yangtze River Delta, Pearl River Delta, and Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei regions. In this field, the East has unusually secured a leading global position. This is a positive development. If graphene technology truly achieves widespread adoption, the East will lead the world by a significant margin. However, it is also a cause for concern. The presence of over 400 graphene-related companies naturally indicates capital involvement. Some are exploiting the graphene hype for speculation and fundraising, which is not a healthy trend. If graphene fails to become a mainstream material within the next decade, the current graphene market will inevitably collapse into a bubble. Graphene will then be permanently labeled as a failure. The primary reasons why graphene has not been widely adopted in the market today are twofold. First, there are technical challenges in manufacturing. The process is extremely complex, making the extraction of high-quality graphene extremely costly. The high production costs result in exorbitant prices, making large-scale adoption unfeasible. The second reason lies in the graphene itself, which is not yet optimized and has numerous defects. Without addressing these defects, the prospects for widespread adoption are extremely slim. Therefore, if Yisu does not take action, within a few years, over 90% of the 400-plus graphene companies in the market will go out of business, and the graphene market will collapse completely. Unlike those companies, Yisu possesses graphene optimization extraction technology that enables the production of large quantities of graphene in a very short time. In terms of optimization, it differs fundamentally from the original graphene. It can be easily used to produce single-layer, double-layer, and various sizes of graphene. Additionally, when compared to other graphene of the same type, the graphene produced by Yisu is clearly of a higher quality. If other graphene is akin to rough paper with visible particles on the surface, Yisu's graphene is like high-quality Xian paper, smooth and of exceptional quality. Such graphene, when applied to machinery in basic industries, can effectively enhance the manufacturing capabilities of these devices and resolve numerous manufacturing challenges that were previously unsolvable, such as withstanding higher temperatures and more intense friction. It's simply not comparable to ordinary graphene. In fact, it has fundamentally different properties from ordinary graphene. Yisu might consider giving it a new name, but he's a man who avoids trouble, and naming things is the most tedious task of all, so he decided against it. If Yisu's technology were to be made public, it would undoubtedly cause another global sensation. Yisu might even be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, even though graphene wasn't his invention. His optimization technology is far superior to the original discovery of graphene. Optimized graphene? That's the one. Thinking of this, Yisu's brows relaxed involuntarily. Lin Zixuan, who had been quietly observing Yisu, noticed that he seemed to have snapped out of his reverie and couldn't help but smile and ask, "Mentor, have you solved the problem?" Yisu nodded and said, "Yes, it's resolved." Then, Yisu glanced at Lin Zixuan, then at Lin Zixuan again. Seeing that the two had been by his side since the beginning, he asked, "This celebration is quite rare, and you two have had very little rest time. Now that there's an opportunity to have some fun, why don't you go over there and join the festivities?" "No, thank you." Hearing Yisu say this, Lin Zixuan shook her head firmly and refused, then said, "We just want to stay by the mentor's side. After all, we don't know anyone here, so what's there to be lively about? Don't look at me like that, I'm actually a bit shy, and sooner is even more so. So staying by the mentor's side is the best choice." "I see." Yisu didn't insist on the two girls going over there to join the fun. Since they preferred to stay by his side, then they should stay by his side. Yisu had already vaguely sensed the feelings the two girls had for him. Though he hadn't completely confirmed it, their affection was undoubtedly very high. However, he felt that there was more admiration involved, so whether it was love or not, he couldn't be sure. Additionally, Yisu had been extremely busy lately and simply didn't have the time to properly address or deal with such feelings. Looking at the girl's adoring gazes at that moment, his feelings were indeed a bit complicated. Regarding such matters, Yisu wasn't particularly shy. He wasn't a celibate person, but he also wasn't someone who was casual about such things. He didn't enjoy a life of reckless indulgence. After all, if he did, when would he have time left for his research? Chapter 47, Funding Shortfall. The celebration ended quickly, and some people who had drunk too much at the event fell asleep in the hotel. Yisu hadn't drunk any alcohol and was preparing to leave after the celebration ended. However, as Yisu was about to leave, Yushuo-chin, looking serious, called him over and said there was an important matter she needed to discuss with him privately. Yisu didn't ask any further questions, nodded, and found a private room. Once inside the room, Yisu looked at Yushuo-chin and asked, "What's the important matter?" "It's like this, Mr. Yi. I just received some very bad news. The company currently has a financial shortfall that needs to be addressed, but there are no banks in the country that can provide further loans. Our loan eligibility has been revoked, so we must find a way to cover this shortfall. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Yushuo-chin didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the current crisis. This caused Yisu's brows to furrow slightly, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion. According to logic, the flow and arrangement of funds shouldn't have any issues. Why has this problem arisen now? Yushuo-chin replied, "There were oversights in all the calculations. The current funding gap is my oversight. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. Although I know it's not good to make excuses, the capital flow involved is simply too complex for me to fully control. It's a matter of experience. Additionally, there was the reason production was halted earlier. As she spoke, Yu Shuachin couldn't help but sigh. She knew the severity of the situation. Upon receiving this news, she felt as though the world had gone dark. Everything had been arranged perfectly, yet such an error had still occurred. As the president of a company, such a major mistake could not be excused, no matter how many reasons there were. In a better scenario, she would be fired immediately. In a worse scenario, she would be made the scapegoat. She might even face legal consequences. What was supposed to be a joyful celebration had been derailed by this news, leaving Yu Shuachin feeling utterly ironic. After agonizing over it for a long time, she decided to confront Yi Su and confess the truth. After all, if the matter wasn't addressed promptly, the company's losses could grow exponentially, ultimately leading to the failure of its plans. Therefore, even if Yi Su were to punish her or even fire her, she had to tell him about it. All right. Yi Su was unaware of the heavy burden Yu Shuachin was carrying as she confessed to him. He waved his hand dismissively and asked casually, "How much is this funding shortfall exactly?" Yu Shuachin's face stiffened. She gave an awkward smile and said, "Currently, the funding gap is approximately several billion. This was the situation a few days ago, and it hasn't been finalized yet. It's estimated to be close to 10 billion now. Of course, it won't exceed 10 billion. This is the result of my repeated calculations." 100 billion? Upon hearing this, Yi Su was speechless. Such a figure was unimaginable for the average person, and even for some international corporations, it was an enormous sum. A funding gap of 100 billion could easily push any company into bankruptcy. There's no chance of turning this around. Why is the deficit so large? Yi Su frowned and asked. "I can't really explain this matter involving Mr. Yi either. If you take a look at this document, you'll understand." Yu Shuachin handed a document to Yi Su. Yi Su carefully read the document. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "So that's how it is. I understand now. This isn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. What do you think we should do to cover this shortfall in the company's finances?" Seeing that Yi Su wasn't blaming him, Yu Shuachin sighed in relief and said gratefully, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi. Regarding the company's financial shortfall, I think we should apply for a loan from a bank in MA. Given our current public standing and reputation, we should be able to secure the loan easily." "I understand. I'll leave this matter to you to handle," Yi Su said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuachin nodded. "I understand. I will handle it properly. I will not disappoint Mr. Yi's trust in me." Just as Yu Shuachin was about to stand up and leave, Yi Su suddenly thought of something and immediately spoke up. "Wait. Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need?" Yu Shuachin asked, looking at Yi Su. Yi Su nodded and said, "I suddenly thought of an idea. Perhaps we can avoid taking out a loan and use another method to cover this shortfall." Upon hearing this, Yu Shuachin's eyes lit up in surprise. "Mr. Yi, please tell me." "Just sell it in limited quantities in advance," Yi Su said casually. "Limited pre-sales?" Yu Shuachin was taken aback, completely confused by what Yi Su was saying. After a moment, she asked again, "What do you mean?" "It's simple. We already have a lot of finished virtual reality devices. If we release these finished products for pre-sale, we can easily cover the shortfall," Yi Su said casually. "But this goes against our plan," Yu Shuachin hesitated. "The plan is the plan, and the response is the response. You need to understand this. To be honest, I've offended quite a few wealthy individuals in the past. Let's let them enjoy the virtual reality devices early." Yi Su shrugged indifferently. "Go prepare a plan for a global limited edition pre-sale. The limited edition will be 10,000 units of the luxury version of the virtual reality devices. And the price will be 10 million each. This way, we'll secure 10 billion, not only filling the gap but also making a huge profit. What's there to lose?" Chapter 48, The Crazy Plan. Yi Su mentioned it casually, as if it were nothing. A single plan could bring in $100 billion. This wasn't T1000, nor 1 million, it was 100 billion. This made Yu Shuachin, who was standing beside him, widen her eyes in disbelief. This was simple math, she understood it perfectly. Yi Su's calculations were completely correct. But why did these words sound so unreal? This was too absurd. Funding shortfall? No problem. One machine costs 10 million, so 10,000 machines would be 1 trillion. Not only would there be no funding shortfall, but there would be a surplus. To be honest, Yu Shuachin had seen her fair share of the world. Having reached this level, she was already a prominent figure with a global perspective. Yet after Yi Su spoke those matter-of-fact words, she was genuinely stunned. Yu Shuachin was so surprised that she gaped in disbelief. After a moment, she regained her composure and asked nervously, 1 million for a virtual reality device? Isn't that price too high? Will anyone actually buy them? Of course people will buy them. Yi Su nodded and said, how could they not sell? You don't need to worry about that at all. I know there will be buyers, but probably not many. After all, it's 10 million. Even if 100 people buy it, that's still a billion. But what about 10,000 people? That's way too many. Yu Shuachin couldn't accept Yisu's plan at first. Yisu shook his head and said, "When did you become so indecisive? My plan may seem casual, but it has a high chance of success. After all, there are plenty of wealthy people in this world, and money is just a number to them. Besides, 10 million is nothing. Do you really think that's a lot? For those billionaires worth tens of billions of dollars, 10 million RMB is less than $2 million. Do you still think that's a lot?" Upon hearing Yisu's words, Yu Shuachin couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seemed like this plan might actually work. However, this plan wasn't just casual, it was completely out of the box. Yisu continued, "Furthermore, even if we can't sell everything, as long as we make a certain amount of money, 10 billion or 20 billion, we can use that sales data to prove we have the capital to generate profits. Then, securing a bank loan will be much easier. In short, this plan is a win-win situation for us." After hearing this, Yu Shuachin finally fully agreed. She couldn't help but admire Yisu. Although he didn't manage the company and had no experience in this area, his vision was truly remarkable. He could always see what others couldn't and make the most correct and direct decisions first. Yu Shuachin nodded and said, "Mr. Yi, I understand. I'll take care of arranging this plan. I'll handle it perfectly and ensure there are no mistakes." Yisu nodded. He hadn't planned on getting involved in this matter anyway. After that, Yisu and Yu Shuachin left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Yisu saw his two sisters waiting nearby, along with Yu Shuachin's assistant Qinglian. Qinglian glanced at Yisu, quickly bowed in greeting, and Yisu nodded at her with a smile. He then led the two sisters out of the five-star hotel. Qinglian watched Yu Shuachin emerge closely behind them, noticing her excited expression, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Has the issue been resolved?" "Yes," Yu Shuachin nodded and said, "It's completely resolved. Yi Dong is truly a genius." Then, Yu Shuachin briefly explained the plan to Qinglian. "Isn't that incredible?" Yu Shuachin asked, smiling at Qinglian's stunned expression. Qinglian nodded. "But this plan is really good. I can only say that the boss and I have completely different perspectives." Yu Shuachin sighed. "Do you have anything else to do today? Can you stay late? Let's head back to the office right now to prepare for this." Yu Shuachin looked at Qinglian and suddenly asked. "Ha? No other plans? Working overtime is no problem." Qinglian nodded and said, "Alright, contact the relevant departments. Let's head back to the office right away. We'll finalize this plan tonight and announce the event tomorrow. Contact the relevant news media and hype it up across all platforms. I want everyone to know about this pre-sale plan. Mr. Yi has placed so much trust in me, how could I possibly let him down?" Yu Shuachin spoke quickly, but as a professional assistant, Qinglian had an excellent memory and quickly jotted down everything. After getting into the car, she began practicing with the relevant staff members. To be honest, Qinglian thought this plan was utterly and completely unrealistic. But reality is often this, isn't it? If it's crazy, let the whole world see it. Yisu returned home by car but didn't rest. Instead, he went straight to the laboratory. He needed to conduct an experiment using the previous method to extract graphene and document the process, then write a related research paper. This thing is important, but not overly so. However, for someone as meticulous as Yisu, it was essential. He was a perfectionist. As for Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, they had already gone to sleep. For the convenience of experiments and studies, the two sisters were now living at Yisu's house. It was said that Yisu's father had already regarded them as his future daughters-in-law. Yisu didn't bother to explain, because even if they weren't his women yet, they would be someday. Yisu still quite likes these two young girls, and they also have a lot of feelings for him, so he does consider their future. Chapter 49, Preparations for the Event. 2 days later, the buzz and controversy surrounding the press conference held by Genesis Technology Company had not yet completely died down when the company announced another piece of news. A piece of news that equally captured everyone's attention. The official statement from Genesis Technology Company read, "To celebrate the successful conclusion of the press conference and express our gratitude to everyone around the world for their attention, we have decided to release 10,000 units of the luxury version of our virtual reality device ahead of schedule. The virtual reality devices will be available for a limited time purchase at 12 p.m. on the same day, priced at $10 million. Prices in other countries will be adjusted according to exchange rates and applicable taxes. Every purchaser of the luxury version of the virtual reality device will become a lifetime honorary member of Genesis Technology Company and enjoy the highest level of after-sales service. They will be the first to be notified of any new product releases from Genesis Technology in the future. Additionally, purchasers of the luxury version will receive an exclusive standalone single-player game, available only with this limited edition of 10,000 virtual reality devices. Finally, upon purchasing this luxury version, you will also receive a customizable system AI companion. In summary, although the sales price is very high, requiring as much as 10 million, it is still worth the price overall. Once this news spread widely, it immediately became a hot topic of conversation among those with disposable income, as well as the main subject of discussion on various online forums, message boards, and chat groups. No one could have imagined that Genesis Technology Company would be so bold, launching pre-sales so early and setting the price at 10 million. At this price, who can afford it? The general public was left speechless by this price. However, upon closer inspection, there are plenty of wealthy individuals in the world. For them, money is merely a string of numbers. To experience one of the most cutting-edge technologies available today, virtual reality, spending $10 million isn't that much, is it? In fact, that's exactly how it is. For these wealthy individuals, such a small amount of money is nothing. Many people have logged onto the official website of Genesis Technology Company. They clicked on the event flash sale page. This flash sale page has been accessed by countless people worldwide, all eager to snag this device that seems straight out of a sci-fi movie. However, it's not something just anyone can snag. To participate in the flash sale for this virtual reality device at 12 p.m., you must first obtain a qualification slot. To obtain this qualification, one must first register for a membership account with Genesis Technology Company and prepay a $1 million deposit as proof of financial capability. If the flash sale is unsuccessful, the deposit will be refunded immediately. If successful, only an additional $9 million needs to be paid. The rules also specify in detail, the first 10,000 people to successfully purchase will be eligible. If any of these 10,000 people fail to complete the payment information and successfully pay within half an hour, they will lose their spot. The spot will automatically be released for the next person to purchase. Due to the limited time frame and relatively small-scale promotion, the buzz and attention generated by this announcement in Genesis Technology Company's press conference were significantly smaller compared to previous events. However, Genesis Technology Company has put a lot of effort into their promotional efforts. Although the scale of the promotion was not large, it was highly targeted. The promotion targeting the wealthy upper class of society was particularly effective. Moreover, these wealthy individuals are typically well connected and often learn about such opportunities quickly. 10 million? While it caused them to furrow their brows slightly, it was only a brief moment of hesitation. There is only 1 hour left until the flash sale begins, and it is currently 11 a.m. Yi-Soo was at home browsing some news online when he came across information about Genesis Technology Company's pre-sale event. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The fact that he could find it so easily proved that Yu Shuichin was quite capable. Although Yi-Soo didn't seem to care much about last night's incident on the surface, he had still lowered his evaluation of Yu Shuichin's capabilities. However, judging from her current performance, she was doing quite well, with many commendable points. After all, she was just an ordinary talent, and she was still very young, only in her 20s, lacking a lot of experience, so one couldn't expect too much from her. To be honest, Yi-Soo was still very curious about how many units they could ultimately sell. After all, each device was priced at 10 million yuan, which meant nearly a 100-fold profit. In theory, with billions of people in the world, while the wealthy may be few, there are certainly more than 10,000 of them. Therefore, selling all 10,000 units is not impossible, as the price, though high, is insignificant to them. But after all, it's 10 million. While it can be sold, how many can actually be sold remains uncertain. This time, however, a significant amount of money has been spent on marketing, so it must yield results. Are there really people who will buy it? Lin Zixuan, standing beside Yi-Soo, stared at the price that left her speechless and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Of course there are buyers. Lin Zixuan glared at her younger sister and said, "Don't say such unlucky things." Really? Lin Zixuan still couldn't believe it. After all, it was 10 million. There are many wealthy people in this world. You can't judge others by your own standards. Even if we don't sell everything, we'll at least sell half. Yi-Soo smiled and said, "The number of people who registered and obtained the purchase qualification has already exceeded 10,000. The outcome is already basically decided. Time is ticking away, and soon it will be just 1 minute until midnight. The highly anticipated flash sale for virtual reality devices priced at 1 million each is about to begin. Many people who had been preparing to snap them up were already ready. Meanwhile, those who couldn't afford to participate were also gathered around, eager to see how many people would actually buy such an exorbitant price." Chapter 50, The Crazy Tycoons. Wang Jiwo is the CEO of a certain internet company. He is a man with great influence. Despite the company having only been in operation for 3 years, under his leadership, it has grown from an obscure, easily overlooked small company into a massive corporation. Although the company has undergone several rounds of financing, the true boss is no longer him. Technically speaking, he is not the real ruler of this internet company. However, despite holding less than 10% of the shares, no one can touch his position. He remains the CEO of the company. This was part of the original financing agreement. Unless he voluntarily resigns, no one can fire him. That's the guarantee, isn't it? For a large company to rise to prominence, it almost inevitably has to go through this path. This is unavoidable, especially for internet companies. There are almost no exceptions, whether it's domestic internet giants like iFlytek, Taobao, or Baidu. The majority of the shares are not in the hands of the founders or CEOs, but rather in the hands of investors. These investors are all foreigners. In other words, as these companies grow larger, others are the ones who truly profit. However, this is unavoidable. After all, they took the risk of investing initially, so such returns are reasonable. Wang Jiwu's net worth has already surpassed 10 billion, and the funds he can freely access amount to tens of millions. He has been closely monitoring a newly emerged product. In fact, he cannot afford to ignore it. His social circle and friends are all discussing it, making it impossible to overlook. What exactly is it? It has suddenly flooded his social circle, sparking his initial curiosity. After thorough research, he was utterly astonished. A true virtual reality device. When did such a thing appear in the real world? Such high-tech products have always been confined to novels, movies, and animations, right? It's actually here. It's probably a scam. In the first moment, Wang Jiwu didn't believe in the existence of virtual reality devices at all. After all, this was simply too far-fetched. However, he hesitated. Wang Jiwu wasn't just anyone. The circles he moved in were equally high-profile. The big shots who were paying attention to virtual reality devices were almost all on the same level as him, or even more influential. Would a scam spread in this circle? Are you kidding me? In such a high-level circle, everyone always gets the inside scoop first. Therefore, it was likely true. As he gradually learned more, Wang Jiwu confirmed the authenticity of the information. As the launch event for Genesis Technology Company approached, Wang Jiwu received an invitation and attended the event, witnessing the legendary virtual reality technology firsthand. After that, he couldn't stop thinking about it, desperate to get his hands on the virtual reality device as soon as possible. Soon, Genesis Technology launched a flash sale for a luxury version of the virtual reality device priced at 10 million units. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Genesis Technology was aiming to capitalize on the timing, using this virtual reality device to make a quick fortune. $10 million. That's $10 million. However, Wang Jiwu hesitated for only a moment before immediately registering an account, paying a 1 million yuan deposit, and securing his spot in the pre-sale. Time ticked away, and soon, there was only 1 minute left before the flash sale began. Wang Jiwu became completely focused, squinting his eyes, ready to begin the flash sale. He must secure it. He had to get it. I must get it. Because it was so important, Wang Jiwu repeated it 3 times in his mind. On the other side of the globe, in MA country, a wealthy young man sat leisurely in front of his computer, staring at the large screen. The page displayed was, of course, the official website of Genesis Technology Company from the East, showing the flash sale page. Just moments ago, this wealthy young man had instructed one of his highly skilled computer technicians to design a script. This script was programmed to click the purchase button exactly at 0001 seconds when the flash sale timer reached 0. Therefore, he was extremely confident that he would secure a spot in this flash sale. Thinking about how he would soon be able to purchase the virtual reality device, experience the wonders of the virtual reality world, and receive the official single-player game as a gift, the wealthy young man couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm really looking forward to it," the wealthy young man said proudly. "Don't laugh so happily. If you use this method, others might use it too," the wealthy young man's sister interjected. "Ha? Ha?" Reminded by his sister, the wealthy young man panicked. "No way. In the Middle East, far from MA country, in the country of D. A group of super-rich oil tycoons. For them, 10 million, even in RMB, was nothing, just a few days' expenses. Virtual reality devices, such cutting-edge high-tech products, instantly captivated them. How could they not rush to snap them up as soon as possible? These ultra-wealthy individuals were different from ordinary tycoons. They gathered a dozen henchmen, registered member accounts on a dozen computers, and simultaneously deposited $1 million as a deposit to join the bidding frenzy. They didn't believe that with a dozen people working together, they couldn't secure a single virtual reality device. As for the possibility of all of them securing purchase qualifications, these ultra-wealthy individuals had also considered this. However, for them, even if they bought all 10 virtual reality devices, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, this was the global limited edition of 10,000 units from Genesis Technology Company. The limited edition alone was worth collecting. Moreover, wouldn't it be a huge status symbol to give it as a gift? Time is ticking away, and soon, the flash sale will begin. The tycoons and their dozen or so henchmen stared intently at the page, and the moment the timer hit 0, they all clicked the purchase button. Chapter 51, 51 seconds sales reach 1 trillion. Yisu's flash sale plan caused such a stir that it naturally caught the attention of some super hackers online. 1 unit is worth 10 million, 10 units is 100 million. If they secretly replace this web page and redirect the payment page to their private accounts, wouldn't that mean tens of billions flowing into their accounts in minutes? Thus, these super hackers immediately sprang into action. However, as soon as these super hackers launched their attack on Genesis Technology Company's official website, they were blocked. The company instantly counterattacked and simultaneously infiltrated their computers. The super hackers' computers were instantly hacked and completely rendered useless. These super hackers watched their computers go completely black in just a second, leaving them in a state of irreparable damage, leaving them speechless and unsure of what was happening. For these super hackers, even hacking into the official websites of some national institutions was merely a matter of time, requiring only a bit of effort. These hackers were entirely different from ordinary hackers. They possessed more advanced computer technology, and their computers were not ordinary machines either. Each one was a high-performance computer with exceptional processing power. A black screen like this has only ever appeared on computers they've hacked into. It should never happen on their own computers. Yet it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? The hackers panicked immediately and began frantically trying to recover their computers. You see, their computers contained a significant amount of important data. Due to their special status, they couldn't store such valuable information on cloud storage services. If their computers were completely destroyed, the losses would be unimaginable. The hackers were sweating profusely, frantically trying to reverse the situation. However, no matter how hard they struggled, they were unable to restore the computers. The hackers were completely dumbfounded. They finally realized that Genesis Technology Company was not an entity they could afford to provoke. Upon reflection, they realized that a company capable of creating virtual reality devices, technology that only exists in science fiction movies, couldn't possibly have such a flaw, allowing their official website to be hacked by mere hackers. The other side counterattacked the moment they realized what was happening. One by one, the hackers pieced together the cause and effect, swallowing hard, feeling helpless and heartbroken. How much had they lost in this incident? Lei Mu quickly informed Yisu about the hacker attack. After hearing Rem's report, Yisu asked, "How did you counterattack?" Rem replied, "I've completely destroyed their computers, rendering them unusable. Should I impose further punishment? I can track them down and target their next computer. If possible, I can ensure they never use a computer again." Yisu shook his head and said, "That's too much trouble. It's a waste of your abilities. They don't deserve that. Let's just let them go for now. The punishment was already enough." Rem nodded, "I understand." Meanwhile, the flash sale event at Genesis Technology Company officially began. At Genesis Technology Company's headquarters, every employee involved in the event was closely watching the proceedings. The moment the event started, all the employees saw the number, which had been 10,000, suddenly turn into 0. 1 second. No, not even a second, just 0.5 seconds. All 10,000 units of the equipment, each priced at 10 million, had been snapped up in an instant. All employees couldn't help but widen their eyes, frozen in place at that moment, completely stunned. This was way too fast. Although they had expected to sell a significant number, no one had anticipated that it would sell out in less than a second. Wait. Could there be an error on the webpage? Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, rushing to check the webpage. They found that there was no error. It had indeed been completely sold out, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 virtual reality devices, each priced at 10 million, all sold out. How much is that? 100 billion. Many employees had calculated this number beforehand, and it immediately flashed through their minds. 100 billion. That's 1 trillion. A certain billionaire CEO once said, "Young people, first set a small goal, like 100 million. At the time, this sparked countless online jokes, with people saying that 100 million is a figure so astronomical that most people can only look up to it in awe, and yet he called it a small goal. However, now, in the face of 1 trillion, 100 million has truly become a small goal. Less than a second to reach 1 trillion. My goodness. Our company is so amazing. This must be the highest sales record in a single moment on Earth." An employee couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up, exclaiming, "This completely blows last year's Double 11 on Taobao out of the water. There's no comparison. Less than a second, and it's 1 trillion. Another employee also exclaimed excitedly, "This is a historic moment." That's right, this is a historic moment. The employees couldn't help but erupt into a chorus of exclamations. Everyone was stunned, excited, and overwhelmed by this number. After so many years, they could finally brag to their grandchildren about how they had participated in a deal that generated 1 trillion yuan in sales in less than a second. Chapter 52, Young Fan, Set Sail. This truly is something they can brag about for the rest of their lives. Everyone was thinking the same thing at that moment, yet they also knew that this was merely the beginning. Continuing to work in this company would allow them to create one miracle after another. At that thought, every employee felt a sense of pride welling up from within. This sense of pride is typically reserved for employees of extremely legendary large corporations. Ordinary large companies and small businesses never experience such feelings. They merely exist to get by. Working diligently is already considered commendable, and sneaking in a bit of slack during work hours is the first thought that crosses many employees' minds. If one works hard without slacking off, their efficiency is undoubtedly top-notch. However, working tirelessly and loving one's job is what every company truly seeks in an employee. However, such people are extremely rare. Those who can take it a step further, feeling proud to be an employee of the company and experiencing a sense of honor, are even rarer. Only a very small number of companies experience this situation. Yu Shuichin keenly noticed this, looking at the fervor in the employee's eyes, and couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. As a CEO, seeing such a situation was the most joyful thing for her. Yu Shuichin couldn't help but recall a situation from long ago when she was the president of another company. At that time, the employees would slack off during work hours, secretly watch videos, play on their phones, and some even dared to play games. After she flew into a rage and scolded the employee merely shrugged it off with a smile, showing not the slightest hint of reflection or remorse. He even dared to give her a defiant look. At that time, Yu Shuichin remembered that employee. During her second patrol, when she saw him playing games again, she decided to fire this employee who wasn't working and was coming to the company to play games. However, as a CEO, firing an insignificant employee actually encountered unimaginable resistance. This employee was the relative of a major board member and had very good relationships with several department heads in the company. Touching him was equivalent to offending those department heads and the major board member. In the end, the matter was swept under the rug, and the employee continued playing games. After that incident, Yu Shuichin instantly felt that the company was beyond salvation. To be honest, as a recent college graduate, she never imagined that such an employee could exist in a company. It was truly mind-boggling. In the subsequent job changes, every company had its own issues. When she was almost ready to give up and start her own business, Yi-Su's invitation came her way. She went to meet Yi-Su with a try-it-and-see attitude. To her surprise, the boss was so young it was almost a joke, and her hiring methods were equally ridiculous. After all, the company didn't even exist yet, and there were no employees, yet she was being offered the CEO position? That's not how you joke around. However, Yi-Su offered her terms she couldn't refuse, including virtual reality equipment. She was quickly convinced. The days that followed were extremely tough. She worked tirelessly, rising early and staying late, handling every aspect of the company's operations, nearly pushing herself to the brink of nervous exhaustion. However, every single task in the company was under her control. Not a single employee dared to slack off or play games during work hours. This sense of control made her feel incredibly satisfied. A CEO should have the authority of a CEO. She had obtained these things from Yi-Su, so it was only natural that she would manage the company well for Yi-Su. For the company's future, she worked tirelessly, striving until she achieved worldwide fame. Of course, Yu Shuichin knew that what she was doing could be done by anyone else. It wasn't necessarily her. Even without her, if there were other talented individuals with Yi-Su's technology, that groundbreaking virtual reality system, and his connections as a backing, they could still develop the business to this level. However, seeing the company grow to this scale, gain worldwide fame, and attract global attention, she feels immense pride and deep satisfaction. Fortunately, she understands that what she has done is not core to the company. As long as there are people like her, almost anyone could achieve the same results. Therefore, she has not become arrogant. Even after reaching this point, with sales breaking the record for the fastest sales in human history at 1 trillion, she knows she must continue to strive harder. Genesis Technology Company is just setting sail. Stop now? It's too early. Chapter 53, A Greater Goal. Yu Shuichin looked at Qinglian beside her. At this moment, Qinglian was completely stunned by the 1 trillion figure. Although she had expected it, she couldn't help but be shocked from the bottom of her heart. Less than a second, 1 trillion. How exaggerated. That's truly amazing. Qinglian was completely stunned and hadn't regained her composure yet. Yu Shuichin smiled and said, "Snap out of it." "Ah, yes." Qinglian nodded, still dazed, and said, "I lost my composure." "But 1 trillion, that's truly incredible." "Indeed." Yu Shuichin nodded and said, "But for our company now, even a trillion isn't that much." "Why?" Qinglian asked instinctively. "Of course, because it's just a string of numbers. Our company has developed to this point. Even if we had more money, it would still just be a string of numbers. A trillion is just the beginning." Yu Shuichin quickly realized the current situation of the company. Since being awakened by Yi-Su, Genesis Technology had already surpassed ordinary companies and stood on a completely different level. She began to think deeply, repeatedly reflecting on how to broaden her horizons and not be confined by the current small achievements. It was through this constant self-reflection that Yu Shuichin finally realized she shouldn't be trapped in this small cage. She should be like an eagle, soaring toward the vast skies above. She should set her sights on the horizon. Today, Genesis Technology is no longer a company struggling for funds. It should have greater aspirations. To be honest, it was at that moment that Yu Shuichin finally understood the true meaning of the first words Yi-Su had casually spoken to her before. Yi-Su had once told her, "To be honest, I don't care how much money I make. Even if I become the richest person in the world, so what? My goal isn't that. Making money is just a side effect. The goal should be set much higher." At that time, Yu Shuichin was completely baffled. She couldn't fathom what Yi-Su meant by not caring about how much money he made. Why bother starting a company at all? If he had started a company, wasn't becoming the richest person in the world still a goal? What should the goal be? And what exactly is a more distant goal? At that time, Yu Shuichin pondered over it repeatedly but still couldn't figure out what Yisu was talking about. Though she had a few guesses, she dared not be certain. Later, after her perspective was broadened by Yisu, she finally understood one thing. The true purpose of Genesis Technology Company. Money was just a string of numbers to them. The true goal was to change the world. Yes, though saying it so directly might sound a bit idealistic, what does it mean to change the world? What gives you the right to change the world? But for Genesis Technology Company, with this even more ambitious ideal as its goal, it was no longer an issue. Just as the name Genesis Technology suggests Genesis. Yisu's goal has always been here. Yu Shuichin understood this, and it gave him a significant advantage for the company's future development. After all, having a big picture perspective is crucial. Qinglian, however, still didn't understand what Yu Shuichin was trying to convey. However, she believed that Qinglian would eventually come to understand this as well. Genesis Technology Company soon received news that all 10,000 virtual reality devices had sold out in just 1 second. Upon hearing this news, Yisu couldn't help but smile, as expected. Earlier, the number of people who had registered on the official website and obtained eligibility had already exceeded 10,000, and even several times that number. Such a situation was entirely reasonable. Therefore, this outcome was entirely within Yisu's expectations. However, this news left the two sisters beside him speechless with astonishment. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan exchanged glances, clearly seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. For a moment, they couldn't believe it. After all, this was 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Not long ago, for the two sisters, their monthly allowance was only a few $100s, and even a few $1,000s was an astronomical figure they could never have imagined. Who would have thought that after meeting Yisu, in such a short time, they would hear the news that Yisu had earned $1 trillion? Although this was not pure profit, the profit margin was still extremely high. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but praise. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Chapter 54, The Sisters. Although Yisu often made the two of them feel awestruck, like looking up at a mountain, this feeling was often indefinable, leaving them in awe. But now, this 1 trillion figure had truly stunned them completely. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but continue, Mentor, congratulations on the huge success of your sales plan. Congratulations, Mentor. Lin Zixuan also hurriedly said. Though their eyes were filled with shock, they remained pure, showing no signs of greed for money. It wasn't that the two sisters disliked money. The reason was simple. If Yisu had earned tens of millions or even 100 million, the sisters might have envied her and wondered how they would spend such a fortune. However, now that the number had increased by 1,000 times, reaching 100 billion, they felt completely numb. Yisu gently touched the heads of the two girls. The two girls enjoyed being touched by Yisu and both showed expressions of pleasure. Nothing. Yisu cleared his throat and brushed it off, turning away to continue with the experiment he hadn't finished last night and finish writing that paper. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan stood there for a long time before coming to their senses. The two looked at each other, neither saying a word. It seems like our mentor really likes us. That's great. Lin Zixuan squinted her eyes and smiled happily, saying, I've been so worried that one day, our mentor might leave us, or make us leave. That would be terrible. If our mentor likes us, we can stay by Yisu's side forever. Yes, that's right, sister, Lin Zixuan nodded, feeling a bit ashamed. Sister actually thought that way? She's willing to share the mentor with me, yet I felt that jealousy, wanting to keep the mentor all to myself. The two of us will stay by our mentor's side forever. Lin Zixuan looked at Lin Zixuan and made this promise. Lin Zixuan blushed and nodded. This is such a pity. Since they're giving rewards, they should have given more. Sister. Lin Zixuan, hearing her sister's words, felt a bit embarrassed and said, Don't say that. It's only a matter of time. Don't be afraid. Lin Zixuan said, Besides, I think we should take the initiative. Since the mentor is interested in us, there's nothing to worry about. In other words, taking the initiative will make it easier to achieve results. I'm too shy to take the initiative, Lin Zixuan said. Then I'll go alone. Lin Zixuan looked at her sister and said with a smile. No. I want to go with the mentor too. Lin Zixuan protested. Then come with me, Lin Zixuan said. But. There's no but. Chapter 55, $1 million prize for each person. Yisu entered the laboratory, suppressed some thoughts, and quickly became fully focused. The task at hand was to extract graphene using his own method and then write a paper. These tasks were already half done last night. Let's finish them all today. With that thought, Yisu sped up his movements. That day, the entire world was once again stunned by Genesis Technology Company. The virtual reality devices they had previously announced for a flash sale, priced at 1 million each, were all snapped up in an instant. In an instant, they set a record that may never be broken in the future. 1 trillion. This record, enough to make all merchants in the world look up in awe, had been achieved by Genesis Technology Company. The entire world was in awe of this record. No one could have imagined that Genesis Technology Company's flash sale would be such a resounding success. After all, that's 1 million. Don't these people care at all? They could have waited a few days for versions costing 30,000 or 50,000, yet they chose to spend so much extra just to get their hands on virtual reality devices a few days earlier? Is it really worth it? Most people just don't understand, though some do think money really is great. Having money is truly amazing. However, regardless of the circumstances, Genesis Technology Company's flash sale event concluded successfully. It's a done deal now, no one can change it. No matter how amazed, jealous, or critical people are of Genesis Technology Company's tactics, it doesn't matter. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Genesis Technology spent a fortune to deliver those virtual reality devices to the hands of the wealthy at the fastest possible speed. Out of the 10,000 virtual reality devices, only 1,000 were available domestically, with the rest snapped up by wealthy individuals around the world. All 10,000 units were delivered within 2 days. These wealthy individuals were highly satisfied with the speed and immediately enjoyed the virtual reality devices, playing the included games, which only made them even more pleased. The satisfaction rate was 100%. Almost everyone was raving about this amazing virtual reality device. This is true virtual reality. What about VR? It's not even in the same league. These wealthy individuals all shared this opinion. They all felt that the money was well spent. They also stated that if Genesis Technology Company releases any new products in the future, they will definitely purchase them immediately without hesitation. Of course, after that, something else happened. When these devices were delivered to the wealthy individuals, after eagerly enjoying them, news media interviewed them. In the interviews, they couldn't stop praising the device, saying countless compliments. I truly don't know how to describe this amazing virtual reality device 6. It's simply incredible. I feel that no words in the world can accurately describe how amazing this virtual reality device is. It's truly the greatest invention of the century. Genesis Technology Company is truly incredible. The wealthy individuals were so excited during the interviews that they praised the device so highly. Their reactions have also unintentionally heightened global anticipation for virtual reality devices. While many people can't afford a virtual reality device costing 10 million, 30,000 or 50,000 is still within reach. These people are eagerly awaiting Genesis Technology Company to launch its global sales campaign. The sales matter has been settled. Yu Shuachin quickly reported the revenue figures. After deducting advertising costs, taxes, shipping expenses, production costs, and various other expenses, as well as plugging the company's financial gaps, the company had made approximately 600 billion. 600 billion. Though not as staggering as 1 trillion, it's still a substantial sum. Upon hearing this, Yisu immediately instructed Yu Shuachin, distribute the bonuses first. Ha? Yu Shuachin was taken aback. What did you say? Bonuses. Yisu smiled and said, since we've made money, let's give the company's employees some bonuses. 1 million each. You handle this. All right. Yu Shuachin nodded. He never expected Yisu to do this. It must be said that there was no better way to handle this. Without hesitation, he decided to distribute 1 million yuan in bonuses first. As the saying goes, money moves people's hearts. When it comes to winning people over, what could be more direct than this? Chapter 56, Meeting with Mr. Ma. Although Yisu's actions were extravagant, there were still many issues. But the company still has a lot of loans to repay. Even if we pay back the 600 billion, it won't be enough. Is this really a good idea? Yu Shuachin couldn't help but ask. Are we going to run the company into the red? Yisu smiled and said, besides, why rush to repay the bank? The sooner we pay, the sooner we're in the clear. Let's wait until we sell all 1 million virtual reality devices. By then, the loan money will be easy to repay. As for the 600 billion, I have other plans for it. Other uses? Yu Shuachin froze for a moment, unsure what Yisu was referring to. Mr. Yi, what are you planning to do? Is there anything you need me to do? Yu Shuachin asked instinctively. Yisu nodded and said, help me acquire a factory. A factory? Yu Shuachin was taken aback, completely clueless about what Yisu was up to. Yes, preferably one related to graphene. I plan to get into graphene. Yisu said with a smile. Graphene? Yu Shuachin was taken aback upon hearing this, then furrowed his brows and said, that so-called new material that will change the 21st century, graphene? Although it has a grand reputation, it's practically unusable in practical applications. This industry has already become a bubble. Mr. Yi, getting involved now isn't a wise choice. Yisu shook his head and said, my graphene is completely different from theirs. When did you get the idea that I would do what they're doing? Yisu's words made Yu Shuachin realize, oh, so you have a new technology, Mr. Yi? I jumped to conclusions. I'm sorry. Since you've given me this order, I'll handle it properly. It's fine. If you were to blindly follow my orders without question, I wouldn't have chosen you as the president and CEO of Genesis Technology. Yisu said indifferently. Yu Shuichin nodded and immediately went to handle the matter. However, Yu Shuichin hadn't been gone for long before he returned. Yisu looked at Yu Shuichin, picked up a cup of coffee, and took a slow sip. He didn't speak, but his gaze seemed to ask, "What brings you here?" Yu Shuichin naturally understood the meaning behind that gaze. Yu Shuichin immediately said, "It's like this, Xuanfei Company wants to collaborate with our company to develop a game." He then handed over a thick document. Yisu glanced at the proposal, skimmed through it briefly, and roughly understood Xuanfei's intentions. After thinking for a moment, Yisu said indifferently, "I also have some interest in this matter. Since Mr. Ma wants to proceed, let's schedule a meeting to discuss it in person." "Yes. I'll convey your message to them." Yu Shuichin nodded. Yu Shuichin then turned and left. Yisu continued to look at the documents on the table, a faint smile curving his lips. Interesting. Xuanfei's Mr. Ma coming to find him didn't surprise him. He had also been planning to find someone to collaborate with. The other party had channels, resources, and the entire Penguin Empire. It could be a decent partner. Collaborating wouldn't be a bad idea. However, he hoped that Mr. Ma wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that there was no one else he could collaborate with besides him. That would be asking for trouble. Yu Shuichin conveyed Yisu's intentions to the relevant personnel at Xuanfei Company. The relevant personnel at Xuanfei Company immediately relayed the message to that Mr. Ma. The boss of Xuanfei hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He cancelled all his activities and meetings for tomorrow and scheduled the meeting for the next day to demonstrate their seriousness. Now, Genesis Technology Company had no choice but to take them seriously. The next day, Yisu arrived at the meeting location. He didn't take a flight to another city. Instead, Mr. Ma personally flew to Los Angeles to meet with Yisu. Mr. Ma was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and appearing somewhat frail, but the sharpness in his eyes immediately made one realize he was no easy opponent. However, even the sharpest person would have to marvel at Yisu's youthfulness upon seeing him. It was as if he had cheated the system. A teenager of 14 or 15, not yet an adult, already possessed such wealth. If that wasn't cheating, what else could it be? Chapter 57, Negotiations at the Dinner Table. Mr. Ma concealed his shock and smiled, saying, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yu. I am Mr. Ma, the CEO of Xuanfei Company. I have heard of your reputations and am truly honored to meet you both today." Yisu nodded and said indifferently, "Let's sit down and talk." The meeting took place in a private room at a 5-star hotel. The table was already set with a variety of dishes. The two sat across from each other, observing one another. Mr. Ma was indeed a seasoned professional. In less than a minute since their meeting, he had already analyzed the relationship between Yisu and Yu Shuichin through observation. Although Yu Shuichin was the president and CEO of Genesis Technology Company, and indeed handled all the company's affairs, the true boss was still Yisu. This was an unchangeable fact. In fact, there was little conflict between the two. Yu Shuichin genuinely admired Yisu from the bottom of her heart, and there was no trace of conflict between them. This was undeniable. Ma Zong couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He had come to understand two things. First, Yisu's abilities were truly remarkable. Second, the person he had been talking to was just this young man. Yisu was unaware that Ma Zong had been thinking so deeply about him. He had been observing him all along, simply out of curiosity to see what this legendary figure looked like. Personally, I don't like beating around the bush. Since we've met with Mr. Ma, I'll just get straight to the point about our cooperation. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "The game will be developed by us. We will grant you the distribution rights for Xuanfei. Our virtual reality devices can run your software, and you can also host all your games on our virtual reality devices. The process of converting these games from PC games to virtual reality games will also be handled by us. However, the revenue distribution is the most critical issue. We will take 90% of the profits." Yisu's casual remark about taking 90% of the profits left Ma Zong's assistant looking grim, but Ma Zong's expression remained unchanged, still smiling, looking like a seasoned fox. He said, "Although I am grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Yi, personally, even a 10% share would be more than sufficient. However, both Mr. Yi and Mr. Yu must understand that, in our positions, we often have to consider not just our own interests but those of the entire company. For the sake of my company, I must say that such a revenue split lacks sincerity." "Mr. Ma, you can express your opinion," Yisu said indifferently. "I know that Mr. Yi can find many people to collaborate with, and the collaborators don't necessarily have to be us. In fact, even if he doesn't collaborate with anyone, Mr. Yi could do it alone." Mr. Ma nodded and said, "However, making money is more enjoyable when everyone does it together, and that's better. This is how the industry often works. I understand Mr. Yi's goodwill. As for Xuanfei, we don't lack anything. If there's one thing we lack, it's access to overseas markets. Over the years, we have been actively expanding into overseas markets, but so far, the results have been disappointing. This is because the overseas markets are already highly mature, and the market share has been completely divided among established players, leaving little room for us to break in. Our primary objective in collaborating with Mr. Yi is to expand into overseas markets and make the world take notice of Xuanfei. I have been working tirelessly toward this goal. Mr. Ma spoke at length, but his remarks focused on other aspects, leaving Yi-Su somewhat perplexed. Why was he bringing up such matters? However, he soon understood. Mr. Ma truly wants to make this deal happen. He demonstrated his sincerity by openly sharing all the details of his situation. It must be said that this strategy of appearing to retreat while actually advancing, laying all his cards on the table, seems foolish on the surface, but it is highly effective. Yi-Su appreciates this approach. In fact, he had specifically chosen this approach because he knew Yi-Su appreciated it. It was a masterful display of negotiation tactics. It must be said, this old fox is truly clever. Mr. Ma continued, although our influence abroad is somewhat limited, we are still very powerful domestically. No internet company can match us, and I am confident in that. Our marketing efforts will also fully satisfy Mr. Yi-Su. Additionally, we have extensive connections abroad and can provide substantial support to Mr. Yi. In short, our company's publicity efforts will definitely satisfy Mr. Yi. As a long-term partner, we are confident in this. If your company trusts us, then regarding the profit-sharing arrangement, we hope to receive 40%. After all that, Mr. Ma finally mentioned the profit-sharing arrangement. Chapter 58, Section 1, Virtual Reality Game Mysterious World. I understand your meaning. Yi-Su nodded and said. Mr. Ma's intentions were crystal clear. They wanted 40% of the profits in exchange for becoming a promotional tool for Yi-Su's Genesis company. This was absolutely worth it. For a product, nothing is more important than promotion. Xuanfei's channels and their connections overseas also held significant influence. After all, Yi-Su won't just have this one product in the future. Thinking of this, Yi-Su said calmly, at most 30%. Deal. Ma Zong stood up excitedly. Let's work together, Mr. Yi. Cooperation will be smooth. Yi-Su looked at Ma Zong's straightforwardness and couldn't help but mutter to himself, did I give too much of the profit share? But upon further reflection, the game wasn't his main goal. It wasn't about the game itself, but rather gaining access to Xuanfei's promotional channels. Give them 30%, so be it. In this era, nothing is more important than publicity. What's the point of saying good wine needs no bush or gold will always shine? It's all nonsense. Only through widespread publicity can one make big money. Genesis Technology Company had already spent over 100 million on publicity. With so much media coverage and exposure across various channels, successfully capturing the world's attention, was it fate, or just the result of throwing money around? The collaboration between Xuanfei and Genesis Technology was quickly reported by relevant media outlets. Many people are eagerly awaiting some major moves. As expected, amid the anticipation, Genesis Technology Company announced another shocking piece of news. Genesis Technology Company has teamed up with Xuanfei Company to launch a game. This game is titled Mysterious World. It is a super fantasy open-world game. It features magic, martial arts, ghosts, futuristic technology, and even the mysteries of the universe. Additionally, Genesis Technology has released a promotional trailer. Mysterious World. When you click on the title, the video starts playing immediately. Majestic mountains, immortals flying through the air on swords, and divine abilities being casually unleashed, all bombarding the screen. In the blink of an eye, a highly advanced technological civilization appears before everyone's eyes. Scenes that only exist in science fiction movies appear here. The scene shifts again, revealing a dark and eerie demonic realm before everyone's eyes. Chilling winds howl, ghostly screams echo, and countless spirits flicker across the screen. But even through the screen, everyone feels a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, the scene quickly faded away. This is a magical world, filled with magical arrays, towers of mages, beautiful elves, majestic dragons, and cunning monsters. All these scenes flash by, making everyone's blood boil with excitement, instantly reaching the peak of anticipation. When this video appeared before the eyes of the general public, everyone was instantly blown away. This video was heavily promoted by Xuanfei, so almost everyone in China saw it within the first few hours. It also spread widely overseas, with YouTube views surpassing 10 million in just one day. The comments and discussions below were countless, reaching an almost absurd level. Everyone began discussing it excitedly. Every topic online was about this. Xiao Bai, what an amazing game world. I've been dreaming about this for years. If only there were virtual reality devices and a game world like this. Who would have thought that it would become a reality in my lifetime? This is truly amazing. I need to work hard and save money to buy a virtual reality device and experience the mysterious world. Mr. Mouse King, my goodness, is this really a game? It completely blows away all other games on the market by a factor of 10,000. This is so amazing. Genesis Technology Company has truly driven everyone crazy with this one. Flood, 666666, that's the only way I can describe how I feel right now. No questions asked, I have to buy this virtual reality device. It's too awesome. Mysterious user, I'm skeptical about this. This is way too fake. How could there be such a game? And virtual reality devices? What is this? False advertising. Big Snake, you idiot upstairs, do you even know what a virtual reality device is? It's fake? Are you out of your mind? Yao Ruan, LS, don't curse. LSS is probably from a village that just got internet access. Let's not blame him. Let's discuss something else. Tengfei moment, yeah, in my lifetime, I finally got to see this game. It's amazing. Genesis Technology Company is truly incredible. Cute King, at this moment, the whole world is buzzing because of this promotional video. 10 million virtual reality devices? That's probably not enough to go around. Chapter 59, A Greater Significance. As the netizen Meng Wang mentioned, it wasn't just people in the East who were going crazy at that moment. People all over the world were going wild over the short video released by Genesis Technology Company. Such a game world is the romance of so many people. Magic, martial arts, technology, and the supernatural. So many worlds, so many mysteries. In an instant, it captured everyone's attention. No exceptions. Of course, some women might not share that romanticism, but they were equally amazed by this game world. To experience such a game world would be an incredible feeling. Even those who have never dreamed of such a world would find themselves imagining it after watching this short video. Every country, every region around the world is discussing Genesis Technology Company's game. No exceptions. At this moment, language, race, and gender all fade away as they discuss this topic together. In fact, this isn't the first time. Whether it was Genesis Technology Company's previous press conference or the global auction of 10,000 luxury virtual reality devices, they all captured the world's attention. And now, it has once again captured the world's attention. Among these people, the most troubled are, of course, the game development companies and teams abroad. After watching this short video, they all fell silent. In such a world, such a game, no matter how hard they try to create something, they simply cannot surpass it. This is an essential difference. Virtual reality world games. What's the point of striving to create a AAA-level masterpiece on the PC platform? It's not even comparable. They've been completely left in the dust. For a moment, these game company employees and game developers felt a deep sense of fear. They wondered if they would be left behind by the times. However, upon further reflection, they sighed in relief. The reason was simple. Although a game that surpassed all existing games had suddenly emerged, devouring a significant portion of the market and drawing everyone's attention, there was still room for them to survive. After all, to experience this game, Mysterious World, one needed a virtual reality device. The price of such a device was not cheap, and not everyone could afford it. Even so, they will inevitably face severe challenges in the future. This is inevitable and unavoidable. They must find a solution. If they don't, their survival will be completely threatened. They must identify their unique advantages, things that virtual reality games cannot replicate, and fight to survive. Mysterious World is truly an eye-catching game. However, not everyone is drawn to this game. There are exceptions. It's simple, not everyone in the world enjoys playing games. Some professionals and researchers dedicated to their fields see something different in virtual reality devices. In their eyes, the true value of virtual reality devices lies far beyond gaming. To confine them solely to games is a colossal waste. Virtual reality devices should have a greater purpose. The virtual reality world within VR devices has a time difference with the real world, roughly 101. 10 days in the virtual reality world equate to 1 day in the real world, meaning time is multiplied by 10. The possibilities are endless. Moreover, conducting dangerous experiments or tests that are prohibited in the real world can be safely carried out in the virtual reality world. With such capabilities, rapid technological advancement is only a matter of time. Virtual reality devices are the legs that propel human progress forward. From this perspective, virtual reality devices should have a greater mission than just being used for games. Scholars from all fields around the world have accurately recognized this. Many organizations and nations have contacted virtual reality device companies, including Genesis Technology Company, to express their stance. Genesis Technology Company is clearly not the kind of company that focuses solely on making money. They fully agree with the ideas of these organizations and nations. They have stated that conducting various experiments in the virtual reality world is completely acceptable. Experiments in the virtual reality world will be synchronized with the real world and will not deviate in any way. After Genesis Technology Company made this stance clear, all renowned organizations worldwide praised the company highly. Only in this way can humanity take another step forward. Chapter 60, Global Sales are about to begin. This is the perspective of some individuals, who have also begun pre-ordering virtual reality devices. However, Genesis Technology's stance left them somewhat disappointed. Although they agreed to their request, allowing them to conduct experiments and learn in the virtual reality world, they were not permitted to pre-order virtual reality devices. Even if you can conduct experiments, what's the point if you can't buy virtual reality equipment? The scholars from these organizations were all taken aback and issued their protests. Genesis Technology Company wasn't as accommodating this time. They made it very clear that conducting experiments was acceptable, but as customers, others were also customers. Why should they be prioritized? This made no sense at all. They should compete with others for purchases. Even after these organizations reiterated multiple times that they needed the virtual reality devices for the advancement of humanity, Genesis Technology Company remained unyielding. They refused to agree and told them to join other customers in the pre-order rush at the designated time. Whoever gets it first gets it. This response left the scholarly organizations speechless and helpless. They had received preferential treatment in many other places, but here at Genesis Technology Company, there was no such favor. How could they not be frustrated? However, those with discernment see things clearly. The reason for not selling to them is simple, isn't it? They are all foreigners. Although their experimental results are world-class and aimed at advancing global development, compared to that, they are first and foremost foreigners. Now, the leader of Dongfang Nation, the top leader of the country, is so supportive of Yi Su and his company. Any issues or troubles are resolved without hesitation. Why would they prioritize these foreigners? First, some research institutes in the East and domestic academic organizations are given priority. Let the Eastern nation grow strong first and become the world's dominant power before considering anything else. This preferential treatment has made the Eastern nation's leader extremely satisfied. Yi Su's actions were not hidden, and soon other organizations around the world became aware of them. Naturally, they were envious, but aside from condemnation, they had no other options. If you anger Yi Su, he can simply refuse to sell, and what can you do then? Therefore, these organizations remained relatively compliant. Of course, what methods or means they use afterward to obtain virtual reality equipment from other sources is another matter entirely and has nothing to do with Yi Su. Now that he had made this statement, it was sufficient. As the days passed, May 1st drew near the global launch date for virtual reality devices. Everyone around the world who can afford it is eagerly awaiting this day. To reassure consumers worldwide about purchasing this product, Genesis Technology Company has implemented the following measures for virtual reality devices. First, the virtual reality devices will use iris recognition technology, ensuring a 1:1 match. Each device can only be used by one person. Even if someone steals or seizes the device, it will be useless to them. Second, the games for the virtual reality devices will be distributed for free. Any in-game purchases will be a separate matter. Yi Su has been very clever in this regard, as he fully understands that the most profitable games in the world are free-to-play games. Third, regarding the rush to purchase, two distribution methods will be adopted. The first is offline store queuing, and the second, the primary method, is online purchasing. Where to purchase? Naturally, it will be on the official website. As the launch date approached, Yi Su's company became incredibly busy. Currently, the number of employees at Yi Su's company has expanded from 1,000 to 20,000. Expanding by 20 times overnight, various tasks have multiplied, leaving Yu Shuachin overwhelmed once again. These days, she can barely sleep for 2 or 3 hours each night, as countless tasks demand her attention. Seeing Yu Shuachin so busy, Yi Su couldn't help but worry. He had told her to rest and let others help, but she insisted on doing everything herself. There was nothing he could do but let her continue. However, even if Yu Shuachin were to fall ill and collapse, he had a plan to ensure her recovery. In fact, for the current scale of Genesis Technology Company, 2,000 employees aren't that many. Most of them are workers producing virtual reality devices in the tech park. Only a small group of elite employees, fewer than 1,000, are the true core of the company. These individuals are extremely loyal to Yi Su's company, almost to the point of devotion. Other companies had tried to lure these employees away with high salaries to uncover the secrets of Genesis technology, but they were all rejected without hesitation. Chapter 61, Global Frenzy. The reason for rejecting these companies is simple. The company recently distributed bonuses, giving each employee $1 million. Such a generous gesture, why would anyone leave? Only fools would leave Genesis Technology Company. They are creating history. Where else could be better than staying here? As the company expands, Genesis Technology Company naturally cannot remain confined to a single building in a corner of the science park. With plenty of money, Yi Su directly leased all the buildings in the tech park. This move is no longer considered a major investment for him. The real grand gesture would be to buy all the buildings in this area. However, this isn't a matter of a few $100 billion, nor is it about how much money is involved. It requires consulting the national authorities. With the support of higher-ups, Yi Su smoothly negotiated with the national authorities and acquired all the buildings in the Science and Technology Park at an extremely low price of $100 billion. Such a large piece of land, even if not every inch is worth its weight in gold, would still command a hefty price. And given that it's all connected, it's simply impossible to sell it so cheaply. But this was a gesture of goodwill. With such a large area, building a city within a city would be no problem. These days, Yu Shuachin has been busy, and Yi Su has also been quite occupied. On one hand, there are the mass production issues at the graphene factory. On the other hand, there are the company's expansion plans, and additionally, there's the matter of purchasing the entire Science and Technology Park. Meanwhile, Yi Su was contemplating the future direction of the graphene industry, where would be the most suitable place for its development. Just as Yisu was deep in thought, the much-anticipated virtual reality device sales event finally arrived. Countless people had been anticipating this day, eagerly awaiting its arrival. This scene could be seen all over the world. In front of a sales outlet, there was a line so long it was almost impossible to see the end. All the virtual reality devices that had been pre-ordered online were snapped up in an instant. Many people didn't even hesitate to snatch them up, for a simple reason: virtual reality devices were so popular that buying them was a surefire investment. Reselling them later would also fetch a hefty profit. Soon, the standard version of the virtual reality device, priced at $300,000, was being resold online for $500,000, while the luxury version, priced at $500,000, was being resold for an astonishing $1 million. And there was still a shortage of supply. Everyone was scrambling to get their hands on virtual reality devices, eager to experience the marvels of this incredible technology. Almost without exception, Yisu naturally understood how appealing his virtual reality devices were to the majority of people. His factory operated non-stop, continuing to produce virtual reality devices to gradually ease the global demand surge. In just a few days, Yisu had become the richest man in the East and one of the wealthiest individuals in the world thanks to his virtual reality devices. Since many aspects of wealth are difficult to compare, for instance, the production costs of virtual reality devices are unknown to the public, it's hard to estimate the profitability of Genesis Technology Company. However, in terms of sales alone, Genesis Technology Company was already the world leader, with no doubt about it. Of course, many also speculated that Yisu had likely become the world's richest person. These people referred to Yisu as the youngest billionaire in history, the most influential man in the world, the most extraordinary man, and the man who changed the world. For a time, endless praise poured in, all directed at Yisu. After selling 1 million virtual reality devices, only Yisu understood that he was not truly the world's richest person. The truly wealthy individuals in this world do not appear on public rankings. Of course, perhaps as virtual reality devices continue to sell, he might become the world's richest person, but that is not his goal. His primary objective is to advance the world and further develop civilization. As for money, having enough is sufficient. Although he was currently quite wealthy, there were simply too many places where money would be needed in the future. While the money seems like a lot now, it's nowhere near enough for the future expenses he'll face. Yisu hasn't let his current situation go to his head because it simply isn't worth it. This is merely a fraction of the wealth of a single planet. After all, in his previous life, Yisu possessed far greater wealth. So it's no surprise that he remains unfazed. However, it was precisely this calm demeanor that made Yu Shuqin admire him even more. No matter when she looked at him, she felt as though her boss was like an abyss, with no bottom in sight. Even after earning so much money, he could still maintain such a composed attitude. How many people in this world could do that? As usual, Yu Shuqin reported the company's recent major developments to Yisu and was about to leave when Yisu suddenly called her back. Chapter 62, Health Recovery Potion. Is there anything else, Mr. Yi? Yu Shuqin looked at Yisu, flashing a professional smile, and asked. Over the past few days, she had been immersed in a relentless work schedule, leaving her looking gaunt with dark circles under her eyes and a weary expression. However, this was merely superficial. Her mental state was excellent, with bright, energetic eyes that exuded vitality. The discrepancy between her appearance and her eyes made Yisu frown and say, "How else am I supposed to convince you to rest?" Originally, Yisu believed that even if Yu Shuqin fell ill, he had the means to cure her. But now, the situation was different. If Yu Shuqin were to die suddenly, he truly would have no way to revive her. Perhaps in the future world, there might still be a sliver of hope. But this was Earth. If Yu Shuqin were to die suddenly, there was no way she could be brought back to life. Yisu didn't want Yu Shuqin to die. On one hand, after spending so many days together, Yu Shuqin's abilities and her diligent spirit had completely earned Yisu's respect, even admiration. As a person of this era, she had almost reached her limits. There was nothing to criticize about her. If she were to die suddenly, Yisu would be heartbroken. Personally, that's how it is, of course. Yisu doesn't like him romantically, they're just friends. Someone who works so hard, if he were to be greedy toward her, that would be shameful, and he would never do such a thing. On the other hand, as the CEO of Genesis Technology, if he were to die suddenly, the entire company would be thrown into chaos. Although Yisu was the absolute core of Genesis Technology Company, it was Yu Shuqin who helped establish the company, and this is an undeniable fact. Yu Shuqin is well aware that his current state is off. She is fully aware of this, but she has no choice. Every day, her spirit is so exhilarated, as if she had taken countless stimulants, and she simply cannot stop. If she doesn't do anything, should she just stare into space? I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I know I should rest, but my current state isn't suitable for rest. Even if I sleep, I wake up quickly, as if I don't feel tired at all, Yu Shuqin said helplessly. This is just your imagination, Yisu shook his head and said, your mind is making your body feel this way. In reality, your body has already reached its limit, like a string that's been stretched to its breaking point. If you keep going like this, you'll definitely get sick. But I've seen a psychologist and even consulted a doctor, and none of them could help me. Yu Shuichin said helplessly. They all seem powerless to help my situation, just telling me to rest. I know that resting is pointless. You've already seen them, haven't you? Yisu said, I know. I'll help you resolve this situation. Huh? Yu Shuichin paused and asked, how will you solve it? I don't have a good solution either. My field of expertise isn't psychology or mental health, but I can help restore your physical health to what it was long ago. That way, you won't have to worry for now, and you can gradually adjust on your own later. Yisu thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Yu Shuichin nodded and said, alright, I'll do my best to restore your health as soon as possible. You must understand that our company is still in its early stages. Yisu said calmly. I understand. Yu Shuichin nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She didn't know what method Yisu would use to restore her physical condition to its previous healthy state, but she was certain he had a way. After spending so many days together, Yu Shuichin had developed an almost obsessive trust in Yisu. Yisu didn't want Yu Shuichin to die like this, so he had to put aside his current work and create a healing potion to restore her health to what it had been long ago. This potion sounded mysterious, but it was essentially a powerful nutritional supplement designed to improve physical condition. If there is an underlying illness, it can't cure it, it just helps the body recover from a state of exhaustion. In Yisu's ultra-advanced civilization, such potions are commonplace and nothing out of the ordinary. It's like the HP recovery potions in video games. However, researching it from scratch using Earth's materials is quite a complex task. Yisu called in Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, who were conducting experimental research, and explained the situation to them. The two agreed without hesitation. There's actually such a potion? Lin Zixuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's truly amazing, Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement. The principle is quite simple, but the preparation process for the potion is a bit complicated, and the actual production is a bit troublesome. If we master the materials and the production method, we can achieve large-scale production. Yisu smiled and said, you'll understand soon enough. As for what to do next, this is completely different from those hormone-containing drinks and stimulants on the market. This is a recovery potion with no side effects. It actually helps the body recover its health. I'll do my best, the two sisters said in unison. Sometimes, the two of them were naturally curious about why Yisu knew so much. But they both understood that some secrets were not something they could touch. As Yisu's assistants, these secrets were absolutely off limits. Whether it was the older sister or the younger sister, they both understood this, so they never asked any unnecessary questions about it. This also pleased Yisu greatly. Not asking what shouldn't be asked and not touching what shouldn't be touched, what could be smarter than that? Chapter 63, Yisu's Reward. Yisu glanced at the obedient Lin Zixuan and her sister Lin Zixuan, suddenly recalling something. He had actually planned to eliminate the two sisters earlier. Dealing with Yu Shuichin can wait. Thinking of this, Yisu smiled. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, who were fully focused and waiting for Yisu's commands, never imagined that Yisu had already set his sights on the two of them. The process of making the potion was not smooth, as many materials were scarce or even unavailable. Yisu had to use substitutes, but the effects were not significant, leading to failure and forcing him to start over. In the end, it took nearly 10 hours to complete the potion. Yisu gently touched the exhausted faces of Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, saying with a touch of pity, you've worked hard. Go rest now. It's not tiring, said Lin Zixuan, enjoying Yisu's touch, shaking her head and looking at him. Being able to help mentor Yisu is truly wonderful. Yes, Lin Zixuan, blushing, nodded in agreement. Looking at the two beautiful sisters, Yisu couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, and kissed each of them on the cheek. However, this time, compared to the previous occasion, it felt like a butterfly skimming the water. The duration was significantly longer. Yisu chose Lin Zixuan first. Feeling Yisu's tenderness and compassion, Lin Zixuan's heart was filled with emotion. After waiting so many days, she had finally waited for this moment. However, this made Lin Zixuan's younger sister, Lin Zixuan, blush fiercely, too shy to control herself. She watched her sister and Yisu, her heart filled with anticipation. Yisu, the mentor, was definitely not the kind of person to favor one over the other. Since he had done this with her sister, it was only natural that he should do the same with her as well. However, it hadn't ended yet, and Lin Zixuan was pacing anxiously beside them, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Yisu, already unable to wait any longer. Seeing Lin Zixuan's expression, Yisu couldn't help but find it amusing. He touched Lin Zixuan's face, and she immediately closed her eyes, ready for Yisu to kiss her. But after a moment, Yisu still hadn't kissed her, so she opened her eyes and saw his smiling face, making her blush even more. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Zixuan said in a spoiled tone, but her voice was very soft. If it weren't for the quiet laboratory, Yisu might not have heard her. Hurry up with what? Fortunately, Yisu heard her shy, coquettish voice. He didn't rush to act but instead asked with a smile. Yisu's teasing remark nearly made Lin Zixuan burst into tears. She looked at Yisu with tears in her eyes, too shy to say anything. Just like my sister. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but whisper. Oh? Yisu smiled and said. Don't tease sooner, Yisu mentor. Give sooner such a reward too. Lin Zixuan said with a smile from the side. All right. Yi Su's mischievous streak came to an end. To be honest, he wasn't intentionally teasing Lin Zixuan. On the contrary, he liked her even more, which was why he enjoyed seeing her expression like that. Compared to Lin Zixuan, he preferred this cute and shy younger sister. After rewarding the two sisters, Yi Su told them to rest. They had been busy for 10 hours, and both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were exhausted. Although they wanted to continue, there was no rush. There would be plenty of time later. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race, and Yi Su understood this principle very well. After letting Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan rest, Yi Su took the medicine and left the house, getting into his private car. He glanced at the driver and said softly, "Take me to the company." Yes, the driver nodded and replied softly. The car left the garage and quickly arrived at the company. Upon arriving at the company entrance, the driver parked the car in the underground garage, while Yi Su walked directly toward the entrance of one of the buildings in the company complex. Genesis Technology Company had long since expanded beyond a single building, now encompassing all the buildings in the entire technology park. Naturally, there were main and secondary buildings, and the one Yi Su was heading toward was the main building. The security guards outside immediately recognized Yi Su and hurried over with respectful expressions. The employees who saw Yi Su on both sides were all excited. As a living legend, it was impossible for him not to be the center of attention and admiration. They all greeted him and bowed. Facing their enthusiasm, Yi Su couldn't help but smile, waved his hand, and said, "Good evening." His response made them even more excited. Yi Su quickly made his way to the chairman's office, sat down in the chair, and sent someone to fetch Yu Shuochen. Sitting in the chairman's office, Yi Su looked at the medication on the table and couldn't help but think about how precious his time was. 10 hours, it was something that couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Now, he had wasted those 10 hours for Yu Shuochen. It was the first time in his life he had ever done such a thing. In his previous life, he had never done such a thing. This was also his first time in this life. Compared to his previous life, he felt that he was perhaps a bit more compassionate in this life. Probably. If it were his past self, he would never have done such a thing. Back then, he was obsessed with research and nothing else mattered to him. He didn't value interactions with others at all. Just as Yi Su was lost in thought, Yu Shuochen received a notification and hurried to the door of Yi Su's office, knocking on the door immediately. "Come in," Yi Su said indifferently. Yu Shuochen pushed the door open and approached Yi Su, asking, "Mr. Yi, did you call me here for something? Didn't I tell you about the medication earlier? I've figured it out. It's this. Drink it." Yi Su looked at Yu Shuochen's exhausted appearance and said indifferently. Chapter 64, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. All right. Yu Shuochen glanced at the potion, hesitated not a moment, and drank the strange-looking concoction. Seeing Yu Shuochen drink it without hesitation, Yi Su understood that this was a sign of absolute trust in him. "How do you feel?" Yi Su, of course, wasn't he going to ask such a silly question? He didn't ask why she didn't hesitate. Instead, he asked about the effect. Not much. Yu Shuochen tasted it carefully and found nothing unusual, so she replied honestly, "Actually, I was already in good condition, so I can't really tell the difference." That's not necessarily the case. Yi Su rolled his eyes and said, "Go look in the mirror." "Huh?" Yu Shuochen froze for a moment, then walked over to the mirror and looked at herself. Yu Shuochen was completely stunned. The Yu Shuochen in the mirror looked completely different. Her complexion had improved by more than tenfold, her skin was no longer dry and lackluster but now radiant and elastic, and her dark circles had completely vanished. If the previous Yu Shuochen had looked exhausted, like a middle-aged woman in her 30s or even 40s, the Yu Shuochen in the mirror now resembled a young girl in her 20s. Yu Shuochen naturally understood how enormous this transformation was. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, too shocked to speak for a moment. After a long while, Yu Shuochen finally said, "This is truly amazing. The results are incredible. This product is amazing. If this product were to be marketed, it would definitely sweep the world." "You're thinking about that," Yi Su said with a smile. "Others aren't like you, working day and night. So even if they recover, it won't be much, and the effect won't be very noticeable. The reason your effect is so good is because your previous condition was so poor. Do you understand?" "Oh, I see." Yu Shuochen finally understood, "But this really is thanks to Mr. Yi. How much time did it take to create this?" 10 hours. "You wasted 10 hours of my time just to create this." Yi Su smiled faintly and said, "This is something to be proud of, isn't it?" "Yes." Yu Shuochen nodded seriously and said, "Mr. Yi, I will remember this forever. I will definitely work hard to repay you. Work harder next time or I won't make it for you. You better rest properly." Yi Su said helplessly. "I'll try my best to rest." Yu Shuochen said with a smile, "But this conversation is really weird. You know it's strange." Yi Su spread his hands and said, "I'm going back. You should rest early." "Got it, Mr. Yi," Yu Shuochen said with a giggle. "Don't give me that smirk," Yi Su said. Yu Shuochen nodded. Just say it once. Yi Su said. As Yu Shuichin walked out of Yi Su's office, her transformation instantly caught the attention of the surrounding employees. What had happened in Yi Su's office? How had Yu Shuichin suddenly become so young? Some people didn't even recognize her at first and asked, "Who just came out of Mr. Ye's office?" "You're an idiot. That's Yu's own." The person beside him rolled his eyes and said, "Ms. Yu?" The person stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that really Ms. Yu? How did she suddenly become so much younger?" "Mr. Yu has always been this young, okay? He just wasn't in good condition recently, but now he's recovered." However, it was still strange. How did he suddenly recover so quickly? People speculated privately. Some thought Yi Su and Yu Shuichin must have done something unspeakable, and then Yu Shuichin replenished the energy Yi Su had given her, allowing her to regain her youthful appearance. Of course, such speculation is something I dare not utter aloud. After all, Yi Su and Yu Shuichin, one is the sole director and the company's true boss, while the other is the president and CEO who founded the company from scratch. Using them as the subject of gossip? That's asking for trouble. And not just any kind of trouble, it's suicide. Therefore, such speculation could only exist in one's mind and could never be spoken aloud. Yu Shuichin, of course, wouldn't bother with what others might think. She had plenty of work waiting for her. Yu Shuichin went to work instead of resting as Yi Su had instructed, because she understood that if her condition deteriorated again, Yi Su would definitely administer that medication once more. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? In fact, that was exactly the case. Having already thoroughly researched the recovery potion, Yi Su could now produce it much faster, taking no more than half an hour. If Yu Shuichin's condition deteriorated again, he wouldn't mind spending half an hour to restore her HP, MP, and SP, giving her an extra second. After leaving the company, Yi Su returned home to rest. The next morning, when Yi Su woke up, he felt as though he had an endless supply of energy throughout his entire body. He then called Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan to his room. This was the first time Yi Su had called the two sisters over so early. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan thought there must be an important matter, so they came over without changing out of their pajamas. Upon seeing Yi Su's gentle gaze, the two immediately understood what was happening. They were both overjoyed, yet equally shy. After all, whether it was the younger sister Lin Zixuan or the older sister Lin Zixuan, this was their first time. With such anticipation, as it was their first time as girls, they were naturally quite reserved. The two sisters sat on Yi Su's bed and suddenly recalled that it had been so many days since they last came to Yi Su's bed. This time, the feelings were completely different from before. Back then, they had been so scared and afraid, but now, they were filled with shyness and anticipation, presenting themselves in the most perfect way before Yi Su. Chapter 65, Perfection. Before they knew it, a few days had passed. The general public's adaptability was truly remarkable. Previously, virtual reality devices were considered pure fantasy, something that only existed in movies, novels, and animations. Who would have believed they could appear in reality? It was simply impossible. However, when it actually happened, virtual reality devices were successfully invented and sold over 10 million units worldwide. People's attitudes underwent a complete reversal. Everyone began to accept that virtual reality devices truly existed in the real world. In fact, there was no way to deny it, and it couldn't be changed. Moreover, the existence of virtual reality devices represents technological progress. Even if people can't enjoy the benefits of virtual reality devices now, someday in the future, they'll be able to afford them, or as virtual reality technology continues to develop and prices drop, they'll become accessible to everyone. Imagine spending your free time using virtual reality devices to explore another world, experiencing things that are completely impossible in real life. How wonderful would that be? Just thinking about it is exciting. In summary, if something is considered bad, people will instinctively avoid it. But with something as wonderful as virtual reality devices, once you've decided to embrace them, what is there to avoid? Just face it head on. Times are always evolving, after all. This year will be forever etched in history thanks to the widespread adoption of virtual reality devices. Even many years from now, textbooks will record that on May 1, 2017, Genesis Technology sold 1 million virtual reality devices worldwide, officially ushering in the virtual reality era. This was a monumental event for the progress and advancement of human civilization. Of course, such records are still impossible to achieve today. Those without money may not be able to enjoy virtual reality devices, but they will keep a close eye on their development, hoping that as the technology advances to the second, third, and fourth generations, the prices will eventually come down. Some individuals have begun working hard to earn money with the sole purpose of purchasing a virtual reality device. In fact, many recent college graduates who have little money and come from modest backgrounds are even resorting to taking out loans to achieve this goal. As for those who were never upstanding individuals to begin with, upon seeing virtual reality devices, they resort to scams, fraud, and even theft to gather the necessary funds. In the past, the media might have blamed virtual reality devices, claiming that such technology leads people down the wrong path, using such flawed logic to manipulate public opinion. However, this time, the news media did not do that. They expressed their views on the matter fairly and strongly criticized these individuals. Taking the wrong path is a matter of character, and the blame cannot be shifted onto the devices. Technology is innocent. Everyone must clearly understand this. These media outlets, which have never been known for their positive energy or sound values, have, for once, demonstrated some integrity, earning them a lot of praise for speaking the truth. When humans make mistakes, is it not wrong to blame temptation for their errors? This is unreasonable. In fact, these media outlets had no choice but to act this way, as the higher-ups had already made their stance clear. Yi Su, the chairman of Genesis Technology, the company behind the virtual reality devices, is a man who can reach the highest levels of power. Why would the news media risk offending him by slandering him? Do they want to shut down their operations? All news media are fully aware of this, so they naturally won't slander virtual reality devices or Genesis Technology Company. Instead, they actually made a reasonable argument, which is indeed quite rare. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Su's background, this wouldn't have happened. When Yi Su learned of this, he merely smiled and did not take it seriously. As virtual reality devices became more widespread, many businesses realized the price was too high for most people to afford. So, just like buying a house or a car on installments, people started buying virtual reality devices on installments. 30 million is too much? Paying it off over 30 years, is that still too much? Not at all. Chapter 66, Transparent Phone. This policy was naturally welcomed by many people. In fact, installment payments require interest, and the total amount paid over time far exceeds 30,000. However, for those who lack the funds but still want to purchase virtual reality devices, there is no other option. Under this policy, sales of virtual reality devices have become increasingly booming. Soon, Genesis Technology Company paid off all the loans it owed to numerous banks and even made a profit, earning an unknown amount. For a company monopolizing such a game-changing technology as virtual reality devices, not making a profit is simply impossible. Overnight, countless honors, praises, accolades, and awards poured in for Yi Su and Yushua Chin. However, most of the time, Yushua Chin was the one appearing in the public eye. The true boss of Genesis Technology Company, Yi Su, did not have the time to attend various high-profile meetings and remained solely as the behind-the-scenes boss. Thus, it didn't take long for Yushua Chin's fame to surpass Yi Su's. With countless praises and honors bestowed upon her, she had essentially secured her status as the Person of the Year for 2017. Moreover, this Person of the Year was not just a figure in the Eastern Kingdom but a global one. No news conferences, no media briefings, no magazine promotions. Yi Su didn't attend any of these events. All invitations were politely declined. In his eyes, such things were utterly meaningless. Fame held no value for him. However, even so, as the inventor of virtual reality devices and the CEO of Genesis Technology, his name and fame, though rarely exposed, are still widely known. Though he may not be as prominent as Yushua Chin, that is merely a matter of degree. After all, there are still many discerning people in this world. Yi Su's graphene factory was progressing smoothly. Currently, all the graphene produced there was several times, even 10 times, better in quality than the graphene available on the market, and the production speed was also incomparable. However, he couldn't help but ponder how to truly popularize graphene. Does he have to collaborate with others again? If he collaborated with others, it would be much easier to promote, but collaboration also meant that a portion of the pie would be taken by others, possibly a significant portion. After all, Genesis Technology Company was a complete novice in the materials field. To be honest, Yi Su didn't like this idea. While he didn't care about the amount of money, he believed that what was his was his. Why should he let others take the lion's share for no reason? Additionally, the costs of technological research and development were no small sum. Money, after all, was always better in larger quantities. Granted, advancing the world is for the world's benefit, but to keep this process under his control, Yi Su must grasp every step of the way. After thinking it over for a while, Yi Su still couldn't come up with a good solution. He walked over to the computer and asked, "Rem, do you have any ideas? Regarding the promotion of graphene? Master, is that what's causing you headaches right now?" As soon as Yi Su finished speaking, Rem appeared on the computer screen, looking at Yi Su and asking with a smile. "Yes." Yi Su nodded and said, "I'm really struggling with how to implement this process. After all, I'm not suited for this role. I should be in the lab conducting various experiments, but for the sake of the world's development, I have no choice but to step forward. Perhaps the master could discuss this with that woman." Rem said with a smile. "That woman? Are you referring to Yushua Chin?" Yi Su asked. "Yes, that woman is quite capable. I believe she'll find a good solution soon. Plus, handing this promotion plan over to her would be completely problem-free." Rem said with a smile. "Forget it." Yi Su shook his head and said, "She already has enough on her plate. The company is so large, and all matters are piled on her shoulders. She needs to handle various issues from all directions. Adding this to her workload might truly lead to her collapse." "I see. Human energy is ultimately limited, and there's nothing we can do about that," Rem said regretfully. Yes, so we need to find another way. Yi Su said. Rem thought for a moment and then said, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it, Master? Of course. Yi Su nodded. Here's the plan, Master, there's no need to rush into opening up all the graphene markets. After all, your company has no experience in this field and is still a newcomer. If you want to expand in this direction, it's simple, just focus on breaking into one niche market first, and that will be enough to shift the momentum. Rem explained slowly. Leverage a single point? Yi Su heard this and his brows gradually relaxed. He said, What do you mean? Master, didn't you assign me a task earlier? Rem suddenly changed the subject and brought up something else. Yes. I still don't know how to begin the comprehensive rollout plan for the intelligence system. Yi Su said helplessly, Has that issue been resolved? That issue hadn't been resolved yet, but now it has been resolved. Rem said with a very confident tone, The Master can now resolve both issues at the same time. Oh, I see. Yi Su nodded, understanding what Rem was getting at. Yes, that's exactly it. The Master can develop a new device using graphene as the main material, equip it with the intelligence system, and then release it to the market. I believe that with this selling point, it will quickly gain widespread adoption worldwide. Rem continued with a smile, Graphene can perfectly produce transparent materials. The Master can use graphene to create a truly transparent smartphone. Chapter 67, Transparent Smartphone Successfully Developed. Rem continued, This phone will be like a certain fruit-themed phone, with its own unique system. It will also be equipped with Genesis Technology Company's proprietary ELF intelligence system and promoted worldwide. This way, the entire world will recognize the power of your intelligence system and realize that the graphene technology you possess is at the cutting edge of the world. No other graphene factory can compare. Rem spoke at length, and his words were met with approval from Yi Su. He nodded and said, You're right. This is indeed a win-win solution. It's truly excellent. Thank you. No need to thank me. Serving the Master, offering advice, and successfully assisting the Master is Rem's honor. Rem smiled contentedly, looking very happy. Since that's the case, I'll go ahead and create a truly transparent smartphone. Yi Su stepped away from the computer and said, The concept of a transparent phone has existed for a long time in the current market. However, up until now, it has only remained in the realm of concept models. In simple terms, it is a phone that exists only in concept. This is because the difficulty of manufacturing a transparent phone is simply enormous. Of course, there are so-called transparent phones available on the market. However, these transparent phones are similar to VR. While they claim to offer virtual reality, they are merely a gimmick. The transparent phones available on the market have transparent screens, but the phone itself is an outdated, old-fashioned model with a physical keyboard, and the system is also outdated. The only thing that looks transparent is the screen, which gives it a novelty factor, but it has no practical use whatsoever. This is truly disappointing. The field of transparent phones is one that major smartphone companies are all eager to explore. In fact, many people believe that in the future, phones will inevitably evolve into a semi-transparent form resembling crystal, which is both appealing and futuristic. However, achieving this design is no small feat technologically speaking. There are insurmountable challenges. Without the right materials, even Yi Su couldn't make a transparent phone. But now, things are different. He has perfect graphene. Creating a transparent smartphone is no longer a problem. Yi Su worked quickly, but due to some complexities, he worked from morning until night, and then from night until morning, finally succeeding in creating a truly transparent smartphone. In his hands, Yi Su held a crystal-clear smartphone with exceptional transparency. A gentle touch caused the screen to illuminate instantly, its beauty captivating all who saw it. Unlike the transparent smartphones featured in concept videos with added special effects, this was the real deal. It took several days to complete, though the process was somewhat arduous, but overall, it went smoothly. Yi Su hadn't eaten for days, surviving on a few bottles of nutrient solution he had mixed himself. The taste wasn't great, but it was nutritious and easy to drink, so Yi Su, who was in a hurry, had no other choice. Now that he had finally completed this phone, he couldn't help but sigh in relief, suddenly feeling hungry. Yi Su took the transparent phone with him and left the laboratory, planning to take a shower first, change into clean clothes, and then go out to eat. Though he was a bit hungry, he wanted tea in a hurry. Chapter 68, about to revolutionize the entire smartphone industry. Yi Su took off his clothes outside and walked straight into the bathroom to take a bath. After finishing his shower, Yi Su called his two sisters to join him for dinner. At the dinner table, Yi Su began playing with the transparent phone he had just created. It wasn't to show off or boast in front of his sisters, he simply wanted to test the phone's practicality and processing speed. If it wasn't practical, he'd naturally make some adjustments. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan watched Yi Su play with the phone. They were initially startled, then couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but ask, Yi Su, what is this? Lin Zixuan also asked curiously, what is this? A phone? Yes, it's a phone, Yi Su smiled and said, then handed the phone to Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Such a beautiful, highly transparent phone was incredibly appealing to women. When the phone reached the sisters' hands, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but stare, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It's really a phone. That's amazing. Is it a transparent phone? That's incredible. Lin Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered, "It's so beautiful. Are these already available on the market? Where did you buy it?" "Yes, where did you buy it?" Lin Zixuan asked, looking at Yi Su. Yi Su chuckled and said, "Do you think you can buy such a phone on the market?" "Huh?" Lin Zixuan paused for a moment before quickly realizing, "Did you make this phone, Yi Su?" "Yeah. It took me 2 or 3 days to make it. It hasn't been tested yet, so I don't know how many flaws it has or how practical it is." Yi Su nodded and said, 2-3 days? Lin Zixuan was speechless. Though she understood that her husband, Yi Su, was an unparalleled genius, it was still hard to believe that he had managed to create this concept phone, a transparent phone that had been hyped by countless media outlets for years without ever being seen in just 2 or 3 days. It was truly astonishing. "Husband, you're truly amazing." Lin Zixuan moved closer to Yi Su, wrapped her arms around him, and began to pout. "When will you make one of these phones for me too?" Since becoming Yi Su's woman, Lin Zixuan had learned the skill of being spoiled. Lin Zixuan, however, was too shy to learn it, but Lin Zixuan had no such reservations. Fortunately, when Lin Zixuan received any benefits, she would also share some with Lin Zixuan, so she didn't seem pitiful. Yi Su pinched Lin Zixuan's little nose and said affectionately, "This phone needs to be tested first. Once there are no issues, we'll hold a launch event to announce the global release of this phone by Genesis Technology Company. At that time, the phone will hit the market. However, before that, we'll produce a small batch for final testing. That's when we'll give you 2 units, and you'll be able to use them then. Okay, make sure to give me and my sister the first ones." Lin Zixuan said contentedly, "You're the best, honey." "Of course I'm the best," Yi Su said with a smile. Whether it was the spoiled Lin Zixuan or the more reserved Lin Zixuan, he loved them both. Since they were his women, it was only natural that he wouldn't treat them poorly. "However, while this phone is indeed beautiful, I wonder about its practicality," Lin Zixuan said. "It's very practical. You can try it out," Yi Su said casually. Lin Zixuan nodded and began using it. After a moment, she couldn't help but praise, "The processing speed is so fast. All the program buffering is completed in an instant. Also, what kind of system is this? It feels different, yet somehow familiar." "This is the ELF system," Yi Su said. "Ah, so it's the ELF intelligence system. I knew it. It's different from any other phone system on the market, but it's so user-friendly and feels familiar. It's the virtual reality device system. No wonder. The performance, feel, and beauty of this phone far surpass all other phones on the market." Lin Zixuan couldn't help but praise, "When this phone is released, it will definitely cause a huge stir. I can already envision that moment." Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement beside her and said, "I also think it might disrupt the entire smartphone industry. However, there's one crucial point, the price." Lin Zixuan looked at Yi Su and asked, "What's the cost and price of this phone?" Yi Su thought for a moment and said, "I haven't calculated it yet, but the basic cost alone is already quite high. At least over 1,000 yuan, which is higher than the basic cost of all smartphones currently on the market. There are also other costs such as labor, sales, taxes, and so on. Therefore, the price cannot be low. The standard version will be around 7,000 yuan. 7,000 yuan? Lin Zixuan was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is that price too high?" Yi Su asked, looking at her. "This price isn't that high. For such a beautiful phone, it's well worth it." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "In terms of cost effectiveness, this phone outperforms all other phones on the market by at least 10 times. No, I think it's even more 100 times or more." "I agree." Lin Zixuan also nodded. Chapter 69, The Troublemaking Genesis Technology Company. "Since you say that, I feel reassured." Yi Su smiled and nodded. The next day, Yi Su arrived at the company, sat in the chairman's office, and had someone call for Yu Shuachin. Shortly after, Yu Shuachin entered Yi Su's office. "Mr. Yi called me? What's the matter?" Yu Shuachin knocked on the door, pushed it open, and walked over to Yi Su, asking directly. "Yes, there is something I need to discuss," Yi Su nodded and said, "I want to know your opinion on the current pace of our company." Yu Shuachin never expected Yi Su to ask such a question out of the blue. "The pace is very fast," Yu Shuachin replied without hesitation. "Currently, our company has become one of the strongest enterprises in the world and one of the pillar industries of the entire East. Achieving this in just 1 year, how could the pace not be fast?" "Mr. Yi, do you mean you want us to adjust it?" "No, what I mean is, do you think it would be better to move even faster?" Yi Su asked. "Faster?" Yu Shuachin listened to Yi Su's words, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. "Mr. Yi, do you mean our company can develop further? Is the second generation of 6 about to be released? That's too fast. I think it's a bit inappropriate. At least we should wait until next year to release the second generation of 6. It's not the 6, it's another piece of equipment." Yisu smiled helplessly, not wanting to continue this guessing game with Yushuichin, and directly revealed the answer. What device? Yushuichin asked. Yisu took his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Yushuichin. What is this? Yushuichin took the transparent crystal-like object from Yisu, stared at it for a moment, and finally realized, this is a transparent phone? Yes, you're right. This is the transparent phone I made. I want the company to explore this field. What do you think? Yisu asked casually. It's really a transparent phone. Yushuichin stared at the phone in his hand in astonishment. After a moment, he came to his senses. Mr. Yi, of course it's no problem. Our Genesis Technology Company is already a major player in the virtual reality device sector. We have the funds, but if we don't keep investing, we'll soon become stagnant and meaningless. Although our current pace is fast, I believe that if we have such a game changer, not venturing into the smartphone industry would be a huge missed opportunity. If you ask me whether we should enter the smartphone industry, my answer is definitely yes. Is that so? Then let's get to work. Yisu said with a smile. Yes. Yushuichin nodded. However, regarding the details of this matter, I need to discuss them with you in detail. That's no problem. Yisu nodded. As the creator of this transparent phone and the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, Yisu couldn't just hand this over to Yushuichin and walk away. That would be utterly irresponsible. Yisu still needed to discuss the details of the upcoming promotion with her. These issues were no small matter. Genesis Technology Company was not in a hurry to release the transparent phone. Instead, they first leaked the news to the major players in the industry, informing them of the upcoming developments and signaling that Genesis Technology Company was preparing for a major move. All the industry leaders who received this news were speechless. How much time had passed? The global virtual reality craze hadn't even subsided yet, and now there was already a new move? A transparent phone? Genesis Technology Company really knows how to stir things up. They're aiming for something big. However, every industry leader was equally curious about the transparent phone. They knew that Yisu and his Genesis Technology Company were about to shock the world once again. But just how far could this transparent phone go? Could it even rival Apple? Unlike other major corporations, which are typically publicly traded companies with shares available for purchase, Yisu's Genesis Technology Company has no intention of going public. In simple terms, they're not short on funds. With virtual reality technology as their game changer, they certainly don't need the money. Additionally, Yisu doesn't want to lose control of his company, so Genesis Technology Company is destined to remain private. After informing all the major players, Genesis Technology quickly released an advertising video. This advertisement was quickly promoted by Xuanfei Company and gained widespread attention among netizens, as well as circulating overseas. Meanwhile, major television stations also aired the advertisement. The theme of the advertisement was simple: transparent smartphones. Genesis Technology rarely hires celebrities for its ads, as the company has never relied on celebrity endorsements. Instead, they focus on their products to win over everyone, and this time was no exception. The main character of the ad was a cute little girl. The little girl takes out a transparent phone, plays with it for a while, and then calls her mother. The ad ends there. There are no exaggerated lines or flashy styles, it's all about keeping it simple and understated. When the ad ends, the following text appears: a truly transparent phone. The text then changes to not a concept phone. Next up is the all-new intelligence system. Then comes a completely new experience. Finally, what are you waiting for? Genesis Technology Company products will be released worldwide on September 1st. Although it's still early, it's enough to make everyone anticipate that day. And after the advertisement for this transparent smartphone appeared, people around the world immediately began discussing it. Just like many days ago when people were discussing virtual reality devices, they are now discussing transparent phones. Chapter 70, Advertisement. Just like virtual reality devices, the concept of a transparent smartphone has been around for a long time. It has frequently appeared in science fiction movies, but, similarly, inventing it in the real world is an incredibly challenging task. In recent years, with the emergence and popularization of graphene, many people have seen hope for transparent phones. Unfortunately, the technology for extracting graphene has not yet reached that level. Therefore, transparent phones remain a distant dream. However, Genesis Technology Company has now announced its plans to begin selling transparent phones. How could this not be shocking? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, but soon they realized that Genesis Technology has already invented virtual reality devices. What's a small transparent phone compared to that? People immediately began discussing it excitedly online. Wow! That's so cool! Genesis Technology Company is truly amazing. This is going to change the world. Praise Genesis Technology Company. That transparent phone is so beautiful. So amazing. It feels like we've stepped into a science fiction novel. Times are progressing, and we are lucky. I wonder how much it costs. Maybe it's as expensive as virtual reality devices, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who can afford that? No way, it's just a phone, so it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Not too expensive? Are you kidding? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to make a transparent phone? How much graphene or other precious materials does it require? Do you really think it can be made so easily? You're joking. Oh no? Then it's just like virtual reality devices, we'll never get to use it. Everyone, stop arguing. What's there to argue about? I'm really fed up with you. Why don't you just go to Genesis Technologies' official website to find out more? Genesis Technologies' official website has already provided the relevant information, including the price. Wait, it's true. The standard version is 7,000 yuan, and the luxury version is 9,999 yuan. It's a bit pricey, but it's still affordable. Long live Genesis Technology Company. This price is totally affordable. Now, how many young people will start selling their kidneys again? Better than letting that Apple company make all the money. I wonder how the system and performance of this phone are, and how practical it is. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the spectacle, while insiders see the details. Online, these bystanders are discussing it heatedly, but none of them have hit the nail on the head. The smartphone launched by Genesis Technology has left many smartphone companies or departments in shock. You have to admire Genesis Technology Company, they're really that good. A transparent phone with high performance for 7,000? Are you kidding me? But it's true. It's hard not to complain they're cheating again. Is this really okay? After Genesis Technology unveiled this high-end smartphone, both domestic and international smartphone companies felt the pressure. The companies under the most pressure are naturally Apple and Samsung, while domestic companies targeting low-cost smartphones have expressed little concern. At 7,000 yuan, this price is not something the average person can afford. Their smartphones priced at a few hundred or 1,000 yuan will not lose this market segment. They only hope that Genesis Technology Company won't come after their livelihood. Genesis Technology's move was widely reported by major news media outlets. Eastern Daily, a new era of revolution, a fundamental technological transformation. The real transparent phone. How was it made? People's Daily, leading-edge technology driving innovation from the East. The story behind the transparent phone. Is Genesis Technology aiming to become an industry leader? MA Country. York Times, following the release of virtual reality devices, the true transparent smartphone. Will Apple face an unprecedented crisis? Los Angeles Times, the devil's handshake. At the virtual reality device launch event, Genesis Technology Company's chairman Yi Su and Apple Company's CEO shook hands. Since then, Yi Su has set his sights on Cook. Wall Street Journal, the times are about to change again. Following the virtual reality device, Yi Su is back with his transparent phone. This is no joke. BN Country. Asahi News, Eastern technology has quietly surpassed the world by decades? Following the world-shocking virtual reality device, another major announcement. The transparent phone. North Country. East Asia Daily, Samsung smartphone industry is about to face its second major crisis. Genesis Technology Company's second product, the transparent phone. If they can't handle it, they'll go bankrupt. Central Daily, Genesis Technology Company's second product has brought the concept of a transparent phone to life. What will it look like? Let's take a sneak peek. While these news outlets may not be particularly specialized, their perspectives on issues are often unique. Additionally, while they may not understand certain topics, they can bring in experts who do. They then have these experts explain what the development of the transparent phone by Yi Su truly signifies. And why was it possible to develop a transparent phone? Years ago, when smartphones first began to gain popularity, the concept of a transparent smartphone emerged unexpectedly and quickly gained widespread recognition. Even today, some websites still use images of transparent smartphones in their promotions to attract curiosity, only to reveal that they are ordinary phones. Where did the transparent smartphone come from? Chapter 71, Some rejoice, others grieve. While this tactic may seem a bit underhanded, it must be acknowledged that it is highly effective. When people see a transparent phone, they instinctively click to take a closer look. Of course, every time, there is no actual transparent phone. The concept of a transparent phone has been thoroughly debunked, and it won't be developed in the near future. How long it will take to develop a transparent phone remains uncertain. After all, such technology is still a distant dream. However, professionals in this field, though unsure of the timeline, remain dedicated to their research. Following Yi Su's advertisement, they have become highly sought-after guests by major media outlets. They shared their insights on the transparent phone incident. The reason Genesis Technology was able to invent the transparent phone is simple. It is highly likely that Genesis Technology has made breakthroughs in graphene technology. With such unprecedented advancements, it is no surprise that the transparent phone has now appeared before everyone's eyes. In fact, this analysis does indeed hit the nail on the head. Subsequently, more and more people learned about this material called graphene. Many large corporations, upon hearing this news, reached out to Genesis Technology Company to verify the authenticity of the claim and whether they had indeed made breakthrough progress in graphene technology. They were curious about the performance of the graphene used to develop the transparent phone. This was also exactly what Yi Su had intended. As Rem had speculated, the strategy was to make a small breakthrough first, attract attention, and confirm that Yi Su possessed graphene that was entirely different from all previous graphene, before proceeding with further developments. This approach would make things much simpler. So far, the results have been quite promising. Genesis Technology Company faced inquiries and requests for verification from other companies and responded transparently. Genesis Technology Company indeed possesses graphene that surpasses all existing graphene on the market. Their new technology will completely usher in the graphene era. Once this news spread, it wasn't just smartphone companies that panicked. Graphene factories worldwide were thrown into chaos in an instant. Their graphene industry, despite several years of development, had achieved minimal results and failed to attract significant attention. Had it not been constantly touted as the new material that will revolutionize the 21st century and received continuous investment, it would likely have collapsed long ago. Now, instead of becoming the force that changes the 21st century, they are on the brink of becoming obsolete. Genesis Technology Company has mastered graphene research and development technology that surpasses all graphene currently available on the market. This has been confirmed by the transparent smartphone. The ability to develop a transparent smartphone proves that their graphene truly surpasses all graphene currently available on the market. As a result, other graphene companies face only one outcome. That is to shut down and go out of business. Investors' money didn't come from nowhere. They were deceived into investing in the graphene industry, but after waiting for years with no results, they've long since dismissed the concept of graphene with contempt. A material that will change the 21st century? That's wishful thinking. If it weren't for the constant stream of people being deceived into investing, the industry would have closed down long ago. Now, there is a graphene technology on the market that can actually achieve transparent phones. The fate awaiting them is likely to be abandonment. In fact, that's exactly what's happening. No matter how these graphene factories try to salvage the situation, ultimately, they have no choice but to shut down. Across the globe, aside from a few well-funded companies continuing to pour money into these seemingly bottomless graphene ventures in hopes of someday reaping extraordinary returns, over 90% of graphene companies have begun declaring bankruptcy. Some rejoice, others grieve. Some graphene companies saw the possibility of cooperation when Genesis Technology Company announced the news, while others saw despair. They simply had no money or the capability to collaborate with Yi Su's company and thus closed down without hesitation. This outcome did not surprise Yi Su, who immediately instructed Yu Shuichin to acquire the bankrupt graphene factories and companies. However, for those graphene companies with strong financial backing and powerful connections, Yi Su agreed to collaborate. However, Yi Su would only provide finished graphene products and would never transfer the latest graphene technology to them, no matter the price. This technology, once leaked, could easily be copied by foreign companies and lose its value. Yi Su was well aware of this, so his decision was quite prudent. By acquiring these bankrupt graphene companies, Yi Su has become the true dominant player in the graphene materials industry. The national authorities also quickly sent representatives to discuss graphene-related matters with Yi Su. Faced with the national authorities' numerous demands, Yi Su agreed to all of them. He would supply the national authorities with a significant amount of graphene annually, at the lowest possible price, just the cost price. However, the transfer of graphene technology would not be permitted for at least 1 year, and this was non-negotiable. Yi Su's attitude was commendable, and the government quickly agreed to his terms and conditions. On the surface, Yi Su seemed to have made a huge loss. If sold, the graphene could generate profits of hundreds of billions in no time. However, things are not as they seem on the surface. Yi Su had been so sincere toward the state, so the state naturally treated him much better. Policies, taxes, and other benefits would be significantly reduced or exempted, and doors to various industries would be fully opened. Genesis Technology Company suddenly had many fewer enemies. Chapter 72, the paper was actually rejected? With the state as its backing, who would dare to cross Genesis Technology Company? That would be suicide. After the graphene supply chain was fully established, Yi Su temporarily set this matter aside. Graphene is also something Yu Shuichin is busy with. Combining virtual reality devices with graphene, if no measures are taken, she might soon face the same fate of sudden death. After Yi Su issued a serious warning, she hired several trustworthy assistants to help manage these matters. At the same time, she delegated some of her authority, which made things slightly less hectic. Now, she only needs to work 10 hours a day to handle everything. Suddenly having free time, Yu Shuichin admitted she felt a bit out of place. When she mentioned this to Yi Su, he was speechless and directly scolded her, calling her a masochist and a workaholic. He also stated that once the transparent smartphone launch event begins and sales officially start, she'll be back to working non-stop. Just don't complain about being tired then. The launch event for the transparent smartphone was scheduled for August 25th, with global sales beginning on September 1st. There was still a considerable amount of time left. Yi Su pushed aside all company matters and continued to shut himself away to focus on his research. Of course, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest. This body wasn't the powerful one from his previous life, and if he overexerted himself, it would be disastrous. That would truly be like starting a business and failing halfway through. No, to be precise, it should be considered the creation of the world was not yet complete when it was abandoned midway, not the venture was abandoned midway. On this day, after finishing his research, Yisu sat down at his computer. Rem immediately popped up and delivered the news to Yisu. Master, your paper has been rejected, Rem said. My paper was rejected? Yisu was taken aback and asked, which paper are you talking about? Since arriving in this world, Yisu had written numerous papers and submitted many for publication, all in the name of advancing this world. Yet here he was, facing the rejection of his own paper? How absurd. The one titled The True Application of Intelligence and Human Computational Misconceptions, Rem said. Ha? Yisu said in disbelief, why was this paper rejected? It's completely unreasonable. Why? I don't know either. The response they gave was that this paper is too absurd, completely violates basic principles, and the errors are too obvious, so it was rejected. Rem explained, spreading her hands in a helpless gesture. Yisu said with a laugh, too absurd? I'm trying to gradually promote the intelligent application of this world and correct some common misconceptions, yet it was rejected? They called me absurd? This is truly incomprehensible. Too incomprehensible. This is indeed unreasonable, but upon closer inspection, it is also quite reasonable. Rem smiled and said, Master's paper is too advanced, and its criticism is very targeted. Rejecting it is reasonable. I calculated the likelihood of rejection beforehand, and even considering your fame, there was only a 50% chance of it being accepted. Now that it's been rejected, it's exactly as I expected. Yisu shook his head helplessly. He opened the lengthy paper and read it carefully. The wording was indeed a bit excessive, but the fundamental concepts were incorrect. Correcting them thoroughly, what's wrong with that? Isn't that normal? It can only be said that this world is full of so-called professionals who place too much trust in their own knowledge. They label this so-called knowledge as common sense, and once other theories emerge, they immediately refute them and reject them vehemently. Such situations still occur even today. At any time. Thinking about this, Yisu shook his head and said, but this paper must be published according to my plan. Master, I understand your feelings, but this is unavoidable. It can only be said that this era has its limitations. Your paper has completely surpassed this era and forcefully corrected all the errors, so strong rejection is only natural. Rem said. No, there must be a way. Yisu shook his head. Which journal did you submit this paper to? It was submitted to a science and technology journal. This journal has a global reach and significant influence in the academic community. Many renowned scientists publish their papers in this journal. Your previous papers were also published here, causing quite a stir and debate, though there were also controversies. Rem immediately replied. Rem was clever. She immediately thought of a possibility and blinked her eyes, asking, are you planning to acquire this journal? Yes. Yisu nodded and said, I do have that intention. Acquiring a science and technology magazine publisher. Yisu's move was nothing short of bold and straightforward. The paper was rejected? Does that mean Yisu wrote something absurd? It's impossible for such a paper that violates common sense and is highly targeted to be accepted? Yisu's solution was to buy the science and technology magazine publisher and become its owner. Then, who would dare to reject Yisu's paper? If they dare, they can just leave. He acted immediately, calling Yushuachin and explaining his intentions. Why suddenly acquire this magazine publisher? That would cost a fortune. This magazine publisher is very well known, and I've heard of it. They wouldn't be easily acquired. If we were to force the acquisition, it would cost at least twice, or even 3 times the normal price. That would be a complete loss. Faced with Yisu's demand, Yushuachin was taken aback for a moment, then carefully considered it and shared his thoughts with Yisu. Chapter 73, The Science and Technology Magazine Company. After hearing Yushuachin's words, Yisu smiled and said, because they rejected my paper. Ha? Yushuachin froze. What did you say? Even Yushuachin, who had long since grown accustomed to handling unexpected situations, couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing those words. He couldn't believe his ears. Had he heard incorrectly, or misunderstood? I said, they rejected my paper, so I must acquire this publishing house to ensure my paper is published. Yisu said calmly. Alright, this time I heard you clearly. Yushuachin faced Yisu's serious response and was completely speechless. This wasn't normal thinking at all. It's like someone writes a novel, submits it to a publisher, and then the publisher rejects it, saying, sorry, your novel isn't outstanding enough to meet our publication standards. Thank you for your submission. Then, out of anger, they buy the publishing house? This is way too much of a leap. Mr. Yi, I've confirmed you're not joking, but I still want to ask, do you know how much this will cost? Yushuachin asked. Doesn't the company have enough money? Yisu asked. Of course it's enough. It's just a publishing house. Even if the company doesn't have much money, it's still something we can afford. But Mr. Yi, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. There are many other ways to publish your work. Yushuachin hesitated for a moment before deciding to try to talk him out of it, not wanting to go crazy with Yisu. If we can buy it, then it's not a problem. No matter how much it costs, it's not a problem. Yisu said indifferently, although this matter is sudden, I have given it some thought. In short, I need a publishing house like this as a platform to speak. After hearing Yisu's words, Yushuachin fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand, Mr. Yi. I'll acquire it immediately. Since you believe that any issue that can be resolved with money isn't a problem, I'll go ahead and acquire it. Yisu nodded and hung up the phone. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two sisters beside Yisu, looked over and asked, Yisu, did you just acquire the Science and Technology magazine publisher? Yes, because they rejected my submission, so I'm buying them out. Yisu nodded and said, because they rejected it, so you bought their company? The two sisters, though they had often witnessed Yisu's outlandish and bold style, were still speechless at that moment. Such a bold move in this world, besides Yisu, there was probably no one else who would dare to do it. Speaking of which, I also had a paper rejected by a medical journal. Husband, buy the medical journal for me. Lin Zixuan looked at Yisu and joked. All right. Yisu paused for a moment before nodding. What? Lin Zixuan had only been joking, but she never expected Yisu to agree so readily. He actually intended to buy the medical journal, a world-renowned publication. How much would that cost? I was just joking. Lin Zixuan hurriedly said, but Yisu, your gesture is so romantic it really moved me. But I wasn't joking. Yisu shook his head and said, I'm buying the medical journal for a reason. You mentioned it earlier, and it reminded me. Since I'm buying it, I might as well buy the entire company. Also, I read your paper. While it's decent, it's still lacking for publication in a medical journal. Even if I buy it, you're not qualified to publish it here. Lin Zixuan felt a little down. Sister, one day you'll be able to write a paper good enough for a medical journal. Lin Zixuan comforted her sister. Later, Yisu informed Yushuachin of his plan to acquire the medical journal publisher as well. Since he was buying it, he might as well acquire both publishing houses. For Yushuachin, buying one publishing house was the same as buying two. Since it was Yisu's money, she agreed immediately. If we're going to go crazy, let us go all the way. Yushuachin had already thought about it. Her actions would be discussed by countless company executives. However, no matter how much they speculated, they would never guess the true reason behind her purchase of the two magazine publishers. MA Country, York. Science and Technology Magazine Editorial Department. As a world-renowned magazine publisher, this company holds a significant number of authoritative science and technology magazines in this industry. The people responsible for reviewing, organizing, and editing these publications are naturally different from ordinary individuals. Every editor in the editorial department is extraordinary, with expertise in various fields. Several of them are professors who recently resigned from Harvard University, all of whom have achieved notable accomplishments in their respective fields and are well known in their circles. For a Harvard professor to become an editor at a magazine publisher is no small feat. Although a technology magazine cannot offer these seasoned professors exorbitant salaries, they find unexpected joy in their work here and thus do not dwell on the specifics of their compensation. In fact, most of them chose this path because they frequently read this science magazine as children, and later pursued careers in related fields. After resigning from Harvard, working at the science magazine is a way of giving back. At that moment, the group of professor editors was chatting with other editors. The topic of conversation, of course, was the paper that had been rejected not long ago. That paper was absolutely hilarious, criticizing several mentors. Who does this Yisu think he is, daring to speak so boldly? It's ridiculous. A professor with a beard sneered. Yes, the errors in basic theories were so glaring it was hard to look at. And he still wanted to pass our review? That's ridiculous. Another gray-haired professor said. Chapter 74, an offer you can't refuse. The professors and editors were highly dismissive of Yisu's paper, yet someone still voiced a contrary opinion. This Yisu was the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, a legendary figure. The virtual reality device was his invention. He's not an incompetent person. On the contrary, I believe his capabilities far exceed all of our imaginations. The previous paper, I think rejecting it outright might be a bit too abrupt. A younger editor pushed his glasses up and voiced his opinion. He was also the first to voice opposition. Everyone had been criticizing Yisu's paper relentlessly, and no one had dared to counter. He was the first to speak up. Such a voice sounded jarring, and everyone fell silent instantly. The entire editorial office grew quiet in that moment, with both the professor editors and the ordinary editors all turning their gaze toward the young man. He was an intern at the science fiction magazine. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. In such an atmosphere, the intern felt a bit uncomfortable. He pushed his glasses up and was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted. The one who interrupted him was the chief editor of the science fiction magazine, the head of the editorial department. He looked at the intern and said, "You're fired. Don't come back tomorrow." What? The young intern was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a response. He had merely voiced an objection, yet he was being treated this way. This was way too harsh. The young intern was a huge fan of Yisu. Ever since Yisu's press conference, he had been obsessed with this younger Eastern man. After the virtual reality devices were officially released, he was immediately captivated by the development of transparent phones. From then on, his admiration for Yisu was like a raging river. Just now, hearing those old professors constantly criticizing and attacking Yisu over that paper, he couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out a single sentence. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? This is way too harsh. The young intern couldn't believe it. Editor-in-Chief Harlan Boss looked at the intern and said with a smile, "I know you're not convinced, but I still have to say that paper contains fundamental errors and refutes all the theories proposed by current masters. In fact, the term rebuttal is more appropriate here. Do you know what he did? Yisu, an underage Eastern person, no matter how young he is or what achievements he has made, after proposing such a nonsensical theory, dared to speak in such a tone, arrogant to the extreme. Are you still siding with him? Therefore, I believe you are not suitable for this job. Although your previous performance was good, if you are not suitable for this job, you will eventually have to leave this position. It's better to leave now." Listening to the editor-in-chief, Harlan Bost, the young intern, Rod, felt his cheeks flush red, but he didn't know what to say. No one spoke. The professors stared at him coldly, the atmosphere icy. It was clear they all agreed with Harlan Bost's approach. This young man's perspective was so naive, he truly wasn't suited for this job. Perhaps a different position would be better for him. Just then, Editor-in-Chief Harlan Bost's private phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling me at this hour? Harlan Bostort frowned, answered the call, and his expression quickly turned grim. His expression grew increasingly grim, so much so that the professors and editors nearby noticed, realizing that something major must have occurred. Soon, the editor-in-chief put down his phone. "I've decided to resign from this position." Heronspot's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke coldly. "Huh? What's going on? What happened? Just tell us." Editor-in-Chief Spot's decision shocked everyone in the room, including the intern Rod. Everyone stared at Editor-in-Chief Spot in disbelief, completely unaware of what had happened, what was going on, why he had suddenly resigned, and what was going on. He had just taken a call and then suddenly said such a thing. Who had he spoken to, and what had he heard that would lead him to make such a decision? Those who didn't know couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried, so everyone started asking questions. Fortunately, Editor-in-Chief Spot didn't keep it a secret. His face looked terrible as he said directly, "Here's the situation, the technology magazine has been acquired." The Science and Technology magazine has been acquired? Why? I thought the magazine wasn't short on money, it couldn't possibly be acquired. This doesn't make any sense. Someone questioned. Editor-in-Chief Spot looked at him and explained, the price offered by the other party was simply too tempting for the board to refuse. After careful deliberation, we decided to sell the Science and Technology magazine. How much did they offer? Someone asked. Yeah, how much did they offer? How could they sell the Science and Technology magazine for that? That's just killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Someone muttered. The professors were deeply frustrated by the sudden change in ownership. Why was this done so abruptly? There wasn't even a hint of it beforehand. The magazine company was just sold off like that. That's way too sudden. Editor-in-Chief Spot sighed and said, the other party offered more than 3 times the current total value of the Science and Technology magazine publisher. This was an offer the higher-ups couldn't refuse, so the magazine publisher was sold. More than 3 times the value? Everyone gasped in shock. After all, the Science and Technology magazine publisher had such a prominent reputation, and its value had always been somewhat inflated. Yet even so, the buyer had offered more than 3 times the value. No wonder the board members couldn't refuse such an offer. Chapter 75, a highly controversial paper. A bearded professor editor spoke up, although it's a bit unsettling and sudden that the publishing house has been sold, we can only accept this fact. It's unavoidable. For us, it's just a change of boss. There's really nothing to make a fuss about. Why are you quitting? Exactly, it's just a change of boss. Why resign? Editor-in-Chief Spot, you're being too impulsive. Don't resign. Someone tried to persuade him. However, Editor-in-Chief Spot shook his head and said, the reason I'm resigning isn't because of that. Do you know who acquired the Science magazine publisher? Everyone shook their heads. The editor-in-chief then said, it's Genesis Technology Company. Genesis Technology Company? Genesis Technology Company? Genesis Technology Company. Everyone repeated the name and quickly realized what was going on. Isn't Genesis Technology Company the company owned by that guy named Jisoo? Did he actually acquire the publishing house? An elderly professor with gray hair stared in disbelief and asked, why? Why? Genesis Technology Company acquiring a magazine publisher? That's completely unrelated, they have nothing to do with each other. Why would they acquire it? Someone said helplessly. The real boss of their company is Jisoo. Could it be because we rejected his paper not long ago, so he decided to acquire the publishing house to force his paper to be published in our magazine? Someone voiced a wildly absurd yet strikingly realistic guess. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. However, upon closer inspection, this speculation seemed the most accurate. It seemed to be exactly the case. Everyone looked at each other. Those who had earlier criticized Yisu's paper as nonsense stood up and said, "If that's the case, I'll resign too." "Yes. I'll resign too. Resign in protest." Someone else said. The intern Rod, listening to these words, couldn't help but feel a sense of realization. The mysterious Eastern genius he had admired, Yisu, was truly unique. He had his paper rejected and then directly acquired their magazine publisher? This was truly a result that was both laughable and absurd. However, this did not diminish Rod's admiration for Yisu in the slightest. As for Rod, he wasn't fired despite the editor-in-chief's resignation. He stayed at the tech magazine and even got promoted from intern to full-time employee, a silver lining in the storm. The acquisition of the magazine publisher has also become a major topic of discussion in the industry. After all, this is a science and technology magazine that has been in operation for decades, nearly a century, accompanying many people through the years. The Science and Technology magazine had its glorious days and its nearly bankrupt days, but fortunately, it managed to survive and eventually reached its current state, successfully regaining its former fame and even becoming more renowned than before. Such a legendary magazine being acquired by a foreigner could not help but spark a great deal of discussion. It is said that many editors at the publishing house of the Science and Technology magazine opposed the acquisition and resigned in protest. The editorial department of the Science and Technology magazine publishing house saw a third of its staff leave. This action earned the admiration of many and became a major topic of discussion. However, this news quickly reached Yisu's ears, and he seemed unconcerned. Resignations are resignations. For a Science and Technology magazine, what it lacks most is not talent. As one of the world's top magazine publishers, although profits are modest, its reputation is unmatched. How many people aspire to work in science and technology and dream of becoming an editor here? Within the industry, countless individuals would do anything to secure a position at the Science and Technology magazine. Now that so many people have left the Science and Technology magazine, there are vacancies available, and naturally, more people will apply. Of course, Yisu also knew that this group might be a mixed bag, but it didn't matter. Time would be the ultimate judge. Under strict review, only those with true talent would remain. Even if some are affected, it won't matter much. That's Yisu's perspective. However, many in the industry, especially loyal readers of MA countries' technology magazines, upon learning of the editorial changes, all believe that the technology magazine is doomed. If they continue like this, they won't last long. A magazine isn't something that can thrive and develop so easily. When Yisu's paper was officially published, such voices grew even louder. Yisu's rejected paper was, for those specializing in this field, nothing short of a huge joke. It was pure fantasy, completely unrealistic speculation with no basis in reality. Yet, despite this, the paper stubbornly rejected every single foundational theory of the industry, as if slapping everyone in the face. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the subject could see that this paper was utterly arrogant. Such a paper, riddled with errors yet published so brazenly on the front page of a scientific journal and given such extensive coverage, is nothing short of the most egregious and absurd joke of the 21st century. Many scientists in related fields could no longer remain silent and came forward to express their opinions, harshly criticizing Yisu. This incident naturally caught the attention of many news media outlets. As a result, the statements made by these scientists were published in these news outlets. Headlines like these began to appear. The most absurd joke of the century. Yisu, are you insulting all great scientists? Yisu is outright insulting science journals. If this continues, science journals will eventually go out of business. What a tragedy. Chapter 76, Verbal Assault? Does Yisu really think money is everything? Forcing the purchase of a science magazine just to publish such a nonsense paper? That's ridiculous. Whether it's virtual reality devices or transparent phones, these are truly remarkable inventions. Yet this paper on artificial intelligence is utterly laughable. With so many errors, how could it be published in a technology magazine? It's truly laughable. Overconfidence is not a good thing. Various media outlets are publishing such headlines on their front pages. These domestic media outlets in MA seem to have finally found this scandal involving Yisu, aiming to bring this unprecedented genius prodigy down from his pedestal and make him realize that his words aren't everything, he has his limits. Doing such a ridiculous thing is simply too foolish. In an instant, the media outlets that had been wildly praising and fawning over Yisu just a short time ago had all shifted their focus and begun targeting him. The media is often like this, a reed in the wind, swaying whichever way the wind blows. In fact, this incident has escalated significantly, not just in MA country. Media outlets in YN country, BN country, Lanchi country, and even some Eastern countries have all expressed their opinions. Some have said that in the 21st century, the Earth is no longer as vast as it once was. It should be called a global village. The current situation is much like that. Yisu spoke those words at the village entrance, and instantly, the entire village knew about it. Opinions vary worldwide. Some media outlets remain neutral, reporting the facts objectively. Others lean toward Yisu, though these outlets may be seeking favor. Of course, domestic media in the East will naturally side with Yisu regardless of right or wrong. However, the majority of media outlets still oppose Yisu. After all, his paper was overly radical and contained numerous errors. Moreover, his actions were highly questionable. After his paper was rejected by a scientific journal publisher, he directly purchased the journal and forced it to publish his paper. While this move left many speechless and utterly baffled, some found it utterly cool, with 6666 being the only word capable of describing it. However, in reality, for those in the industry, the status of a scientific journal is not so simple. Acquiring a scientific journal publisher and publishing such a paper is, at its core, a form of desecration and a highly unethical act. It's easy to feel repelled by it. In fact, many people are highly dissatisfied with Yisu's actions. They have expressed their opinions and begun to strongly oppose Yisu's actions. Although these efforts have had little effect, they have still had an intangible impact on Yisu's reputation. Yisu's actions have certainly caused a major stir. Of course, only those who pay attention to this field would be aware of it immediately. Many others simply do not care about such matters and have no idea what is going on. The controversy sparked by Yisu's paper quickly grew larger and larger, drawing the attention of one influential figure after another. East. The professors at the National Science and Technology Research Institute were summoned by the dean at this time. Why were we suddenly called here? A professor who had just woken up from sleep was rudely awakened and naturally felt some resentment. His status was such that even the dean of the academy would not dare to treat him disrespectfully without a valid reason. What could be so urgent that they've gathered all of us old-timers here? Another person also asked curiously. What has happened? Has something happened? Everyone, you really don't care about certain things. Right now, that incident is causing quite a stir internationally. Haven't you heard about it? Focusing on your own projects is a very good attitude, but you should also pay attention to other things from time to time. A middle-aged man in a suit shook his head helplessly and said, I'm afraid the dean called us here because of that incident. That matter? What incident? What is happening internationally? What exactly happened? Although the middle-aged man in the suit said that, the professors looked completely confused, having no idea what had happened to bring them all here. It wasn't their fault. Each of them was working on a critical research project, spending every day immersed in their work. Under such circumstances, time was already insufficient, let alone having the mental bandwidth to pay attention to other matters. Therefore, the old professors were still unaware of the turmoil caused by Yisu's paper. The dean cleared his throat and began, here's the situation. The dean then briefly explained the situation and distributed Yisu's paper to every professor present. Yisu? The same Yisu who invented the virtual reality device? He's a true genius. Yes, I agree with old Juan's assessment. To be honest, even now I still don't understand the principles behind virtual reality devices. Mental link devices have been one of my research topics, but after studying it for so many years, I've made little progress. It's been a complete dead end. I never imagined that a young person would manage to develop it, bring it to market, and have it spread so widely. One professor exclaimed. These professors had a very positive impression of Yisu, the young super genius. Chapter 77, highly controversial. Yes, that Yisu is truly a genius, no less talented than us old-timers. The papers he wrote must be extraordinary. However, it must be a highly controversial paper, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. The professors all took Yisu's paper and began reading it carefully. As they read deeper into the paper and finished the entire document, the professors who had initially been fairly relaxed began to furrow their brows, and the wrinkles grew deeper and deeper. A professor with a fiery temper couldn't contain himself and slammed the paper on the table. What on earth is this paper trying to say? This is complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. Yes, this paper actually denies all the foundational rules of modern artificial intelligence research. How could such a paper be written? It's too far-fetched and impractical. Another professor couldn't help but nod in agreement. I think anyone with basic knowledge can see how ridiculous this paper is. Is Yisu joking with us? Another professor couldn't help but say. Is he really joking with the world? Yisu's level isn't low. He was able to develop virtual reality devices, which proves his genius and capabilities. It's said that he recently won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his research paper on completely curing liver cancer. Someone who achieved such accomplishments would never dare to write such an absurd paper. Someone shook their head in disbelief. What on earth is going on here? This paper is complete nonsense. The opinions of these professors were almost unanimous, and this was actually unavoidable. It was like the geocentric theory from long ago, where the Earth was the center of the universe and the sun revolved around it. Everyone standing on Earth could feel that the sun, stars, and the universe were all revolving around the Earth. At that time, if someone suddenly proposed a theory that the Earth revolved around the sun instead of the sun revolving around the Earth, they would likely be rejected immediately. These are two completely different concepts. If one were to acknowledge Yisu's paper, it would effectively negate much of the knowledge they had previously learned, the understanding they had gained, and even a significant portion of their own knowledge. This is truly terrifying. If this were in a novel, upon reading Yisu's paper and confirming its authenticity, one's mind might explode from refusing to accept such a theory. The nature of this denial is too strong. However, it was Yisu who wrote this paper. If it hadn't been written by him, it wouldn't have caused such a huge uproar. After all, whether it's his groundbreaking research on the complete cure of liver cancer through viral therapy, his successful development and promotion of virtual reality devices, or his discovery of an alternative method for extracting graphene and the subsequent creation of a transparent smartphone, all of these achievements demonstrate that Yisu's academic standing in various fields is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet, such a figure dares to present such a paper. It's truly shocking and hard to believe. The director of the research institute, observing the heated arguments among the professors, did not speak immediately. He remained silent, observing everyone. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Everyone, please quiet down." Upon hearing the director's words, the professors fell silent, waiting to hear what he would say next. The director spoke slowly. "To be honest, when I first saw this paper, I also felt that it was the most malicious and absurd joke in history. Yisu, this young man, seems to be using this paper to mock all of us, which is truly despicable and infuriating." Everyone listened to the director's words and nodded unconsciously. Their opinions were exactly the same as the director's. However, it was clear that the director's words were not that simple. He was clearly speaking with hidden meaning. "Sure enough," the dean continued, "but after thinking it over carefully, I feel something is off. This young man named Jisoo is not the kind of person who would make such a malicious joke. What benefit would he gain from mocking us and criticizing the things we have studied? What is wrong, and what is right. So, I suddenly thought of an unimaginable possibility. What if Yisu's paper is actually genuine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is simply impossible. It defies basic principles. It's too fake. It's too absurd. Too absurd. Believe it? It defies the basic principles. Dean, why are you even considering such a ridiculous paper?" Hearing the dean's words, everyone's emotions immediately became agitated. They couldn't help but stand up and begin to refute the dean. The dean remained calm in the face of the objections, simply raising his hand and pressing it down to quiet the crowd. Then, looking at everyone, he continued, "I know you will react this way. I also know that you cannot abandon what you have learned and deny it, believing that Yisu's absurd paper, which seems like science fiction, is correct. After all, this is not a movie. There are no such magical theories. However, as scientists, whether it is me or each and every one of you here, we must have this spirit, a critical spirit. Why rush to deny it before it has been thoroughly verified?" As the dean spoke these words, he couldn't help but smile. Without a doubt, these words instantly silenced the professors. Chapter 78, The Father of Modern Intelligence. The dean looked at everyone's expressions and continued, "I once attended that young man's press conference for virtual reality. At the time, I saw him with my own eyes and gained a general understanding of his personality. He is not someone who likes to joke around. Therefore, I believe this paper is likely not as simple as it seems. So, please study it carefully, confirm your findings, and then report back to me. Rejecting it outright is simply too hasty." The dean's words left everyone speechless. The professors, unable to refute him, stood up one after another, preparing to return to their research and write papers specifically to refute Yisu's absurd paper. However, when these professors returned to study the paper, they suddenly discovered that the theories proposed by Yisu were not baseless. They actually had some real-world basis. The professors who arrived at this conclusion could not believe their own eyes. How could this be possible? A professor stared wide-eyed, his mouth gaping so wide it could almost fit an apple. However, it seemed to be true. As their research continued, they gradually confirmed one thing: Yisu's paper was not a ridiculous, joke-like paper, but was indeed based on facts. This result left many scientists drenched in sweat, unable to believe their eyes or the reality before them. There were also many scientists who looked dazed, as if everything they believed in had been completely shattered. They sat on the ground, muttering to themselves, "This is too absurd. This is too absurd. This can't be real. This can't be real." Of course, there are also scientists who, like waking from a dream, have been struck by the many insights in this paper and have suddenly gained enlightenment. This is amazing. This is amazing. Some scientists were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. This paper has redefined the concept of intelligence. It has overturned all previous foundational principles. This is the cornerstone of the future. This is the foundation of a new era. Amazing. Respect. This Yisu is truly incredible. Some scientists were so excited they were dancing with joy. Though much of what they had learned in the past was completely overturned, they saw a higher, broader, and clearer scientific world. Even if everything from the past was completely overturned, so what? There is an entire new world waiting for them to learn, explore, and research. Compared to this, everything from the past is nothing, let alone just a part of it being negated. What does that even matter? These scientists were naturally deeply grateful to Yisu. Without Yisu's paper, they would never have experienced such a profound awakening, gaining insight into a new world. The true world of intelligent research. Similarly, using this as a springboard, they have glimpsed other fields. Who knows when the tide of the world will begin to turn? Originally, almost everyone was criticizing Yisu. However, when this article appeared, the tide shifted rapidly. The new era, Yisu, the man redefining intelligence, and the true correct theory. The author of this article is a leading figure in the academic world, someone who ranks among the top 5 in the field of science and technology. Such a person's every word and action is magnified, and after writing this article, it naturally spread like wildfire. The media in MA quickly noticed that the scientists who had previously criticized Yisu dared not speak out anymore. More scientists are now coming forward to support Yisu. Though reluctant to admit it, Yisu's paper has indeed redefined intelligence. The father of modern intelligence, Yisu. This title is well deserved. The value of this article is immeasurable. This is incredible. I never imagined that someone had already researched this to such an extent and selflessly published it. Yisu must have been fully aware that such a paper, if published, would face immense skepticism. However, Yisu chose to publish it directly, which clearly demonstrates his noble character. What about those who previously denied, criticized, and attacked Yisu? At this moment, they probably dare not speak up. The value of this paper is simply immeasurable. It can accurately drive the progress of the times. Mr. Yisu has selflessly published such a paper that's truly remarkable. We at Harvard College hope that Mr. Yisu will consider serving as an honorary professor at our institution, even if it's just to give occasional lectures. The numerous comments, debates, and controversies from around the world have, at some point, begun to overwhelmingly favor Yisu. In fact, this was within Yisu's expectations. After all, his paper was indeed correct. As long as those scientists aren't idiots, they will eventually discover this truth. And those scientists are, after all, the cream of the crop among the elite. How could they possibly fail to notice this? The editorial board of the Science Journal once again discussed Yisu's paper. However, this discussion was completely different from the one many days earlier. Now, it was filled with nothing but praise and adjectives. Ah, Mr. Yisu is truly amazing. The title Father of Modern Intelligence is absolutely fitting. Amazing, amazing. I'm utterly impressed. I recall that not long ago, the professors and editors in the editorial department were harshly criticizing Yisu's paper, calling him utterly foolish for writing such a nonsense paper. I wonder what their expressions are like now. I also want to see their expressions now, haha. Speaking of which, Rod had already stood up for Mr. Yisu back then. That was truly remarkable. An editor praised. Chapter 79, Deciding to Take a Break. Rod smiled sheepishly and said, nothing. And those professors who had once been full of passion and resigned from the editorial department, their expressions at that moment were naturally far from pleasant. This included the chief editor who had resigned alongside them. When they saw the tide turning decisively, they realized that Yisu's paper was indeed correct. This was not merely correct, it was a groundbreaking paper that established the modern definition of artificial intelligence. If he had allowed such a paper to be published back then, how much praise would he have received now? Just thinking about it is thrilling. However, his stupidity, along with that of the professors, had turned them into clowns, and whenever this matter was brought up, instead of praise, they were met with mockery. To be honest, the editor-in-chief knew deep down that this had nothing to do with stupidity. After all, every era has its own limitations in terms of perspective. One's vision is completely constrained by knowledge. It's impossible to easily transcend these limitations. However, others didn't see it that way. Sigh. The former editor-in-chief of the Science and Technology magazine sighed, feeling a bit down, but no matter what, it was already too late to regret it now. Yisu, of course, knew how much commotion his paper had caused, but he didn't care, as it meant nothing to him. He continued his daily life as usual, researching, writing papers, developing his business, expanding channels with the sisters Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan serving as the spice of his life. Their beautiful bodies captivated Yisu, as if they were goddess most perfect works of art. Every inch of their bodies was flawless, neither too much nor too little. In recent days, the development of Genesis Technology Company had been as good as it could possibly be. After deducting taxes, employee wages, various channel expenses, promotional costs, production materials, and miscellaneous expenses, the company had earned approximately 2 trillion renminbi. 2 trillion renminbi. This figure would likely shock many people if revealed. However, for Yisu, this number was, to be precise, not particularly large. In terms of technological research and development, no amount of money is enough. To develop the world to the level of civilization he desires, 2 trillion is merely a drop in the bucket. Is 2 trillion a lot? Not nearly enough. Of course, this is only from Yisu's perspective. For every person in the world, this is likely an unimaginable sum. Even for Yu Shuaqin, it is the same. Having earned 2 trillion, Yisu naturally wouldn't be satisfied with such a small amount. In recent days, the company has been developing 2 new fields besides virtual reality devices. The first is transparent smartphones. Imagine the upheaval they will cause when they hit the market. It might rival the virtual reality devices. After all, many people can't afford virtual reality devices, but transparent smartphones are different. Many people can afford them. The other field is graphene. In recent days, Yisu has acquired all the graphene factories both domestically and internationally, turning them into his own graphene factories. Over 90% of the world's graphene companies are now under Yisu's control. After witnessing Yisu's ability to manufacture transparent smartphones using graphene, many companies have begun contacting him to explore collaboration opportunities for further development. For example, some basic industrial equipment and critical components, which are expensive and complex parts costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, could see significantly increased efficiency and extended service life if graphene materials were used. Some precious parts and equipment cost over $1 million to purchase from abroad, yet their total service life is only a few hours, making the expenses substantial. In such cases, graphene materials play an excellent role. Thanks to these collaborations, the graphene factory in Yisu's hands has already generated billions of dollars in revenue. Of course, compared to Yisu's virtual reality devices, such figures may seem modest. However, this is merely the beginning. A business worth hundreds of billions is just the beginning. In the future, global industrial manufacturing will be inextricably linked to graphene. At that point, the market for this sector will not be any smaller than that for virtual reality devices, and the profits will also start at the trillion-dollar level. At present, this is merely a small test of our capabilities. Of course, for Yisu, the amount of money isn't the key. The key is that these graphene companies can increase the efficiency of the global basic industries to a certain extent. Even a 10% increase on the overall foundation would be a huge number. Moreover, the actual effect is likely to reach 30% to 40%. If research is further deepened in the future, this number may even increase. This is an increase in the overall interests of humanity. The production of transparent smartphones is underway in full swing. Although the global launch on September 1st might be a bit rushed after all, the initial global sales target is already 1 billion. The fact that there are more manufacturing plants and assembly lines means that this is not a major challenge. Before the global launch, there will be a global press conference. According to Yu Shuqin's suggestion, she wanted Yisu to attend. After considering it for a moment, Yisu agreed. Coincidentally, after so many days of research, he also needed some rest. In fact, before the launch event, Yisu had already begun resting. After all, this body was just that of an ordinary human being. Being in a state of constant mental focus was unbearable, and over time, every cell in his body was protesting, demanding rest. Therefore, Yisu decided to put aside all his research and take a proper break. Chapter 80, Vacationing on Xia Island. Although Yisu's decision was sudden, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had no objections. They had been working tirelessly for so long and had made tremendous progress, almost equivalent to a typical graduate student, or even a doctoral candidate. If they were to take the graduate entrance exam, they would definitely pass with ease. With such significant progress and achievements, although they were satisfied and enjoyed the process, they were also quite tired. Yisu's suggestion perfectly aligned with their wishes. How about going to Xia Island? Yisu asked Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Huh? Lin Zixuan was taken aback, not expecting that Yisu's idea of taking a break meant going on a trip. Xia Island? Lin Zixuan perked up at the mention of the famous tourist destination. Though neither she nor Lin Zixuan had been there before, they had heard of it, and the idea immediately appealed to them. They eagerly replied, "Great! When should we go?" "Now." Yisu smiled and said. "That's so fast." Lin Zixuan said with a slight sigh. "Yeah, so fast. Yisu, you just told us a moment ago that we take a break for a while, and now you've decided to go to Xia Island and leave immediately. Your decision-making is too swift." Lin Zixuan said with a laugh. "What's so strange about that?" Yisu shrugged and said, "For someone like me, having high action ability isn't that normal? But that's way too fast. Are we going to the airport right now? Should I book the tickets?" Lin Zixuan asked. "Xia Island?" Lin Zixuan thought about it carefully and couldn't help but look forward to it. Thinking about it, ever since she became Yisu's woman, she had been constantly researching and studying in the laboratory. She had never been on a date, let alone gone on a trip. Now that Yisu had suggested this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Additionally, Lin Zixuan suddenly thought, does this count as a honeymoon? At this thought, her cheeks flushed red. What was she thinking? No need, Yisu shook his head. No need to book a flight. How are we going to get there without plane tickets? Oh, are we going by ship? No, wait, Sun and I don't have visas or passports. We've never even applied for those before. Xia Island is part of MA country. We can't just go there whenever we want. Lin Zixuan suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Yisu shook his head and said with a smile, I'm going to MA country. Why would I need a visa or passport? I received some special documents from MA country a long time ago. Besides, we can just take my private jet there. I have a private airport and a private villa there. Oh, I see. Lin Zixuan listened to Yi Su's words and couldn't help but feel speechless. Thinking about it carefully, given Yi Su's current status, traveling like this seemed completely feasible. Shortly after, Yi Su took Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan to his private airport. This place had been built recently for Yi Su's convenience, allowing him to travel to any part of the world at any time, a necessity for his lifestyle. Once aboard the private jet, the plane took off swiftly, heading towards Summer Island. The flight would take approximately 2 hours. Once the plane stabilized, the group settled in to rest. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were flying for the first time, and they couldn't help but look around curiously. Occasionally, they peered out the window, gazing down at the scenery below like children, their expressions adorably innocent. Yi Su watched the two of them and couldn't help but smile gently. 2 hours passed quickly, and Yi Su and the others had arrived at Xia Island. At the private villa on Xia Island, Yi Su and Lin Zixuan were having a pleasant time with Lin Zixuan. The only downside was that news of Yi Su's arrival on Xia Island had somehow leaked out, causing several high-ranking officials and research institute professors from MA country to rush over to meet him. This disrupted his rare opportunity for rest, making it impossible for him to feel happy. Fortunately, Yi Su later closed the doors to visitors and secretly went to another villa on Xia Island, finally regaining some peace and quiet. This was the new villa he had purchased earlier. It can only be said that once one becomes famous, the trivial matters one encounters naturally increase. Perhaps many people would find such a situation enjoyable, but Yi Su was different. He deeply disliked having his rest time disrupted so arbitrarily. Fortunately, after moving away, no one bothered him anymore. The villa had a large swimming pool, and the water in the pool was blue, just like the sea in the distance. Yi Su lay by the pool, where there were beach chairs, sun umbrellas, and a maid fanning him. This maid's figure and appearance were naturally impressive: blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sweet face that made one fall for her at first glance. To be strict, she was no less attractive than Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. However, it was a pity that she didn't have a twin sister or younger sister. Her name was Funi. Yi Su was flipping through a fantasy novel, occasionally picking up a glass of juice and sipping it slowly. Not far away, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were swimming in the large pool. The maid, Feni, asked softly, "Should I prepare lunch?" "Yes, go ahead." Yi Su nodded. "I'll take my leave then." Funi put down her fan and turned to leave. Given the size of Yi Su's villa, it would make sense to hire a dozen maids, but for the sake of quiet, he had only hired Funi. According to Rem's search recommendations, her overall abilities and performance were the best. If her employer was willing, they could pay her an extra tip. Funi naturally knew how wealthy Yi Su was. This gentleman was the world-renowned father of modern intelligence. To become his woman would be such a wonderful thing. Chapter 81, The Vacation Ends. Although Funi longed to be pampered by Yi Su. However, Yi Su had no such intentions. He had a certain degree of, and since Funi had been touched by many men, he naturally couldn't touch her. For such matters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were sufficient. Even if there were others in the future, they must be very clean. Funi was clearly a bit disappointed that her new master, Yi Su, didn't seem interested in her. However, since Yi Su was paying her several times her previous salary, there wasn't much else to be done. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan quickly finished swimming and came ashore, sitting down on the beach chair next to Yi Su and taking a sip of juice. Lin Zixuan looked at Yi Su and asked, "Yi Su, aren't you going swimming?" "I don't like swimming. Although I can swim and know it's a very healthy activity, right now I just want to lie on this beach chair and rest, finish reading this novel," Yi Su said casually while continuing to read his book. "All right." Lin Zixuan nodded in response, then sat down beside him, resting her hands under her chin as she watched Yi Su. Lin Zixuan was probably thinking the same thing. Yi Su read the novel very quickly, skimming through it at a rate that would be unimpressive to most people. However, he managed to grasp every detail and plot point. So, before long, Yi Su had finished the novel. Soon, Yi Su put down the novel, glanced at Lin Zixuan, and said, "Come here." "Ha?" Lin Zixuan froze for a moment, confused about what was happening. However, since Yi Su had spoken, she immediately walked over to him and sat on his lap. After resting on Xia Island for a few days, Yi Su received a call from Yu Shuachin. "Mr. Yi, how's the trip to Xia Island going?" Yu Shuachin asked. "Not bad," Yi Su said indifferently. "Mr. Yi is doing well, but I'm swamped. I finally got used to working 10 hours a day, and now it feels like I'm back to those crazy early days," Yu Shuachin said with a wry smile. "You've been working hard," Yi Su said upon hearing this. "It's not hard work if I can hear Mr. Yi say that. Even if it's hard, it's not really hard work." Yu Shuachin smiled and said, "But Mr. Yi, you should come back. The global launch event for the transparent smartphone is about to begin, and your hosting is indispensable." "I understand. I'll be right back," Yi Su nodded and said. "All right, I apologize for interrupting your exclusive interview," Yu Shuachin said. "It's okay. I've rested for so many days and have nothing to do. I've also missed my research projects and rested enough," Yi Su smiled and said. After hanging up the phone, Yisu returned to the country with Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. The global launch event for the transparent smartphone is about to begin. Compared to the previous virtual reality device launch, this one was receiving more attention overall. Although there was no virtual reality device, which would have been a groundbreaking innovation that made people feel like a new era had arrived, the transparent phone from Genesis Technology was generating even more anticipation. In simple terms, there are 3 reasons. First, the concept of a transparent smartphone has been popular worldwide for a long time but has never been successfully realized. Now that it has been achieved, it feels like stepping into a sci-fi world. How could one not pay attention? Second, given Genesis Technology's current level of attention and recognition, there was no need for extensive promotion. The news spread globally on its own. Third, the transparent phone unveiled by Yisu does not prioritize transparency as its main selling point. Its system and functionality are equally superior, surpassing all existing smartphones on the market. This is a game-changing event that could potentially disrupt the entire smartphone industry. How could one not pay attention? Even before the press conference began, major news outlets worldwide had already started reporting on it. Today's evening news: Genesis Technology Company from the East is once again leading the world's trends. The mystery of the transparent smartphone is about to be unveiled at the launch event. Eastern Daily: before the transparent smartphone launch, Genesis Technology Company did an excellent job keeping this phone under wraps. No one knew its true secrets. Now, the mystery is about to be revealed. East Asia Daily: will Samsung's smartphone manufacturing industry be severely impacted, even to the brink of bankruptcy? The answer lies in tomorrow's launch event. Asahi News: is it a farce, or the dawn of a new era? The transparent smartphone launch event is about to begin. York Daily: a new era is about to begin. The transparent smartphone launch event is about to begin. Following the successful realization of virtual reality devices, another sci-fi element has been brought to life by the magical virtual reality company. Wall Street Journal: the global electronics industry economy will be constantly transformed by every move of Genesis Technology Company. This time, it's the transparent smartphone. Chapter 82: discussing cooperation. Given Genesis Technology's successful promotion of virtual reality devices, no news outlet dared to go against Yisu. Additionally, the previous incident had cost the media in MA a significant loss, so they naturally refrained from criticizing and reluctantly began to praise the event. Media outlets worldwide and the majority of people are closely watching this press conference. Many are speculating whether the host of this event will be the same legendary figure who hosted the previous one. This question has sparked widespread discussion. Many believe that Yisu is likely to host this press conference again. However, some speculate that Yisu might find hosting such an event too troublesome and has decided to cancel his participation, instead having the company's president, Yu Shuoqun, host the event. While it might seem absurd and utterly nonsensical to abandon hosting an event due to fear of inconvenience, such a decision becomes surprisingly reasonable when it comes to Yisu. This is truly baffling, yet upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. After all, after his paper was rejected by a science magazine publisher, he turned around and acquired the science magazine publisher. Such behavior and way of thinking are completely different from ordinary people. Who knows what a genius is thinking? Therefore, no matter how much people speculate or analyze, in the end, neither the public nor the media can confirm whether Yisu will host this press conference. In fact, even the news media are unsure whether Yisu will attend this press conference. Clearly, if Yisu doesn't attend and host the event, it would greatly diminish its luster. As reported by the media, people already knew these details. First, the transparent smartphone was only completed because Yisu perfected graphene technology, taking it to a whole new level. Second, the transparent smartphone was also entirely created by Yisu. As the creator of virtual reality devices, Yisu has already been hailed as a man who will change the world. There are even rumors that Yisu is the same person who discovered the anti-cancer drug Kingtengsu, which cures liver cancer, and won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Now, he has successfully improved graphene technology and created the transparent smartphone. If he does not host this press conference, many people will be disappointed. In summary, everyone is eagerly awaiting Yisu's appearance at this launch event. Genesis Technology Company has not confirmed whether Yisu will host the event, nor has it denied the rumors, maintaining a tight-lipped stance. This lack of clarity has left many media outlets feeling frustrated. However, if Yisu does indeed appear at the press conference and host it, he should be preparing his speech and the details of the event right now. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, although Yisu has decided to host this event, he has no intention of preparing. He seemed to be planning to just go on stage as is. This behavior left Yu Shuoqun speechless. She watched Yisu as he prepared to leave, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Mr. Yi, the press conference is tomorrow. Aren't you going to prepare at all? At least take a look at the script we prepared for you. Going in without any preparation is really okay?" Yisu shrugged indifferently and said, "Whether it's the transparent phone or the improved graphene technology, I created them all. What else do I need to prepare? Just say whatever comes to mind. Besides, do you really think I'd waste my time on such meaningless preparations?" "What do you mean, meaningless preparation?" Yi Su's words left Yu Shuoqin speechless, not knowing how to respond. Although Yi Su was a genius with the right to be capricious, this was too casual and reckless. No need to say more. I know what to do. Yi Su looked at Yu Shuoqin and said indifferently. Alright, Yu Shuoqin nodded and said, I understand. Since you've already decided, I can't stop you. Yi Su nodded and said, next, I need to meet General Xiangdong. Prepare the car and the relevant data for me. Alright, I've already prepared all the relevant data. Yu Shuoqin nodded and said, I'll send it over shortly. Yesterday, after Yi Su returned to the country, he first practiced his role as the leader of the nation, expressing his intentions. Then he immediately went to several graphene production factories that had adopted his new technology. These factories were far superior to the previous ones. Yi Su instructed them to record all the relevant data while producing graphene. He had gone to these factories yesterday to collect that data. What he wanted to do was simple: hand over the graphene technology to the nation in exchange for certain things. There are many things in this world that are completely off limits and cannot be purchased with money. Therefore, Yi Su must make certain concessions to gain the opportunity to obtain those things. Of course, if Yi Su were to directly request these things from the state would likely agree to his request and give them to him for free. However, this would mean that Yi Su would owe the state a favor. As the saying goes, favors are the hardest debts to repay. Yi Su does not want to casually owe anyone a favor. He believes in equal exchange. If the nation provides him with resources, he must also give the nation something in return, such as the graphene technology he possesses. Originally, he had planned to wait a year before handing over these items to the state. However, since circumstances have changed, there is no harm in submitting them earlier. The general who came to discuss cooperation with Yi Su was none other than General Xiangdong. Chapter 83, Major General Xiangdong's Plans. General Xiangdong. Surname Xiang, given name Dong. He is a model officer, highly regarded both within the military and the government. His background is formidable, with connections to the highest ranks above him. His assignment here is likely meant to enhance his credentials. There is a lot of data related to graphene, which needs to be organized. After Yi Su brought these materials back to the company yesterday, he handed them over to Yu Shuoqin, instructing her to have someone assist in organizing the information. They worked all night to compile the most critical data, ensuring that the results from repeated tests were consolidated into a single set. Such critical information is naturally entrusted to the most trusted individuals. The data quickly reached Yi Su's hands. Although it had been significantly condensed, it still amounted to a thick stack of papers, hundreds of pages in total. Yi Su opened the password-protected briefcase he carried with him, opened the case, placed the documents inside, and closed the briefcase. I'm leaving. Yi Su waved goodbye to Yu Shuoqin and prepared to meet the general who had been sent by higher-ups. Yu Shuoqin nodded and continued with his own tasks. The name of the general, Xiangdong, was simple and easy to remember. He had the face of a man in his 20s, but in reality, he was already 40 years old. However, in the world of power, 40 was considered the prime age. Many officials' careers in power began in their 40s. Without spending a decade or more grinding it out beforehand, one would rarely rise to prominence by their 40s. This was a basic rule. Su Dong was such a person. Although he held the rank of major general, he was merely a civilian-ranked officer. While he was technically part of the military, his focus was more aligned with another direction. This is actually a poor career trajectory. However, for someone of his caliber, such matters are of little consequence. Any rules, when viewed from a broader perspective, take on a different meaning. Major General Xiangdong, with a stern expression, had just stepped off the plane and was sitting in the backseat of a red flag-plated vehicle. He looked out at the buildings and remarked in surprise, I remember coming to Luo City once before. That was 10 years ago. Back then, Luo City was still a rather run-down and pitiful little city. I never imagined that after 10 years, the changes would be so drastic. Our motherland is changing every day, let alone Luo City, which is the provincial capital. The young secretary beside General Xiangdong smiled and said, That's right. Every day brings new changes. This time, we must have a serious talk with that Yi Su. As a member of our motherland, he absolutely cannot continue acting so recklessly. Xiangdong turned his head to look straight ahead, his expression growing slightly complex as he spoke softly. The secretary beside him sensed that the general's words had a hidden meaning, and his expression changed slightly. This is preparing to reprimand Yi Su. But the higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate with Yi Su as much as possible. Whatever conditions he needs, we must agree to. The secretary hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, What are you talking about? Xiangdong looked at the secretary and smiled. Do you think I would do that? The secretary fell silent. Based on Xiangdong's personality, he would usually force Yi Su to hand over most of the benefits and cooperate actively with the state. Otherwise, suppression would be inevitable. However, this time the situation was completely different. Yi Su was a person highly regarded by the higher-ups, and even in the eyes of the top leader, he held significant weight. The higher-ups' intentions were clear. If Colonel Xiangdong took excessive actions, it would inevitably lead to blame being directed at him, significantly lowering his evaluation in the eyes of the higher-ups. The secretary clenched his teeth and whispered, "Please think carefully." Xiangdong remained unfazed, shaking his head and saying indifferently, "You wouldn't understand." "What do you mean I don't understand?" "The one who truly doesn't understand is you. If you act according to your usual temperament, this time you will really cause a major disaster." The secretary was speechless beside him, but he couldn't say these words directly. He could only vent his frustration in his heart. If Xiangdong met with misfortune, as his secretary, he would also suffer the consequences. However, the secretary knew Xiangdong's temper all too well. At this point, trying to persuade him would be futile. The only option was to keep her mouth shut. Soon, General Xiangdong's red flag-plated vehicle arrived at the location where he was to meet Yi Su. The entrance to a graphene processing plant. Yes, the two hadn't met at a hotel, restaurant, or the Genesis Technology Company. Instead, they'd chosen the graphene factory directly. The reason was simple: their meeting was specifically about graphene, so this location was the best choice. Yi Su had already arrived here. At this moment, Yi Su was sitting in the former office of the factory's CEO, which had now become his temporary office. When General Xiangdong arrived, Yi Su did not go out to greet him but waited here for his arrival. Soon, Xiangdong and his secretary were escorted to the office. Su Dong stood at over 180 centimeters tall, dressed in a crisp military uniform, with a square face and appearing to be in his 20s. However, the determination and wrinkles between his brows made it clear that he was not as young as he appeared. "General Xiangdong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please don't be too hard on me." Upon seeing General Xiangdong enter the office, Yi Su stood up to show his respect and smiled as he spoke. "Are you Mr. Yi?" Major General Xiangdong looked at Yi Su and couldn't help but be taken aback. Many people said that Xiangdong was very young and promising, but in reality, he was already in his 40s. Even so, in the officialdom, he was indeed considered young and promising. However, compared to Yi Su, who looked like he was in his teens and was indeed that age, they were simply not in the same league. Chapter 84, Almost Misunderstood. This made General Xiangdong feel a very peculiar sensation. If he were to suppress him, wouldn't it be like an adult bullying a child? After all, he was only 18. No, this is clearly an adult bullying a child. Is what I'm doing a bit excessive? Thinking about it, General Xiangdong couldn't help but feel speechless and frustrated. "Yes. I am Yi Su, the chairman of Genesis Technology Company." Yi Su nodded and said, "Although I really want to say, you're really young, but many people have already said that, so I won't repeat it. Let's get straight to the point. What are you prepared to offer us?" Major General Xiangdong looked at Yi Su and asked. "The complete manufacturing process for graphene." Yi Su said. "Just that? We've already mastered graphene manufacturing technology long ago," said Major General Xiangdong, sitting in his chair and shaking his head. "I know that you've had graphene manufacturing technology for a long time, but the graphene produced by my technology is of a quality that is 100 times better than before, and the manufacturing speed is more than 100 times faster. Additionally, the costs required have also been reduced by more than 100 times. You might not be very clear on these things, so let me repeat them again. These are two completely different technologies." Yi Su was a bit speechless, but he still explained patiently. "To be honest, I find it hard to believe." Xiangdong listened to this and fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Come and see for yourself, and you'll understand." Yi Su smiled and walked out, saying, "All right." Xiangdong nodded and said. Shortly after, Yi Su led General Xiangdong to the graphene manufacturing assembly line. He wanted Major General Xiangdong to witness his latest graphene manufacturing technology firsthand. Xiangdong watched the entire production process on the assembly line, remaining silent from start to finish. The reason for his silence was simple: he was utterly amazed. The military had previously mastered and researched graphene technology, but the graphene they produced often required significant costs and was of poor quality. Having seen it with his own eyes, he believed that Yi Su was being overly demanding by offering graphene technology in exchange for such benefits. He felt he needed to put him in his place. However, after witnessing this entirely new graphene manufacturing technology firsthand, he finally understood just how powerful it truly was. Similarly, the graphene produced using this new method had far more applications than before. As a brand new material, the original graphene could not replace certain important materials or achieve better results. Both official and unofficial evaluations were consistent: graphene cannot replace any existing materials, it can only open up new fields as a material for those new domains. As a result, the so-called graphene era would never arrive. However, the situation is entirely different now. This new graphene technology can indeed replace certain materials and achieve better results. It has numerous applications in industries such as manufacturing, military, and even aerospace. Its value is truly immeasurable. This is a new technology that can truly usher in the graphene era. At this point, he fully understood the value of this technology. If the Eastern government and military were to fully master this technology and widely apply it, the benefits across various fields would be unimaginably great. Compared to the rare materials Yisu needed, there was no comparison, it was practically being given away for free. This. General Xiangdong looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. He had just arrived here intending to extort money and suppress Yisu, but who would have thought that the other party would suddenly present such a generous gift? General Xiangdong's expression grew excited. He turned to Yisu and asked, "Do you have any related data records? Can I take a look?" "Of course." Yisu nodded and said. Yisu then handed over the carefully selected data results he had prepared earlier to General Xiangdong. General Xiangdong immediately began to examine them carefully, spending a full hour and a half to review all the data. Only now did he understand what the old man above had meant when he sent him here and said it was a lucrative assignment. It wasn't about suppressing someone or extorting benefits, it was about genuine merit. He almost misunderstood it. "Damn it! I've finished reviewing the documents." Major General Xiangdong closed the files and said, "I've seen your sincerity, but what I'm curious about is, what do you want in exchange for giving us these materials? Is it really just the materials themselves?" "Of course, all I need are those materials. My experiments desperately require them." Yisu nodded, unable to deny it, and said, "Additionally, although this technology has been strictly kept confidential, it will inevitably leak out someday. I am giving it to you in advance for this very reason. I hope you understand the importance of this technology and do not want it to spread abroad so early. Please help me keep it under wraps. This is essential. With this new graphene production technology, there are significant benefits both industrially and militarily. This technology must be kept under lock and key, it cannot be allowed to spread abroad so easily." General Xiangdong nodded immediately and said seriously. The deal with General Xiangdong was quickly concluded. As for the outcome, both parties were highly satisfied. Given that the East was already experiencing rapid development, it was believed that with the new graphene technology and its successful application, it would achieve even faster growth. Chapter 85, Transparent Smartphone Launch Event. This outcome was truly a win-win situation for all parties involved. This graphene technology was also brought to the imperial capital by General Xiangdong that very night. The secretary who had been following Major General Xiangdong closely sighed in relief upon seeing that he had not taken any harsh actions against Yisu. Though he did not know why they had abandoned the plan to suppress him, the outcome was still favorable. After handing over the technology, Yisu didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a new method for preparing a material. Although it had been carefully selected and took a lot of time, it was nothing special. Such technology was something he could easily obtain in large quantities. Exchanging this preparation technology for materials under national embargo was a profitable deal for him. The only thing slightly regrettable was that the materials hadn't been delivered to Yisu's laboratory immediately. After all, the quantity required was quite large, and the Eastern authorities needed some time to prepare before sending them over. Before he knew it, the day had passed, and the next day was the much-anticipated global launch of the transparent smartphone. This launch event was also held at the Grand Theater where the virtual reality device launch had taken place earlier. Even before the event began, every seat in the Grand Theater was already filled to capacity, with not a single empty seat in sight. Everyone was discussing what the upcoming launch event would be like. Yisu's efforts to keep the transparent phone under wraps were as strict as they had been with the virtual reality devices. Before the event began, most people had no concrete information about it. However, unlike the virtual reality devices, which had sparked significant skepticism about their authenticity at the time, no one doubted the existence of the transparent smartphone. After all, virtual reality devices had already been developed. What could a transparent smartphone possibly be? Before the transparent phone's press conference, Genesis Technology Company finally announced this news. That is, this launch event would also be hosted by Yisu. This news immediately sparked an enormous buzz online. Countless netizens began discussing it fervently. On Genesis Technology Company's official Weibo account, after they posted this news, the comments section broke the 10,000 mark in just a few minutes. Great! It's Yisu hosting after all. Unbeatable, unbeatable, unbeatable. I'll watch from start to finish. Has the transparent phone launch event started yet? Where can I watch it? It's already being broadcast, but it hasn't started yet. Where can I watch it? Do you think I'd tell you? Stop joking around. Everyone should go to Genesis Technology Company's official website to watch the live stream directly. There are also some live streaming platforms broadcasting it privately. Even if you don't have an internet connection, you can turn on your TV and watch the live broadcast on CCTV1. Holy crap! CCTV1? That's so awesome. 666666666. I remember the last virtual reality launch event was also on CCTV1, right? That's so awesome. I'm going to watch it on CCTV1. I think watching on the official website is better. After all, it's the same as those live streams, and you can post comments, which is more fun. Watch on the official website? Dare you open the comments? Don't joke around. The number of viewers has already exceeded 10 million. This number is still rising rapidly, completely different from the fake numbers on those live streaming platforms. This is the real 10 million. I heard that the overseas branches of Genesis Technology Company have already surpassed 50 million viewers. 6666 plus 6666. The whole world is watching this launch event. Amazing. The currently hottest live streaming website. Nishue is a popular female streamer who is both beautiful and earns a lot of money. She is an irregular live streamer. Although she is very popular, if she streamed regularly, she would already be earning millions annually. However, since her family is already wealthy, she streams purely out of hobby. Therefore, her live streams are usually short and infrequent. She is nicknamed the Dove Queen. Nevertheless, many people still enjoy watching her streams and listening to her sing. Her singing voice is also very pleasant. Several entertainment agencies have approached her, hoping to sign her and launch her career as a professional singer, but she has turned them all down. Due to her mysterious nature, lack of information, and irregular streaming schedule, her popularity remains consistently high, making her a legend in the live streaming community. However, while viewers may love her, the platform operators are not fond of her due to her infrequent streams. As a result, every time Nishue streams, the official website reduces her popularity score as a form of retaliation. Today, Nishue started her live stream, and as usual, the platform's administrators halved her popularity score. However, even with this penalty, her popularity surged past 3 million in just a short while, making her the top streamer on the entire platform. The platform's servers struggled to handle the sudden influx of viewers, causing lag and slowdowns. The administrators were stunned. What was going on? Was Nishue cheating to boost her popularity? That's insane. But cheating shouldn't cause the website to lag, so what was happening? One of the administrators took a closer look and immediately identified the cause. Nishue's live stream title was invited by Genesis Technology Company. Attending the Transparent Phone launch event. Chapter 86, The Man Who Changed the World. No wonder, I knew it. One of the super admins couldn't help but mutter, and I swear was actually invited? I'm so jealous. Her popularity has been suppressed, and she's already at the top. Another super admin said. Wait a minute, being able to attend the launch event? In Aishwar's background, did we really do the right thing by locking her data like that before? Suddenly another super admin spoke up. This statement immediately made the super admins break out in a cold sweat. This matter must be reported immediately. More and more people were entering in Aishwar's livestream. And Aishwar's cute face appeared on the screen, smiling at the camera and saying, "Hello everyone. There are so many people today. I'm sure a lot of you were drawn here by the title. If you're not my fans, that's okay. If you want to watch my live streams in the future, just follow me. I'm currently at the Grand Theater in Shanghai. This is where the virtual reality device launch event took place last time, and it's also the venue for today's transparent smartphone launch event." As she spoke, Nishue shook the camera, allowing everyone to see the venue. Sure enough, it was the same as the live stream on Genesis Technology Company's official website. The chat exploded with comments. It's real. 666,666. 666666666. It's really the live event. The streamer didn't lie to us. Nishue, I love you. The host is so beautiful and so talented. She actually went to the scene. How many connections did she use? Wow. From the host's perspective, I can see that person in the distance. Isn't that Mr. Ma? It really is him. Apparently, many important figures were invited to the event. Is Tim Cook there? I'm an Apple fan. The last time I watched the virtual reality device launch event, I saw Tim Cook and I was so excited. Tim Cook obviously declined the invitation. After the concept of the transparent phone was unveiled, Apple's stock value plummeted, and Tim Cook's hair turned white overnight. He's the one who put Apple in this mess. Why would you invite him to come on stage? You're joking, right? Yeah, Samsung and Apple's stock prices are plummeting. I'm losing a fortune. That's great news. Wait, no, I just realized Tim Cook's hair was already white, wasn't it? The transparent phone hasn't even been released yet, and the launch event hasn't even started, yet the stock is already plummeting? If the launch event ends today, won't the stock crash even harder? Plus, once the transparent phone hits the market, Apple and Samsung are in big trouble. Nishue slowly turned her phone, watching the comments while smiling and saying, yeah, Apple and Samsung stocks are plummeting. So, neither Samsung nor Apple nor any other smartphone brand representatives showed up at the event. That's why there were so many empty seats, and I got invited. I made a profit. Who is this host? Mysterious family? Will the host dare to sing? The comments quickly scrolled by. Nishue sighed helplessly. You want me to sing here? I'm already doing this live stream reluctantly. Singing? Are you crazy? Do you know how many important people are here? Don't make me look bad. I'm just a nobody. Let me check the time. The chairman of Genesis Technology Company, that's right, Yi-Soo, is about to take the stage. I finally get to see her in person. I'm so excited. Oh, it's about to start. Can't wait. Anticipation +1. Excited +10,086. Host, stop joking around. Anyone who can come here can't possibly be a nobody, can they? The venue is full of big shots. Nishue, you're a big shot too. That's right, that's right. The number of viewers in Nishue's livestream has already reached godlike levels. The entire livestream website is starting to lag. What a crappy server. At this moment, whether they were sitting in the Grand Theater, watching the livestream online, or watching the broadcast at home, people from the East, MA country, and BN country all shared the same anticipation for one person to take the stage, none other than Yi-Soo. Amidst this anticipation, the lights in the Grand Theater suddenly dimmed. Everyone instinctively gasped in surprise. In Nishue's livestream, the comments were flooding in. What happened? It went black. The screen went black? No, it's the Grand Theater that's gone dark. Is the lighting malfunctioning? It must be Yi-Soo about to take the stage. That's usually how it goes. Sure enough, soon, a spotlight shone on the stage. Yi-Soo stood on the stage, enduring the spotlight, looking at everyone in the audience with a calm expression. Soon, one spotlight after another illuminated the stage, allowing everyone to clearly see Yi-Soo's figure and features. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. Every audience member present, including the prominent figures who had been invited, couldn't help but clap their hands. These influential individuals were usually the main protagonists, but now, it was clear that Yi-Soo was the true star. They too, willingly applauded this protagonist. He deserved it. Though he had achieved fame at a young age, he had already been fully recognized. Whether it was his credentials or his achievements, they were all dazzling. He had conquered everyone in the world who had ever doubted him. He declared to everyone that a new era had arrived, a new era created by his own hands. Whether out of jealousy, admiration, or even a hint of resentment, everyone cannot help but admire him. Yi-Soo's various achievements are worthy of their admiration. In the live streaming rooms online, the comments flooded in non-stop. Yi-Soo, the Great One. Yi-Soo 666666666. Yi-Soo the Great. Everyone, clap your hands. Cool. The man who will change the world has arrived. Hurry up and kneel in worship. Chapter 87, Yi-Soo's hosting. The man who will change the world? No, this is God. Honey, hurry up and turn on the computer. Look at God. Finally, it started. We've waited so long, finally we get to see Yi-Soo. The press conference has finally begun. Nishue, who was fortunate enough to be at the scene, had her phone live streaming the event. The comments flooding the screen were mostly along the same lines. At that moment, she was staring blankly at Yi-Soo not far away, her expression dazed, her eyes fixed on him, unable to look away, even forgetting to clap, her gaze growing increasingly mesmerized. In that moment, Yi-Soo's appearance before her eyes made her heart race. She couldn't help but fall in love with him. Was this love at first sight? Though she wasn't entirely sure, it seemed to be exactly that. The cold and aloof female streamer named Nishue, in that very moment, had fallen for Yi-Soo. However, she also knew that this was a love that was extremely difficult to achieve. From a very young age, Nishue had been the envy of her classmates. She had always been this way from elementary school to middle school to high school. When it came time for the college entrance exams, despite having a family background that spared her from worrying about the future, she still approached it with a relaxed attitude and achieved outstanding results, securing admission to the prestigious Tsinghua University in the capital. It seemed as though she was naturally more intelligent than others. Her family, appearance, figure, personality, intelligence, education, voice, and manners, every aspect of her seemed flawless. Many boys felt inferior in her presence, but now, looking at Yi-Soo not far away, she felt a sense of inferiority for the first time in her life. The confidence she had built up over countless hours of effort seemed to vanish into thin air in an instant. Yi-Soo Nishue, whose real name is Xia Xiaowei, murmured to herself unconsciously. Yi-Soo had no idea that there was a cute girl in the audience, a female streamer, who had fallen head over heels for him because of his appearance. He looked at the audience with a calm expression and delivered his second opening line. Welcome to the launch event for the second product under Genesis Technology Company, the transparent smartphone, and thank you for watching the live stream or tuning in to the broadcast. I am Yi-Soo, the sole director of Genesis Technology Company, and also the inventor of this transparent smartphone. I prefer to call it the graphene phone or the fairy phone. Introducing myself seems a bit redundant, as few people don't know me, right? Yi-Soo said with a touch of humor. This remark lightened the atmosphere slightly, and many people couldn't help but clap again. Yi-Soo raised both hands to quiet the crowd, then continued speaking into the microphone with a smile. Although I'd love to brag about my new invention, this transparent phone, and how amazing and unique it is, surpassing those inferior phones by millions of times, but due to time constraints, I'll keep the bragging to a minimum and focus on the specifics. Yi-Soo's relaxed tone made both the audience at the venue and those watching the livestream or on TV feel more at ease, and they couldn't help but smile and continue watching attentively. Backstage, Yushuichin watched Yisu perform effortlessly on stage and couldn't help but sigh. Genius is truly genius. Despite having no preparation at all, he walked onto the stage and performed so well. However, upon further reflection, it was because Yisu didn't even consider this stage to be anything special that he could approach it with such ease. When will Yisu ever get nervous? This question intrigued Yushuichin greatly. On stage, Yisu continued, thanks to the graphene preparation technology one have carefully refined, we have developed a brand new type of graphene. Compared to previous versions, this new graphene is of unparalleled quality. Through it, I have glimpsed the dawn of transparent smartphone research and development. Graphene. Upon hearing this term, the many prominent figures present couldn't help but narrow their eyes slightly. Ever since Genesis Technology Company announced they were about to begin global sales of transparent phones, people from major corporations worldwide had been curious about how transparent phones were even researched. The first and most widely speculated theory, of course, was graphene. This new material had a very high likelihood of being the primary material for transparent phones, but the challenges involved during this process were, of course, self-evident. Even though graphene has been invented for over a decade, every company has studied this new material. Yet all companies understand that applying graphene to transparent smartphone development is an incredibly challenging task. Some even began to claim it was impossible, as a basic understanding of the technology revealed the underlying reasons. However, Genesis Technology has successfully developed a transparent smartphone, leaving everyone speculating and wondering if it is indeed made of graphene. Until now, there has been no definitive answer. However, with the release of some information, Genesis Technology has shown no intention of hiding anything. After announcing this news, everyone following the developments recognized the truth, it is indeed graphene. However, how far has Genesis Technology Company advanced in their research on graphene? What makes their graphene different from other types of graphene? This question naturally became another intriguing mystery. Some have even boldly speculated that Genesis Technology is lying, and their transparent phone is likely not made primarily from graphene, but rather another material, a new material discovered by Yisu. This possibility is quite high. Chapter 88: Panic Smartphone Companies. After all, graphene as a material has gradually lost everyone's trust and is no longer considered a magical material. However, everyone also understands that Genesis Technology Company's graphene is completely different from ordinary graphene. Amidst numerous speculations and doubts, the truth finally emerged. Genesis Technology wouldn't joke around at a press conference, and neither would Mr. Yisu. Indeed, it was graphene. When this material reappeared in the global spotlight, many people watched the live broadcast with even greater focus. At the same time, many others had no idea what graphene actually was or what the announcement truly signified. In the end, most people were just there for the spectacle. After all, everyone else was watching, so how could they not? Yisu was unaware of the thoughts of the many influential figures present. He did not hold back, beginning to meticulously explain the characteristics and features of his graphene. To promote this new material globally and increase the value of graphene factories, this was an indispensable step. Many people without the relevant knowledge couldn't understand what Yisu was talking about. They simply felt a sense of awe, even though they didn't understand what he was saying. Those with relevant knowledge, however, finally realized what terrifying knowledge Yisu possessed by mastering this new material. It can be said that the value of graphene surpasses that of virtual reality devices. This is the perspective of these influential figures. Mastering this advanced graphene is almost like mastering the future. The graphene factories in Yisu's hands will see their value skyrocket due to this speech and detailed explanation, becoming machines that churn out gold. These influential figures, upon reflection, all feel deeply uneasy. For a moment, the influential figures present at the scene all looked at Yisu with envious eyes. Although they had known Yisu was exceptionally talented, they hadn't anticipated he was this extraordinary. In fact, most of them believed Yisu likely had even more secrets up his sleeve. Yisu quickly finished his explanation of graphene. After discussing graphene, he naturally moved on to introducing this transparent smartphone. Yisu named this transparent smartphone Fairy. This name was also the name of the phone's operating system. Naming this smartphone after the name of its operating system is, from a certain perspective, a bold move by Yisu, as it places the system in a very high position. Naturally, Yisu began to provide a detailed introduction to the system's core features. As he explained the system, more and more people began to clearly recognize its remarkable capabilities. The system, battery life, communication capabilities, practicality, and other details such as durability and water resistance were all highlighted. Yisu spoke with great seriousness. He presented this smartphone with a very serious attitude. To be honest, Yisu did not use exaggerated or to promote this smartphone. From start to finish, he was simply telling the truth. Every audience member at the event, as well as those watching on TV or streaming the live broadcast, could feel Yisu's sincerity, and their desire to purchase the phone exploded instantly. After the launch event concluded, the stock prices of major global smartphone brands plummeted significantly. The CEOs of these companies, though absent from the event, watched the livestream and fully recognized the superiority of this smartphone. It completely outclassed their products by a factor of 10,000. Such a flawless smartphone, if released, would spell the end of the industry. Reality is often this cruel: when something rises, something else must inevitably fall. Survival of the fittest has been the fundamental law of this world and nature since ancient times. Although the CEOs of these smartphone companies understood this, they couldn't help but feel resentful and unwilling to accept defeat in the face of such a disaster. What should they do? After the press conference ended, the CEOs of these companies were as big as bells, watching their company shares plummet wildly, growing increasingly furious. Every hour, no, every minute, every second, their companies were losing massive amounts of money. This situation was driving them mad. But after thinking for a long time, they still had no solution. No! Even if there's no solution, we must try. The CEOs of these companies flashed a determined look in their eyes and coldly said, "We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. If this continues, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later. We can't let that happen. Absolutely not. This Spirit transparent phone is so powerful and advanced, it's practically a phone from the future, yet it's priced at just 7,000 renminbi. Although it's more expensive than some phones on the market, its performance is dozens of times better. If we calm down and think about it logically, how could this be possible? There's talk that Genesis Technology Company is involved in false advertising, and the truth about this phone is not what it seems." The CEOs of these smartphone companies are now repeating these words over and over. At this point, they are in a state of desperation, resorting to their final desperate measures, using such statements to constantly smear the reputation of this smartphone named elf in the market. In fact, these companies have employed such tactics multiple times before. Using them again now, they are clearly well versed in this approach. Following the conclusion of Genesis Technology Company's transparent smartphone launch event, discussions and skeptical comments about transparent smartphones have surged, growing almost uncontrollably. Chapter 89: Desperate Smear Campaign. This was the result of several smartphone companies joining forces. Despite being competitors in the past, they had become allies in this moment, united by a common enemy, Genesis Technology Company. These companies hired a large number of online trolls to launch a massive smear campaign. I just can't help but feel that Genesis Technology's transparent smartphone is a bit unreliable. A phone that surpasses all others, even outperforming a computer with a $10,000 configuration. Is that really possible? I just can't shake the feeling that it's fake. It's just too unrealistic. Yeah, I watched Genesis Technology Company's transparent smartphone launch event too. While the transparent smartphone is indeed, the CEO, Yisu, made some pretty outlandish claims. A smartphone this advanced, given Genesis Technology Company's track record, should at least be priced at 70,000 yuan. How could it possibly be only 7,000 yuan? Yeah, virtual reality devices are so expensive that they're out of reach for most people. This shows Genesis Technology's true colors. They target the high-end market and rarely touch the low-end market. Yet now they've launched this relatively affordable transparent phone. I know the concept of a transparent phone is eye-catching, but is its practical performance really that good? I'm highly skeptical. I'm also highly skeptical. I just feel that this transparent phone launch event pales in comparison to the last one. Transparent phones are garbage. Transparent NMB, go out of business quickly. Garbage Genesis Technology Company. A transparent phone? I think it's unreliable. Won't it look ugly when users insert a SIM card? I heard Genesis Technology is planning to launch their transparent SIM cards. The price must be sky high. I don't think transparent phones are that great. They're completely different from virtual reality devices. Though I admit virtual reality is a truly groundbreaking invention, releasing another new product like this so soon and claiming it's so advanced just feels fake. Yeah, I feel the same way. Online, there are all sorts of skeptical and malicious speculations everywhere. The collaboration between these companies is truly formidable. Such comments are flooding the internet across countries. Genesis Technology Company caused their company so much loss, their retaliation now seems justified. Under the influence of this online backlash, even some news media outlets have quietly changed their perspectives. At first, all news outlets were unanimously optimistic about Genesis Technology, praising the transparent phone as an invention that would change the world. However, as the online controversy grew more intense, these media outlets adopted a more ambiguous stance, becoming cautious and even beginning to cite online comments to highlight the growing number of people who now doubt the authenticity of Genesis Technology's transparent phone. Is it a game changer or just a big scam? Miraculous marketing tactics? The truth behind the online backlash. These news outlets openly used such headlines, reasoning that if they were proven wrong later, they could simply blame the online comments. If it turned out to be true, they would be seen as visionaries and gain a surge in popularity. If that's the case, what's there to fear? Genesis Technology Company was well aware of this situation. After listening to the report and thoroughly understanding the situation, Yushua Chin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. To be honest, she was quite upset. These smartphone companies, using such underhanded tactics, are truly despicable. using such smear campaigns to target them so relentlessly. To say she wasn't angry or frustrated would be impossible. As the saying goes, words can be more powerful than actions. Even if lies are ultimately just lies, once such statements spread widely, they will severely damage Genesis Technology Company's image and credibility. A company's brand and reputation are things that money cannot buy. Now, being subjected to such baseless insults, as the founder of Genesis Technology Company, Yushua Chin is naturally furious. These scummy phone companies. Yushua Chin clenched her teeth, but looking at the overwhelming online comments, she felt a deep sense of helplessness. Yushua Chin even began to worry that this incident might severely impact the sales of the transparent phone. This concern was not unfounded. Marketing is crucial for any product, and the transparent phone is no exception. If this situation is allowed to continue, the initial sales will undoubtedly be severely impacted. With these concerns in mind, Yushua Chin eventually sought out Yisu and brought up the matter. After listening to Yushua Chin, Yisu nodded and smiled, saying, "Your concerns are not unfounded." "All right." Yisu made a decision. "Huh? What should we do?" Yushua Chin asked instinctively, though she already had some contingency plans in mind. However, she felt that Yisu might have a better solution. "We spent 10 million purchasing our virtual reality equipment. Why not give each of the 10,000 wealthy individuals around the world a transparent smartphone?" Yisu said with a smile. "This way, the problem will be resolved." Give each of them a transparent phone? Yushua Chin was taken aback. She hadn't even considered that Yisu's solution could be so straightforward. Upon further reflection, this solution seemed quite ingenious. Although giving away 10,000 phones for free might seem wasteful and result in a small loss, compared to the company's reputation and the promotional benefits that would follow, it was nothing. Moreover, these wealthy individuals had already spent 10 million purchasing virtual reality equipment, and they would undoubtedly spend tens of millions more in the virtual reality games, bringing significant profits to the company. To showcase their privileges, giving them a phone was hardly excessive. Chapter 90, Yisu's counterattack. Moreover, these wealthy individuals have some influence. Once they get their hands on the transparent phones, they can easily spread the word. This is truly a brilliant idea. After giving it some thought, Yushua Chin nodded eagerly and smiled, saying, "I'll handle it right away." Soon, Genesis Technology Company faced a massive wave of criticism but did not respond. Instead, they announced the following: they would give away free high-end transparent smartphones to all VIP members who had previously spent 10 million on virtual reality devices. Free. Upon hearing this news, many people immediately envied the wealthy individuals. Whether it was being among the first to use virtual reality devices, having exclusive access to virtual reality single-player games, or now receiving a free transparent smartphone, it was truly enough to make anyone envious. In fact, the 10,000 wealthy individuals were also caught off guard. They never expected Yisu to give each of them a luxury version of the transparent smartphone. They were immediately excited, and during the press conference, they had already been eager to own one. Now that it was being given away for free, their mood was naturally excellent. Free is one thing, but they don't really need the money. The main thing is getting it early. This sense of privilege was incredibly satisfying. The phones were quickly delivered to their hands. Some media outlets naturally interviewed them, asking about their experience using the transparent phone and whether it matched the information revealed at the launch event. Or was it, as some online skeptics claimed, just a low-performance device? These wealthy individuals, who were interviewed again, laughed and said that this transparent phone was the coolest, most stylish, and highest-performing phone they had ever used. The wealthy individuals smiled and said, "The words spoken by Yisu, the boss, at the launch event were spot on. When I mentioned other phones, I wasn't targeting any specific brand. What I meant was that compared to this transparent phone, all other phones in the world pale in comparison. Is this phone dozens of times more powerful than other phones? No, I think it's hundreds of times more powerful. Of course, this might be because I'm using the highest version of the transparent phone." Then, the wealthy individuals proudly demonstrated various features on their phones and showcased the unique capabilities of the system's AI assistant. "This is the most amazing system I've ever used. Android and iOS? After using this system, those systems feel incredibly primitive. I really don't know what adjectives to use to praise such a flawless phone. No, I should praise Genesis Technology Company. After all, without Genesis Technology Company, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to get such a phone. It's truly amazing." These wealthy individuals, whether in written or video interviews, all expressed their satisfaction. Once these interviews were published, the media's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree shift. The smartphone that will change the world. Transparent phone, the fairy. This is a sci-fi era first virtual reality, then transparent phones. The magical Genesis Technology Company. Performance first, aesthetics first, practicality first, the undisputed top smartphone. Genie. A phone priced at just 7,000 yuan can change the world, do you believe it? Even some news outlets began investigating why online users suddenly became so skeptical of Genesis Technology Company. After all, Genesis Technology is the company that developed virtual reality devices. Such a powerful company should have some credibility, even if they exaggerate a bit. But instead, everyone is questioning them. This is simply too strange. It doesn't make any sense. These journalists began investigating the underlying reasons and quickly uncovered the truth, exposing it without mercy. The war behind the scenes. Dozens of smartphone companies unite to take down Genesis Technology Company. Controlling the phishing bots on the entire internet to smear Genesis Technology Company. Such tactics are truly despicable and disgraceful. A war of words. Modern warfare often has no smoke. Is this the final desperate stab? Various headlines kept appearing, and the journalists easily uncovered the flaws of these mobile phone companies, reporting all the evidence openly. In no time, the reputation of these mobile phone companies faced an unprecedented crisis. The CEOs of these smartphone companies never imagined that the one-sided phishing boat war from the previous day would be turned against them today, with all the phishing boats targeting them. Some CEOs were even forced to resign under the pressure. Even so, they couldn't escape being criticized by netizens. The truth exposed by the news media was simply too blatant. How did they manage to gather so much evidence? Faced with such intense pressure, the CEO of Samsung couldn't contain his anger and slammed everything on his desk to the ground, shouting in frustration, "How did you find so much evidence? Didn't I tell you to be discreet? Be discreet. This is how you treat my orders? You bunch of jerks." The Samsung CEO blared at the few executives in the office who were bowing their heads, trembling with anger. These executives kept their heads down, filled with resentment, but dared not speak up. They had been careful to keep their actions hidden, yet somehow so many leaks had been uncovered. It was utterly baffling to them. These executives probably never imagined that this was all ordered by Yi Su. Yi Su had instructed Rem to find the evidence. If they couldn't find it, they were to hack into the company's private computers and copy the evidence over, ensuring it was completely destroyed. Otherwise, there might be no way to stop it. Then they were to sell the evidence to the media, turning it into sensational exposés that would cause these smartphone companies immense suffering. Chapter 91, The Achievements of the Academy of Sciences. These mobile phone companies used such underhanded tactics to attack Yi Su's Genesis Technology Company. To be honest, Yi Su understood their actions. From their perspective, doing such things was entirely understandable. But understanding is one thing, and feeling resentful is another. Since he's unhappy, he naturally has the right to retaliate. It can only be said that these smartphone companies brought this upon themselves. At that moment, at the Eastern Kingdom Academy of Science and Technology, several professors were busy at their computers. After confirming that Yi Su's paper was indeed genuine, these professors felt that their worldview had been completely reshaped by Yi Su. To be honest, all their previous knowledge and experience were completely overturned in an instant, leaving everyone feeling a bit disoriented. However, there was nothing they could do. This was reality, a cold, unchangeable reality. Of course, many professors in the academic community simply couldn't accept this reality. Their choice was to resign immediately, walk away from the field, and return home disillusioned. More professors, after clearly understanding the situation, began to reshape their knowledge. For them, starting over from scratch was undoubtedly difficult, but only by doing so could they take a step further and see a broader world. In fact, for them, accepting the theories proposed in Yi Su's paper was not as daunting as starting from scratch. Within just a few days, they had completely adjusted their mindset, and after about 2 weeks, they had fully adapted, gradually beginning to explore new fields, with progress that was truly remarkable. Professor Yang Yongyuan sat in front of his computer and suddenly thought of his dear friend who had left the academic world, feeling a bit down. He glanced at his new colleague, Professor Zhou Zhongping, and felt much better. This new partner was very satisfying, and they often discussed various academic theories, though they frequently argued heatedly. However, their relationship was undoubtedly growing stronger. They were part of the same research group. Yang Yongyuan felt no regret about continuing his research. From Yi Su's paper, he had glimpsed a new world. As long as he could continue to expand his research, giving up everything from the past would be worth it. Success! Professor Zhou Zhongping's excited shout interrupted Yang Yongyuan's thoughts. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stand up in excitement. It actually worked? Yang Yongyuan asked. Of course it's successful. What do you mean succeeded? It was bound to work. Zhou Zhongping glared at him and said irritably. Isn't this the first time it succeeded? It really worked. A new intelligent concept. Yang Yongyuan exclaimed excitedly. I've heard that other research groups have already achieved quite a lot, but our group's progress has been slow. Yet here we are, the first to successfully develop a new intelligent concept. How does it compare to previous intelligence systems? Zhou Zhongping asked. The research team had a third member named Lu Ling. Compared to Zhou Zhongping and Yang Yongyuan, he was younger and had less experience, but his abilities were no slouch. At that moment, he too wore a joyful expression, looking at the data and smiling as he said, it's completely different from previous intelligence system concepts. This is the real deal. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. We've succeeded. Zhou Zhongping exclaimed excitedly. The intelligent era is about to arrive. Yang Yongyuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Compared to this intelligence system, things like AlphaGo, supercomputers, and supercomputing are completely different concepts. Lu Ling nodded and said, "This is a fundamental leap forward. That Yi Su is truly remarkable. Hurry up and tell the dean and the higher-ups. Our research team was the first to succeed." "Ha ha," Yang Yongyuan said with a delighted smile. Amidst the overwhelming publicity and discussions about transparent smartphones, few people paid attention to the news that the Academy of Sciences had successfully developed a new type of intelligence system. This meant that the true intelligent era was about to arrive. In fact, when this news broke, it immediately caused a sensation in the relevant academic circles. Although Yi Su's paper had already been recognized, research groups around the world had not achieved significant results. The Eastern Academy of Sciences was the first to present tangible results. Naturally, it shocked everyone around the world. The Science and Technology magazine in Yi Su's hands also reported this news in detail. For a time, the notion that Eastern science leads the world has gradually become an established fact. First came virtual reality devices, then graphene, transparent smartphones, and now the development of intelligent technologies. These rapid advancements have left researchers worldwide feeling overwhelmed. What is happening to the world? Meanwhile, in MA country, some super wealthy conglomerates operating behind the scenes could no longer contain themselves. Yi Su's sudden rise to prominence and the fortune he had amassed were simply too much for them to bear. In fact, as early as the virtual reality device launch event, they had already taken action. However, these efforts yielded no results. The protection afforded to that young man named Yi Su in that distant eastern nation was simply excessive. The agents they sent were all detained and handed over to the international court. It's truly laughable. These constant petty maneuvers have yielded no results. As time dragged on, Yi Su's activities grew increasingly bold, and the eastern nations' rise accelerated, leaving them unable to tolerate it any longer. The colossal conglomerates behind the scenes, controlling the world's largest nation, MA, have decided to convene a meeting. A meeting specifically targeting Yi Su. If they continue to let Yi Su develop unchecked, the consequences will be unimaginable. Eventually, the entire world will become a vassal state of Dongfang Kingdom, and their status, reputation, and power will vanish along with this situation. Chapter 92: The Sinister Megacorporations. Across the ocean in MA, the situation is different from that in the eastern nation. In the east, those who truly hold power are the rulers of the nation. Corporations and companies, no matter how powerful they may seem, are insignificant under the authority of the state. They can be reduced to powerless pawns, mere meat on a chopping block, to be slaughtered at will. From the very beginning, Yi Su's stance has been clear. He firmly stands on the side of the state, never wavering, and is determined to make the East one of the world's leading superpowers. To achieve this goal, he has made significant efforts. Of course, the higher-ups clearly understood Yi Su's intentions and acknowledged his existence. It was precisely because of their continuous support that Yi Su was able to reach this point so smoothly. Without such support, Yi Su's Genesis Technology Company would have faced immense difficulties in reaching its current position in the eastern nation. During its development, there would undoubtedly have been countless individuals and factions eager to reap the benefits. Although Yi Su's family had previously been part of the Eastern 500 companies and his mother was a doctoral supervisor at a medical university, these connections held little weight in the face of such immense interests. Yi Su understood these truths well, so he remained steadfast in his convictions from the very beginning. However, on the other side of the ocean, in MA country, those who truly held power were not the politicians within the institutions, nor was it the newly appointed governor. Though he could control the nuclear button, his influence was limited, and he lacked the authority to wield significant power. The governor was merely a spokesperson to the world. In this nation, those who truly held all the power, who controlled the very lifeblood of MA, were the corporate conglomerates. They controlled the nation's economic lifeline, and through their various connections, they could easily select the next governor to take office if they so desired. However, they remain hidden from public view, rarely known to the masses. Yet, most of the time, others can trace their influence through the names of these conglomerates, such as the Rockefeller family or the Morgan family. These families have endured centuries of ups and downs, growth, and struggles, ultimately succeeding in controlling the lifeblood of MA while fully integrating into the nation's political system. One could exaggerate to say that they represent the nation itself. At this moment, the leaders of these conglomerates were gathered at a mansion for a meeting. The meeting was not held in a conference room but outdoors, where there was a vast vineyard. A wooden round table was set up, and several men in suits sat beneath the vines. Their expressions varied. These individuals are true power brokers. The discussions taking place in the vineyard of this estate were equally significant. The grapes in the vineyard had just begun to bear fruit, still small and unripe. It would take some time for them to mature. The prominent figures sitting beneath the vineyard had a touch of poetic elegance about them. However, the atmosphere at that moment was extremely solemn. Suddenly, the meeting began. I believe everyone is already aware of the reason behind this. The middle-aged man with a full beard, who was leading the group, gently swirled the wine in his glass and spoke softly. Of course, we all know it's about that young man from the distant Eastern Kingdom. Another young man with white hair and dressed in knight's armor smiled and spoke slowly. He was very young, with a handsome appearance, clearly different from the middle-aged men around him. However, none of the present would look down on him because of his age. Anyone sitting here and conversing with them was no ordinary person. The man named Jisoo and the company he controlled, Genesis Technology Company, along with its products, whether virtual reality systems, transparent phones, or the graphene technology they possessed, were the lifeblood of the future economy, of utmost importance. Yes, Genesis Technology Company is now like an enormous money-making machine, with vast amounts of wealth flowing in from around the world every minute, every second. Although our few families had made some preparations and countermeasures before this meeting, it was clear that none of them had any effect. This meeting was convened to discuss how to take this pie from the hands of that young man. A middle-aged man with a head of golden hair spoke slowly. He bore a surname that was almost suffocating, Rockefeller. Although those present were equal in status, the scale of their family fortunes and businesses clearly established a hierarchy among them. The man bearing the Rockefeller surname, the one in power, stood at the pinnacle of their ranks. He was also an extraordinary contemporary tyrant, controlling a significant portion of the economy of MA. When he spoke, those around him fell silent, listening intently to his words, eager to understand his perspective, his stance, and his intentions. Rockefeller naturally sensed this attitude. He touched the ring on his index finger and continued, "Seizing their wealth is my ambition, and it is also what you all desire in this era. The rise of Genesis Technology Company and the rapid ascent of the Eastern nation have filled me with a sense of panic. If we cannot contain them, the future will inevitably belong to them." Chapter 93, The Hidden Danger. I believe that if their era were to arrive, none of us here would want to see it. However, stopping them is equally difficult. In that ancient Eastern nation, our influence is pitifully weak. To suppress them economically and force them to surrender their gains is already impossible at this point. Therefore, this means we must resort to extraordinary measures. Rockefeller spoke coldly, but his words caught the powerful figures off guard. Unconventional? Unconventional measures? The many influential figures present heard these words and couldn't help but narrow their pupils slightly. Although they had come here to discuss how to get a share of the pie from Genesis Technology, such a large piece of the pie should not be enjoyed solely by Genesis Technology. As one of the world's top financial conglomerates, they must get involved. However, in reality, the few bigwigs present had no real solutions. After all, if they had a way to secure a share, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. In the end, these bigwigs hadn't even figured out how to take such a large piece of the pie from Yisu's hands and take a big bite out of it. Now, hearing that Rockefeller intends to adopt such radical measures, they are naturally unprepared. For a moment, they couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes betraying their thoughts. These days, that country in the Far East is completely different from what it was decades ago. As the fastest growing nation in the world and one of the 5 major rogue states of the United Nations, it has already grown strong enough to go head to head with MA, the world's top superpower. If it were a small country, there would be many methods available. They could even launch a war to use brutal military force to forcibly seize that bountiful fruit using the most primitive means. Or if it were a newly emerging company within the MA nation, they could also employ various tactics to snatch away this newly ripened fruit. However, the current situation is entirely different. The opponent is not a small country or MA, it is a gradually awakening lion, a major power in the Far East, the East. If one were to resort to extreme measures, it would undoubtedly be the most foolish choice imaginable. Judging from previous events, the power in that kingdom has shown excessive favor toward Yisu. Their people simply have no chance of infiltrating it. If they were to resort to extreme measures, it would undoubtedly escalate the situation to an extremely tense state and come at a significant cost. Of course, if it were to succeed, it would be worth it, even if it meant provoking the East and paying a heavy price. The benefits after success would be more than enough to make them forget the unpleasantness. However, if they failed, it would be extremely troublesome. Not only would they provoke various complications and suffer heavy losses, but they would also have to pay a huge price. This was one of the reasons for their indecision. Rockefeller, who had been twirling the ring on his index finger, naturally noticed the hesitation in the eyes of the many powerful figures present. He couldn't help but sigh. Having come this far and reached this position, they must make a decision. Whether they refuse him, leave this place, or agree to the plan and become part of it, they should make a decision quickly instead of hesitating like this. Though he understood their hesitation, Rockefeller had always hated waiting. He looked at the many family leaders present and said calmly, "Gentlemen, what is your decision? I have made mine clear. I hope to hear your decision as soon as possible." Hearing Rockefeller's urging, the family leaders present exchanged glances once more. Someone raised their hand and said, "I withdraw." Once one person withdrew, a second followed, and soon, the roundtable meeting that had once had 13 or 14 people was reduced to just 5. However, this did not faze Rockefeller. The fewer people sharing the pie, the larger the share for each. They feared danger and worried about the consequences, so they withdrew. But they did not realize that this was merely a slow death. Rockefeller was unwilling to accept this situation, so even knowing there was a great risk, he was determined to take a gamble. The target was the East, so launching a war was out of the question. However, we could use covert means to hire mercenaries to capture Yisu. No, Yisu's security was likely too tight to capture him, but it was worth a try, even if the chances were slim. Even if we can't capture him, we can capture Yisu's parents or his woman and use them as leverage to force him to hand over the new graphene technology, virtual reality technology, transparent phone technology, and any other technologies he possesses. If possible, bringing him to MA country would be the best outcome. As the saying goes, money moves people. This has been true throughout history, both in the East and the West. Currently, Genesis Technology Company holds three major sources of wealth: virtual reality devices, graphene improvement technology, and transparent phones. Any one of these three is a supermassive money-making machine, enough to turn any ordinary company into a colossal global powerhouse. And now, Genesis Company holds all three? Who knows how much money Genesis Technology Company has made? Even before the transparent phone has officially hit the market, it has already caused such a stir. The entire world is eagerly awaiting its release, and the level of attention it has garnered is truly staggering. Once it officially hits the market, it will undoubtedly disrupt the existing smartphone industry in no time, generating massive profits that will make everyone envious. Chapter 94: Storms are brewing. The transparent smartphone has the potential to disrupt the current smartphone market. However, it's unlikely to happen in the short term. After all, the current smartphone market is enormous. As the saying goes, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. The transparent smartphone, still in its infancy, may develop quickly, but achieving that level of disruption will require significant time. However, anyone with foresight can already envision such a scenario. In this context, no one can help but envy the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, the most brilliant genius in history, who seems to have cheated his way to success, turning a newly established company into a powerhouse within a year. Of course, their family was already among the top 500 in the East, with a solid foundation, which has been discussed before. But even with such a strong foundation, developing so rapidly is still enough to leave everyone speechless, completely unable to comprehend how such a miracle could have been achieved. Of course, ordinary people might be amazed by such a miracle, as that is where their focus lies. However, some research departments and private research institutions in other countries, after their initial astonishment, did not continue to pay attention. Instead, they began frantically researching how Yisu's virtual reality devices were manufactured, what the underlying principles were, and how the mental link devices could be replicated. Since graphene materials are difficult to obtain, and transparent smartphones are not yet available for official sale, the current research focus remains on virtual reality devices. In fact, such research began long ago. Since virtual reality devices were officially put on the market a few months ago, research institutions from both the Eastern homeland and foreign countries, whether official or private, have obtained some virtual reality devices through their channels and attempted to decipher various secrets within them, aiming to uncover the secrets behind Genesis Technology Company's virtual reality devices. However, despite ongoing research, no significant progress has been made. Not even the slightest breakthrough has been achieved, which is truly disappointing. Unfortunately, there is no solution, as Genesis Technology Company's core data security measures are simply too robust, leaving researchers unable to crack them even after months of effort. This has left many conglomerates feeling helpless, while secretly shifting their attention to Genesis Technology Company. It's not just the super conglomerates in MA, some conglomerates from other countries are also highly interested in them. Before the official release of Genesis Technology Company's transparent smartphone, there was a sense of impending storm. At the center of it all, of course, was Yisu. At this moment, Yisu was not continuing his research or conducting any experiments. Instead, he was resting. Long before this, Yisu had decided to balance work and rest, as his body simply couldn't sustain such intense work for an extended period. He had meticulously planned out his schedule, knowing exactly what to do at what time, when to rest, and when to sleep. He had always been a highly action-oriented person, so once he had made his plans, he naturally followed them to the letter. During his rest time, Yisu went to the chairman's office at Genesis Technology Company to review some important documents related to the company's recent major developments. In reality, with Rem assisting with the checks, there were rarely any errors, so there was no need for Yisu to handle it himself. However, as the company's chairman, he rarely appeared at the company, and over time, people might forget about him. Therefore, coming here during his break to make an appearance was necessary to maintain his presence. With the transparent smartphone set to begin global sales, the company's president, Yushua Chin, returned to her previously super busy lifestyle. This made Yisu can't help but ponder whether to separate the CEO and president positions. Currently, both roles are held by Yushua Chin, which is the main reason for her overwhelming workload. While this gives her significant authority, it also demands more time and effort. The trade-off is straightforward. However, Yisu didn't make a hasty decision. This wasn't a minor matter. She decided to find a time to discuss it with Yushua Chin. With that thought, Yisu closed the folder, set it aside, stood up, and looked out the window. The chairman's office was on the 29th floor of the company building. From here, one could not only overlook the scenery of the Science and Technology Park but also see the entire cityscape of Luo City in the distance. Though captivated by the scenery, Yisu couldn't help but sigh softly. "Master, are you troubled by something?" At that moment, Rem's voice came from Yisu's phone. Yisu's phone was, of course, a transparent phone. However, it was completely different from ordinary transparent phones, let alone the luxury versions. Yisu's phone was far more advanced in functionality. It was equipped with an advanced spirit system and virtual projection devices, allowing Rem to appear before Yisu through the phone's projection. When Yisu took out her phone, Rem immediately appeared, wearing a flattering expression. Yisu looked at Rem, who was becoming increasingly human-like, and smiled, saying, "I'm not worried about anything." "Really? But I feel like the master is a bit unhappy." Rem's cute little face tilted slightly as she looked at Yisu and said this. Yisu didn't deny it further, nodding and saying, "There is a little. The company is developing so smoothly and progressing so quickly. Why is the master unhappy?" Rem asked curiously. Yisu looked at Rem and shook his head, saying, "Although you think the company is developing quickly, perhaps everyone thinks the development speed of Genesis Technology Company is simply inhuman, but I feel it's still far from enough. The current speed is also not fast enough." Chapter 95, The Most Terrifying Person in the World. "Master, do you think the company's development speed isn't fast enough?" Rem listened to Yisu's words and couldn't understand why Genesis Technology Company was developing so quickly yet still failed to satisfy the master, who deemed it insufficient. Compared to what I expect, Genesis Technology Company is still too weak and unable to achieve it." Yisu said indifferently, "However, I do know that the path must be taken slowly. I was just mentioning it offhand." "Is that so?" Rem, hearing Yisu's tone, wisely avoided delving further into the topic and shifted the conversation to another direction. "By the way, Master, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yisu looked at Rem and asked. "Earlier, Master, didn't you publish a paper on intelligence? You redefined the concept of intelligence in this era. After that, recently, a research team at the Academy of Sciences successfully developed a research breakthrough." Rem began to speak. "They've already achieved research results so quickly?" Yisu heard this and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, smiling and saying, "That's quite impressive." The paper Yisu had published in the science journal was, at its core, merely a foundational theory and a specific direction. It didn't include any key data. While it provided scientists with a new world, it was more like the key to unlocking that world. What they would discover was up to their own research. In Yisu's estimation, there should be some achievements within the year, but he never expected research results to emerge so quickly. It seems that there are indeed many geniuses in this world, and some of them are from the Eastern Academy of Sciences. This made Yisu feel that he was not alone on his journey. This feeling was quite pleasant. Yisu smiled and then asked, "What are the specific results?" "I've gathered all the data. Would you like to see it, Master?" Rem asked. "Of course I want to see them." Yisu nodded and walked over to the computer. Rem immediately displayed all the core data from the research group led by Professors Yang Yongyuan, Zhou Zhongping, and Lu Ling in the field of artificial intelligence for Yisu to see. The value of these core data is undoubtedly immeasurable. Describing them as priceless would not be an exaggeration. Most importantly, these data signify that the true era of human intelligence is about to arrive. All core data have been strictly protected by the institution to ensure they do not leak out, as this is an achievement where the eastern side holds a dominant lead. However, despite the tight security measures, the data was easily obtained by Rem. At this moment, Yisu looked at the core data, his expression unchanged. Perhaps for others, the value of this data was beyond imagination, but for Yisu, it was merely something he had written offhand. No, what Yisu had written offhand was far superior to this data. After all, the level of the former and the latter were completely different. Yisu quickly finished reviewing the core data and nodded in approval, commenting, "Though it's too rough, overall, it's still decent." Professors Yang Yongyuan, Zhou Zhongping, and Lu Ling never expected that Yisu would see this data and evaluate it as decent. After all, such an evaluation was already quite impressive and something they could be proud of. Meanwhile, a mercenary assassin hired by the super corporations of MA country had passed through Eastern security using meticulously fabricated fake identities and arrived in the East. These major families and conglomerates had offered a bounty of $15 billion to attract these mercenaries who thrive on danger. Though many knew this was no easy money and the difficulty was far from ordinary, for these mercenaries, when was money ever easy to come by? They were constantly in danger. For them, as long as the price is high enough, they would even dare to assassinate the governor of MA country. In this world, there is no task too dangerous for them to undertake. Therefore, once the price was announced, countless mercenary organizations were drawn to it. Led by Rockefeller, the 5 super wealthy conglomerates don't believe that more mercenaries are better. If they hire a bunch of low-quality, weak mercenaries at exorbitant prices and send them all to the East, will they be able to complete the mission? That's simply thinking too much. If they didn't take precautions, it might alert the enemy and cause this mission to fail completely. Therefore, they selected only the strongest, highest quality, and most experienced mercenary unit from among all the mercenaries. Night is the name of this mercenary team, which translates to night. Despite being a ruthless mercenary group that kills without mercy and has taken countless lives, they chose such a name, which is somewhat ironic. However, anyone familiar with this mercenary group would never laugh at it. Because they are not just ordinary mercenaries. Their methods are often too brutal, and on one occasion, they even massacred an innocent village for the sake of a mission, earning them a terrible reputation. They even gained the nickname Blood Knights. When choosing them, Rockefeller hesitated multiple times before finally deciding on them. Because they are simply too strong. However, it was unfortunate that the target of this mercenary group was the most terrifying person in the world. Chapter 96, The Mysterious Call. In a castle with a more Western-style architecture resides a prominent figure. This individual can be described as the most esteemed person in the entire nation of MA. Even the man who successfully transitioned from a businessman to become the governor of MA cannot be compared to him. Every time the governor meets with him, he eagerly bows in a gesture of respect, expressing his goodwill and admiration. He is the head of the Rockefeller family. At that moment, the head of the Rockefeller family was sitting in his office, flipping through a book with a black cover. The book had no title on its cover, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. This book was written by the current head of the Rockefeller family's father for him. It contains some interesting stories and also the head's teachings to him. Rockefeller had read this book many times. Long ago, when he was just an adult, his father had given him the book and told him, "Young Rockefeller, one day you will become a man like me." At that time, the rise and fall of the family, the destinies of countless people, and even the entire MA nation will be in your hands. When that day comes, remember this: no matter what you do, always ask yourself, if it were me, how would I do it? From that moment on, whenever Rockefeller did anything, he couldn't help but think, if this were my father, how would he handle it? Before he knew it, many years had passed. His father began to step back and handed over all the family's power to him. He, too, had his own children. Even during the early days when he first became the head of the Rockefeller family, he would often seek his father's advice. After his father passed away, he could only read this book over and over again. As Rockefeller read the book, he couldn't help but wonder, when I step back from the front lines one day, and my son takes control of this family, should I also write a book for him? Does he truly have the qualifications to write such a book for his own son? Rockefeller couldn't help but ask himself this question. Upon reflection, he realized he didn't have the qualifications. To outsiders, the seemingly steady and composed head of the Rockefeller family harbored deep-seated anxiety and self-doubt. In his eyes, he was far inferior to his father. In his memory, his father could handle everything with ease, perfecting every task to the utmost. Facing any trouble, he appeared elegant and composed, as if dealing with a trivial matter rather than a real problem. Such a father filled him with admiration. Whenever he faced trouble, the anxious Rockefeller would unconsciously wonder, if it were my father, how would he make this decision? Just like at this very moment. Rockefeller had made that choice to forcibly take that piece of the pie from Genesis Technology Company. Such a method could hardly be called refined. If it were you, father, how would you choose? Rockefeller spun the ring on his finger, his expression troubled, completely different from his demeanor at the meeting. Whenever he was alone, he would expose his cowardice, timidity, and indecisiveness. Just then, the door to the room was knocked on. Rockefeller, who had been wearing a pained expression, instantly grew cold. He glanced at the clock on the wall, then smiled faintly and said, "Come in." Yes, the person outside replied respectfully before entering the room. It was his secretary, a highly capable and intelligent woman. "Is there anything important to report?" Rockefeller closed the book on his desk, carefully placed it in the drawer, and asked without looking up. "It's like this," the secretary began. "The Night Mercenary Group, thanks to the assistance of our identity information, has successfully entered the East and arrived in Los Angeles, where Genesis Technology Company is located. They reported this to us, and in the past few days, they have completed the task you entrusted to them." Rockefeller nodded after hearing this and said, "I understand." The secretary nodded. She had come here for this very purpose. Since she had already informed Rockefeller, there was no reason for her to stay any longer. She bowed her head and said, "I'll take my leave now." "Wait," Rockefeller suddenly said. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" The secretary asked. "When you contact them, emphasize the importance of secrecy. Even if the mission fails, the Eastern authorities must not find out who was behind the operation against Genesis Technology Company. If exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble." Rockefeller spoke slowly. "Of course, even if that's the case, the Eastern authorities may still suspect us. But as long as there's no evidence, they can't do anything to us." "I understand. I will remind them again to be discreet." The secretary nodded and turned to leave, but just then, Rockefeller's phone rang. This caught the secretary off guard, and it also surprised Rockefeller. Who would be calling Rockefeller at this hour? After all calls to Rockefeller are first routed to this secretary. Only Rockefeller's private phone goes directly to him. And this private phone number is not known to the general public. Even those who had attended the recent meeting and were not on good terms with him did not know this private number. In the entire world, only a handful of people knew Rockefeller's private phone number. Rockefeller furrowed his brow, picked up the phone, and saw an extremely strange number displayed on the screen. Looking at the string of zeros on the phone, Rockefeller was completely baffled. What the hell was this phone number? Chapter 97, A Headache for Rockefeller. The phone number had no digits at all, just zeros. Such a number left Rockefeller completely baffled. Why would there be such a phone number? The secretary beside him saw Rockefeller staring at his phone and froze, unable to help but feel curious. Who could be calling Rockefeller to make him so stunned? According to protocol, she had no right to ask, but her curiosity got the better of her. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Who's calling you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the secretary, Jiala, regretted it. Since becoming Rockefeller's secretary, she had repeatedly told herself, "Do what you can, but never ask questions you shouldn't. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe, and she might lose her position." Seeing that Rockefeller didn't respond immediately, Jiala regretted her words even more. However, just as the secretary was torn, Rockefeller lifted his head and glanced at her. What surprised Jiala was that Rockefeller didn't seem angry or bothered by her bold move. He handed her his personal phone to take a look. After glancing at it, Jiala couldn't help but freeze. What kind of strange phone number was this? All zeros? This couldn't be possible. Had he used some kind of technical cloaking? Rockefeller nodded and said, "At this point, that's the only possibility. Someone has hacked into your private phone number." Jiala, the secretary, thought about it carefully and said nervously, "What's going on? How could Rockefeller's private phone number have been leaked?" The phone rang continuously, but Rockefeller didn't answer it immediately, and the other party didn't hang up either. It kept ringing, which was quite annoying, but the two people in the room didn't find it bothersome. In fact, they felt a bit uneasy. Rockefeller didn't answer the call or hang up, he just stared at it, fixated on it. Should you answer this call? Secretary Jiala knew Rockefeller's personality well. His hesitation now meant he intended to answer. If he had even the slightest reluctance, he would hang up immediately. Rockefeller nodded and then clicked to answer the call. Secretary Jiala watched the scene, her mouth agape in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, Rockefeller lifted his head, placed his index finger on his lips, and made a shushing gesture. Seeing this, Jiala immediately closed her mouth. Rockefeller placed the phone to his ear and immediately heard a voice on the other end. "You finally answered. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" The person calling Rockefeller was none other than Yi Su. At that moment, Yi Su didn't speak English but directly spoke Chinese. Rockefeller, who was fluent in 8 languages, naturally understood that he was speaking Chinese and knew exactly what he was saying. However, after hearing such complaints, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, Rockefeller also spoke in Chinese and asked, "Do you really know who you're talking to?" "Of course I know who I'm talking to. Rockefeller, in fact, if you weren't Rockefeller, you wouldn't have the qualifications to make me wait this long," Yi Su said calmly. "You actually know my identity and still dare to speak to me in such a tone? I see. You must be Mr. Yi Su, the founder of Genesis Technology Company, right?" Rockefeller's pupils contracted slightly as he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. The moment he voiced his suspicion, his heart began to race. As he spoke, Rockefeller glanced at his secretary. The secretary immediately understood the meaning of the glance and, without saying a word, turned and left the office. After saying this, Rockefeller waited for Yi Su's response. "It seems you're not as foolish as I imagined. No, I should say you're very clever. People as clever as you must be rare in this world. However, what I don't understand is why you're targeting me." Yi Su asked curiously, "Do you really think that sending a team of mercenaries can eliminate me and achieve your goals?" Yi Su's question caused Rockefeller's pupils to contract slightly. Indeed, he knew everything. But how did he know? Could it be that? After a moment, Rockefeller asked, "How much did you pay the night mercenary group to betray me? 30 billion? 50 billion? 100 billion? 150 billion gold? But where did you get my phone number? Who gave it to you?" "Ha?" Yi Su's tone was puzzled as it came through the phone. He said dismissively, "Why would I give money to those assassins? You're really overthinking this. As for your phone number, if I want it, I can find it myself. Why would I need someone else to give it to me?" Rockefeller clearly didn't believe Yi Su's excuses. He sneered and said, "Do you really think I'd believe that? But you called me just to brag that you can easily get my private number and expose my plot? What do you want?" "What I want to do and what I want to get, you'll find out soon enough." Yi Su didn't fall for Rockefeller's provocation and didn't reveal anything. Instead of continuing with more taunting words, he simply hung up the phone. Rockefeller never expected Yi Su to hang up so abruptly. He was momentarily stunned, then slammed the table in frustration. This bastard. He couldn't fathom why the plan had gone wrong. Had the Blood Knights betrayed them? If they were going to betray them, there should have been some warning beforehand. This sudden turn of events was highly unlikely. Then, what exactly went wrong? How did Yi Su find out? And even know his phone number? Chapter 98, A Ridiculous Plan. Rockefeller rubbed his temples in frustration. He had always believed he didn't possess the same level of wisdom as his father. From start to finish, he had been nothing but a copycat. He had heard countless praises from elders, but the one he cherished most was, "Young Rockefeller, you're becoming more and more like your father." However, no matter how much he tried to emulate him, he was still himself, and his father was still his father. Nevertheless, even so, the word foolish had never once crossed his lips. On the contrary, he, Rockefeller, had been secretly cursed by countless people, cunning old fox. Just as cunning as the old Rockefeller. Yet, despite his cunning, he was completely at a loss at this moment. No matter how he imagined it, he couldn't figure out where the mistake had been made. How could Yisu, the founder of Genesis Technology Company in the distant eastern nation, know about his plans, let alone his private phone number? Who had betrayed him? No, anyone capable of betraying him and revealing such information would never betray him. Rockefeller kept thinking, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out who had betrayed him. Because no one had betrayed Rockefeller. Yisu had achieved all this simply because he had his own methods. Let's rewind a bit. The Knights, known as the Blood Knights, were a mercenary group with only 12 members. However, the combat prowess of these 12 individuals was extraordinary, even to the point of being formidable. Even mercenary groups numbering in the hundreds would shudder at the mention of the Blood Knights, and none dared to face them head-on. Every member of the Blood Knights had killed hundreds of people. They had many legends surrounding them. Now, they had accepted a mission issued by Rockefeller and several other families, and it seemed only natural that they would continue to spread this legend. However, unfortunately, their target was Yisu. And Yisu was not someone they can afford to provoke lightly. The Blood Knights, armed with identity information provided by several Rockefeller families, easily entered the East and quickly arrived in Los Angeles. However, as soon as they arrived in Los Angeles, they were immediately targeted. The group clearly wasn't ordinary people. Undercover police officers patrolling the streets immediately reported their presence to their superiors upon seeing them. There are 12 foreigners of unknown identity who have come to Los Angeles for tourism. Check their relevant information. I feel that these 12 individuals are not ordinary tourists. The undercover police officers quickly reported this intelligence to their superiors. Although these 12 mercenaries appeared ordinary, both in their attire and behavior, they were indistinguishable from foreigners typically visiting the East. However, as police officers, they could clearly sense the faint aura of danger emanating from them, as well as the vigilance that occasionally slipped through their guard. The undercover police officers only observed for a moment before being noticed and looked at by the mercenaries. Although the mercenaries pretended to look elsewhere, the undercover police officers were still startled and immediately reported the situation to their superiors. One of the members of the night mercenary group, Rosen, spoke quietly without showing any emotion. "The person who was mingling on the street earlier is no ordinary person, he must be an undercover police inspector. We've probably been noticed. What should we do, boss?" The leader of the night mercenary group, Captain Abigail, was standing beside him. Though he spoke softly, his words were still audible. After listening, Abigail said indifferently, "Don't worry about him, Rosen. Our identities are secure. Even if this is reported, nothing will come of it. We have no weapons now. Before we meet with those who are supplying weapons to the major corporations, do not engage in any conflicts with anyone. Do you understand?" "Yes." Rosen nodded quickly in response. Abigail furrowed her brows, unable to help thinking, "It seems the security in Los City is much stricter than I imagined. This mission won't be as simple as I thought. However, that's to be expected after all, the price we were paid was so high." When the undercover police officers reported their suspicious activities, the relevant departments immediately checked all their information. However, they found nothing suspicious and had to abandon the investigation. However, the fact that the detectives couldn't find anything didn't mean Yisu couldn't. Yisu had set up a relevant alert system long ago, which effectively detected this situation. When the detectives were investigating, Rem also noticed this. She immediately located the private phones of those individuals, directly hacked into them, and swiftly obtained transaction intelligence related to Rockefeller. Although the other party had hidden this information deeply and even destroyed and deleted all confidential conversations, this had no effect. It must be said that such methods are highly effective against ordinary people, but for someone like Rem, they are of little use. She easily restored the data and presented it to Yisu. Yisu followed the data to locate Rockefeller, confirmed his phone number in about a minute, and without hesitation, dialed the number. In this information-driven age, many secrets were no secret to Yisu. As long as he was willing, he could easily obtain any information he desired. The conspiracies and decisions of Rockefeller and the other families were utterly laughable in his eyes. In the Eastern Kingdom, where all firearms and ammunition were strictly prohibited, those 12 mercenaries could come using fake identities, but they couldn't bring any firearms or weapons. Before they could obtain any weapons, dealing with them wouldn't be a difficult task at all. Chapter 99, The Downfall of the Night Mercenary Group. After finishing the call with the legendary family patriarch, Yisu couldn't help but shake his head and say, "I've already hinted so clearly to him, yet he still doesn't get it. I was originally planning to observe his actions to see if he could be of use to me, but now it's clear he doesn't have the qualifications, and he wouldn't agree anyway. Yes. Rem, who had been listening to Yisu, nodded and said, these family patriarchs, even if they were to cooperate with you, would never allow themselves to be used as your pawns. It's simply impossible. After all, their status is too high from the start. Now, to submit to someone else, such a choice is simply too difficult for them. No, to be more accurate, the current Rockefeller clearly hasn't realized his own position, nor has he realized what he's actually done. It's clear. For them, even if their plot against me fails, they have no awareness of the danger they're about to face. Their usual status and position are simply too high. Perhaps from the very beginning, they never took me seriously. Yisu said this and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Master, what do you plan to do? How should we deal with these family leaders who harbor ill intentions toward you? Rem looked at Yisu and asked. How to deal with them? Yisu glanced at Rem before responding without hesitation. How to deal with them is indeed a problem. Perhaps it wasn't he before, but after I finished my call with that Rockefeller, he clearly missed his opportunity. Now, how to handle this has become very simple. Naturally, we'll use their own methods against them. Use their own methods against them? Rem paused for a moment before quickly understanding what Yisu meant. Yisu nodded and began flipping through the documents on the night mercenary group. Seeing that each of them had committed numerous crimes, he couldn't help but say, these night mercenary group members are indeed despicable, but if we simply hand them over to the authorities, they will be executed without a doubt. That would be a waste. Let's use them as our pawns and exploit them a little. That's a good idea. Rem heard Yisu's words and couldn't help but brighten his eyes and say, however, these mercenaries of the Night Mercenary Corps are clearly not easy to intimidate. Do you have a plan to deal with them? Of course I have a plan. Yisu nodded and said calmly. At that moment, the Night Mercenary Group had successfully settled into a hotel. They would rest for a while, then continue with the handover. Once they obtained their weapons, they would launch a series of actions. Currently, they had no weapons, and though their combat strength was not ordinary, it was still limited. Even a single platoon of soldiers could easily kill them. However, once they obtained weapons, even a company of soldiers could be easily defeated by them. These are two entirely different concepts. However, the mercenary night group had no idea that the 12 of them had already been targeted by someone far more dangerous. Ever since they checked into this hotel, everything had been quietly set in motion. The leader confirmed that no one was following us anymore. Rosen of the Mercenary Night Order casually looked around, and in an instant, he obtained this result. He immediately whispered to Abigail beside him. Alright, it seems the enemy has let down their guard. No, to be honest, we don't have much to be concerned about. Though we stand out in this eastern country, it's nothing more than that. The mercenary captain, Abigail, nodded in agreement. At the same time, he ordered, everyone go rest in your rooms. Today, we need to conserve our strength. Tomorrow, we'll have some very tough work ahead of us. Understood, boss. Got it. Boss, I don't like Chinese food. What should I do? Go order KFC. Just eat something to fill your stomach. All right. The group then went to their respective rooms to rest. They had no idea that from start to finish, Yisu had been using a camera to observe and monitor them, issuing a series of commands. First, he placed some small, cute items in their food. After they ate them, they fell into a deep sleep. Soon, out of the 12 mercenaries, 10 were successfully knocked out, leaving only 2 who had not rushed to eat the burgers and thus narrowly escaped. However, what awaited them next were fully armed former soldiers, whom Yisu had recruited earlier and equipped with sharp weapons. Of course, although they were fully armed, their firearms were not loaded with real bullets but rather tranquilizer guns. However, under Yisu's orders to capture them alive, the tranquilizer guns proved to be the most effective. The night mercenary team never expected they would be exposed so suddenly, let alone face such tactics. If they had been more vigilant, they would have inspected the food before eating, but in a relaxed state, such caution was impossible. After all, everyone has moments when they let their guard down. In the end, this was simply the result of an information gap. No matter how skilled they were, when being secretly plotted against by someone else and unaware of it, resolving the situation was all too easy. Abigail, the leader of the night mercenary team, looked at the fully armed intruders who had burst into the hotel room, his pupils contracting slightly. He had no idea where they had been exposed or if they had been ambushed from the start. No, that didn't make any sense. Then, where exactly had the mistake been made? Chapter 100 Abigail, the man of principles. No matter how Abigail tried to think it through, he couldn't fathom it. Just as he was about to speak, the other party didn't wait for him to make a move and fired the gun directly. A tranquilizer gun? While still conscious, Abigail clearly saw the tranquilizer gun lodged in his body, his expression filled with confusion. What were they planning? No, to be precise, were they really from the Eastern authorities? Or was it? Abigail came up with a terrifying suspicion, but before it could fully form, he fell into unconsciousness. When Abigail came to, he found himself facing a young man with a faint smile on his face. Though he couldn't gauge the exact age of the Eastern-featured young man, the youth's face was clearly still very young, so he could tell that the young man was likely still a minor. Who are you? Abigail struggled to speak, but he discovered that his body was completely bound to a chair, leaving him unable to move. Who am I? I am Yi Su. The young man before Abigail was none other than Yi Su. He observed Abigail while speaking calmly. You're Yi Su? Abigail knew exactly what her mission was. This time it was this young man in front of her. Her guess had been correct. The other party had been vigilant and acted first, capturing them. However, what puzzled Abigail was how the other party had obtained such information. Where had they gone wrong? No, upon closer inspection, their identities and every action they had taken should have been flawless. Yet the reality was the opposite. The other party seemed to have known of their existence from the very beginning and had set this trap from the start. Abigail had always been able to sense danger, but this time, he detected nothing and was captured by the enemy without warning. The more she thought about it, the colder her heart grew. Who exactly is this young man? Yi Su watched Abigail's expression change constantly but didn't speak, merely observing him calmly. After a moment, he finally said, You must be confused as to why I knew you were Blood Knight mercenaries and brought you here, right? Abigail nodded in response to Yi Su's words but did not continue speaking. It's simple. In this world, there are no secrets to me. Yi Su didn't explain further to Abigail, only saying, in a sense, I am the god of this world. Do you understand now? Abigail looked at Yi Su with the eyes of someone staring at a madman. Such crazy words were impossible for him to believe. A god? What a joke! This young man was so weak that even if he retained just 10% of his combat strength, he could easily kill him. Was there really such a weak god in this world? I know what you're thinking, Yi Su said, looking down at Abigail with a smile. With your way of thinking, you can't possibly understand these things. I completely understand that. However, I don't need you to understand them. What exactly do you want to do? You brought us here, you can't possibly just want to chat with me, can you? Abigail stared at Yi Su and asked coldly. Of course not. I don't just want to chat with you. I need you to do something for me. Yi Su said indifferently. What do you need us to do? Abigail smiled faintly and asked. Since the other party had made a request, there was room for negotiation and communication would be much simpler. Kill Rockefeller and the other clients involved in hiring you. Yi Su looked at Abigail and said indifferently. Hearing Yi Su's words, Abigail's pupils contracted sharply. He was completely shocked. He never expected Yi Su's demand to be this. This is too much. After a moment, Abigail asked in a strained voice, Do you really know what you're saying? Of course I know what I'm saying. Since they hired you to deal with me, they should naturally be prepared to die. Yi Su looked at Abigail and said matter-of-factly. If they die, my country no, the entire world will be thrown into chaos. Abigail stared at Yi Su as if he were mad, unable to contain her cold words. You're thinking too much. The entire world will be thrown into chaos? Who do you think they are? They're just the rulers of their families. I told you to kill them, not to wipe out their entire families. Even if they die, there will be others to take their place. Yi Su shook his head and said indifferently. But the conditions of the mission are clear, kill the employer. The Night Mercenary Guild has never done such a thing. Abigail fell silent again after hearing Yi Su's words. After a moment, she shook her head and said, This is completely against the rules. It's against the rules? Yi Su said with a hint of amusement. You still know about rules? Of course. If we didn't follow the rules, we wouldn't have survived this long. You might find it absurd, but sometimes, we are the ones who follow the rules the most. Abigail said indifferently. Even if you die, and all your brothers die, you'd still do it? Abigail's words made Yi Su ask with a hint of amusement. That's natural. Abigail didn't panic or foolishly beg Yi Su to spare his brothers. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, Ever since we started this line of work, both my brothers and I have made this decision. We will die one day, so there's nothing strange about dying to uphold the rules. Just kill us. I will not agree to your request. Chapter 101, Yi Su's Ultimatum. Abigail's calm words and her willingness to face death head-on left Yi Su somewhat impressed. True courage to face death was rare in this world. However, admiration was one thing. He still had his own stance. Yi Su shook his head and said, I admire your courage, but I must ask, even if I were to kill all your family members, would you still not care? Hearing this, Abigail's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at Yi Su. Impossible. You couldn't possibly know their location. No one in this world knows their location. Ha! Finally, a different reaction. Yi Su smiled and said, You might think it's impossible, but there are many things in this world that are beyond your imagination. Under Abigail's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him, Yi Su calmly placed the documents one by one beside Abigail. At the same time, Yi Su said indifferently, This is information about every relative, lover, and even friend of the 12 people in your team. As long as humans live in this world, they inevitably have weaknesses. You may not care about your own deaths, but what about them? Abigail stared intently at the documents, the information on them sending a chill down his spine. Where on earth had Jisoo obtained this information? He glared at Jisoo and roared, "You bastard! You bastard! You'll go to hell for this! You're a demon! I never thought I'd be called a demon by a mercenary with blood on his hands. If you're all ready to die, why aren't you ready to accept this?" Jisoo chuckled. "And hell? Your vocabulary is pretty limited. A demon? I'm no demon. How about it? Can you accept my terms now?" Jisoo looked at Abigail and continued to ask. "We have no idea where the Rockefeller family and the other ruling families are. Plus, with just the 12 of us, there's no way we can break through their protective circle. It's an impossible task. Even if we all die, we won't be able to do it. That's the truth. Even though we're famous, there are still many things in this world we can't do." Abigail tried to calm herself down, thought carefully, and then spoke. "Don't worry about that." Jisoo shook his head and said, "I will naturally provide you with the relevant information. With the information I provide, killing them will be no difficult task. Answer me." Jisoo looked at him. "I understand. I agree to your terms." Jisoo's words left Abigail silent once more. After a moment, he nodded heavily and spoke. "As long as you understand, remember, don't try any tricks. Otherwise, killing you will be easy for me." Jisoo said this while casually snapping his fingers. Whoa! After Jisoo snapped his fingers, Abigail's heart suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain. Abigail let out an agonized scream, his body contorting from the intense agony. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and it took him a long time to calm down. Weakly, he asked, "What did you do to my body?" "I used a highly sophisticated surgical technique to implant something small inside your heart. Don't even think about trying to remove it. Not even the most skilled surgeon in the world could remove it. No one in this world, except me, is capable of doing that." Jisoo said indifferently, "No, perhaps someone else might be able to remove it in the future. But even if someone could, without my permission, you would die instantly if it were removed." Abigail's entire spine went cold. He never imagined that this harmless-looking young man could be so ruthless, resorting to such extreme measures. "All right," Jisoo said indifferently, "our conversation is over. You have wasted enough of my time. I hope your future actions will satisfy me. I will have someone secretly send you to MA country and provide you with the necessary assistance. Make sure everything is done properly." Abigail remained silent. "Do you understand?" Jisoo glared at him. "I understand." Abigail jumped in surprise and hurriedly replied. "Good." Jisoo nodded and then left the place. Watching Jisoo's departing figure, Abigail suddenly thought of something. After completing this mission, would Jisoo release the night mercenary group? Would he? This point hadn't even been mentioned by the other party, clearly indicating their intention to keep the night mercenary group under their control. This mission had truly brought them face to face with a formidable figure. For a moment, Abigail felt immense regret, unable to help but smile wryly. It was too late to regret now. After leaving the room where he had spoken with Abigail, Jisoo couldn't help but ponder another matter. This body was so fragile it was highly likely that he would encounter various unexpected dangers in the long years to come. Facing such accidents, mistakes might occur, and incidents like today's might happen quite frequently. Thinking about this, Jisoo began to consider whether he should try to develop the gene evolution serum. However, such a thing wasn't something that could be easily created. If the materials were sufficient, it would be no problem for Jisoo, but in this era, materials were still too scarce, and many of them were simply unavailable to him. Whether they were blocked by the nation or by overseas nations, it was a major problem. Thinking about this, Jisoo couldn't help but rub his temples. These problems must be resolved somehow. Chapter 102, Gene Evolution Potion. Jisoo knew that creating a gene evolution potion would be extremely difficult, but even if it was difficult, he had to do it. Scientific research is often like this: even if you know it's difficult, you must face the challenge head-on. Without such a spirit, how could you hope to achieve anything? You're thinking too much. Let us start by developing the basic gene evolution serum first, then gradually increase the difficulty step by step. With a basic gene evolution serum, even facing a seasoned mercenary captain, he could easily defeat them. Even if facing someone holding a firearm, he could effortlessly dodge the bullets. Of course, the basic gene evolution serum might not be enough to make humans faster than bullets, but as long as their reaction time is faster than those using firearms, dodging their bullets becomes much simpler. Thinking this through, Jisoo made up his mind. Since he would eventually have to develop the gene evolution serum, it was better to get it done sooner rather than later. Before he knew it, September 1st arrived as scheduled. This day was also the global launch date for the transparent smartphone that Jisoo had set. For most people around the world, this day had been eagerly anticipated for a very long time. They would finally be able to purchase the transparent smartphones they had been eagerly awaiting. Of course, Jisoo's global release of transparent smartphones was limited to 100 million units. Such a number was clearly insufficient for the entire world. Therefore, only the luckiest individuals would be able to secure one in the first wave. Those planning to buy the phone in physical stores didn't rely on luck but on stamina. They had gathered in large groups at the store entrances long before the opening, forming long lines to wait for the stores to open and then rush in to purchase the transparent phones. Such scenes are not only common across the country but can be seen all over the world. Countries such as the Eastern Region, BN Nation, Northern Nation, Thai Nation, MA Nation, Wayan Nation, Germany, and Lanchi Nation all have distribution channels for transparent smartphones, both online and in physical stores, and have been preparing for this day for a long time. Finally, the day has come when transparent smartphones are being released. I really hope I can get my hands on a transparent phone. I plan to buy the luxury version. Wow, the luxury version costs 10,000 yuan. It's so nice to be rich. I can only afford the standard version. The standard version isn't bad either, as long as I can get my hands on one. Yeah, whether it's the luxury version or the standard version, they're both hard to get. If Genesis Technology Company's 1 million transparent phones weren't sold worldwide but only in the East, maybe they'd be easier to get. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, such a pity. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, Genesis Technology is a global company, a major international corporation. It's quite an honor for us in the East to have such a company. Yes, that's true. But no matter what, I really hope I can get my hands on a transparent phone. Amidst the global craze, the mercenaries of the Night Mercenary Corps have arrived in MA country and met with the officials who received them, who provided them with all the necessary weapons. Meanwhile, Yisu also provided the relevant information. The mercenary captain, Abigail, studied the densely packed information on the documents, feeling a chill run down his scalp. A cold sweat broke out on his back, spreading throughout his body, making him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Abigail couldn't fathom how Yisu had obtained this intelligence. Was this a joke? Such ability, such omniscience, was simply too dangerous. But then again, if it weren't so dangerous, Yisu wouldn't have access to information about every single member of their mercenary group. Thinking about it, Abigail couldn't help but clench her teeth, wondering where this demon had come from. The information on this was naturally today's intelligence on Rockefeller, along with a series of his daily habits, all the bodyguard information, and details about anyone who could assist them. With this information, setting up an ambush in advance would make it easy to take down even Rockefeller. Abigail quickly set up the ambush based on the intelligence. They arrived at the rooftop of a hotel, set up sniper rifles, and waited. In 1 hour, Rockefeller would pass by here, get out of the car to go to the restaurant, and sit at his usual spot on the 9th floor by the window. Once Rockefeller sat in that window side seat, it would be their time to act. The mercenaries began to lie in wait. As time ticked by, the mercenaries began to think Rockefeller wouldn't come here. Then, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the hotel. "He's here," Abigail whispered, not rushing to act. The distance was still too far, and while there was a certain chance of hitting the target, failure would alert everyone. They would wait until Rockefeller was seated at that spot before striking. Of course, if the sniper failed, they had a backup plan. One of their members was currently dining inside the restaurant. If the sniper failed, they could take advantage of the chaos to rush forward and open fire. This entire plan had been meticulously crafted into an inescapable trap. However, Rockefeller was completely unaware of this. He entered the restaurant and sat down at that seat. He is indeed sitting in that seat. The intelligence has not revealed any errors. Let's prepare to act, Abigail whispered. Yes, we'll snipe simultaneously. Rockefeller is as good as dead. Another sniper spoke up. He and the commander were the two most skilled snipers in the mercenary group. Abigail didn't speak, just nodded. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he didn't feel like saying much. At that moment, Rockefeller had no idea that he had already walked into a trap. Chapter 103, Transparent Phones Go Viral Globally, covering up the assassination incident. The plan failed. It failed as expected. Rockefeller sat at the table, tapping it with his fingers, muttering to himself. The Night Mercenary Group has completely lost contact with us. According to reports from our people there, they were either captured by Yisu or by the Eastern authorities. Either way, it wasn't good news for them. Moreover, not long ago, Yisu had called Rockefeller, leaving a profound impression on him. Over the past period, he had been thoroughly investigating everyone around him to uncover who had betrayed him, but despite his efforts, he had yet to uncover a single person. This left Rockefeller utterly speechless and deeply uneasy. Damn it! Rockefeller clenched his teeth. The man standing next to Rockefeller was his friend. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, the other party might just be bluffing. Stay calm, Rockefeller. You're not the Rockefeller I know. You're the backbone of the Rockefeller family. You absolutely cannot lose your composure. Though he said that, I still felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Moreover, since Yisu was able to obtain my private phone number, who knows what else he might have uncovered. There's a high chance he has other means at his disposal, but there's not a single hint of it right now, which is making me very uneasy. Rockefeller shook his head and unconsciously twirled the ring on his index finger. However, in that very instant, Rockefeller felt a powerful force surge toward him, followed by a gunshot and the sound of shattering glass. His consciousness completely faded. In that split second, he realized what had happened. He had been assassinated. He had been assassinated. He was as good as dead. Was this Yi Su's backup plan? He had actually sent someone to assassinate him. How did he know I was here? I only come here on a random day each week. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, his consciousness had completely vanished. From the perspective of Rockefeller's friend, after the gunshot, Rockefeller was immediately shot in the head. Rockefeller's entire head exploded, brain matter and blood spraying everywhere in an instant. Ah! He couldn't help but scream in terror, Rockefeller. The entire restaurant descended into chaos due to the attack. Wah wah ah! The people who had come to dine here screamed in panic, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. The night's mercenary group's backup blended into the crowd and quietly left. It's done. Let's go. Abigail holstered her sniper rifle, her expression complex. She never expected it to be so easy. Yeah. Another sniper also spoke with a mix of emotions. He was Rockefeller, the most powerful figure in the entire MA nation. Even the MA nation's governor couldn't compare to him, and now he's dead so easily. And we were the ones who killed him. There's no time for that now. Let's get out of here quickly. We need to take out the other 4 targets before dawn. If today passes and the plan changes, we're in trouble. Plus, if we delay, it'll be hard to leave MA country. Abigail shook her head and said, yes. One assassination after another was taking place quietly in York, MA nation. No one in the world could have imagined that, on the day of the grand launch of the transparent smartphone, the 5 most powerful tycoons in MA nation had been assassinated. The mercenary group that killed 5 major figures in a single night, with the assistance of Yi Su's intelligence, succeeded so smoothly it was hard to believe, even for them. Who would believe that all of the target's electronic devices would suddenly malfunction, allowing them to infiltrate undetected and set up ambushes? Who would believe that all the information about these super powerful figures from the conglomerates would fall into their hands? It was precisely because everything went so smoothly that, despite killing 5 powerful figures, the mercenaries felt no sense of accomplishment, only a faint sense of fear. Who exactly was this Yi Su? After completing all the tasks, the mercenary captain, Abigail, called Yi Su. Abigail said, the targets you requested have all been eliminated. Can you spare us now? Yi Su smiled and said, do you think that's possible? The price for plotting against me is that simple? Abigail was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yi Su's bluntness. He roared, you're not keeping your word. Yi Su asked innocently, when did I ever promise you that killing the 5 powerful families would spare your lives? Moreover, even if it weren't you, any assassin sent with my intelligence would have easily killed them. Abigail froze. Yi Su had never said that before, and what he said was completely true. Without Yi Su's assistance, they wouldn't even be able to kill a single target. Abigail fell silent for a moment before continuing, what exactly do you want us to do now? I haven't thought of anything yet, Yi Su said indifferently. For now, you'll just be pawns in my hands. If I need anything in the future, I'll let you know. Abigail heard this and was about to speak, but Yi Su hung up the phone directly. He angrily smashed his phone and cursed, damn it. However, no matter how angry Abigail was, their fate had been sealed the moment they tried to harm Yi Su. Now, being his pawns was already a pretty good outcome. The entire MA nation was in turmoil due to this assassination attempt. The rulers were dead, and for the other members of the major families, this was not a bad thing, it was actually a good thing. Only now did they have a chance to rise to power. These people began frantically vying for their family's interests. Under normal circumstances, this incident would have caused a global uproar, but now, amid the global craze for transparent smartphones, it has been completely overshadowed. It must be said, this is rather ironic. Chapter 104, Striking the Mountain to Shake the Tiger. The news of the deaths of Rockefeller and the other 4 family leaders quickly reached the ears of the leaders of other major families in MA country. For these family leaders, the deaths of Rockefeller and his group brought only benefits, no drawbacks. Whether it was reduced competitive pressure or the opportunity to acquire some of their assets and expand their influence, the benefits were clear. However, when they heard this news, they certainly didn't feel that way. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. This is a simple truth. Now that Rockefeller and the others are dead, assassinated, what if one day they too are assassinated? It's too terrifying to imagine. Everything they have now will be taken away from them. Of course, perhaps they live every day on high alert, increasing their security to prevent assassinations. But they cannot remain vigilant forever, there will inevitably be moments of carelessness. Can they really spend the rest of their lives in constant fear? Such a thought is truly terrifying when you think about it. Therefore, when the news of the deaths of several members of the Rockefeller family reached the ears of these powerful figures, they all fell silent. They did not know why the Rockefellers and other family leaders had died, but this did not prevent them from speculating. They had many enemies, yet they were still alive and well. There were many who wanted to assassinate them, but had anyone ever succeeded? No, not once. Until they set their sights on Yi Su. Upon hearing that the plan had failed, they simply died. Under these circumstances, although there was no concrete evidence, the most direct suspect was clearly Yi Su, the founder of Genesis Technology Company. Yi Su is no ordinary figure. He has developed virtual reality devices, graphene technology, the Kingtengsu compound for the complete cure of liver cancer, and transparent smartphones. Who knows where he got all these groundbreaking inventions from? He must be a genius. Such a man, who is impossible to fathom, sent people to kill the Rockefellers and succeeded. Upon reflection, it's not an impossible feat, it's actually quite reasonable. Thinking about this, the leaders of these major families couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, when they were dealing with Yi Su, they had withdrawn from that meeting and hadn't let themselves be blinded by so much interest, otherwise they would probably all be dead by now. At this point, the leaders of these prominent families couldn't help but ponder how they could establish a good relationship with Yi Su. Instead of dividing the pie among themselves, they should cultivate a relationship with him. If given the opportunity, they could even collaborate with him. In that case, he would never kill them without reason. Yi Su was unaware that sending assassins to kill the leaders of the Rockefeller and 4 other families had achieved the effect of beating the mountain to scare the tiger. While influential figures in other countries were investigating the matter, they had no idea who was behind it and found no conclusive evidence. However, the leaders of the MA country conglomerate who had been involved in the previous matters targeting Yi Su were well aware that it was most likely Yi Su's doing. They had refused to participate and had withdrawn immediately, a decision that was truly wise. At that moment, Yi Su was in the chairman's office, listening to Yu Shuichen's report. The recent busy schedule had inevitably left a trace of fatigue on Yu Shuichen's face, but her eyes were bright and excited. Although the profits from the global sale of transparent smartphones were not as significant as those from the previous virtual reality devices. However, this was an entirely different concept, and they could continue to generate steady profits from this avenue in the future. Currently, they were the only company in the world selling transparent smartphones, a truly unique advantage. The 100 million smartphones sold globally so far are merely the beginning. How many units they could ultimately sell was beyond Yu Shuichen's estimation, but at least 100 million units were a starting point. 200 million, or even 300 million, were entirely within reach. Perhaps in the short term, the profits from transparent phones may not be as enormous as those from virtual reality devices, but from a long-term perspective, the market for transparent phones is no less significant than that of virtual reality devices. Once transparent smartphones become mainstream worldwide, other smartphones will have to step aside. The resulting impact and benefits across all sectors are simply unimaginable. This is one of the reasons why Yu Shuichen is so excited. Globally, the initial batch of 100 million transparent smartphones has already been completely sold out. Many people are calling customer service to ask when the next shipment will arrive. In fact, there are still many untapped markets. The sales plan for transparent smartphones has already achieved initial success. Yu Shuichen reported this to Yi Su. There's more. I understand. After Yu Shuichen finished her report, Yi Su nodded and said, I'm satisfied, but you've worked hard. Make sure to rest properly. I will. Yu Shuichen nodded and said, the Empire State Building of Genesis Technology Company has only just laid its foundation. As one of the participants in this project, I naturally want to witness the complete rise of this building. How could I give up halfway? You're right. Yi Su nodded and said, you may withdraw now. Yes. Yu Shuichen nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something and spoke up, Mr. Yi, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. What is it? Yi Su looked at her and asked casually. Well, the sales of the transparent phones have been so successful that I'm planning a celebratory event. Yu Shuichen thought for a moment before saying. Chapter 105, Celebration Banquet? Yu Shuichen continued, once all the remaining tasks are completed, we can hold a celebration banquet. Would you be able to attend, Mr. Yi? Do you have the time? A celebration? Yi Su nodded and said, a celebration? Of course, that's no problem. No, it's like this. I plan to invite more people, including some other industry giants from within the country. I want them all to attend this celebration banquet. Yu Shuichen shook her head and continued to explain, what do you think? You can handle this on your own. Don't ask me about these details, I know how to handle them. Yi Su fully understood Yu Shuichen's meaning. After hearing this, he nodded and said, no problem, I'll be there. Alright, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi. Yu Shuichen sighed in relief upon hearing this and hurriedly said, then I'll take my leave. Yi Su nodded, watching Yu Shuichen's departing figure. After Yu Shuichen left the office, he shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't want to attend such a celebratory gathering. However, as the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, for the smooth development of the company's future, he had to make some compromises, such as attending such a celebratory gathering and making an appearance to let those domestic entrepreneurs see him. This was indeed necessary. Yu Shuichen, of course, knew that Yi Su hated such things the most. Therefore, when he mentioned it, he was very worried that Yi Su would refuse outright. Fortunately, Yi Su agreed. The global sales of 100 million transparent smartphones were a mixed bag. Some people successfully secured a transparent phone, while others couldn't get one at all and could only envy those who did. There were even some who didn't even have the chance to try, as they couldn't afford it, and could only watch enviously as others used their transparent phones. Related topics naturally flooded every corner of the internet. Transparent Phone Forum. Fairy Phone Forum. In the East, these two forums on Baidu saw their user base surge from hundreds of thousands to over 5 million in just one day. Originally, most people were just browsing the forums to check out related information and discuss how amazing future transparent phones might be. While there was some atmosphere, it wasn't very lively. Even when Yisu announced the release date for the transparent phone, it was the same after all. No one had actually gotten their hands on one yet, so there wasn't much to discuss. But now, everything has changed. After Yisu's transparent phone was successfully released, the discussion atmosphere in the forums instantly became lively. I don't quite understand how this transparent phone feature works. Is there anyone in the forum who has an extra transparent smartphone? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Message me privately. I'll pay 50,000 yuan for a transparent smartphone, face-to-face transaction, absolutely no scams. Scammers can get lost. The transparent phone is truly amazing. It's like a magical device. So cool. 66666. The transparent phone is so cool to use. It's so stylish, and using it is just so satisfying. It was worth it. I waited in line for 10 hours, starting from midnight before the store even opened. I spread out a mat on the ground and waited patiently. Finally, I got my hands on the transparent phone. The feeling when I first held it was truly extraordinary. It's dozens of times better than an ordinary phone. Having a transparent phone is absolutely amazing. The transparent phone is truly cutting-edge technology. It feels a bit too advanced, like stepping into a sci-fi world. However, this feeling is quite enjoyable, and I absolutely love the transparent phone. Satisfaction rate, 100%. The transparent phone is simply flawless. Genesis Technology Company is truly a groundbreaking company. This company is simply amazing. On the forum, various discussions are constantly being posted. Meanwhile, on a live streaming platform. The most popular live stream. This live stream belongs to Nishue. Since her last appearance at the transparent phone launch event, the number of followers in Nishue's live streaming room has reached 5 million, and the number of people watching her streams has increased by 2 to 3 times compared to before. Even when Nishue doesn't stream frequently, many people still remember this incredibly cute girl and her voice, which is so beautiful it's hard to believe. Every time Nishue goes live, her followers rush to her stream as soon as they hear the news, closing other streams to join hers. The platform administrators realized that Nishue's identity and background were likely quite extraordinary and dared not suppress her popularity anymore. As a result, every time Nishue goes live, her viewership surges to the top within a short period. Now, Nishue's live stream has an explosive number of viewers. Many viewers who had just entered the live streaming platform would click into her stream after seeing her title. The title reads, "Just got my hands on the luxury version of the transparent phone. Unboxing the transparent phone, testing in progress." Nishue had already pre-ordered the luxury version of the transparent phone and successfully secured it. Even if she hadn't, she had other channels to obtain this model. After using this title, more and more people clicked into her livestream, and within a short while, the number of viewers broke the 1 million mark. Many viewers who entered the livestream immediately saw Nishue and the transparent phone packaging box in front of her. The streamer got the luxury version of the transparent phone. So envious. So jealous one. So jealous too. Having the luxury version is great. I only have the regular version. Even the regular version is pretty good. I couldn't even get the regular version. That's really tragic. Yeah, I didn't get one either. I was just hesitating, planning to wait and see, but then I ended up giving up. Now I have to wait for the next release. Chapter 106, Live Unboxing of the Transparent Phone. Many onlookers who didn't buy it felt better seeing others who also didn't get it. Haha, me too. I hesitated for a moment and ended up missing out. I really hate myself for being so indecisive. Me too. I could have gotten it, but alas. Soon, people started urging the host to hurry up. Streamer, hurry up and open the box. Streamer, hurry up and open the box. Glancing at the comments, Nishue smiled and said, "Alright, I'll open it now." Getting this luxurious transparent phone wasn't easy. Aren't you going to send some gifts? Instantly, all kinds of gifts started pouring in non-stop. For Nishue, the money from these gifts didn't matter at all. She didn't need the money, it was just a symbol of popularity, so she asked for it a little. With so many gifts, Nishue nodded satisfactorily and said, "Alright, I'll open the box now." She then opened the phone box and carefully took out the transparent phone inside. The moment she saw the transparent phone, Nishue fell completely in love with it. Her eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful. It's truly beautiful. This transparent phone." The viewers watching the livestream also flooded the chat with various comments upon seeing the transparent phone. "It's truly beautiful. Is this the luxury version of the transparent phone? I heard you can customize the color, but the host's is a simple, high-transparency original color transparent phone. The streamer could buy other colors, but this one looks good too. I feel that in the future, wealthy people will buy one of every color of the transparent phone, even if they don't use them, just for display. 1. I feel the same way. I always feel that the luxury version of the transparent phone looks better than the regular version. Is that just my imagination? They all look pretty much the same, I heard. At that moment, Nishua had no interest in the comments. Her eyes were filled with stars as she stared intently at the transparent phone, completely captivated, even forgetting she was live streaming. It's so beautiful. This transparent phone is truly stunning. Even if its performance is 0, it would still sell like hotcakes. But I heard that this transparent phone's performance completely outclasses all other phones on the market. Nishua said this while turning on the transparent phone. The transparent phone booted up quickly, and Nishua began a series of identity verification steps and fingerprint binding. Soon, the binding was successful. Nishua sighed in relief, placed the phone in front of the camera, and said, "Everyone, did you see that? This is the transparent phone. Isn't it beautiful? I've successfully bound it. Wow, I'm so jealous of the host. So jealous. I'm not jealous of the streamer. I also bought the luxury version of the transparent phone, and it's even a black crystal transparent phone. It feels nicer than the streamer's. The streamer, please test the other features of the phone." Nishua looked at the comments and nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll test the performance of this transparent phone next." Nishua quickly began testing. First, she opened the camera and said with a smile, "The quality of the camera is a key factor in evaluating a phone. Let me give it a try." Click. Nishua successfully took a photo, looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "My goodness! The pixel quality of this transparent phone is incredibly high, and the focusing and scene optimization are absolutely top-notch. I think it's on par with a DSLR camera costing around 10,000 yuan." Hearing Nishua's praise, the comments exploded. Holy crap, the streamer is exaggerating. The camera function of a transparent phone is actually on par with a DSLR camera costing around 10,000 yuan? What? The camera capabilities of this transparent phone are that impressive? That's impossible. Does the streamer really know what a DSLR camera costing around 10,000 yuan is capable of? Do you really know what you're talking about? Holy crap, this is way too exaggerated. Nishua looked at the comments and said, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. In fact, I think my evaluation is correct because I'm also into photography. I've already spent over 100,000 yuan on DSLR cameras. Do you really think I don't know what I'm talking about?" Then Nishua held up a photo taken with her transparent phone and placed it in front of the camera, saying, "Can you see it?" The live stream camera couldn't even make it out clearly, but the photo was so crisp and clear. Even though the host said that, I still couldn't believe it. This is way too exaggerated. I believe the host's words. I just bought a high-end transparent phone myself. The host was completely right. The camera function of the transparent phone is truly unmatched, even comparable to a DSLR camera costing around 10,000 yuan. However, DSLRs have their own unique functions that transparent phones can't replicate. When it comes to pixel count, focusing, and zooming capabilities, they're pretty much on par. Holy crap, it's actually true? Wow, this transparent phone is so amazing. It's absolutely fantastic. I really regret not getting one sooner. Of course it's good. How could a transparent phone not be good enough to be sold on the market, and it's selling so well? So this transparent phone is a groundbreaking product. Did you really think this was a joke? Comments flooded the screen. Nishua began testing other aspects of the phone. Without a doubt, the transparent phone's performance in other areas also left Nishua extremely satisfied. She couldn't be happier. Finally, she decided to test the small game on this transparent phone. There's even a free game included with the phone. Nishua said with a smile. Chapter 107, The Amazing Mobile Game. Generally, when you purchase a phone, it comes with some small games bundled with it, such as Snake, Poker, Chess, and the like. The transparent phone clearly also has such mini games. However, the names of these mini games were completely unfamiliar to everyone. Honor? Death Road? Starry Sky Kill? Nishua looked at the games, and comments started flooding in. Let's test the games. Play the games. What are the free games that come with the transparent phone? We've tested everything else, but we haven't tested the games yet. Hurry up and test the game. Test Game 1. Testing Game 2. Watching the comments, Nishua nodded and said, "Got it, I'll test the game right away." Nishua opened the randomly included minigame. The game loaded instantly without any buffering. She was already used to it. The transparent phone's processing speed was simply mind-blowing, completely unreasonable. However, when the game opened, both Nishua and all the viewers in the livestream were stunned in that moment. This wasn't just a randomly included mini-game, it was a full-fledged game that could rival any AAA title. The graphics, content, gameplay, controls, replayability, world building, and background were flawless in every aspect. Several games were like this. This left all the viewers in the livestream completely speechless. including Nixie. 666 666 6666. Usually, I'm full of talent and witty remarks, but right now, all I can do is shut up and keep tapping 66,666. That's so 6. The gaming performance of this phone is incredible, and the bundled games are so awesome. Genesis Technology Company is simply amazing, they don't even bother looking at other phone companies. Can this even be compared? This phone feels faster than a computer. Is this really just a simple phone? It's truly amazing. All I can do is admire it. I've been searching for the difference between the luxury version and the standard version of the transparent phone, and I've finally found it. The first is the difference in camera pixel quality, and the second is the game that comes with the phone. I regret it, the standard version of the transparent phone doesn't have these games at all. They're only available in the luxury version. I really hope I can buy a transparent phone, the luxury version, of course. This livestream is just one of many such streams available across the entire internet. At this moment, the entire world is amazed by Yisu's invention of this transparent phone. This is the transformation of the times. The wheels of history are rolling forward. Yisu is changing the world, and the world is changing bit by bit. King Tengsu, which can completely cure liver cancer viruses, virtual reality devices that can make time seem to slow down, graphene, which is revolutionizing the foundational industries of major corporations, in the transparent smartphone, which is driving the intelligent leap of the entire era. The next breakthrough will be the gene evolution serum. This goal has been on Yisu's radar for a long time, and he has been making various preparations in this area recently. Yisu does not like failure. Before everything is prepared, he cannot conduct experiments carelessly. After all, the difficulty of the gene evolution serum is incomparable to the recovery serum he made for Yu Shuoqin earlier. One was merely a simple physical recovery potion, while the other involved critical gene evolution. The complexity was on an entirely different level. Moreover, the materials Yisu required had not yet been collected or prepared. Fortunately, the nation had already prepared all the materials promised to Yisu earlier and sent them over, greatly alleviating his need for materials. Additionally, what puzzled Yisu was that the leaders of several major families in MA country had begun to court him in various ways, with attitudes that could not be described as anything but friendly. Yisu had recently eliminated the leaders of several families led by Rockefeller. Although they were rivals, they understood the principle of mutual dependence. Yisu had sent people to eliminate Rockefeller's leaders, and while the major figures from other nations might not know who was behind it, those who had been involved were well aware of the situation. Yet despite knowing this, they still sought to curry favor with Yisu. Their attitude was undeniably suspicious. After careful consideration, Yisu accepted their overtures. Upon reflection, perhaps it wasn't as complicated as he had initially thought. They were simply afraid. With this perspective, the matter became much simpler. And in fact, that was indeed the case. During his discussions with the leaders of these families, Yisu gained significant benefits. They were willing to assist him in transporting materials and equipment that had been banned by MA country institutions. The only condition was Yisu's friendly attitude. Yisu naturally agreed. The leaders of these families, upon hearing Yisu's agreement, couldn't help but sigh in relief. A heavy burden had finally been lifted from their hearts. Just as Yisu had completed all the preparations for the materials, equipment, and related tasks, an unexpected event interrupted his original experimental plan, forcing him to postpone the experiment by one day. The global launch celebration for the transparent smartphone was about to begin. For this event, Yu Shuoqin and the relevant parties had prepared extensively. Many industry heavyweights would be invited, including Yisu's parents. Although he felt that the celebration was far less important than his experiment, he knew that life required him to consider other matters. Yisu could only put his experiment on hold for a day and attend the celebration marking the successful launch of Genesis Technology's transparent phone. Chapter 108, Lu Tingyun's Instructions. At that moment, Yisu was at home, with 2 hours left before the celebration. It wasn't much time, but it was time to get ready. After spoiling Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan for a while, he rested for a bit. The two girls took a shower with Yisu and then tidied up their attire. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan helped Yisu tidy his suit. This time, the two girls didn't plan to attend the celebration banquet. Before becoming Yisu's women, they would have gone to any meeting where they could be with him, but since becoming his women and receiving so much pampering from him, they had become a bit lazy. Just like now, rather than attending the meeting, they preferred to stay home and study the research topics Yisu had left them. Recently, Yisu had assigned them many more projects. In the field of research, it was often like this: the more you knew, the more you realized you didn't know. Although they had been making steady progress with Yisu's help, there were still many problems they had to solve on their own. This was something Yisu couldn't assist with, he couldn't be there to teach them everything. Fortunately, the two girls were self-aware and didn't hesitate or stagnate because they didn't have Yisu's help. They didn't think they couldn't complete the tasks, instead, they worked even harder. It seemed as though they were trying to prove something to Yisu. Yisu didn't understand this feeling, but it didn't matter. He preferred these two girls who were so ambitious. Therefore, Yisu didn't force the two girls to go with him. He wasn't a child who needed someone to accompany him. People in research almost never enjoy such celebrations, they prefer spending time in the laboratory. The two girls were like this, and Yisu was too. However, Yisu's status was different, so he had to compromise. Dressed in a sharp suit, Yisu kissed the two girls and left the room, exiting the villa. At the villa's entrance, Yisu's bodyguard and driver had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Yisu arrive, he immediately bowed and said, "Mr. Yi, you're here." The driver then opened the car door for Yisu. Yisu nodded and got into the car, preparing to attend today's meeting. However, as soon as he got in, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was someone in the car. Yisu's private car rarely allowed anyone to board without his permission. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were two exceptions, and Yu Shuqin was another. Besides them, no one else should have been able to get in without Yisu's consent. And the person in front of him was the one who had such privileges. She was Yisu's mother. "When did you come back?" Yisu looked at Lu Tingyun and smiled, saying, "You didn't even tell me beforehand." Lu Tingyun looked at Yisu, her expression slightly complicated. After not seeing him for some time, she felt that her son had completely transformed into a different person. While she couldn't deny her pride in his current achievements, she also felt a sense of regret. Thinking about it carefully, she had spent almost every day immersed in research and experiments, leaving very little time to accompany Yisu. If only she could have spent more time with him. But that was simply impossible. If Lu Tingyun had become an ordinary housewife, he would never have achieved such success. "I took an early flight back. As soon as I arrived, I planned to come see you, but since I saw your car outside, I decided to wait for you in the car," Lu Tingyun said with a smile. "Oh, I see." Yisu nodded. Speaking of which, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan haven't met Lu Tingyun yet. They say that even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan aren't ugly, but they've been staying at Yisu's house all day and haven't had the chance to meet Lu Tingyun. Now that she's back, it's a bit of a missed opportunity. Lu Tingyun clearly knew about the two women by Yisu's side. She smiled and said, "Your two little women, aren't you bringing them to the celebration?" Speaking of which, I've seen their photos, but I haven't seen them in person yet. Lu Tingyun's words made Yisu smile awkwardly. He then said, "They aren't planning to attend the celebration. To be honest, I don't plan to go either. However, as the company's chairman, it's an indispensable role, so attending is unavoidable. Since they don't want to go, they can stay home." "You really do spoil them." Lu Tingyun raised his eyebrows and said, "That's not good. I know my limits." Yisu said calmly, "I know you have your reasons, but as their mother, I have to remind those two little girls. Do you like them both? Do you want to keep them by your side?" Lu Tingyun asked again. Clearly, for a woman like Lu Tingyun, having two girls twins at that by Yisu's side was something she couldn't accept. "Yes, of course they should stay." Yisu nodded and said, "Forget it. Do whatever you want. But since you've turned those two girls into your women, you have to take some responsibility." Lu Tingyun opened his mouth, about to say something, but after thinking it over, he shook his head and swallowed the words he was about to say, changing the subject. Yisu nodded. For a moment, there was nothing to talk about, and the atmosphere in the car became slightly awkward. After a while, Lu Tingyun spoke again, "Do you have any children yet?" Yisu remained silent. This was another sensitive topic, so he shook his head and said, "Not yet." "When will you have one?" Lu Tingyun asked again. "I'm still young and not ready to have children yet," Yisu said helplessly. After all, this body was only 18 years old, how could she be expected to have children already? What nonsense was this? You're not that young anymore. Now that you have a woman, you're a man, not a boy. Lu Tingyun shook his head and said, "I'll try my best." Facing his mother's nagging, Yisu said helplessly, Lu Tingyun nodded. The awkwardness continued, but fortunately the car drove quickly, and soon they arrived at the celebration venue, finally escaping the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 109, The Arrival of General Xiangdong. Yisu's face already had a familiar, recognizable look to it. Despite rarely putting effort into publicity, never participating in any programs, and even rejecting $1 million offer from a TV station without hesitation, he also refused all interviews. In terms of exposure, he was in a completely different league from Yu Shuqin. As the company's public face, these matters were all handled by Yu Shuqin, which saved Yisu a great deal of time. However, as the sole director of Genesis Technology Company, the developer of virtual reality devices and transparent smartphones, and a super genius prodigy at the age of 14 or 15, even when he kept a low profile, his fame was still immense, only slightly overshadowed by Yu Shuqin. Although Lu Tingyun is an internationally renowned professor, his fame pales in comparison to Yisu's current status. When Yisu and Lu Tingyun got out of the car, the security guards at the entrance of the luxury hotel arranged by the celebration venue immediately recognized Yisu, not Lu Tingyun. "Mr. Yi, you've arrived." "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi, you finally arrived." All the security personnel rushed over to greet him, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. For someone like Yisu, a legendary figure, just catching a glimpse of him was a tremendous honor, and at that moment, their hearts were filled with unbounded excitement. Yisu looked at them, nodded, and said, "Good afternoon." He then led Lu Tingyun into the hotel. Everyone entering the hotel had to undergo strict security checks, even the high-ranking officials attending the celebration were no exception. The only exception was someone like Yisu. Therefore, Yisu directly led Lu Tingyun into the hotel. Earlier, outside the hotel, they had only stayed for a short while before attracting countless stares. If they had stayed any longer, it would have been disastrous. No one knew how many people would have gathered around. This was one of the well-known headaches. They absolutely couldn't appear in public lightly, otherwise, who knows how many people would gather around. After Yisu brought Lu Tingyun into the hotel, he immediately spotted Yu Shuichin in the distance. Yu Shuichin saw Yisu arrive and hurried over, saying, "Mr. Yi." Yisu nodded. Then, Yu Shuichin glanced at Lu Tingyun beside Yisu and paused for a moment before cautiously asking, "Who is this?" Yisu was about to introduce him, but Lu Tingyun beat him to it and said, "I am Yisu's mother, Lu Tingyun. Nice to meet you. You must be the president of Genesis Technology Company, Yu Shuichin, Ms. Yu? My son has been under your care." No. Yu Shuichin was startled. Although she had heard that Yisu's parents would attend this celebration, she hadn't expected to see them so soon. Moreover, hearing him say that her son had been under her care made her feel a bit embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "I'm just a part of Mr. Yi's company. There's no need to mention any favor. As the president and CEO of a company, doing my job is just part of my duties. There's no need to talk about favor or not." Lu Tingyun looked at Yu Shuichin's attitude and reaction, and nodded in satisfaction. Originally, she had been a bit uneasy about this Yu Shuichin. Although her own son was the company's true boss, it was Yu Shuichin who controlled everything within the company. As both CEO and president, the power she held was immense, and it was not impossible that she might cause trouble, such as feeling dissatisfied with Yisu and believing herself to be the true owner of the company. However, Yu Shuichin's current attitude clearly indicated that she had no such intentions. This naturally pleased Lu Tingyun greatly. Though Lu Tingyun was an internationally renowned medical professor, he wasn't particularly well versed in the ways of the world. However, her husband Yisu's father held the reins of a company ranked among the top 500 in the East, and was now on the verge of entering the global top 500. He was well aware of such matters. Yisu had no interest in their mutual probing. He began to examine the hotel's decor. As the best hotel in Luo City, it had closed for renovation several days earlier, all in preparation for today's celebration. The current decor and arrangements were, of course, luxurious yet understated. In simple terms, while grand and luxurious, it wasn't the kind of ostentatious extravagance typical of new money, but rather had a deep sense of sophistication. The number of attendees at this celebration was not large, only around 100 people, but each and every one was a business tycoon. Yisu's father, among these people, was merely a newly risen powerhouse. However, because of his son Yisu, he was also one of the main protagonists, being approached by countless people who flattered him and sought to establish connections. As time passed, more and more prominent figures arrived. Yisu even spotted General Xiangdong, whom he had met once before, at the venue. What a surprise! You're here? Yisu approached General Xiangdong with a smile. Why couldn't I come? General Xiangdong looked at Yisu and said with a smile, "What, aren't you happy to see me?" "Of course not. I'm delighted you're here." Yisu shook his head and smiled. General Xiangdong was one of the most influential figures in the capital, with deep connections in both the military and the government. His future was indeed promising. In the East, those who truly hold the reins of the nation's destiny and power are never merchants. Rather, it is the group of people behind General Xiangdong. Therefore, when the wealthy business tycoons who had gathered at the scene saw General Xiangdong, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. They naturally recognized General Xiangdong. As one of the top figures in the higher echelons, his future was limitless, and he was on a completely different level from them. They never expected him to be here. Many sensed something different in the air, which clearly indicated how the higher-ups viewed Yisu. Their expressions changed involuntarily. Chapter 110, Excited Xiaoshaowei. As Yisu and Major General Xiangdong engaged in conversation, the surrounding area grew noticeably quieter. Many people were secretly observing them, noticing that Major General Xiangdong was smiling and chatting with Yisu in a manner that clearly indicated they were not strangers, but rather had a long-standing relationship. Thinking of this, the influential figures present, who had previously harbored various ulterior motives, couldn't help but ponder the situation. This situation was impossible to ignore. Their attention was unhidden, but neither General Xiangdong nor Yisu seemed to care much about it. Whether it was Yisu or General Xiangdong, they were both the kind of people who were always in the spotlight, completely accustomed to such attention, and even ignored it outright. General Xiangdong smiled and said, "That's exactly it. Ever since we parted last time, I've been thinking about you, my younger brother." The tone of his words was clearly flattering, which left the business tycoons and wealthy individuals secretly observing the scene in astonishment. Could there be some secret deal going on during this time? The secret dealings between Yi Su and General Xiang Dong were, of course, impossible to leak out. These business tycoons, whether now or in the future, were unlikely to know even the slightest detail. In fact, sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Many times, it's better to remain ignorant. For General Xiang Dong, since his last transaction with Yi Su, where he obtained the new graphene technology, he has reaped countless benefits. After further understanding over the next period, he has come to fully recognize the importance of Yi Su's graphene improvement technology. He had already considered it extremely advanced and crucial, but he never imagined it would be so much more powerful than he could have ever imagined. The importance of Yi Su, of course, goes without saying. He finally understood what it meant for someone to be considered a strategic level talent. Strategic level. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the attitude of his superiors made it clear that Yi Su was far more important than he was. General Dong was no child. Upon learning of this situation, he would not harbor jealousy toward Yi Su but instead strive to build a good relationship with him, adopting an attitude that could not be more cordial. This time, upon receiving Yi Su's invitation, he came to attend Yi Su's celebration without hesitation. It had nothing to do with the higher-ups' intentions, it was more out of Xiang Dong's personal desire. However, it was clear that the other business executives present had misunderstood something. After all, someone of Xiang Dong's stature represents more than just himself, no matter where he goes or what he does. During his conversation with Major General Xiang Dong, Yi Su did not notice that a young woman was staring at him with sparkling eyes from a distance. Those who had made it to the celebration were entitled to bring 1 or 2 juniors along to gain some exposure. This girl was one such person. Her background was far from ordinary. She had attended Yi Su's transparent smartphone launch event and was well versed in all of Yi Su's achievements, behaving like a die-hard fan. She was exceptionally beautiful, and in terms of looks, she did not pale in comparison to Yi Su's sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. In fact, her demeanor was even more refined and elegant, as she came from a prestigious literary family and had once been admitted to Beijing University. Even a casual live stream on the internet could garner her significant fame. Such a person, no matter where she stood, was bound to attract attention. Even here, the young elites brought by their elders couldn't help but approach her, hoping to strike up a conversation and build a connection. Their elders also encouraged them to do so, as those who had made it here were no ordinary people, and forming connections was always a welcome opportunity. However, it's a pity that long ago, her tiny heart had already been completely stolen by Yi Su. She couldn't possibly linger on these people for even a few more seconds. Her name was Xia Xiaowei, and her online streaming name was quite famous Nishuwei. She had once gained immense popularity on a live streaming platform by broadcasting the launch of a transparent smartphone, making her the top-rated streamer on the platform. However, she didn't care much about such fame. After all, live streaming was just a part of her life. For an ordinary person, achieving such fame would mean going full-time into live streaming, with the potential to earn millions annually. But for her, even if she reached that level, her father would only dismiss it as not pursuing a proper career. So, live streaming was always just a hobby. She heard that her father had been invited by Genesis Technology Company, so she followed without hesitation. Sure enough, she saw that young man, Yi Su, who was much younger than her but incredibly attractive. She really wanted to go talk to him. Xia Xiaowei looked excitedly at Yi Su in the distance, wanting to approach him, but she felt a bit shy and didn't know how to start the conversation or how to leave a lasting impression on Yi Su. How could she make him remember her? This was a problem. If it were an ordinary person, she might just smile at him and leave a lasting impression, but clearly, Yi Su wasn't an ordinary person. Just as Xia Xiaowei was hesitating, the celebration venue was already nearly full, and the event officially began. Yi Su walked onto the stage, looking at the prominent figures seated around the hall. He showed no signs of nervousness. He couldn't be nervous. After all, he hadn't felt nervous in a very long time. The world's first transparent smartphone, the transparent phone Elf, had been successfully launched the previous day. Selling 100 million units on the first day was a figure that left me extremely satisfied. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Yu Shuoqin, the president and CEO of Genesis Company. It was your efforts, along with the dedicated work of everyone in the company, that made this result possible. Thank you very much. Yi Su stood on the stage, speaking these words while flashing a professional, faint smile at the journalists taking photos of him and all the prominent figures present. Chapter 111, High-Quality Female Fans? After Yi Su's polite remarks, the entire hall erupted into applause, a customary gesture of respect. The journalists, meanwhile, continued to flash their cameras and record everything with their audio recorders. Today's celebration was a goldmine of material. Yi Su rarely appeared in media reports, and any speeches or records related to him were closely monitored. Today's celebration was something they couldn't afford to miss. As a journalist, this was the most valuable headline story to secure. Under the flashes of the cameras, Yi Su remained calm. He continued, "To be honest, I am very happy that the company has come this far. I am surprised, and equally fortunate that if it were just me, I would never have been able to achieve this. On this celebratory day, I am very happy that all of you have come here. I have been thinking about this for a long time. Yisu spoke casually on stage, his attitude relaxed yet undeniably extraordinary. This has nothing to do with talent. Some people, once they reach a certain level of status, no matter what they do, even the most absurd actions, will be praised and admired by others. Yisu is probably one of those people. At this moment, he was simply speaking, yet the many people below found him extraordinary, with a graceful demeanor that left them in awe. If the person on stage were not Yisu, but an unknown young man, it would be a completely different experience. After Yisu finished his speech, it was Yu Shuqin's turn to speak. Soon after she finished, the celebration officially began, and the scene was filled with joy and harmony. As the center of attention and the absolute protagonist of this celebration, many prominent figures from the business world approached him to strike up conversations and express their friendly intentions. Though these individuals did not have the deep-rooted connections or influence of the major conglomerates from MA country, they were still absolute heavyweights in the eyes of ordinary people. Yisu naturally wouldn't dare to act arrogantly and give them a cold shoulder, risking the enmity of a group of people for no reason. His attitude was quite cordial. However, if someone tried to get something from him without offering anything in return, that was out of the question. Genesis Technology Company had already risen to become a colossal entity, and it had no need to share anything with others. Instead, it should be the one sharing its resources with others. After exchanging polite formalities with these people, Yisu sighed and took a sip of his drink. Such matters were rarely his concern. After all, he was merely the chairman. Company affairs should be handled by Yu Shuqin, and these people should have approached her instead. However, Yisu's fame was simply too great. Additionally, Yu Shuqin was already surrounded by a crowd. As Yisu sipped his drink, a girl approached him. She was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Even with his refined taste, Yisu couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. The girl looked at Yisu with sparkling eyes, like a starstruck fan who had finally seen their idol. Such intense admiration was honestly a bit overwhelming for Yisu. This girl was none other than Xia Xiaowei. Her presence here indicated her high status and background. Yisu understood this and asked, "Is there something you need?" Xia Xiaowei smiled slightly and said, "There's nothing important. I just wanted to come and see what the legendary Yisu is like, so I mustered up the courage to come over." "Is that so? Am I really a legend?" Yisu asked with a smile. "You are indeed a legend, and a very unattainable one at that. To be honest, I've been secretly observing you since you arrived here. I also wanted to come over and strike up a conversation, but I was too shy and didn't know how to start, so I hesitated and didn't come over." Xia Xiaowei said matter-of-factly. Facing the girl in front of him, who was also his fan, Yisu's mood was a bit complicated. After all, he had done so many great things. As the chairman of Genesis Technology Company and the inventor of virtual reality devices and transparent phones, having a large fan base was completely reasonable. However, fans of such high quality were probably very rare. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "So you finally have the courage now?" Xia Xiaowei nodded and said, "Because earlier, when I saw you talking to those people, you seemed a bit impatient, and I thought maybe you're like me, maybe you're not used to this kind of thing, or maybe you don't like it, so you showed that expression too. That's why I felt like coming over to chat with you." Hearing the girl say this, Yisu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and asked, "Was my impatient expression that obvious?" To be honest, he had thought he had handled it well, but now he realized that the girl had easily seen through him, meaning his true feelings were clearly exposed. This was really embarrassing. "I don't think they noticed. I just observed carefully, so I noticed." Xia Xiaowei shook her head and said, "Oh, I see. But you were able to sense my true thoughts? That's really impressive. What's your name?" Yisu asked the girl in front of him. "My name is Xia Xiaowei." Xia Xiaowei said with a smile. "Xia Xiaowei, I'll remember that." Yisu nodded and then asked, "Do you want me to sign something for you or take a photo together?" "Can I?" The girl Xia Xiaowei heard Yisu's words and her eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course." Yisu then signed an autograph with his high-quality female fan, Xia Xiaowei, and took a photo with her. Having received Yisu's autograph and photo, Xia Xiaowei was overjoyed. Her happiness was truly unbounded. Chapter 112, Hiring a Secretary. Xia Xiaowei's smile was completely unrestrained, revealing her joy for all to see. Xia Xiaowei was already a very beautiful girl, and now, with her smile, she was even more stunning. Even Yisu couldn't help but pause for a moment. Not far away, the young talents who had come here with the important figures couldn't help but stare at Xia Xiaowei's smile, sighing softly. Although Xia Xiaowei's beauty was truly captivating, and having such a girl as a girlfriend would be enough to satisfy them even if they didn't go out partying every day. However, it was clear that Xia Xiaowei's heart wasn't on them at all, it was completely devoted to Yisu. And Yisu was not someone they could afford to provoke. This young man, who was even younger than them, had achieved so much and held such a high status that not only they, but even their fathers couldn't compare. They weren't even on the same level as him. After all this time, it was their fathers and even their grandfathers who could chat and joke with Yisu. They didn't even have the qualifications to speak to Yisu. Of course, they could try to get close to Yisu and chat with him like Xia Xiaowei was doing now, but they clearly didn't have the courage. There was nothing they could do. Yisu's legend was simply too dazzling, making them feel almost unable to look at him directly, let alone approach him to strike up a conversation. To be honest, the fact that Xia Xiaowei had dared to approach Yisu had truly surprised these young elites. After signing autographs and taking photos, Yisu continued chatting with the girl for a while, discussing trivial matters. In truth, Yisu didn't care what they talked about. He'd rather waste his time with such a beautiful girl than with those middle-aged men. After all, the girl's beauty was truly a pleasure to behold. Even if he didn't necessarily want to consume her, just looking at her was enjoyable. However, Yisu was no longer the kind of person who could do anything without anyone noticing. Every move he made was scrutinized and exaggerated by others. Take the current situation, for instance. It was merely casual chatter at a banquet with this girl, yet for some reason, it quickly spread that Xia Xiaowei had become Yisu's new favorite. Yisu finds this utterly frustrating. However, he doesn't have the time to argue with others, explaining that he and Xia Xiaowei are merely acquaintances who happen to strike up a casual conversation. After all, such matters tend to escalate the more one tries to clarify them, and the risk of making things worse is far too high. It's better to focus on other matters. Of course, as for what Xia Xiaowei, the girl in question, might be thinking whether she was happy or troubled, that was none of Yisu's business. The celebration event concluded successfully. After wrapping up the celebration, Yisu returned to the company to listen to Yu Shuoqin report on various company matters, important tasks, future development directions, goals, and progress. Although Yisu rarely interfered in company matters, adopting a hands-off approach and delegating all authority to Yu Shuoqin, this did not mean he ignored everything. After all, Genesis technology was a crucial component of his plans. If he didn't even know what the company was currently doing, its plans, direction, or how it intended to proceed, that would be utterly irresponsible. Moreover, Yisu had to handle some very important matters that even Yu Shuoqin couldn't decide on. While listening to Yu Shuoqin's report, Yisu suddenly thought of something. After the report was finished, he spoke up, "Find me a secretary." "Huh?" Yu Shuoqin was taken aback by Yisu's words and didn't react immediately. "You want a secretary?" "Yes, that's right." Yisu nodded. Yu Shuoqin finally confirmed that Yisu was serious and not joking. "Alright, I'll take my time to find one for you. I'll post a job opening, and I'm sure many people will apply. After I screen them, I'll let you interview them?" Yu Shuoqin thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Yisu nodded indifferently. Hiring a secretary to organize the company's work, handle tasks, and manage his own plans was indeed necessary. Although he could ask Rem to help with these things, as the chairman of Genesis Technology, his status and position were now completely different from when he first started. Not even having a secretary felt a bit out of place. In fact, Yisu had considered hiring a secretary long ago, but due to being busy at the time, he had forgotten about it and never mentioned it again. Now that he suddenly remembered, he decided to bring it up. In terms of work efficiency, Yu Shuoqin truly surprised Yisu. On the same day, she issued orders from all departments to recruit a secretary for Yisu and began the screening process. Out of over 7,000 applicants, only one remained after rigorous selection. That evening, she arranged for the candidate to come to the company for an interview. This girl was someone Yisu recognized. It was Xia Xiaowei, whom he had met at the celebration event not long ago. How could it be her? Yisu stood outside the interview room, glancing at Xia Xiaowei sitting inside, looking nervous and anxious, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why not her?" In response to Yisu's question, Yu Shuoqin smiled and said, "Don't underestimate her. Although she's not a student from a renowned overseas university, she graduated from Beijing University of Arts and Sciences and majored in management, which matches the position perfectly. Additionally, she has experience managing her father's company, so in terms of qualifications, there's nothing to criticize. Her name is Xia Xiaowei, right? Then her father must be that old man from the Xia family, right?" Yisu thought of something and asked. Chapter 113, Secretary Xia Xiaowei. That's right, the Xia family. This isn't a small family. They rank among the top 20 in the country. The Xia family's daughter becoming the secretary of the greatest genius of our time. It's truly a remarkable story, isn't it? Yu Shuoqin said with a smile. "Ha!" Yisu shook his head and asked, "Did the Xia family specially look out for you?" "Yes, they did. Otherwise, do you think she would have made it to the end?" Yu Shuoqin looked at Yisu and nodded after a moment. Yu Shuoqin continued, "According to my initial standards, although Xia Xiaowei is very talented, no, she is already exceptionally talented, there are still over a dozen others at her level. If others were eliminated, Xia Xiaowei could also be eliminated if judged by my standards. Among the 7,000 applicants today, not a single one would pass. However, since the old patriarch of the Xia family has given orders, we can only give him face and let you interview her. If you're not satisfied, I'll have to wait for tomorrow's materials to arrive and conduct another round of screening." "All right." Seeing that Yu Shuoqin seemed to have misunderstood, Yisu didn't clarify. He had originally just planned to hire a secretary casually, but he never expected Yu Shuoqin to make such a big deal out of it. However, upon further reflection, given his current status and position, the very idea of hiring a secretary casually was problematic in itself. Since Yu Shuachin was screening candidates according to her strict standards, he would just go along with it. Should I conduct the interviews myself? Yi Su glanced at Yu Shuachin and asked. Isn't that obvious? Even if someone is an outstanding manager, if you don't like them, they can't be your secretary. It's not just about talent, appearance, personality, or physique, they have to be someone you find pleasing to the eye. Yu Shuachin said this with a matter-of-fact expression. All right. Yi Su nodded, pushed open the door, and walked in, sitting down in the interviewer's seat. Yu Shuachin saw Yi Su enter and couldn't help but smile. She turned around and left to continue with her own tasks. She had a considerable amount of work to handle, and Yi Su had already delayed her for quite some time. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. It looks like I'll have to work overtime again today. Yu Shuachin glanced at her watch and couldn't help but think to herself. But, so be it. She had long since grown accustomed to it. As for Xia Xiaowei, whether she would become Yi Su's secretary was not something she could decide. Although the Xia family had given her considerable benefits for this, she had done her best to accommodate them. But that was enough. She couldn't and wouldn't interfere with Yi Su's choice. If this matter affected Yi Su's evaluation of her, the loss in terms of face would be more than just a small price to pay. Fortunately, she had a hunch that this adorable girl would most likely become Yi Su's secretary and wouldn't be eliminated by him. This was based on no evidence, merely a gut feeling. Whether it was accurate or not would depend on Yi Su's future decisions. After Yi Su sat down at the interviewer's desk, Xia Xiaowei immediately sat up straight. At this moment, Xia Xiaowei was completely different from her appearance at the banquet earlier. Back then, she looked pure, cute, and faintly alluring, making her incredibly beautiful and radiating charm, drawing every man's gaze involuntarily. Now, although she was still beautiful, her professional attire made her appear more shrewd and capable, extremely intelligent. Of course, the term shrewd and capable here refers solely to her professional competence and carries no other connotations. Xia Xiaowei really wanted to greet Yi Su and chat as she had at the celebration, but she knew very well that this was not the appropriate time. At this moment, their relationship was that of an interviewer and a job candidate, nothing more. Yi Su looked at Xia Xiaowei and began the interview. After a few simple questions, Yi Su flipped through her file repeatedly, unable to help but ponder. To be honest, based on this interview alone, he was quite satisfied with this girl. Hiring her as his secretary was not out of the question. However, Yi Su could also clearly see that Xia Xiaowei was deeply infatuated with him, her admiration mixed with intense affection. This emotion had never been concealed throughout the entire interview. She herself seemed unaware of how to hide it, and even Yi Su could feel it clearly. If Xia Xiaowei felt this way about him, bringing such emotions into the workplace would inevitably lead to unnecessary issues. However, Yi Su thought about it again. If she were to hire a secretary, wouldn't she choose someone who likes her instead of someone who dislikes her? Or someone cold and completely neutral? But does such a person really exist? People aren't plants who can be without feelings? Additionally, if I don't give her a trial run, I'll never know if this girl has the talent or not. Thinking this, Yi Su put down the girl's file and looked at her, saying, "You've passed my initial interview." Really? Xia Xiaowei heard the word passed from Yi Su's mouth and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. However, it was only for a moment before she realized that there was the word preliminary before passed. Could there be another round of evaluations? Xia Xiaowei immediately asked, "But what does preliminary pass mean?" "It means you'll have a probationary period. Don't worry, the compensation will be standard. The probationary period will be 3 months. In simple terms, you'll use these 3 months to prove your worth." Yi Su smiled and said, "I understand." Xia Xiaowei nodded immediately, finally feeling at ease. It was just a probationary period. She believed that with her abilities, she could definitely satisfy Yi Su. For a moment, Xia Xiaowei felt her fighting spirit soar even higher. Ever since Xia Xiaowei learned that Yi Su was planning to hire a secretary, she had immediately used all her connections to secure an interview with him. Now that she had finally succeeded, she couldn't help but feel as though she were in a dream. Chapter 114, Colleagues? To be honest, Xia Xiaowei didn't think she could become Yi Su as secretary at first. She had just come for the interview with a try it and see attitude, giving her all to increase the likelihood of success. But when it came to confidence, Xia Xiaowei had never been certain. After all, she was applying for a position with Yi Su, a person who seemed to be surrounded by a halo of miracles. And now it had happened so easily. To be honest, even now, Xia Xiaowei still felt it was a bit unreal, like she was dreaming. She had had many dreams before, and this scene seemed to appear frequently in them. Xia Xiaowei hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yi Su, and saw that he wasn't paying attention to her. She immediately reached out and pinched her cheek. It hurt. But this meant that she wasn't dreaming, everything was real. She had truly become Yi Su's secretary. Unconsciously, Xia Xiaowei's face was filled with a happy smile. Yi Su turned around and saw Xia Xiaowei still smiling, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He said, "What are you smiling about? Come with me." "Oh, okay." Xia Xiaowei suddenly realized she had lost her composure. As the secretary of the legendary Yi Su, such a silly smile was absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, she was still in her probationary period. If she were fired the next day, she would be heartbroken. She had to pull herself together. Thinking this, Xia Xiaowei's expression immediately turned serious. Yi Su was unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts swirling through Xia Xiaowei's mind in just a moment. Seeing her tense expression, he assumed she was nervous because of his earlier words, so he smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous. Your work isn't that difficult, in fact, it's quite simple. All you need to do is assist me with some related tasks. Come with me first." "All right." Xia Xiaowei nodded and was then led into the office by Yi Su. When Xia Xiaowei arrived at Yi Su's office, she seemed a little nervous. Yi Su had reviewed her file and knew that although she had experience managing her own company, this was her first time applying for a job at another company, so it was natural for her to feel nervous, afraid of failing and messing things up, and worried that she wouldn't be able to do the job well. Yi Su looked at Xia Xiaowei, thought for a moment, and said, "Let me introduce you to your colleagues." "My colleagues?" Xia Xiaowei was taken aback and asked, "Do you have another secretary?" "Not exactly, but it's not entirely inaccurate either." Yi Su smiled and explained, "She's not human, but she carries out my instructions with precision. If you have any questions, you can ask her. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult her. If you're unsure about something and can't reach me, you can discuss it with her and resolve the issue. After all, I need to focus my energy and time on my experiments, which is why I brought you here to be my secretary." Hearing Yi Su say this, Xia Xiaowei was naturally very confused. What did not human mean? Was she some other animal? Or an alien? A ghost? Her imagination ran wild, but from Yi Su's tone, her mysterious colleague seemed quite powerful. "I understand." Although she didn't fully grasp what Yi Su was saying or who this colleague was, Xia Xiaowei nodded and replied. Yi Su nodded, turned the computer screen towards Xia Xiaowei, and said, "Come out, Remington. This is my secretary, Xia Xiaowei. Starting today, she'll be one of your colleagues. You two should get along well, okay?" "Huh?" Xia Xiaowei was startled for a moment. On the computer screen, a cute girl with blue short hair appeared in the next instant. This blue-haired girl had Yi Su just called her Rem? Was that her name? Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but speculate. At the same time, the previous question was finally answered. It turned out that her new colleague wasn't an alien, nor was she strange or a monster, she was an artificial intelligence. The moment she saw Rem, Xia Xiaowei clearly realized this. But even though she recognized it and knew it was probably true, she still couldn't believe it. Yi Su had actually succeeded in researching intelligent life? This kind of intelligent life, which had only ever appeared in movies, had actually appeared in the real world. Wait, Xia Xiaowei thought carefully. Yi Su's inventions, whether it was the transparent phone or the virtual reality device, weren't these things that only appeared in movies? Now that an intelligent life form had appeared, it didn't seem so strange after all. This made sense, didn't it? With that thought, Xia Xiaowei felt at ease and approached Rem to greet him. "Hello, my name is Xia Xiaowei. I've just become Mr. Ye's secretary. From now on, we're colleagues." "Hello, my name is Remington. You can just call me that from now on. As you suspected, I am an intelligent life form created by Yi Su, and I am your colleague. Let's work together to serve Yi Su." Rem smiled as she spoke. In her programming, loyalty to Yi Su was absolute, and she deeply loved him. There was no possibility of betrayal. Additionally, her programming did not include concepts like jealousy or envy. She did not feel less important to Yi Su just because he had hired a secretary. Although removing such emotions makes her seem less human and less emotionally nuanced, Yi Su created Rem to assist him in his work and serve him, not to engage in romance. This is a natural and reasonable setting with no issues. Chapter 115, Unbelievable. Yi Su looked at Xia Xiaowei's unshocked expression and couldn't help but say in surprise, "That's really surprising. Speaking of which, you're the first person in the company besides me to see Rem exist. Even the company's president and CEO, Yu Shuichin, doesn't know about Rem's existence. Yet you seem so calm about it? It's not like that." I was shocked, of course. "You actually developed an artificial intelligence being? If this were made public, it would be a groundbreaking invention." Xia Xiaowei shook his head vigorously and said, "It's just that before I came here, I had already prepared myself mentally for seeing all sorts of unexpected things, like inventions. After all, you're the person who invented the transparent phone and virtual reality devices. Even if there are other astonishing inventions, it's not impossible. So, when I saw Rem, I was indeed surprised, but upon reflection, it seems like a natural thing, doesn't it? Your adaptability is impressive." Yi Su nodded and smiled. "Help me process these documents and assist me in completing these tasks. I'll provide the specific details later." Earlier, Yu Shuichin had reported to Yi Su while also bringing him a lot of work. The piles of folders on the office desk were proof of that. In fact, this was still relatively manageable, considering it had accumulated over so many days. Subsequently, Yi Su immersed himself in company work, handling various tasks with ease, thanks to Xia Xiaowei's assistance. To be honest, Yisu hadn't expected that Xia Xiaowei, who had just joined the company as his secretary, could be of such great help. Although Rem could also handle these tasks, she was currently occupied with other responsibilities. Xia Xiaowei summarized the key points of each document, compiled them, and edited them together, allowing Yisu to handle them quickly. Although the desk was piled high with documents, almost forming a small mountain, and looked quite chaotic, with Xia Xiaowei's assistance, everything was resolved swiftly. In just 2 hours, Yisu had completed all the tasks. This made him sigh in relief. The various tasks at the company were quite challenging for someone like him who was focused on research, but as part of his plan, he couldn't afford to hold back. Though it was tiring, he had to push through. Yisu glanced at the time. It was already late, and most of the people staying late at the office were about to leave. Only a few remained, continuing to work overtime. To be honest, Yisu rarely stayed at the office this late. Thinking about it, Yisu shook his head, then glanced at Xia Xiaowei beside him, who also looked a bit tired, and said, "Your work efficiency is very satisfying. Let me drive you home?" "Sure." Xia Xiaowei, who had been constantly working and was already feeling tired, felt all her fatigue disappear instantly upon hearing Yisu's compliment. However, when she heard Yisu offer to drive her home, she couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, "My home isn't in Luo City. I was planning to move here, but I haven't found a place yet." Upon hearing this, Yisu didn't hesitate and said, "Then you can stay at my place for now. We can look for a place tomorrow, or if you don't mind, you can just stay at my place." When Yisu said this, Xia Xiaowei's face turned slightly red, and she felt shy for a moment. Upon seeing Xia Xiaowei's blushing and shy expression, Yisu immediately realized what he had said. He had actually invited someone to stay at his house so boldly, which was almost like a CEO trying to take advantage of his secretary. And it was his first day on the job. This was way too much. Although Yisu didn't mean it that way, the words sounded exactly like that. Seeing Xia Xiaowei's shy expression, Yisu hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean anything else. My villa is very large, with over a dozen rooms. I didn't mean anything else." This sudden invitation was indeed a bit abrupt. "Let me send you to a hotel." "Ha?" Xia Xiaowei's originally shy expression was just a bit bashful, but she was mostly thrilled. After all, this was her chance to stay with Yisu. It was something she had dreamed of for so long. At that moment, her little heart was racing so fast she couldn't even count the beats. However, just as she was about to agree, she heard Yisu say that. Xia Xiaowei's face immediately turned anxious. She hurriedly said, "No. I won't go to the hotel. Can I stay at your place instead?" Upon hearing Xia Xiaowei's urgent and somewhat desperate words, Yisu paused for a moment. Xia Xiaowei instantly realized she had spoken without thinking. Demanding this so forcefully was a bit much. But such a wonderful opportunity was right in front of her, she absolutely couldn't let it slip away. However, as someone born into a scholarly family and raised as a proper young lady, she had been educated extensively to become a perfect lady. Speaking without thinking was more out of shyness. The faint blush of shyness on her cheeks had completely turned into a deep crimson. Just like a ripe red fruit. It was absolutely adorable. Yisu froze, unable to speak for a moment. Xia Xiaowei, too shy to speak, remained silent as well. The atmosphere in that instant grew slightly awkward. After a moment, Yisu broke the silence and said, "If you want to stay at my place, you can stay here." Xia Xiaowei nodded, then thought for a moment. She should probably thank him, right? She said, "Thank you for letting me stay, Mr. Yi." "No problem." Yisu shrugged his shoulders, and he and Xia Xiaowei left the company together, getting into a private car and heading home. Chapter 116, The Battlefield I Imagined Didn't Happen. In the spacious luxury car, Yisu and Xia Xiaowei sat in the back seat. Xia Xiaowei seemed a bit excited yet slightly shy. The progress had been so swift that it had caught her off guard. Could this be considered living together? Although Xia Xiaowei now knew that Yisu was merely taking her in and had no other intentions, she found herself overthinking things, which was rather silly. However, in the future, living together might lead to all sorts of wonderful things happening. Over time, their relationship could grow warmer, and isn't that better than anything else? The only thing she needed to think about was whether there were any women in Yisu's house. Someone like Yisu couldn't possibly be the only one who liked him. It wouldn't be strange at all if others liked him too. Moreover, there were all sorts of rumors about Yisu. Many people said that Yisu was a morally corrupt person. These rumors weren't just empty words, they even provided several pieces of evidence, as if they were true. Although Xia Xiaowei didn't believe them, there was a recent news report stating that Yisu had 2 twin sisters who were his women and were currently living with him. This seemed too good to be false. Xia Xiaowei didn't have the courage to ask, partly because she wasn't mentally prepared for such a question, and partly because asking so abruptly would be extremely rude, so she didn't ask. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but ponder, if she were to encounter Yisu's women, those 2 stunning twin sisters, in his home, how would she interact with them? To be honest, Xia Xiaowei didn't care if Yisu had other women. Someone like Yisu, a legendary figure, having 1 or 2 women was something she could understand. She didn't mind sharing Yisu with other women, as long as there was a place in his heart reserved for her. What worried Xia Xiaowei was that those two women would never accept her, constantly rejecting her. In that case, continuing her relationship with Yisu would undoubtedly become much more difficult. Thinking about this, Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. Although Xia Xiaowei now understood that worrying about these things was a bit ridiculous after all, nothing had happened between her and Yisu yet. As a girl, she couldn't help but think about it a lot. Especially when she was riding in the same car as Yisu, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at him as he was deep in thought, and her mind began to wander. Yisu was thinking about his experiment and didn't notice that Xia Xiaowei had been thinking so much. Regarding the gene evolution serum, Yisu had been preparing non-stop in recent days, using chips to simulate how to research the serum more quickly, directly, and accurately. Though he hadn't started the actual work yet, he had used virtual reality devices in his spare time to simulate the experiments. After all, in the real world, those precious materials were extremely limited. Using one meant one less. Simulating the experiment using virtual reality devices before actually creating the gene evolution serum was the best solution. In the virtual reality experiments, Yisu successfully developed the gene evolution agent. However, virtual reality remains virtual reality. Even if it was successful there, it couldn't be brought back to the real world. Therefore, Yisu must conduct the experiment again in the real world. Tonight, Yisu will finalize his preparations and begin the experimental research. He plans to hire a secretary as an assistant for his work, also considering the experimental requirements. He fears he will be unable to devote his full attention to company affairs for an extended period. As the chairman of a company, Yisu's role is not as leisurely as he had imagined. Even as a hands-off leader, he must fulfill his basic duties as chairman. Under normal circumstances, Yisu, as chairman, would likely be constantly busy with company matters every day. The responsibilities of a chairman are numerous. These include organizing discussions and making decisions on the company's development plans, operational strategies, and investment schemes, organizing discussions and making decisions on the company's annual operational goals, profit targets, and signing the annual financial budget and profit distribution plan, formulating plans for the company's merger, division, dissolution, and liquidation, regularly reviewing the company's financial statements and other important reports comprehensively, overseeing the company's financial status, and signing off on and distributing various important reports, documents, and materials for external submission. Each of these tasks is no simple matter. Yisu delegated a significant portion of his work to Yu Shuichen, which was irresponsible and akin to abdicating his duties. However, this was unavoidable, as Yisu had to focus his energy on experimental research and could not afford to invest too much time in the company's development. The car quickly arrived outside Yisu's villa and entered the compound, stopping in the courtyard at the entrance. Yisu got out of the car with Xia Xiaowei. The driver parked the car in the garage, and Yisu led Xia Xiaowei directly into the villa. Xia Xiaowei's arrival and move-in were quickly discovered by Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, and also came to the attention of Yisu's parents. Yisu's parents, of course, were very welcoming, but Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan felt a little jealous. Fortunately, both were intelligent women who knew what to do and what not to do. They did not show their jealousy, instead smiling and welcoming Xia Xiaowei's arrival. This relieved Xia Xiaowei, as she hoped no dramatic scenes would unfold. She knew these two girls would not accept her presence so quickly, but time was a mysterious thing. It often turned everything unfamiliar into habit. After dinner at home, Yisu was about to head to the lab for his research when his mother, Lu Tingyun, called him over, seemingly with something to discuss. Chapter 117, The Haslo Medical Academic Conference. Yisu had initially thought his mother had called him over to discuss something related to Xia Xiaowei. Who would have known that Liu Tingyun hadn't given Xia Xiaowei's matter a second thought, and calling Yisu over wasn't because of that either. Liu Tingyun looked at Yisu and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Yisu nodded. So Yisu and Liu Tingyun went to the study. Liu Tingyun appraised Yisu with a gaze that made Yisu feel uneasy. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Liu Tingyun shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just suddenly felt like taking a good look at you. That's all." "You called me here just for this?" Yisu said helplessly. He had to go to the lab soon, and now he was being delayed like this. He couldn't even complain. "Of course not." Liu Tingyun shook his head and said, "I called you here because there's something I need to discuss with you. The Hasro Medical Academic Conference, also known as the Hasro Medical Lecture Series, is about to begin." "The Hasro Medical Lecture Series?" Yisu heard this unfamiliar name and asked curiously, "What is that? You don't even know about Hasro?" Looking at his son, who had won the Nobel Prize in Medicine, Liu Tingyun said helplessly, "You've achieved so much in the field of medicine, yet you don't even know about Hasro?" Hasro is an internationally renowned platform. It is held once a year, with the main purpose of enabling the world's medical field to progress and integrate at a faster pace, achieving rapid development. This is Hasro's guiding principle. Every year, the Nobel Prize in Medicine laureates and nominees become one of the main protagonists of Hasro, appearing as speakers. "Oh, I see." Yisu nodded, finally understanding. To be honest, he had never heard of such a medical conference before. It must be a unique feature of this world. However, having such a medical exchange conference is undoubtedly a good thing, as it can effectively promote the development of medicine in this world. Thinking about it, Yisu nodded and asked, "So, are you suggesting that I prepare to attend the Hasro Medical Lecture Series?" "Yes." Lu Tingyun nodded and said, "As a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and the researcher who discovered King Tengsu, a discovery that shocked the world and the entire medical community, your presence is of the utmost importance. This is a direct order from above, and I was sent here specifically to ensure you participate. But I have other matters to attend to during this time," Yi Su said helplessly. "The Haslo Medical Symposium will take place in 7 days. You can use the time in between to handle your matters," Lu Tingyun said. "It's only a week. That's not enough time for me to finish what I need to do," Yisu shook his head and said. Although the research on the primary gene evolution agent was no longer an issue, how to take it a step further from the primary gene agent was a major challenge. Yisu estimated that it would take about a month to resolve this. Having such research interrupted by the Hasro Medical Conference was naturally very frustrating. It was a medical conference of global significance, and if he had the time, Yisu wouldn't mind attending. However, he didn't have much time now. Upon hearing this, Liu Tingyun couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. The refusal in Yisu's words was as clear as day. She wanted to ask, is there something more important than attending the Hasro Medical Conference? But upon further thought, the thing Yisu was meticulously researching might indeed be far more important than the Hasro Medical Conference. With that thought, Lu Tingyun sighed helplessly and said, "I know you're busy, but whether it's my opinion or the higher-ups, we all want you to attend the Haslo Medical Lecture Series. It was a major medical conference, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ordinary medical researchers, and for you, it was equally an opportunity to take your career to the next level. Though I know you've already achieved so much, I believe this conference will still inspire you greatly." Lu Tingyun's words left Yisu speechless. Although he wanted to argue that he had already surpassed the system of this world and wouldn't be inspired by those people's research presentations, such words would sound too arrogant. So he thought for a moment and decided to keep his mouth shut. Lu Tingyun stared at Yisu's face, thinking he might have been swayed, and hurriedly added, "Moreover, if you attend, you won't just be representing yourself, you'll be representing the entire East. In recent years, the East hasn't had a chance to make its voice heard on such a stage. It wasn't until your emergence that the East finally felt a sense of pride. So, you must understand what you need to do." After Lu Tingyun finished speaking, Yisu didn't respond immediately. After thinking it over carefully for a moment, he sighed and said, "Alright, I'll go." Alright." Lu Tingyun sighed in relief upon hearing Yisu's response, but upon further reflection, he felt at a loss for words. After all, anyone invited to attend the Haslo Lecture Series and appear as the main speaker at such a prestigious event would eagerly agree. Yet Yisu was completely different. Even after being appealed to with reason and emotion, he had to think it over multiple times before agreeing. This left Lu Tingyun truly speechless. After leaving the study, Yisu headed to the laboratory, where Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had just arrived. Upon seeing Yisu, they were momentarily startled before greeting him. Yisu looked at the two of them and asked directly, "Do you know about the Hasro Lecture Series?" "Huh?" Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, "Of course we know. The Haslo Medical Lecture Series? Such an internationally renowned medical conference, how could we not know about it?" Chapter 118, Gene Evolution Potion Basic. The two girls, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, were caught off guard by Yisu's sudden question. When they spoke, they did so in unison, simultaneously repeating the same words. As identical twin sisters, they often had such a natural rapport, speaking the same words at the same time. During the time they had spent with Yisu, this had happened frequently, especially during intimate moments. They were easily stimulated by Yisu, reaching the peak of pleasure simultaneously and emitting the same pleasant sounds, which was truly an extraordinary experience. Perhaps this is one of the unique traits of twins. Hearing the two girls speak at the same time, Yisu wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, "You know about it too? It must be quite famous." Lin Zixuan asked curiously, "Yisu, why did you suddenly bring this up?" Yes, Lin Zixuan also asked curiously. "Didn't I just win the Nobel Prize in Medicine?" Yisu said, looking at the two of them. "Oh, right, the Nobel Prize in Medicine for the discovery and research of King Tengsu. My goodness, I completely forgot about such an important matter. All this time, I've been so focused on research and study that I overlooked something so important." Lin Zixuan heard this and immediately slapped her forehead, realizing with a start, "Yisu, you're the recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine, so it's only natural that you were invited by the official representatives of the Haslo Medical Research Society. So that's why I was a bit confused earlier. Why did you suddenly mention that name? Does that mean you'll be attending the Haslo Medical Conference soon?" Lin Zixuan looked at Yisu and asked. "Yes, I'll be going in a few days." Yisu nodded and asked, "But before that, I wanted to ask if you two want to come along?" "Huh? Can we go too?" Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan looked at each other and spoke in unison. Lin Zixuan asked in surprise. The people who can attend the Haslo medical lecture have very strict requirements for their status. We probably can't go, can we? Yeah, we probably can't, right? Lin Zixuan nodded and said. Although we really want to go, I don't know if we can. Can Yi Su's husband take us there? Lin Zixuan's eyes lit up as she asked. I'll ask. Yi Su was taken aback, completely unaware that the requirements for the medical lecture were so high. He then called his mother, who also contacted the organizers. After a while, she gave the answer. If it was just Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, they could go. It's okay. Yi Su hung up the phone and looked at the two girls. Really? Really? The two girls heard Yi Su's words and couldn't help but feel overjoyed, almost jumping for joy. How could they be so happy? Yi Su watched the girls' reactions and was momentarily speechless. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of this medical lecture. After deciding to bring both girls to the Haslo lecture, Yi Su continued his research. Gene evolution potion. Though it was only at the basic level for this world, there was no doubt that it represented a fundamental advancement. The idea that human genes could be catalyzed into evolution through drugs was something that only existed in literary works. Evolutionary agents are completely different from those mutagenic agents. Evolutionary agents facilitate genetic evolution, unlocking, expanding, and enhancing genetic potential. Mutant potions, on the other hand, completely alter genes, transforming them into more powerful mutant humans. While their effects may seem similar, they are fundamentally two entirely different concepts. Mutagenic agents fall into an uncontrollable realm. In Yi Su's previous universe, they were classified as banned substances. However, due to their low cost and ease of production, they remained widespread. Many people hoped that mutagenic agents would suddenly make them powerful, unaware that this was a gamble with their lives. Once genes mutate, it is extremely difficult to restore them to their original state. If one is unlucky, a single dose of mutation agent could turn a person into a monster. Evolutionary agents, however, are fundamentally different. Yi Su knew that once gene evolution potions appeared in this world, they would cause immense upheaval and transform various aspects of society. However, he believed that if the world's civilization were to advance further, such upheaval and transformation were inevitable. The rise of new things often signifies the decline of old ones. This is irreversible and undeniable. Yi Su's research was progressing smoothly. With all materials and equipment prepared, he successfully developed the basic version of the gene evolution serum in just 3 days. For Yi Su, this was not a difficult task. In the laboratory, Yi Su looked at the transparent, water-like substance in the syringe, which was constantly emitting blue bubbles, and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, it's successful. Although it was only the primary level gene evolution serum, it could eliminate all defects in this body, transforming it into a new human being. His genes would surpass those of any human on Earth, reaching an unprecedented level. At that point, his strength, speed, physical condition, and endurance would all increase significantly. Longevity would also be extended. While the primary gene evolution serum's impact on lifespan was not particularly strong, it would still add at least 100 years to one's life. If Yi Su had originally been able to live to 80, he could now live to at least 180. This is a lifespan that many wealthy individuals covet but cannot attain. Due to the enhanced lifespan, the rate of aging in Yi Su's body will be significantly slowed down. At 80 years old, he would likely be just entering adulthood. Of course, before that, he will have developed even more advanced gene evolution potions. Chapter 119, Successful Evolution. The New Human. Having developed the gene evolution serum, it was only natural for Yi Su to inject this vial of gene evolution serum into his own body. Gene evolution agents and gene mutation agents have completely different properties. Even if Yi Su's research fails, this vial of gene evolution agent will not be able to evolve his genes and will have no effect whatsoever. At most, he might feel weak for a day or two, but there won't be any major issues. Of course, Yi Su wouldn't fail. If one were to be overly cautious, the likelihood of failure would be roughly 1 in a million. After injecting the gene evolution agent, there would be a 23-day metamorphosis period. During this time, Yi Su would fall into an unconscious sleep and would be unable to wake up prematurely. Therefore, before administering the gene evolution serum, Yi Su had meticulously arranged everything, both his company affairs and family matters, before preparing to inject the serum and undergo his first transformation. To become the first new human being in the world. Yi Su carried the syringe containing the gene evolution agent into the depths of the laboratory, where there was a bathtub filled with blue nutrient solution. After injecting the gene-enhancing agent, Yi Su lay down in the bathtub. The nutrients required for gene evolution could be rapidly absorbed and replenished from the solution, facilitating the transformation process. Approaching the bathtub, Yi Su quickly stripped off his clothes and tossed them aside before slowly lowering himself into the tub. The water temperature was just right, similar to body temperature, and the nutrient solution was not abundant, just enough to cover Yi Su's body. Lying in the bathtub, Yi Su used the alcohol nearby to wipe his skin, then slowly injected the gene-enhancing agent into his body. After injecting the gene-enhancing agent into his body, Yi Su felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness sweep over him. Yi Su understood that this was the normal effect of the agent. He took a deep breath, lay in the bathtub, and slowly closed his eyes. During the time he fell into a deep sleep, Yi Su had a dream, a very long dream. In the dream, Yi Su did not die, and the experiment had not failed. He had successfully developed the technology for dimensional jumping, earning him another highest honor medal in the field of scientific research. However, shortly thereafter, due to his research on dimensional travel, he came into contact with a higher level of civilization. Humans attempted to approach that higher civilization with a friendly attitude. However, the more advanced civilization immediately set their sights on humanity's resources and launched a large-scale war. The gap between the two civilizations was once again exposed. The enemy's overwhelming offensive left humanity with no chance of victory, despite their desperate resistance. They retreated steadily, losing territory, resources, planets, and even vast stretches of the galaxy. Even seeking peace was futile. The enemy's tyranny exceeded all human imagination. Human territories were constantly devoured by the enemy, and eventually, humanity was completely annihilated. And the root cause of all this was that Yi Su had discovered the dimensional jump gate. He became the primary cause of humanity's downfall. The greatest villain in all of human history. The honor and glory he once possessed vanished in an instant. Before humanity's extinction, he was rejected by all of humanity. Yi Su tried to defend himself, arguing that scientific research and technology were innocent, and that he had done nothing wrong. However, faced with irrefutable evidence, he had no words to refute the accusations. Because of his research, humanity was destroyed here. Overwhelming guilt and unbearable pain twisted Yi Su's body. At that moment, Yi Su opened his eyes. Yi Su looked around and realized that he had merely been dreaming. The experiment he had conducted earlier had not succeeded but had completely failed. What was happening? Why had he had such a dream? Yi Su covered his forehead in frustration. The failure of the experiment before his time travel had become a deep-seated trauma for him. Who would have thought that this trauma would erupt in his dreams in such a way? Was his subconscious trying to comfort him, suggesting that the failure of the research was something to be grateful for, rather than his own failure? His subconscious mind had actually used such a ridiculous dream to comfort him? Although Yi Su knew that such things were indeed possible, the more likely outcome was that they would bring immeasurable benefits to human civilization. Failure was failure. It couldn't be justified by any excuse. Thinking about it, Yi Su shook his head. Then he thought maybe his subconscious was just trying to tell him that the field of scientific research is full of dangers. After pondering for a while with no clear answers, Yi Su shook his head and dismissed those jumbled thoughts from his mind. He stood up from the nutrient pool. The primary evolution serum had perfectly evolved Yi Su's genes to a new height. This should have been a cause for celebration, but a dream had left him so unsettled. The originally blue nutrient solution had been completely absorbed, now transformed into a blackish-red, foul-smelling, viscous liquid expelled from Yi Su's body, with a layer resembling snake shedding its skin. Yi Su was no longer surprised by this. He expelled all of it and then went to the bathroom to start rinsing off. Soon, Yi Su emerged from the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. At that moment, Yi Su's skin had become even more radiant and fair, his features more delicate, his vision improved by more than tenfold, and his physique had also become more proportionate and harmonious. The word perfect would not be an exaggeration to describe him. Yi Su looked at his transformation, nodded, and said, "Not bad." He then put on some loose-fitting clothes and left the place, stepping out of the depths of the sealed laboratory. 3 days had passed. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, who hadn't seen Yi Su for 3 days, were naturally enduring unbearable torment. Even when they fully immersed themselves in their experiments, they couldn't suppress the urge to miss Yi Su. They had tried countless times to enter the deepest part of the laboratory, but remembering Yi Su's instructions, they managed to hold back. Chapter 120, The Enhanced Yi Su. Such endurance was indeed arduous, but there was no other choice. After all, this was Yi Su's order. They would obey his words no matter what, whether out of trust in Yi Su or a commitment to keeping their promise. However, after so long without seeing Yi Su, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were deeply worried. They couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to Yi Su. Worry and longing mingled together, and this feeling was not something they could easily endure. They couldn't hold on much longer. When Yi Su finally appeared before Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two girls couldn't believe their eyes. They stared in disbelief. Yi Su had emerged from seclusion. When Yi Su had entered the depths of the laboratory earlier, he had claimed that he needed to focus on important research and would be in seclusion for 2 to 3 days, after which he would naturally emerge. Now, 3 days had passed, and he had indeed emerged. "Yi Su, my husband." "Husband?" The two girls looked at Yi Su with joy, rushing to say, "You're finally out. Do you know how much I've been waiting for you? I've missed you so much during all this time." The two girls rushed to Yi Su's side, hugging him tightly without a moment's hesitation. They felt the warmth of his chest, and for a moment, they were filled with happiness. Such feelings had once been so easily attained, but after being separated for 3 days, they naturally missed him deeply. Now that they had him back, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Yisu looked at the two girls' adorable faces and the emotions they were expressing, and he was moved for a moment. He truly hadn't expected that just 3 days apart would make the two girls miss him so much. They say that even a day apart for newlyweds feels like 3 autumns, and now it seemed that was indeed true. Thinking of this, Yisu couldn't help but smile gently and said, alright, I'm not going anywhere. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? It's not exaggerated at all. Yisu, do you know how much I missed you? I missed you so much that I couldn't even concentrate on my experiments. I know you'll scold me for saying this, but it's the truth. It's all your fault, husband. Lin Zixuan lifted her head, looked at Yisu, and complained in a soft, playful voice. Me too. Lin Zixuan, who wasn't good with words, nodded in agreement after hearing her sister's words. To be honest, being spoken to like this by the two girls, Yisu was deeply moved and hugged them even tighter. It feels like the scent on Yisu's body suddenly became much nicer. Lin Zixuan asked Yisu about the scent on his body and suddenly spoke up. Huh? Yisu was taken aback and asked, is that so? Lin Zixuan, upon hearing this, quickly leaned against Yisu and sniffed. After a moment, she nodded and said, it's definitely like that. It smells much better. Also, I feel like Yisu's husband has become much more handsome and his skin looks much better. Is that just my imagination? I think so too. It's really strange. Lin Zixuan looked carefully for a moment and nodded. This is a secret. I'll tell you later. In his previous life, Yisu had been relentlessly dedicated to his research, devoting all his time and energy to his scientific career. He had no time to focus on his emotions. Thinking about it now, although he had achieved countless accomplishments, he often felt a sense of emptiness. After all, no matter how talented he was still just a human being. Having someone by his side was incredibly important. By the way, didn't you just notice that I've changed, but you didn't know why? Yisu thought of something and suddenly spoke up. Huh? Lin Zixuan paused for a moment before nodding and asking, does it have anything to do with the research results from your recent seclusion? What kind of research findings are there? Lin Zixuan asked curiously. Yisu smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he picked up a 1 yuan coin from the side and said, watch closely. Chapter 121, The Gene Evolution Elixir That Will Upset the World. It was an ordinary coin. The two girls stared at it closely for a while but couldn't see anything unusual. They were also confused about what Yisu intended to do with it. Huh? Under the curious gaze of the two girls, Yisu effortlessly bent the 1 yuan coin into a ball and then rolled it into a small sphere. Huh? The two girls watched in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock, what's going on here? Magic? Lin Zixuan asked instinctively. It's not magic. It's just an ordinary coin. Yisu showed the two girls the coin that had been turned into a small ball. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan examined it carefully, feeling it with their fingers. It was indeed an ordinary 1 yuan coin, very sturdy, not the kind of prop specifically made for magic tricks. It looked hard but was actually soft. What's going on? Lin Zixuan was still confused and had no idea what was happening. Has Yisu's strength suddenly become so great? Moreover, it seemed like Yisu was even more powerful than usual when he was doing it just now. Although Lin Zixuan rarely spoke, she was quite perceptive and immediately sensed something was off. However, this reminded her of the earlier battle, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she whispered. That's exactly right. Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement, then looked at Yisu, who was still teasing her, and couldn't help but feel impatient. Her curiosity was at its peak, and she hurriedly asked again, what's going on? Tell me, husband. Don't tease me like this and then keep me in suspense. Are these changes in your husband related to the results of this research? Lin Zixuan asked softly from the side. Yes. Yisu nodded, no longer teasing, and explained, I've developed a gene evolution serum. Gene evolution serum? Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, though they had some suspicions, were still taken aback upon hearing the term. You actually developed a gene evolution serum? Lin Zixuan asked in disbelief. Are these changes the result of the gene evolution serum? Lin Zixuan said, suddenly understanding. Although the two had witnessed countless miracles from Yisu, this time they couldn't help but be shocked. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would undoubtedly be labeled a madman and no one would believe them. But since it was Yisu who said it, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan believed him. What Yisu said was likely the truth. The gene evolution serum, a concept and term that only existed in novels, had once again been successfully researched by Yisu. Yisu nodded and said, I have indeed developed the gene evolution serum. Over the past few days in the laboratory, I injected the gene evolution serum into my body, which is why my body has undergone such drastic changes. Although Yisu spoke lightly, both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but change their expressions. Lin Zixuan widened her eyes, her expression betraying a hint of fear, and hurriedly said, you actually used yourself as an experiment? That's way too dangerous. You can't guarantee a 100% success rate before testing it on yourself. Using yourself as an experiment is far too risky. Next time, even if you want to use us as test subjects, you absolutely must not use yourself. Yes, yes. Lin Zixuan, listening beside her, couldn't help but nod and say, this is far too dangerous and irresponsible. Husband, your actions are far too dangerous. Yi Su heard this and felt a bit touched. He didn't get angry that the two were questioning the success rate of his gene evolution potion. He ruffled the two girls' hair and said, even though you say that, how could I possibly bear to experiment on you? You're really joking. But doing this is still very dangerous. Who would use themselves as an experiment? Lin Zixuan lay in Yi Su's arms, extending a hand to draw small circles on his chest while murmuring her complaints. Yeah, I agree. This is way too dangerous. Lin Zixuan, lying on the other side, leaned against Yi Su's chest and repeated the same words, expressing her dissatisfaction with Yi Su's risky behavior. Yi Su shook his head and smiled, saying, you're overthinking this experiment. The gene evolution serum I'm researching is fundamentally different from gene mutation serum. Even if the experiment fails, there's no danger. Moreover, after repeated calculations in my research, success is certain. The probability of failure is at most 1 in a million. Even if it fails, it's just a matter of being weak for a few days. You're overreacting. Yi Su's words caused Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan to pause for a moment before they relaxed and said, oh, so that's how it is? Oh, I see. But even so, your actions are still a bit too bold, husband. Lin Zixuan whispered. Lin Zixuan then asked curiously, so, what are the effects of the gene evolution serum? Yi Su replied without hesitation, the effects are, of course, excellent. Strength, agility, mental acuity, stamina, physical constitution, vision, and even vitality all will increase significantly. The increase in lifespan is the smallest, but it still amounts to around 100 years. In other words, I can now live to at least 180 years old. That's so powerful? Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were once again stunned, unable to help but exclaim in unison. They never imagined that the gene evolution serum, which had just been developed by Yi Su, could achieve such remarkable results. Yi Su nodded and continued, in fact, in my research, this is merely the most basic gene evolution serum. Chapter 122, Yi Su's Arrangements. Yi Su ignored the girl's shocked expressions and continued calmly, although you think such remarkable results are just the initial effects and seem exaggerated, this is the truth. As we delve deeper into research and development, although it will be challenging, it is still possible. The vastness of this field surpasses your imagination. It's merely the most basic level, the two girls said simultaneously. Though they found it hard to believe, they unconditionally trusted Yi Su's words and that was likely the truth. Yi Su gently touched the two girls' adorable faces and their soft bodies, then said softly, just to ask, would you like to use the gene evolution serum? This way, both your physical condition and lifespan will significantly improve, and the rate at which your body's age will also slow down accordingly. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but exchange glances, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Lin Zixuan hurriedly asked, can we also use this gene evolution serum? Can we? Lin Zixuan whispered. Of course you can. If you can't, then no one in this world can. Yi Su said matter-of-factly. Then, is there any restriction on using the gene evolution serum? Like, does it require a certain physical constitution? Lin Zixuan asked curiously. Yi Su shook his head and said, how could there be such things? My gene evolution serum can be used by anyone, there are no such arbitrary restrictions. If that's the case, then if your gene-enhancing agent were to spread, it might change the entire world. Lin Zixuan imagined the repercussions of the news spreading and couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Yes, the entire world would be shaken again. Lin Zixuan affirmed. That's only natural. Yi Su nodded, however, developing a gene evolution serum is no simple task. Whether it's the complexity of the process or the preciousness of the formula, it's inevitable that gene serums won't be widely distributed to alter the genes of all humans on Earth. It's an impossible feat at present. Even if the news were revealed and shook the world, within the next decade, fewer than 1% of people or even fewer would qualify to use the gene serum. When will we use the gene evolution serum? Lin Zixuan asked curiously. Yes, when will we use them? I can't wait, Lin Zixuan echoed. There's no need to rush. The time isn't right yet. Yi Su shook his head and said, although the agents are precious, I wouldn't hesitate to use them on you. However, we will soon be attending the Hasro Medical Academic Conference. If we use them now, you will miss the opportunity. After using the gene evolution agents, you will enter a period of dormancy, or more accurately, a transformation period. If it weren't for this transformation period, I wouldn't have secluded myself for so long before coming to see you. Oh, I see. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan nodded and said, then just arrange it however you like, husband. Yi Su nodded. After using this evolved body to enjoy Lin Zixuan and telling them about the gene evolution serum, Yi Su rested for a while before getting dressed and going to meet Xia Xiaowei. Although Yi Su had already made general arrangements for company matters before going into seclusion, Xia Xiaowei's role was not to replace him in making all decisions. Instead, she was responsible for summarizing and planning all matters, highlighting key points, and ensuring Yisu could address them swiftly. Of course, as Yisu's secretary, Xiao Xiaowei had certain authorities to handle some matters. However, important decisions still required Yisu's personal involvement, even if instructions had been given beforehand. Matters requiring decisive action cannot be decided by either Xiao Xiaowei or Yu Shuoqin. However, Yisu chose to go into seclusion, making it impossible to even reach him by phone, which naturally left Yu Shuoqin and Xiao Xiaowei extremely anxious. But there was nothing they could do about it. Fortunately, Yisu finally emerged from seclusion and met with Xiao Xiaowei. "You finally shown up. If you hadn't, I was going to call the police." Seeing Yisu finally arrive at the company, Xiao Xiaowei was at a loss for words. As Yisu's secretary, she had done an excellent job during this time, but since she couldn't contact Yisu, no matter how well she did, it was all in vain. "Didn't I tell you I'd be gone for a while?" Yisu said indifferently. "Alright, please handle these matters promptly," Xiao Xiaowei said, then walked over to the office next to the chairman's office, her own office, and handed Yisu a stack of documents. "Alright." Yisu nodded, glanced through the documents briefly, and quickly reviewed them before making his decisions. Over the past 3 days, there wasn't much accumulated work. Xiao Xiaowei had resolved a significant portion of it, but these documents were beyond her authority to handle, so she had to pass them on to Yisu. Thanks to the prior annotations, Yisu handled them quickly, finishing all the accumulated documents in less than half an hour. After returning all the documents to Xiao Xiaowei, Yisu said, "By the way, I need to go to MA country tomorrow to attend a meeting." "What? Do I have to go to MA country too? Tomorrow? So suddenly?" Xiao Xiaowei was taken aback and asked in surprise. "No, you don't need to go." Yisu shook her head and said, "But I'm your secretary. If you're going to MA for a work meeting, I should definitely come along." Seeing that Yisu wasn't taking her with him, Xiao Xiaowei was taken aback and hurriedly said with a hint of urgency, "It's not a work-related meeting." Yisu shook his head. Chapter 123, Preparation? What is that? Not a work-related meeting? Xiao Xiaowei asked curiously. "What is it then?" "Have you heard of the Haslo Medical Lecture?" Yisu asked. "The Haslo Medical Lecture? I've heard of it. Are you actually going to attend the Haslo Medical Lecture?" Xiao Xiaowei said in shock. She never expected that Yisu, a highly renowned figure in the field of scientific research and academia, would be attending such an incredibly important medical research conference. Yisu nodded. Looking at Yisu, Xiao Xiaowei suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. You won the Nobel Prize in Medicine this year, didn't you? That's why you were suddenly invited. In that case, I really have no right to go with you or even enter the venue." Xiao Xiaowei's tone was a bit regretful, but there was nothing she could do about it. "That's exactly right. So just stay at the company and help me with the work. If there's anything you can't handle, just give me a call." Yisu smiled and said, "All right. I understand." Although Xiao Xiaowei really wanted to go to MA country with Yisu, he knew it was impossible, so he gave up the idea and nodded. Yisu nodded. After that, Xiao Xiaowei left Yisu's office and returned to her own office. Back in her own office, Xiao Xiaowei felt a little down. In theory, becoming Yisu's secretary was a position that seemed almost too good to be true. However, in reality, the position wasn't as wonderful as she had imagined. The time she spent with Yisu was pitifully little. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Yisu was a researcher who had created virtual reality devices, invented new graphene, successfully developed transparent smartphones, and had even won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Such a person wouldn't spend all day in the office. The reason he hired a secretary was simply to free up more time for himself to spend in the laboratory. If it weren't for Xiao Xiaowei currently staying at Yisu's home, the time they'd spend together would be even more scarce. Thinking about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Thank goodness she had agreed to take the job back then, no matter how embarrassing it was. After handling all the urgent documents Xiao Xiaowei needed, Yisu gave some instructions to Rem, then met with Yu Shuoqin briefly to give her a quick update before returning home. The next day, Yisu took Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan with him to accompany his mother to MA country. MA country, York. Actually, we could have taken a private jet to save time. Yisu glanced at the sky over York, then checked the time, and said helplessly, "We only have a few hours to rest before the meeting, and I haven't prepared anything." "You didn't prepare anything?" In the private car, Lu Tingyun, sitting next to Yisu, heard his words and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was speechless for a moment, almost stuttering as he asked, "Why? Why didn't you prepare anything? I told you a week ago about the speech. As the Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, you're practically the main speaker at this medical conference. And now you're telling me you haven't prepared anything? Alright, I get it. You're joking, right? You're just kidding, aren't you?" "I'm not joking. I truly haven't prepared anything. It's just a small lecture. Do I really need to spend a whole week preparing for it?" Yisu glanced at his mother and said calmly. "However, this lecture is a world-class academic conference of the highest caliber, not just a small lecture. Lu Tingyun sighed wryly and said helplessly, although I know your achievements are already dazzling, and there's probably no one in the world who can compare to you, but if you haven't prepared anything, it won't work. You need to realize that you're here in York, MA, to participate in the Haslo Medical Lecture Conference, and you're not just representing yourself, but the entire Eastern medical community. If you embarrass yourself, it won't just be your problem. What should we do? How could I possibly make a fool of myself? Yi Su said helplessly. Mother, please rest assured. Although Yi Su hasn't prepared anything, I believe that even without preparation, he will still be the focal point of everyone's attention at the conference. There's no way he'll make a fool of himself. Lin Zixuan said with a smile. Yes, I agree. Although the Hasro medical lecture is important, it's not that significant for Yi Su's husband. Even if he just goes through the motions, he should be able to handle it easily. Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement with her sister's viewpoint and whispered softly. You too. Lu Tingyun listened to the two girls' words and was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a moment, Lu Tingyun looked at Yi Su and said, Alright, regardless of the circumstances, we've reached this point. There's no changing it now. At least prepare something to say for the lecture in a few hours. Yi Su nodded, saying nothing more, and began to ponder what he should say at the speech. To be honest, Yi Su hadn't taken this speech seriously. Preparing now was entirely within his expectations. Even if he prepared something on the spot, it would still be enough to shake the world. If those medical researchers who had spent months, or even half a year, preparing for this knew what Yi Su was thinking right now, what kind of expression would they have? After pondering for a while, Yi Su quickly made up his mind. Chapter 124, The Foolish Meeting. At this point, Yi Su was the center of attention wherever he went, even in MA country. The news media's information channels are often beyond the imagination of many people. They can obtain information from special channels in the first instance. This is still manageable in the Eastern countries, where such channels are completely controlled by institutions and relevant departments, making it impossible for individuals to voice their opinions freely. But in MA country, it was a completely different story. Their influence was something ordinary people couldn't even begin to compare to. With such influence, their information channels are naturally much more extensive. When Yi Su arrived in MA country to attend the Hasro lecture, these news media outlets immediately took notice. Whether it was the information revealed through official channels of the Haslo lecture series or the speculation surrounding the fact that the Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded to Yi Su, these factors all heightened their interest in the matter. In fact, thanks to the influence Yi Su had created, the scale of this year's Haslo lecture series was completely beyond comparison with previous years. Many people who had never heard of this academic conference, especially those outside the medical field, only learned at this time that such a conference even existed in the world. Related media outlets are reporting on this event with various headlines. The creator of virtual reality and transparent phones attends the highest-level medical research conference. What impact will his presence have? Yi Su's first official visit to MA country was not for a scientific research conference, but for a medical conference. Yi Su officially takes the stage at the Haslo Medical Conference. He has finally arrived in MA. Yi Su, the man shrouded in legend. The Yi Su you didn't know, the legendary figure who founded the Genesis technology empire, is actually a renowned medical expert who has won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Yi Su's visit to the United States to attend the Haslo Medical Lecture Series will make this year's event the most highly anticipated in history, reaching an unprecedented peak. Since Yi Su rarely appears in the media, any news about him is immediately seized upon by the media, who report on it extensively, leaving no stone unturned. To be honest, even the most sensationalized reports would significantly boost their attention, with a 50% increase being the low end, and sometimes even exceeding tenfold. Such attention inevitably makes the media extremely enthusiastic about any news related to Yi Su. As a legendary figure, there are countless people around the world who are curious about him. Anyone who has studied him cannot help but marvel at the fact that his very existence is a miracle. And now, this miracle has arrived in MA country. Upon Yi Su's arrival in MA country, the leaders of the country's super-powerful conglomerates fell into silence. The recent upheaval is still fresh in their minds. The Rockefeller family, the unquestioned rulers of MA nation, were assassinated in broad daylight. Additionally, 4 other powerful figures were also killed. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that Yi Su was behind it. However, whether it was intuition or mere speculation, the leaders of these prominent families were convinced that Yi Su was behind it. Many people had connections with the Rockefellers. Although they had gained some benefits after the Rockefellers' deaths, the feeling of being in the same boat was unpleasant. They couldn't help but worry that Yi Su might come after them. Even if they tried to curry favor with Yi Su, it couldn't dispel that thought. This time, Yi Su had come to MA country instead of that eastern nation. The opportunities seemed to have arrived. The powerful figures who held the reins of MA nation once again gathered together. This time, they were not outside but in a rather stuffy room. The powerful figures sat in their respective seats. One of them spoke first. Now that Yi Su has arrived in MA country, this means our opportunity has come. No matter how powerful he is, MA country is still our territory. Dealing with him is no problem at all. Gentlemen, the time has come to make a decision. Should we kill Yisu? That would likely cause global upheaval, and the entire MA nation would have to pay the price in blood. A middle-aged man with connections to DuPont spoke slowly. I don't think that's the case. We can plan this secretly and pin the blame on some rogue elements. As long as all the evidence is destroyed, no one will connect it to us. The leader of the Dexter group shook his head slowly. That's true. Let's orchestrate an event so shocking that the entire world will be stunned. No. I disagree. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman stood up. Behind her was the Boston Financial Group, a force no one could easily ignore. As the only woman in the meeting room, her opinion was clearly different from everyone else's. The woman's voice drew everyone's attention. What you're doing is madness, and the result of madness is self-destruction. Last time, we survived because we withdrew from the meeting targeting Yisu. Now you want to gather again for the same purpose? I have every reason to believe that if I withdraw again, I will survive once more, while your fate is clear. The middle-aged woman mocked without mercy. Wake up. Don't be so foolish. But this is MA country, someone whispered. Yes, this is MA country, not the East, another person said. What about MA country? Do you really think Yisu came here without any consideration? Have none of you considered that he might have anticipated our meeting? Maybe he's watching this ridiculous meeting right now. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said coldly. Chapter 125, Whispering Speeches. The words of the middle-aged woman representing the Boston Consortium were truly alarming. That's impossible. Someone immediately objected. This meeting, under surveillance? How could that be possible? Someone dismissed the idea. However, the statement still sent a chill down everyone's spine. If it were true, it would be too terrible to even think about. Yisu isn't a god, someone whispered. Though I can't stop this foolish meeting, I can withdraw. The middle-aged woman backed by the Boston Consortium snorted coldly. I don't want to die so soon. If you all wish to continue discussing, then go ahead. After speaking, the middle-aged woman left the meeting room, leaving the prominent figures behind, staring at each other in disbelief. Silence. Some fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew awkwardly tense. After a moment, someone finally spoke up. Discussing this seems truly foolish. I agree. We finally managed to gain Mr. Yisu's friendship, and now we're discussing such a ridiculous meeting. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement, and their attitudes subtly aligned in that moment. They had all decided to continue maintaining friendly relations with Yisu. Many years later, they all felt fortunate for their decision. If they had been reckless enough to try to harm Yisu back then, there was no doubt they would have been killed and never reaped the benefits Yisu would bring them in the future. As for that meeting, whether Yisu was aware of it or was monitoring them at the time, they never found out, nor did they have the courage to ask Yisu. It remained buried deep within their hearts. The world-renowned Haslow Medical Lecture was about to begin. Only a very small number of news media outlets, after undergoing rigorous application and review processes, were granted access to the lecture hall for filming and recording. If they wished to conduct personal interviews, they would need to apply separately. Those who attempted to interview without prior approval would be immediately expelled. This was the highest-level academic conference in the global medical field. Before the lecture began, Yisu brought Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan to the venue. Lu Tingyun clearly looked concerned and couldn't help asking, "Are you really ready?" "Of course I'm ready," Yisu nodded and said, "You can rest assured. I suggest you bring the presentation article on King Tengsu. That's the best title. As a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, using that as the title will leave no room for criticism." Lu Tingyun still seemed uneasy. Yisu shook his head and didn't say anything else. Seeing that Yisu wasn't going to say anything, Lu Tingyun had no choice but to let it go. As they entered the venue, Yisu had expected to be immediately surrounded by questions, but this didn't happen. Though he was scrutinized by many glances, no one approached him. Instead, his mother was the center of attention, with numerous PhDs approaching her with reverence to strike up conversations. In terms of honor and status in the medical field, Yisu and Lu Tingyun still had a significant gap. Fortunately, Yisu didn't mind. This was better. He preferred the quiet, didn't he? Yisu picked up a drink and sat in a corner of the venue, savoring it slowly. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan sat quietly by his side, not saying a word. "Aren't you going to go discuss things with those academic heavyweights?" Yisu looked at the two girls and said with a smile, "I don't mind." "No, it's better not to. In this crowd, there's probably no one who can match your abilities and achievements, Yisu. Staying by your side is enough. Why bother discussing things with others?" Lin Zixuan shook her head and said, "Yes, I agree." Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement. Yisu smiled but didn't say anything. As time passed, the speech conference began quickly. Yisu, as today's main speaker, was the first to step onto the stage. As soon as Yisu stepped onto the stage, a buzz of discussion erupted from the audience, creating a chaotic atmosphere, a clear sign of disrespect toward the speaker. However, with such a young face appearing before everyone, it was inevitable that people would start discussing and speculating. Not even an adult yet, standing on stage as the main speaker of the entire conference? This situation left many people momentarily unable to accept it. In the medical field, people spend decades dedicated to their research, yet here they were, having to listen to a speech by an underage teenager? This is utterly absurd. Yet, this seems to be the reality. Yi Su successfully discovered King Tengsu, completely eradicating the liver cancer virus that had plagued the medical field for years. This is a monumental achievement worthy of being recorded in history, advancing medical science further. Such an accomplishment leaves them no choice but to acknowledge his genius. Why is he standing here giving a speech? Simply because Yi Su achieved what no one else here could, that's all. Even so, it couldn't help but spark a flurry of discussions among them. He is Yi Su. Yes, he's so young. He's really too young. Although I had seen reports about him before, seeing him in person still makes me doubt my own eyes. Who wouldn't say that? Who would believe it's the truth? But that's the truth. I'm curious, what does this young man have to say? I hope he can bring up some interesting topics. As a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, his speech topic must be about the research and invention of artemisinin, right? What else would you like him to speak about? If that's the case, it would be a bit boring. When Yi Su took the stage, the murmurs from the audience below never ceased. Chapter 126, Research and Analysis of Genetic Evolutionary Potential. It was clear that while they acknowledged Yi Su's existence, deep down, they still looked down on him. Now that Yi Su had taken the stage and was about to speak, the murmurs continued unabated. This was the most direct expression of their feelings. This made Yi Su's women, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, blush fiercely. Their faces were not the delicate blush of shyness, but the color of anger and frustration. The two of them were deeply disappointed. They couldn't understand what these people were thinking. As leading figures in the medical academic community, attending today's conference, didn't they even have the basic respect for the speaker? How dare they whisper and gossip like this? This is truly disrespectful. This situation also caused Lu Tingyun to clearly furrow her brows. There was no doubt that she was also growing dissatisfied. For anyone, encountering such a situation would be extremely frustrating. Setting aside achievements in the field of research, even when discussing achievements in medical academia alone, Yi Su had won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for inventing King Tengsu. This single achievement alone far surpassed many of those present. What did they have to look down on him so lightly? Yet they were so disrespectful and dismissive. Who would be happy about that? Lu Tingyun couldn't help but look at Yi Su with concern. Clearly, given Yi Su's personality, encountering such a situation would undoubtedly make him very unhappy, and how he handled it would become a problem. If he left in a huff, it would be his reputation that suffered, and he would be criticized by others. At that point, the situation would be almost impossible to salvage. At this moment, one absolutely must not act impulsively. Lu Tingyun grew increasingly worried, but Yi Su did not react as impulsively as she had imagined. There was not even a trace of anger on his face. In fact, Yi Su wasn't angry at all, not because he was exceptionally magnanimous, but simply because he didn't think much of these people. Granted, they were among the most prominent figures in the field of medicine, but so what? To him, there was no fundamental difference between them and ordinary people in terms of their understanding of medicine. They were all equally ignorant. The field Yi Su was dedicated to was not limited to medicine alone, but even so, it was still far beyond the capabilities of many of those present. In this world, a person's life is extremely short, and their energy is extremely limited. They can accomplish very little, and compared to the Yi Su of his previous life, the gap is enormous. Therefore, in Yi Su's eyes, these people were no different from children who knew nothing. Whether it was knowledge or age compared to his age in his previous life, these old men were indeed a group of children in his presence. A group of children discussing and questioning his authority in front of him. How could he possibly engage in a heated argument with them? Such behavior was extremely foolish. Looking at the crowd, Yi Su spoke into the microphone with a calm voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my surprise at your presence here. In fact, I had no prior preparation for this, nor did I know I would be standing on this stage, as I was unaware of the existence of this speech event. This is indeed a bit of a mix-up and I apologize for that. However, I have dedicated all my energy and focus to my experiments, research, and my company, leaving me little time to pay attention to other matters. Nevertheless, being able to stand on this stage is still a great honor for me personally." After Yi Su spoke, the murmurs in the hall grew quieter. After all, everyone was here for today's speech, and there was no way they could continue chatting. Only a small number of people, filled with hatred toward Yi Su, continued to whisper among themselves. However, after Yi Su finished his rather lengthy opening remarks, everyone fell silent, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise. Having come to York in MA country to attend such an academic conference, Yi Su had not chosen to speak in Chinese, which would have been a bold move, but instead opted for English, ensuring that everyone present could understand what he was saying. When it came to language, Yi Su had no fixed preferences. Whether in this world or another, the fundamental purpose of learning a language was not merely to communicate with others, but to understand their culture and inner world. At this moment, Yi Su directly stated that he had never even heard of the Haslow lecture series before coming here, which was quite arrogant. It was as if he were saying, even though I have never heard of this academic conference, I am here giving a speech, while you all can only stand here and listen to me. Therefore, although the crowd fell silent, their expressions grew hostile. Lu Tingyun, sitting in the audience, was speechless after hearing these words. Just a moment ago, she had been secretly pleased that Yi Su hadn't acted impulsively, but now he had said something so bold. This was like lighting a fuse. Although Lu Tingyun knew that Yi Su was speaking the truth, such a setting was clearly inappropriate for such blunt honesty. What a fool! Why say such blunt truths? However, despite thinking this, Lu Tingyun felt oddly relieved. After all, just moments ago, these people had been gossiping non-stop after Yi Su took the stage, which was truly disrespectful. At this moment, Yi Su's response was the best possible. At that moment, Yi Su, standing on the stage, didn't care about what others were thinking. Anger and frustration had nothing to do with him. To be annoyed by just that opening remark? That's way too early. He gave a faint smile and continued, "It is truly an honor for me to deliver this speech here. The title of my speech today is Research and Analysis on the Evolutionary Potential of Genes, a key research project in the future field of medicine." When Yi Su finished speaking, the numerous professors and doctoral candidates present couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Chapter 127, The Theory That Blows Everyone Away. Those who were still speaking paused upon hearing this, unable to help but stare at Yi Su on stage in disbelief. The title of Yi Su's speech was actually this? Not the research and discovery of King Tangsu? What on earth is this? This is completely against common sense. According to conventional wisdom, as a Nobel Prize winner, one would typically choose the topic for which they won the Nobel Prize to present, rather than something else. Yet here was Yi Su boldly breaking this unwritten rule. Could it be that Yi Su believed the topic he was discussing was more worthy of discussion than King Tangsu, which had earned him the Nobel Prize in medicine? This is big news. The journalists present at the venue were all excited upon hearing this. The journalists present were undoubtedly industry elites, with a sensitivity to news that far exceeded most people's imagination. The moment Yi Su spoke those words, they realized this was a story worth reporting and a major one at that. Who was on stage? The person on stage was someone who would interest over 99% of the world's population. His choice was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Instead of focusing on the research and discovery of artemisinin, which had won the Nobel Prize, he chose a topic related to genes. Many journalists displayed excited expressions, focusing intently on filming and recording. Yi Su paid no attention to the expressions of the journalists and professors below. His expression remained calm and composed. He continued, "Perhaps many of you are surprised that I did not choose the topic of penicillin. However, in my opinion, the research and discovery of penicillin are not worth repeating, as they are already part of the past. What I want to discuss now is the topic of genetic evolution." The term gene at the center of this topic refers specifically to human genes, not the genes of any other organisms. In the field of genes, my research and understanding have already reached a deep level. Here, I will briefly summarize. The future development of the medical field will ultimately boil down to continuously improving and evolving human genes, cultivating a perfect physical form, and researching various special function medications. Yi Su spoke these words calmly, but the content of his words was far from as calm as his tone. This was a bold statement that sought to overturn the direction of modern medicine and redefine the very meaning of medicine. Yes. This is an incredibly arrogant statement. In just a few words, he had completely overturned the current medical system and established a new one that existed only in Yi Su's imagination. Everyone who heard such audacious words couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at Yi Su. It was too much, too fantastical and creative. Such a speech had no place at a medical conference. After Yi Su finished speaking, the once silent conference hall erupted into chaos, with everyone engaging in heated discussions. This is nonsense. Nonsense. What a disgrace. This is the Haslow Medical Lecture Conference, not a movie theater or a scriptwriting center. What on earth is he talking about? Does he even know what he's saying? Does he think that winning a Nobel Prize in medicine gives him the right to spout such nonsense? It's ridiculous. What a ridiculous person. Such attention-grabbing remarks are something only an ignorant outsider would say. He's a young prodigy who won the Nobel Prize in medicine, and I had high hopes for him, but he's acting like this? This is truly ridiculous. Absurd. Faced with Yi Su's incredibly advanced theories, the many professors in the field of medicine present were completely unable to accept them. Asking them to accept this theory was almost equivalent to denying all their past efforts. Only a few professors who had conducted in-depth research in genetics couldn't help but look excited after hearing these words, completely stirred up by Yi Su's words. Every word Yi Su spoke resonated deeply with them. There was likely nothing in the world that could make them agree more. The future of medicine that Yi Su envisioned was so profoundly moving to them. The future should indeed be like this. It was said so well, so full of advanced ideas. Genes are the future of humanity. I originally thought he was just a young upstart, but who knew he had such profound insights? Though bold, he is truly remarkable. I really admire this young man. He spoke so well. However, these academic giants in the field of genetics are still in the minority. Most people firmly oppose Yi Su's theories. Such vague and almost sensationalist remarks are simply impossible for them to accept. As for the journalists, they don't care whether Yi Su's statements are absurd or ridiculous. All they know is that this is news, and big news at that. What kind of news is most eye-catching? Of course, it's news filled with controversy. Anything controversial will spark discussions, debates, and even heated arguments. The more people fight, the more popular it becomes. This is true in any country. At this moment, Yi Su presented such a controversial advanced theory, instantly igniting the entire Haslo conference hall. If such remarks were published in the media, the uproar they would cause is unimaginable. Yi Su didn't care about the bombshell he had dropped. He smiled and left the stage as casually as he had arrived. After the speech, journalists naturally applied for interviews. Yi Su did not refuse all requests and agreed to 2 news outlets, granting them the opportunity to interview him. Chapter 128, The era continues to progress because of my existence. The 2 news outlets granted interview access were the renowned York Times and the BBC, the national broadcaster of YN, not a local media outlet in MA. Both were highly influential companies. However, both the York Times journalists and the BBC interviewers were visibly excited to have the opportunity to interview Yi Su. They fully understood how rare and precious this opportunity truly was. Yi Su rarely appears in the public eye during media interviews, yet he has made an exception to grant them this interview. The BBC interviewer was named William, a handsome man with blonde hair. The York Times reporter's name was Lolos, a woman of striking beauty. Upon arriving at Yi Su's presence, the interview began formally. William and Lolos took turns asking questions. William asked the first question, and he went straight to the point with a rather sharp question. Mr. Yi Su, the topic of your recent speech was research and analysis of the potential of genetic evolution, the main research project in the future field of medicine, rather than the invention and research of Kingtingen, which won the Nobel Prize in Medicine not long ago. What prompted you to choose this topic? Facing the interview, Yi Su replied calmly, the reason is simple. I simply feel that King Tengsu has nothing particularly noteworthy about it. Lawless and William had clearly coordinated beforehand. After William asked his question, Lawless continued, however, after you presented this theory in your lecture, many of the professors present were visibly agitated. They seemed to disagree with your theory and even expressed their anger toward it. Have you considered this? Why should I think about that? Yi Su shook his head and smiled, saying, the theories I presented in my speech are the result of my own thinking. Regardless of how others perceive them, I only need to focus on my own work. As a man leading his time, whatever I do, others are bound to misunderstand because they simply don't understand. Are you saying that the many professors and doctors present here know nothing about medicine? William, hearing Yi Su's response, quickly picked up on this point, his eyes lighting up, and immediately asked about it. That's not what I meant. Yi Su shook his head. Even though he looked down on them in his heart, he still had to give them some face. Yi Su smiled and answered William's interview. In the academic field, they are all highly accomplished individuals. Their knowledge and insights are beyond reproach. After all, they are among the elite at the pinnacle of this world. This is undeniable. However, it was clear that they were too constrained by their current understanding. When I suddenly presented such an advanced theory, they rebutted it out of ignorance and foolishness. This was highly unwise. Although Yi Su gave those old-timers some face and didn't directly attack them, his words were still filled with a sense of tension. Even though he tried to tone it down, it still felt like there was a lot of tension in the air. These words sent shivers down the spines of William and Lolos, who were conducting the interview nearby. In his recent speech, Yi Su clearly stated his stance. He was striving for progress. If one were to refute him due to cognitive limitations, that would be foolish. However, it was evident that 90% of the professors in the hall would not agree with Yi Su. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Thinking of this, William and Lolo's breathing grew. Lolos hurriedly asked, the content of your speech was indeed quite visionary, but I still feel that you are not speaking without basis. Did you propose your theory on genes because you have already achieved some accomplishments in this field? Yes, I have achieved some accomplishments in the field of genetics. Yi Su nodded and said, as for what those accomplishments are, I cannot disclose that at this time. However, I believe they will be made public in the near future. Are these achievements related to your new research? William asked excitedly again, like the graphene extraction and improvement technology, virtual reality devices, and transparent phones? Will this bring another revolution to the world? Yi Su smiled but did not respond. William immediately realized he had overstepped and quickly apologized, shifting to another question. Sorry, please answer another question instead. The interview ended quickly, and Yi Su didn't give the 2 journalists much time. After the interview ended, Yi Su directly left the venue with Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Although the speech was still ongoing, with many experts sharing their new insights, it was clear that staying any longer would subject Yi Su to countless hostile glances. Since that was the case, it was better to leave early. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan felt a bit helpless about Yi Su's actions. They had finally made it to such a prestigious conference, and leaving so soon was truly disappointing. However, since Yisu was leaving, they couldn't possibly stay behind. On the way out, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but say, "Yisu, I was wondering what kind of speech topic you would present. Who would have thought you'd come up with such an explosive one? You really went all out." Yes. Such an advanced theory, presented so early, is bound to face opposition. Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement. No matter how much they oppose it or how much they disagree, the times will inevitably progress because of my existence. Facing the two girls' adorable complaints, Yisu smiled indifferently. Alright, hearing Yisu say that, the two girls could only nod in agreement. Chapter 129, the storm of speculation centered on Yisu. MA Country, York. In the governor's suite of the 5-star Pierre Hotel, a special guest arrived. Yisu, the prodigious genius from the Eastern Kingdom who had single-handedly founded the legendary Genesis Technology Company. Upon hearing that Yisu had checked into the hotel's owner, who had not paid attention to the hotel business for years, immediately rushed to the company, all to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure destined to be etched into history. The hotel's behind-the-scenes boss, whose name was Recton, upon hearing the news of Yisu's arrival, immediately instructed the manager to arrange for Yisu's accommodation, all expenses to be covered, and all services to be provided at the highest VIP level. In short, the attitude was impeccable, even more respectful than that shown to a provincial governor. I speak on behalf of Pierre Hotel to welcome your arrival. It truly came as a pleasant surprise to me. I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing your check-in at my hotel. It is an honor beyond words. The attitude of the hotel's owner was extremely respectful. There is no need to be so formal, Mr. Clayton. Yisu, facing the respectful Clayton, did not act arrogantly or seem overwhelmed by the honor. Instead, he spoke in a gentle and friendly tone. The service at your hotel has left me very satisfied. Choosing your hotel to stay at is my good fortune. If Mr. Yisu is satisfied, that is the best outcome. I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to take a photo with me? I would like to keep it as a memento, as your visit is truly a rare honor. Clayton hesitated for a moment before finally asking. Of course, that's fine. Faced with Clayton's request, Yisu did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Afterward, Yisu obliged Clayton's request and took a photo with him. Clayton then left the governor's suite with a satisfied expression. Yisu watched Clayton leave the room, shook his head slightly, picked up the juice beside him, and walked from the living room into the inner bedroom. This is my first time staying in the governor's suite. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two girls, lay on the large bed. Lin Zixuan looked at Yisu as he entered and smiled, saying, "Me too." Lin Zixuan nodded. The villa we're staying in is way better than this governor's suite, right? Yisu said with a smile after hearing that. But that's not a governor's suite. Lin Zixuan said matter-of-factly. Lin Zixuan nodded. Alright, how does the governor's suite feel? Yisu looked at Lin Zixuan with a smile and asked. It's amazing. Plus, it's free. But precisely because it's free, it feels a bit odd. It's like we're taking advantage of someone else, isn't it? Lin Zixuan thought for a moment before saying. Although I understand that the fame you gain from staying here is far more valuable than the money you would have to pay, but having everything waived and still receiving the highest level of service just feels a bit off. Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement. Yisu was about to say something when, at that moment, Yisu's mother, Lu Tingyan, also arrived at the hotel. She clearly looked angry as she entered the governor's suite where Yisu was staying. Lu Tingyan walked straight into the room, looked at Yisu, and said helplessly, "Do you know how much of a stir your speech caused? For ordinary people, even if a former Nobel Prize winner made such a speech, it wouldn't mean much. But you are completely different. Given your current status and achievements, so many people are watching you. Any of your actions or behaviors will be magnified endlessly. In such a situation, you actually dared to deliver such a bold speech. Now, most people outside will pay attention to this matter because of your speech today. So what?" Yisu looked at his mother and asked indifferently. "What do you mean, so what? If you don't have concrete evidence or theories to prove that your theory is completely correct, your credibility will suffer greatly." Lu Tingyan said seriously. "Mother, rest assured. I am not one to speak without evidence. Since I made such a statement at the speech, I have naturally made some preparations in advance." Yisu smiled confidently. Lu Tingyan looked at Yisu, hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and chose to believe him. "Since you say that, I have nothing more to say." After the Haslo Medical Conference concluded, the content of Yisu's speech quickly spread worldwide. All media outlets rushed to report the news as soon as they obtained the first-hand information. Even smaller media outlets or self-media platforms, which received the information second-hand or even third-hand, did not hesitate to use it. This was obvious. It was like the recent announcements about virtual reality devices and transparent phones. Major media outlets couldn't ignore the news just because smaller outlets had already reported it. As a media outlet, regardless of its size, it was essential to latch on to trending topics to attract more attention. As these reports spread, a storm of discussion about the content of Yisu's speech erupted instantly. Chapter 130, Xia Xiaowei's Work Hours. Xia Xiaowei, who had previously been a live streaming host and helped her family's company with various tasks in her spare time, did not have a stable job. Although she was highly capable, graduated from a prestigious university, and possessed an impeccable appearance, voice, and personality, she lacked formal work experience. Upon arriving at Genesis Technology Company as Yisu's sole secretary and assistant, Xia Xiaowei initially felt nervous and worried she wouldn't be able to handle the job, leaving her anxious. However, as time passed and she spent more time on the job, she gradually realized that many tasks weren't as difficult as she had imagined. As Yisu's secretary and assistant, Xia Xiaowei had to handle numerous tasks daily. Due to Yisu's irresponsibility, most of the work fell on her shoulders. For matters she couldn't decide on, she would consult Yisu. For routine tasks, she had the authority to handle them independently. If she encountered something she couldn't resolve, she could discuss it with REM, the artificial intelligence on Yisu's computer. In terms of ability, REM far surpasses Xia Xiaowei. One thing that has always piqued her curiosity is just how advanced REM's intelligence is and how its cognitive abilities compare to those of an average human. REM is an artificial intelligence, and Xia Xiaowei understands that when it comes to computation, there is likely no human on Earth who can match Remington. After all, no matter how powerful a human's computational ability may be, it cannot compare to that of a computer. However, Xia Xiaowei also understands that what makes humans unique is their ability to think beyond computation. Take, for example, those individuals with extraordinary mental arithmetic abilities, often referred to as child prodigies. At a very young age, they can solve various complex mathematical problems. However, can these individuals become mathematicians? The answer is undoubtedly no. Even if their mathematical calculation abilities are extraordinary, they cannot become mathematicians. After all, such calculations can be easily performed by a computer. A true mathematician should be able to calculate what a computer cannot, possessing more abstract and imaginative thinking. This is the fundamental difference between humans and machines. Human mental calculation abilities can be developed through constant practice, but abstract and imaginative mathematical problems can only be solved by mathematicians. This is largely a matter of talent, and even with great effort, it is difficult to achieve. Xia Xiaowei was curious about one thing: as an intelligent life form, although REM possesses unimaginably powerful computational abilities, can she solve problems in the same way as a genius human? Is her intelligence really that advanced? After spending some time with her, Xia Xiaowei gradually understood the answer. REM's thinking ability was not limited to computational power, it was truly remarkable in every aspect. This made Xia Xiaowei deeply admire REM and even more so Yisu. She couldn't help but wonder what methods had been used to create such an intelligent being as REM. It is often said that life is the greatest miracle on Earth, and as the pinnacle of life on Earth, humanity is an even more astonishing miracle. In the vastness of the universe, planets like Earth that harbor life are few and far between. Many people believe that humanity's existence is the pinnacle of the Creator's creation. Now, Yisu has also created life, and in a certain sense, Yisu seems to have ascended to the same level as the Creator. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but be moved. Often, she felt that in the not-too-distant future, she might be by Yisu's side, witnessing more and more miracles and the dawn of a new era. Every time she thought of this, Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At that moment, Xia Xiaowei was at Genesis Technology Company, handling some of her work. As the chairman's secretary, the tasks she needed to handle were not numerous, but they were not few either. Within Xia Xiaowei's capabilities, it could be said that she was handling them with ease. Xia Xiaowei quickly finished her work for the day, turned on her computer, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Rem, are you there? Xia Xiaowei, is there something you need?" Rem's figure appeared on the computer screen instantly after Xia Xiaowei's call, looking at her and asking, Lord Yisu has already departed for MA country. Judging by the time, he should be in the middle of his speech, or perhaps it has already concluded. Has there been any news? Xia Xiaowei thought for a moment before speaking. About the master's news? Xia Xiaowei nodded immediately upon hearing the question and said, "Of course there is. The Haslo lecture has indeed ended. Regarding the master's speech, I believe it will soon be published in news media around the world and become the focus of global attention." Huh? That's so exaggerated? Xia Xiaowei was taken aback. Although Yisu is very famous, it's just a speech in the medical field. Even if it's that good, it shouldn't be exaggerated to the point of becoming the focus of the entire world, like virtual reality devices or transparent phones, right? It's not exaggerated at all. Rem shook his head and said. Xia Xiaowei furrowed his brows in thought, hesitated for a moment, then asked, in simple terms, did Yisu cause a major stir at the lecture? Rem was taken aback by Xia Xiaowei's poor choice of words, but after thinking about it, he realized she was right. He nodded and said, "You're not wrong. The master did indeed cause a big stir at the lecture. It really was." Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but remain speechless, then asked curiously, "So, what kind of scandal did Yisu cause?" Chapter 131, Medical Lecture. Any news about Yisu always piques Xia Xiaowei's interest, let alone the fact that Yisu had caused a major stir. This naturally made Xia Xiaowei curious to the extreme, and she couldn't help but feel a bit restless. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, it must be related to the content of the speech, right? What exactly did Jisoo say? Or what exactly happened? I'm looking for it right now. Rem, hearing the urgency, replied helplessly, don't rush me like that, I might not find it for you. Alright, sorry. Xia Xiaowei realized she had been too impatient. Although she was Yisu's secretary and had a significant background, but Rem was merely an artificially created intelligent being. In terms of status, Xia Xiaowei was clearly the more important person. However, Xia Xiaowei was well aware that if she acted arrogantly due to her status, she would be the one to suffer in the end. During the time she had spent with Rem, Xia Xiaowei had always been very kind to her. She did not treat her with any disrespect or look at her differently just because she was an artificial intelligence. Instead, she simply treated her as her own sister, using this approach to build their relationship. It was precisely this attitude that allowed Xia Xiaowei to earn Rem's friendship. Rem quickly found the news section of the New York Times. I found all the articles in English. Can you understand them? Rem showed Xia Xiaowei the news content and asked. No problem. As a top student, Xia Xiaowei had no trouble reading an English-language newspaper. All right. Take a look. Rem nodded and opened the New York Times news content as a document for Xia Xiaowei to view. The York Times. The Future of Medicine, a new chapter in the era of gene evolution. At the Haslow Medical Conference, Yisu, the legendary founder of Genesis Technology, presented this theory. The New York Times provided a comprehensive report on Yisu's speech, along with the editor's analysis of the event and an interpretation of the speech's content. At the end, the York Times editor spoke in the voice of the speaker. Mr. Yisu delivered this speech with a highly imaginative style. I believe many were stunned by his boundless imagination. Personally, an article that denies the direction of modern medical progress and points to the future of human medicine in the field of genetic evolution is simply hard for me to accept. However, I cannot deny that Mr. Yisu has achieved remarkable accomplishments in the field of science and technology, including the recent discovery of King Tengsu. His bold predictions and vision of the future raise the question, will Mr. Yisu, as an artist, personally paint this future chapter? I am eagerly anticipating Mr. Yisu's ability to achieve this. After Mr. Yisu presented this theoretical speech, I can already foresee that many professors and experts in the medical field will comprehensively refute his speech. If Mr. Yisu cannot prove that his words are not mere fantasy but an imminent future, his credibility will undoubtedly suffer significant damage. After Xia Xiaowei finished reading the New York Times article, he was stunned for a moment. After a while, he finally came to his senses and said, Mr. Yisu, this time you've really caused a big stir. You've outright rejected the direction of modern medical progress and directly pointed out that the future of modern medicine lies solely in the field of genetic evolution, with everything else merely laying the groundwork for it. Yisu's theory, though imaginative, might have been well received in science fiction magazines. However, Yisu did not submit his work to such publications but instead presented it at the Haslow Medical Conference, a forum known for its factual approach. It was inevitable that his claims would be met with skepticism. While research in the field of genetics has always been a part of science, modern genetics has not yet reached the stage where it can take center stage. According to Yisu's description or theoretical medicine, the goal is to make the human body immune to illness, heal injuries, and prevent problems before they arise. In simple terms, this means eliminating all pain and suffering, along with vaccines and even surgery. However, if human genes could continue to evolve to the point where they are immune to all viruses, never fall ill, and even injuries heal rapidly without surgery, what medical interventions would be necessary? Yisu proposed that the end of medicine, or its ultimate destination, is to evolve human genes to a perfect state, or even beyond, to create an entirely new human species. Furthermore, he presented numerous theoretical arguments to support this idea. Before this, Yisu's fantasies, though somewhat excessive, were at most something to laugh off. After all, who wouldn't want to accept such a wonderful future? However, the problem lay in the validity of these theoretical deductions. For the leading figures in the medical field, such ideas were so absurd and laughable that they wouldn't give them a second glance. How could they possibly acknowledge Yisu's theories? In short, even ordinary people, upon hearing Yisu's words, would think he was pulling a fast one, not delivering a serious medical lecture, let alone those medical professors. Soon, Yisu's speech began to appear in media outlets worldwide. In the East, Yisu, the founder of Genesis Technology Company, boldly envisioned the future of medicine. The era of genes is about to arrive. BN Country, Asahi News, the future of medicine, only genes? Yisu once again proposed an utterly absurd theory. Chapter 132, The Great Deceiver Who Changed the World? BN Country's Asahi News described Yisu's speech as absurd, but this attitude clearly reveals that it was actually a backhanded compliment, not genuine criticism. After all, the word absurd was written in a different font, bolded, and enclosed in quotation marks. The overall tone of the article also expresses a strong desire for the future described by Yisu. If Yisu could indeed create such a future, then true future life would finally emerge. The editor-in-chief of the Asahi Shimbun clearly agrees with Yisu's speech. However, news media from other countries tend to praise openly while criticizing subtly, which is the exact opposite of the Asahi Shimbun in BN. For example, the North Korean news. The hope of the new era, the new century will finally arrive. Yi-soo, bringing his genetic era to this world. Although the headline of the North Korean news directly praises Yi-soo, the actual tone is the opposite. In addition to publishing Yi-soo's speech, the North Korean news also invited a professor from the North Korean Medical University to evaluate Yi-soo's speech. As a professional in the medical field, it was impossible for him to agree with Yi-soo's bold thesis. In fact, the professor used extremely harsh language to critique Yi-soo's speech. Daydreaming. Using this phrase to describe Yi-soo is spot on. This young man's arrogance clearly exceeds my imagination. Though his achievements are undeniable, he is one of the greatest people in the world. Proposing such a theory is truly laughable. The attitudes of media outlets in other countries varied. Some media outlets continued to support Yi-soo, arguing that although his speech was absurd, the world is sometimes absurd. Isn't that right? Yi-soo previously invented virtual reality devices, created graphene, and brought transparent phones into existence. These things, if they hadn't been invented yet, who would believe they exist? Who would believe that devices only seen in movies could actually appear in the real world? Admittedly, Yi-soo's speech was absurd, but who can say for certain that such a future won't come to pass? Don't even mention the distant future. Yi-soo might already have some research findings in the field of genetics. Of course, most media outlets remain skeptical or dismissive of Yi-soo's speech. After all, Yi-soo's speech was simply too detached from reality. Meanwhile, numerous medical experts have emerged during this period, rushing to refute Yi-soo's claims. Dr. Chaker, a Nobel Prize laureate in medicine and a prominent figure in the field, clearly stated his position in a media interview. What I cannot deny is that the future Yi-soo has envisioned is indeed very beautiful. I would also like to believe that, in a very long time. How long exactly? Hundreds of years? 1,000 years? Or even thousands of years? Perhaps the end of medicine will indeed be as he described, or humans no longer need doctors. However, that is an unpredictable future, a distant dream intertwined with fantasy. It is absolutely not the present. It is 2017, and proposing such a theory is simply too early. The journalist conducting the interview, hearing these words, curiously asked, "Are you denying Mr. Yi-soo while also acknowledging him? In your opinion, has Mr. Yi-soo already surpassed this era?" Dr. Chakur, the mentor, nodded and said, "I have some of that meaning, but not entirely. Mr. Yi-soo is indeed a talent beyond this era, but I absolutely cannot affirm his speech. Mr. Yi-soo's fantasy novel should not have been published at the Haslo Medical Conference, but rather in a science fiction magazine." Dr. Dross, a renowned neuroscientist who has won numerous awards in the field of neuroscience, scoffed during an interview with a journalist, "I am deeply grateful to Yi-soo for inventing virtual reality devices. His achievements are undeniable. However, it is clear that Mr. Yi-soo has underestimated the complexity of the medical field. While he possesses foresight, such foresight is utterly useless in the realm of medicine. His absurd speech is destined to face endless criticism." World-renowned pharmacologist and biologist, two-time Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate Hua Luo directly criticized Yi-soo's speech on his Twitter account. "Hua Luo, I have never seen such a ridiculous article. At first, I thought it was content from some fantasy novel magazine. After reading it in detail, I was left speechless. This was actually the insightful remarks delivered by Mr. Yi-soo at the Haslo Medical Conference. Such naive and adorable speech content truly made me laugh for a long time. I believe that after I posted this tweet, many people will refute me. After all, he is the great genius who founded Genesis Technology Company, the new hope of the 21st century. Whatever he says should be correct. However, I must say, this is truly foolish." Hua Luo's tweet was reposted many times, and many people opposed Hua Luo. As loyal fans of Yi-soo, some could even be called brainless fans, holding absolute trust in Yi-soo, the man who changed the world. Now that Yi-soo was being attacked like this, they naturally stood up for him immediately. However, Hua Luo is no ordinary person. As a two-time Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and a world-renowned pharmacologist, he is an authority in the field of medicine, and Yi-soo simply cannot compare. He also has a large following. Now that Hua Luo is being attacked over this tweet, his fans are naturally clashing with the opponents. Where there's controversy, there's drama. This is a common occurrence. As the drama and debates unfolded, the entire world was completely engulfed in the storm of discussions surrounding Yi-soo's paper. Chapter 133, Accepting Genetic Evolution. The entire world was plunged into chaos because of Yi-soo's paper presentation, yet Yi-soo remained calm and composed. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had never taken such matters seriously. As he had stated during the interview, what others think is their business, he only needs to focus on doing his own work. Such a statement may seem simple, but it is extremely difficult to achieve. Only someone like Yi-soo, who stands above the fray, could accomplish this with ease. Yi-soo did not stay in MA for long. The next day, he returned to the East. Facing the global uproar, as the central figure, he remained silent, offering no response. Upon returning to the East, he locked himself in his laboratory. To outsiders, Yi-soo seemed to have vanished. Even inquiries from some influential figures in the East were completely ignored. The attitude of the Eastern side was naturally different from that of foreign countries. Yi Su had created so many miracles, and now, in the field of genetics, he had delivered such a groundbreaking speech and published a paper that shook the world. Without tangible results in hand, they would not believe it. Yi Su is an Eastern national. Since his sudden emergence and the founding of Genesis Technology Company, the entire Eastern region has benefited greatly. Recently, the graphene technology he handed over to the state has shocked countless people. The top leader of the East personally stepped forward, expressing strong approval and high praise for Yi Su's actions, contributions, and achievements. With the top leader's close attention, no one in the East dares to touch Yi Su. Now, when Yi Su presented the concept that the future of medicine lies in the field of genetics at the Haslo Medical Conference, it sparked widespread attention. As a hot topic for the present and the foreseeable future, it is impossible not to pay attention. People from other countries are likely to voice more criticism. Whether they criticize or praise, they cannot access Yi Su's findings immediately. However, in the East, as insiders, these influential figures can directly contact Yi Su to inquire about his findings. The only unfortunate thing is that Yi Su is currently in seclusion and has not responded. These influential figures can only wait for Yi Su to emerge from seclusion and provide his response. They are eagerly anticipating that Yi Su will achieve a groundbreaking accomplishment in the field of genetics that will astonish the world. The future gene era that Yi Su has envisioned is truly wonderful. Even if only 1/5 or even 1/10 of it is realized, it would still be an extraordinary achievement. At this moment, Yi Su is preparing gene evolution potions for Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Although this is the second time he has prepared them, with the experience from the first time, this preparation has become much simpler. However, this simplicity is relative. The complex potions required to drive genetic evolution, no matter how simplified, remain extremely intricate. Therefore, Yi Su still needs some time to prepare. In addition to the gene evolution potions, he also needed to prepare nutrient solutions for Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Soon, after everything was ready, Yi Su brought Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan into the laboratory. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan followed Yi Su's instructions, removed their clothes, and immersed themselves in the nutrient solution. The water temperature is just right, I thought it would be cold. Lin Zixuan, upon entering the nutrient solution, couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed. Lin Zixuan nodded shyly. Watching the two sisters enter the nutrient solution, Yi Su cautioned them with concern. After injecting the gene evolution serum, keep your mindset calm and subconsciously accept the serum rather than resisting it. If you resist, it may cause adverse effects. Will conscious resistance interfere with the gene evolution effect? Lin Zixuan asked curiously after hearing Yi Su's words. Of course. Human consciousness has a greater ability to interfere with the body than you can imagine. Yi Su nodded and said, if you resist strongly, the success rate of gene evolution will be much lower. However, even if it fails, there's no danger. It will just require a second gene evolution, which will be more troublesome. So, it's better to succeed on the first try. I understand. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, I will accept it. I hope it succeeds on the first try. Me too. Lin Zixuan also nodded and said. All right. Yi Su said, since you're all ready, I'll begin administering the gene evolution serum. All right. Lin Zixuan nodded. As Lin Zixuan's older sister, she was naturally the first to receive the gene evolution agent injection. Soon, Lin Zixuan was the second to receive the injection. After receiving the gene evolution serum, the two sisters quickly fell into a deep sleep. Yi Su glanced at the two sisters lying in the bathtub, admiring their beautiful bodies, but did not linger. He turned and left the depths of the laboratory. In 2 days, at most 3, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan would awaken. At that point, the two sisters would become new humans, just like Yi Su. At present, the two sisters were both exceptionally beautiful and well-proportioned. If scored on a scale of 10, they would easily score 9 points, which was already a score reserved for those of divine beauty. As for a perfect 10, that was the highest possible score, and such perfection did not exist in this world. Everyone had some flaws. However, once the sisters' genes successfully evolve, they might just be able to be called 10-point beauties. Thinking of this, Yi Su shook her head and stopped dwelling on it, continuing her experiments and research. Currently, the gene evolution serum is still at a basic level, far from the grade she aspires to achieve. However, due to the limitations of the conditions, this era could only research intermediate-level gene evolution potions. Chapter 134, Trust. Intermediate-level gene evolution potions are on an entirely different level compared to the basic ones. To be precise, once you advance to the next level, the evolution of genes undergoes a fundamental transformation. Currently, the basic-level gene evolution serum can easily enhance an ordinary human's physical capabilities to the peak of human potential, with lifespan extended by 100 years. In terms of unarmed combat strength, even if Yi Su had never learned any combat techniques, he could rely solely on his physical prowess and reaction speed to be unmatched by anyone in the world. Even those with extraordinary talent, innate superhuman strength, or a natural aptitude for combat could only fight him to a standstill. They would never be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. In other words, after injecting the basic gene evolution serum, even an ordinary person could become a world boxing champion and achieve the pinnacle of life. Of course, given Yisu's current status and position, he would never do such a thing. This is merely the effect of the basic level. The intermediate level, which is just one rank above the basic level, has effects that are completely different. With the intermediate gene serum, human genes can reach a perfect state, with lifespan increased by 1,000 to 1,500 years, and strength, speed, agility, and physical condition all enhanced across the board. Additionally, due to genetic evolution, individuals may awaken some extraordinary abilities. Each individual's abilities are unique. The new humans driven by genetic evolution are akin to superhumans in novels, and in terms of combat prowess, they will be completely distinct from ordinary humans. Reaching this level represents the current limit of what technology can achieve. To further advance genetic evolution, it is essential to elevate the level of civilization to a higher stage. The current civilization on Earth is still far too primitive. The knowledge and technological references in Yisu's mind can only be applied to about 1% of the potential. During his experimental research, when Yisu returned home to rest, Xia Xiaowei noticed that the two sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, had disappeared. She couldn't help but ask Yisu curiously, "Where are Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan? Why are they gone?" Yisu shrugged and said, "They are undergoing a transformation." At this point, Xia Xiaowei could barely be considered someone Yisu could trust. Since he had chosen Xia Xiaowei as his secretary, Yisu didn't mind sharing some of his secrets with her. On one hand, Xia Xiaowei was deeply infatuated with Yisu. On the other hand, Yisu wasn't afraid that Xia Xiaowei would betray him. The reason was simple: he was powerful enough for ordinary humans, in every sense of the word. A metamorphosis? Xia Xiaowei was startled by Yisu's words and asked curiously, "What kind of metamorphosis?" "Genetic transformation." Yisu didn't hide anything. "You'll see them in 2 days." Yisu smiled and didn't say more. Xia Xiaowei's delicate body trembled slightly upon hearing this, her pupils contracted slightly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Xia Xiaowei had already suspected that Yisu might have achieved some breakthroughs in the field of genetics, she never imagined that his achievements had already reached the point where they could be applied to the human body. She knew exactly what this meant: the world would be forever changed, and a new era was about to begin. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaowei felt a chill run down her spine. In recent days, discussions about Yisu's speech had been ongoing across the globe, from major news media outlets to online forums and social media comment sections. Constant debates erupted, yet no one could provide concrete evidence. As the central figure in this matter, Yisu had yet to speak. His attitude and subsequent statements were crucial. The current silence left many frustrated yet curious. Was Yisu confident in his plans, or was he simply lacking substance? It's easy to imagine the massive upheaval that will occur when Yisu finally shares his findings. At this moment, Xia Xiaowei is the first to learn of this news. She deeply understands the weight of this information. Such crucial information was casually revealed to her by Yisu. Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but feel touched. Yisu actually trusts her so much. Xia Xiaowei opened her mouth, about to say something and ask more questions, but she suddenly realized that Yisu didn't seem eager to talk further. After hesitating for a moment, she closed her mouth. The things that needed to be asked must be asked, and the things that shouldn't be asked must never be asked. This was something that shouldn't be forgotten. The entire world was in turmoil because of Yisu's speech. Many people mocked her naivety, while others firmly supported her, mostly hoping she would achieve something remarkable again. However, Yisu himself seemed completely oblivious to the attention. After the speech, he quietly returned to his research and experiments. Whether it was others' mockery or their expectations, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Before the intermediate level gene evolution serum is developed, he has no plans to reappear in the public eye. In other words, after that speech, he suddenly vanished from the public eye and has never been seen since. This has left many people in a state of panic. However, everyone was powerless to do anything. While Yisu was conducting his research experiments, the two sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, finally awoke. Like Yisu, the two sisters also regained consciousness on the third day. The two sisters, upon waking, looked at each other in confusion. After a moment, they realized what had happened. "Go wash up," Yisu said as he arrived first, smiling at the sisters. "Okay." The two sisters nodded and hurried to the bathroom to wash off the impurities expelled from their bodies by the Evolution Institute. Soon, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan emerged from the bathroom wearing loose white bathrobes. The changes in the two sisters caused Yisu to glance at them in surprise. Chapter 135, The Joyful Time After Genetic Evolution. Originally, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan's natural beauty was already exceptional. Now, after taking the gene evolution serum, it was as if the last imperfections had been transformed into perfection. At this moment, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan's beauty was truly breathtaking, enough to captivate an entire nation. However, it was only a moment before Yisu snapped back to reality. Even in his previous life, their beauty would have been enough to captivate a nation. But Yisu was no ordinary person. He couldn't possibly be completely speechless. He quickly asked, "How do you feel?" The girls, who had just finished bathing and washed away all the dirt from their bodies, exchanged glances. It was as if they were looking into a mirror, and they were both astonished by each other's beauty. In that moment, they realized that if their sister's appearance had changed so drastically, then they must have undergone the same transformation as well. They couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in their hearts. At that moment, the two sisters heard Yisu's question, looked over, and hurriedly said, "It feels great." Lin Zixuan looked at her hands and arms. Her joy was indescribable. She said excitedly, "No, it's even better than that. I feel like I have endless energy all over my body. Plus, my skin, my vision, and my strength all seem to have improved so much. Is this the effect of the gene evolution serum? It's truly amazing. I can't believe it. This is just the beginner's effect? If this is the beginner's level, then what about the intermediate and advanced levels? How powerful must they be?" Lin Zixuan was also shocked and said, "I feel like I've been reborn. My sister looks so beautiful, and I seem to have changed too. This is wonderful. As long as you feel good, that's what matters." Yisu smiled and said, "Let me take a look at the specific changes in your bodies." Even Yisu couldn't help but think, if this happiness could continue forever, how wonderful that would be. What else would there be to do? The moment this thought arose, Yisu immediately suppressed it. Desire is something everyone possesses. No one is exempt. As long as one is human, this is an indispensable part of existence. Even Yisu was no exception. He had his own desires and aspirations. After all, he was just a human being, not an emotionless monster. Sometimes, he couldn't help but have strange, irrational thoughts and desires, and he wanted to succumb to his own desires. This happens to everyone. However, some people, though they have desires, do not succumb to them. Instead, they confront their desires head-on and suppress them with unwavering resolve. Yisu is like that. He has always been open about his desires. Whether in his previous life or this one, he has achieved great success, and the temptations and desires he has faced are countless. However, he has never let these things stop him from moving forward. Chapter 136, A Complete Transformation. If Yisu were to stop, he would no longer be Yisu. Having desires is not unusual, it is perfectly normal. He is ultimately just a human being. No matter how great his achievements, he remains human, not a god. This is an unchangeable fact. In fact, much of the time, a person's success has little to do with talent or effort. What matters more is the inner quality one possesses. This purity, self-awareness, and unwavering resolve are often the key elements of success. At that moment, Yisu merely fleetingly entertained this thought before dismissing it. He must continue moving forward. On his way to dinner, he bumped into Xia Xiaowei, who had just finished work and was heading home. "Mr. Yisu," Xia Xiaowei said with a smile as he saw Yisu approaching. "Good evening." "Good evening, Xiaowei." Yisu also smiled and said, "Good evening." Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan stood on either side of Yisu, watching Xia Xiaowei walk toward them. They smiled indifferently and said, "Let's have dinner together. We've already made arrangements, we can eat now." Xia Xiaowei was a very intelligent girl. At that moment, she immediately noticed the change in Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Their beauty was truly dazzling, and such a change was impossible to miss. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she looked at the two of them in disbelief, almost unable to contain herself, whispering softly, "How beautiful." Though the voice was soft, the three people in front of Xia Xiaowei all heard it. Xia Xiaowei, of course, realized this as well. Her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly said, "I'm so rude." "It's okay. However, even though you compliment me like that, I won't have any feelings for you. I already have Yisu as my husband." Lin Zixuan heard the compliment and smiled indifferently, teasingly. Lin Zixuan just smiled and didn't say anything. "Would you like to join us for dinner?" Yisu asked Xia Xiaowei. "Sure. I'll go back to my room first and then come over." Xia Xiaowei nodded and said, "All right." Yisu nodded and led the two girls to the dining room. After returning to her room, Xia Xiaowei still couldn't believe it and frowned. How could they change so much all of a sudden? Did they put on makeup on purpose? No, the effect of makeup couldn't be that good. They were already beautiful, and even with makeup, it wouldn't make them much more beautiful. Instead, it would make them look gaudy. Their current beauty was more of a kind of perfection, which was definitely not the result of makeup. What was going on? Xia Xiaowei quickly came up with a possible explanation. Not long ago, Yisu had mentioned that the two girls were undergoing a transformation, which was clearly a genetic change. It must be Yisu's research results. Is this the result of Yisu's research? Thinking of this, Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. Originally, Xia Xiaowei had always been confident in her appearance, even compared to Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. She even believed she should be more beautiful than her sisters. But now, standing before them, she felt a sense of inferiority. This feeling was truly unpleasant. Xia Xiaowei's mood became rather complicated for a moment. After a long while, Xia Xiaowei arrived at the dining hall, where the four of them were having their meal together. During the meal, Xia Xiaowei kept secretly observing Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan without saying a word. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan were clearly enjoying the envious glances. Originally, the two of them had viewed Xia Xiaowei as a rival, but now, they no longer felt that way. They had fully realized that there was still plenty of time in the future. As long as they remained by Yi Su's side, they could live long enough, and the time they spent together would only grow longer. As for whether Xia Xiaowei would become Yi Su's woman, they didn't care. After finishing dinner, Yi Su went straight to the laboratory to continue his research. The two girls did not slack off due to the gene evolution and continued to work hard. The two girls were delighted to discover that their thinking speed seemed to have increased significantly. Whether it was their comprehension or reaction speed, everything had become much faster. This must be the effect of the genetic evolution serum. The two sisters were already considered intelligent individuals, and now their learning speed had accelerated even further. Yi Su's research was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. If it were in his previous life, he could have instantly synthesized intermediate-level gene evolution serum. There would have been no need for research at all. But now it's completely different. The resources available on Earth are truly very limited. To develop a gene-enhancing serum like this, one must inevitably conduct independent research. Even if someone knew the formula for a gene evolution potion, even if that person were a renowned master of genetics, they would likely never be able to create it in their lifetime. This is because many of the ingredients in the gene evolution potion simply do not exist on Earth. What could possibly be used as a substitute? Conducting experiments one by one? That would take thousands of years. Only Yi Su could quickly research, analyze, and produce the basic gene evolution serum. Only Yi Su could take it further and research the intermediate-level gene evolution serum. However, due to the limitations of this era, only intermediate-level gene evolution potions can be researched. Moving upward, some things simply cannot be replaced or found elsewhere. Yi Su continued his research until midnight before stopping. The progress on the intermediate-level gene evolution serum was roughly halfway complete. Chapter 137, Xia Xiaowei is shocked once again. Although the intermediate gene evolution serum was two-thirds complete, the remaining half would likely require even more time to finish, as many aspects became increasingly challenging as the process progressed. Gene evolution potions are no exception. Although Yi Su felt no fatigue, he decided to take a break since he had worked so late. Yi Su left the laboratory and went straight to his bedroom. On the way, he bumped into Xia Xiaowei. "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" Yi Su asked, looking at Xia Xiaowei in surprise. "Ah, Mr. Yi Su." Xia Xiaowei looked at Yi Su in surprise, completely unexpected to run into him in the middle of the night. "Have you finished your work?" "I'm done." Yi Su nodded and said, "However, answering a question with another question is a very impolite behavior." "I'm sorry." Xia Xiaowei froze for a moment, realizing her rudeness, and quickly apologized. "I've been so busy I forgot the time." "It's okay. Have you been working this late?" Yi Su asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes." Xia Xiaowei's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. "So much work? Should I find someone else to help you?" Yi Su said, a bit surprised. He really hadn't expected that as his secretary and assistant, she would be so busy that she had to work until midnight. "No, it's not because there's too much work." Xia Xiaowei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's like this: I've been keeping an eye on the recent controversies surrounding your speech at the Haslo Medical Conference, and before I knew it, time had slipped away. However, the work had to be done, and it was already late. Staying at the office felt pointless, so I thought I'd work from home where I could concentrate better. Before I knew it, I'd worked until now." Xia Xiaowei explained honestly. After finishing, she cautiously looked at Yi Su, afraid he might be upset. Fortunately, Yi Su didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, "You've been paying attention to the aftermath of my Haslo Medical Conference speech? The paper I presented at the conference caused quite a stir. Did it really drag on until now?" Although Yi Su had indeed presented a groundbreaking speech topic at the Haslo Medical Conference, the fact that the buzz had persisted until now was still somewhat unexpected for him. In the meantime, he hadn't deliberately paid attention to it, assuming the buzz had died down. After all, so much time had passed, and people's pursuit of buzz was fleeting. Every period had its own wave of attention, and once the buzz faded, no one would remember it anymore. Additionally, Yi Su cleverly noticed that Xia Xiaowei had actually made this place her home. Such a statement was indeed rather ambiguous and vague, leaving one deeply intrigued. "That's right." Seeing that Yi Su wasn't upset about her neglect of work, Xia Xiaowei sighed in relief and hurriedly said, "There are still many people arguing online. Most of them want you to step forward and give them an explanation. However, you've been conducting experiments and research all this time," and Haven T said a word, which has left many people frustrated, feeling like you've played a cruel joke on them. "Still, there are many who believe in you and are certain you have something you haven't revealed yet, and they've been waiting all this time. Is that so?" Yi Su smiled and said, "I'm actually a bit surprised that the buzz has lasted this long. However, I don't plan to publish any gene-related achievements in the short term. After all, the system isn't fully developed yet." Xia Xiaowei, who was standing nearby, heard this and was at a loss for words. Others would rush to share even the slightest hint of an achievement to gain praise and attention, but Yisu was determined to perfect the system first before making any announcements. Xia Xiaowei hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "May I be so bold as to ask? I still want to know about the two sisters, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. They woke up today and showed very obvious changes." "Is that?" "Yes." Yisu didn't hide anything and nodded directly. "The gene evolution serum, though only at the basic level, has indeed been developed. Whether it's me, Lin Zixuan, or Lin Zixuan, we've all undergone gene evolution through this. In a sense, the three of us are no longer human, we should be called new humans." Although there had been some speculation about new humans, when Xia Xiaowei heard Yisu say this, he couldn't help but be shocked, widening his eyes slightly and saying in disbelief, "It's actually like that?" Yisu hadn't revealed much to Xia Xiaowei earlier, only mentioning in passing that he had made some breakthroughs in gene research. Hearing such news, it was only natural to be shocked. This is truly amazing. If such news were to be made public, it would definitely cause a sensation. Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but exclaim in shock, while also growing even more curious. What kind of changes would occur after genetic evolution? Was it just a matter of looking better? Upon closer inspection, both Yisu and Lin Zixuan, as well as Lin Zixuan, had improved significantly in terms of appearance and skin quality. While Yisu's changes weren't very noticeable, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan's transformations were astonishing, leaving Xia Xiaowei feeling a bit self-conscious. Of course, as someone who had changed the course of history, it wasn't surprising that he had made such changes. Yisu shrugged indifferently and said lightly, "Get some rest. Good night." "Alright, good night, Yisu." Xia Xiaowei hurriedly replied. Though she desperately wanted to ask more about the changes brought by genetic evolution, her curiosity was about to explode, but since Yisu wasn't going to mention it, she wouldn't dare pry. She didn't have the right to do so. Chapter 138, Xia Xiaowei's Diary. Yisu naturally noticed Xia Xiaowei's curiosity. As a normal person, feeling curious about something like a gene evolution serum was perfectly natural. He smiled and said, "Don't be curious. The effects of the gene evolution serum are very obvious. The body's inherent qualities, whether it's strength, immune system, or overall physical condition, will all improve significantly. Since I refer to those who have undergone gene evolution as new humans, there are naturally many differences." "Is that so?" Xia Xiaowei's eyes lit up. She had originally thought Yisu wouldn't reveal much. After all, sharing such information with her was already a sign of great trust. She felt she wasn't qualified to know more details. However, Yisu had no intention of withholding information and directly revealed the effects of the serum. Although Yisu's words were somewhat vague, they still managed to invigorate her greatly. This was another great achievement that would be recorded in history, a groundbreaking invention that would change the era. Since Yisu planned to complete the system before revealing it, it wasn't just a gimmick, the effects would undoubtedly be immense. Just like virtual reality and transparent phones, things that only exist in science fiction novels, the gene evolution potion would soon appear in this world. And it would bring about changes that no one could imagine. With this thought in mind, Xia Xiaowei returned to her room and suddenly remembered that she had gone out earlier to get something to eat, but had bumped into Yisu and chatted with him, forgetting about it. She couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and went out again to get something to eat before returning to her room. Although eating in the middle of the night isn't good for one's health, in fact, it's quite bad, he was hungry, so he had no choice but to eat. Otherwise, the feeling of hunger would persist, which would be even worse for the body. Moreover, it would affect his sleep if he went to bed hungry. He wouldn't feel sleepy at all. While eating, Xia Xiaowei thought for a moment, took out her notebook from the drawer, and began writing her diary. Yes, Xia Xiaowei had always had the habit of keeping a diary. It was a habit she had developed since childhood. However, she didn't update it very often and couldn't maintain a daily routine. Most of the time, she didn't feel like writing anything, or perhaps there simply wasn't much worth writing about. After all, time and days are mostly mundane and unremarkable. There aren't many thrilling or particularly interesting events. Some trivial matters simply aren't worth recording, so she chose not to write about them. Therefore, before this point, Xia Xiaowei's diary, though called a diary, was more like a weekly journal. It wasn't until she changed her daily routine, joined Yisu's team, and began working at Genesis Technology Company that her diary truly became a diary, documenting the new and exciting events that occurred each day. Now, hearing Yisu's shocking news, not writing it down in her diary would be a great regret. While eating, Xia Xiaowei gripped her pen and swiftly wrote down line after line of neat handwriting on the paper, recording what she wanted to write. Yes, her notebook was not a laptop, but an actual notebook. In this digital age, continuing to keep a diary in this traditional way was quite rare. Although using a computer was more convenient, Xia Xiaowei had always insisted on writing by hand, partly out of habit and partly out of a stubborn refusal to change. In her diary, she wrote, "When I shared this news, Yisu said to me, as someone who changes the times, it's not surprising that you've done these things." Such words left me speechless. Though there was no self-praise in them, Yisu was indeed someone who changed the times. No, he changed the world. Any one of his achievements would be enough for someone to be proud of for a lifetime and to receive countless honors, yet he has accomplished so much. What is even more astonishing is that Lord Yisu has not stopped in his tracks because of these achievements. He continues to move forward, using his own strength to drive the development of world civilization. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder if this world is destined to have certain individuals sent by heaven to change it. They are outstanding, genius, full of imagination and action, and Yisu is the most outstanding genius among them. This is not an exaggeration, it is even somewhat modest. For I believe that no praise, no matter how lavish, can truly capture the essence of Yisu. To be by Lord Yisu's side, witnessing all this unfold, seeing it with my own eyes, and truly feeling the trend of the entire era being altered, it is truly captivating, leaving one unable to tear oneself away. Long ago, I pondered this question countless times: what is the meaning of my existence in this world? What should I strive for in life? Such questions are inevitable for everyone, and perhaps each person has their own unique meaning and value in existence. Or perhaps the meaning of existence is simply existence itself, as simple as that. Regardless, at this moment, I have truly come to understand that the meaning of my existence is to witness the changes of an era with my own eyes. This is my good fortune, and it is also what deeply attracts me to Yisu and makes me so fascinated by him. Being able to be by Lord Yisu's side and experience such feelings is truly amazing. I truly hope that this time can continue forever. If one day I were to become Lady Yisu's woman, would that be even better? I have pondered this question countless times, but is it truly possible? More often than not, I can't help but doubt myself. Xia Xiaowei quickly finished writing this diary entry. By the time she finished, it was already 1 a.m. After filling her stomach and finishing her diary, Xia Xiaowei closed the diary with satisfaction, placed it in the drawer, and turned to go back to sleep. Tomorrow was another workday, and she needed to rest as soon as possible. Chapter 139: The Visit of General Xiangdong. The topic sparked by the speech on genes and the resulting controversy were still ongoing. However, Yisu paid no attention to it. Although the scale of the controversy was due to him, he had no intention of putting an end to the topic. Letting it run its course seemed a bit irresponsible. However, Yisu was not that kind of person. Rather than sensationalizing the matter, paying attention to it, or rushing to announce his achievements for others to praise, he preferred to spend his time on more meaningful endeavors. Time is an invaluable commodity. No matter how much there is, it will never be enough. Yisu is even more adept at this. He knows how to make the most of his time. Take now, for example. Yisu's complete disregard for the situation would be utterly baffling to others. Even Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan felt the same way. If they were in his position, they would have already succumbed to the pressure, or rather, the pressure from the fishing boat, and made a public statement, even if they couldn't provide any evidence. They would have said something like, "I am confident in myself, I am not making baseless accusations." They simply couldn't match Yisu's complete disregard and outright indifference. During Yisu's research period, General Xiangdong paid him a visit. General Xiangdong's visit was entirely within Yisu's expectations. In fact, the fact that he waited so long to visit Yisu was somewhat unexpected. Since Yisu made such a statement at the Haslo Medical Conference, it clearly indicates that he possesses something of great value, likely graphene or virtual reality devices, technologies capable of transforming the world. This has prompted many influential figures within the country to attempt to contact Yisu, but he has ignored them. The official institutions, though tempted, have also refrained from directly contacting Yisu. It wasn't until now that they sent Major General Xiangdong to come. The meaning was clear. General Xiangdong, it's been a long time. Yisu met General Xiangdong in the villa's reception room. He did not show any disrespect or irritation at being interrupted during his research. Instead, he smiled and spoke first. "Brother Yisu, it's been ages. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Please don't hold it against me." General Xiangdong looked at Yisu before him and couldn't help but speak with a touch of apology. After all, someone like Yisu, a genius prodigy, typically has a unique temperament. If one were to put it bluntly, he could be described as eccentric or odd. However, no matter how eccentric they may be, such prodigious talents are the kind of people that countless nations covet. They are simply too valuable to offend, no matter how peculiar their temperament may be. Fortunately, Yisu was not one of those eccentric oddballs with an odd temperament. His temper was excellent, almost to the point of being unbelievable. "No problem," Yisu shrugged indifferently. "To be honest, I already knew you were coming, so it's not a bother." "You already knew I was coming?" General Xiangdong was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "Come to think of it, according to reason, I should have come earlier." "Since you put it that way, Yisu, you probably already know why I'm here." "Of course. Let's talk about it properly." Yisu nodded and then said to the maid who had just brought in the tea, "Take this tea away and bring the best tea you have. Also, prepare some snacks." The maid was a cute young woman, though not as stunningly beautiful as Lin Zixuan or Xia Xiaowei. She was still charming and pleasant to look at. Yisu's villa was so large that it naturally required maids to attend to daily affairs. They all had extensive professional training and, after securing this position with its generous salary, worked diligently and cautiously. Upon hearing Yisu's words, they hurriedly replied, "Yes, master, I understand." "That's quite impressive. Xiangdong couldn't help but glance at the maids with envy and muttered under his breath. What's so good? Yisu looked at Xiangdong in confusion and asked. I mean, your life is really great, doing research every day, running a massive company, making tons of money, and constantly achieving your goals and dreams. Xiangdong said with a look of envy and admiration. Research isn't as easy as you imagine. It's actually very hard work. Yisu shook his head and said, running a company isn't as simple as you think either. That's true, nothing is simple. I spoke out of turn. Xiangdong, the colonel, said. What message did you bring from above this time? Yisu looked at Xiangdong and asked. The higher-ups message is simple, they want to know how your research and achievements in the field of genetics are progressing, and whether the future will truly become the era of genetic revolution as you mentioned in your speech at the Haslo Medical Conference. Xiangdong's expression grew serious, as this was a serious matter that required a serious tone. Yisu looked at Xiangdong, smiled, and said, since I dared to deliver such a speech at the Haslo Medical Conference, I naturally have achieved results in the relevant field. Although it is not yet perfect, I have already mastered the gene evolution agent. As I said, the field of genes will become the theme of the future of medicine. This is an unavoidable focus. It is also an obvious fact, but unfortunately, many people cannot see it. Gene evolution agents? After hearing this, Xiangdong's serious expression changed. He had no idea that Yisu's research had reached this level. He impatiently pressed on, what exactly are the effects? Since the gene evolution agents you've developed can drive genetic evolution, what are the actual outcomes? The effects are comprehensive growth. Any fundamental human trait, whether cognitive processing ability, physical strength, agility, immunity, or even lifespan, will see significant enhancement in growth. Yisu replied casually. Even lifespan will increase? Upon hearing this, General Xiangdong's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Chapter 140, Negotiations between the two parties. On Yisu's body, General Xiangdong always felt that his sense of shock was insufficient, being shocked time and again. This mysterious man seemed to be able to create one miracle after another. After careful investigation, he could clearly sense that there was something amiss. Longevity, this obstacle that has plagued humanity for countless years, has never seen any fundamental breakthrough. Even with modern technology developed to this extent, it remains the same. This is a field that is extremely difficult to enter and explore. As far back as ancient times, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had dispatched alchemists to seek the elixir of immortality for himself, but the outcome was clear: it was doomed to fail. Over thousands of years of Eastern civilization, although no methods for extending lifespan were discovered, a set of health preservation practices were developed. However, while these practices may slightly extend lifespan, they do not fundamentally alter it. This is the forbidden territory of life, the natural law of the universe. As long as one is human, this is an inescapable obstacle. The topic of life is timeless, and no amount of discussion is excessive. In countless works of art and literature, the meaning of life is explored endlessly. Yet Yisu's gene-enhancing serum appears to be fundamentally different. For many powerful individuals, even if their strength becomes stronger, it is of little use. Improving one's intellect may have some value, but the meaning of longevity is entirely different. It is almost every powerful individual's ultimate aspiration. If the gene potion truly extends lifespan, it would likely cause countless people to rejoice. For ordinary people, life is filled with hardships, ups and downs, and countless setbacks and trials. After a lifetime, they may feel some nostalgia, but it won't be much, because simply staying alive is already difficult enough. It's a tiring endeavor. But for influential figures, they can't truly understand this. They often feel that no matter how much time they have, it's never enough, and they wish their lifespans could be even longer. No wonder General Xiangdong was so shocked upon hearing this. After a moment, General Xiangdong managed to suppress his shock, but even so, he couldn't fully regain his composure. General Xiangdong asked again, will lifespan be extended? If so, by how much? Yisu looked at General Xiangdong and replied without hesitation, although I haven't verified this through actual experimentation, my research has a large amount of data that I can use for estimation and reference. After calculations, it's quite straightforward to reach this conclusion: the extension of lifespan is approximately 100 years. 100 years? Major General Xiangdong's pupils contracted slightly. He thought for a moment before asking, the 100 years you mentioned, does that mean living to the age of 100, or adding 100 years to one's existing lifespan? Of course it's an additional 100 years. How could it be just living to 100 years old? The foundational conditions are different, so the changes will naturally vary. It's impossible for everyone to live to 100 years old uniformly. Yisu said with a hint of amusement. Is that really the case? General Xiangdong was utterly stunned by this revelation, so much so that he momentarily lost his bearings. If it were anyone else, confidently claiming to have developed a potion that could extend life by 100 years, he would have slapped them across the face without hesitation, making them bleed from the nose, and told them never to utter such nonsense again. Words must be backed by consequences. But these words came from Yisu. He had no choice but to believe him. While the gene evolution potion was indeed hard to believe, the things Yisu had presented were no less astonishing. The virtual reality devices, the transparent phones, and the Kingtengsu that could completely cure liver cancer, these were all things that ordinary people would never have believed could exist in this era. These things should have appeared in an unimaginably distant future, not now. Yet Yisu had brought them all into this world. Now, he had produced the gene evolution serum, and it didn't seem too hard to accept. It was hard not to believe it. This was the gene evolution serum. It's truly hard to believe. Gene evolution serum with such miraculous effects, your creativity is truly astonishing. After a moment, Xiangdong snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in awe as he couldn't help but praise. You flatter me. Yisu smiled and said. Then I have one more question. General Xiangdong hesitated for a moment before asking. What question? Yisu looked at him. Just then, the maid entered the conference room with tea and pastries, knocking on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Xiangdong immediately closed his mouth. Yisu said indifferently, Come in. The maid entered the room, carefully placed the tea and pastries on the table, and looked at Yisu and asked, Master, is there anything else you need? No, that's all. You may go now. Yisu said with a smile. Yes. The maid nodded, turned around, and left the room, closing the door slowly behind her. Once the door was closed, General Xiangdong asked, That's about the production of this gene-enhancing agent. Can this gene-enhancing agent be mass-produced? And what about safety? Yisu replied without hesitation, There are no safety issues. As for mass production, from a technical standpoint, it is entirely feasible. However, from the perspective of raw materials, large-scale production is completely impossible. Are the raw materials very rare? Major General Xiangdong asked. Yes. Yisu nodded and said, The requirements for the raw materials are extremely stringent and the costs are very high. It is simply impossible to produce it on a large scale for everyone to use. Initially, it can only be made available to a small number of people. I see. That makes sense. Such a precious and revolutionary gene evolution drug, if it were just invented and immediately mass-produced for everyone to use, that would be the strange part. General Xiangdong nodded in understanding and said, I only hope that one day, we can develop a gene evolution drug that completely changes the world. Chapter 141, The Completion of the Intermediate Gene Evolution Agent. Yisu couldn't help but smile in agreement. Yes. General Xiangdong said, I won't ask any more questions. Knowing this much is sufficient. Thank you very much for sharing so much information with me. I will pass all of this on to the higher-ups. I hope we can have further cooperation in the future. Of course. Yisu nodded and said softly. General Xiangdong quickly took his leave, taking only a sip of tea and not drinking anymore, nor eating any pastries. He looked as though he was in a great hurry. There was no way around it. Having received such news, it was impossible not to be in a hurry. For Xiangdong, the purpose of coming to Yisu was precisely this. Having obtained such crucial information, he naturally couldn't wait to return and report back. Yisu stood by the window of the meeting room, watching General Xiangdong leave the villa, getting into his red fly car, and gradually driving away. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Are you sighing? At that moment, Lin Zixuan entered the conference room, looked at Yisu, and asked curiously. Nothing. Yisu shook his head, then looked at Lin Zixuan and asked, Do you have anything to report? Yes, it's like this, Lin Zixuan nodded. What's the issue? Yisu entered the private laboratory of the two girls and asked them. He hadn't spoken up in the meeting room and had waited until they were in the lab to bring it up, deliberately keeping them in suspense. That was a bit mischievous. The two girls looked at each other, but after a moment, neither spoke. HM? Yisu looked at Lin Zixuan, who immediately lowered her head, blushing and unable to speak. He then turned to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. It's like this. Maybe you'll think we're meddling in your business, but we still want to help you. Help me? What can you do to help me? Yisu heard this and couldn't help but pause, then asked with a hint of amusement. Such a smile wasn't meant to look down on the two of them or think they could help him in any way. In fact, he had originally brought them along as his assistants. At this moment, he was simply curious about what the two girls were planning to do. Back then, when Yisu's husband asked us to help out, wasn't that to help your husband? Lin Zixuan thought he was looking down on her, pouted her lips, and said, Although we know that gene evolution agents are far too complex and difficult to understand, and we might be helpless in research, we can still help analyze the data related to gene evolution agents. We can help record the data. Now that the two of us have become new humans through the basic gene evolution serum, we are the most suitable candidates. Oh? Yisu's eyes lit up. If he planned to release the gene evolution serum to the world, then the various data of the new humans would be indispensable. He hadn't considered this point yet. He had simply wanted to research the intermediate gene evolution serum. Who knew that the two girls would offer to help on their own? I understand. Yisu nodded, his expression turning serious. He looked at the two girls and said, I understand your intentions. Since you're willing to help record the relevant data, that's the best possible outcome. You can go ahead and do it. The two girls heard this and couldn't help but smile, nodding and saying, yes. We can help, but have you completed the tasks I assigned to you? Yi Su suddenly asked. Of course we have. Lin Zixuan replied matter-of-factly, we've already taken care of it. So fast? Yi Su smiled and said, bring them over for me to take a look. Sure. Lin Zixuan nodded and brought all the research findings to Yi Su for him to review. Lin Zixuan smiled beside her and said, after all, we're geniuses. Because of the effects of the gene-enhancing serum, right? Yi Su said without looking up from the research findings. Yes. Lin Zixuan nodded honestly. The gene serum had not only enhanced their physical abilities but also significantly improved their cognitive and computational skills. Completing Yi Su's research project so quickly was naturally due to this. After glancing through them for a moment, Yi Su placed the answers aside and said, it's decent. The execution is a bit rough, but it's concise, and there's nothing to criticize. This will do. Help me record the effects of taking the gene evolution serum. Got it. The two girls nodded again. Yi Su looked at the two girls and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Under his constant guidance, the two girls had made rapid progress. Their primary focus was still in the field of medicine, and at their current level, they could already be considered top tier. Although they still had a significant gap compared to their mother, Lu Tingyun, as long as they stayed by Yi Su's side, surpassing Lu Tingyun was only a matter of time. When the time comes, the research on gene evolution agents should be led by these two girls. Unlike the projects they can complete quickly, the gene evolution research will likely take them a lifetime to study. Yi Su quickly returned to his laboratory to continue his research on intermediate-level gene evolution agents. When fully immersed in his research, Yi Su often lost track of time. His current physical strength was far beyond what he had before, allowing him to maintain nearly non-stop research for 24 hours straight. With his mind completely focused and no breaks, although the process was highly demanding, the efficiency was equally high. In the end, Yi Su spent an entire week and finally succeeded in developing the intermediate-level gene evolution serum. Finally, it's done. After completing the intermediate gene evolution serum, Yi Su couldn't help but sigh in relief. Researching for such an extended period was the longest he had ever spent on a single project in his life. Chapter 142, What's That Award? Looking at the completed intermediate gene evolution potion, Yi Su felt a mix of relief and satisfaction. His mind, which had been tightly wound for so long, finally relaxed, and his body, which had been operating at maximum capacity, began to feel the strain. He collapsed into his chair, exhausted. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two sisters, were deeply impressed by Yi Su's extraordinary work ethic. He had worked non-stop for an entire week, his mind as sharp as a machine, meticulous and thorough. When preparing the potion, his hands and feet were busy, but there was not a single mistake. This was beyond the limits of an ordinary person. Seeing Yi Su's exhausted state, the two sisters felt a pang of sympathy. Yi Su told the two sisters to go rest for a while. During the busiest times, he had asked them to help out, though they had only assisted occasionally. Even so, their bodies were still overworked and they needed some rest. Yi Su, you should also rest a bit. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan walked out of the room and said in unison to Yi Su. Yi Su waved his hand. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan looked at Yi Su with reluctance, then left hand in hand. However, their soft voices could still be heard in the distance. Yi Su's husband is truly amazing. He's been working non-stop for a week without a proper rest. Sister, we need to grow up quickly so we can help Yi Su with some simple tasks. It seems so hard. We can't keep up with his thoughts. I know it's hard, but no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. As Yi Su's women, Lin Zixuan nodded firmly. As a world-renowned scientist, facing the backward Earth civilization, striving to advance the entire civilization to the preliminary stage of cosmic civilization, the path ahead is so arduous and filled with anxiety. With a soft sigh, Yi Su shifted his attention back to his own body. This body, when Yi Su had crossed over, was merely that of a wealthy young man. Back in the interstellar civilization era, even when Yi Su had just gained fame, he could work continuously for over 100 days. Now, after taking the initial gene-enhancing medication, he had only worked for a week and was already exhausted, with no energy left. It was time for a proper rest. Only by adjusting his body to its optimal state could he fully absorb the intermediate gene evolution serum. At that point, his physical strength, sensitivity, and intelligence would undergo a qualitative leap. A crisp ringtone interrupted Yi Su's rest. He picked up the ultra-transparent smartphone provided by the company and answered the call. A pleasant voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, I have something to report to you. Xia Xiaowei sounded a bit excited, her voice tinged with joy. What's the matter? You should be finishing work soon. Come back and tell me when you get home. I'm taking a bath right now. Yi Su spoke lazily, hanging up the phone before retreating back into the bathtub to enjoy its massage function. When Xia Xiaowei arrived at Yi Su's house, he had just stepped out of the bathtub, wrapped in a large bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, sitting quietly on a lounge chair, calmly enjoying the sunlight. Xia Xiaowei felt a bit flustered. Though they lived together, they rarely saw each other, and seeing Yi Su in such a relaxed state was even rarer. After undergoing the initial gene-enhancing treatment, Yisu's body had undergone a complete transformation. His once frail frame had become strong and muscular. His messy hair didn't look disheveled at all, instead, it added a unique masculine charm. The closer she got to Yisu, the faster Xia Xiaowei's heart raced. Afraid of losing control, she dared not look at him. Mr. Yi, we have received the official letter from the Turing Award Committee of MA country. The ELF system you developed has a revolutionary impact on technological development and software advancement and will bring significant improvements to global technology. The committee has decided to award this year's Turing Award to you. Xia Xiaowei's fair face flushed with a blush. She glanced at Yisu, then at the exposed skin peeking out from his loose bathrobe, and quickly lowered her head, but couldn't resist peeking again. The Turing Award? What is that award? Yisu asked in surprise. Mr. Yi, you don't even know what the Turing Award is? Xia Xiaowei was a bit surprised. The Turing Award is specifically awarded to those who have made significant contributions to the field of computer science. However, the criteria for winning are extremely stringent, and the selection process is highly rigorous. Typically, only one computer scientist is honored each year, making it the most prestigious and esteemed award in the field of computer science. Often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Computer Science. Such an award is unknown to the general public, but as the highest honor in the computer science field, it is the dream of every computer scientist. After Xia Xiaowei explained the Turing Award in detail, Yisu remained unconvinced and casually remarked, well, since you've won it, it's a good thing for your work. Contact Yu Shuoqin and have her send someone over to collect the award. Aren't you going yourself? Xia Xiaowei was so surprised that her mouth opened wide enough to swallow an entire apple. Yisu paused, taken aback, and sighed, do I really have to go personally? Xia Xiaowei couldn't help but say, you're the first Asian to win this award. If Li Zong and Ma Zong find out about the Turing Award, they might even laugh themselves awake in their dreams. And you're actually. What's the big deal? I don't really care about that award. Yisu spoke indifferently. The Turing Award, which Li Zong and Ma Zong regarded as the ultimate treasure, was no more than a red flower for a primary school student in Yisu's eyes, nothing to make a fuss about. In truth, while the Turing Award may not offer a large cash prize, winning it would have a massive impact on the global computer industry and elevate one to the pinnacle of the global tech community. The prestige associated with it is immense, which is why Li Zong and Ma Zong are so eager for it. Yisu, however, was different. Whether it was winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine, launching virtual reality devices, or now selling transparent smartphones, Yisu had already become a global sensation, with his name spreading across the world overnight. As for the several million yuan prize money of the Turing Award, it is nothing to Yisu, given his wealth. Chapter 143, Conspiracy? Are you really not going to accept the award in person? Xia Xiaowei asked again, carefully confirming. Yisu remained expressionless, waving his hand and saying, what I have done has already had an impact on the entire world. What I will do next will have an even more profound impact on the global stage. Who has time to go and collect an award? Comparing the Turing Award, which others cherish above all else, to a sesame seed, only Yisu could do that. Xia Xiaowei was speechless, but upon reflection, it made sense. The honor bestowed by the Turing Award was no longer enough to satisfy Yisu. In other words, Yisu had transcended the level of the Turing Award, looking down upon it. Why would he care about the honor and status it brought? Meanwhile, a conspiracy targeting the transparent phone was unfolding. Mr. Lei, I have already contacted Mr. Cook of Apple and other major domestic and international smartphone manufacturers. They all agree with your plan. Additionally, Mr. Li Kuan-hee of Samsung not only approves but has also dispatched capable personnel to the east to join forces in countering the transparent phone strategy. Mr. Lei, we must act. Although transparent smartphones are high-end, they will inevitably have a significant impact on our brand. Currently, our sales have already dropped by half this month. Alright, since everyone agrees, the transparent smartphone is now the common enemy of the entire smartphone industry chain. Let's officially launch the operation immediately. Sun Manager, is the person you found reliable? Mr. Lei, rest assured. That person is already at the end of his rope. Without us, he would be driven to suicide by his creditors. Alright, you will handle this matter. Yes, Mr. Lei. Rest assured, after this incident, if a single transparent phone is sold, I'll cut off my own head. Lei Zong nodded to his suit-clad subordinate with a smile, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Genesis, if you won't let us live, we won't let you live either. 2 hours later, in an extremely hidden laboratory, two men in suits were surrounding a burly man in ragged clothes. One of them was a young man with a cold, ruthless expression. He glanced at the man with disdain, but his face remained smiling, and his words were as sweet as honey. Mr. Li, rest assured. After this, the gambling debts you owe will be paid off by Samsung Group. Additionally, we will provide you with enough wealth to last you a lifetime. The burly man took a deep breath, glanced at the table beside him, and felt a surge of fear, unconsciously taking a step back. The table was piled high with bombs, and a brand new transparent smartphone was placed right in the middle of them. The burly man turned to the other two men in suits and asked, with so many bombs, I might die. Another white-collar worker rudely interrupted the burly man, speaking harshly, "Even if you die, your family will be taken care of by our boss Lei until they're old. The compensation from our domestic and international phone companies will fill the entire room." "Alright, I'll do it." The burly man clenched his teeth and finally made his decision. "Good. Don't worry. Though the bombs are powerful, they won't kill anyone." The two white-collar workers assured him, calmed him down a bit more, and then left the laboratory. It didn't take long before a loud explosion echoed through the laboratory, causing even rooms hundreds of meters away to tremble. Two white-collar workers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both shock and excitement. They were shocked by the bomb's power but delighted that the groundbreaking transparent smartphone would suffer severe damage, rendering it useless. The two men arrived at the laboratory and opened the door. The lingering smoke from the explosion immediately filled their lungs, causing them to cough violently. After the smoke finally cleared, the floor tiles around the laboratory had been shattered, and the burly man was unrecognizable, lying in a pool of blood. Turning their gaze back to the table, it had shattered into pieces, with debris scattered everywhere. The transparent phone, though badly damaged, had only lost a corner. Both of them sucked in a cold breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. One of them picked up the transparent phone, held it in his hand, and remarked in astonishment, "Even after being blown up like this, the phone is still mostly intact. This isn't something that current technology can produce." Yes, even such an explosion couldn't shatter the transparent phone. This technology is something we must study thoroughly at Samsung Electronics back in the north and strive to produce such phones ourselves. But talking about that now is still too early. Regardless, after this explosion, Genesis transparent phone won't be able to sell a single unit. The two of them couldn't stop laughing darkly. A massive conspiracy was slowly unfolding. Just a few hours later, a well-known domestic website broke the shocking news: Genesis transparent phone had exploded, leaving the user disfigured and clinging to life. Under the headline, the website emphasized that a burly man had saved up his 2 months' wages to buy the Genesis transparent smartphone for his daughter who was going to college. However, the phone exploded the very next day. What followed was the man, clinging to life, silently condemning the Genesis transparent smartphone and denouncing Genesis Technology Company for its shameless pursuit of profit, treating consumers' lives as if they were nothing. The short video then shows the man being rushed to the hospital for treatment. A doctor wearing glasses calmly told the reporter, "The explosion caused by the transparent phone was severe enough to threaten the user's life. Our hospital has already admitted dozens of patients injured in transparent phone explosions." Below the video, there are several images of the injured, with the most prominent being that of a muscular man lying on the floor covered in blood, with the transparent phone, missing a corner, lying beside him. A father who cared deeply for his daughter and purchased a phone for her, his heavy-hearted love for his daughter, spent 2 months' wages on a phone that could take someone's life. Where is justice? Where is fairness? Is this really the company that claims to be Genesis Technology? The host of the video screamed and shouted hoarsely at the end, tears welling up in his eyes. Chapter 144, Malicious Public Opinion. Although this video is exaggerated and sensational, it must be acknowledged that it is highly effective. Most people are unaware of the truth. Upon seeing such an incident, their first reaction is not to seek the underlying truth but to join the crowd, which easily leads to a tilt in public opinion. Under the influence of a hidden force, within hours, major domestic news portals reposted the video, placing the blood-soaked photo of the muscular man on their homepages, followed by commentary. Xuanfei Network, the Genesis transparent phone is a failed product. Yi Su, as the legal representative of Genesis Technology Company, should take responsibility for it. Soso Network, a company that treats human life so carelessly, a product that is so dangerous. What exactly are consumers buying, a phone or their lives? NetEase, Genesis transparent phone is not as advertised, and such a tragic incident will cause many consumers to hesitate. Central News Network, Genesis Technology has always been one of China's top companies. As a high-tech developer, Yi Su created the revolutionary virtual reality device 6, which sparked a global buying frenzy. This transparent phone explosion incident will undoubtedly prompt consumers to re-evaluate the company. Xingda Fun Network, heartbreaking and ruthless, only Genesis Technology Company would do such a thing. Additionally, similar news reports have emerged worldwide, with explosion incidents erupting simultaneously. As the news of the transparent smartphone explosions spread virally online, it also made an impact on television. The Science and Technology channel of Magic City TV interrupted the ongoing TV drama and invited 3 elderly professors with white hair to hold a discussion. After showcasing their impressive credentials, one of the professors began by analyzing the structure of the transparent smartphone, providing a detailed explanation of why it exploded. He concluded with a heartfelt statement: Genesis Technology Company is making money, but it's money earned from people's lives. One of the professors, a legal expert, then announced that he would represent the injured victims pro bono and seek substantial compensation from Genesis Technology. He declared passionately, "Everyone knows Genesis Technology has connections, money, and influence. But I'm not afraid. Even if I have to risk my life, I will fight for justice for those innocent consumers." Another sociology professor strongly condemned Genesis Technology Company's shameless actions, concluding, "Those ordinary people bought the phones because of Genesis's brand and Yisu's reputation, but they ended up paying Genesis and Yisu with their lives." As soon as Magic City TV aired the report, newspapers, the internet, radio, and television all began broadcasting the story of the transparent phones exploding. The transparent phone incident has sparked a wave of controversy, sweeping across society and sparking widespread public discussion. Although Genesis Technology had developed virtual reality devices (VR), the general public was still shocked by the phone explosions, fearing they might buy another one. After all, no matter how good a phone is, it pales in comparison to one's life. Only a handful of more professional and rational individuals voiced their opinions, stating that they had never heard of virtual reality devices 6 exploding, and since transparent smartphones had only been on the market for a short time, their explosion and resulting loss of life must indicate underlying issues. However, such opinions were quickly overshadowed by a tidal wave of criticism directed at Genesis Technology Company, drowning out any voices defending the company. Genesis's smartphone stores in major cities were besieged by consumers, with some sales staff even attacked by unknown individuals. Protests have even begun at Genesis's headquarters. They surrounded the Science and Technology Park where Genesis Technology Company is located, holding banners reading "Greedy for money, harming lives and evil phones." If it weren't for some police officers maintaining order, the angry crowd would have stormed into the company. While the storm raged outside, panic began to spread within Genesis Technology Company. The company's generous benefits had made all employees the envy of society and fostered a sense of gratitude toward the company. However, with the angry mob approaching, could Genesis Technology Company weather the storm? Genesis Technology Company, which had always sailed smoothly until now, had never faced such a situation before. This was truly the worst crisis in its history. Yu Shuichin was so anxious that her eyes went dark. She couldn't imagine how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly in just one day. This change is too sudden. Even someone as composed as her, who usually handles everything with ease, is completely overwhelmed at this moment. Yu Shuichin hurriedly contacted Yi Su, the man who seemed capable of anything. "Mr. Yi, the situation is extremely dire," Yu Shuichin said urgently over the phone. "Are you referring to the transparent phone explosion incident?" Yi Su asked calmly. "Yes, our transparent phones have exploded. This issue has gone viral globally and is now causing a massive uproar. The legal professor from the Magic Cult TV station said they will sue our company into bankruptcy. According to the latest reports, the court has already accepted the case. I don't know what to do. It's just those competitors trying to smear us. It's nothing worth mentioning." Yi Su smiled indifferently. "What do you mean it's a trivial matter, Mr. Yi? Those people are desperately pushing this behind the scenes, hiring countless online trolls. The entire global social media landscape is turning against us. The situation is extremely critical." Yu Shuichin was nearly in tears. Although Genesis Technology Company belongs to Yi Su, Yu Shuichin truly regards it as her own business. The company's thriving development has filled her with excitement, but now the situation has suddenly changed. If we make a single mistake, Genesis Technology will suffer the worst blow in its history, and all her hard work over the past few months will be in vain. Sometimes, lies repeated often enough become the truth. Just look at the Samsung explosion incident. While it was true, once the rumors started spreading, what difference did it make whether it was real or fake? Chapter 145, Continued Deterioration? Sometimes, under the relentless attacks of online rumors, falsehoods can become what people call the truth. Of course, true gold fears no fire. Yi Su was well aware of the situation regarding the online rumors and TV reports, but at that moment, he remained as calm and unconcerned as ever. On the other hand, Yu Shuichin was panicking, looking flustered and disoriented. Although she had worked in many companies before and encountered some crises, she had never faced anything this big. Now, the internet was flooded with discussions about the transparent phone explosion, and TV stations and major media outlets were all rushing to report on it. Saying she wasn't worried was a lie. If they couldn't get through this crisis, the transparent phone might not sell a single unit in the future, and Genesis Technology Company would likely suffer significant losses from this incident. However, when Yu Shuichin noticed that Yi Su remained calm and composed, she gradually calmed down as well. Taking a deep breath, she asked Yi Su, "Mr. Yi, do you think the safety of our phones is truly guaranteed?" Yi Su smiled indifferently, took a sip of tea, and countered, "Do you think our transparent phones have product flaws? Could they explode?" In fact, although Yi Su now appeared composed and in control, he felt a sense of helplessness inside. After launching the transparent phone, he set the price at over 7,000, which was already a generous concession to both large and small smartphone manufacturers. The transparent phones running the fairy system, priced at over 7,000 yuan, offered excellent value for money, but they were still unaffordable for many people. Many could not afford them and had to settle for mid to low-end models instead. In other words, the smartphone market is divided into two segments: high-end, symbolized by the L phone, and mid to low-end, which Yi Su had no interest in entering. However, the recent incident has suddenly sparked some ideas in his mind. "Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi-Su is curious to see who will emerge victorious after the transparent smartphone explosion incident. As for the online media outlets capitalizing on the situation, Yi-Su paid them no mind. He remained optimistic about the future of transparent smartphones, though he knew some solutions were necessary. As Yi-Su was contemplating solutions, Yu Shuichin also looked dazed and replied, "Then this must be a trap set by other smartphone manufacturers working together against us. So, Mr. Yi, what should we do to address this crisis?" Yu Shuichin continued to ask Yi-Su. Yi-Su replied calmly, "If that's the case, let's conduct a thorough inspection of every component of the phone and publish the inspection results publicly to inform the public that the so-called exploding phones are fabricated claims. Oh, and by the way, I seem to have won some kind of Turing award for the ELF system. Make sure to mention it during the press conference. Also, the ELF system needs an upgrade. The next version will highlight its intelligence. Alright, that's all. One last thing, we'll soon release a low-end transparent phone model. Since those people want to sabotage us, we don't need to care about their fate." Upon hearing Yi-Su's words, Yu Shuichin nodded and said, "I understand your meaning, Mr. Yi. I'll get started on the preparations right away." After speaking, Yu Shuichin immediately left the room to prepare for the press conference. After hanging up the phone, Yi-Su sat alone in the room, smiled, and recalled that even before the transparent phone was released, there were so-called competitors who wanted to sabotage him. Now they've gone this far, but there's no need to care about their fate. In his mind, he already had a plan to deal with these so-called competitors. Yu Shuichin's work efficiency was quite high. In just one day, she had completed all the preparations for the press conference and was ready to hold a media briefing to clarify that the transparent phone would not explode. In no time, the internet was abuzz with discussions. Remember when Samsung's certain model of phone also had an explosion incident? They had also tried their best to clarify, but ultimately ended in failure. What statement would Genesis Technology Company make regarding this transparent phone explosion incident? No one knows, and everyone is waiting with bated breath. Genesis Technology Company has scheduled the press conference regarding the transparent smartphone explosion incident for tomorrow, and will invite representatives from major media outlets and television stations. At this critical moment, the CEOs and top executives of the major companies behind these smartphone manufacturers were also unable to remain calm. They had collaborated on such a massive initiative and did not want to be outmaneuvered by Genesis Technology. As a result, the online trolls they had hired began to become active on various forums. "We don't want to hear any explanations. Are the reports about the casualties all fake? We just want to hear an apology. What's the point of a press conference? Facts speak louder than words. If you made a mistake, you must take responsibility and give consumers an explanation. I will never buy any products from Genesis Technology Company again in my life. It's truly terrifying. What compensation have the injured received? They trusted Genesis Technology Company, which is why they bought their products. Selling kidneys to buy a transparent phone, only for it to explode. What can I say to such a heartless company?" Various defamatory comments about Genesis Technology Company are once again flooding the internet. Journalists from major media outlets are rushing to write articles, aiming to capitalize on the buzz before Genesis Technology Company's press conference. Concept phone becomes reality, but explodes. Is this a blessing or a curse? Should a smartphone manufacturer that fails to fulfill its safety responsibilities continue production? With repeated explosions, where does the future of domestic smartphones lie? Various reports began to appear before the public's eyes. And before long, the day of Genesis Technology Company's press conference finally arrived. On this day, a grand theater was packed with people. Yu Shuichin stood on the stage, looking at the media workers waiting to see a spectacle, a faint smile crossing his lips. Chapter 146, All of you here are trash. Regarding the topic of transparent phones exploding, everyone was well aware of the recent reports. Most of the criticism of transparent phones focused on their inherent lack of safety. Just think about it, blindly pursuing innovation and profit by selling phones, yet the phones themselves have such concerning safety issues. How can anyone feel at ease? Major TV stations, news portals, and media outlets have all been condemning Genesis Technology Company. Although transparent phones have never actually exploded, in the public's eyes, they have exploded and are unsafe. Currently, sales of transparent phones have plummeted compared to previous levels, and Genesis Technology has suffered immeasurable losses due to the explosion. Genesis Technology Company press conference. The grand theater was packed to the brim, with people as far as the eye could see. At that moment, Yu Shuichin stood on stage, looking down at the numerous media outlets below, yet she felt no panic. Under Yi-Su's guidance, she was confident in this press conference. Last night, she had a phone call with Yi-Su, who also provided her with materials. This press conference would deliver a bombshell to the media. The press conference had not yet officially begun, and everyone was discussing what kind of response Yu Shuichin would give to the media. After all, the transparent phone explosion incident was currently the hottest keyword online, something everyone was paying attention to. Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for the press conference to begin exactly at 2 p.m. This press conference was also being live streamed on major streaming platforms, with an enormous number of viewers, the figures reaching into the millions. At the Grand Theater, cameras and flashes from countless media outlets were all focused on Yeshua Chin on stage. Under the spotlight, she exuded a unique aura, the result of years of hard work in the business world. Under the spotlight, Yeshua Chin's expression was calm, but a faint smile seemed to play at the corners of her lips. The lights on the stage began to adjust, and Yeshua Chin, who was looking at a specific camera position, began to speak. Coughing to clear her throat, Yeshua Chin addressed the media. Welcome to the press conference of Genesis Technology Company. I will be hosting this event and will provide a detailed explanation of the matter at hand. On stage, there was only Yeshua Chin. Many media outlets and those watching the livestream were searching for Yisu's figure, but to their disappointment, Yisu was not present. At that moment, Yisu was busy with his own matters. The transparent phone explosion incident seemed like a minor issue to him. He trusted Yeshua Chin's capabilities, so he had only instructed her on some matters and did not attend in person. Recently, there have been numerous online discussions about this incident, and even television stations and some media outlets have reported on it. I believe everyone is already familiar with the situation. Yeshua Chin looked into the camera, a smile appearing on her beautiful face, and continued, that is the transparent smartphone explosion incident. Unfortunately, our chairman, Yisu, does not consider this to be a major issue, so he did not attend the event. Upon hearing Yeshua Chin's words, the media seats, the official livestream, and various platforms were immediately filled with a chorus of boos. Yeshua Chin's words were undeniably arrogant. Your phones are exploding, and there are so many injured people reported in the news, yet you still say that? A phone explosion isn't a big deal? Those are the phones your company produced. Phones exploding isn't a big deal? From now on, I'm turning from a fan of Genesis Technology to a hater. I have no love left for Yisu. This is truly heartbreaking. How could they say such things? Although Genesis Technology has launched many cutting-edge products, they shouldn't be so arrogant. Yes, what about the injured people? Those who spend 1 or 2 months' wages on a phone, only for it to explode? How are they supposed to feel now? Where's Yisu? Make him come out and explain. In the livestream, countless comments were flying everywhere. There was no doubt that Yeshua Chin's words had caused a huge stir, leaving everyone who heard them unable to stay calm. Meanwhile, in the theater, as she watched the media buzzing with speculation, Yeshua Chin's smile took on a mysterious, enigmatic quality. She continued, that's right. The so-called incident where our company's transparent phones exploded was completely fabricated. It's nothing to make a big deal out of. At this point, some might question, let me show you the testing data for our phones. As she finished speaking, Yeshua Chin immediately switched the presentation on the large screen, displaying the test results at the top. As everyone knows, Yeshua Chin remained smiling as she faced the camera and said, our transparent phone, also known as the fairy phone, is primarily made using graphene as its main material. According to this testing report, our phones can withstand a maximum temperature of 400 degrees Celsius, and the high temperature resistance of our batteries is many times higher than that of the current mainstream lithium-ion batteries on the market. Looking at this report, the composition of our phone shows that graphene accounts for over 80%. Graphene is harder than diamonds and over 100 times harder than the best steel in the world. Do you think it will explode? After speaking a string of words, Yeshua Chin fell silent. The media outlets waiting to see the report from Genesis Technology Company fell silent at that moment. Because the report Yeshua Chin had used to present at the press conference was from the Academy of Sciences, and the authority of the Academy of Sciences was something these media outlets couldn't question. Silence. The scene was completely silent. The media, at that moment, had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, Yeshua Chin on stage had also put away her smile and coldly said, seeing this result, those competitors with ulterior motives who went to great lengths to smear our company must be unable to even cry. After all, you are still generations behind us, and it's only natural that you don't understand graphene. To be blunt, all of you here are trash. Chapter 147, Elf Mini. To be blunt, all of you here are trash. Seeing that others have technology that is generations ahead of you, you grow envious, worry about your company's phone sales, yet instead of looking for reasons within yourselves, you resort to slandering our company. Tell me, if you're not trash, what are you? Yeshua Chin's cherry red lips kept moving, her voice pleasant to the ear, but to some people at the press conference, her words sounded like nails on a chalkboard. At the press conference, there were online media outlets, TV reporters, and of course, staff members sent by those so-called peers. Yeshua Chin's arrogant demeanor fell into their eyes, coupled with her haughty words, causing their faces to flush red and pale in turns. Yeshua Chin paid no heed to their feelings and continued, these test reports all come from the Academy of Sciences. The viewers watching the live stream must have heard about the explosion of our transparent phones a few days ago. Today, I will tell you that these reports and incidents are all false. Do not believe them. As for the media that reported this incident, I believe they were merely repeating hearsay and have been deceived. However, even if that is the case, our company has the right to pursue legal action against them. As for those media outlets that are clearly spreading rumors and slandering us, we will take them to court one by one. Still maintaining that arrogant attitude, still speaking with that unquestionable tone. On our official website and in the live streams across various platforms, the viewers who were previously concerned about the safety of transparent phones suddenly realized that all the news about transparent phones exploding was fake. Those customers who had been skeptical about the matter also put their minds at ease, each taking out their own transparent phones. From now on, they no longer need to worry that their phones will turn into bombs. At this very moment, upon hearing Yu Shuichen's words at the press conference, the vast majority of the audience believed them wholeheartedly and began to support Genesis Technology Company in the comments section. At this point, the only ones still holding out in the comments were likely the paid trolls hired by the phone companies. The testing report from the Academy of Sciences Research Institute. My goodness, could there be anything more convincing than this? I just looked it up on Baidu. Graphene is indeed harder than diamond and heat resistant. Those who said graphene phones would explode are proven wrong. Ha! Human nature is so treacherous. I now believe this is all part of the smartphone company's scheme. Damn them, how could I have fallen for it? One of the 10086 deceived at the time. One of the 10,086 who were also deceived. In the comments section, aside from the paid trolls, almost everyone is praising it. After all, the test results from the Academy of Sciences and Yu Shuichen's unquestionable tone were clearly visible on their computer screens. But when it comes to things online, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. Some people even looked it up on Baidu and discovered that graphene is extremely hard, heat resistant, and the main material used in the transparent smartphone is graphene. How could it possibly explode so easily? At this point, they recalled their initial reactions upon hearing about the transparent phone explosion incident and felt a bit embarrassed. So hard and heat resistant? It seems like using it to crack walnuts would be a waste of such a material. It could even be used for murder, right? Some people then realized that although they had seen reports about transparent phones exploding online or on TV, they had never actually witnessed such an incident in their own lives. It turns out all of this was the work of someone with malicious intent. What a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. At this point, the media representatives and journalists present were well aware that Yu Shuichen was mocking them, mocking their ignorance. Meanwhile, the CEOs and executives of various smartphone companies watching the livestream were seething with anger. Originally, they had planned to team up and orchestrate this scheme to ensure that the transparent phone elf brand would never see the light of day. But they never imagined that within just a few days, they would be humiliated by a testing report from a certain research institute at the Academy of Sciences. And then Yu Shuichen would mock them at the press conference. What the hell is this? Graphene material is so hard and heat resistant? Why didn't anyone tell me back then? At the small company in Jing province, Lei Zong watched the live stream of the press conference on the screen, his face twisted with anger. Meanwhile, in the distant northern country of MA, the presidents of Samsung and Apple heard the translator's words and felt as though the sky had fallen. FUCK, how could this happen? The graphene content in their phone materials had reached over 80%? How could they possibly compete now? Cook's face darkened as he heard the translator's words, realizing the severe consequences. The innovation and system that Apple company was most proud of seemed inadequate in comparison to the transparent phone called Spirit. Moreover, the price was only a few $1,000s cheaper than the transparent phone. For users accustomed to high-end devices, such a small difference seemed insignificant. It's over. The Apple brand is probably doomed under my watch. Cook envisioned the grim future they might face. The products Apple was currently developing, even the concept models being worked on by the R&D department, were no match for the transparent phone. It might not even take 2 years for Apple to become the next Nokia. Grand Theater, during the press conference. Yu Shuichen didn't notice the expressions on the faces of the CEOs of the well-known smartphone brands. At that moment, she raised the corners of her mouth into a smile and said slowly, "That's all I have to say about the smartphone explosion incident. Justice will prevail, and I believe everyone understands. Next, I would like to introduce a new product to you all, the simplified version of our transparent phone, the Elf Mini. Chapter 148, Bad News. A simplified version of the transparent phone, the Fairy Mini?" Upon hearing these keywords, everyone present immediately sensed something was amiss. The first half of the press conference, where Yu Shuichen addressed the transparent phone explosion incident, was likely not the main focus of this event. The real highlight of this press conference was undoubtedly this transparent phone called the Fairy Mini. Fairy Mini. The media present, representatives from smartphone companies, and others immediately recognized that this was likely the low-end smartphone model that Genesis Technology had developed. This is evident from the name itself. Mini means compact or pocket-sized. The Fairy Mini is a simplified version of the transparent phone. At that moment, the press conference fell silent as everyone leaned in, ready to hear what Yu Shuichen would say next. In the live stream, viewers were thrilled to hear that the transparent phone had a simplified version, and many of them kept typing Mini in the chat. This was a historic moment. Since its launch, the transparent phone has always symbolized high-end, stylish, and sophisticated. For fashion-conscious young people, owning a transparent phone has become the norm. Now, from Yu Shuichen's words, they learned that a simplified version of the transparent phone was about to be released, meaning the price would become much more affordable. How could they not be thrilled? Seeing the eager glances from the media below or the displeased expressions from competitors, Yu Shuoqin smiled and said, "Our Fairy Smart system will be updated to version 11 when the Fairy Mini is launched, and it will include some fun features like a virtual assistant, all of which will be free for ordinary users." The release date for the Elf Mini smartphone will be the 1st of next month, with sales beginning on the official website. The price will be 2,399 yuan, making it a simplified version of the current Elf smartphone on the market. It will feature a screen smaller than the Elf smartphone's 5.2-inch display, and the system will undergo some simplifications. Following this, Yu Shuoqin provided a detailed explanation of the updates to the Fairy system version and the differences between the Fairy Mini and Fairy smartphones. When everyone heard the price of 2,399 yuan, their hearts were undoubtedly filled with excitement. The representatives from other smartphone companies felt as though a herd of wild horses was galloping through their minds, while the media looked utterly perplexed. How could Genesis Technology, a company that has always targeted the high-end market, release a smartphone with such an affordable price? It was simply unbelievable. However, it didn't take long for the media staff present to figure out the crux of the matter. This was Genesis Technology's revenge. Revenge against the smartphone companies that had hired people to slander their company. This move was truly ruthless. Everyone who realized this couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. After all, you don't mess with a tiger, let alone a behemoth like Genesis Technology. Originally, Genesis Technology had only launched two transparent smartphones, one priced at 7,000 yuan and the other at 10,000 yuan, targeting the high-end market. For many domestic manufacturers, the impact wasn't that significant. However, after experiencing such an incident, Genesis Technology Company was enraged. Yi Su was furious, and the consequences were terrifying. "You think you're playing dirty with me? You want to make my phones unsellable? Well, I'll release a low-end model and make your phones unsellable." This move was truly ruthless. As the CEOs of major smartphone companies watched the live stream of the launch event, they were stunned when they heard Yu Shuoqin announce the release of the Fairy Mini. At Jing Province's Shelly company, Lei Zong felt weak all over and collapsed into his chair upon hearing the advantages and price of the Fairy Mini. Looking at Yu Shuoqin on the screen, he suddenly recalled Yisu's harmless smile and clenched his teeth tightly, muttering to himself, "That's too ruthless. How are we supposed to compete now?" Other domestic manufacturers' executives, upon hearing the price of the Elf Mini phone, reacted just like Lei Zong, as if they had received the worst possible news, their faces darkening to a terrifying shade of gloom. This move by Genesis Technology left these manufacturers, who relied on flagship models priced between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan, wondering how they could possibly compete. From high-end to mid-range phones, the market was almost entirely dominated by transparent phones. These manufacturers seemed to lack the courage to compete with transparent phones. There's no reason, it's simply because transparent phones symbolize technology, the essence of innovation, and represent fashion and cutting-edge trends. Even if they manage to secure a share of the market in the future, it will be very small indeed. The Elf system and transparent phones are two things that can firmly capture the hearts of young people and middle-aged consumers. As for the executives of certain foreign companies like Apple and Samsung, they are now cursing non-stop. Originally, some users might have been deterred by the high price of transparent phones, but now? The Elf Phone Mini is only 2,399 yuan, with a smoother system and higher specifications than yours. The problem is that their phone is transparent and can even be used for self-defense. What can you compare with their phone that costs 5 or 6,000 yuan? Disheartened. This is the true state of mind of the CEOs or executives of smartphone companies around the world watching Genesis Technology's press conference at this very moment. How despicable. These people are almost furious, yet they have no way to respond. Upon reflection, it was their own fault for resorting to underhanded tactics against Yi Su, using such harsh measures yet achieving little effect. The other side seems unwilling to employ such methods either. No. At this very moment, they won't admit it. They'll only think that the other side will eventually release the Elf Mini. It's inevitable. Otherwise, the blow to them would be too devastating. Chapter 149, Exterminate Them All. Elf Mini. Everyone knew that the release of this phone likely signaled the dawn of a new era in mobile technology. That is the transparent smartphone era. Previously, the cheapest transparent phone cost 7,000 yuan, which was unaffordable for most students. However, the launch of the Elf Mini has perfectly solved this issue. 2,399. That's the perfect price for a student phone. Compared to other domestic smartphones in the same price range, or even older models from certain brands, what can they possibly compete with the Fairy Mini? Battery life? System smoothness? Usability? Durability? On the Fairy Mini, there seems to be no aspect where it cannot outperform those phones. In fact, after watching the press conference and hearing Yu Shuoqin's introduction of the Fairy Mini, many smartphone users already believe that the Fairy Mini could outperform Samsung's flagship models and the latest generation of Apple products in every aspect. It might not be accurate to say that these users feel this way. The fact is, even the low-end Spirit Mini phone priced at 2,399 yuan can outperform all smartphones currently available on the market. Apple, Samsung, and other smartphones are simply no match. Many people understand and know that Genesis Technology released this affordable smartphone with the intention of eliminating all other smartphone manufacturers from the market. As Lei Jun said upon learning the price of the Elf Mini, how can we compete with this? Yisu had Genesis Technology release this phone with the intention of pushing these smartphone manufacturers into a corner. You were so arrogant, weren't you? You wanted to make my phones unsellable, weren't you? Well, if that's the case, I'll make you cry. Without resorting to any underhanded tactics or hesitation, Yisu seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack, prompting Genesis Technology to release the Fairy Mini. This is a one-sided battle, and victory is always on Yisu's side. In various live streaming rooms, comments are scrolling rapidly. This price left smartphone enthusiasts feeling shocked, surprised, and excited. At $2,399, you won't regret it, and you won't be fooled. Although this is a simplified version of the transparent phone and slightly smaller in size, its affordability is its biggest advantage. Mom won't have to worry about me selling my kidney anymore. For 2,399 yuan, you get such a great system, so much storage, and this kind of experience, plus it's fireproof, theft-proof, and even protects against old Wang. This might make other smartphone manufacturers cry out loud. Ha, a transparent phone for 2,399 yuan, this might be the funniest news I've heard all year. Ha, now I won't have to look so sad when my girlfriend wants to upgrade her phone. I feel so bad for having to sell my last kidney to buy an Apple device. Yisu, the god of men, forever. I love you so much. Yisu, long live. Genesis Technology Company, long live. As everyone seemed to be still in a daze. At the press conference, Yu Shuqin cleared her throat softly, instantly bringing everyone back to their senses. Cough, cough. I believe everyone now has a new understanding of the quality and security of our phones. Yu Shuqin smiled arrogantly and continued addressing the media below. On the 1st of next month, we will launch the Fairy Mini phone. No pre-orders are required. It will be available on our official website and in all our stores. We encourage everyone to visit our stores to experience it firsthand. The Fairy system, the world's most intelligent smartphone system, with no equal. Our phones are also flawless. Those competitors who tried to sabotage our company must be regretting it now. Today's press conference will conclude here. Thank you all. After finishing her speech, Yu Shuqin did not bow. She stood tall and walked off the stage with a calm expression. It wasn't until she hurriedly made her way backstage that she realized her palms were already drenched in sweat. This time, it was truly a test of both her mind and body. The strongest competitors in the entire industry were all trying to sabotage her company. To say she wasn't nervous or afraid would be a lie. For some reason, every time fear crept into her heart, she thought of Yisu's composed expression, as if he could handle anything, and her fear seemed to fade. After the press conference ended, she took a moment to compose herself before dialing Yisu's number. At that moment, Yisu was in the laboratory working on the prototype of the Elf Mini. Upon receiving Yu Shuqin's call, he knew the press conference must have ended, so he smiled and asked, "How did it go? Were you nervous?" "No, not at all." Every time she spoke with Yisu, Yu Shuqin felt like she was no longer the formidable businesswoman dominating the corporate world, but rather a delicate woman, and this feeling made her feel very comfortable. "Mr. Yi, here's the situation. I've already made it clear at the press conference that the Elf Mini is about to be released. I'm sure it will be widely reported by major media outlets." Yu Shuqin patted her chest, feeling her heart race like a frightened deer, then said, On the other end of the phone, Yisu spoke calmly, "Don't worry too much about such things. Those with ill intentions can't outsmart me. Women who are constantly startled tend to age prematurely. Alright, Mr. Yi. I'll get back to work." Yu Shuqin hung up the phone as if she had done something wrong, then touched her beautiful cheeks, feeling them slightly warm. On the other end of the line, Yisu hung up, shook his head, and smiled. He then opened his custom-made transparent phone to check the online reports about the Elf Mini phone. As expected, the media online had already begun to clarify the transparent phone explosion incident. After all, the authority of the test report from the Materials Molecular Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences was beyond doubt. As for the reports about the Elf Mini phone, they were, as expected, full of praise. As for the other phone manufacturers, Yisu really didn't care about their fate at the moment. Once the transparent phone Mini was released next month, those manufacturers would naturally regret their decisions. However, by then, Yisu won't give them any opportunities. Opportunities are like that, once missed, they're gone. Before the transparent phone was launched, remember how those phone companies spread rumors that the transparent phone was involved in false advertising, targeting him time and again. Yisu simply couldn't tolerate that. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Yisu. Chapter 150, A Smart System Beyond Its Time. At that moment, in a certain Intelligence System Research Institute, the research on the ELF system's functions had reached its final stages. Several professors stared at the computer screens, feeling a sense of awe. They had discovered that the intelligent assistant feature in the ELF system could not only learn autonomously but also independently handle situations the device owner had encountered before. Moreover, the error rate was 0%. This meant that the ELF system was a true intelligence system, and it had appeared in a smartphone designed for the general public, a system that could be popularized among all humanity. Oh, my God, what have I discovered? Professor Richard stared at the explanation of the ELF system on the computer screen, speechless, and could only express deep admiration for the developers of this system. He was the recipient of the previous year's Turing Award and had achieved great success in the field of computer intelligence. However, after seeing the functional analysis of the ELF system, he was truly amazed. Furthermore, he discovered that the system was actually encrypted, despite being publicly accessible, and its source code could not be obtained. The technology possessed by the system's developers was at least several decades ahead of its time, and that was a conservative estimate. Another blonde-haired, blue-eyed professor, seeing Professor Richard in such a state, was somewhat surprised. However, when he also shifted his gaze to the computer screen, he too was speechless for a moment, just like Professor Richard. How could this system be so intelligent? Although the template was similar to other systems, it could analyze the user's emotions and even modify the system itself? The professor was also deeply shocked. What did this represent? It represented the very first stage of artificial intelligence. They were unaware of the research achievements from the Academy of Sciences. Their institute was affiliated with Google and was only responsible for researching this intelligence system. However, not only were they unable to crack the system, but the results they obtained left them utterly astonished. My goodness, it seems the future doesn't belong to Google, it belongs to Genesis Technology Company. However, we must also develop our own true intelligence system. Another professor stared intently at the computer screen and said. At that moment, the research report on this ELF system was also published by the Google-affiliated Research Institute, representing an authoritative study, and was featured in major journals. What do we see through the Genie system? The most advanced intelligence system, a true intelligence system. In this report, the author detailed the advantages and intelligence of the ELF system and also highlighted some of its superior features compared to other systems, leaving all industry professionals who read the report in awe. The report also mentioned that Yi Su had won the Turing Award, sparking widespread attention. The Turing Award, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of the computer science field, left countless professors in the industry filled with envy. However, when they think about Yi Su's extraordinary talent, these professors can only shake their heads in disappointment. What they didn't know was that Yi Su didn't care about the Turing Award at all. If they knew that the Turing Award they had always dreamed of was looked down upon by Yi Su, they might be so angry they couldn't sleep. Following the conclusion of the press conference addressing the transparent smartphone explosion incident, major media outlets reported on the event. At the conference, Yoshua Chin also explained the convenience of the ELF system and provided a detailed comparison of its advantages over other mobile operating systems on the official website. Additionally, there was a report from a research institute affiliated with Google, so these media outlets prepared some sincere evaluations when reporting on the press conference. Yi Su also instructed the Public Relations Department of Genesis Technology Company to communicate with these media outlets and provide them with some benefits. As a result, all recent reports from these media outlets have been nothing but praise for the transparent phone. These reports all focus on the Fairy system installed on the transparent phone, giving the Fairy system extremely high praise. The Fairy system, the most advanced intelligence system, capable of revolutionizing the mobile phone industry. The transparent phone, the true smartphone. Google admits defeat, with the Android system completely outclassed by the Spirit system. The transparent phone, the only device equipped with the Spirit system, reigns supreme in the market. The future belongs to Genesis Technology Company. Google's CEO stated this during an interview. The pride of domestic tech companies, Genesis Technology Company. The Genie system is the most advanced intelligence system, redefining the concept of intelligence through Yi Su's innovative approach, resulting in this cutting-edge intelligence system. Google stated that the Fairy system is likely the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world today. It can even learn autonomously. Countless reports have been published on media websites and magazines, bringing it into the public eye. The previous transparent phone explosion incident now seems like a joke, with no one paying attention to it anymore. What more can be said about that incident? The Scientific Research Institute's test report mentioned that using Yi Su's technology, the newly developed graphene has a hardness higher than diamond, over 100 times stronger than the best steel in the world, and can withstand temperatures of several hundred degrees. Yet you claim that such a phone could explode? Isn't this the most ridiculous joke of the century? The transparent phone ELF uses over 80% new graphene in its materials, meaning there is virtually no possibility of an explosion. By this point, rumors about transparent phones exploding have lost all credibility among the general public. What they are more concerned about now is how user-friendly the ELF system, which powers the transparent phone, truly is. After all, Yoshua Chin mentioned at the press conference that on the 1st of next month, Genesis Technology Company will launch a cheaper, simplified version of the transparent phone, the ELF Mini, priced at 2,399 yuan. Ordinary people and students can afford it. Since it represents cutting-edge technology, why wouldn't they use it? With the launch of the Fairy Mini, public interest in transparent smartphones has clearly risen to a new level. Chapter 151, once again a sensation. The most advanced smart system, the Fairy system. This is the most sincere evaluation of the system from the media, or perhaps more accurately, from the leading experts in the field of smart technology. At this time, the official website of Genesis Technology Company also posted detailed introductions to the convenience and functions of the ELF system, allowing ordinary people to see them. Although transparent phones had been on the market for some time, the general public was still unfamiliar with the ELF system they were equipped with. Many even believed the ELF system was simply a modified version of the Android system, similar to those developed by Xiaoli Huacheng. However, after media outlets began reporting on it, the convenience of the Spirit system entered the public's awareness. They were surprised to discover that the Spirit system was such a user-friendly mobile operating system. The low-end model, the Spirit Mini, which was launched with the Spirit system, garnered significant attention within the mobile phone industry. Many people visit the official website of Genesis Technology daily to check out the introduction of the Spirit Mini phone and search for real-life photos of the device. They discovered that the ELF phone was so perfect it was exactly what they had always dreamed of. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the release of the ELF Mini, hoping to be among the first to purchase an ELF phone, so they can show off to their friends and experience the thrill of cutting-edge technology. After all, the cheapest version of the previous transparent phone cost 7,000 yuan, which was out of reach for many people. The widespread news about the launch of this phone was met with nothing more than a smile and a touch of envy. But when the Fairy Mini was about to be released, they realized that the transparent phone was exactly what they had always wanted. At 2,399 yuan, many people even decided they would eat instant noodles for a month just to buy one. At that moment, Yu Shuoqin smiled as she looked at the online news about the upcoming release of the Fairy Mini phone. She dialed Yi Su's phone and asked, "Mr. Yi, how many units should we produce for the first batch of the Fairy Mini phone? Our data analysts can't estimate an accurate number, so we're asking you." Yu Shuoqin calling Yi Su wasn't unexpected. After all, Genesis Technology was now under global scrutiny, and the affordable, simplified version of the transparent phone was priced so attractively that the company's data analysts couldn't make a decision on their own. Yi Su smiled and said to Yu Shuoqin on the phone, "As for how many to produce, I estimate that we'll need to sell at least 7 or 800 million units this time. So, notify all production lines worldwide to produce around 1 billion units. At this price, even if we can't sell 1 billion units initially, we'll definitely be able to sell them all eventually." Yi Su wasn't exaggerating. The transparent smartphone's operating system is several generations ahead of the world's current smartphone systems, and it is itself a concept phone that was originally expected to take years or even decades to develop. Launching this affordable simplified version was clearly aimed at eliminating other smartphone manufacturers. From the materials used in the transparent phone to its functions and design, it completely outclasses any other smartphone. The launch of the Fairy Mini phone is Yi Su's first and possibly final devastating move against the global smartphone industry. He believes that after the release of the Fairy Mini, other smartphone manufacturers will struggle to sell their devices. In Yi Su's eyes, the smartphones produced by these manufacturers are no different from the Noah smartphones from over a decade ago. These manufacturers will gradually fade into obscurity, and the future of the smartphone market will inevitably belong to Genesis Technology Company. Since they dare to plot against Genesis Technology Company and try to prevent the transparent phone from selling, it is only natural for Yi Su to eliminate them completely. In fact, when Yi Su first launched the transparent phone, it was merely a side project, and he had intended to leave a sliver of hope for these smartphone companies. However, if they choose to act this way, Yi Su cannot be held responsible. While Yi Su and Yu Shuoqin were talking, smartphone enthusiasts around the world were discussing the matter on various forums. Their discussions inevitably centered on Genesis Technology's upcoming ELF Mini phone. Some who already owned transparent phones boasted about the ELF system's convenience and how amazing the phone was. This left those who couldn't afford a transparent phone feeling envious, while their desire to own their own transparent phone grew even stronger. This phenomenon is occurring worldwide, and it seems that not having a transparent phone or even the ELF Mini would be considered a matter of shame. The ELF phone, or transparent phone, is quietly on the verge of becoming the mainstream in the smartphone market. As the trend for transparent smartphones swept the globe, in the ELF flagship stores, the flagship stores for transparent smartphone sample units of the ELF Mini smartphone were also made available for customers to experience, following instructions from Yi Su. Upon hearing this news, countless fans of transparent phones gathered in large numbers at the Fairy flagship stores, eagerly trying out the phones. It was a scene of chaos, with crowds of people filling the stores, all eager to get their hands on the latest ELF Mini phone. Many of them did not own a transparent phone. They had not yet experienced the ELF system, but they had already heard about its magic through media promotions, so countless passionate fans were pushing and shoving each other in the ELF flagship stores, eager to try out the transparent phones. Get out of the way. I was here first. Let me take a look first. Wow, this is amazing. The phone system is so freaking awesome, it's like it knows what I'm thinking. Hey, this ELF AI assistant is so much fun. You can even name it. Haha, I'll buy it. In major Spirit flagship stores, countless users are experiencing the Spirit system, and there are only a few days left until the official release date of the Spirit Mini, as shown on the Genesis Technology official website. These few days are truly agonizing for those eager to purchase the ELF system. Fortunately, in various ELF specialty stores, users can get an early hands-on experience with the phone, though they have to wait in line. Still, they feel it's worth the wait. Chapter 152, ELF Mini Phone available for unlimited sales. In Spirit specialty stores across the country, those who have tried out the transparent Spirit Mini phones consider this model nearly perfect. Ordinary people have not had easy access to transparent phones. In previous transparent phone sales, Yisu did not provide so-called demo units for users to try out. Therefore, for users who couldn't afford to buy a transparent phone, it remained a mysterious and prestigious item. Until this day, when Genesis Technology Company announced that the ELF Mini phone would soon be available for sale. This news thrilled them immensely, and they rushed to the flagship stores of various brands carrying the ELF Mini phone, eager to catch a glimpse of the transparent phone's elegant design. On this day, forums were flooded with posts about the Fairy Mini phone, all emerging at once. The keyword Fairy Mini phone also became the undisputed top search term on Baidu. Related topics flooded forums and online communities. Currently, the Fairy phone and transparent phone forums have both reached an astonishing number of followers in the tens of millions, with countless people gathering here to discuss the Fairy Mini phone. Are there any real photos of the Fairy Phone Mini? I heard that this model is 0.3 inches smaller than the 55-inch transparent phone. Is that true? Holy crap, the people at the specialty stores are going crazy. I heard there were demo units available yesterday, so I stayed up all night waiting to try it out, but I only got to play with it for a short while. Regardless. This time, I heard it's unlimited release, and the price is so low. I didn't buy one last time, so I can finally get one now. I hope it's not like last time, where the global limited edition of 100 million units sold out instantly. If that happens, I'll really have to say damn it. It's really beautiful, absolutely stunning. I'm a student, and none of my friends have transparent phones, but now there's a simplified version. Thank you, Genesis Technology Company, for letting me experience high tech. Thank you, the people, thank you, the party. I managed to get a few transparent phone minis through a special channel, each for 3,500. Anyone interested? Message me privately. Holy crap, this is amazing. I tried it out at the store today, and it's mind-blowing. It feels like I've stepped into the future. Countless praises for the transparent phone are appearing in every corner of the forums and on the pages of major discussion boards. And at the instruction of Yisu, numerous smartphone review websites and well-known media outlets also obtained pre-sale units and began reviewing this phone. Zongwonkan mobile phone review. Upon opening the box, only 3 words came to mind: beautiful as a painting. This phone is truly stunning. Although it's a simplified version, it looks even more compact and elegant than previous transparent phones, with a unique aesthetic appeal. Human Network Smartphone Review. The camera functionality of this smartphone was compared to a DSLR camera, and the results were impressive. The camera on the smartphone even outperformed the DSLR in some aspects. It's hard to imagine what the non-simplified version of the transparent smartphone could achieve. 186K Smartphone Review. In terms of specifications, this phone completely outclasses all other smartphones on the market. The reviewer even feels it is several generations ahead of a certain Apple model. At a price of 2,399 yuan, these smartphone companies might as well declare bankruptcy. Numerous smartphone review websites and magazines have given this phone extremely high praise, and the promotional effect it has achieved is even better than that of previous transparent phones. This was something Yisu had anticipated. The previous transparent phone targeted the high-end market, with a 10,000 yuan premium version offering color customization. However, the newly launched 2,399 yuan simplified version is more affordable, despite minor adjustments to size, appearance, and some non-critical system features. It still has countless people obsessed with it. Therefore, attracting so much attention is entirely understandable. Many people can't help but feel that compared to the Fairy Phone Mini, the smartphones they're currently using, such as Samsung, Huawei, and Apple, are nothing more than old-fashioned feature phones, with no desire to use them at all. Time flies, and the day of the Fairy Mini phone's release is drawing near. Before you know it, it's just one day away from the 1st of next month. In a certain office at Genesis Technology Company, Yu Shuachin was preparing with relevant personnel from various departments. Her beautiful face showed a hint of fatigue. The busy days preparing for the ELF Mini smartphone sales had left her exhausted, with faint dark circles appearing around her eyes. However, thinking about the development of Genesis Technology Company and the sales of the ELF Mini phone, she immediately perked up and got back to work. The first batch of transparent phones had already achieved an astonishing sales figure of 100 million units, and that was just the first batch. This shattered the expectations of countless industry insiders. Now, with the simplified version of the transparent phone, the ELF Mini, priced at a more accessible level, sales are expected to surge significantly compared to previous models. If 7,000 was unaffordable for many, then 2,399 would only be unaffordable for a small portion of the population. 7 or 800 million in sales? Perhaps it's truly as Mr. Yi said, such sales figures might be easily achieved. In recent days, Yushuachin has already distributed around 300 million units of the Spirit Mini offline. As for the online release of the Spirit Mini, the first batch will be sold without any quantity restrictions. What does unlimited quantity mean? It means that no matter how many users purchase the Spirit Mini phone, Genesis Technology will ship each one. However, the official website shows that the shipping time is up to 1 month. 1 month is sufficient for all production lines to work overtime to produce enough Spirit Mini phones. Finally, there's only 1 day left until the 1st of this month. The ELF Mini smartphone will be available for purchase on Genesis Technology's official website at midnight tomorrow. That night, countless people gathered in front of their computers or mobile screens, eagerly awaiting the launch of the Genie Mini smartphone. As they watched the screens intently, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the initial sales volume was listed as unlimited. Tick, tick, tick. The clock on the phone screen ticked away, second by second. Finally, there were less than 10 minutes left until the release of the Fairy Mini smartphone. At that very moment, Yushuachin and Yisu were sitting in the chairman's office of Genesis Technology Company. Looking at the official website, Yushuachin's heart was actually filled with anxiety. Chapter 153, Global Frenzy. Mr. Yi, we've already asked manufacturers worldwide to ramp up production of the ELF Mini this month. So far, we've produced hundreds of millions of units. How many do you think we can sell? Yushuachin asked with a puzzled expression. In fact, although Yisu had amazed her many times before, she still couldn't quite believe that the ELF Mini phone could sell as many as 700 or 800 million units, let alone over 1 billion, as Yisu had claimed. Just wait and see. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Yisu took a sip of tea, savored it, and then waited quietly for midnight to arrive. Time flew by, but the lights were still on inside Genesis Technology Company. Many departments were preparing for the midnight launch of the ELF Mini phone, each hoping to see how many units would be sold in the first batch. Due to time constraints, global inventory was currently only a few 100 million units. However, they all believed that the ELF Mini smartphone wouldn't just sell a few 100 million units after all. It was created by Yisu, the father of modern intelligence. It was a product of his Genesis Technology Company. On the Genesis Technology Company's official website, a red countdown timer was prominently displayed. At that very moment, countless people were waiting in front of their computer screens or mobile phones for the first batch of ELF Mini phones to go on sale. Time is ticking. 1150, 1155, 1159. Finally, the crucial moment has arrived. It's almost midnight. In the east, a bustling metropolis. In a university dormitory, the light illuminates the faces of several people. Although it's long past curfew, they're still glued to their computers or phones, waiting for the release of the ELF Mini smartphone. As stated on the official website, the first batch of sales on the official website is limited to 200 million units. Any orders placed beyond the 200 million units would be processed as pre-orders, meaning that those who didn't secure one of the first 200 million units would have to wait for the second, third, or even fourth batches to be shipped within a month. A month is an agonizing wait for those eager to get their hands on the ELF Mini phone immediately. Therefore, they must stay glued to their computer or phone screens, waiting for the sales to begin. In this university dormitory, several people were full of energy, none of them feeling the slightest bit sleepy. They stared at the countdown on the official website, their hearts racing with excitement, as if some emotion had been ignited within them. Old 4, do you think we can snag one of the 200 million units? Asked the leader of the dorm. I remember the first batch of 100 million transparent phones sold out in no time last time. Old 4 heard the leader's words and his heart began to race. He had visited the transparent phone specialty store before and had experienced the ELF Mini phone firsthand. He still couldn't forget the thrill it had given him, so he absolutely had to secure one this time. For this very mini phone, he was planning to eat instant noodles next month. If he couldn't get it, he would be really upset. The fourth roommate stared intently at the phone screen, where the countdown on the Genesis Technology official website was about to end. The timer showed 10 seconds remaining. His entire focus was on the phone screen. As the countdown hit 0, he quickly placed his finger on the screen. Purchase successful. The Genesis Technology official website displayed a secondary page. Old 4 saw those 4 words, his heart pounding wildly. Had he managed to secure the first batch? He didn't know. Then, as he looked at the small text that continued to pop up on the Genesis Technology official website, he let out a mournful cry. In the dormitory, 2 more heart-wrenching screams echoed from the other 2 directions. Because the text clearly stated, "We regret to inform you that you were not able to purchase the first batch of ELF Mini phones. Your ELF Mini phone will be shipped within 1 month. Enjoy your shopping." Similar situations were unfolding in dorm rooms around the world. Those dark-skinned foreigners, those blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, were all cursing after failing to purchase the first batch of ELF Mini phones. Although they had successfully purchased the phones, they might have to wait a month. How could this make users who were eager to use the ELF Mini phones immediately feel? Some people around you might have already snagged one of those 200 million units. When that happens, they'll be watching others use transparent phones while they're still stuck with their outdated Android phones or maybe an iPhone. That would be so embarrassing. Meanwhile, at the Genesis Technology official website, a completely different scene unfolded. No one is wailing, no one is showing signs of regret. They are staring at the data on their computers, at the astonishing numbers displayed on the screen. Some employees have their mouths wide open, too stunned to speak for half a minute. The first day sales figure, within just 1 hour, was 100,010,000. And this astonishing number is still growing, albeit at a slower pace. 10 billion, and it might not stop there. 12 billion? 13 billion? No one knew what the final figure would be. At that moment, many employees were moved to tears, their emotions running high. Because they knew this was the beginning of Genesis Technology Company's revolution in the mobile phone industry. In less than an hour, sales reached 1 billion. Although this is just the projected figure, the actual shipment volume won't reach this number. However, all 10 billion orders have already been confirmed and will be shipped in batches over the next month. This means that the order volume has indeed reached 10 billion. The number 10 billion was so enormous, a 1 followed by 9 zeros. According to Yisu's instructions, the number of successful orders for the ELF mini smartphone was displayed on the official website. This staggering figure. It can reassure all users who wish to purchase the ELF mini phone and deter all other smartphone manufacturers. It is likely unparalleled in history. Chapter 154, Explosive Sales. Consider this, the total population of the East is only a few hundred million, yet the number of orders placed for a single smartphone in the first 10 minutes reached 1 billion. How astonishing is that? If someone had mentioned this a year ago, anyone would have laughed it off as nonsense. However, today, Genesis Technology Company's Fairy Mini smartphone has truly sold 1 billion units in just 1 hour, with order transactions totaling 1 billion and 10 million, enough to blind the eyes of all competitors. Unparalleled in history, with no equal in the future. Everyone who sees this staggering number can't help but think of that phrase. At this moment, users still browsing Genesis Technology's official website or industry professionals in the mobile phone sector were left speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. With a global population of just over 7 billion, Genesis Technology sold 1 billion units of the ELF mini smartphone in its first hour. What does this mean? It means that the era of transparent smartphones, belonging to Genesis Technology Company, is about to begin. In this era, the era of Genesis Technology, all other smartphone companies are destined to become supporting actors, so insignificant. In fact, on the very first day the transparent smartphone was launched, they realized this problem. The transparent phone, crafted with technology that is generations ahead of theirs, can leave them far behind. My goodness, 10 billion, did I see that correctly? Media staff members were recording the number, their hands trembling as they held their pens. Some users, upon seeing this number, couldn't help but marvel. I knew I had good taste. Selling 10 billion units globally means that soon everyone around me will be using transparent phones, and I finally bought one too. I'm finally back in style. It can be said that, except for some underdeveloped regions, anyone who uses a smartphone and learns about the Fairy Mini phone will instinctively want to buy one. Students who couldn't afford it would pester their parents, promising all sorts of things, just to get them to buy one for them. 1 a.m. Inside the Genesis Technology Company building, the lights were transparent, and the employees were all staring at the 10-digit numbers displayed on their computer screens, excited beyond belief. When would they have ever imagined that they would personally witness this astonishing historical event? It's no surprise that reaching 10 billion in order value within an hour signifies the dawn of a new era. I can't believe I've gone through this. How did we sell 10 billion units in just an hour? Our company is truly amazing. I made the right choice joining here. An employee shouted excitedly. If that's the case, aren't our competitors doomed? They were still slandering our company's spirit phones for exploding, and now they're reaping what they sowed. Another employee pushed his glasses up, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if a long-standing grudge had been avenged. The rest of the employees were also overjoyed. They belonged to the mobile product division of Genesis Technology Company, and upon hearing the news, they felt an endless sense of pride, for they were employees of Genesis Technology Company. They were employees of Genesis Technology Company, where the boss not only frequently distributed bonuses but also rarely laid off employees. Earning such high salaries and bonuses while working for a company on the rise with endless potential, while employees at other smartphone companies constantly worry about being laid off, how could this not make one feel proud? Now, anyone with eyes can see that those mobile phone companies are in big trouble. The Genie Mini phone has sold over 100 million units, which means that Genesis Technology has effectively cut off their livelihood. To survive, they have no choice but to switch industries. Recently, the internet and media reported on the transparent phone explosion incident, which had them worried sick at the time. But what they didn't expect was that just a few days later, the explosion incident was not only resolved perfectly, but the company also turned the tables and emerged victorious. Now it's the smartphone companies that should be crying. In the chairman's office of Genesis Technology, Yisu quietly glanced at the official website page, took another sip of tea, and said to Yushua Chin, "Are you happy now?" Yushua Chin stared at the website for a moment without speaking. Her mind was filled with shock. Upon hearing Yisu's words, she carefully counted the 9 zeros on the website with her fingers, her cherry red lips parting in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? 10 billion? Yes. Yisu smiled and nodded. Yu Shuachin covered her mouth, overjoyed, suddenly let out a shriek, then excitedly tiptoed up and kissed Yisu on the lips. You see, just a few days ago, she had been stressed out over the transparent phone explosion incident. But she never imagined that in such a short time, transparent phones had already become the mainstream in the market. No, calling it the mainstream is an understatement. Transparent phones had now become the industry leader, the undisputed giant of the smartphone industry. The entire smartphone industry was dominated by transparent phones, and other smartphone companies could barely get a taste of the market. Yisu touched his cheek, where he could still feel the warmth of Yushuachin's lips. Seeing her in such a delicate, feminine pose, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He said, although the numbers have reached 10 billion, I don't think that should scare you, right? Yu Shuachin seemed to realize how abrupt her behavior had been. She touched her lips, cleared her throat, and said embarrassedly, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. But this number is really terrifying. Yu Shuachin spoke in a broken voice, her cheeks flushing slightly. Chapter 155, The Despair of the Mobile Phone Company Executives. Yu Shuachin stared at the enormous number displayed on the official website, completely speechless. Before joining Genesis Technology Company, she had never imagined that one day she would work for a company that had reached the pinnacle of its industry, and not just in one industry, but in multiple industries. For example, 6, intelligent systems, and graphene. And Genesis Technology Company's future was far from limited to these areas. This was something Yu Shuachin knew instinctively. Because Genesis Technology had Yisu, that mysterious and great man. Based on her intuition, Yisu's ambitions certainly weren't to become the dominant player in the smartphone industry or the materials industry. His thoughts are enigmatic, but the things he wants to achieve will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yu Shuachin's eyes flickered as she looked at Yisu, and for a moment, she was completely captivated. Yisu, seeing Yu Shuachin's expression, couldn't help but smile to himself. He never expected that even a strong woman like Yu Shuachin could be so captivated by him. Perhaps there was something about him that attracted women. While Yu Shuachin was stunned by the figure of 10 billion, in the other smartphone companies, the CEOs and executives were panicking. Xiaoli Company. Even at past 1 a.m., the lights were still on, and more than half of the senior executives remained in the conference room, staring at the terrifying number on the Genesis Technology Company's official website, all of them falling into silence. Lei Zong's face was also dark and ominous. In fact, he usually wore a smile, and all the senior executives at Xiaoli Technology knew that this expression only appeared when the company was facing a major crisis. What was the total sales volume of the domestic smartphone market last year? Lei looked at the number, his entire body trembling, and asked a senior executive beside him. The executive, hearing Lei Zong speak, hurriedly replied, last year's total domestic smartphone sales were 700 million. Upon hearing this, Lei suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. Everyone around him dared not speak, as they too were terrified by the number displayed on the homepage of Genesis Technology's official website. 700 million? 700 million? That's the amount of orders we close in an hour, which is equivalent to what all domestic manufacturers work for a year and a half. Plus, they've monopolized transparent smartphone technology, so who knows how much profit they make per unit. Great! From this day forward, we're all doomed. Lei Zong seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Xiaoli Company had only been around for a few years, and he had always thought he was doing well. But he never expected that Genesis Technology Company, which had only been around for less than a year, had already driven these old-school manufacturers to the brink of extinction. He doesn't regret it. He doesn't regret the things he did with other phone companies to try to stop Genesis Technology. In his view, transparent phones replacing the currently popular smartphones is just a matter of time. What? Xiaoli is also developing transparent phones? Sorry, but the key new graphene production technology required to manufacture transparent phones is in Genesis Technology's hands. Do you think they'd just hand it over to you? Whoever controls the technology controls the entire industry. Lei Jun, known as the Ray of Light, stared at the long string of numbers on the Genesis Technology Company's official website, frozen in place, unable to speak. The other board members and senior executives could only follow suit in silence. Faced with Genesis Technology's launch of the Elf mini phone, they truly had no solutions. Spread rumors again? Do the people think they're fools? They could clearly foresee that the future of the smartphone industry was inevitably destined for transparent phones. Meanwhile, at Huacheng Company, Yu Zong was just as dazed as Lei Zong, staring blankly ahead as if nothing happening in the outside world had anything to do with him. Huacheng had been aggressively expanding into the high-end market over the past 2 years, confident that no domestic manufacturer could match them. But they never anticipated that Genesis Technology would emerge as a dark horse out of nowhere. Upon announcing the launch of their transparent phone, they immediately captured the attention of countless people. After the official release, they achieved an astonishing first batch sales figure of 100 million units. Moreover, even their cheapest model costs 7,000 yuan, yet it still outsells Huacheng's products by an unimaginable margin. Originally, Yuzhong had planned to use price as a weapon to compete with them, hoping to carve out a niche for Huacheng under the pressure of transparent phones. But he never imagined that they would launch the Fairy Mini phone at an unbelievably low price of 2,399 yuan. Mr. Yu now feels as though he's swallowed something disgusting. He also senses that Huacheng is doomed. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say that all global smartphone brands are doomed. Mid-range prices, high-end experience. Who would still buy your Huacheng? Who would still buy your little coolpad Meizu? Feeling utterly despairing, Yuzhong sighed silently and began drafting his resignation letter. Meanwhile, at Apple and Samsung overseas, Cook and Liwan he had expressions similar to Lei and Yu, with thoughts that were largely the same. If one sentence could summarize their situation, that sentence would undoubtedly be: today, we've all become Noah. The night passed in this manner. The launch of the Elf Mini smartphone early yesterday morning also caused quite a stir. Media outlets saw it as a new topic and began rushing to write reports. Meanwhile, the CEOs of those smartphone companies couldn't sleep all night, each feeling a sense of dread toward going to work. There was no reason they feared hearing any news about Genesis Technology's release of the Elf Mini phone, feared hearing about their company's stock plummeting in the stock market, and feared hearing their subordinates' helpless reports about declining sales of their own phones. Chapter 156, Becoming the Dominant Player was just a side effect. These CEOs of the smartphone companies all knew what they were about to face. They were all fully aware of this. They know this time is different from before. The future holds no certainty for them. The questions they must now consider are: when should they start laying off employees? When should they shift the company's focus and transition into another industry? When should they start transferring company shares? At 9 a.m., the Eastern Stock Exchange officially opened for trading. As soon as Genesis Technology Company released its global sales figures for the first day, even the most naive person could see what was happening. This was the dawn of a new era. The mobile phone industry would be completely dominated by transparent phones. Many people who owned shares in those mobile phone companies sold their shares without hesitation, leaving the stock market in a state of despair, with nothing but green numbers. Xiaoli Company, bad news, bad news. Mr. Lei, our company's stock has hit the daily price limit. Huacheng Company, Mr. Yu, our company's stock has hit the daily limit, and the situation is critical. Similar situations unfolded in numerous smartphone companies across the country. Overnight, the valuations of these companies plummeted by an unknown amount. Countless senior executives at mobile phone companies submitted their resignations, and many employees arrived late for work because they knew that the company they were working for had no future left. Meanwhile, overseas companies like Samsung and Apple are facing the same situation. As soon as the stock market opened, their stock prices plummeted wildly, nearly driving their CEOs who had once dominated the smartphone market to the brink of madness. How could this happen? How could a single smartphone sell 1 billion units in just 1 hour? This is absurd. This is absurd. We at Apple have worked so hard over the years just to achieve this, and we had finally secured our position. Who would have thought we could be defeated so easily? Cook lay helplessly in his office chair, venting his frustration at his assistant. Since taking over Apple, he had never encountered such a situation, let alone one that seemed almost impossible to survive. The assistant looked innocent. How is this my fault? This has nothing to do with me. Though unwilling to admit it, this was indeed a shift in the times, a turning point in history. It was an irreversible fact. In fact, long ago, when the transparent phone first appeared and amazed the world, he had already sensed this. He had just never spoken of it, never imagined it would come so quickly. Sigh. Cook let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness. Now, there was nothing he could do. As for Lee Wan-hee of Samsung, compared to Cook, he was in a much more relaxed position. After all, while Samsung was indeed a global leader in the smartphone market, if that market were to disappear, they could shift their focus to other industries, though it would be a painful transition. Samsung wasn't just owned by Lee Wan-hee, other shareholders would likely understand his situation, so he wasn't overly concerned. At Genesis Technology Company, Yi-Su looked at the stock market trends on the computer screen and smiled at Yu Shuo-chin beside him. The company's cash reserves are sufficient, right? Make sure the analysts properly evaluate these domestic smartphone manufacturers, then have someone negotiate the acquisition. As for Apple and Samsung, I estimate that negotiations will likely not succeed for now, so there's no need to concern ourselves with their fate. Once we acquire these mobile phone companies, all their currently available models should be discontinued, and their sales channels and personnel should be integrated into our company's mobile phone department. Yu Shuo-chin wasn't particularly surprised. She had naturally considered the future of these smartphone companies last night, and it seemed that, aside from being acquired by their own company, they really had no other viable options. After giving these instructions, Yi-Su looked out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office at the scenery below, then turned and left directly. He trusted Yu Shuo-chin's capabilities. After Yi-Su left, Yu Shuo-chin began preparing for the acquisition of the mobile phone companies. The first targets were the two major manufacturers, Huacheng and Xiaoli, followed by Coolpad, Meizu, Oppo, and BBK. A few days later, after Yu Shuoqin sent people to acquire these companies, media reports began to surface. There were no longer any Huacheng or Xioli companies in the country. Genesis Technology had acquired them all. From now on, the future belonged to Genesis. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Although the domestic mobile phone industry is now almost monopolized, Genesis Technology Company, which now owns the distribution channels of these mobile phone companies, will undoubtedly be able to ship products more quickly and produce more fairy mobile phones. The era of Genesis Technology has truly begun. For domestic manufacturers like Huacheng, Xioli and OP, we can only express regret. This is akin to repeating Noah's tragedy. The facts tell us that lagging behind can only lead to becoming a bubble of the times. Numerous media outlets are reporting on Genesis Technology Company's acquisition of other smartphone companies, using highly elaborate language to describe the transactions. As for the general public, some feel sorry for the acquired smartphone companies, while others recall the transparent smartphone explosion incident and believe these companies deserve their fate. In any case, despite differing opinions, they are all eager to see Genesis Technology Company acquire these smartphone companies. Because this means the dawn of a new era for Genesis Technology Company. From now on, all other smartphone manufacturers have become Noah, while Genesis Technology Company has become the undisputed ruler of the smartphone industry. In the laboratory, Yisu held his custom-made transparent smartphone, glanced at the media reports, and smiled indifferently. Becoming the dominant player in the mobile phone industry, what's so great about that? It seemed to Yisu that it wasn't really that remarkable after all. Becoming the dominant player in the mobile phone industry was just something he did effortlessly. Chapter 157, Research Achievements Beyond This Era. In the laboratory, Yisu glanced at the media comments and shook his head with a wry smile. Saying that Genesis Technology Company has now become the dominant player in the smartphone industry is not entirely unfounded, but acquiring domestic smartphone manufacturers that no longer have the capability to resist will still be a long and arduous process. In any industry, if only one company holds sway, it can be called a monopoly. For example, why don't China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom merge? Because the government would never allow such a situation to arise. In an industry, if one company dominates and controls the entire sector, that is called a monopoly. Monopolies are strictly prohibited by the state apparatus under any circumstances, as the current state is focused on developing the nation and upholding its unique brand of socialism. Although Genesis Technology has already acquired several major domestic manufacturers and become the undisputed leader in the industry, it cannot acquire smaller companies. If they were to forcibly acquire them, the state apparatus would likely intervene, and at that point, it would no longer be worth the effort. Yisu continued to browse some news online using his custom transparent smartphone before putting his thoughts aside. He walked over to the laboratory table and called Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan to begin organizing the experimental materials. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, who had previously assisted Yisu in completing the intermediate gene-enhancing agent, could now handle any small task he assigned them. "Husband, why are you asking us to organize these materials? Are you planning to publish them?" Lin Zixuan asked Yisu with a clever expression while sorting through the materials related to the intermediate-level gene-enhancing agent. Judging by his current demeanor, he was constantly searching for other materials, his mind clearly deep in thought. He must be planning to publish his related gene evolution theory, right? After all, Yisu's previous lecture had been met with skepticism by many. Now he wants to prove his views are correct by publishing a compelling theory on gene evolution, which is understandable. Yisu nodded, focused on organizing the materials, looking so captivating that Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but stare at him. After a while, the theory on gene evolution agents was finalized. Yisu looked satisfied at the text on the computer screen, then printed it out page by page, holding them carefully in his hands. Looking at the theory of gene evolution drugs in his hands, he became lost in thought. In this backward era, this theory on gene evolution potions would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. He recalled that during his previous lecture, countless scientists and professors from around the world had expressed skepticism. Though Yisu had never made a mistake since entering the public eye, the concept of gene evolution serum was simply too revolutionary to be easily accepted. It was still only 2017, and many people believed such a thing would only appear decades or even centuries later, so they couldn't handle the idea. However, once Yisu publishes this incomplete theory of gene evolution drugs, these people's views will likely change. His theory of gene evolution drugs thoroughly explains the possibilities of human evolution and uses a theory filled with sincerity to calculate the steps required for human genes to evolve. It is sure to astonish everyone. The data calculations and explanations in this theory are based on the current level of scientific development in this world and contain no errors. Yisu, of course, feels utterly confident in it. Since that's the case, it's time to prepare to publish this theory. First, find his mother and see how she reacts. Yisu thought to himself, then opened his computer and instructed Rem to send the gene evolution theory to his mother. At that moment, Lu Tingyun was in the Research Institute of Dongfang Medical University when he suddenly saw a DOCX file sent by his son. He was puzzled. What was his son up to this time? Could it be another cutting-edge paper? When she saw the file, she couldn't help but freeze in shock. The file name was clearly Gene Elixir Evolution Theory. Upon seeing those 3 words, Lu Tingyun could only feel shock. Gene evolution, wasn't that what Yisu had mentioned in his speech earlier? She never expected results to come so quickly. Could gene evolution technology truly be on the verge of arriving in this era? Lu Tingyun's face was filled with shock, which was quickly noticed by the professors working alongside her. Seeing her in such a state, they were all puzzled. Professor Liu was not one to easily reveal his emotions. What was happening? Why was he so shocked? However, when they shifted their gaze to the computer screen and saw the name of the file, they were immediately speechless. The file was titled Gene Evolution Agent Theory, and the sender was none other than the renowned Yisu. The descriptions of the future world and the speeches Yisu had given earlier were still fresh in their minds. They never expected Yisu to present such results so quickly. Several professors found this utterly absurd. Gene evolution, such cutting-edge technology, could it really appear so quickly? They couldn't believe it. Professor Liu, take a look. Is this real? Maybe it's an incomplete theory your son gave you. It can't just be a hypothesis, can it? An elderly professor said to Professor Liu with a skeptical expression. The expressions on the faces of the other middle-aged professors were similar to that of the elderly professor. They simply couldn't believe that the theory of gene evolution drugs could appear in this era. Although it was proposed by Yisu, it is still too far-fetched to be believed. Chapter 158, The Significance of the Gene Evolution Potion. Alright, I'll take a look. Lu Tingyun snapped out of her shock and opened the file to read it. Starting from the first sentence, Lu Tingyun's expression grew increasingly stunned. She called over several professors beside her and began a preliminary verification of the theoretical concepts. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time slipped away unnoticed. The professors, engrossed in verifying the gene evolution theory, were so shocked by what they found that they seemed to have forgotten about time altogether. Since it was just verification, it was much simpler than Yisu's calculations. Moreover, the professors were only conducting a rough verification, so the workload was incomparably lighter than what Yisu had done before. Heaven! Telomeres can actually be altered? How on earth did Yisu come up with this method? So this chromosome can actually change? By altering this gene chain in such a way, lifespan can be significantly extended. The professors were verifying the results while secretly marveling to themselves. Although this genetic evolution theory was based on Earth's current technological level, the techniques involved were likely far ahead of Earth's current genetic technology by several orders of magnitude. These professors, who had dedicated their entire lives to scientific research, couldn't help but shed tears of joy while verifying this theory, feeling that their lives had been well spent. Finally, after 6 long hours, the data verification for this theory was complete. Though the professors felt their minds were spinning, the excitement in their expressions never faded. The theory, in its entirety, is correct. At least the data is accurate. From a data analysis perspective, the development of gene evolution agents is entirely feasible. However, they were merely professors with significant achievements in the field of medicine, and they had no way of verifying the authenticity of the gene evolution drug theory. To verify whether this theory holds true, we will have to wait for professors who have made significant contributions in the field of genetics to conduct further research. At that moment, Lu Tingyun also sent a message to Yisu via a communication app, roughly stating that having a son like him made his mother truly proud, and if this gene evolution drug theory were published, it could advance global gene theory research by decades. Yisu saw Lu Tingyun's message but merely smiled to himself without responding. He had so much more to accomplish in the future and shouldn't be boastful over such a minor matter. Although the gene evolution serum theory was completely correct, Yisu wasn't foolish enough to publish his true findings. Therefore, the theory only outlined a general direction, explaining how to develop the gene evolution serum and its complete feasibility. However, given Earth's current technological level, no one else besides Yisu could possibly create a gene evolution serum. After Professors Liu Tingyun and others conducted a preliminary verification of the theory at the Medical University's Research Institute, for some reason, news of Yisu's intention to publish the gene evolution serum theory reached the ears of General Xiangdong. Capital City. What did you say? Yisu wants to publish the theory of gene evolution agents? According to your preliminary verification, this theory is completely feasible? Upon hearing the voice of the elderly professor over the phone, General Xiangdong was taken aback. It had only been a few days since Yisu was still busy with the transparent phone explosion incident, yet he was already preparing to publish his theory on gene evolution agents. Genius truly is genius, able to achieve breakthroughs in multiple fields simultaneously and handle matters with such efficiency. The old professor on the phone explained the details to General Xiangdong and gave Yisu's gene evolution drug theory an extremely high evaluation, causing General Xiangdong to take this matter even more seriously. The effects of the gene evolution serum that Yisu had mentioned earlier had been on Xiangdong's mind ever since he returned. He couldn't stop thinking about it because the effects were simply too tempting, extending lifespan, enhancing physical features, increasing speed, strength, and agility. According to Yisu's description, after taking the gene evolution serum, one could almost become a new human being. Although altering human genes might be considered unethical, the potential effects of the gene-enhancing agent were simply too tempting to ignore. Major General Xiang Dong couldn't help but wonder how powerful and astonishing the effects would be if such an agent were distributed to the special forces in the East. If every special forces soldier could take this gene-enhancing agent, then Eastern military might becoming the world's strongest would not be a difficult feat. What kind of elite special forces do you have? Our domestic special forces could take them down with one hand. You want to launch a surprise attack? Sorry, you won't even get close before we hear you coming. However, what concerned General Xiang Dong was that this gene-enhancing agent was so versatile might it have any side effects for those who took it. Shaking his head, General Xiang Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. Who was Yi Su? He was a god. His product wouldn't have any side effects, right? Besides, Yi Su had already guaranteed that the gene evolution serum wouldn't pose any safety issues. Thinking about the benefits the gene evolution serum could bring to the East, General Xiang Dong furrowed his brows and grew even more serious about the matter. He immediately ordered someone to arrange a flight to Los Angeles to discuss the gene evolution serum with Yi Su. He then dialed Yi Su's phone and said, "Yi Su, I heard you're about to publish your theory on the gene evolution serum? Ha, you're really something, making your older brother here very proud." When Yi Su received General Xiang Dong's call, he was researching the mass production of the initial gene evolution drug. Hearing General Xiang Dong's voice on the other end of the line, Yi Su couldn't help but laugh. "General, you're really flattering me. By the way, the nation also needs this technology, right? When will you come over so we can discuss it properly?" Chapter 159, The Chief Summons. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, Major General Xiang Dong smiled and said, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll fly to Luo City tomorrow. Brother, I suggest you hold off on publishing that theoretical paper for now. The Supreme Leader is placing great importance on this matter and wishes to discuss it with you. Alright, then. I'll hold off on publishing the theory for now. See you tomorrow. Yi Su hung up the phone. Soon, the next day arrived, and General Xiang Dong also arrived in Luo City to meet with Yi Su specifically. The next day, in the villa's reception room, Yi Su once again met Major General Xiang Dong. Major General Xiang Dong looked exhausted. He had been busy with another matter, but upon hearing that Yi Su's gene evolution drug theory was about to be published, he had to rush over immediately. Regarding the gene evolution serum, there was no room for carelessness. Not only did he take it very seriously, but the top brass also placed immense importance on this matter. As for why Major General Xiang Dong had come all the way to meet him before he published his theory on gene evolution agents and discussed the nation's stance on the theory, Yi Su found it quite natural. After all, this was no ordinary matter like virtual reality or graphene technology. Gene evolution agent technology is closely tied to the military capabilities of the East. If gene evolution agent technology were to be developed, the military capabilities of the East would undoubtedly see a significant boost. After all, pilots with lightning-fast reflexes, special forces soldiers with exceptional all-around abilities, and naval personnel with exceptional vision would all contribute immensely to the overall strength of the military. General Xiang Dong, welcome. May I ask what brings you here today? Yi Su sat on the sofa in the reception room, took a sip of tea, and said to General Xiang Dong, knowing full well the answer. Earlier, he had already discussed the details of the gene-enhancing agents with General Xiang Dong, which had left him deeply shocked. Now that General Xiang Dong had come to seek him out, it was clear that he must be desperately eager to obtain this technology. Or perhaps the nation wanted to collaborate with Yi Su on this technology. Haha, Yi Su, talking to you is always so relaxed. The top brass has expressed great interest in your gene evolution serum technology. That's why they sent me down here to discuss it with you. I wonder if you're willing to share this technology with the state. Of course, the state will reward those who contribute. Major General Xiang Dong took a sip of tea, feeling much more energetic, and said with a smile. General Xiang Dong also directly explained the purpose of his visit to Yi Su. In fact, he knew that when talking to someone as intelligent as Yi Su, almost nothing could be hidden from him. As long as the nation offered Yi Su something that could tempt him, Yi Su would likely be willing to cooperate with the nation. Oh? What kind of reward? Oh, right, our Genesis Technology Company has recently encountered some obstacles in acquiring domestic smartphone manufacturers. I wonder if the nation could help resolve this issue? Yi Su said casually. Due to the state's anti-monopoly laws, Genesis Technology Company, after acquiring several major mobile phone manufacturers, dare not, or rather find it difficult, to acquire other manufacturers. Taking this opportunity to propose this condition is understandable. Xiang Dong smiled knowingly and said, Yi Su, you're really overthinking this. The top brass highly values your gene evolution drug technology and even plans to meet with you in person. The request you just made has already been prepared for you. Although the country has antitrust laws, for a company like Genesis that has made significant contributions to the nation, the government should give you the green light. You can proceed with the acquisition of other mobile phone manufacturers with confidence the government will provide you with certain assistance. The senior official was very interested when he heard that you possess gene evolution drug technology, and even gave it a high evaluation, praising it as the hope of the new era. Yisu smiled upon hearing General Xiangdong's words and said, "This solution is good. I agree. I wonder when the top official plans to meet with me. Since the top leader has indicated that the state will support Yisu's company in acquiring the remaining smartphone manufacturers and will not worry about antitrust laws, that is naturally the best outcome." In fact, Yisu had been thinking about it as well. His transparent smartphone had effectively driven out all the well-known domestic smartphone manufacturers. Would the state intervene? Now that he thought about it, he realized he had overthought it. General Xiangdong looked at Yisu with a serious expression and said, "You are a strategic talent who has made significant contributions to the nation. You must be well aware of the importance of the gene evolution serum to the nation. Regarding the matter of meeting the Supreme Leader, the sooner the better. After all, the Supreme Leader has set aside time to meet you, and the theoretical research and various tests related to the gene evolution serum also require time. So, if possible, please accompany me to the capital today." Today? Yisu sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples. It seemed like he was always busy, and now he had to go see the Supreme Leader again. However, since the chief had made it clear he wanted to see him, Yisu knew he had to go. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you to the capital today." After packing the essentials for the trip and bringing along a sample of the basic gene evolution serum, Yisu followed General Xiangdong onto the plane. The plane was moving quickly. Yisu looked out the window at the scenery below and suddenly felt a bit dazed. Since arriving in this world, he couldn't remember the last time he had truly enjoyed the scenery. Every day was a whirlwind of tasks, one after another. However, for the sake of this world's technological development, Yisu felt that it was all worth it. Time flew by quickly, and in just a few hours, Yisu and General Xiangdong arrived in Jing province by plane, heading toward the central area. Chapter 160, Genius or Devil? The center was the collective term for Zhonghexin, the residence of the highest leader of the East, as well as the location for daily office work. Yisu was also visiting the center for the first time. After passing through layer upon layer of security checkpoints, he followed General Xiangdong into a spacious reception room. The conference room was filled with military personnel and professors from the field of genetic research. Upon entering, Yisu was immediately struck by the imposing presence, though he remained unfazed. The one who met with Yisu was the third chief. At that moment, the third chief was seated in a chair, sipping tea. Upon seeing Yisu and General Xiangdong enter, he stood up to greet them. In a central conference room, the third-ranked chief stood up with a smile, welcoming Yisu's arrival. He exuded an air of someone who had been in a position of power for a long time. Though he appeared very amiable, he gave off an aura that made it difficult to approach him, and his true thoughts remained a mystery. This reminded Yisu of a saying, "A leader must blend into the crowd yet stand out from it." This must be the renowned Yisu, truly a young and promising talent. The third-ranked leader looked at him with a mix of admiration and awe, then gestured for Yisu to sit down. As for General Xiangdong, he can only stand there with a smile on his face. "Not at all, I think you, the first minister, are the one who has achieved so much. You're always worrying about the affairs of the nation. Compared to you, we researchers are nothing." Yisu replied with a smile. The third chief shook his head and smiled bitterly. There really are talented people in every generation. You scientists are the hope of the times. We are just responsible for building the superstructure. You should have brought the gene evolution serum with you. Since that's the case, show it to these professors. The nation places great importance on your research. If it truly works as you and General Xiangdong mentioned earlier, then our nation will undoubtedly lead other nations in the field of gene research by several decades. The third chief, getting straight to the point, praised Yisu briefly before directly instructing him to hand over the gene evolution serum to the professors waiting in the reception hall for research. "All right." Yisu nodded, took out a small box from his briefcase, entered his fingerprint, and the box immediately opened, revealing a beautifully crafted small vial that caught everyone's attention. The researchers present at the scene couldn't help but feel their hearts racing wildly upon seeing the small vial. The technology inside that bottle was at least 50 years ahead of the world. They never imagined they would witness such a breakthrough in their lifetime gene evolution agents. Could they truly be on the brink of witnessing the emergence of a new human species? Some of the researchers present, however, paid little attention to the small bottle Yisu had produced. They firmly believed that, given the current state of technology, something as absurd as a gene evolution serum could never exist, and that Yisu was merely trying to attract attention. The chief took the sample of the gene evolution serum. Under the light, the liquid inside the bottle shimmered with a captivating glow. As he looked at the serum, a tear seemed to well up in the corner of the chief's eye. For through this serum, he saw the future of the East. "Chief, here are some data and specific preparation methods for the gene evolution drug. The nation must keep this information strictly confidential." Yisu hesitated for a moment before pulling out a stack of documents from his backpack. These documents contained the detailed data and specific preparation methods for the primary gene-enhancing agent, a matter of utmost importance that must not fall into foreign hands. Data on the gene evolution potion? And the preparation methods? Excellent. Yisu, you have once again made a tremendous contribution to the nation. I fear that even a military rank would not suffice to compensate for even a tenth of your merits. The third chief took the documents from Yisu, glanced through them briefly, and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. At the same time, he summoned a soldier. After handing the materials to the soldier, the third-ranked chief said solemnly, "Take these materials to the professors for data analysis. By the way, have the confidentiality agreements been prepared? Make sure all the professors sign them. Gene evolution agents are a cutting-edge technology crucial to the future of all humanity. The nation must strictly maintain secrecy. Signing a confidentiality agreement is the bare minimum. Once the nation begins actual research on this technology, the professors' actions will be restricted. It's just like when the old Eastern nation was researching nuclear weapons. This is strategic technology that determines the nation's future." The third-ranked official couldn't afford to be careless. The lead professor, Tang Zhenghong, after signing the confidentiality agreement, receiving the materials, and the USB drive containing all the data, immediately revealed an excited expression. He then boarded the vehicle with the other professors and headed to the laboratory. After the professors departed, Yisu exchanged pleasantries with the third-ranked chief and also left the center, boarding a vehicle headed for the Genome Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences. The journey from the center to the Genome Research Institute was neither too short nor too long. After driving for some time, Yisu and the chief's vehicle arrived at the institute. The third chief and Yisu entered the institute. At that moment, inside the institute, the professors who had signed the confidentiality agreements had already begun their research on the gene evolution drug technology. The institute was bustling with activity. Each professor had been assigned a task and was currently verifying the accuracy of Yisu's gene evolution drug theory. Professor Tang Zhenghong stared at the data on the computer screen, his face filled with astonishment. According to the computer simulation, this segment of the gene evolution drug theory had once again been proven correct. Was Yisu a genius or a devil? How did he come up with these ideas? They were ideas that seemed utterly absurd, ideas that Tang Zhenghong would never have believed if someone had mentioned them before. Yet, according to the computer simulations, they were all correct. Chapter 161, The Invitation to Speak at Tsinghua University. The test results of the gene-enhancing serum left everyone speechless. Telomeres could actually change like this? Which chromosome, which gene, and how such a change could produce such significant effects? Yisu's theory of gene evolution agents is simply mind-boggling. Not only was Professor Tang Zhenghong utterly shocked, but the other professors at the Genome Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences were also deeply astonished after simulating the theoretical segments assigned to them. Gene evolution drug theory. This document detailed how the gene evolution agent was created and its specific mechanisms. Furthermore, Yisu provided extensive data and experimental evidence to supplement this theory, demonstrating its accuracy to the fullest extent. The terminology used is based on the current technological level of this world, so the professors immersed in gene research could easily understand Yisu's explanations. After conducting data calculations and theoretical analyses for some time, all the professors were deeply impressed by Yisu's gene evolution agent theory. What they once considered an enigmatic entity was now revealed to be as straightforward as lines of computer code, capable of being altered with such ease. Certain parts or gene chains that they had never noticed before were actually the key factors capable of bringing about changes in the human body. When verifying Yisu's theory, these professors were utterly mind-blown by some of the concepts mentioned in the gene evolution theory. They had never imagined that gene evolution could be such a straightforward process. According to Yisu's theory of genetic evolution, as long as the medication is manufactured correctly, there would be no harm to the human body. No harm at all. Simply injecting the gene evolution agent can extend human lifespan and enhance speed, agility, and strength. This was something no one dared to imagine in the past. No wonder Yisu's previous lectures were so harshly criticized by numerous foreign media outlets, and so many professors and scientists found his claims absurd. To alter genes, all one needs to do is inject the serum. No dangerous surgeries are required. Moreover, gene alteration doesn't need to start from the embryonic stage and can be applied to all age groups. What does this signify? If the gene serum can truly be widely adopted by all humanity, it would signify the dawn of a new era of humanity. The professors grew increasingly terrified and shocked, staring at Yisu with eyes that seemed to gaze upon a deity. Finally, amid the professors' astonishment, the research on Yisu's gene evolution drug was successfully concluded, and everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. With a slightly dizzy head, Professor Tang Zhenghong looked at the expectant gaze of the third chairman and said, his eyes flickering as he stared at the data on the computer screen, "Chairman, based on our calculations, Yisu's gene evolution drug theory is correct. And it is flawless. It should be feasible." At this point, Professor Tang Zhenghong couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't believe that Yisu could have accomplished such massive data calculations and developed such a complex theoretical framework on his own. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. All right. The third chief clapped his hands and addressed everyone present. Let's bring forward Comrade Wang Shiyu, who loves the nation and is willing to sacrifice for it. prepared to administer the gene enhancement agent to him. The nation had indeed gone to great lengths to develop the gene evolution drug technology. As for the question of who to use for the experiment, General Xiangdong and others had already resolved it with ease. The first test subject for the gene evolution drug came from the nation's most elite unit, a powerful special forces soldier. Although Yisu himself had stated that the gene evolution agent posed no safety risks, better safe than sorry. After the injection, the professors and medical staff would monitor Wang Xiyu throughout the experiment, tracking his vital signs and recording all data. Alright, let's begin the injection. Professor Tang Zhenghong waved his hand, and the medical staff waiting nearby immediately injected the gene evolution agent brought by Yisu into Wang Xiyu's body. Wang Xiyu, with a stern expression and a muscular build, lay on a bed. After receiving the gene evolution agent injection, he fell into a deep sleep. After the gene evolution agent is injected, one falls into a deep sleep for approximately 3 days. I will stay in Jing province during that time. Yisu looked at Wang Xiyu lying on the bed in the room and said to General Xiangdong, "Alright, I'll make sure to take some time to entertain you properly over the next few days." Yisu, Major General Xiangdong replied casually, glancing at the Special Forces soldier who had received the gene-enhancing agent injection. Then, Yisu, the third chief, General Xiangdong, and the group of soldiers left the research institute. General Xiangdong also instructed his men to provide Yisu with the highest possible accommodations, arranging for him to stay in the governor's suite at the Sheraton Hotel in Jing province. The gene injection agent would take 3 days to show results, so Yisu would remain in Jing province during that time. Somehow, news of Yisu's arrival in Jing province had reached someone, and shortly after he had settled into the Sheraton Hotel, General Xiangdong suddenly called him and said, "Yisu, the Jinghua University has invited you to give a speech at their school. Will you go?" An invitation from Jinghua University? To give a speech? Yisu felt a bit helpless upon hearing this, but since it was Major General Xiangdong who had called, it must be a request from an important figure at Jinghua University, so he had no choice but to agree. "Alright, when is the specific time?" Yisu asked. "The specific time is tomorrow. I'll accompany you tomorrow. I'll send someone to notify you about the details of the speech. You should also prepare the topics for your speech," Xiangdong said over the phone. In the governor's suite of the hotel, after explaining the details of tomorrow's schedule to General Xiangdong, Yisu hung up the phone. Over the phone, General Xiangdong had made his intentions clear and straightforward. Considering Yisu's current fame and status, Jinghua University had invited him to give a speech tomorrow, which would be attended by numerous media outlets and students. Thinking about this, Yisu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that Jinghua University, likely due to its connection with Major General Xiangdong, had made the request for Yisu to give a speech, which was essentially the same as issuing a military order. After all, Yisu had been staying in Jing province for the past few days and had plenty of free time. Yisu had actually inquired about tomorrow's arrangements. Jinghua University was hosting an academic lecture tomorrow, inviting numerous guests. Since Yisu happened to be in Jing province, they had extended the invitation to him. In fact, Jinghua University had wanted to invite Yisu, a man with titles such as Nobel Prize in Medicine, Turing Award winner, and father of modern intelligence, days ago. However, they had refrained from extending the invitation out of concern that he might refuse. After all, Yisu is someone who can easily decline even the Turing Award. A lecture at Jinghua University is probably just a minor matter for him. If it weren't for the fact that the university president and General Xiangdong are close acquaintances, they would have had little chance of securing his attendance. In any case, you must go. The students and professors of Jinghua University, along with numerous media outlets, are all waiting for you on site. If you don't attend, it will undoubtedly have a severely detrimental impact on your reputation. Yisu didn't think about the topic for tomorrow's speech. After hanging up the phone with General Xiangdong, he began to ponder some matters related to Genesis Technology Company. The company was currently thriving, having become an undisputed leader in the smartphone industry. Virtual reality devices were also generating significant daily sales figures, but Yisu couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. As he pondered, night fell unnoticed. Yisu walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his suite, glanced at the night view of Jing province below, and decided to go to sleep. The night passed uneventfully, and soon it was the next day. The next morning, Xiangdong Xiaolai arrived at Yisu's governor's suite, accompanied by several military personnel, to escort Yisu to Jinghua University. Jinghua University is one of the most renowned higher education institutions in the East and even Asia. Over its century-long history, it has produced 2 Republic Council members, 7 Central Bureau officials, 14 recipients of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite award, and over 600 academicians. As inscribed on the couplet inside the Gongxi Hall of Jinghua Garden, the mountain views beyond the threshold, through the 4 seasons, undergo countless transformations, all extraordinary. The cloud shadows within the windows, drifting east, west, north, and south, come and go with ease, truly a place of immortals. Chapter 162, Yisu's Fame. Yisu listened to General Xiangdong's words without much thought, gazing out the car window at the scenery of Jinghua University. The architectural style of Tsinghua University initially adopted the Suzhou-style architecture but later broke away from traditional concepts to build a series of modern buildings with innovative forms, ultimately forming a Western-style architectural layout. As the car drove through Tsinghua Garden, Yisu breathed in the fresh air of the campus and felt refreshed, almost losing himself in the moment. Soon, Yisu and General Xiang Dong got out of the car and met with the president of Tsinghua University. At the entrance of the university's Grand Hall, President Wu greeted the two. President Wu of Tsinghua University wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. As an academician of the Academy of Sciences, he exuded a natural scholarly demeanor, making everyone feel at ease. Upon seeing Yisu, he wore an expression of surprise, extending his right hand while saying, "Mr. Yisu, I never expected you to honor us with your presence. It is our fault for not arranging a special vehicle to greet you." He truly admired Yisu. Despite his young age, the paper he had published on cancer treatment and his latest graphene preparation technology had left Wu deeply impressed. He had never seen a genius like Yisu before. Indeed, the world of geniuses was something ordinary people like him could never imagine. At just 20 years old, Yisu had already reached a height in the academic world that left him in awe. If it weren't for the fact that Yisu was so young and busy with his career, he probably would have invited Yisu to serve as a visiting professor at Tsinghua University. Having Yisu serve as a visiting professor at Tsinghua University would greatly enhance the university's standing. The Nobel Prize in Medicine and the Turing Award are just two examples of such awards, each representing the pinnacle of achievement in a particular scientific field. And Yisu holds both of these prestigious honors simultaneously. "Oh, no, it is my honor to be invited to give a lecture at Tsinghua University. President Wu, there is no need for such formalities." Yisu smiled and shook hands with President Wu. After exchanging pleasantries with President Wu, the lecture was about to begin. Yisu and General Xiang Dong walked side by side into the Grand Hall of Tsinghua University. The Great Hall of Tsinghua University is located in the central part of the university campus, across a large lawn from the second gate. It was constructed by the Ma Kingdom and, together with the library, science building, and sports hall, forms the four major buildings of the early Tsinghua University. The auditorium blends Greek and Roman architectural styles. When it was completed in 1920, it had a floor area of 1,840 square meters, a volume of 12,350 cubic meters, and over 900 seats, making it the largest auditorium and lecture hall in Eastern universities at the time. However, due to the lack of acoustic design, it initially suffered from poor sound quality during speeches. The current Grand Hall of Tsinghua University, after years of renovation, has not only undergone acoustic improvements but also retained its historical charm. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Yisu and General Xiang Dong were immediately contacted by relevant staff members. The staff informed Yisu that his speech had been scheduled as the final presentation and would serve as the closing address. Yisu smiled and shook his head, feeling no tension. Afternoon. Tsinghua University Grand Hall. The university anniversary celebration was about to begin. Numerous dignitaries, including some foreign professors, were in attendance. The scene was vast and crowded, with people packed tightly together. Media journalists invited to the event opened their cameras, recording the scene, with flashes flashing intermittently as they took photos. There were only 15 minutes left before the celebration began. "Everyone, please maintain order and avoid crowding. Yes, please hurry up, there are people waiting to come in behind you." There are numerous staff members at the entrance maintaining order. Since this is the anniversary celebration of Tsinghua University, it is essential to ensure no unforeseen incidents occur. Countless students were queuing up at the main entrance to enter the auditorium, while teachers, professors, and media staff entered through the side entrance. 15 minutes later, the celebration began. Yisu was seated next to General Xiang Dong, and they took their places in the front row. At that moment, the host took the stage, the lights focused on him, and he held the microphone, saying, "Welcome, distinguished professors and students, to the anniversary celebration of Tsinghua University. Distinguished leaders and guests, good afternoon." Some media reporters and cameramen had already set up their equipment and were busy filming. Following the opening song and dance performance, the first program was a poetry recitation, featuring a short poem. "When I was a child, homesickness was a small postage stamp. I was here, and my mother was there. As I grew older, homesickness became a narrow boat ticket. I was here, and my bride was there." This is the poem Homesickness by Yu Guangzhong. This is a modern poem that expresses the poet's deep longing for his hometown and his homeland, and also reflects his hope for the early reunification of the Chinese nation. Besides the media reporters and photographers present, the audience consisted of students from Tsinghua University or professors and teachers with a high cultural literacy. Naturally, everyone understood the poem, and under the students' emotionally charged recitation, some elderly people even shed tears. As the program concluded, it was time for applause. The student had delivered an outstanding performance, so everyone spontaneously clapped, and the applause was thunderous. The next speech centered on the Eastern Dream mentioned earlier by the first secretary, painting a vision of a bright future for the East. Though somewhat exaggerated, it was highly emotional and elicited another round of applause. As time went on, however, some of the later performances failed to capture much attention. Many students and professors found them rather dull, looking listless, and some even closed their eyes to rest. Although the event took place at Tsinghua University and the students present were all outstanding talents of the nation, not all programs or speeches could resonate emotionally with them. Domestic events like school anniversaries often fail to move the hearts of young people, leaving many feeling bored. As the school anniversary celebration continued, many people began to murmur among themselves. What kind of program is this? Singing? They can't sing well at all, and it's an old song I've never heard before. What's there to sing about? I actually thought the previous speech was even worse. I couldn't even tell what the theme was. All I heard was the professor rambling on and on. It was so boring. Every year's school anniversary is the same. There's nothing worth watching. If they brought in a couple of celebrities, the show would probably be much better. Many students found the event extremely boring. The quality of the school anniversary performances was only average. The first two acts might have been worth watching, but as time went on, the rest of the performances were as dull and tasteless as an old woman's foot wrapper, naturally making everyone feel bored. Some students started playing with their phones and browsing the official forum of Tsinghua University. These days, many college students have switched to the Genius Mini phones launched by Genesis Technology Company, and Tsinghua University is no exception. Except for a few students from impoverished mountainous areas who aren't into smartphones, almost everyone on campus is using transparent phones. At this time, the official forum also had some comments about the school anniversary celebration, mostly the same as before, expressing boredom with the program content. However, one post caught the attention of the students who were at the celebration site playing with their phones. According to insider information, Yi Su, the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, will be giving a speech at our university's anniversary celebration, with the event scheduled as the final act. The title of the post was eye-catching, and it was accompanied by photos of Yi Su and General Xiang Dong walking side by side on the campus of Tsinghua University, instantly drawing the attention of many students. Who is Yi Su? Students at Tsinghua University are no strangers to this name. Not only because the transparent phones they are using are produced by Yi Su's Genesis Technology Company, but also because Yi Su's achievements in the academic world are truly remarkable. The Kingtengsu theory, graphene preparation technology, and his speech outlining a grand vision for the future world in the eyes of these Tsinghua University students, Yi Su may be younger than them, but he seems like a deity, towering above them. In today's university circles, Yi Su has already become the dream crush of many female university students. A domineering CEO, a renowned scientist, young and accomplished, and incredibly good-looking, Yi Su seems to embody every trait that attracts women. It can be said that if Tsinghua University were to invite Yi Su, even if he simply sat there smiling for 5 minutes without doing anything, the female students of Tsinghua University would likely stare at him in awe. This is the power of Yi Su's personality. Therefore, upon hearing the news that Yi Su was coming to give a speech at Tsinghua University's anniversary celebration, the students' emotions were immediately ignited. They all lifted their heads high and began to watch the program attentively. Chapter 163, Yi Su's Speech. Originally, the mood among the students in the Grand Hall of Tsinghua University had already dropped to a low point. The performances weren't very entertaining, and the themes of the speeches didn't pique their interest, so they only clapped half-heartedly at the end. The school leadership was well aware of the students' lackluster enthusiasm, but they were also helpless. Over the years, Tsinghua University's anniversary celebrations had always been like this. The students seemed to have little interest in the programs they organized, so every year during the anniversary celebrations, the students would appear listless and unenthusiastic. Sigh, look at them. On a day like this, the students are all in such a state, and some are even playing with their phones. It really makes one sigh that each generation is worse than the last. Principal Wu said to Vice Principal Chiu beside him, his tone filled with helplessness. These days, most students are into those so-called northern stars. At our anniversary celebrations, besides recitations, skits, and stand-up comedy, we only have speeches and singing. How can that possibly interest them? Vice Principal Chiu responded, also looking helpless. They can't really do anything about the content of the school anniversary celebration. After all, Tsinghua University is such a prestigious university. It's only natural to invite some well-known celebrities and professors to the school anniversary celebration. But if we invite some young stars who are popular among teenagers, it might end up being reported by major newspapers and websites the next day. That wouldn't be appropriate. Perhaps feeling that they hadn't been very effective in their discussion, the two principals turned their attention to the two students performing the comedy routine on stage, continuing to look helpless. However, what surprised them was that, in the blink of an eye, the students in the back suddenly became excited, chattering away. The once quiet auditorium was suddenly filled with noise. What's going on? The two principals had no idea that news of Yi Su's upcoming speech was spreading like wildfire among the students, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, letting the commotion continue was not acceptable, so they immediately arranged for someone to restore order. Time passed. Finally, as the school anniversary celebration neared its end, the once densely packed program schedule on the program list now only had a few items remaining. Before Yisu's speech, there was a music performance by a rock band formed by students from Jinghua University. The band's skill level was average, although the members were clearly enjoying themselves. Their performance was lackluster, and some even found it annoying. However, to showcase the youthful energy of the students on campus, the celebration planning committee still gave the band a spot on the program, drawing the second-to-last performance slot by lottery. This made the band members very excited. Although they weren't the final act, they were at least one of the closing acts. They eagerly picked up their instruments and began their performance with great enthusiasm after the host announced their name. "Thank you, everyone. We're going to perform No More Hesitation by the Beyond Band. We hope you'll enjoy it," the lead singer said, holding the microphone. Then the music began to play. To be honest, their performance was really terrible. Many people started to feel like leaving their seats as they listened. However, when they remembered that Yisu was about to start his speech, they all managed to resist the urge to leave. A few minutes later, the performance ended. The entire venue erupted in applause, creating a lively atmosphere. The applause was so loud that almost every student in the hall clapped their hands. The band members were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes. When had they ever been treated this way? They had been walking the path of pursuing their dreams all along, yet they had never received any recognition. Second, third, fourth, look, they're clapping for us. The band's leader wiped away a tear and said to the second member. The others were also very emotional, their palms sweaty, feeling as though they could barely stand. They had never experienced such a day before, with so many people clapping for them. However, just at that moment, the students below suddenly shouted a name in unison. Upon hearing that name, the band members were instantly filled with embarrassment. Because the name was none other than Yisu. Yisu! 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 All the students in the grand hall shouted his name, as if they were calling out the name of a famous celebrity. To be honest, no one could have imagined that Yisu's name would have such a huge influence on these students from Jinghua Academy. In fact, even Yisu himself had never imagined it. At that moment, Principal Wu and several vice principals were also stunned. Yisu was already quite famous in the scientific community, but how could he also have such a strong influence among students? That was something they didn't know. Yisu's attributes: dominant CEO, sunny and handsome, young and wealthy, plus the fact that he was a renowned scientist would naturally inspire admiration and respect among young people. It would be strange if they didn't. The host was also a bit flustered. The situation was clearly getting out of hand. She could only shout desperately, "Everyone, please stay quiet. Can we please stay quiet?" The next speaker is Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate Yisu, who will give a speech titled Pursuing Education. Upon hearing the host's voice, the earlier chorus of shouts calling out Yisu's name gradually died down. As Yisu waited to take the stage, he heard the commotion die down and couldn't help but smile wryly before shaking his head. He then walked onto the stage with a composed expression and began preparing for his speech. Under the spotlight, Yisu's determined face and well-defined features were strikingly handsome and charming, causing many female students in the audience to gaze at him admiringly. Cough, cough. Thank you all for your warm welcome. It truly is an honor. Yisu stood on stage and spoke into the microphone. His voice had a unique charm, enhanced by genetic evolution, making it exceptionally captivating. As soon as Yisu spoke, many students felt their bodies grow weak with desire. Chapter 164, The True Meaning of Seeking Knowledge. However, I also want to tell everyone that blindly idolizing those you admire is not advisable. I hope you can take me as an example and work hard in your future lives, rather than blindly idolizing others. Yisu smiled faintly, unfazed by the attention, and said, "It is an honor to be here at Jinghua University and give this speech. The title of my speech is Seeking Knowledge, and I hope you can take something away from it." Seeking knowledge? Many students immediately perked up their ears. Seeking knowledge, in modern vernacular, means to explore and pursue learning. Was Yisu, the teacher, going to talk about his own journey of seeking knowledge? As the saying goes, a word from a wise man is worth more than 1,000 words from a fool. When Yisu mentioned the topic of his speech, countless students began to pay close attention. After all, Yisu is currently a highly sought-after figure in the international scientific community, not only hailed as the father of modern intelligence but also a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and Turing Award winner, among countless other honors too numerous to list. To hear his lecture, to be honest, these students from Beijing University will likely never forget it for the rest of their lives. Learning. Is Professor Yisu going to share his own journey of pursuing knowledge? I'm suddenly so excited. I suspect Professor Yisu wants us to approach learning with greater rigor. He is a true genius. Even if we dedicate our entire lives to research, we might not achieve even 1,000th of his accomplishments. Countless students stared wide-eyed, ears perked up, eagerly awaiting Professor Yisu's next words. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yisu cleared his throat and said calmly, "I know many people think I'm a genius, that all my achievements come effortlessly. For me, what others consider impossible to achieve in a lifetime seems so easy to attain. However, I want to tell you that while talent is important in this field, effort is even more crucial. I know that everyone here is either a top-scoring student who emerged from the fierce competition of the college entrance exam or a renowned professor or expert in your respective fields. But I just want to ask you one question, have you truly worked hard? Yisu's expression suddenly changed, no longer the indifferent look he had before. He began to question the crowd. Hearing Yisu's question, everyone began to reflect inwardly. Effort? Yes, talent is indeed important, but effort is the most crucial factor. As Einstein once said, genius is 1% talent and 99% sweat. Hearing Yisu's words, they too began to ponder whether they had been lacking in some area or simply not trying hard enough. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there were indeed many areas where they could improve. Yisu looked down at the various expressions on the faces of the crowd below, flashing a mysterious smile, and continued, as you all know, throughout history, those who have achieved great deeds or attained great knowledge have all gone through 3 stages. Last night, the west wind withered the green trees. Alone on a high tower, I looked out to the end of the horizon. This is the first stage. My belt grows loose, but I never regret it. For her, I waste away. This is the second stage. After searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd, I suddenly turned around, and there he was, in the dimly lit corner. This is the third stage. As a scholar, one must first have a broad vision and recognize the path taken by predecessors. In other words, summarizing and learning from the experiences of predecessors is the starting point of scholarship. As a scholar, one should think deeply and pursue one's goals with the passion and dedication of a lover in the throes of romance. Only through diligent study and relentless research can one achieve mastery, experience sudden enlightenment, uncover the secrets that have eluded others, and open up new frontiers that have never been explored before. Upon hearing Yisu's words, everyone felt enlightened. What Yisu had said was truly remarkable. As soon as this segment of the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted, with everyone clapping vigorously, their eyes filled with regret for their past shortcomings. No wonder Yisu has achieved such great success, it's because he works hard and knows how to learn and improve. As for themselves, they had merely followed the paths of their predecessors, continuing down the same road until they realized it was a dead end. Only then would they begin to reflect on where they had gone wrong and seek alternative solutions. Yisu mentioned 3 levels of learning, and they were clearly still at the first level. No wonder he had achieved so much, while they remained mediocre. Yisu looked at the reactions of those below and felt somewhat satisfied. He continued, let me use myself as an example. I'll tell you how I strive in my studies. Yisu's own personal experience? Everyone perked up upon hearing this and leaned in to hear what Yisu would say next. Yisu looked mysterious and confident, standing tall and saying, for example, I am a very hard-working person. I wake up at 8 o'clock sharp every morning and go to bed before 12 o'clock at night. I have never overslept, and I eat 3 meals a day on time, never settling for anything less. What? Everyone who heard this was completely baffled. Was Yisu joking? If that's all it takes to become a great scientist, then what's the point of them being here? Sure enough, Yisu on stage cleared his throat and said, of course, all of that was just a joke. The real situation is that, in order to develop a true intelligence system, I spent 2 months in the laboratory without rest, never leaving the lab at any time, including for meals or sleep. In those 2 short months, except for a few important matters that required my personal attention, I barely stepped foot outside the lab. To you, this might not seem like a big deal, but at the time, I was also busy with matters related to Genesis Technology Company and managed to persevere. Effort doesn't guarantee success, but without effort, you'll definitely be comfortable. Chapter 165, Retention. Effort doesn't guarantee success, but without effort, you'll definitely be comfortable. When Yisu said this, many of the students present couldn't help but laugh. They thought of themselves. Back when they took the college entrance exam, hadn't they worked hard too? But after entering university, many students had relaxed, no longer pursuing knowledge but merely studying for exams, losing the drive they once had. Just as Yisu had said, while effort doesn't guarantee success, not making an effort will certainly lead to comfort. Now, they often indulged in comfort and pleasure, drifting further and further away from the future they had once envisioned. Yisu grew more passionate as he spoke, continuing, everyone knows that success requires effort, but who can dedicate all their time, attention, and energy to scientific research? That kind of spirit, that kind of heart, is the key to success. It has nothing to do with talent, and it has nothing to do with your desire to work hard. It is a steadfast quality that allows you to devote all your energy to something without wavering. The process of scientific research tolerates no carelessness. In this field, it's not about talent, it's about your own efforts. Why can others develop cutting-edge technology that leads the era? Why can they create the latest and most advanced techniques? It's because they've worked hard. Effort is far more important than talent. After saying this, Yisu bowed and addressed the crowd below. This is my speech, and it is what I want to say to all of you. You may think I am a genius, but you have never seen me when I am working hard. There is no such thing as something for nothing in this world. I hope you all understand. He bowed again, and the speech concluded. Yisu remained calm as he walked off the stage. Instantly, the grand hall erupted in thunderous applause, as countless people reflected on Yisu's speech. The 3 stages of learning he mentioned, and his emphasis on effort being far more important than talent, echoed in their ears, as if they could savor those words for a lifetime. Yisu's speech, in fact, seemed quite ordinary. If someone else had taken the stage, it would never have had such an impact. It would have been impossible for those present to reflect on it for so long. However, since it was Yisu delivering the speech, the effect was entirely different. Even if Yisu were to utter the most ordinary words, they would be regarded as words of wisdom. And besides, Yisu's speech wasn't bad at all. At that moment, in the grand hall, countless students from the capital wore expressions of reflection on their faces. Some shook their heads repeatedly, unable to stop sighing. They had always believed they had been studying diligently, but after hearing Yisu's speech, they were filled with astonishment and regret. For their dreams, no amount of effort was too much. They had always believed they had done enough, but upon reflecting on Yisu's achievements and his age, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and humiliated. Here was someone so young and already a Nobel Prize winner, while they had been envying others' achievements, believing that geniuses deserved such honors, yet they had never seen the effort behind those achievements. As for the many teachers present, they too were deep in reflection. Through Yisu's speech, they thought about their own attitudes toward research. Compared to Yisu, they realized that the research they had been doing every day was like wasting time, and that their entire lives had been a complete failure. In summary, Yisu's speech was a tremendous success. In fact, as long as he stood on that stage, success was inevitable. Countless students were inspired by Yisu's speech and motivated by his experiences. After stepping off the stage, Yisu sat beside General Xiangdong, who shook his head repeatedly and said, "Yisu, your speech was truly moving. It made me feel deeply ashamed. I hadn't seen your efforts before, but now that I think about it, compared to you, I really don't know what I've been doing every day, just meaningless things, right?" No. Yisu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "General, you're so busy every day, working tirelessly for the nation. How can you say you're doing meaningless things? My speech was meant for the young people to hear, so they can understand." General Xiangdong listened and couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. In reality, Yisu looked no older than the college students at Tsinghua University, and his actual age was even younger. Yet he had already achieved so much that the entire nation couldn't accomplish. It was truly unimaginable how much effort Yisu must have put into it. Thank you, Teacher Yisu, for your inspiring speech on education. It has truly been enlightening. With that, the school anniversary celebration has come to a successful conclusion. Please take your seats, the host said on stage with great emotion. Although the students of Tsinghua were still reflecting on Yisu's speech, today's school anniversary celebration had come to a successful conclusion. Yisu and General Xiangdong, along with their entourage, left the grand hall. At that moment, Principal Wu, accompanied by a group of school officials, rushed over to try to persuade Yisu to stay. This special invitation to Yisu was not merely for his speech, there were undoubtedly other matters at hand. "Young friend Yisu, please don't leave yet. Why not take a tour of Tsinghua University's Research Institute? Many of our professors are eagerly awaiting your guidance," Principal Wu said to Yisu in a particularly sincere tone. In fact, he felt that being able to meet Yisu, one of the top scientists in the country, was already a great honor. He should be satisfied. But if Yisu could take a look at the laboratories at Tsinghua University and offer some guidance to the professors there, wouldn't that be even better? Oh? Visit the laboratories? All right. Yisu glanced at General Xiangdong and nodded in agreement. Chapter 166, Scared Out of His Wits. Ha, that's perfect. Professor Yisu, your visit to our Tsinghua University laboratories and research institutes truly honors our university. A high-ranking university official smiled and even addressed Yisu as professor. In fact, given Yisu's current achievements in his field, calling him teacher wasn't really an exaggeration. Although Yisu was much younger than them, the academic world didn't judge by age but by achievements. Then take me to your Tsinghua University laboratory to have a look, Yisu said casually. Several high-ranking officials, seeing Yisu's demeanor, discussed among themselves and then escorted Yisu to the Materials Molecular Research Institute at Tsinghua University. The reason for bringing Yisu to the Materials Molecular Research Institute was because he possessed the most cutting-edge technology for the production of novel graphene. If they could gain some insights during his visit to the institute, it would undoubtedly advance Tsinghua's graphene research further. After obtaining Yisu's consent, several high-ranking officials got into their respective vehicles, accompanied by Yisu, General Xiangdong, and their entourage, and headed toward the School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University. The School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University is among the top in the country and one of the university's proudest academic disciplines. However, to be honest, the Life Sciences College at Tsinghua University is not the best in the country. Compared to Peking University and Nanjing University, its disciplinary development is less balanced. While structural biology is undoubtedly the best in the country, Tsinghua still has a long way to go in other related fields. Tsinghua University is vast, and due to speed restrictions on campus roads, Yisu and his group took over 10 minutes to drive from the Grand Hall to the School of Life Sciences. The Life Sciences College building was designed in a Western style, appearing grand and imposing. Around the building, students could be seen studying on chairs or on the lawn, creating an atmosphere brimming with academic rigor. When Yisu and the others arrived at the entrance of the Life Sciences building, a short professor dressed in a suit and wearing thick glasses approached them. This professor was Shure Gong, the dean of the Life Sciences College at Tsinghua University. He bent down to open the door for the principal, then looked around until he spotted Yisu getting out of the car. However, upon seeing Yisu, he couldn't help but feel a moment of doubt. This was the genius scientist Yisu whom the principal had personally invited to visit Tsinghua University today. How could he look so young? Was he really reliable? Although he had heard of Yisu's name before, seeing him in person made him doubt his own judgment. He couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical, or even a touch of disdain, toward Yisu. In the eyes of others, Yisu was undoubtedly a prodigy, having won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and the Turing Award at such a young age. But in Shure Gong's eyes, Yisu was a highly arrogant individual. The things Yisu had mentioned at the recent Harrod's medical lecture were still fresh in his memory, and upon reflection, they still seemed absurd and laughable. What about the claim that the future of medicine should focus on gene evolution rather than attempting to conquer diseases that current technology cannot solve? Isn't that sheer nonsense? In the eyes of Shure Gong, the renowned vice-chancellor of Beijing University in the field of life sciences, what Yisu had said was nothing more than childish fantasies. Although he only had a superficial understanding of genetics, he knew that achieving the conditions for gene evolution as described by Yisu would require at least 50 years with current technology, and that was being optimistic. The process of exploring the conditions for gene evolution would likely be incredibly lengthy, even terrifyingly so. He had no idea that Yisu had already brought the finished gene evolution serum to Jing province and had even begun human experiments after contacting the head of the department. Therefore, he now looked at Yisu with the disdain of an elder toward a junior, or perhaps even with outright contempt. Regarding the principal's request to take Yisu to the Life Sciences Academy for a tour, he was also highly reluctant. At that moment, Shure Gong's face was dark and grim, his expression extremely serious. When Yisu got out of the car, he saw Shure Gong's expression and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Had he offended this professor? Why else would he look like that, as if he looked down on him? Cough, Professor Shure, what's that expression on your face? Hurry up and greet Comrade Yisu. Principal Wu saw Shure Gong's expression and also thought to himself that this was not good, fearing that Yisu might get angry. He had pleaded repeatedly with General Dong before finally convincing him to bring Yisu to Beijing University for a visit. He couldn't let this be ruined by Vice Principal Shure right now. Oh, okay. Comrade Yisu, welcome to the Life Sciences Institute of Beijing University for your visit. Shure Gong said weakly, extending his hand in a flat manner, intending to shake hands with Yisu. Yisu smiled, shook his hand lightly, then turned to Principal Wu and said indifferently, Principal Wu, please lead the way. Let's go inside. Alright, Professor Shure, hurry up and lead the way. Take Comrade Yisu to your laboratory for a tour. Take a look at some of your research projects? Principal Wu glared at Shure Gong and said. Shure Gong did not respond, silently leading the way ahead, guiding Yisu and the others to the laboratory of the School of Life Sciences. Tsinghua University, School of Life Sciences, Laboratory. Many researchers involved in the project were already waiting inside, having paused their work to await the arrival of Yisu and President Tsinghua. Some professors who did not know who Yisu was saw him walking ahead of Principal Wu with his hands behind his back and were immediately filled with astonishment. Who was this young man? Why did these prominent figures seem to be following him? Had they all seen things incorrectly? And when they saw that among the group was none other than the renowned General Xiang Dong from the capital, they were even more startled. Chapter 167, Give you some advice. This young man before them seemed to be putting on an air of superiority. Even those truly influential second-generation wealthy, official, or military families in the capital would likely have no standing to have General Xiang Dong willingly walk beside them. Yet this young man, with his unique aura, could make the president of Tsinghua University willingly walk behind him, and even the highly influential General Xiang Dong walk side by side with him. It was simply too much to believe. The many professors and researchers who had been waiting for Yisu and his group to arrive were now filled with shock. Young friend Yisu, this is the Structural Biology Research Institute of Tsinghua University, personally managed by our Vice President Shure. It is the pride of our university. Vice President Wu extended his hand, pointing to the laboratory in front of them, and continued, the structural biology research at Tsinghua University has always been among the best in the country, all thanks to our Vice President Shure. Hearing Wu praise him, Shure Gong immediately felt a sense of pride and raised his head. Under his leadership, the School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University was steadily advancing toward becoming the best in the country, with significant progress each year compared to the past. This was something he took great pride in. Yisu nodded indifferently and said, I've heard that all the colleges at Tsinghua University are among the best in the country. Could I take a look at the research projects you're currently working on? Current research projects? Several professors immediately grew wary upon hearing the term research projects. It was no wonder they were cautious after all. The materials related to ongoing research projects at a university's research institute were highly sensitive and subject to strict confidentiality protocols. How could they possibly allow outsiders to view them? Yisu looked at the professors, whose eyes were as sharp as those of a thief, and shook his head with a wry smile. He turned to Principal Wu and said, Principal Wu, I simply want to offer some guidance. I have no intention of stealing your hard work. Yi Su's words were filled with sincerity. The research projects being studied at Tsinghua University didn't interest him in the slightest. In his eyes, these were mere child's play, nothing worth paying attention to, let alone stealing and publishing under his own name. However, the professors had a different idea in mind. Setting aside how impolite it was for Yi Su to want to take a look at their research projects, the words he spoke afterward made them even more furious. Was he simply offering some guidance to these people? Pointing and explaining, and just that? Though the professors said nothing, they felt as though their lungs were about to burst from anger, their entire beings teetering on the brink of explosion. Since they had taken up their positions as professors or researchers at Tsinghua University, when had they ever been subjected to such humiliation? In their eyes, Yi Su's words were a blatant provocation, a contemptuous dismissal of their research achievements, and a lack of respect for their work. You said you wanted to give us some guidance, right? Well, here's the research project we've been working on, atomic resolution structure of the mammalian apoptosis complex. It's almost finished. Please take a look and point out any shortcomings. Shurigon looked at the professor's fluctuating expressions and felt a surge of anger with no outlet. He decided to speak up. Principal Wu noticed something was off and tried to step forward to stop him, but was gently tapped on the shoulder by General Xiangdong, who gave him a meaningful glance, and he wisely stepped back. General Xiangdong, on the other hand, looked on with a satisfied expression. After all, he knew why Yi Su had come to the province. It was to bring the national gene evolution drug technology. Gene evolution drug technology, to be honest, if it were the old Xiangdong, before he had met Yi Su, he wouldn't have believed such an unimaginable technology could exist. But Yi Su had actually developed this ultra-futuristic technology, which proved just how extraordinary and terrifying Yi Su truly was. It was merely a research project at Tsinghua University. Even if Yi Su hadn't delved deeply into this field, with his abilities, finding flaws would be a breeze. General Xiangdong wasn't worried that Yi Su would make a fool of himself. Instead, he was eager to see Vice Chancellor Shi's performance. Yi Su noticed Shurigon's flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What was this mammalian apoptosis complex atomic resolution structure? He recalled that in his previous life, as a world-renowned scientist, he had already begun researching the spatial structure of the ninth dimension. A mere atomic structure was nothing to panic over. Sure enough, when Yi Su shifted his gaze to the computer screen and saw those atomic resolution structures, he almost burst out laughing. This was clearly just the most basic stuff in life science, wasn't it? Mammalian apoptosis complex atomic resolution results. It sounded so profound, but to Yi Su, it was no different from the structure of a cell. He could probably recite the scientific names of all its parts backwards. Yi Su began reading the paper his research group had recently completed. It had been a long time since he had come across such basic life science, and it actually made him feel nostalgic. He stared at the paper his research group had just drafted, silent for a while. Yi Su remained silent for a while, occasionally furrowing his brows. This expression caught the attention of several professors who had been hoping to see him make a fool of himself, making them feel smug. This is the research topic our Beijing Life Sciences Academy is about to present. It's only natural that you, an outsider, don't understand it. Now you know what it means to be humiliated, don't you? These were the thoughts of several professors, including Vice Chancellor Shurigon. But just then, Yi Su suddenly began to speak. He said calmly, "The paper is well reasoned, but the structure you mentioned has a major flaw." Chapter 168, Yi Su's correction. Yi Su's calm expression and words caused Shurigon, the professors, and researchers to suddenly change their expressions. Regarding the structure they had mentioned, they had verified it numerous times and used various theoretical bases to confirm the rigor of the paper. In fact, the paper had already been submitted to the editor of Genes and Development and was about to be published. However, at this very moment, when they believed they had completed the project and achieved success, Yi Su stated that the atomic resolution structure of the mammalian apoptosis complex they had mentioned contained a major error? What does this mean? Everyone present understood. If Yi Su's claims were true, the experiments they had repeatedly conducted would need to be restarted from scratch. But that wasn't the most critical issue. The crux of the matter was why Yi Su, despite being a Nobel Prize laureate in medicine, could point out their errors. After all, he was still an outsider in this field, wasn't he? Shurigon was also puzzled. His research team had worked day and night to complete this project. Just as they were about to publish it in Gene Development, at this exciting moment, someone had pointed out a major error in the atomic resolution structure they had mentioned. Could there be anything more frustrating than this? Although Yi Su had said this, there were still those present who did not believe him. A researcher surnamed Liu raised his right hand and said, "Professor Yi Su, I've heard of your name before. Ha, a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and the great medical scientist who developed King Tengsu. May I ask how you were able to spot the error in our structural biology paper with the naked eye?" Although the researcher's words sounded respectful, everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. After all, the project they had worked so hard on had been dismissed by an outsider. No one would be happy in their position. Yi Su is indeed a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, but the research his team conducted falls under the field of structural biology. Questioning his previous statements is certainly justified. At this point, Yisu remained unfazed. He smiled faintly, pointed to an atomic resolution structure on the computer screen, and said, "The error is right here. The electron density diagram of the cytochrome C binding region should be sandwiched between the two WD-40 domains, WD1 and WD2. However, for some reason, you added a windmill structure here, which is a serious mistake. In theory, if this structure appears here, it would mean..." Yisu went on at length, and some professors and researchers grew increasingly concerned as they listened. If what Yisu was saying was true, it seemed their paper would need to be reworked during the verification phase. Added a windmill structure? Shurigong heard this and his face tensed up. He rushed to the computer screen and started flipping through the printed paper. Sure enough, in the area of the structural diagram they had completed, specifically the electron density diagram of the cytochrome C binding region, there was indeed an additional windmill structure. He examined the windmill structure closely, his face alternating between pale and red. He hadn't noticed it before, even after conducting countless experiments, and the structure still didn't seem out of place. This had led them to subconsciously assume that the structure should be there. However, after hearing Isu's well-reasoned explanation, they now found the windmill structure to be so out of place and glaring. Those professors and researchers who had previously doubted Isu's youth and claimed he was incapable of guiding them now lowered their heads in shame, their faces burning with embarrassment. When had it come to this? Had the professors of the Beijing Life Sciences Institute, a prestigious institution, come to rely on a Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and one who hadn't even turned 20 yet to guide their research? However, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. After all, this paper was to be published in Genes and Development, and scientific rigor was of the utmost importance. If other professors from different departments were to discover the inaccuracies in the atomic resolution structure they had proposed, it would not only tarnish the reputation of Tsinghua University but also make them the laughingstock of the academic community. You people at Tsinghua University aren't that great, are you? You claim to be the best in life sciences nationwide, yet you're publishing such an unscientific paper for everyone to mock. Shurigon, along with those professors and researchers who had once looked down on Yisu, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at the thought of the consequences of publishing this flawed paper, while also feeling even more ashamed. Young Yisu, you truly deserve our gratitude. President Wu glared at Shurigon with disappointment, then turned to Yisu and expressed his gratitude. Yisu waved his hand, not bothering to look at the professors who were so ashamed they wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Instead, he said indifferently, "Principal Wu, you asked me to come to Beijing University, so it shouldn't just be for a visit to the School of Life Sciences, right? I don't have much time, so let's go visit other research institutes." Principal Wu understood the meaning behind Yisu's words and felt somewhat embarrassed. He said, "Yes, young friend Yisu, I didn't expect them to be so arrogant. I'll take you to the Materials Molecular Science Institute right away. There won't be any similar situations there." General Xiang Dong saw Principal Wu's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha, old Wu, you didn't know that, did you? My friend Yisu has already prepared a paper on gene evolution drug theory. That's much more complex than this structural biology stuff. Do you really think a small project at your university could stump him?" Principal Wu was deeply ashamed and laughed awkwardly. "Yes, that's true. Compared to Yisu's achievements, some of the subjects we're researching at Tsinghua University are indeed minor projects." Chapter 169, The Smog Problem. Gene evolution drug theory? Upon hearing this term, the professors at Tsinghua University were immediately stunned. Could the gene evolution mentioned by Yisu at the Haros Medical Society actually be feasible? At the Haros Medical Society, Yisu had once stated that in his vision, future medicine would be closely intertwined with genetics, and the primary focus of the medical field would be gene evolution. Only by addressing these issues from a genetic perspective could we eliminate diseases that current medical technology cannot cure, thereby addressing the root cause. Genetic evolution. Could we possibly witness the emergence of this technology in our lifetime? A professor from Tsinghua University couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Although gene evolution consists of only 4 words, it was once considered an unattainable goal in the past. Now, hearing General Xiang Dong mention that Yisu is already prepared to publish related theories, doesn't that mean clinical trials are not far off? They had no idea that Yisu had already developed the finished product of the gene evolution agent and even created an intermediate version. If they knew, they would be utterly stunned. Gene evolution was a technology that was an entire era ahead of its time. These people simply couldn't comprehend its principles. After all, they were still stuck at the stage of researching atomic resolution structures. If they were to be pedantic about it, gene modification technology might not even appear for several decades. Yisu looked at Principal Wu and smiled. "Regarding the theory behind the gene evolution serum, I plan to publish it in the near future. As for clinical trials, those have already been conducted, and I estimate that its official release is not far off." As soon as Yisu finished speaking, the entire laboratory fell silent. Everyone around him was contemplating the potential impact of gene evolution agents if they were ever to be released into the world. They didn't know the specific effects of the gene evolution agent, but they could easily imagine that since it was called a gene evolution agent, it must make significant changes to the human body. If Genesis Technology Company really released such an agent, what kind of changes would the world undergo? They had no idea. The silence lingered for an unknown duration before Principal Wu finally spoke, shaking his head and sighing. Since he's a genius, he'll undoubtedly make a significant impact on the world. There's nothing surprising about that. Young Yi-Su, follow me. Let's go visit the Materials Science Department. We have a recent topic related to graphene that could use your guidance. Under Principal Wu's guidance, the group left the School of Life Sciences and drove to the Materials Science and Engineering College of Jinghua University. Within the Materials Science and Engineering College, Yi-Su and Principal Wu observed the research being conducted by Zhu Hongwei's research group on the application of graphene. As for the application of graphene, Yi-Su was certainly no stranger to it. After helping the research group achieve significant progress, Yi-Su and General Xiang Dong left the Materials Science and Engineering College. Time flew by quickly, and it was soon evening. After having dinner at a nice hotel with Principal Wu and the others, Yi-Su and General Xiang Dong bid farewell to the university's leadership. Sitting in the back seat of the Audi with Major General Xiang Dong, Yi-Su looked out the window at the night view of the capital city and couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. He then took out his custom transparent smartphone and checked the weather conditions in the capital city. He shook his head repeatedly as the screen displayed the evening weather forecast for the capital. Smog orange warning signal. Yi-Su stared out the window, his mind drifting away. Under the orange smog warning signal, the visibility in the capital city was extremely low. Only the faint outlines of neon lights could be seen in the distance. The Audi driver could clearly see that the road ahead was unclear, so he slowed down significantly. Glancing out the window, it felt as though he had lost his sight. The world was shrouded in chaos, with the neon lights in the distance flickering faintly, yet only appearing as a blur. Even the colorful buildings across the street were merely vague outlines. The capital city shrouded in smog seemed to have entered another world. This scene couldn't help but remind Yi-Su of a short story circulating online about the smog in the capital city. Someone arrived in the capital and asked me, "Why are you people from the imperial capital so arrogant?" I silently took a deep breath and smiled at him. He wasn't convinced and insisted on imitating me. He took a deep breath as well. He died. He died at the age of 36. This microfiction, though somewhat exaggerated, indirectly highlights the dangers of smog. Smog is toxic and a pollutant. It can easily trigger cardiovascular and respiratory diseases and cause severe damage to the respiratory system. Living in smoggy conditions inevitably harms human health. Yi-Su looked out the window in a daze, and General Dong naturally noticed. He also looked out the window and sighed. "You've probably heard about the smog in the capital. It's just like this. It's a normal occurrence." Sigh, severe smog not only closes highways but also forces schools to close, and office workers often complain. But what can we do? We're completely helpless when it comes to truly addressing smog. That's true. Yi-Su nodded and continued, "The capital has developed to this extent. Although measures like odd-even license plate restrictions have been implemented, they only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The industrial development in the 3 northeastern provinces has also reached this level, so it's indeed difficult to impose significant restrictions in this area now." Yi-Su's words were spot on, and General Xiang Dong couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although the people truly despise smog, what can the nation do? Once development reaches a certain stage, various problems inevitably arise. Can industrial pollution be significantly reduced and vehicle emissions cut back so easily? If it were that easy, the smog problem wouldn't be causing the nation so much headaches. Hearing you say that, do you have a solution? General Xiang Dong thought about the smog problem and said half-jokingly with a frown. But what he didn't expect was that Yi-Su took his words seriously and replied with a serious expression, "Solving the smog problem shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Chapter 170, The Solution. Solving the smog problem shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yi-Su said seriously, his eyes fixed on the window, as if deep in thought about how to solve the smog problem. His casual remark sent shockwaves through Major General Xiang Dong's mind. He thought he must have heard wrong and immediately asked again, "Yi-Su, do you really have a solution for smog? Solve the smog problem." It's just 4 words, but those 4 words have been the nation's long-standing pain. Due to the smog, the nation's capabilities had been questioned by many netizens. In recent years, there had been numerous jokes about smog circulating online. Although the relevant authorities were aware of the severity of the smog problem, they were powerless to address it. In nature, there are 2 main ways to eliminate smog, either by wind dispersal or by rain bringing it to the ground. Some environmental protection departments and scientists have followed this approach to combat smog, but even after years of research, the results have been minimal. Another method involves using drones equipped with catalysts to fly to high altitudes and disperse the catalysts to disperse smog. However, this method has significant limitations and cannot completely eliminate smog. In summary, current methods for eliminating smog are merely symptomatic and do not address the root cause. Although the government has invested heavily in research in this area, no breakthrough progress has been achieved to date. However, now, Yisu claimed to have a solution to the smog problem, which couldn't help but excite General Xiangdong. Yisu's words, he naturally believed. If Yisu said he had a solution, then there must be a solution. And it wouldn't be like those researchers funded by the government who come up with methods that can disperse smog but only address the symptoms, not the root cause. General Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yisu noticed this and smiled. General, you're overthinking it. If I say I can solve the smog problem, then I can solve it. Looking at the sky over the capital, it's so cloudy that I feel anxious too. That's wonderful. Whatever you need, the nation will make it happen. Major General Xiangdong was probably too excited to say such a thing. No wonder he was so excited at that moment. Smog is a national concern. Although this issue only appears in the north, it remains a lingering wound in the hearts of the state institutions. Extremely severe air pollution can have a serious impact on the production and daily lives of people in polluted areas, such as highway closures, flight cancellations, disrupted transportation, and increased traffic accidents. As long as smog persists, the authority of the institution seems to be constantly challenged. At this very moment, General Xiangdong's heart is filled with excitement. If the smog problem can truly be eradicated, not only will the top leader's long-standing concern be resolved, but the entire nation will place greater trust in the government, and residents will no longer complain about the smog every day. The changes that could be brought about are immeasurable. For now, I don't need anything, but I hope the nation will remember what I've done. Yisu withdrew his gaze from the window and spoke softly. In fact, the higher-ups had already agreed to support him in acquiring mobile phone manufacturers of all sizes across the country. He didn't need them to do anything for him now. He knew that solving the smog problem was an incredibly important matter for the nation, and he would receive significant rewards for it. However, he didn't need them now. Looking at the gray sky, Yisu couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was an indescribable feeling that he couldn't put into words. In any case, seeing how severe the smog problem was in the capital, he felt compelled to do something. For the nation, the smog issue was extremely challenging, but for him, it was just another matter. The nation will certainly remember your kindness deeply and will definitely reward you accordingly. It's just a matter of how long it will take to come up with a solution, said General Xiangdong, still excited, his face flushed as he asked Yisu. If the smog problem could be resolved quickly, that would be ideal. General Xiangdong knew how challenging the smog issue was, and even Yisu might not find it easy to come up with a solution. The question is, how long will it take Yisu to resolve this issue? 3 months, half a year, or perhaps a year? The sooner the smog is completely eradicated, the better. If the smog problem could be resolved within 6 months, Major General Xiangdong couldn't imagine how happy he would be. If it could be resolved sooner, he would feel much more at ease in his daily life. He doesn't know how grateful he'd be to Yisu. Take me to the School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University tomorrow. I've come up with a solution. In a few days, I should be able to present the results to the nation. Yisu smiled faintly. Today he was indeed quite tired. He would go back and think about the specifics, then he could officially begin the research tomorrow. The clinical trials for the gene evolution agent would take another 2 days, and by then, he should have made significant progress on the research related to solving the smog problem. Alright, I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow to go to Tsinghua for your research, and I'll also inform Principal Wu. General Xiangdong smiled in response. At this point, he would likely agree to any request Yisu made, let alone simply providing him with a place to conduct his research. The car was moving quickly, and before long, it arrived at the hotel where Yisu was staying. Yisu entered the elevator, inserted his room key card, walked into the governor's suite, lay down on the large bed, and began to ponder how to permanently eliminate the smog. Catalyst? He opened his transparent phone, searched for reports on smog, and found that the use of catalysts had already been tried in China, but it only addressed the symptoms and not the root cause. After all, the smog-polluted areas were simply too vast, and catalysts were only a one-time solution. Completely eradicating smog was simply impossible. Although Yisu could produce catalysts far superior to those in this world, he didn't want to burden the nation. Using catalysts to address smog required immense human and material resources. Since there must be a better solution, he decided to explore other options. After some thought, Yisu finally came up with a solution. That solution was to use microorganisms to address the smog. Chapter 171, Genetic Evolution Successful. Using microorganisms to address smog. In this world, no country or scientist had ever considered this before. It's not that these scientists or researchers lack intelligence, it's simply that the current level of technology in the world hasn't yet advanced enough to discover microorganisms capable of treating smog. As is well known, the primary components of smog are sulfur dioxide and toxic particulate matter from cities. Currently, there is no microbial method to address smog. To remove sulfur dioxide using a microbial approach, it must be prepared in a laboratory, but smog is dispersed in the air. How could it possibly be removed through a microbial method? However, this is no challenge for Yisu. He has not only studied silicon-based organisms but also sulfur-based and ammonia-based organisms. His research in biology is renowned across the galaxy. A bacterium capable of absorbing sulfur dioxide and addressing urban toxic particulate matter could likely be developed by him in just a few days. Moreover, the bacteria he envisioned must have the ability to reproduce in large quantities, float in the air, and purify the air. Otherwise, in Yisu's view, his research would be an utter failure. After mentally outlining the cultivation method for this microorganism, Yisu found himself drifting off to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, General Xiangdong didn't come himself. Instead, he sent his driver to pick up Yisu and take him to Jinghua University. "Professor Yisu, I'm here to take you to Jinghua University." Yisu opened the door and saw the middle-aged man with a square face speaking to him. "All right." Yisu responded and followed the square-faced middle-aged man, who was General Xiangdong's driver, to Jinghua University. Upon arriving at Jinghua University, Yisu once again encountered Principal Wu, who personally escorted him to the School of Life Sciences and assigned him a laboratory, instructing him to focus solely on his research. After escorting Yisu to the laboratory, Principal Wu couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He had also heard over the phone about Yisu's purpose for coming to the Jinghua laboratory to conduct research to develop a method to completely eliminate smog. This left Principal Wu deeply shocked. From his overseas experience, he knew that attempting to eliminate smog through external measures was virtually ineffective. More importantly, the nation needed to take the smog phenomenon seriously and implement measures such as odd-even vehicle restrictions and reducing air pollution. How could there possibly be a solution to completely eliminate smog? Principal Wu thought carefully. Though he didn't fully believe Yisu could come up with a solution, he couldn't help but shake his head. Yisu was an unconventional individual, and one shouldn't question someone's capabilities based on one's own perspectives. Beijing University, School of Life Sciences, a certain laboratory. After Principal Wu left, Yisu remained alone in the laboratory, beginning his research into methods for addressing smog. In this laboratory, almost everything he needed was available, which secretly relieved Yisu. After all, he worked day and night on his research, and if he had to figure out how to obtain any equipment himself, that would be too troublesome. Without dwelling on other matters, Yisu began his research on this new type of microorganism. To cultivate this new type of bacteria, the first step was to focus on its genome. This required the use of genetic recombination technology. Although the initial process was somewhat complicated, Yisu quickly got the hang of it and threw himself into the research. He spent the entire day studying the genome of this new type of bacteria, and by the next morning, the genome had been fully sequenced. Yisu looked at the genome of the new bacteria on the computer screen and began to verify it. Another day passed, and Yisu not only completed the verification process for the new bacterial genome but also began exploring ways to use genetic recombination technology to create the first sample of the new bacteria. At this point, over half of the research on this new type of bacteria had been completed. All that remained was for Yisu to finish creating the sample of the new bacteria, then construct the environment required for its growth and use bacterial binary fission to cultivate large quantities of the new bacteria. Just as Yisu was busy creating the first sample of the new bacterial strain, he suddenly received a call from General Xiangdong. General Xiangdong's voice over the phone was filled with excitement and a bit of enthusiasm. He said, "Yisu, my old friend, your gene evolution serum is truly remarkable. The clinical trials were a complete success. I feel that the Special Forces soldier who underwent the experiment could easily defeat 10 of me. Come over quickly, the chief is waiting to thank you." That's normal. Since that's the case, the nation can also take this seriously and invest more effort in this area. Yisu responded, then hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and headed to meet the chief. As he changed, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, that's just the kind of person he was. Once he got into research, he would forget everything else, working tirelessly, as if he couldn't even feel the passage of time. It was an odd feeling, but it was precisely under this state of mind that Yisu could work with the highest efficiency. A short while later, Yisu arrived at the research institute by car. Inside the institute, the third chief, General Xiangdong, and a group of professors were waiting in the laboratory, staring at the Special Forces soldiers' physical data reports, constantly expressing astonishment. In the report, the physical data of the Special Forces soldier who had received the gene-enhancing serum such as strength, speed, and reaction time had clearly improved by an unimaginable margin. Now, one of them was equivalent to several of the previous ones. "Comrade Yisu, you finally arrived. You are the pride and future of our nation." The third chief was extremely excited. He was an uncompromising materialist who needed to witness things with his own eyes before he could believe them. Although he had heard Major General Xiangdong mention the potency of the gene enhancement serum before, it wasn't until he saw the changes occurring in the Special Forces soldier that he dared to truly believe it. The third chief excitedly reached out his hand and gripped Yisu's right hand tightly, refusing to let go. Chapter 172, Can it solve smog? The third-ranked leader continued to hold Yisu's right hand tightly, refusing to let go. Yisu, though somewhat helpless, could only smile faintly. "Not at all, I'm just doing what a researcher should do." In fact, maintaining good relations with the state apparatus was something he had to do, not because he sought a high position, but because he desired the sense of accomplishment that comes from changing the world. Helping his country grow stronger was merely a side effect. Hearing Yisu's humble response, the third-ranked leader couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth." With this gene enhancement agent technology, our nation's military strength will see a significant boost. If we can deploy this gene enhancement agent to our special forces, they will be unstoppable in any special mission. Based on the experimental data, the chief could clearly see how much the serum had enhanced the abilities of the special forces soldiers who had undergone the experiment. Compared to before, it was like night and day. Their reaction speed, strength, agility, and other aspects had all been comprehensively enhanced. When executing missions, they would be more terrifying than any wild creature in the world today. Faster than a cheetah, stronger than a tiger, more agile than a fish, and with reaction speeds surpassing any animal. If a special forces unit fully injected with the gene-enhancing agent were deployed on a special mission, the third commander couldn't even imagine the results they'd achieve. At that moment, the special forces soldier Wang Xiyu, who had undergone experimental testing, clenched his fist and declared with unwavering resolve, "With my current abilities, I could bare-handed take down several tigers in one go." Having endured the potential dangers and become the first clinical trial subject after receiving the gene-enhancing serum, Wang Xiyu had no regrets. On the contrary, he was thrilled to have gained such immense power, as it was lifelong. With this power, even if he retired and took up manual labor, he could easily handle the workload of 10 people. Yisu smiled and shook his head, saying, "From a biological standpoint, you are already considered a new human being. Look at it from a higher perspective. Doesn't your mind feel incredibly clear? In fact, your IQ has also improved significantly." Wang Xiyu shook his head. Indeed, after injecting the gene evolution serum, he felt his vision was clearer than ever, and his hearing and perception had also improved significantly. Can intelligence be further enhanced? Great! Comrade Yisu, you have dedicated yourself tirelessly to developing such a powerful gene-enhancing serum and selflessly contributed the technology to the nation. In the future, as long as your requests do not violate the law, the nation will do its utmost to fulfill them. The third chief was even more astonished, repeatedly saying good 3 times and making an extremely generous promise. Yisu smiled and said, "I hope the chief will fulfill the promise you made earlier to help our Genesis technology company become the dominant player in the smartphone industry. That's my only request for now, and I won't violate antitrust laws." Yisu, of course, would not violate national laws. Once he acquired the majority of manufacturers, he would leave the ones he deemed unworthy to fend for themselves, which would not violate antitrust laws. In this world, the strong survive and the weak perish. Those companies couldn't produce smartphones that attracted users, yet they kept trying to sabotage Yisu. Their downfall was well deserved. The third-ranked chief smiled and then expressed his high regard for Yisu, also subtly trying to build a closer relationship with him. What surprised him was that Yisu remained calm and composed in the face of such praise from the third-ranked chief of the nation, showing no signs of being flattered or embarrassed. This made him admire Yisu even more and believe that Yisu must have a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps the nation would need his help in the future. While the third-ranked minister and Yisu were discussing matters, General Xiang Dong recalled the promise Yisu had made 2 days earlier and took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Yisu, how is the research on eradicating smog progressing?" Upon hearing this, Yisu gave Xiang Dong a thumbs-up gesture and smiled, saying, "It's already halfway done. All that's left is to create a sample and cultivate it." Eliminating smog? Upon hearing this term, the third-ranked leader momentarily lost his composure. For a national leader who had been in high office for so long, such a loss of composure was extremely rare. Overcome with excitement, the third-ranked leader placed both hands on Yisu's shoulders and urgently asked, "Comrade Yisu, what did you say? You have a solution to completely eradicate smog, and the research has already been completed halfway in just 2 days? Yes, what's the matter?" Yisu replied nonchalantly. He had no idea how much time, money, manpower, and resources the nation had invested in smog control, nor how much effort the relevant national leaders had put into it. Yet, the efforts had yielded little to no significant results in addressing the smog problem in the eastern regions. Yet Yisu had managed to complete half of the research on a solution to eliminate smog in just 2 days. Was this really the same smog problem that had caused so much headaches for countless leaders and panic among countless residents? Looking at Yisu's expression, he must have found a solution to the smog problem. After all, he was the one who had invented the groundbreaking gene evolution drug. There was no need for him to deceive anyone on this matter. Not only was the third chief deeply shocked, but even the professors analyzing Wang Xiyu's physical data were stunned into silence upon hearing that Yisu had already completed half of the research on a solution to eliminate smog. Though they didn't understand atmospheric pollution control, they knew it was an extremely challenging problem. Addressing it from a biological or chemical perspective was truly daunting. Therefore, generally speaking, the only way for a country to address smog is to focus on its sources, such as vehicle exhaust emissions and industrial pollution, but this is no easy task. Smog, dubbed the biggest environmental issue of the 2010s in the East, is no exaggeration. Chapter 173 completed. The professors were left speechless, their emotions running wild. Upon hearing Yisu's words, the biology students naturally understood that he must be proposing a biological approach to addressing smog. This was evident from the terms samples and cultivation he used. The professors looked at each other, stunned, realizing they were all too shocked to know what to say. Samples, cultivation. Therefore, the method Yisu used to eliminate smog must involve using microorganisms to remove it. But how exactly do microorganisms eliminate smog? They had no idea. They had never heard of anyone in China, or even abroad, proposing a microbial method to solve the smog problem. In the eyes of these researchers, such a method was utterly ridiculous. There are catalysts that can directly absorb sulfur dioxide and remove those toxic particles. Why use microorganisms? From a biological perspective, microorganisms can at most address the sulfur dioxide and smog, but what about those toxic particles? What should be done about them? However, since this was a method conceived by Yisu and one half of the research had already been completed, the professors had no choice but to re-examine this microbial approach to smog control. They discovered that if they wanted to use microorganisms to address smog, they had no idea where to begin. Meanwhile, Yisu had already completed half of the research process in just 2 days, leaving the professors in awe and exclaiming, "Indeed, comparison between people is truly disheartening." At this point, the third chief was utterly astonished, speechless for a moment. Finally, he said, "He's already completed half of the smog research process. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. We old-timers are truly outdated." The third chief's words revealed a deep sense of helplessness. It was no wonder he felt this way. Smog control had always been a thorn in his side, something that bothered him deeply but he couldn't seem to resolve. Now, hearing that Yisu had managed to solve the problem so effortlessly, he felt a huge psychological disparity and couldn't shake it off. Chief, in 2 days, I estimate I'll be able to cultivate a large quantity of this new type of bacteria. At that time, I'll have General Xiangdong notify you," Yisu said casually. Only 2 days? Although the third chief was overjoyed, his expression remained unchanged. He forced a smile and asked, "What kind of effect can this new technology you've developed achieve?" Yisu thought for a moment and said indifferently, "I can't guarantee the effect, but the new type of bacteria I've developed can self-replicate and produce new bacteria when dispersed into the air, and I estimate that it can absorb more than 95% of the sulfur dioxide in the air. As for the toxic particles, there are also corresponding solutions that can greatly improve the air quality." Regarding the solution for toxic particulate matter, one of the main components of smog, Yisu had not forgotten either. That is to utilize the new bacteria to react with sulfur dioxide in the air, producing negative oxygen ions to achieve air purification effects. Negative ions have antibacterial, dust-reducing, air-cleaning, immune-boosting, and functional balance-regulating effects, earning them the nickname air vitamins. They have a positive impact on human health, and the process of the new bacteria dividing extensively in the air also helps eliminate some toxic particles. In summary, the novel bacteria developed by Yisu can effectively dispel haze, akin to clearing away clouds to reveal the sun. After exchanging pleasantries with the third chief and General Xiangdong for a while, Yisu left the research institute and headed to the laboratory of the School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University. The task at hand was, of course, the research on the new bacteria. Although the research was already halfway completed, finishing it sooner was always better. Back in the laboratory, Yisu continued working on the production of samples of the new bacteria. The hardest part was getting started. After using gene recombination technology to produce the samples, the rest was straightforward. Simply use the bacteria's natural binary fission process to cultivate large quantities of the new bacteria in petri dishes. Genetic recombination is probably the most complicated part of the process, Yisu muttered to himself, sighing deeply before immersing himself in the sample production process. This time, Yisu worked tirelessly for 19 hours before finally producing the new bacterial sample. Looking at the new bacteria under the electron microscope, Yisu couldn't help but smile. This was a new life form he had created himself, and he should give it a name. After some thought, Yisu decided to name this new type of bacteria capable of treating smog cleaning bacteria. Though the name wasn't very appealing, it was chosen based on its functionality. This bacteria was indeed developed for the purpose of treating smog. Yisu first prepared a significant amount of sulfur dioxide gas and then gathered the components necessary for the bacteria S division. He began creating the environment for cultivating the bacteria. After completing the growth environment, Yisu carefully placed the bacteria into the culture vessel using tools. In just a moment, he could smell the fresh air. It must be the bacteria beginning to divide in the culture vessel. It seems the cultivation was successful, Yisu muttered to himself. The smog-fighting bacteria react with sulfur dioxide in the air to produce negative ions, and this fresh sensation must be caused by the bacteria multiplying rapidly in the culture vessel. At this point, the research on the smog-cleaning bacteria was complete. Yisu smiled, then took out the container and began collecting the smog-fighting bacteria. After a busy period, Yisu dialed General Xiangdong's phone and informed him to gather some researchers, as he would be working with them to cultivate a new type of bacteria to combat smog. Upon hearing Yisu's words, General Xiangdong was overjoyed and naturally agreed to fulfill these requests for Yisu. Chapter 174, Smog Fighting Bacteria. The smog cleaning bacteria have been successfully developed. General Xiangdong was busy with a task and feeling overwhelmed. Upon hearing the news, he felt like nothing else mattered and just wanted to witness firsthand the effects of the microorganisms capable of treating smog. Over the phone, he learned that the microorganism Yisu had developed, capable of treating smog, was called smog fighting bacteria. By dispersing it into the sky via aircraft, it could accomplish the very thing he had been obsessed with for days. That was the solution to smog. Alright, let's do it. I'll have someone arrange for a few researchers to help you cultivate the smog cleaning bacteria. Major General Xiangdong hung up the phone with Yisu, his face beaming with a smile. Then, he dialed the phone number of the director of a research institute and made some arrangements. At that moment, he still found it hard to believe. After all, combating smog was a highly complicated task, yet Yisu had already achieved results in just a few days and claimed that the day when smog mitigation would begin was not far off. This left General Xiangdong feeling dazed and disoriented. Yisu was truly a remarkable person. It was impossible to gauge how far ahead of his time his ideas or technology truly were. Thinking about this, Major General Xiangdong felt even more dazed. In his eyes, Yisu was like a figure shrouded in thick mist, utterly enigmatic and inscrutable. Sometime later, several researchers from the School of Life Sciences at Tsinghua University also arrived at the laboratory where Yisu was staying, waiting for his instructions. At first, when these researchers heard that Yisu had already developed microorganisms capable of treating smog, they didn't believe it. However, upon arriving at Yisu's laboratory and coming into contact with the smog-cleaning bacteria, they were stunned by its effects. The primary components required for cultivating this bacteria were strikingly similar to the components of smog. Moreover, the researchers discovered that after converting the primary components of smog into harmless substances for the environment and human health, the bacteria also produced negative ions, known as air vitamins. This finding left the researchers utterly astonished, as if their worldview had been completely overturned. Although they were deeply curious about the process by which Yisu developed the smog-fighting bacteria, the researchers knew which questions to ask and which to avoid. Under Yisu's guidance, they began cultivating the bacteria. The cultivation of the smog-cleaning bacteria is actually quite simple. All that is needed is to prepare sulfur dioxide gas and some toxic particles to meet their asexual reproduction requirements. Wow, the binary fission process of the smog-cleaning bacteria is so fast. A researcher surnamed Lu looked at the bacteria under the microscope and couldn't help but exclaim. The other researchers busy with the cultivation were also startled by the bacteria's reproduction rate. They could imagine that if large quantities of these bacteria were released into the polluted areas of the capital city, they could reproduce asexually on their own without needing a second release. Their reproduction speed is truly astonishing. With such a rapid reproduction rate, these smog-cleaning bacteria would be the bane of smog if released into the capital city's sky. As long as smog exists, they could reproduce in large numbers, continue to clear the smog, and reproduce further. If smog had a life of its own, it would undoubtedly be terrified of these bacteria. These researchers began cultivating the smog-cleaning bacteria with great care, their excitement difficult to contain. As researchers with high cultural literacy, they fully understood that if this smog-cleaning bacteria were officially introduced, it would significantly improve the smog situation in the nation. And they are the cultivators of these smog-fighting bacteria. This title alone is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Cultivate the smog-cleaning bacteria carefully. By tomorrow, we should have enough of them. You will witness the disappearance of smog with your own eyes. When you think of smog in the future, you will probably feel a sense of nostalgia. Yisu smiled mysteriously, shook his head, and continued working on his task. Everyone in the laboratory felt an immense sense of purpose and motivation when they thought about the significance of their work. After working all day under such circumstances, the quantity of smog-fighting bacteria Yisu needed was naturally sufficient. Looking at the large amount of smog-cleaning bacteria he had collected, Yisu smiled and dialed General Xiangdong's phone number. He didn't know what Major General Xiangdong was busy with, but after a while, he finally answered the phone and said, "Hello? Yisu, why are you calling now? Has the air-purifying bacteria you needed been cultivated almost completely?" "Yes, that's right. The researchers I assigned to you worked all night and finally cultivated a large amount of air-purifying bacteria. Come over with your team now, we need some drones to deploy these bacteria," Yisu said casually. General Xiangdong's eyebrows twitched and he nearly jumped out of his chair. His voice trembling, he asked Yisu, "Are you serious?" "Yes, of course. Now we just need to spread them, and the smog situation in the capital city should improve significantly." Yisu continued indifferently, feeling a bit tired. Although he had only been working on this smog control project for a few days, it had still been quite exhausting. "Alright, I'll send someone over immediately." General Xiangdong hung up the phone excitedly. He had never imagined that this day would come so quickly. In fact, when Yisu had made the promise earlier, he had even thought that if the problem could be truly resolved within a year, it would already be a pleasant surprise. But it had only been a few days? Yi Su had already completed the research and development of the smog-cleaning bacteria and mass production? This progress left him overjoyed. He immediately put aside all his current tasks, arranged for a helicopter, and gathered his entourage before heading to meet Yi Su. Shortly thereafter, General Xiang Dong met with Yi Su, who brought all the cultivated smog-cleaning bacteria out of the laboratory. Chapter 175 Anticipation. Outside the laboratory, General Xiang Dong arrived at the scene with many relevant personnel. Yi Su and several researchers also brought the cultivated smog-cleaning bacteria out of the laboratory. By dispersing these bacteria via helicopter over the polluted areas of the capital city, it could significantly improve air quality. As for when results would be visible, it would likely take several hours. Yi Su said uncertainly, as the smog-cleaning bacteria had not yet been tested. Although he was confident in the bacteria's effectiveness, he couldn't make any guarantees about the extent of its impact or how long it would take to clear the smog from the air. Just a few hours? Alright, I believe you. Major General Xiang Dong laughed loudly, then ordered someone to take over the air pollution-fighting bacteria from Yi Su and the researchers. At that moment, the helicopter had already been prepared and was parked at the previously agreed location. Numerous media outlets, officials from relevant departments, and the third secretary were waiting there for Yi Su and the others to arrive. Everyone boarded the vehicles and headed to the previously agreed location to prepare for dispersing the air pollution-fighting bacteria over the polluted areas via helicopter. The road was heavily congested, and even the military vehicles took about half an hour to reach the location where the helicopter was waiting for Yi Su and the others. At this private airport, dozens of people were already waiting for Yi Su and his team. They had already been informed of the purpose of the mission. Yi Su had developed bacteria capable of treating smog, and today, these bacteria, known as smog-cleaning bacteria, would be transported by helicopter and dispersed into the air above the capital city to achieve the desired effect of reducing smog. When they first heard the news, they were all a bit stunned. After all, smog had been a major national concern, and despite countless measures taken previously, the problem had remained unresolved. The sudden announcement that Yi Su had developed bacteria to combat smog was hard for them to accept at first. However, once they realized that the bacteria were developed by Yi Su, they felt somewhat relieved. They were well aware of Yi Su's name, and upon further reflection, it didn't seem all that surprising that he had developed such bacteria. Yi Su and his team stepped out of the car, and a crowd immediately gathered around him, each wanting to shake his hand. Lu, the minister of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, surrounded by the crowd, walked up to Yi Su and said with emotion, "Comrade Yi Su, thanks to you, our country would have needed half a century to completely solve the smog problem. But because of your generous contribution, you have saved our country countless human, financial, and material resources. You are a hero of our nation." After speaking, Minister Lu immediately extended his right hand, firmly grasping Yi Su's hand, refusing to let go. At this point, he was on the verge of tears. Over the years, as the head of the Environmental Protection Ministry, he had faced immense pressure due to the smog problem, yet he had no effective solutions. He could only implement measures targeting the sources of smog pollution. Now, with Yi Su's successful development of bacteria capable of eliminating smog, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion and immense joy. Smog control? These four words were not only the unresolved concerns of the higher-ups, but also the greatest unresolved concern of the Minister of Environmental Protection. Lu, the minister, was on the verge of tears, and Yi Su noticed it. He smiled and said, "Minister Lu, you're being too modest. Our country is so powerful, and our leaders are so capable. We would have solved the smog problem long ago. I just happened to stumble upon a solution by accident. I'm honored to be able to contribute to the country." "Ah, Comrade Yi Su, I've heard of your achievements before. Now that I see you in person, you're still so humble. You're truly capable. Our nation is honored to have you." Minister Lu secretly wiped the corner of his eye and said to Yi Su. Then, he called over the military helicopter pilots, gave them some instructions, and signaled to Yi Su with his eyes that the smog-cleaning bacteria could be released. Yi Su remained calm as he and the researchers took out the air pollution-cleaning bacteria, which had already been prepared in containers, and handed them to the drone pilots. He instructed them, simply spray the bacteria, which are stored in a preservation solution, into the air like pesticide. These bacteria will autonomously eliminate the smog. The helicopter pilots looked at each other, initially unsure how to spray these microorganisms. However, after hearing Yi Su's instructions, they nodded in understanding, indicating they had grasped the process of spraying the smog-cleaning bacteria. In Yi Su's vision, the process of spraying these smog-cleaning bacteria should be quite simple, as he had already worked with researchers to prepare all the bacteria in a preservation solution. All that was needed was to spray them into the air like pesticides. The bacteria are stored in a preservation solution. When sprayed from a helicopter, they activate upon contact with sulfur dioxide in the air, breaking down the smog and converting sulfur dioxide and toxic particles into other substances. Additionally, during this process, the bacteria multiply extensively. As they float through the air, they spread throughout the skies above the capital city, achieving the effect of purifying the air throughout the entire city. Moreover, since they are in the city's upper atmosphere, the bacteria have no shortage of sulfur dioxide and other gases they need to survive. While using these gases for their own survival, they also produce negative ions, known as air vitamins, which further improve the city's air quality. It can be said that as long as these air-purifying bacteria are released into the city's atmosphere, while we cannot guarantee decades, at least for the next few years, the city will no longer have to worry about air pollution. The helicopters had already been prepared after Yisu called General Xiangdong, and were now parked on the vast airport runway. At Yisu's request, the helicopter pilots were all ready to go, loading the devices containing the smog-fighting bacteria onto the helicopters and preparing to take off and disperse the bacteria. Meanwhile, representatives from various media outlets and government officials watched the helicopters, filled with anticipation about the effectiveness of the bacteria. Chapter 176, Success. 5 helicopters carrying the air-purifying bacteria began to rise slowly, their rotors spinning rapidly. Dozens of people watched the helicopters ascend, their emotions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The leaders were visibly excited, while the media photographers were filled with excitement, as they were likely witnessing a historic moment. The efforts to address smog in the East officially began today. They had no doubts about the effectiveness of the smog-cleaning bacteria that Yisu had presented. They were well aware of his previous achievements, and their curiosity now lay solely in how effective this particular strain of bacteria would be. The 5 helicopter pilots could even feel their hands trembling, despite their strong mental resilience. At that moment, they couldn't help but let their minds wander. After all, the helicopters were carrying a new type of bacteria capable of treating smog. As the helicopter's wings spun rapidly, it finally took to the sky in an orderly manner. The leaders and photographers looked up, watching the helicopter fade into the distance. As designed by the relevant personnel, the 5 helicopters would depart from 5 different directions, continuously dispersing the smog-cleaning bacteria in different areas. As for the specific data and safety of the bacteria, there was no need to worry about that now. Yisu and his team had already sent the reports to the relevant authorities. All they needed to do was figure out how to disperse the bacteria more effectively over the capital city. It's not just our province that's suffering from smog. Many major cities in the north also experience smog year-round. If the smog-cleaning bacteria prove highly effective, the Ministry of Environmental Protection will certainly reward Comrade Yisu generously and produce more of the bacteria to be dispersed over all cities affected by smog. Minister Lu watched the helicopter take off, his expression filled with excitement. He gripped Yisu's hand tightly and said excitedly. Yisu smiled and said, "Minister Lu, you don't need to worry about the effectiveness of the smog-fighting bacteria. You should see the results soon." "Alright, that's good." At that moment, Minister Lu wasn't thinking about anything else. His eyes were fixed on the helicopters heading in different directions. Even if he had to wait for several hours, it would be no problem for him. The 5 helicopters finally faded from view. Everyone waited in silence for the results. The media workers were already thinking about how to write their articles to report on this event of special significance. Smog and national concern. Although smog only occurs in the north, people across the country are concerned about it. Online, people often use smog as the subject of jokes. Sometimes, people also take photos of the smoggy weather and post them on social media, marveling at how good the weather is in the capital. It would not be an exaggeration to call smog the biggest environmental issue in the East in recent years. As society develops and the economy booms, the East has also faced issues once encountered by developed nations. In this age of information explosion, while living standards have greatly improved, the smog problem naturally receives extra attention. No one wants to breathe in hazy air, no one wants to see a sunny day but not be able to see the sun, and no one wants to have to fully equip themselves when going out. This is the pain felt by all residents of the capital city and several major northern cities. It is the issue they have long hoped the nation would resolve. Fortunately, this issue should now be resolved, thanks to Yisu and the smog-cleaning bacteria he developed. In the future, when people talk about smog, they should only smile at each other, rather than complain bitterly as they once did. Yisu, you've truly done something very meaningful for the nation. Unlike that gene research project, your work is something that can truly improve people's lives. The hundreds of millions of residents in the north should all thank you for this. General Xiangdong no longer saw any helicopters in the sky. He turned his head and said to Yisu. Yisu smiled and said, "The development of technology at the higher levels may seem to have little impact on the common people, but ultimately, it will benefit them. There's no need to thank me for this. The greatest credit goes to the nation." Yisu's polite words made Major General Xiangdong feel very comfortable. He laughed heartily and said, "Yisu, you're always so reliable. Don't mention waiting a few hours here. Even if I had to wait a whole day, I'd do it willingly." Upon hearing this, Yisu waved his hand and remained silent. Time ticked away, and everyone waited. Some leaders, growing weary, found places to sit down. Meanwhile, in the skies above the capital city, 5 helicopters had reached their designated positions and began releasing the air-purifying bacteria downward. The containers holding the bacteria opened, and the bacteria suspended in the preservation solution were released directly into the air. Looking down from the helicopters, the city's full view was not very clear due to the smog, with everything shrouded in a hazy mist. The air filled with smog was, of course, the ideal environment for the smog-cleaning bacteria developed by Yisu. It was the environment they relied on to survive, their preferred habitat. Each tiny, invisible to the naked eye smog-cleaning bacterium, dispersed by the preservation solution, left the solution and drifted toward the sulfur dioxide in the air. Upon encountering sulfur dioxide, a specific component within the bacteria immediately reacted chemically with it. Similarly, the bacteria were equally attracted to toxic particles, as these served as the nutrients necessary for their reproduction. Within a few minutes, the bacteria had spread throughout a large area. As is well known, the rate of cell division is extremely fast, and this is what is referred to as exponential growth. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, and by this point, the reproduction rate of the bacteria had reached an astonishing level. A helicopter completed its mission of dispersing the smog-fighting bacteria and began maneuvering back along the same route. But just then, he suddenly felt that the air had become much fresher, causing him to involuntarily take several deep breaths. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the smog in the sky above the capital city had dissipated significantly, allowing him to clearly see the cityscape below. Chapter 177, Success. The pilot took another breath, still in disbelief, and felt his mind clear up, as if he had been reborn. He felt so refreshed he almost shouted out loud. How could this be? Could the bacteria claimed to be able to purify the smog have already taken effect? It hadn't been that long. The pilot glanced at the air above the capital city below and noticed that in the blink of an eye, the smog had dissipated even more, and the city below was now even clearer. He couldn't believe it. From the moment the helicopter began dispersing the smog-cleaning bacteria into the air until it returned here after completing the task, only about 15 to 20 minutes had passed. Yet the smog in this area had already dissipated by more than half. The speed of this transformation left the pilot speechless, and he could also feel that the air he was breathing had improved significantly, leaving him in awe of the effectiveness of these smog-cleaning bacteria. The other pilots, of course, also noticed this change. The smog-cleaning bacteria continued to divide and multiply at an astonishing rate, constantly improving the air quality above the capital city. It likely wouldn't take even half an hour for the areas where the bacteria were first released to achieve a completely clear sky. The 5 pilots flew the helicopters all the way back, filled with astonishment. Occasionally glancing down at the situation below, they couldn't help but wonder to whom they could express their amazement. As the pilots flew the helicopters back toward the departure airport, the skies above the capital city began to gradually clear of the haze. Today was supposed to be a sunny day, but due to the smog, the sun was obscured. For residents who had lived in the capital city for a long time, such a sight was nothing out of the ordinary. They had encountered countless sunny days where the sun was invisible during their time there. But at that moment, some pedestrians walking on the streets suddenly felt the warm sunlight on their bodies, and the sky seemed to have cleared up. It was as if the sky over Jing province had cleared up in an instant. It was as if a breeze had blown through, and all the smog in the capital city had vanished. These people were utterly astonished. How could the smog have disappeared so suddenly? This was impossible. During all the time they had lived in the capital city, they had never seen such a thing happen before. A couple was strolling along Wangfujing, both wearing masks. They had been lamenting that the sun hadn't come out again today and the air quality was as poor as usual. But suddenly, the woman in the couple seemed to have discovered something amazing. She jumped up excitedly, pointed at the sky, and exclaimed, "Honey, look! The smog seems to have disappeared. The sky is clear. It's a sunny day." Hearing his girlfriend's words, the man, who had been looking down at his phone, lifted his head. When he saw the warm sunlight bathing the earth, he was utterly shocked. Just a moment ago, the sky was still overcast. How did it suddenly become so clear? What on earth is going on? The man looked up at the sky and noticed that almost all the smog had vanished, leaving the sky clear and bright. He turned to look at his girlfriend, who had spoken. For the sake of their health, they had all been wearing masks when they went out, but now that the smog was gone, he suddenly felt that the mask was so inconvenient. Wow, look! The sky in the capital city seems completely different. How can it be so clear and blue? Someone exclaimed, chatting with their friends while reaching for their phone to take a photo and post it on social media. The sky seemed to have turned blue in an instant. This was a sight they had never seen before. Those who found the situation unusual couldn't help but pull out their phones to post it on their social media. Of course, it wasn't just one person thinking this. At that moment, most people on the streets, including those at home who felt the change in the sky, all wanted to take a photo and post it on their social media. My goodness, is this still Beijing province? The sky looks almost as clear as Hainan's. Someone said to their friend beside them, and couldn't help but take off the mask hanging on their face. Since the smog seemed to have disappeared, they figured it wouldn't be a big deal to take off the mask. However, as soon as she took off her mask, she widened her eyes in disbelief, took 2 deep breaths of air, and exclaimed in shock, "My goodness, is this really the air of Beijing? How can it be so refreshing? Taking a breath feels like I'm about to become an immortal." Her friend didn't believe her, so she also took off her mask and took a deep breath. She immediately had the same expression as her friend, shocked by the air quality, unable to speak, feeling as though she were about to become an immortal. Unable to contain herself, the young woman let out a comfortable hum, sounding almost like a soft sigh, causing passers-by who heard her to glance her way. She quickly realized something was off and cleared her throat, saying seriously, "Wow, how did the air in the capital city get so good? What could be the reason? The smog is gone. Could they be conducting some kind of biochemical experiment that's producing a lot of oxygen?" Her friend beside her gave her a look as if she were an idiot and said, "Did your family's biochemical experiment take place in the capital city? But I also find it strange. How could the air be so fresh? I took a couple of deep breaths and I feel much more energetic now. I feel like I could work all day without getting tired. Yeah, the sky is clear, the air is fresh. Let's keep shopping," the girl said with a smile. Such good weather, she'd never experienced anything like it since she started working in the capital. Chapter 178, Media Leaders Are Shocked. The sky over the capital city suddenly cleared up. In fact, using the word instantly might not be entirely accurate, as the smog-cleaning bacteria needed time to multiply and spread throughout the capital's air to eliminate the haze. However, since the residents couldn't perceive this gradual change, the capital seemed to have cleared up in an instant, leading them to subjectively believe it happened all at once. Countless pedestrians noticed the change in the capital city's air. They couldn't believe it and took deep breaths, only to discover that the air quality had improved significantly and felt incredibly comfortable when inhaled. They were all utterly astonished and marveled at how such a change could have occurred. Some residents living on higher floors naturally captured the skyline of the capital city through their floor-to-ceiling windows. Light white clouds drifted across the clear blue sky. The sun, shining brightly at midday, cast a dazzling glow through the windows, creating a uniquely beautiful scene. Someone posted this photo on their social media with the caption, "The sky of the capital city. I don't know why, but today's weather is so clear and the air is so fresh. It feels like I've been rejuvenated by 10 years. Within just a few minutes, his post garnered numerous comments from friends, each commenting on his update. "What? This is the sky of the capital city? Isn't the capital city supposed to be called the fog city? How can the sky be so clear? It looks almost the same as the sky by the sea in Qingdao. Fresh air? The capital city has so many cars every time you go out, there's traffic. How could the air be fresh? Oh my gosh, your photo editing skills are amazing, or maybe this isn't even the capital city?" The person who posted this update didn't expect so many comments under his WeChat moments. He felt a bit helpless. The sky in the capital city was indeed this clear and the air this fresh today. Could it be that you're all jealous? Looking out at the sky, he felt tired from work and decided to go downstairs to have lunch. Stepping into the elevator, he was surprised to find that everyone inside was also talking about today's sky and air in the capital city. "Hey, didn't you notice how beautiful the capital city is today? Yeah, I feel like the air in our office is so fresh. Did we get a really good air purifier?" When the elevator reached the designated floor, he rolled his eyes and stepped out, heading toward the restaurant. But to his surprise, the restaurant was also filled with people discussing the same topic. This was actually quite normal. Almost everyone in the capital city was surprised by the sudden change in air quality and hoped this weather would last a few more days, as it directly affected their lives. If there were no smog every day, how wonderful that would be. This was a question on everyone's mind. As the economy developed, more and more migrant workers came to the capital city. After working hard, some settled down and started families, making the city increasingly crowded. With the increase in population, various issues inevitably arise. However, while they can tolerate rising housing prices and traffic congestion, many people are genuinely concerned about the smog problem. This is also why air purifiers are selling exceptionally well in the city. Everyone is concerned about their health, and many people who own homes in the capital province even choose to send their children to live in the countryside or their hometowns, fearing that growing up in a smog-filled environment will harm their health. However, today, they have noticed that the air quality in the capital has improved significantly, and the air seems to have a special quality that makes them feel comfortable. So some people have started to worry again, wondering if this situation can continue. Many people instinctively feel that such a beautiful day will never come again. Perhaps tomorrow, they will once again face a gray, hazy city where they dare not step out without a mask. Those who think about this can't help but sigh inwardly, as they so desperately want this day to continue. Fortunately, they were wrong. The air-purifying bacteria developed by Yisu can remain in the air for an extended period. As long as there is sulfur dioxide, they can continue to survive, producing negative ions to improve air quality. As for the capital city, would it really lack sulfur dioxide from vehicle exhaust? They were unaware that Yisu's bacteria could effectively eliminate smog in the long term, so they thought that their concerns would naturally fade away by tomorrow or the day after. At that very moment, at an airport in the capital city, the media personnel documenting the smog-cleaning bacteria experiment and the leaders present were all stunned. How long had the helicopter been gone? It seemed like the smog had dissipated. Moreover, the air around them felt noticeably fresher. A few people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to find that the scenery around them had indeed become much clearer. The smog had truly vanished without a trace. The smog dissipated, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yisu, as he was the hero who had successfully tackled the smog. Minister Lu's emotions were too overwhelming to express. His face contorted with excitement, his features seeming to twist together. He gripped Yisu's hand tightly once more and couldn't help but weep. "Comrade Yisu, I never imagined your smog-clearing bacteria would be so effective. The smog problem will no longer be a thorn in the side of the Ministry of Environmental Protection." Smog had been the top priority for the Ministry of Environmental Protection over the past 2 years. As the capital of the country, the air quality in Dongfang Jing province was so dire that as the minister of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, how could he possibly save face? Fortunately, today, everything has been resolved. And the one who solved it is Yisu. The smog-cleaning bacteria not only effectively treats smog but also significantly improves the air quality of the capital city. Moreover, after this application, the capital city should no longer need to use the bacteria in the future. Yisu said calmly. Chapter 179, Shocking Results. No more helicopters to spray the bacteria? And this bacteria actually improves air quality? Minister Lu was overjoyed upon hearing Yisu's words. He took a deep breath in disbelief, noticing the change in the air. It now felt refreshingly invigorating, and his mood seemed to calm down. Having been preoccupied with the promotion of the bacteria, Minister Lu hadn't noticed how much the air had improved until now. He felt it was an unexpected delight. Breathing in the air purified by the bacteria, Minister Lu couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. In the future, when foreign guests visit our eastern province, who would dare to say that the air here is bad? With such fresh air, one feels as though all fatigue has vanished. Technology changes life, technology changes life. Yisu smiled faintly and said, the promotion of the smog-cleaning bacteria to major cities across the country with severe smog problems poses no issues at all. In fact, even second and third tier cities can give it a try, as the bacteria are not limited to smog control. To be precise, they are designed to address air pollution issues and have a strong ability to eliminate harmful gases like sulfur dioxide. Is that so? Then, Comrade Yisu, under what conditions do you plan to transfer this technology to the state? We can't let other countries find out, after all, our positions are different. The Minister of the Environment suddenly became serious. When it came to this topic, he had to be serious, as this was a matter of national importance. Smog-fighting bacteria technology is not a minor technology. Although capitalist countries have already mastered smog control and are not as overwhelmed as we are in the East, if they were to obtain this technology, it would undoubtedly be more detrimental than beneficial at the national level. This was the issue that most concerned the Minister of Environmental Protection, Lu, who did not know Yisu well. He subconsciously assumed that Yisu would sell this technology to foreign countries for personal gain. The smog-cleaning bacteria technology, I will, of course, donate it to the nation without any compensation. To Lu's surprise, Yisu's response was concise and clear, and his answer was also quite profound, leaving Lu impressed while also recognizing Yisu as a highly capable individual. Yisu wasn't thinking that deeply at the time. He had come to Jing province naturally to ensure that his future projects could proceed smoothly within the country. The initial reason behind his desire to establish good relations with the state stemmed from the obstacles encountered during Genesis Technology Company's acquisition of a mobile phone manufacturer. Despite acquiring several well-known domestic mobile phone manufacturers, Genesis Technology Company faced severe opposition, which naturally left Yisu feeling dissatisfied. After all, Genesis Technology Company's ambitions extended far beyond merely dominating the mobile phone industry. The road ahead was still long, and Yisu had many plans. He didn't want to suffer setbacks because of the national machinery incident. A mere smog-cleaning bacteria technology was nothing to him. He had countless ideas in his mind, and the benefits that could be gained from this technology were limited. To put it bluntly, he didn't value such petty gains and wasn't interested in discussing this matter with the state. What he cared about most was the future of Genesis Technology Company. Moreover, the smog-cleaning bacteria technology could be used to benefit the people. While donating the technology seemed selfless, the benefits it could bring far outweighed the technology itself. Indeed, having someone like you is a great blessing for the nation. Minister Lu patted Yisu on the shoulder with warmth. At that moment, the pilots returned to the airport, and he and the others went forward to greet them. The 5 helicopter pilots were still incredibly excited. They had witnessed the smog-cleaning bacteria in action from high above and had breathed such fresh air for the first time in their lives. Their emotions were naturally high and couldn't subside for a while. Sir, we witnessed the powerful effects of the smog-cleaning bacteria with our own eyes. In just a short while, the bacteria had already begun to work. It really scared me at first, one pilot said with a shy smile, rubbing the back of his head. As for the other drivers, their thoughts and words were more or less the same. As the drivers returned, some official media outlets invited to document the event immediately prepared to begin formal interviews. However, when they aimed their cameras at Yisu, all they saw was his helpless expression. Let's skip the interviews for today. My younger brother just finished his research and must be exhausted. Whatever you film or interview, please don't disclose it yet. The matter of the smog cleaning bacteria needs to remain confidential for now. Major General Xiang Dong waved his hand at the media staff and said impatiently. As a military official, he had never been particularly fond of the media. Seeing the journalists swarm around like a beehive, he naturally began to consider Yi Su's situation. Today isn't the right time. Let's not give any interviews. Yi Su responded. The media staff, already startled by the stern words of Major General Xiang Dong, lost all interest upon hearing Yi Su's response, deflating like a popped balloon. However, upon second thought, since Yi Su refused the interview, there were still the drivers. Their statements could be included in the report. Turning their attention, the media outlets immediately began interviewing the drivers, asking questions like, "What are your feelings about this incident, and how do you view the significance of this great event?" Yi Su watched the media staff scrambling to interview the drivers, shaking his head and smiling faintly. Looking up at the sun and the clear blue sky, Yi Su nodded in approval. As the developer of the smog-fighting bacteria, he was fairly satisfied with its effectiveness. Judging by this, the smog-cleaning bacteria should have already spread across most of the sky in Jing province, he thought to himself. A gentle breeze blew across his face, and the sunlight shone down, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Chapter 180, Nationwide Sensation. After the media interviews were completed, Minister Liu and his entourage left the airport and returned to the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Yi Su, after handing over the smog-cleaning bacteria documents he had prepared to the team of professors accompanying Minister Liu, returned to the hotel where he was staying. Upon returning to the Ministry of Environmental Protection office, Minister Liu and his team immediately began planning the next deployment locations for the smog-fighting bacteria and the provinces where they would be primarily deployed in the future. The Minister of Environmental Protection also dispatched personnel to discuss the cultivation of the bacteria with the professors. Now that the technology to combat smog was available, the Ministry of Environmental Protection's top priority was naturally to tackle the smog problem. As a result, Minister Liu and other leaders put aside their current tasks and began working diligently on smog mitigation efforts. Yi Su returned to the hotel, looked out at the clear blue sky, breathed in the fresh air, and felt extremely at ease. The negative ions were working well. Yi Su shook his head, picked up his phone with a calm expression, and began reading some news articles. There were already numerous reports online about the sudden clearing of the sky in Jing province, with many residents expressing their joy through posts and social media updates. However, some people were dismissive of such news, and a portion even created jokes to mock the improvement in Beijing's air quality, claiming it was only temporary and wouldn't last long, and that Beijing residents had nothing to celebrate. Seeing these messages, Yi Su merely smiled. As long as pollution exists, the smog bacteria will continue to survive. How long will Beijing's current situation last? Yi Su wasn't entirely sure either. However, based on his estimation, the current good air quality in Beijing province should last for about 10 to 20 years, possibly even longer. But by then, it might no longer be related to the smog bacteria. After checking some online news on his transparent phone, Yi Su felt a bit bored and decided to open a single-player game that came pre-installed on his transparent phone to play. In fact, in theory, no game in the world could bring Yi Su much pleasure, but people do get bored sometimes, and playing games to pass the time wasn't so bad. Before he knew it, it was already evening. After taking a shower, Yi Su went to bed early. The next day, in Jing province, many people actually found it hard to get out of bed, as the air the previous day had been so refreshing that they naturally felt resistant to the usual air quality in Jing province. When they woke up, however, they discovered that the air seemed just as fresh as it had been the day before. Many were overjoyed. They opened the windows to see the morning sun rising slowly in the east, its rays beginning to illuminate the earth. The sky was still as blue as it had been the day before. Wasn't this the weather they had always dreamed of? Wife, come out and see God. No smog today, and the sun is out. Oh, today is also a wonderful day. Looking at the sun, my withered body is filled with renewed energy. What's going on? The capital city has undergone a major weather change? The next day was just like the previous one, clear skies, sunshine, and fresh air. Such good weather and such fresh air were experiences that most people rarely encountered. Thanks to yesterday's psychological preparation, many people were no longer shocked today, but instead felt immense joy. They even began to wonder how wonderful it would be if this situation could continue indefinitely. However, what they didn't expect was that the third day was also the same. They finally realized that the smog in Jing province seemed to have completely disappeared. Even the areas in Jing province that had previously been severely affected by smog were now completely free of any trace of it. Jing province seemed to have completely transformed into a vibrant, bustling city, a far cry from the once gray, lifeless smog city where people had to wear masks whenever they went out. It was truly awe-inspiring. In the days that followed, the residents of Beijing province remained in a state of joy and astonishment. They felt as though they were reliving their childhood during the Spring Festival, a time filled with anticipation and wonder. However, they also felt a sense of fear, as they did not know if this period of clear skies would ever return. Will they return to that foggy city where masks are a necessity and visibility is extremely low? Will they go back to days when they couldn't survive without constantly changing their air purifiers? To survive in toxic gases? Due to Major General Xiang Dong's decision to temporarily seal off information, almost no one knew that the smog in the capital had been effectively addressed. They continued to believe that such days would eventually come to an end. Until someone began taking air samples in the capital city to determine whether the air had truly changed. The professors and experts, upon seeing the air quality test data from the capital city, couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief, feeling utterly shocked. Because the test data showed that the levels of toxic gases in the smog had dropped to an unimaginably low level, while the concentration of negative ions in the air was unusually high. How could this be possible? These experts and professors were utterly baffled by the test report. The data was simply too hard to believe. Toxic gas levels were lower than most cities nationwide, and negative ion levels seemed to be exceeding safe limits. Was this really the capital city they had imagined? How could this happen suddenly? Could the capital city's air have changed so drastically overnight? Could it be the work of aliens? The experts have no idea. However, the results of their air quality tests in the capital city were still circulating online, sparking widespread attention and causing a national sensation. On Baidu's search keyword rankings, Beijing province's smog mysteriously disappears topped the list, becoming the topic everyone was talking about. How did the smog in Beijing suddenly disappear? Why did this happen? Why didn't the media report on it? What is the real reason behind all of this? Unfortunately, none of the netizens active online knew the truth. Chapter 181, National Shock Part 2. In the smog forum on Baidu Tieba, countless people who deeply despise smog had gathered here to discuss issues related to smog. In recent days, due to the sudden disappearance of smog in Beijing province, all users who had been following this issue naturally gathered in this forum to discuss the mysterious disappearance of smog in Beijing province. In just a couple of days, the smog forum had grown from tens of thousands of members to over 1 million, and the numbers were still rising rapidly. After all, smog is a major environmental issue that the entire nation is closely monitoring, so it's only natural that everyone would be concerned about it. Moreover, the smog pollution disappeared in Beijing province, the eastern capital of the country and the lifeblood of the nation. Has the smog in Beijing province really disappeared? These past few days, it really seems like the smog has disappeared in Beijing province. I hope it stays this way. There are photos to prove it. A friend told me that the air quality in Beijing province has also improved significantly. I wonder what's going on. They said that breathing the air in the capital now makes them feel energized and able to work all day long, whereas before they had to consider whether to wear a mask while commuting. Oh my goodness, looking at the photos my friend took of Jing province, is this really Jing province? We people are not convinced. We people from Xingtai also feel like we can't accept this. Why is it that our city, which has such a high average level of physical attractiveness, is also the city with the highest average PM 2.5 levels in the country? People from Baoding also feel the same way. Numerous netizens are actively posting on forums, expressing their curiosity and shock over the changes in Beijing province. Just a few days ago, there were still news reports about smog in Beijing, but now the smog has completely disappeared? Where did the smog go? That's their question. Those PM 2.5 particles and sulfur dioxide, did they just vanish into thin air? That's impossible. As for why the air in the capital city has also undergone such a significant change, becoming so much fresher, all of this is capturing the attention of netizens. It's not just happening on forums, QQ groups, WeChat moments, and group chats are all buzzing about it. After all, people are still highly sensitive to environmental pollution issues, and such a sudden change in Beijing province naturally piques their curiosity. While the online discussions were heating up, the media didn't miss out on the opportunity to capitalize on the trend. For example, UC News editors immediately spread the news online and released a browser push notification. Beijing province's smog suddenly disappears, air quality test results are shocking, countless experts are left speechless, and over 100 million residents in severely polluted cities are moved to tears. Xuanfei News, mysterious disappearance of smog in Beijing province, what's the reason? After plaguing the nation for years, the smog problem in Beijing province has improved. Why has the government remained silent? NetEase News, smog control methods are under study and may be announced soon? The first list of smog control measures has been revealed. So News, on the third day of the mysterious disappearance of smog in Beijing province, some impatient experts finally took action. They collected air samples from several major smog-polluted areas in Beijing province and found that the levels of sulfur dioxide and toxic particulate matter were extremely low. Additionally, the air contained a large amount of negative ions, a result that was quite shocking. The current air quality in Beijing province is likely better than that of most third and fourth tier cities. This can only leave one feeling deeply moved. All media outlets are rushing to report on the mysterious disappearance of smog in Beijing province. Residents across the country are closely following the mysterious disappearance of smog in Beijing province. Major General Xiang Dong also realized that he could no longer keep the news of the successful development of the smog-fighting bacteria under wraps. In fact, the Ministry of Environmental Protection had already decided on the cities where the next batch of smog-fighting bacteria would be deployed. At this point, spreading the news would not cause any harm. Therefore, he instructed someone to notify the media outlets closely affiliated with the state, signaling that they could publish the reports from their previous interviews. Upon learning that the information was no longer being withheld, the media workers were overjoyed. This information was essentially exclusive to their media outlets, and over the past few days, watching the outside world speculate endlessly about the mysterious disappearance of the smog in Beijing province had left them as restless as ants on a hot pan. At this moment, when General Xiang Dong announced the lifting of the information blockade on the smog-cleaning bacteria, how could they not be overjoyed? Within the first few minutes, the journalists from these media outlets immediately published the reports they had already prepared. These media outlets, including Central News, were all major players in the industry. The next day, the People's Daily published the news in its morning edition, with the headline, Yisu Smog-Fighting Bacteria, the Enemy of Smog. The reason behind the mysterious disappearance of smog in Jing province. This headline was more than enough to capture the attention of most people who were already interested in the topic. In fact, the public had already become familiar with the name Yisu, and the fact that he was associated with the development of smog-fighting bacteria only added to the intrigue. In recent days, the skies over the capital city of Beijing have suddenly cleared up, and air quality has improved significantly. It feels like taking a breath of fresh air can elevate one's entire being. In the past few days, many netizens have been speculating about what could have caused the air quality in the capital city to improve so drastically. Is the capital city still the foggy city? No, it won't be anymore, thanks to the emergence of the smog-fighting bacteria. The smog-fighting bacteria, developed by Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate and Turing Award winner Yisu, are a type of microorganism specifically designed to combat smog. They are highly effective and reproduce at an extremely rapid rate. This report from the People's Daily, published in the morning edition, was already seen by many people in the morning. Upon reading the report, everyone was stunned. It was Yisu who had developed the smog-fighting bacteria and successfully addressed the smog in the capital city. The shock they felt was overwhelming. Could such a thing as an anti-smog bacterium really exist? How could the smog that the country had failed to control for so many years be solved so easily by a single microorganism? Other media outlets, including the widely circulated Central News, also published their own reports. Central News even launched a special feature to praise Yisu and the smog-cleaning bacteria he had developed. The nation was in shock. Chapter 182, National Hero. After the news broke, the nation was in shock. Who would have thought that the mysterious disappearance of smog in Jing province was caused by a bacterium? The smog that had plagued countless residents and the nation for so long could actually be dispersed by this bacterium? And this smog-fighting bacterium could also improve air quality? The effects of the smog-clearing bacteria are simply too incredible to believe. Countless residents across the country, after seeing reports from these media outlets confirming that the bacteria had successfully cleared the smog in the capital province, couldn't help but remember the name of this bacteria. The content of the Central News is broadcast live on major TV stations every night at 7 p.m., so its reach is extremely high. Combined with reports from several well-known media outlets in the capital, the news quickly spread like wildfire online. It was Yisu who developed the smog-fighting bacteria, successfully improving the air quality in the capital city and clearing the skies, freeing residents from the torment of smog. The mysterious disappearance of smog in Jing province? After this news was revealed, the problem was finally resolved. The reason behind the disappearance of smog in Jing province is the smog-clearing bacteria, which was developed by Yisu. Therefore, it can be said that Yisu dispelled the smog from Jing province. Yisu is a national hero. After the official media reported on this, other online media outlets also began covering the story, praising Yisu's achievements with flowery language. So News, it was Yisu who worked day and night, sacrificing sleep and rest, to develop this new type of bacteria. He is the solution to our nation's smog problem, and we should all remember his name. Xuanfei News, according to official reports, this new smog-fighting bacteria was deployed in Beijing province for only a few hours, yet it significantly improved the smog situation and optimized air quality, ensuring that the capital's air will no longer be criticized. NetEase News, the debut of Yisu's new smog-fighting bacteria means that smog will no longer be the top environmental issue in our country. The Ministry of Environmental Protection will now have more resources to address other problems. According to official reports, the ministry has already finalized the list of cities for the next batch of smog-fighting bacteria deployments, with several northern cities with PM 2.5 levels exceeding standards prominently featured. Numerous online media outlets are spreading the word about how Yisu's smog-fighting bacteria are, and how effective they are in combating smog. They have also devoted considerable space to describing the immense significance of Yisu's work. After all, smog is no small matter. Developed countries abroad have wasted a great deal of time in their efforts to combat smog. For example, it took Los Angeles half a century to address its smog problem, and other major cities in developed countries have also struggled with smog issues in the past. Looking around the world, all developed countries have been plagued by smog at some point. If severe, smog can lead to illness in mild cases and mass deaths in a short period in severe cases. The Los Angeles photochemical smog event resulted in the deaths of elderly individuals over 65, while the London smog event claimed 120,000 lives. The asthma outbreak in Nara City, Japan, caused a surge in asthma patients, with some unable to endure the suffering and taking their own lives. In China, although smog has only recently come into the public eye, it should not be underestimated. After all, issues that affect one's own health and that of future generations naturally command serious attention. This has always been a source of anxiety for people in the eastern and northern regions. As long as smog persists, they will continue to worry about their health and the well-being of their children and grandchildren. No one wants their children and grandchildren to have to wear thick anti-smog masks just to go outside in the future. When online media outlets reported on Yisu's news, some television stations also invited so-called experts and professors to share their opinions on the matter. For example, CCTV Channel 1 invited a highly respected professor with unique insights into smog to record a special program on the topic. At 7 p.m., the program aired smoothly. This episode primarily aimed to educate the public about smog and analyze the prevalence of smog-fighting bacteria. The program began, and the elegant host started interviewing Professor Wang, who is well versed in smog. Hello, it is an honor to have Professor Wang join us on the show. We also welcome all viewers at home to tune in. Today's episode will focus on the highly discussed topic of smog. The beautiful female host smiled at the camera and began asking Professor Wang some questions. After listing his numerous titles, Professor Wang gently clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and began answering the host's questions. Professor Wang's voice was hoarse as he said, "As we all know, the smog problem is caused by the presence of large amounts of sulfur dioxide gas and toxic particles in the air." After speaking at length, he finally mentioned the smog-fighting bacteria. When he brought up the topic, his expression seemed to change completely. He spoke enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Recently, we also collected samples of air components and were honored to obtain samples of the smog-cleaning bacteria. The results were truly astonishing. This is a highly unique bacterium with a distinctive structure. Not only can it absorb sulfur dioxide from the air, but it can also remove toxic particulate matter and produce negative ions. In summary, with this smog-fighting bacteria technology alone, Mr. Yisu is likely to win the Nobel Prize in biology or chemistry. I truly can't fathom how Mr. Yisu developed this bacteria. He is undoubtedly a genius." Professor Wang and the host discussed many topics, and after introducing smog, nearly the entire subsequent segment was dedicated to praising Yisu's smog-cleaning bacteria technology. There's no other explanation. The smog-cleaning bacteria simply hold too many mysteries that modern scientists cannot solve. The technology is so far ahead of them in so many ways that many scientists genuinely admire Yisu from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 183, Shocked Abroad. Naturally, Yisu's name once again became a hot topic online, even surpassing the term smog-fighting bacteria, firmly securing the top spot on Baidu's trending search list. Even ordinary people who had never heard of Yisu before now learned about him. When they discovered that the transparent smartphones they were using were also developed by Yisu's company, they naturally looked up his profile on Baidu Baiki and were left speechless. From the cancer-treating King Tengsu to virtual reality devices, and now the transparent phone, and now he's even developed smog-cleaning bacteria? Just how talented is Yisu? Is he even human? So extraordinary, so genius it's hard to believe. Due to the ongoing buzz surrounding the mysterious disappearance of smog in Jing province, Yisu's official Baidu forum had already surpassed 1 million followers and was steadily heading toward the 10 million mark. In Yisu's fan forum, countless teenagers idolize him, looking at his photos and feeling their motivation to study soar once again. Add to that Yisu's extremely handsome face and his slightly mischievous smile, and it's no wonder countless girls are head over heels for him. It's safe to say that if Yisu were to invest in a movie right now, just sitting there for 2 hours cracking jokes, the box office wouldn't be too shabby. My goodness, I never imagined that the mysterious disappearance of smog in Jing province was actually because of our very own Yisu. Not only does he make such great phones, but he also developed an anti-smog bacteria. What on earth is going on in Yisu's mind? Yisu is simply a god. He can do anything. I feel like I could start a Yisu cult, and there would be countless loyal followers. Believe in Yisu, and you'll live forever. Today I came all the way from Shijiazhuang to Beijing province just to breathe some fresh air. Is this really Beijing province? I wonder when Shijiazhuang's air quality will ever reach this level. Countless posts are being shared on the forums, and countless people have gathered in the Yisu forum to discuss this issue that everyone is talking about. Even those middle-aged people who had never heard of Yisu before now know his name, thanks to the news reports over the past few days. After all, air pollution is something they care about, even if they don't have the time to pay much attention to it. Through this incident, Yisu's fame has grown even more. From teenagers to young adults to middle-aged people. This is Yisu's current level of fame. He is not only a scientist known to the majority of people, but also a figure who has surpassed Steve Jobs in the Eastern smartphone industry and a genius who has benefited all of humanity in the medical field. The titles of Father of Modern Intelligence and Nobel Prize winner are enough to blind the eyes of those who dare to call themselves experts with just a little achievement. The news of the successful development of the smog-fighting bacteria spread like wildfire online, and many teenagers' admiration for Yi Su rose to a whole new level. At this moment, nearly everyone at Genesis Technology Company had also heard the news. Their company's CEO, Yi Su, has once again unveiled a groundbreaking innovation that could change society: the smog-cleaning bacteria. Working at Genesis Technology is truly the greatest blessing of my life. Although the smog-cleaning bacteria are not produced by our company, we are proud to have such a boss. This was the sentiment shared by most employees at Genesis Technology Company. Having Yi Su as their boss was truly a blessing for their entire lives. As for Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, the two women, upon learning that their husband had developed an invention that could benefit all of humanity, they were overjoyed and proud. After all, Yi Su was their husband, and with such a capable husband, they naturally admired him even more. As for Yu Shuochen and Xia Xiaowei, they were also shocked by the news. It seemed that what Yi Su had shown them so far was just the tip of the iceberg. If he could come up with an anti-smog bacteria today, who knew what even more amazing inventions he might unveil tomorrow? Meanwhile, as the news spread like wildfire online, Yi Su was enjoying a leisurely tour of several famous landmarks in Jing Province, including the Great Wall and the Forbidden City. The scenic views left him feeling relaxed and at ease. As he toured the major attractions of Beijing Province, he felt completely relaxed, utterly captivated by the breathtaking landscapes. Meanwhile, the Environmental Protection Bureau had begun the first phase of smog control efforts in several heavily polluted cities in the north. Helicopters carrying smog-cleaning bacteria flew over each city, with countless bacteria absorbing the smog in the air, instantly clearing the skies of these heavily polluted cities in the north. As the helicopters released the bacteria, countless city residents looked up from below, eager to witness this momentous occasion. Smog was no longer a source of distress in their lives. From that day forward, smog would vanish from their lives. Perhaps, in the years to come, when people spoke of smog, they would only smile at one another, rather than harboring the deep hatred they once felt for it. They watched the helicopters fly overhead, their emotions running high. Then, the smog-fighting bacteria began to multiply rapidly in the air, as this was an ideal environment for their reproduction. The smog in the skies above these cities dissipated completely within just a few hours. Yi Su! Yi Su! Yi Su! At that moment, the residents' emotions were indescribable. They watched the smog that had lingered over their city for years disappear, breathed in the fresh air, imagined a brighter future, and even felt like crying. Unable to contain their emotions, the residents who witnessed the smog disappearing from their city began to shout Yi Su's name one after another. It was Yi Su who ensured they would no longer breathe air filled with smog. It was Yi Su who improved their quality of life, freeing them from the fear of an uncertain future. News of the smog being controlled in the East also reached foreign countries. When foreigners learned that Yi Su in the East had developed a smog-cleaning bacteria, they were stunned. Chapter 184, Branch Company. Residents in major cities across the globe, especially in developed nations, have all heard the news. Residents of Los Angeles, London, and other well-known major cities, upon hearing the news, had only one question: is this news fake? After all, in their countries and cities, smog was the top environmental issue. Air quality and quality of life were closely intertwined, leaving no room for complacency. Their countries had already invested so much effort and resources into addressing smog issues, yet the Easterners had managed to develop a microorganism capable of treating smog in just a few years? Was this some kind of joke? The York Times: Eastern scientist Yi Su has successfully developed a smog-fighting bacterium, and the smog problems in several major northern cities in the East have been resolved thanks to the promotion of this bacterium. This is an incredibly shocking piece of news. London Daily: the news of Yi Su's development of smog-cleaning bacteria is a devastating blow to us. Once known as the Smog City, London has gone through immense efforts to shed that title. Yet the Eastern nations, which are still in their infancy, have already resolved their smog issues so quickly. How can we, as developed nations, bear this shame? Yamato Daily: it is reported that the smog-cleaning bacteria developed in the East can effectively clear smog from an entire city's sky within just a few hours. The results are truly astonishing. In this regard, our Yamato nation has already fallen far behind the East. The smog problem has been addressed, and the solution is the smog-cleaning bacteria developed by Yi Su. This news has left countless developed nations in awe. After all, they once struggled endlessly with smog, enacting countless laws and implementing numerous measures to prevent their own countries from facing such embarrassment. Yet the Eastern nations, mere developing countries, have already presented the fundamental solution to the smog problem. How could they not be shocked? After some inquiries, they discovered that the developer of the smog-fighting bacteria was none other than Yi Su, a name they were already familiar with. One by one, they realized the truth, feeling both envious and frustrated. Yi Su is a prodigy. Upon hearing this news, the World Environmental Protection Association also expressed extreme concern. Smog is no trivial matter, it is an environmental issue that inevitably arises with economic development. Now that a solution has been found, it is a blessing for the entire world. This is a technology that can benefit all of humanity. As for how to obtain this technology from the East, that was not something they needed to consider. What they were thinking about now was what kind of award to give Yisu. Addressing smog is no small matter. It is the most significant environmental challenge facing all developed nations and developing nations like the East. Now that it has been resolved, Yisu must be awarded the highest honor, as he developed this technology and made an immense contribution to all of humanity. This is not only the view of the World Environmental Protection Association but also that of the National Environmental Protection Department. Since Yisu has selflessly contributed the smog-cleaning bacteria technology to the nation must bestow upon him the honor he deserves. Of course, awarding honors takes time. While the World Environmental Protection Association and the National Environmental Protection Department were considering what honor to bestow upon Yisu, he had already concluded his several-day tour and returned to the hotel. In the Sheraton Hotel of Jing Province, Yisu sat in the governor's suite, looking out at the scenery below, and suddenly felt a bit bored. In theory, sitting in a globally renowned 5-star hotel, especially in the governor's suite, basking in the warm sunlight, breathing in the fresh air, and gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling city below should be a peaceful and satisfying experience. However, Yisu didn't feel that way. Whenever he had a moment to relax, he felt restless and uneasy. Currently, Genesis Technology Company was in its growth phase, with several of its main products performing exceptionally well in sales, thriving and expanding rapidly. By all accounts, Yisu should not have been overly concerned. Recently, he hadn't decided on what new product to launch. The Gene Evolution Serum, being a collaborative project with the government, couldn't be released by Genesis Technology Company yet. After careful consideration, Yisu had some ideas about the future development of Genesis Technology Company. It was at this moment that he received a call from Yushua Chin. Is something wrong? Yisu answered the phone and asked Yushua Chin. Yushua Chin calling at this time must be about the Genesis Technology Company. Yes, Mr. Yi, I'm calling to report on the work situation. Yushua Chin's voice trembled slightly, and she didn't know why. She said over the phone, our company has already merged with most of the mobile phone manufacturers nationwide and has become the undisputed leader in the mobile phone industry. As a result, some issues have arisen. What's going on? Yisu asked, puzzled. Well, it's like this. Yushua Chin paused for a moment before continuing, because our company has grown so large, especially in the mobile phone industry, which we now firmly control, some related issues have arisen. For example, the company's governance structure needs to be adjusted. Currently, some senior executives are still overseeing mobile phone-related matters, which has already become overwhelming. The increase in management layers and the addition of management chains have significantly impacted work efficiency and management efficiency. Additionally, since the mobile phone department is currently the most profitable division of the company, it requires substantial funding. If it remains under the same management structure, there may be delays in fund allocation. If this issue is not addressed, it could lead to significant losses in the future. Yushua Chin spoke at length, and Yisu listened attentively. After listening, he understood the gist of what Yushua Chin was trying to convey and said, so, you're suggesting we establish a wholly owned mobile phone subsidiary under Genesis? Chapter 185, The First Chairman's Summon. Genesis Technology Company has been growing rapidly and, with the support of the government, has emerged as the undisputed leader in the mobile phone industry. With the world's largest mobile phone market under its control, the mobile phone division of Genesis Technology needed to separate from the main company, which required the establishment of a new company. Yisu, upon hearing Yushua Chin's concerns, realized he hadn't considered this before. As a company grows, establishing subsidiaries is a natural step. Yushua Chin replied, that's right, Mr. Yi. I agree. If you approve, I will take full responsibility for establishing the subsidiary. However, I would like to ask what the new company should be named? As for the name of the new company, to be honest, Yisu hadn't given much thought to the future development of the mobile phone industry, nor had he considered what to name the subsidiary that would oversee the mobile phone division if the company grew larger. He was confident that his transparent phone would be the strongest and best-selling model, equipped with the world's best and only true smart system, and with such an excellent design, it would certainly sell well. Moreover, the Genius MAN phone previously launched by Genesis Technology was priced at an unexpectedly low $2,399, making it impossible for Genesis Technology not to become the undisputed leader in the mobile phone industry. After thinking it over, Yisu replied to Yushua Chin, let us name the new company Fairy Technology. It will primarily focus on smartphones and related derivative markets, and we should also begin researching and developing smartwatches. Complete this task as soon as possible. Remember, no shares of the company will be given to anyone. All shares must remain under Genesis's control. Alright, Mr. Yi, I won't bother you anymore. I'll get back to work. Yushua Chin hung up the phone, but felt as though a small deer was racing through her heart. In reality, setting up a subsidiary wasn't a major undertaking. She could discuss it with Yisu upon his return. However, for some reason, Yeshua Chin couldn't help but dial Yi Su's number. She desperately wanted to hear his voice. It felt as though all the fatigue from work would vanish the moment she heard it. After hanging up, Yeshua Chin felt her cheeks flush bright red. She touched her cheeks and could clearly feel the heat radiating from them. She felt like she was becoming more and more dependent on Yi Dong. Yeshua Chin looked out the window at the sky and suddenly lost herself in thought. After hanging up on Yeshua Chin, Yi Su couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't a fool. He understood Yeshua Chin's feelings for him. However, he felt that their relationship hadn't reached that point yet, so he wasn't being very proactive. After hanging up on Yeshua Chin, Yi Su quickly received another call, this time from an unfamiliar number. Yi Su was a bit surprised. The area code seemed to belong to a government department, so he answered the call. "Hello, is this Yi Su?" The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man with a deep, masculine tone, yet there was a hint of warmth that made him sound approachable. "Yes, that's me. May I ask what this is about?" Yi Su was a bit puzzled about how his phone number had been leaked, but he replied politely. The voice on the other end remained emotionless, speaking at the same slow pace. The person said, "Yes, it's like this. We are from the National Environmental Protection Bureau. Since you, Comrade Yi Su, have developed a bacteria that can treat smog, making significant contributions to environmental protection in our country, we have decided to award you the Chinese Environmental Protection Award. Please attend the award ceremony on the day it is presented or send someone to attend on your behalf." The person from the Ministry of Environmental Protection who spoke with Yi Su's tone revealed a certain degree of leniency. They were well aware that Yi Su was someone who didn't even bother to acknowledge the Turing Award, and a national-level environmental award might not even catch his eye. To avoid embarrassing the Ministry of Environmental Protection later, they had sent someone specifically to call Yi Su and explain the situation in advance. The award ceremony for the China Environmental Protection Award will take some time, and they are unsure whether Yi Su will be available to attend. However, since no one else seems to deserve the award as much as Yi Su, they can only hope that he will not cause them too much embarrassment at the last minute. Yi Su responded with a nod, indicating he understood. In his heart, he had no interest in this so-called China Environmental Protection Award. He could just send someone else to accept it on his behalf. About half an hour after hanging up with the Ministry of Environmental Protection, another call came in, this time from Major General Xiang Dong. "Brother Yi Su, I'm truly sorry I couldn't take you around our province properly these past few days. It's all because I've been so busy." General Xiang Dong's voice carried a hint of apology. He had been occupied with work and hadn't had the chance to properly entertain Yi Su. It wasn't until today that he finally found some free time to invite Yi Su out for dinner. In the past few days, he had also heard about the significant response in both online and real life regarding the improvement of air quality. While feeling delighted, he also believed that inviting Yi Su to dinner was well worth it. "It's okay. I've been sightseeing in Jing province these past few days and had a good time," Yi Su replied casually. He hadn't found the days boring, nor did he harbor any extra thoughts about General Xiang Dong leaving him alone at the hotel. That's good. I've always felt guilty about that. The smog problem has been resolved very well, so the leaders are very happy. Tonight, the first leader has invited you to dinner at the state guest house. I'll come pick you up later," General Xiang Dong said excitedly. The fact that the leader of the country intended to meet with Yi Su was no small matter. The first leader, who oversees an entire nation, had invited him to the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse for dinner tonight due to the matters concerning the gene-enhancing serum and the smog-cleaning bacteria. Upon hearing this news, Yi Su remained calm. If it were an ordinary successful individual, hearing such news would likely cause their heart to race so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of their throat. Chapter 186, Media Siege. The first-ranked official is the highest-ranking official in all of the East and the leader of the entire region. What does that even mean? Needless to say, anyone who hears his name would feel deep admiration from the bottom of their heart. If they were to meet him in person, their hearts would likely race so fast they felt like they were about to leap out of their throats. Let alone being personally invited by the first minister to dine with him. However, despite this being an immense honor, Yi Su remained utterly calm. After all, he had faced far greater challenges in the past, and dining with the first minister was merely a matter of paying special attention. "The first leader wants to invite me to dinner? All right." Yi Su's response caught General Xiang Dong off guard. His voice was calm, and one could imagine that his heart was not stirred by this invitation. This left General Xiang Dong deeply astonished. He had seen countless people and knew full well how much of an honor it was to dine with the first-ranked chief, let alone being personally invited by him. Yet Yi Su remained as composed as ever, causing General Xiang Dong's estimation of him to rise significantly. Yi Su continued to chat with Major General Xiang Dong for a while, learning that the dinner with the first secretary and others at the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening. It was still not even 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time. After discussing some related matters with Yi Su, Major General Xiang Dong said over the phone, "Yi Su, why don't you join me for dinner at the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse? I'll send someone to pick you up right away." After saying this, General Xiangdong hung up the phone. Yi Su played some games on his phone in the room, quietly waiting for Major General Xiangdong's arrival. Just a few minutes later, Major General Xiangdong arrived at the Sheraton Hotel with a group of people, knocked on Yi Su's door, and walked in. Yi Su, you are truly someone our country needs to protect closely now. After all, every single thing you've researched plays a crucial role in our country's development, Major General Xiangdong said, shaking his head in admiration as he entered the room. Yi Su smiled, handed him a glass of red wine, and said, I'm also very happy to be able to help the nation. As they chatted and sipped their wine, time slowly passed. A soldier beside Major General Xiangdong reminded the two that it was already 5:40 p.m. Even though the car sent by General Xiangdong had military license plates and could drive recklessly on the road, it was still helpless in traffic jams. After all, the traffic situation in Beijing province was so severe. If they couldn't attend the evening banquet at the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse, things would really be in trouble. Let us go, Yi Su said casually, putting away his glass of red wine, and walked downstairs with General Xiangdong to catch the car heading to the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse. At that very moment, below the Beijing Sheraton Hotel, dozens of media vehicles had already parked in various positions, waiting for Yi Su to come downstairs. The scene was truly astonishing. Dozens of media vehicles were either parked in the underground garage or illegally parked on the sidewalk, as if they didn't care at all. Damn it, how did they find out that Yi Su was staying at the Sheraton Grand Hotel? This was supposed to be our exclusive scoop. Sun, the reporter from NetEase News, glanced at the journalists from other media outlets behind him and felt furious. It turned out that the information about Yi Su staying at the Sheraton Grand Hotel had already been leaked. A high-ranking official from NetEase News had happened to see Yi Su at the Sheraton Grand Hotel and learned that he was staying there. They immediately instructed their subordinates to station reporters at the hotel entrance to wait for Yi Su to exit and secure an exclusive interview. The NetEase News reporters were more than happy to comply, as Yi Su was currently one of the most popular celebrities in the country. Although he wasn't a celebrity, the number of young fans and middle-aged women who admired him was countless. If they could secure an exclusive interview with Yi Su, it would be a significant achievement. And for NetEase News, this could be a chance to ride the wave of his popularity and give their current app a much-needed boost. But just as Sun thought that after his stakeout, he was sure to get the exclusive interview with Yi Su and receive praise from his superiors, for some unknown reason, the news leaked out. Once the news leaked, he knew exactly what the consequences would be. At least dozens of media outlets were staking out the Sheraton Hotel, like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. Once Yi Su stepped out of the hotel, the journalists would swarm forward like bees, scrambling for any information about him. This is over. The boss won't just fail to reward us, he'll probably scold us as well. Sun, the reporter, hung his head dejectedly, looking utterly disheartened. With so many media outlets staking out the Sheraton Grand Hotel, NetEase News had no other advantages. How could they still harbor the same fantasy of securing an exclusive interview with Yi Su as before? The other dozens of journalists from various media outlets weren't as dejected as Sunday. They had all heard rumors and were staking out the hotel. Even if they didn't manage to get Yi Su, they'd just feel a little disappointed, nothing more. Securing an interview with Yi Su was their sole objective. They were well aware of the challenges involved in interviewing him. Since Yi Su first appeared in the public eye, he has almost never granted any interviews. Industry insiders mostly view him as a cold-hearted genius, so they didn't hold out much hope for securing an interview with him. But since there's an opportunity, they have to seize it, so dozens of media outlets are waiting patiently. At 5:45 p.m., a journalist from one media outlet suddenly shouted out, and instantly, countless media outlets rushed forward. Yi Su has emerged. The journalist said. Chapter 187, Answering the Interview. Yi Su is here. A media reporter shouted excitedly, his expression as though he had seen a long-lost relative, nearly shedding tears and snot. Dozens of journalists and cameramen from various media outlets rushed forward, numbering over 100. The massive crowd startled the hotel security guards, who had already noticed the media staking out the hotel entrance but never expected such a large turnout. Could it be a big celebrity? But I haven't heard any news about a big celebrity staying at our hotel. A security guard scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Hundreds of media workers gathered at the entrance of the Sheraton Grand Hotel. Such an enormous crowd was truly intimidating, especially since the security guards at the hotel entrance had never seen anything like it before. Could it be that some A-list celebrity is staying at the hotel and they just don't know about it? At that moment, they couldn't help but think so. Yi Su was currently following General Xiangdong, surrounded by a dozen plainclothes soldiers, as they exited the hotel. Suddenly, he saw nearly 100 people rushing toward him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit startled at first, thinking they might be trouble. However, when he realized they were all media staff, he couldn't help but smile. He roughly understood what had happened. Someone must have leaked the news that he was staying at the Sheraton Hotel, which is why over 100 media staff members had rushed over to interview him. The media staff pushed and shoved each other, moving quickly to get closer to Yi Su and conduct interviews. General Xiangdong saw the large crowd and furrowed his brows, signaling the dozen or so plainclothes soldiers beside him to block the journalists. What was the background of the group of plainclothes soldiers sent by General Xiangdong? They were elite members of the Eastern Special Forces, including Wang Xiyu, who had successfully undergone genetic enhancement. Although there were over 100 media personnel, they were no match for the military personnel. Within a few meters of Yi Su and General Xiangdong, not even a fly could get through, and all the media personnel were blocked outside. Some media workers even tried to force their way through, but these elite special forces weren't going to be deterred by such a minor obstacle. They let the media workers push and shove, but none of them could break through the elite special forces' protective perimeter. Looking at the media personnel, Major General Xiangdong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He furrowed his brows, rubbed his head, and apologized to Yi Su with a guilty expression. "I'm sorry, Yi Su. I really neglected my duties and failed to ensure proper security, causing you trouble." "It's okay," Yi Su waved his hand, glancing at the time. It was already 5:50 p.m., and there was only about an hour and a half left before the banquet began. There was no time to waste with these media workers. As Yi Su looked in their direction, the media reporters suddenly became excited, like a group of, shouting loudly, their voices chaotic and piercing the eardrums. Yi Su, Yi Su. I'm a reporter from Dinyo News. I want to ask you a question." A reporter who looked rather honest shouted loudly. "Mr. Yi Su, I'm a reporter from Soso News. I want to ask you why you refused the Turing Award." A long-haired female reporter also shouted, straining her voice. Overall, the situation was chaotic, and Yi Su couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had no idea how to handle this situation, so he simply waved his hand, signaling to General Dong to have the special forces let the journalists in for the interview. "Alright, don't rush. I have limited time, so I can only grant interviews to a few media outlets. See who can get in." In front of the cameras, Yi Su made an apologetic expression. Then, a dozen journalists broke through the special forces' defenses and rushed to Yi Su's side, jostling each other as they began their interviews. "Mr. Yi Su, are you really willing to grant this interview?" Sun, a reporter from NetEase News, felt like he was about to cry. The dozen or so special forces elite weren't pushovers, and just from pushing his way through, he felt like his bones were about to break. But due to time constraints, I will only answer 5 questions. This is the first one." Yi Su nodded, signaling that the interview could officially begin. "What? Only 5 questions, and this is the first one?" Upon hearing Yi Su's words, the dozen or so media outlets that had risked their lives to squeeze in were momentarily stunned. 5 questions seemed like a lot, but there were over a dozen media outlets present. If they were to be evenly distributed, 3 media outlets would have to share 1 question. Moreover, what's more important is that even asking him if he was willing to be interviewed counts as one of the 5 questions. They had never heard of an interview being conducted this way before. The journalists from the dozen media outlets felt as though a herd of wild horses was galloping through their minds. However, despite their initial confusion, these journalists had remarkable emotional resilience. Within just a moment, a reporter from one media outlet asked the first question. "Mr. Yi Su, what do you think your newly developed smog-fighting bacteria will change for the world?" A journalist with flowing hair and light makeup moved the microphone close to Yi Su's mouth and asked. Yi Su smiled and replied, "The smog-cleaning bacteria I've developed is, in my opinion, the most significant achievement in the field of biochemistry this year. The structure of the bacteria itself differs significantly from that of bacteria in the current biological world, and it uses toxic particles as its nutrient source and sulfur dioxide as the raw material for respiration. This could provide significant insights into the study of microorganisms worldwide. As for addressing smog, I personally believe that this achievement is more meaningful than simply solving the smog problem." Shaking his head, Yi Su gestured for the next journalist to ask a question. Chapter 188, another fresh and unique one? Although Yi Su had already answered the journalist's question and signaled for the next journalist to interview him. However, his final remark continued to echo in the ears of the dozen or so media workers standing close to Yi Su. As for the matter of addressing smog, I personally believe that its significance pales in comparison to the research achievement of the smog-fighting bacteria. The moment those words left Yi Su's mouth, they stunned the media workers. How could addressing smog be less significant than the smog-fighting bacteria? Smog is a monumental issue that the nation has struggled with for decades. Yet you dare to say that the significance of addressing smog, if taken seriously, pales in comparison to the smog-fighting bacteria itself? Indeed, the mind of a genius is hard to fathom. After all, Yi Su has solved the smog problem that has plagued hundreds of millions of people across the country for years. Such a refreshingly pretentious approach left many media workers speechless with embarrassment. The current situation is strikingly similar. After all, smog control has been a national wound. Anyone who could come up with a way to limit the occurrence of smoggy weather would likely be remembered by countless people. Yet Yi Su, with his calm demeanor, seems to regard this achievement as nothing special. Instead, he finds the smog-fighting bacteria he developed somewhat intriguing. The journalists present had no idea what Yi Su was thinking, but they recorded his words verbatim, intending to include them in their reports. As for solving the smog problem, I personally think that the smog-fighting bacteria is a more meaningful achievement. A simple statement, yet it was filled with such highbrow sophistication and such profound pretentiousness. As journalists from over a dozen media outlets were stunned, and some reporters were pushed to the back to listen in, one media outlet also posed a question. A male journalist with a stern face and a pleasant voice asked, "Mr. Yisu, I heard that you won this year's Turing Award, but you didn't attend the award ceremony. Why is that?" Upon hearing this question, the other journalists present immediately snapped out of their stunned state. They had also been curious about this matter but had been unable to obtain further information, so they hadn't reported on it. "Oh? The Turing Award?" Yisu paused for a moment, then picked up the microphone and said, "Regarding the Turing Award, I don't wish to elaborate further. Let me simply explain. We live in this world, and we shouldn't live for others' opinions. I, Yisu, have always held this belief in my research. I never imagined that after achieving success in my research, this accomplishment would bring me any fame. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that I have achieved what I have today. The Turing Award, regrettably, although my secretary told me it is a global award, the Nobel Prize of the computer science field, in my eyes, it is merely an empty title. Therefore, I have no interest and no time to accept the award." Regarding this issue, Yisu believes many others also harbor similar feelings. As for the organizers of the MA Country Turing Award, they have been furious ever since Yisu refused to accept the Turing Award. Since the award was first established, no one has ever declined it. Yisu, on the other hand, not only failed to attend but also never notified the Turing Award Committee. This has left the committee members with a negative impression of him. If not for certain restrictions, they would rather revoke this year's Turing Award eligibility than award it to Yisu. If they knew what Yisu had said today, one can only imagine the expressions on their faces. "I have no interest and no time to accept the award." Watching Yisu say this with such a righteous expression, the media staff present couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. Do you think the Turing Award is something you can just hand out to anyone? If it were given to those big shots in China's internet industry, they'd probably brag about it for the rest of their lives. Moreover, this is the first time a Chinese person has won the Turing Award. Yisu, even if you're not interested, couldn't you at least try to bring some honor to the East? The media staff present, seeing Yisu's calm expression, couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation, wanting to punch him. The two answers Yisu gave were both refreshingly straightforward. From the idea that addressing smog is less meaningful than finding a bacteria to eliminate it, to his lack of interest or time to accept the Turing Award. If one were to describe it in a poem, it would be something like, "At the summit, all the mountains below seem to look up at you." Many media personnel were left speechless by Yisu's responses. Seeing his demeanor, they couldn't help but think he hadn't truly grasped the intense desire that computer science researchers feel for the Turing Award. How many computer scientists have dreamed of this award? And you, Yisu, have won this year's Turing Award and are using the excuse that you're too busy and uninterested to accept it? Many people felt the world was going mad after hearing Yisu's words. At that moment, Yisu glanced at the expressions of the media personnel around him and was also somewhat surprised. What was going on? Had he said something wrong? He was clearly someone who didn't care about fame, and he had been preoccupied with the gene evolution serum project at the time, so he really didn't have time to accept the Turing Award. But why were the people present reacting this way? Although Yisu was puzzled, he cleared his throat and said, "Time is limited. Please move on to the next question." Yisu's heavy cough immediately snapped the journalists out of their daze. One of them thought for a moment and seized the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Yisu, as the founder of Genesis Technology, what are your thoughts on the company becoming the dominant force in the mobile phone industry? What are your prospects for the company's future development?" Chapter 189, Creating a Brand New Century. The question posed by this journalist was also what the majority of the journalists present wanted to ask. Because Yisu was not merely a researcher who developed the smog-cleaning bacteria to solve the smog problem, his more important identity is the CEO of Genesis Technology Company. The prestige of this position is such that mentioning it alone would be enough for most people to recognize his significance. Genesis Technology Company is currently the fastest-growing company in the country. Although it has not yet gone public, even the most conservative estimates value the company at hundreds of billions of dollars. It is hard to imagine the waves it will create in the capital market once it goes public. Will Genesis Technology become the dominant player in the smartphone industry? Yisu paused briefly before saying, "I think it's quite normal for our company to become the dominant player in the smartphone industry. After all, we have such cutting-edge technology. Our ELF intelligence system is the world's first and only true intelligence system, and the transparent smartphones we manufacture using graphene as the main material are of such high quality that they surpass all current smartphones on the market by an unknown margin. Therefore, I don't have any particular thoughts about our company becoming the dominant player in the smartphone industry, as it is only natural." At this point, Yisu smiled, revealing his white teeth, his smile bright and sunny. Some younger female journalists, upon seeing Yisu's smile, felt their bones go weak and they could barely stand. Then, Yisu continued, "As for my outlook on the future development of our company, I'll just say this, our company will not focus its main business on smartphones, because we aim to change everyone's lives. Just as the name Genesis Technology suggests, we will use technology to create a brand new century. As he spoke, Yisu's words took on a hint of emotional appeal. One could hear the magic in his voice, and for some reason, everyone present felt goosebumps and a tingling sensation down their spines upon hearing those words. Using technology to create a brand new century. From shock and disbelief, the emotions in their hearts surged wildly, until finally, all that remained was sheer excitement. Because Yisu's words were truly inspiring. And the way he said them, with an air of confidence and dominance, made everyone admire him even more. What a vision of using technology to create a brand new century. General Xiangdong was also swept up by Yisu's words and clapped enthusiastically. This young man is no ordinary talent, he will surely rise to greatness when faced with challenges. General Xiangdong's mind was filled with only this one thought. He knew just how capable Yisu was. Take the gene evolution serum alone, that single technology could completely transform people's lives. Everyone's lifespan, reaction times, and speed would all be drastically improved. That alone could usher in a new era. And Yisu was still so young. His future inventions would certainly not be limited to gene evolution agents alone. At that moment, scenes of the future began to unfold in Major General Xiangdong's mind, scenes that were so thrilling and exciting. The media reporters present were all stunned, shocked by Yisu's words. After all, this was coming from the usually cold and indifferent Yisu, and his words were filled with such passion. Add to that the proof of his numerous achievements, and it seemed impossible for them not to believe him. After being stunned for several minutes, the journalists snapped back to reality. Upon doing so, every single one of them clapped enthusiastically. Clap! The applause echoed throughout the hall. Yisu smiled and said, "I've answered most of the questions. Time is limited, so I'll wrap it up here today." After speaking, he signaled to General Dong to have the special forces clear the way, escorting them out of the Sheraton Hotel and heading toward the Daiyutai State Guesthouse. A dozen or so Special Forces elite members led the way, showing no mercy, and quickly escorted Yisu and General Xiangdong out of the hotel. They got into the cars and headed toward the Daiyutai State Guesthouse. After Yisu left, dozens of journalists and photographers from various media outlets stood there in a daze. The main reason was that what Yisu had just said was simply too domineering and too shocking. Although Yisu had only answered 4 questions after much persuasion, the content of his answers could easily become tomorrow's headline news. These media professionals frequently shared news online and were well aware of how online trends emerged. Looking at Yisu's recorded responses, they could envision these words becoming the focal point of online discussions for the foreseeable future. Some of Yisu's words could also naturally become internet memes or emojis. At that moment, Yisu, sitting in the car, remained calm. The words he had spoken during the interview were simply what he had on his mind. Though they sounded arrogant, they were all true. In the future, the technologies developed by Genesis Technology Company will undoubtedly revolutionize the future. The current achievements, such as becoming the dominant player in the smartphone industry, are just a matter of time. Although there was some traffic on the road, thanks to the military license plate, Yisu and General Xiangdong soon arrived at the Daiyutai State Guesthouse. At that moment, the heavily guarded Daiyutai State Guesthouse stood before Yisu. Looking at the ancient-looking gates engraved with the 6 characters Daiyutai State Guesthouse, Yisu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He never imagined he'd be here so soon, having dinner at such a place. This place truly held special significance. The Daiyutai State Guesthouse was an important venue for foreign affairs activities for the leaders of the Eastern nation, and it was also a super luxury hotel where the nation hosted heads of state and important guests from around the world. Chapter 190, Alcohol Tolerance. The Daiyutai State Guesthouse. It could be said that only the highest-ranking individuals in the world were eligible to dine here. In truth, General Xiangdong was also feeling quite nervous at that moment, as he had only been here a few times himself. Yisu and General Xiangdong were led by a group of heavily armed soldiers toward the dining location. The dining venue was located in the Baifan Garden, and along the way, they passed through a large garden landscape. Yisu and General Xiangdong, along with their entourage, walked along the path, feeling utterly at ease. The scenery at the Daiyutai State Guesthouse was beautiful, with well-designed gardens that complemented each other, exuding a simple yet elegant beauty. The buildings were majestic, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking, truly a place of peace and tranquility. Breathing in the fresh air, it didn't take long for Yisu and General Xiangdong to arrive at the 8 Directions Garden, surrounded by a group of soldiers. Upon entering the 8 Directions Garden, Yisu couldn't help but nod in approval. The interior design was lavish and opulent, with gold accents everywhere. It was indeed a place fit for hosting heads of state or important guests from around the world. While the design blended Chinese and Western elements, it actually highlighted the beauty of traditional Eastern culture, making it appear both noble and elegant. In the reception hall of the Baifan Garden, the first seat, the third seat, and other leaders had already taken their seats, waiting quietly for Yisu and his companion to arrive. Yisu and General Xiangdong sat side by side at their designated seats. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the other leaders, Yisu smiled and said, "I apologize for being late." "Ah, welcome, young friend Yisu, to join us for this banquet. For someone of your stature as a national hero, this is all too much honor for us. The first seat stood up, extended his hand, and reached out to shake Yisu's hand. This gesture startled all the other leaders present in the reception hall. Their faces betrayed a look of astonishment, as the first leader was a man of countless responsibilities, yet he had taken such an interest in Yisu. After all, only the leaders of other nations were entitled to have the first minister rise to greet them. The fact that the first leader showed such regard for Yisu left everyone present, including the third leader and other ministerial-level officials and committee members, with no choice but to rise to their feet and join in the greeting. Outside the reception hall, the area was densely packed with elite special forces. After all, the people inside were the nation's highest-ranking officials, and any mishap would result in catastrophic losses for the nation. Yisu remained calm throughout, seemingly unfazed even though half of the nation's leadership was present. When the first-ranked official stood up and extended his hand, Yisu smiled, shook hands with him politely, and replied, "Sir, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary scientist or businessman. What I have done is my duty. Since the gene evolution serum and smog-cleaning bacteria can benefit the nation, I will naturally share them with the nation." Young Yisu was too modest. Our country invests so much in research and development each year, yet we have never won international awards like the Nobel Prize in Medicine or the Turing Award. But you, young Yisu, have won both awards on your own. Calling you a genius would not be an exaggeration. How can you say such things? The leader revealed his signature smile, observing Yisu's expressions as he spoke. However, he couldn't detect any signs of tension, arrogance, or other emotions on Yisu's face. After all, Yisu had such extensive experience that even a national leader couldn't stir the waters in his heart. Yisu was well aware that the leader was observing him. He continued to smile and said, "The distinguished committee members and ministerial-level leaders are too kind. Let us all take our seats. I apologize for arriving so late today." Seeing Yisu's demeanor, it seemed he was well versed in the ways of officialdom. The many committee members and ministerial-level officials present couldn't help but raise their estimation of Yisu. "Let's start with the dishes." The first-ranked leader smiled at Yisu, then signaled to the attendants to serve the meal. Yisu finally had the chance to glance at the people in front of him. Before him were not only the first and third seated leaders, but also numerous deputy ministerial-level leaders such as Lu Zitong, Minister of Environmental Protection, and Xiang Xiaoming, Minister of State Security, among others. Among them were several members of the State Council, figures who frequently appeared on television. If an ordinary official or businessman were to witness such a scene, they might be so overwhelmed that they would be speechless. The waitstaff at the Tanghua Hotel were highly efficient, and within minutes, the table was already crowded with delicacies, signaling the official start of the banquet. Yisu poured himself a glass of wine with a calm expression and said, "Being able to meet the premier and so many committee members and leaders here today is truly shocking for someone like me. Let me drink first as a sign of respect." After saying this, Yisu raised his head and drank the entire cup of wine in one gulp, then sipped his lips and placed the cup down without flinching, before sitting back down. The pupils of many officials present, including the first and third seats, involuntarily contracted slightly. After all, this was Maodai, the national liquor of the country, with an extremely high alcohol content. Yet Yisu had downed an entire cup without batting an eyelid, clearly indicating his extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. But how old did Yisu look? They naturally assumed that Yisu was a genius who had achieved great success in both scientific research and business, but they never imagined that his alcohol tolerance could be so remarkable. After all, drinking an entire glass of white wine in one go is something even these seasoned officials who had been in the bureaucracy for decades couldn't handle. Yet Yisu, wow, he downed the entire glass of white wine in one go, leaving them utterly speechless. Chapter 191, The Ultimate Banquet. Generally speaking, even in the bureaucratic circles, such a drinking style as Yisu's had never been seen before. Baijiu has a strong aftertaste, and if they had drunk like Yisu, they would likely have collapsed onto their chairs in no time. The first-ranked official noticed Yisu's actions and raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, "I didn't expect young Master Yisu to not only be an outstanding researcher but also have such a good tolerance for alcohol." Seeing Yisu's demeanor, the first seat was utterly shocked. After all, even in his youth, he might not have been able to drink like that. The baijiu on the banquet table was specially supplied by the Maotai group, a style baijiu that contained no added water during fermentation. The first elder, who drank it regularly, knew how potent it was. What shocked him was that Yisu drank it so freely an entire glass without even furrowing his brow. Yisu smiled and did not respond to the first secretary. Soon, everyone else also recovered from their shock over Yisu's drinking ability. While eating, many leaders and officials began chatting, mostly about matters of state. At their level, they were highly sensitive and wouldn't engage in the corruption and misconduct common among lower-ranking officials. At their level, not only did they have to watch their words and actions, but they also had to maintain a good lifestyle. The banquet began. While the others chatted idly, the Minister of Environmental Protection, sitting on the other side of Yisu, poured him some wine and raised his cup, intending to toast Yisu. As for why he was toasting Yisu, the reason was obvious. It was because of the recent success in the national campaign to combat smog. Yi Su was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to this achievement. Without his smog-fighting bacteria, the nation would have had no idea where to begin in truly eradicating smog and would have had to follow the example of Western countries, slowly implementing measures to address the issue over time. For example, Los Angeles took half a century to tackle smog. With so many people in the East and so many interests at stake, it might have taken even longer. However, all of this is now irrelevant. Thanks to Yi Su's smog-fighting bacteria, the nation's efforts to combat smog will proceed smoothly, saving a significant amount of manpower, resources, and finances. As the Minister of Environmental Protection, he no longer needs to constantly worry about smog-related issues. Yi Su, my young friend, come, let me toast you. The Minister of Environmental Protection raised his wine glass, laughed heartily, and said to Yi Su. Yi Su, seeing this, smiled slightly and took the glass filled with white wine by the Minister of Environmental Protection, downing it in one gulp. The aroma of the soy-scented baijiu lived up to its reputation. Although Yi Su was tasting it for the first time, his body had already been enhanced by genetic evolution agents, giving him alcohol digestion capabilities far superior to those of ordinary officials. Thus, even drinking large quantities of alcohol posed no problem for him, though it might cause some stomach discomfort. Seeing Yi Su down the glass in one gulp, Minister Lu couldn't help but be startled again. The way Yi Su was drinking, it seemed like he was treating the baijiu like beer, showing no fear at all. Brother Yi Su, your drinking tolerance is truly impressive. I've never had the chance to drink with you before. Come, let me toast you. Major General Xiang Dong was also stunned by Yi Su's drinking ability and immediately poured him another full glass. Yi Su downed it in one gulp, his expression unchanged as he smiled. Want some more? He asked. Keep going, Major General Xiang Dong said, unwilling to admit defeat. The result was obvious. Even Major General Xiang Dong, who was used to drinking heavily in the military, was completely outmatched by Yi Su's drinking ability. Under Yi Su's constant urging, he became dizzy and numb. When he saw Yi Su pouring him another glass of wine, he almost vomited right there on the table. Come on, Minister Lu, you look flushed. This glass is for the general. Yi Su smiled and poured a glass of wine for Minister Lu. At that moment, Lu was also suffering greatly. When Yi Su had been pouring wine for General Xiang Dong earlier, he had also been dragged into it. Now, with his face flushed red, it was clear he had already drunk quite a lot, which was why he was in such a state. Seeing Yi Su smile, Lu felt a chill run down his spine. He had already drunk quite a lot, and now seeing Yi Su offering him more wine made his head spin. I'll drink it for Xiang Dong. A nearby staff member, seeing Lu's embarrassing state, almost burst out laughing and smiled at Yi Su. All right. Yi Su nodded and handed the glass of wine to the staff member. The man downed his drink in one gulp and was highly impressed by Yi Su's demeanor at the drinking table. After all, why are there so many social engagements in the business world? Sometimes, a person's character can truly be glimpsed at the drinking table. Yi Su, my brother, I never expected you to be such a skilled drinker. That's refreshing. General Xiang Dong, reeking of alcohol, shouted at Yi Su. But he suddenly realized where he was and immediately shut up. The first secretary had been secretly observing Yi Su's every move. When he saw how much Yi Su could drink, he was slightly surprised, but after all, he was a national leader who had seen it all. While Yi Su could drink well, that wasn't the focus in his eyes. The real focus was on Yi Su himself. In fact, the top leaders of the Eastern nations had been quietly monitoring Yi Su for some time, from virtual reality devices to transparent smartphones made using new graphene technology, and even gene evolution drug technology. These technologies, without exception, had the potential to bring significant changes to the future society of the East. Graphene preparation technology is firmly controlled by Genesis Technology Company. If they begin to apply this technology to other fields in the future, it will undoubtedly trigger changes in the social structure. Chapter 192, So Calm. This can be seen from Genesis Technology Company's rise to dominance in the smartphone industry. Once technological capabilities reach a certain level, changing the world becomes a relatively straightforward endeavor. Additionally, Yi Su himself developed the world's most advanced and genuine intelligence system, the Spirit. The Eastern Empire, this colossal nation, already places immense value on Yi Su. Such a genius who may develop even more groundbreaking technologies in the future. If anything were to happen to him, it would truly be a loss that could not be compensated. The only thing that piqued the curiosity of the first chief was what kind of person Yi Su truly was, his experiences, his character. Any of these factors could potentially come into play in future events. When the first-ranked leader first met Yi Su, he felt that Yi Su did not appear to be of his age, but rather seemed very mature and experienced. This impression was not surprising, as there was no one else of Yi Su's age who could match his experiences. It could be said that no one on the entire planet could compare to Yi Su in terms of life experience. After attempting to converse with Yi Su, the calm demeanor he displayed left the first chief deeply impressed. Yi Su seemed to emit an extremely unique aura, as if he were above everything else. Even when speaking with the first leader, Yi Su remained completely composed, speaking without a single flaw. This was the first time the first leader had ever felt that he truly couldn't fathom someone. When conversing with leaders from other nations, he could discern a person's personality and preferences through their expressions, actions, and words. But with Yi Su, he was truly unable to see through him at all. No matter who he spoke to, he maintained the same calm expression, with the only emotion visible being his flawless smile, as if he treated everyone the same. This made people feel as though they were bathed in spring breeze, but upon closer inspection, it was actually quite unsettling. This was completely different from what the first leader had previously imagined. He had seen countless geniuses before, though none of their achievements could compare to Yi Su's, even by the slightest margin. Yet they were all arrogant and self-centered, only humbling themselves in the presence of a national leader like him. As expected, most of these geniuses eventually faded into obscurity, no longer shining brightly. Some went even further, lured by foreign powers, leaving the East, changing their nationality, and becoming scientists researchers in other countries. This situation left the first chief quite helpless, as the domestic research environment was, to be honest, not particularly favorable. It was understandable that those individuals would choose such a path. However, when it comes to Yi Su, the first leader truly does not want him to be lured away by foreign powers. Since Yi Su first came into his sight, every achievement he has made has been so groundbreaking and challenging to the limits of human thought: virtual reality devices, the ELF system, and even gene evolution drug technology. Each of these has significant strategic importance for the nation's development. This is why Yi Su has become a strategic talent for the nation. Any technology he develops is of immense value to the country. The first minister ate quietly, occasionally glancing at Yi Su, as if deep in thought. Of course, Yi Su noticed this. He lowered his head without a word, shifting his gaze toward the first minister, only to meet the first minister's eyes. Yi Su's calm gaze was etched deeply into the first minister's heart. The first minister felt a bit awkward, realizing that Yi Su had noticed his secret observation. "Young friend Yi Su, don't be silent. Let's have a drink." The first seat raised his wine cup, intending to toast. Instantly, the words of the first seat caused many voices in the room to fall silent. They looked at the first seat, stunned, and some even doubted their own ears. What had they heard? The first elder actually wanted to toast Yi Su? After all, they had attended many such banquets, but it was extremely rare for the first elder to offer a toast to someone. Unless the person was a leader from another country and a highly esteemed one at that, such an honor was never bestowed. Yet Yi Su, a researcher, had managed to get the first secretary to offer him a toast. This was also why many of the people present were unaware of Yi Su's current status. Yi Su now possesses numerous cutting-edge technologies, making him a strategic talent for the nation. The nation has implemented strict confidentiality measures regarding all information related to him, and his status is extremely high. It can be said that if the East wants to develop rapidly in the coming decades, it absolutely cannot do so without Yi Su's technology. Therefore, the chief executive officer proactively toasting Yi Su to ease the tension was perfectly normal. It is quite normal that these people are unaware of Yi Su's significance to the East. After all, not all officials, especially those at the ministerial level, have the time to keep tabs on Yi Su. They are already extremely busy with their daily duties and simply have no spare time to pay attention to such matters. "Alright, I'll have a drink with you, first secretary." Yi Su smiled, picked up his glass, and drank it in one gulp. He merely smiled, his expression calm and composed. What he was thinking inside, no one knew. The first leader saw Yi Su's demeanor and his regard for him deepened once more. He followed Yi Su's lead and drank a cup of white wine, but he immediately felt a bit overwhelmed. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Young Yi Su is already a pillar of our nation. Should any difficulties arise in the future, feel free to inform the nation. For the nation, the requests made by such pillars of society will certainly be fulfilled to the best of our ability. The first elder narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile. He wanted to see how Yi Su would respond. However, Yi Su merely smiled and said, "The first minister is too kind. I am no pillar of the nation. If the nation ever needs me, I will do my utmost. As for asking the nation for help, that is something I dare not even consider." Yi Su's response was neither arrogant nor exaggerated, nor emotional, nor did he make any promises. It was simply calm and composed. Chapter 193, The First Elder's Esteem. The two continued their diplomatic dance, avoiding the core issues. It was the drunk General Xiang Dong who couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Yi Su, let's get down to business. This banquet isn't just to celebrate the huge success of the smog cleaning bacteria, it's also to discuss the matter of the gene-based medication. Third-rank leader, please share the nation's perspective on this matter." The third-ranked elder had been observing everything that had transpired at the banquet. Upon hearing Xiang Dong's words, he knew the time was right. He turned to Yi Su and said, "Young friend Yi Su, the nation wishes to explore deeper cooperation with you regarding gene-based pharmaceutical agents. What are your thoughts on this?" Yi Su had no objections and replied casually, "Collaborating with the nation on gene evolution agents is, of course, something I would be more than happy to do." Gene evolution agent cooperation? Many ministerial-level officials and members of the standing committee present couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. They had heard rumors about gene evolution agents before, but hadn't paid much attention to them, assuming that the development of gene agents was still a matter for the future. However, when they heard the third secretary mention it now, they were utterly shocked. It turned out that the gene evolution agent had been invented by the young genius Yi Su, who looked to be in his early 20s. They were well aware of the potency of gene evolution agents. After the recent clinical trials conducted by the state, they had already witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the test subject. It was said that the test subject was a special forces soldier who, after receiving the serum, now possessed an astonishing memory. He could read 10 lines of text at a glance and remember every detail, and his strength and reaction speed were also extraordinary. Many soldiers in the military were practically treating him like a god. But this powerful serum was actually developed by Yi Su? These high-ranking officials and standing committee members were secretly astonished. Due to their busy schedules, they didn't know much about Yi Su. Now, learning that he had not only developed the smog-cleaning bacteria but also a gene-enhancing drug, they couldn't help but think of him as a prodigious genius. Yi Su naturally felt the intense stares from those around him, but he merely laughed dryly a few times and said nothing. Even under the gaze of several standing committee members and ministerial-level officials, Yi Su remained unfazed, without any trace of arrogance. His mind was consumed solely by thoughts of the gene evolution potion. The third chief and the first chief exchanged glances, then turned to Yi Su and smiled, saying, "Young friend Yi Su, the nation's stance on this matter is as follows. We have heard that you intend to publish your theory on gene evolution agents. We believe it would be best to postpone this for now. After all, the process of proposing and gaining recognition for gene agents is not a simple one, and it is still too early for that." "Oh? Why is that?" Yi Su had already understood the meaning behind the third elder's words, but he still followed up with a question. The third-ranked elder knew full well that Yi Su was deliberately asking to probe further, but after clearing his throat, he said, "The key preparative technology for gene evolution agents is a breakthrough that could transform human life. The complexity of the underlying theory goes without saying. Currently, there are no relevant ethical laws in place. Allowing certain groups, such as the wealthy, to take this agent first would inevitably spark dissatisfaction among others. I'm sure you've considered this as well, young Yi Su?" Yi Su nodded. He had indeed considered this point. Furthermore, if your theory on gene evolution agents is made public, it would inevitably cause panic among some people, potentially leading to widespread social unrest. This would clearly be a case of the costs outweighing the benefits. Additionally, if the theory of gene evolution agents is studied by foreign scholars, they might gain access to the technology, leaving our country in a helpless position. The words of the third senior advisor were filled with helplessness and sincerity. Yi Su stroked his chin and said, "All right, let's proceed as the third-ranked elder suggested. I will refrain from publishing the theory on gene evolution agents for now." Yi Su's words satisfied the third chief, who said, "Once our nation finds a way to mass-produce gene evolution agents, you may certainly publish this theory. However, at this moment, alas, the time is not yet right." Yi Su fully understood the thoughts of the third-ranked elder or the first-ranked elder. He knew that the nation had always been cautious and restrictive when it came to certain matters. In fact, for him, whether the gene enhancement serum was published early or late was of little consequence. What he valued more was the benefits the nation would grant him after obtaining his technology. Currently, Genesis Technology Company, with the support of the Eastern Institution, no longer needs to focus on anti-monopoly laws, thereby becoming the undisputed leader in the domestic smartphone market. This outcome has already satisfied Yi Su to a certain extent. Although the first chairman had personally promised to grant Yi Su more privileges in the future, Yi Su did not place much stock in such empty promises. Any casual commitments made without concrete guarantees were meaningless. Yi Su, with his extensive experience, understood this point thoroughly. The first secretary saw that Yi Su had agreed to postpone the release of the gene-enhancing drug theory and nodded approvingly. He truly held Yi Su in high regard, believing that in the future, the Eastern Institution might even rely on him for its development and growth. Therefore, reaching a consensus with him at this time was indeed a favorable outcome. The banquet continued. Thanks to the improved air quality, many officials present were in high spirits, and some had even had a bit too much to drink. Time passed quickly, and the officials were eventually picked up by their drivers. The first secretary stood up to see Yi Su off. "Young friend Yi Su, welcome to the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse. Alas, I am busy with affairs, otherwise, I would have personally taken you to experience the beautiful scenery of our province." The first secretary escorted Yi Su out of the Dao Yutai State Guesthouse, expressing his utmost esteem for him. In fact, someone as extraordinary as Yi Su could not be overlooked. Chapter 194, Interview Report. Yi Su could naturally feel the chief's esteem. He had come here to meet the chief of the eastern region to confirm this attitude and esteem. Now that it was confirmed, it couldn't be better. Yi Su smiled and said, "Being able to meet the first secretary of our nation today, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep tonight. Regarding the gene evolution serum, let's proceed as agreed with the nation." After speaking, Yi Su noticed that General Xiang Dong had remained by the first leader's side, presumably to discuss further matters with the two leaders. Judging by his intoxicated state, it was clear that nothing substantial would be accomplished today. "Yi Su, you go ahead. I'll leave later." Due to excessive drinking, General Xiangdong slurred his words as he bid farewell to Yisu, then turned back to continue his conversation with the two leaders. Yisu didn't respond, just smiled, then got into a pre-arranged Audi and returned to the Sheraton Grand Hotel. The night passed in a flash. As for the journalists who had stopped Yisu at the Sheraton Hotel earlier to conduct interviews, they were all thrilled to have already published the articles they had written after interviewing Yisu. The next day, Yisu woke up early at the Sheraton Grand Hotel. As usual, after waking up, he had a decent breakfast and then began reading some news updates on his transparent smartphone. Why are there so many news articles about my interview? Did those journalists publish them yesterday? Yisu looked at a news article on his transparent phone, clicked to open it, and discovered that social media platforms like Baidu Tieba and Weibo were filled with news about his interview. Yin News, yesterday, we had the honor of interviewing Mr. Yisu, the developer of the smog-fighting bacteria. Due to his research achievements, many people likely hold him in high esteem, and residents of northern cities may even feel grateful toward him. In summary, the smog-fighting bacteria represent the greatest breakthrough in smog control since the 21st century and are the ultimate solution to the smog problem, holding epoch-making significance. Regarding Mr. Yisu, the inventor of smog-fighting bacteria technology and Kingtengsu Technology, and the chairman of Genesis Technology Company, we at Yin News were also honored to conduct an interview with him. Below is a summary of the interview content. Journalist, Mr. Yisu, what do you think the smog-fighting bacteria you developed will change for the world? Yisu, the smog-fighting bacteria I developed are, in my opinion, the most significant achievement in the field of biochemistry this year. The structure of the bacteria themselves differs significantly from that of bacteria in the current biological world, and they use toxic particles as their growth nutrients and sulfur dioxide as the raw material for respiration. This discovery will provide significant insights into the study of microorganisms worldwide. As for addressing smog itself, I personally believe that the significance of this discovery as a whole outweighs the direct impact of the bacteria. The report by Yin News objectively and rationally highlights the significance of the smog-fighting bacteria for smog control and speculates on the positive global impact it could have once widely adopted. In theory, if this report had merely provided a routine account of an ordinary interview, it would not have caused much of a stir, at most attracting some attention due to Yisu. However, what no one anticipated was that this report caused EasyCloud News installation volume in major mobile app stores to increase by an order of magnitude. The reason lies in the few remarks Yisu made during the interview. As for solving the smog problem, I personally believe that the smog-fighting bacteria achievement is more meaningful. I don't have the time or interest to win a Turing Award. These two sentences are brimming with pretentiousness, much like the infamous line from a certain billionaire that once sparked widespread mockery online: young people can set small goals first, like earning 1 billion yuan. Just like that, they suddenly went viral. Although Yisu may not have thought much about these two sentences when he said them, merely expressing his own thoughts, in the eyes of the internet meme creators, these two sentences are not just ordinary words, but rather two profound statements made by Yisu after achieving success and reaching a high position. First, regarding the issue of solving smog, I personally think that the statement "I actually think the achievement of developing smog-fighting bacteria is more meaningful" fundamentally dismisses the public's belief in the success of developing smog-fighting bacteria. In Yisu's words, they can interpret it this way: the true meaning of this statement is that the success of smog control is a simple matter with little significance. However, the smog-fighting bacteria themselves, developed specifically for this purpose, are far more important. They can serve as specimens for countless microbiologists worldwide to study diligently, as materials for round-the-clock research, and hold immense significance for the advancement of microbiology. Secondly, the statement "I have neither the time nor the interest to win the Turing Award" fundamentally denies the significance of the Turing Award, almost dismissing it outright. It also reveals Yisu's disdain for the Turing Award, which is often regarded as the Nobel Prize of the computer science field, leaving many researchers in the field seething with frustration. After all, it's the Turing Award, the most sacred award in their eyes. Many computer science experts spend their entire careers researching a single topic, all in the hope of receiving a nomination. Yet Yisu couldn't even spare the time to accept the Turing Award and claimed he had no interest in it. Could there be anything more pretentious than that? After numerous media outlets and online platforms reported on the interview with Yisu, a wave of Yisu fever swept across the internet. After all, Yisu is not only exceptionally handsome but also a true genius, and countless people have been following his career. Now that the interview content has been released, it has naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Chapter 195: Accidentally Becoming an Internet Celebrity? Even on Xuanfei's chat app QQ, there were Yisu emojis. The base image was taken during his interview. At the time, although he was in a hurry to head to the Daiou Yutai State Guesthouse, his expression remained calm and composed. When he spoke, there was a decisive tone to his words, making him the perfect subject for an emoji. Combined with his 2 lines of overly confident language, his emojis quickly flooded QQ groups and everyday chats. As for the matter of your mother selling herself, I actually think it's more meaningful to consider whether your mother lacks love. As for the matter of you borrowing money, I actually think it's more meaningful to consider whether you can avoid borrowing money. As for the fact that you're ugly, I think it's more meaningful to focus on how handsome I am. Various memes featuring these lines quickly spread across all major chat apps and social media platforms. In no time, Yisu's quotes became the hottest topic of the moment. It was only the second day, but due to Yisu's high profile, his emojis had already gone viral. Although they didn't heavily edit his handsome face, it still made him feel a bit embarrassed. When he saw his meme on a news report, complete with 2 added ears in a satirical image, Yisu couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, anyone who takes my image, parodies it, and spreads it online without permission should be held accountable, right? In fact, the widespread circulation of Yisu's quotes online to such an extent, to the point of going viral across the entire internet, was a perfectly normal occurrence. The current Yisu is now far more famous than when he first arrived in this world. If King Tengsu made Yisu famous, then the subsequent products launched by Genesis Technology Company have made him the focus of global attention. Virtual reality devices, intelligent systems, transparent phones, and air-purifying bacteria. All of this has made him known worldwide, with countless researchers and ordinary people keeping a close eye on the name Yisu. Therefore, after Yisu accepted interviews from dozens of media outlets and revealed these highly sophisticated quotes, his name once again became a major online sensation. Emoticons featuring Yisu on Xuanfei chat software and his signature phrases on various forums made him the talk of the town. On various online forums and in the comments sections of media reports, countless netizens were discussing this event. Wow, I love this. No wonder he's Yisu, he speaks with such confidence. Geniuses are meant to look down on everything. As for the smog-fighting bacteria thing, I actually think it's more meaningful that Yisu is so handsome. Honey, come out and see Yisu showing off. Yisu's husband is truly handsome. Look at his sharp features and handsome eyes. At this point, the entire internet once again turned its attention to Yisu's interview, instantly making him a social media sensation whose fame far surpassed that of even the most famous celebrities. However, when Yisu found out about this, he didn't feel particularly proud. Instead, he was a bit bothered by the fact that netizens were using his portrait as an emoji. Sigh, I never thought fame could be such a mistake. I really don't like these memes. Yisu couldn't help but laugh and cry, enlarging a meme made from his photo, feeling utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Lin Zixuan, who was busy researching gene-enhancing potions, felt her head growing dizzy and her work tiring her out. She paused her work, opened her phone, sat down on a chair, and decided to rest for a moment. Sis, take a break too. Oh, my husband hasn't come back for so many days. I really miss him. Lin Zixuan opened her phone and looked at Yisu's handsome photo on the screensaver, unable to help but sigh softly. A day without seeing him feels like 3 autumns, let alone so many days without seeing Yisu. Since she had experienced physical intimacy with Yisu, Lin Zixuan had become increasingly dependent on him. Unlike her sister, she wasn't timid. As a young woman who had just discovered the pleasures of physical intimacy, it was natural for her to feel desire for such things. Not seeing Yisu for so many days had actually caused her sleep quality to decline at night. These days, whenever she went to sleep, she would think of Yisu's face, his breath, and the warmth of his body. So every night, she would look at Yisu's photo and comfort herself. After hearing her sister's words, Lin Zixuan also stopped what she was doing and felt a bit tired. She massaged her temples and sat down on a chair. In her heart, she felt much the same as Lin Zixuan, deeply missing Yisu. Though it had only been a few days, she already felt quite uncomfortable. Sister, are you thinking about your husband? Lin Zixuan said, glancing at the photo of Yisu on the screensaver before turning to Lin Zixuan with her beautiful eyes wide open. What's wrong with my expression? Lin Zixuan said defiantly. Daring to argue back, Lin Zixuan started playfully wrestling with Lin Zixuan. After teasing her sister for a while, Lin Zixuan stopped what she was doing, sighed deeply, and said to Lin Zixuan, Sister, I haven't seen my husband in just a few days, and I already miss him so much. If we don't have husbands in the future, will we be able to survive? No, don't say that. Lin Zixuan, rarely bold, covered her sister's mouth and said, Sister, how can you say that? We've received the gene evolution serum injection, and our lifespans have been greatly extended. Husband is also an all-powerful person, how could he disappear from our side? Chapter 196, Minister. Sigh, I hope so. Lin Zixuan sighed. These days, her husband had gone to the capital to discuss the development of the gene evolution serum with the nation. She knew this, and her husband had even developed a bacteria to combat smog, which made her admire his abilities even more. However, perhaps because she hadn't seen Yisu in the past few days, she couldn't help but feel that without him, she didn't know how she would go on living. If Yisu knew what Lin Zixuan was thinking at that moment, he would surely gently stroke her head and whisper silly girl in her ear. However, Yisu was not omnipotent and was unaware of the anxiety felt by Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. At that moment, he was at the Sheraton Hotel, playing a single-player game on his phone. Just then, Yisu received a call from General Xiangdong. General Xiangdong, did you sober up from last night's drinking? Yisu took the phone and couldn't help teasing him over the line. Yisu's teasing over the phone made General Xiangdong feel a bit embarrassed on the other end. After getting drunk yesterday, he had indeed looked rather unseemly, and upon waking up, he felt like he had blacked out. Thinking back to Yi Su's behavior at the dinner table yesterday, Major General Xiangdong felt a bit frightened. He had never seen anyone drink as easily as if they were drinking water. Yi Su's alcohol tolerance was so high that even he, who had been around drinking for years, felt a bit nervous. General Xiangdong cleared his throat and said to Yi Su, cough cough. Yi Su, let's not bring up yesterday's incident. I admit I was outmatched. By the way, I called you today because I have an important matter to discuss with you. What's the matter? Yi Su asked over the phone. He still had unfinished business in the capital, and the production process of the gene evolution serum seemed to require his guidance. Since General Xiangdong had called at this time, it must be related to that matter. You should also know that although we've obtained your technology, the gene evolution drug project still has a long way to go. Only after we can produce it on a large scale will it be considered stable. After all, our country's special forces have a significant number of personnel. At this point, General Xiangdong paused before continuing. The reason I'm contacting you is naturally because of this. Our country plans to establish a gene evolution department and wants you to serve as its minister. The gene evolution department? Hearing this name, Yi Su finally understood how seriously the country took the field of gene evolution. They had even created a separate department for it. After all, the major departments of the country all held immense power. The creation of such a department at least indicated that the country considered this matter to be of critical importance, closely tied to the nation's development. Yes, that's correct. General Xiangdong said, the Supreme Commander's intention is for you to take on the role of minister of this department. After all, in the field of genetic evolution, no one in the world can surpass you. Is that so? Yi Su remained silent for a moment before continuing. Never mind, it's hard to explain over the phone. Where are you, General Xiangdong? I'll come over to discuss this in person. It's better to talk face to face. Alright, I've already sent someone to pick you up. I was just about to explain that I hope you'll give this matter serious consideration. General Xiangdong said this, though he wasn't entirely confident that Yi Su would accept the position of Minister of the Genetic Evolution Department. Although the Gene Evolution Department was only responsible for researching gene evolution, the chief's intention was that this department would have the same authority as other departments in the country. This meant that if Yi Su became the minister of the Gene Evolution Department, he would directly become a minister-level official. Becoming a minister-level official was something that had never been seen in the decades of the nation's development, but the first leader had said that special cases required special treatment, which left General Xiangdong deeply shocked. How many ministerial-level officials are there in the entire nation? This is already considered the top-tier officials in the nation, yet appointing Yi Su as the minister of the Genetic Evolution Department is not guaranteed to work, and one must consider Yi Su's own thoughts. Having dealt with Yi Su for quite some time, Major General Xiangdong naturally understood his personality. Even if he were to become the minister of a department with immense power, there was no guarantee that Yi Su would agree. After hanging up the phone, Yi Su waited for the car to pick him up, slowly beginning to ponder the matter. After a short while, he shook his head. If he were to become the minister of the Genetic Evolution Department, it would mean he wouldn't have much time for other matters, which went against his original intentions. Therefore, staying in Jing province was out of the question. He would have to explain the situation to General Xiangdong in detail. Due to traffic congestion, the person sent by General Xiangdong to pick up Yi Su arrived an hour later. The person sent by General Xiangdong knocked on the door, and Yi Su left the hotel with him, checking out of the room on the way. It had been quite some time since he left Luo City. Yi Su decided that once he resolved the matters with the Gene Evolution Department, he would return to Luo City. Although Yushua Qin was highly capable, such a large company would undoubtedly have numerous issues that she couldn't handle alone, waiting for him to manage. After leaving the Sheraton Grand Hotel, Yi Su couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Having been away from Luo City for so long, he truly missed Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. Fortunately, the only thing on his mind now was the matter of the Gene Evolution Department. After getting into the car, Yi Su and the people sent by General Xiangdong headed toward the location of the National Gene Evolution Department. The National Gene Evolution Department had been established with careful planning, with everything organized efficiently. The department was located within military premises, ensuring the highest level of security both internally and externally. After all, gene evolution was currently the top strategic priority for the nation, and the government had no choice but to give it the utmost attention. Chapter 197. It's not just this. After about an hour, the car finally arrived at the location of the National Gene Evolution Department, where General Xiangdong was already waiting at the entrance to greet Yi Su. Yi Su looked up at the massive building before him, then walked inside. He found that the research institute was fully equipped with everything needed, including office spaces, and couldn't help but marvel at the immense power the nation could muster when it truly set its mind to something. Seeing Yi Su shaking his head, Major General Xiangdong spoke urgently. Yi Su, this is the National Gene Evolution Department. Although it's just one building, it's located in a military environment and well hidden. If you take on the role of minister, any non-violation requests you make will be fulfilled by the nation immediately. However, as General Xiang Dong had anticipated, Yi Su did not seem very interested after hearing his words. He smiled wryly and said, "I'm sorry, General Xiang Dong, but I don't have the time or energy to manage such a large department. Genesis Technology Company has a lot of work waiting for me." Why? Although he had anticipated this, hearing Yi Su actually refuse still piqued Major General Xiang Dong's curiosity. Gene evolution technology, which could truly alter the future of humanity, seemed to hold little interest for Yi Su. As for why, I can't really explain it either. Yi Su spoke softly, then paused for a moment before continuing. Although gene evolution agent technology is related to the development of all of Eastern China, and even all of humanity, it is a groundbreaking research project. However, the focus of my career will not be on this in the future. After a pause, Yi Su continued, the core component of the gene evolution agent technology has already been completed, and the clinical trials of the gene evolution agent made from those rare materials have also achieved tremendous success. Therefore, there is no need for me to invest a significant amount of time and effort into this matter anymore. Yi Su, you've truly left General Dong speechless. Sweat even trickled down his face. The gene evolution agent technology had already left him deeply shocked when he first heard Yi Su mention it. Setting aside the other benefits of gene evolution agents, the fact that they can extend human lifespan by over a century alone is enough to drastically alter the current structure of human society. If you add in the effects of enhancing memory and reaction speed, it could completely revolutionize human society. In General Xiang Dong's vision, the nation's development over the next decade would undoubtedly center around gene evolution agent technology, with massive national resources and top-tier researchers dedicated to it, a field worthy of a lifetime of dedication. Yet Yi Su claimed there was no need to invest further time and effort into it? This was beyond Major General Xiang Dong's imagination. After all, the term gene evolution alone sounds highly sophisticated. Yi Su had mentioned it before, and the effects of gene evolution agents have significant potential for improvement, enabling the development of more advanced gene evolution agents. Moreover, unlike existing gene evolution agents, these more advanced agents could extend human lifespan and enhance abilities, which would have a profound impact on human society. The nation placed great importance on this matter, immediately establishing a research institute for gene evolution studies and planning to establish a dedicated department. Personnel were being mobilized at all levels, with only a leader remaining to be appointed. In the eyes of the first secretary, Yi Su was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, which is why he sent General Xiang Dong to discuss the matter with Yi Su in detail. However, General Xiang Dong never imagined that Yi Su would outright refuse the nation's request, stating that he intended to dedicate his time and effort to other matters. General Xiang Dong was truly baffled. Gene evolution drug technology is a field that has driven countless researchers to dedicate their lives to it, yet Yi Su's attitude was so dismissive. General Xiang Dong had no idea what Yi Su was thinking. Could it be that Yi Su truly had something more important? Something more important than gene evolution drug technology? What could that possibly be? Suddenly, Major General Xiang Dong thought of this, and his mind went blank, even feeling a sense of fear, causing his spine to tingle. Gene evolution agent technology could change the entire human race. What could possibly be more important than this technology? General Xiang Dong couldn't even begin to imagine it. I can take on the role of Minister of the Gene Evolution Department or Head of the Gene Evolution Potion Research Team, but my focus will not be on this in the future. Yi Su sighed helplessly, as he truly had no other options. After all, he possessed so many technologies beyond this world. While gene evolution potion technology was crucial, it wasn't worth wasting his time on. Yes, it would be a waste. King Tengsu, virtual reality devices, graphene preparation technology, and even gene evolution agent technology and smog cleaning bacteria technology, none of these were among the most critical technologies for Yi Su. He wanted to truly change the era, and he still had a long way to go. These technologies were insufficient to achieve his goals. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, General Xiang Dong quickly snapped out of his shock. He understood what Yi Su meant. Yi Su was saying that he could take on the role of Minister of the National Gene Evolution Department, but it would merely be a title. He would only intervene in important matters and would not be involved in day-to-day operations. General Xiang Dong had always admired Yi Su greatly. After this incident, his admiration for Yi Su could no longer be described with just the word admiration. It had evolved into genuine respect. Because if this situation had been placed on his shoulders, he would have agreed to take on the role of Minister of the Genetic Evolution Department without hesitation. Chapter 198, Guidance? It is easy to imagine the honor and admiration Yi Su would receive in the future when gene-based medications become widely available. However, since Yi Su had spoken so decisively, he must have made up his mind. This was also giving the nation a face-saving way out, as the request to appoint Yi Su as Minister of the Gene Evolution Department had come from the first chairman, and Yi Su naturally had to give the first chairman some face. Alright, I won't insist. According to the first leader's intentions, it's best to fully respect your wishes. Since you've spoken so decisively, Yi Su, the position of Minister of the Gene Evolution Department shall be yours. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, you won't be required to take a public role. General Xiang Dong shook his head and sighed. The first leader placed great importance on this matter and had granted him significant authority to handle it. Therefore, even if Yi Su were merely a figurehead as the minister of the gene evolution department, it would not matter. After all, the gene evolution drug technology was Yi Su's research, so having him serve as the minister was reasonable. If any issues arose in the future, they could always consult him then. However, what troubled General Xiang Dong was that the nation had never faced such a situation before. Appointing a researcher as the minister of a national department and having to go through so much resistance was something unthinkable in the past. It was only because of Yi Su, this genius whose mind seemed to hold either the stars or the ocean, that General Xiang Dong would not compromise. Alright, Yi Su, since that's the case, let's go visit the research team. Once this matter is resolved, you can return to Luo City. General Xiang Dong sighed deeply and said to Yi Su. Alright, Yi Su, since that's the case, let's go visit the research team. Once this matter is resolved, you can return to Luo City. General Xiang Dong sighed deeply and said to Yi Su. Oh? Visit the research team? Yi Su nodded upon hearing this. Once this matter is resolved, I should also return to Luo City. Not to mention the numerous matters at the company, I should also reflect on the future development of the company. The matter regarding the gene evolution drug technology had been nearly resolved after discussions with the nation. The theory behind the gene evolution drug would be unveiled once the nation gained the capability for large-scale production of gene drugs, and it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. Besides that, the company was an undisputed leader in virtual reality devices, the mobile phone industry, and graphene technology, steadily advancing toward the pinnacle of each field. Therefore, Yi Su, it is also time for you to consider where to focus your efforts moving forward. He is that kind of person, someone who can't sit still. Perhaps Genesis Technology Company has already become a world-class company in the eyes of countless people worldwide, with assets measured in the hundreds of billions, but in Yi Su's eyes, all of this is still far from enough. To Yi Su, being merely a top-tier global company is nothing special. The research team was finalized yesterday, and all the researchers arrived this morning. There are several university professors with significant achievements in the field of genetics, as well as some of their graduate students. However, those scientific elites are probably just students in your eyes, Yi Su, aren't they? Ha ha. General Xiang Dong, though still somewhat unsettled by Yi Su's refusal to allocate resources to the genetic evolution department, seemed to have come to terms with it. He teased Yi Su with a casual remark. No, everyone progresses through learning. I believe in the capabilities of our nation's scientific elites, Yi Su said indifferently, his face showing no emotion. Major General Xiang Dong chuckled awkwardly and said, I'll take you to the research group to observe and help them out. Some of the researchers aren't very familiar with this topic, and although you've already written the paper, it's still difficult for them to start the research. I'm afraid only you can solve this problem. Yi Su smiled. Gene evolution theory isn't something that can be understood so easily. Even Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, who have undergone gene evolution agent modifications, would need a great deal of time to fully grasp it. How much more so for these researchers whose brains haven't been developed with gene evolution agents? That was precisely why the gene evolution agent technology was so far ahead of its time. In Yi Su's eyes, those researchers truly seemed like elementary school students. It was unrealistic to expect them to fully grasp gene evolution technology. The only thing they could hope for was for them to find a way to mass-produce the gene evolution agent. Under the guidance of General Xiang Dong, Yi Su entered the research team's laboratory. He scanned the room and found that the entire laboratory was bustling with activity. Numerous researchers were engrossed in their work, so absorbed that they didn't even notice Yi Su and General Xiang Dong entering the laboratory. Yi Su nodded. For the elite researchers in the field of genetic research in this era, genetic evolution agent technology was indeed extremely difficult to grasp. Each of the research topics was highly advanced. It might only take him 1 or 2 months from the start of experiments to publish the theoretical framework for genetic evolution agents, but these researchers had to begin by understanding the most fundamental concepts. Unlike the genetic theories of this world's past, the foundational theories of gene evolution agent technology were entirely new. The current researchers were like sponges, absorbing knowledge from the gene evolution agent technology, naturally paying little attention to the outside world. Cough. General Xiang Dong cleared his throat heavily. When he noticed that none of the researchers in the laboratory had lifted their heads, he felt a bit embarrassed and shouted, Everyone, stop what you're doing. Yi Su, the director of the Gene Evolution Department, has come to our research group for guidance. Chapter 199, Excited Emotions. Although Yi Su had not officially assumed the role of Minister of the Gene Evolution Department, since he had agreed to come, Major General Xiang Dong would certainly arrange for his official records to be updated accordingly. Referring to him as such was therefore appropriate. Major General Xiang Dong shouted loudly, and instantly, all the members of the research team heard his words and stopped what they were doing. Minister of the Gene Evolution Department Yi Su? Isn't that Yi Su, the genius who proposed the theory of gene evolution agents, the one who is like a devil? The researchers had, of course, heard of Yi Su's name, as the topic they were currently researching in their papers was one he had proposed. Upon hearing Major General Xiang Dong shout his name, they all looked up and turned their gaze toward Yi Su, who was standing beside Major General Xiang Dong. Their admiration for Yi Su was profound. Though they may not have felt much when they first heard his name, once they became members of the gene evolution research team and began studying related topics, they truly understood Yi Su's terrifying genius. This brand new theory completely overturned their previous understanding of gene evolution technology. They even felt that, in the face of such a vast and systematic theory, they were nothing more than elementary school students who had to start from scratch. Cough. Being stared at by so many people, even Yi Su felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I'm here to provide guidance. Please don't look at me like I'm a monkey, okay?" The researchers present also realized that their gazes were a bit off, and they felt a bit awkward. Yi Su felt extremely embarrassed. The researchers present seemed to be curious about him because his theory on gene evolution drugs was so profound. So when they looked at him, it was as if they were looking at a monster, finding it utterly unbelievable, which naturally made Yi Su feel extremely embarrassed. When Yi Su spoke those words, the researchers also felt awkward, lowering their heads deeply and no longer looking at Yi Su with those strange eyes. Instead, they glanced at each other, unsure of what to do next. "Everyone, Yi Su is here to provide guidance on our work. As far as I recall, the Gene Evolution Research Group has 5 research teams, correct? Let Yi Su offer some guidance to your teams," Major General Xiang Dong stated, clarifying the purpose of Yi Su's visit. Regarding the challenges faced by the Gene Evolution Research Group, he had actually heard about them from his subordinates. Now, the relevant work of the Gene Evolution Research Group had been assigned to him by the first secretary, which was causing him a great deal of headaches. According to his subordinates, the professors and graduate students in the field of gene evolution had been deeply impressed by Yi Su's theories and found it extremely difficult to grasp them. If they can't even understand the theory, how can they mass-produce gene evolution agents? Therefore, having Yi Su guide these researchers in their projects is an inevitable decision. Even if Yi Su refuses, I'm sure General Dong will insist on bringing him in. Having Professor Yi Su guide us? That would be wonderful. A graduate student couldn't help but feel overjoyed. In fact, even his own advisor was struggling with one of the topics in Yi Su's theory, so it was no wonder he felt overwhelmed. Although he was a graduate student and had been researching various genetic topics under his advisor, this was the first time he had tackled such a highly challenging topic. If Professor Yi Su could offer some guidance, perhaps some of the issues would be resolved, and they wouldn't be so stressed out. As the saying goes, a spectator sees clearly, but the participant is confused. Professor Yi Su was the one who proposed the theory of gene evolution drugs. Although he doesn't know how many people contributed to this theory, Professor Yi Su is undoubtedly the most crucial part of it. If he could guide them, it would not only save them a lot of time and effort but also help them understand some aspects of gene evolution theory more deeply. How wonderful that would be! He, of course, had no idea that the gene evolution drug theory was the result of Yi Su's individual research, nor did he know how much effort Yi Su had put into it. If he had known, he would probably have been so shocked that he couldn't sleep at night. Because he didn't even understand some of the smaller details of the theory, yet Yi Su had completed an entire research project on his own. In his mind, this was simply impossible. When they heard that Yi Su had come to guide their work, many professors were also very excited. They felt that the gene evolution drug theory was like the vast expanse of the universe, too vast to imagine, and every detail required immense effort to understand even a fraction of it. Although the gene evolution drug theory had been broken down into 5 research projects and assigned to 5 teams, it had little effect. The gene drug evolution theory was simply too profound. Verifying its correctness might not be too difficult, but truly understanding this theory would require an unimaginable amount of effort. Divided into 5 research teams? That makes sense, as the gene evolution agent theory has 5 key components. Yi Su walked around the laboratory, taking a look at what each research team was working on, gaining a basic understanding of the challenges they faced. After some thought, Yi Su decided to start guiding one of the simplest projects first. Let's start with the topic of gene recombination technology in gene evolution. Yi Su and General Xiang Dong approached the head of a research team and said this. The team leader nearly shed tears upon hearing Yi Su's words, his heart racing with excitement. He reached out and firmly grasped Yi Su's hand. His emotions were a mix of excitement, anticipation, and intense curiosity. After all, Yi Su was an unprecedented super genius prodigy, and no one could help but be curious about him. Chapter 200, The Most Basic Mistake. Professor Yi Su, welcome to our research group for guidance. The research group leader's surname was Xu. He was 52 years old, from Tsinghua University, and was a renowned expert in the field of genetics, admired by countless people. However, after joining the research group, he realized that everything he had studied before was utterly inadequate. Even the gene recombination technology and the gene evolution drug theory left him baffled after a morning of careful study. When he heard Yi Su say he would come to their research group for guidance first, his body trembled. This was the first time he had encountered such a challenge in the field of genetics. He even had the illusion that compared to the theory of gene evolution agents, the research he had done before was as simple and useless as proving that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Let me take a look at your research first. Yisu said as he took the research report handed to him by Shu, the group leader. Shu and the other professors, along with a group of graduate students, all looked at Yisu with eager anticipation, waiting for him to offer guidance after reviewing their report. After carefully reviewing it for a moment, Yisu sighed and shook his head. I didn't expect my theory to be so difficult for you to understand. The gene recombination technology in this theory is already the simplest form, yet after researching it for the entire morning, you still don't know the direction of your research on the new gene recombination technology. You've completely misunderstood it. What? Upon hearing Yisu's words, Shu, the group leader, turned beet red. He knew exactly what Yisu meant. The rest of the research team members, upon hearing Yisu's words, looked at each other in disbelief. They had worked so hard on their research report for the entire morning, yet they had even gotten the most basic research direction wrong? How could this be possible? They couldn't believe it. The researchers in the project team, upon hearing Yisu's words, first thought that Yisu must have made a mistake. They had been working so hard for so long, with so many people in the research team studying this technology from Yisu's theory, yet Yisu was saying that their research direction was wrong? How could this be possible? The professors couldn't believe it, as they had all been top-tier researchers at their universities or research institutes before joining this research team, representing the pinnacle of authority in the field of genetics in this country. As for the graduate students, they didn't question Yisu's words much, as they believed in his capabilities. The gene evolution drug theory proposed by Yisu contained a crucial technology, a brand new gene recombination technique. Unlike previous gene recombination theories in the world, this new theory profoundly demonstrated the possibility of human gene evolution, which was the foundational element of the gene evolution drug theory. Yisu was unaware of the actual capabilities of the professors and graduate students in the field of genetic research in this world. Therefore, when he realized that they had completely misdirected their research on this foundational theory, Yisu found it hard to comprehend, and his words inadvertently carried a tone of disbelief. At this moment, including Shu, the head of the genetic recombination research team, many professors cast skeptical glances at Yisu. They believed in their own abilities, as they were among the top researchers in the field of genetic research in the East. Yet Yisu had dared to say that they had even misunderstood the research direction of the theory they had proposed themselves. This was a blow to their pride. Professor Yisu, have you made a mistake? I believe our research direction is correct. Isn't gene recombination technology supposed to be studied this way? Shu, the group leader, adopted a slightly angry expression. Although he still addressed Yisu as professor, his tone was far from friendly. Despite having once admired Yisu, he turned on him swiftly after facing such a fatal academic challenge. It was somewhat ironic and also rather amusing. Yisu noticed the hostile glances from the surrounding professors and smiled faintly, saying, "You are correct. Your research direction is wrong. If you continue with this method, you will likely not understand the new gene recombination technology one have proposed by next year." How is that possible? Shu, the group leader, and the other professors from the research team exclaimed in unison. They were all top professors in the field of Eastern genetics. They had always been the ones others couldn't understand their theories. How could they ever be the ones who couldn't understand someone else's theory? If their methods were truly flawed, that would be utterly humiliating. They wouldn't be able to call themselves renowned experts in Eastern genetic research anymore. Since that's the case, Yisu, tell us where our research method is wrong. An older professor with gray hair spoke to Yisu, his face dark and clearly in a bad mood. Because Yisu's proposed gene recombination theory was indeed quite difficult to understand, he had come up with the current research method. However, he never expected it to be completely rejected by Yisu, leaving him at a loss for words. The old professor's words seemed to carry sharp barbs. If anyone else had heard them, they would have felt their hair stand on end and their hands and feet go numb. But who was Yisu? How could he be intimidated by an old professor? Yisu had no intention of acknowledging the old professor, but seeing him glaring at him, he couldn't help but respond coldly, "Stubborn." The old professor was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Yisu's words struck him deeply, leaving him reeling and nearly fainting on the spot. Yisu, I won't call you teacher anymore. Since you say our research direction is wrong, then point out the errors. Shu, the group leader, quickly rushed forward to support the old professor who was about to fall, and coldly said to Yisu. Chapter 201, Yisu's Correction. Seeing their group leader speak so boldly, the other professors began to murmur among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction. That's right. Since you're so capable, Yisu, just tell us how we should research your theory. That's right. We're all ordinary people. Only you, Professor Yisu, are a genius. So tell us why our research methods are wrong and how we should correct them. Some people are just arrogant and self-important. They doubt their seniors just because they've achieved something. When I was doing gene research, some of them didn't even know where they were. The professors chattered among themselves, while graduate students from other research groups, or even other professors, sensed something was amiss but said nothing, standing by as if waiting to watch the spectacle unfold. General Xiang Dong saw this and immediately sensed something was wrong. His face turned serious, and he shouted at the group in front of him, "A bunch of professors making such a commotion? What kind of behavior is this? Silence. General Xiangdong's expression was stern, and a shadow seemed to cross his face. The professors, seeing his demeanor, knew something was amiss and wisely shut their mouths one by one. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own behavior. After all, they were all renowned professors from the East, and yet they were behaving like street women, which was utterly embarrassing. Young Master Yi, are you okay? Major General Xiangdong asked, concerned about Yi Su. He cared deeply about Yi Su's feelings. However, this was naturally his overthinking. Yi Su had seen it all before. The scene before him was nothing special. After all, they were just a group of professors. It wouldn't take long to make them admit defeat. Waving his hand dismissively, Yi Su addressed the professors before him, whose faces were filled with displeasure. Are you questioning the validity of my claim that your research methods are flawed? Let me tell you, your research methods are indeed flawed. First, looking at the first point, how did you conduct the gene recombination in this research direction? The very thing you're trying to prove is wrong. As for how it's wrong, here is a rough outline. Yi Su smiled at the professors, whose expressions were not very pleasant, and calmly pointed out part of their research process, beginning to describe the flaws in their research direction. At first, the professors remained sullen, believing Yi Su was talking nonsense and nitpicking. However, as time passed, Yi Su systematically pointed out each error in their research process. Gradually, their expressions began to change, and even their eyes began to emit an unusual glow, clearly shaken by Yi Su's words. The content Yi Su presented employed extremely rigorous proof methods to demonstrate the flaws in the research direction of their research group, even dismissing some of the details of their research process as worthless. The expressions on the faces of the many professors began to change, no longer gloomy, but instead slowly revealing a thoughtful expression. After a while, they finally came to a realization, acknowledging their own shortcomings. At this point, Yi Su continued to speak tirelessly, pointing out the errors in the research process of the group and explaining the correct methods that should be used. The professors, watching Yi Su elucidate the truth, felt a burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped. Recalling the words they had used to refute Yi Su earlier, they found themselves unable to look away, their mouths dry, yet they continued to listen as Yi Su spoke, completely oblivious to the passage of time. That's all I have to say. Your research methods should be changed according to what I've said. You should no longer use those outdated methods, otherwise you won't be able to study the theory of gene evolution drugs. To be blunt, all research on gene evolution in this era is garbage and wrong. You should change your perspective and learn to try something new. After a long while, Yi Su finally finished what he had to say, pointing out all the errors in the research group's work and instructing them on how to conduct their research properly. Silence, dead silence. The professors present, after listening to Yi Su's arguments, carefully recalled his words. After a while, someone finally spoke up. Professor Yi Su, it was our research group's mistake. We dared to question you. We are truly deeply sorry. These were the words of Shu, the group leader. At that moment, he felt his face was about to swell up. His previous arrogant attitude was truly laughable. Professor Yi Su, I was also wrong. I was also wrong. Numerous professors bowed their heads in embarrassment, apologizing to Yi Su. The words he had spoken earlier still echoed in their ears, making them feel utterly ignorant and uninformed. At this moment, they all willingly referred to Yi Su as teacher, and there was no other reason. It was simply because Yi Su truly deserved the title of teacher. Although he was much younger than them, his mindset and generosity were truly something they could not match. Many professors stood there with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe, ashamed of their previous behavior, their faces flushing red as if lava were flowing beneath them, feeling immense discomfort. It turned out that teacher Yi Su was right. Following his research method, not only could they study this entirely new gene recombination technology, but they could also make the research more efficient. A graduate student recalled what Yi Su had said earlier and began reviewing the content they were studying. The results were astonishing. The problem that had puzzled them for so long was now easily solved. The professors, hearing the graduate student's words, found a way out and began to head toward the laboratory tables to resume their research. In just a moment, one by one, they couldn't help but lift their heads and sigh deeply. Chapter 202, The Mysterious Yi Su. At that moment, the way they looked at Yi Su was as if they were staring at a monster. Using Yi Su's method, there would be no further obstacles in researching the gene recombination technology project. All the problems they had encountered before were now no longer issues. Yi Su looked at the professors, staring at him as if he were a demon, his expression calm and composed. He did not speak but turned to General Xiangdong and said, General, let's move on to the next research group. The issues in this group should be mostly resolved by now. General Xiangdong, stunned by the dramatic turn of events, was momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, he snapped back to reality and replied hurriedly, all right. Yi Su and General Xiangdong headed toward the laboratory of another research group. Major General Xiangdong recalled the previous events and finally came to his senses, sighing, Yi Su, you're really ruthless. Those professors are all stubborn old-fashioned types, yet you managed to convince them so easily with just a few arguments. Yi Su smiled, his clear eyes fixed on Xiangdong, and teased, General, you finally come to your senses? Yisu, to be honest, ever since I met you, you've become the person I admire most. Before, it was the first chief, but now I feel that you're even more enigmatic than him. Major General Xiangdong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he spoke earnestly to Yisu. Oh, really? Yisu shook his head noncommittally and sighed. What's the use of admiring others in this world? Only by achieving results yourself and making others admire you is the true way. As they spoke, Yisu and General Xiangdong soon arrived at the second research group. In this research group, several esteemed professors and many graduate students were waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Yisu and General Xiangdong, they all stood up to welcome them. No need for such formalities. Let me see your research findings, Yisu said to the group leader. The group leader, who was initially surprised that Yisu recognized him at a glance, dared not take him lightly upon hearing his words and immediately led Yisu to observe the progress of the research. In a laboratory at a military research institute, Yisu was observing the progress of one of the research teams studying gene evolution theory. At that moment, the team leader and numerous professors nearby dared not breathe a word, fearing that Yisu might criticize their research as harshly as he had done with the previous team, reducing it to nothing. The graduate students were all staring at Yisu's handsome profile, looking nervous and afraid that he might criticize them. In fact, Yisu wasn't that intimidating, it was just that they had formed such a preconceived notion about him. During his previous guidance session with another research group, the professors had been overly arrogant, so Yisu had dismissed the research methods they were using as worthless. In the eyes of these professors and graduate students, having their research dismissed was more painful than being criticized personally. Yisu looked at the research being conducted by the project group, remained silent for a long time, then nodded and sighed. Yisu's actions left the many professors and graduate students present feeling confused. How was the research they were conducting? Why did Yisu nod and then sigh? Several professors waited quietly for Yisu to speak, not daring to breathe. The graduate students, meanwhile, had similar expressions and movements, feeling as though their hearts were about to stop. Glancing at the expressions of the professors and graduate students around him, Yisu couldn't help but find it amusing. He said lightly, "What's with the expressions? Do you think I'm going to eat you?" No. A graduate student mustered the courage to speak, unsure of what Yisu was thinking, but asked anyway, "Professor Yisu, is our research method for this topic correct?" Seeing the graduate student's nervous demeanor, Yisu couldn't help but find it amusing. Was he really some kind of monster who ate people? Why were they all speaking to him as if they were on edge? He wasn't going to eat them. Thinking this, Yisu shook his head and said, "The research methods you've used for the project are fundamentally correct. However, due to a lack of understanding of the project itself, there are some minor deviations in certain areas. If this continues, it could lead to all your previous efforts being wasted." What? Upon hearing Yisu's words, the professors and graduate students were immediately thrown into a frenzy. Wasn't Yisu implying that while their research methods were not inherently flawed, they were ultimately incorrect? Thinking about it, these people felt a chill run down their spines. This research project involved so many things and would take at least several months to complete. Fortunately, Yisu had come to the laboratory to guide their research group, otherwise, they would have to start all over again, and no one wanted that. In fact, scientific research is like this. In the vast majority of scientific research processes, if a small deviation occurs in one part and you fail to notice it, there is a high likelihood that all previous efforts will be in vain. What? Conducting numerous experiments? Verifying the accuracy of previous data? In other research projects, researchers might discover such errors, but Yisu's theory on the evolution of gene-based medications is so far ahead of its time that these researchers were unable to detect it, which is actually quite understandable. Therefore, Yisu is now pointing out their mistakes one by one, and the benefits this brings to them are truly immeasurable. Chapter 203, Guidance completed. First, there is the issue of time. Although large-scale production of gene evolution agents may not require a comprehensive study of this entire project, it still requires most of the theoretical foundations. By pointing out the errors of this research team, Yisu has saved a significant amount of time for the day when large-scale production of gene evolution agents can begin. Secondly, regarding the project itself, Yisu's corrections will enable these researchers to gain a deeper understanding of the project and work more efficiently, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Professor Yisu, thank you so much. The head of the research team walked directly up to Yisu and sincerely addressed him as teacher. This professor, who has dedicated so many years to gene research in the East, had never before sincerely referred to anyone as teacher, especially not someone as young as Yisu. The significance of this gesture speaks for itself. The other professors, upon seeing their group leader address Yisu as teacher, began to admire him in their hearts. After all, Yisu was so young yet had achieved what they had spent their entire career striving for. Perhaps even that is an understatement, as the principles Yisu had outlined in his gene evolution drug theory were so groundbreaking that it might take them all a lifetime to fully comprehend. No, professors, it is my honor that you are taking the time to study the gene evolution theory I proposed. Yisu smiled as he helped the group leader, who was bowing, to his feet, speaking in a gentle tone. After helping the research team leader to his feet, Yisu began guiding the team on where their research had gone severely off track. After hearing Yisu's explanations, the professors and researchers deeply recognized the mistakes in their own research and gained a deeper understanding of some of the finer details of the gene evolution drug theory. The longer they listened to Yisu, the deeper their admiration for him grew, to the point where they were almost ready to prostrate themselves in awe. If foreign researchers were to witness this scene, they might be so shocked they couldn't speak. Several professors present had strands of white hair, and the researchers' faces were more mature than Yisu's, yet they all sat in neat rows like elementary school students, listening intently to Yisu's lecture. At that moment, the professors and researchers felt like sponges, constantly absorbing knowledge. After a long while, Yisu finally concluded his guidance for the research team. He and General Xiangdong headed toward the laboratories of the other three research teams. Yisu and General Xiangdong walked quickly, protected by several elite special forces members, heading toward the third research group. At that moment, the laboratory of this research group was already filled with professors and researchers waiting for Yisu's arrival. As Yisu entered the laboratory, all the professors and graduate students rushed forward, eager to ask him questions about the research their group was currently conducting. Professor Yisu, how should we begin researching this issue? Professor Yisu, I don't quite understand this. Could you explain it to me? Numerous graduate students began asking questions directly, while the professors, out of consideration for their status, did not approach Yisu as boldly as the graduate students. The graduate students and professors had all witnessed what had happened in the first two research groups, so their opinions of Yisu had naturally changed significantly. Some of them had even believed that Yisu had a large research team behind him and was merely the main researcher put forward, but now they had completely changed their minds. Yisu's guidance on the previous two research groups had left them deeply impressed. The graduate students had also begun to admire Yisu greatly. Some of the female graduate students couldn't take their eyes off his handsome appearance, while the professors had also formed a much more favorable impression of him in their hearts. Yisu patiently answered all the questions from this research group, offered some brief guidance, and quickly moved on to the next group. Due to what had happened with the previous two research groups, the members of this group behaved similarly to those of the previous group. They no longer looked down on Yisu but instead hoped he could point out some issues in their research process. Yisu, of course, provided patient guidance. After guiding the five research groups, General Xiangdong took Yisu on a tour of the entire research institute, leaving Yisu in awe of the nation's capabilities. The institute was equipped with everything one could possibly need, far surpassing the laboratory he had used to research gene evolution agents in terms of sophistication. In just a few days, the nation had already established this research institute. It was easy to imagine how highly the nation valued the gene evolution department. However, despite this, Yisu had no interest in taking on the role of minister of the gene evolution department and being responsible for this matter in the long term. To be honest, he had already developed intermediate-level gene evolution potions. And the materials required for more advanced ones simply didn't exist on this planet. What else could be researched in gene evolution? Yisu simply wouldn't waste his time on this. While gene evolution agent technology was indeed cutting edge, he wasn't narrow-minded enough to limit himself to that alone. On the other hand, General Xiangdong, while touring the research institute with Yisu, once again asked him several times if he could stay in Jing province and take charge of the gene evolution department, rather than just holding a title. Yisu, of course, directly refused his request. Staying in the imperial capital of Jing province might be a good choice for others, but for him, it wasn't even worth considering. Chapter 204, Yisu's Quirky Taste. Major General, I think we'll wrap things up for today. I plan to return to Luo City tomorrow. The company is currently in a growth phase, and there are certainly many important matters to attend to. Yisu walked out of the research institute alongside Major General Xiangdong and spoke to him with a touch of apology. Upon hearing Yisu's words, Major General Xiangdong also expressed some regret. Brother, are you really going back to Luo City? There are still so many unfinished tasks at the gene evolution department. Can you really bear to leave? Besides, since you arrived in Jing province, I haven't even had the chance to properly host you as a guest. I'm sorry. Yisu's face showed a hint of regret as he said, even though there are many things to handle at the gene evolution department, I really don't have time to resolve them. I believe you have the capability to handle these matters. Sigh. Alright then, I'll have someone book a flight for you right away. You can head back to Luo City tomorrow. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. General Xiangdong's expression grew even more regretful as he spoke to Yisu with a hint of resignation. Alright. After responding, Yisu got into the car sent by General Xiangdong and headed back to the Sheraton Grand Hotel. Upon returning to the Sheraton Grand Hotel, he also received a call from General Xiangdong, who informed him that he had been officially appointed as the Minister of the National Gene Evolution Department. He emphasized that if there were any matters in the future, Yisu must assist in resolving them. Regarding matters related to the Gene Evolution Department, Yisu had no trouble handling them, so he readily agreed to Major General Xiangdong's small request. After hanging up the phone, Yisu lay on the bed, lost in thought for a while. So many days have passed, and I really do miss Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. For some reason, the faces of Xia Xiaowei and Yushua Chen also flashed before Yisu's eyes. Shaking his head to dispel those useless thoughts, Yisu directly dialed the phone numbers of Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. It's been so many days, and I haven't even called them once. I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities. Hello? Yisu, my husband? Lin Zixuan's pleasant voice came through clearly on the other end of the line. Yisu had dialed Lin Zixuan's number, knowing that the two sisters were inseparable, so calling either one was the same. It's me. Yisu said with a smile. Ah. Sister, come quickly. It's your husband calling. Come listen to your husband's voice. Lin Zixuan excitedly shouted, and Yisu could even imagine her waving and calling out to her sister on the other end of the line. Lin Zixuan's reaction was so intense that Yisu was taken aback. He hadn't called either of the girls in the past few days. If he had known their reactions would be so strong, he would have called them countless times. Old husband? Lin Zixuan's timid voice came through the phone. Hearing her voice, Yisu's smile grew even wider. Yisu had always doted on Lin Zixuan. Her timid, shy, and adorable personality made him want to hold her in the palm of his hand and pamper her. Compared to her older sister's more outgoing personality, Lin Zixuan was as gentle as water. Although Yisu had already established a relationship with her, he still had this illusion that they were still in the dating phase. Yes, dating. This feeling was something Yisu had long forgotten. The events of his previous life had made him mature beyond his years, but in Lin Zixuan, he had rediscovered the sensation of first love. Zixuan, have you missed your husband lately? Yisu asked with a smile, his magnetic voice seeming to carry a spell that made Lin Zixuan's heart race. No, I haven't. Lin Zixuan said slowly, emphasizing each word. Yisu knew that Lin Zixuan was just putting on a brave front, but he wanted to tease her a little more. He said, Zixuan, since you haven't been thinking about me, I can rest assured. There's something important I need to tell you. At this point, Yisu's tone suddenly turned incredibly serious, his words sharp and stern. Since the call was on speakerphone, both women could hear him clearly. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan on the other end perked up, eager to hear what Yisu would say next. An important matter? What could it be? If even her husband thinks it's serious, how serious could it be? They certainly didn't think Yisu was about to make a joke, as his tone was far too serious, and he never made irrelevant jokes in the first place. Thus, they didn't even consider that possibility. Actually, just hearing your voices is enough for me. I don't even know if we'll be able to meet again in the future. The seriousness in Yisu's tone suddenly vanished, replaced by a melancholy tone, as if he were deeply saddened. The two women heard Yisu's words and couldn't help but feel that something was terribly wrong. Their entire bodies tensed up. Lin Zixuan couldn't hold back any longer. Upon hearing Yisu's words, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry and blurted out, Husband, what's wrong? Are you leaving us? Seeing her sister's anxious expression, Lin Zixuan's eyes also turned bright red, but she didn't cry out loud. She just felt her body go weak. From the way her husband spoke, it seemed like he might not be able to come back. Would they ever see each other again? What did that mean? Both women felt as though the sky was about to collapse. If they really couldn't see Yisu again, they didn't know how they would go on living. It had only been a few short days, yet they already missed Yisu deeply. If he were to leave them, what kind of consequence would that bring? They couldn't even begin to imagine it, let alone dare to think about it. Chapter 205, Sudden Changes on the Plane. On the other end of the phone, Yisu imagined the expressions on the two women's faces and forced himself to suppress a smile, adopting a solemn tone. My husband, because of the theory behind the gene evolution serum, I've been chosen by the daughter of the first minister. I'll be taking on the role of minister of the gene evolution department and staying in the capital to marry the first minister's daughter. When she heard that I had the two of you accompanying me in Luo City, she immediately confined me to the house. I have no idea when I'll be able to see you two again. Yisu's words told a very tragic story. When this story reached Lin Zixuan's ears, she immediately realized that Yisu must be joking. However, the innocent Lin Zixuan didn't think so. Hearing such a twisted and bizarre story, imagining that she might never see Yisu's husband again, Lin Zixuan could no longer hold back her tears and burst into tears, her beautiful eyelashes already covered in tears. Zixuan, didn't you say you didn't want me? Well, that's fine. At least it's what you wanted. Then I won't come back either. Yisu sighed and said. Watching her younger sister cry for her husband, Lin Zixuan almost burst out laughing. Only her innocent younger sister would be deceived by Yisu's husband. From the way he spoke, it didn't sound like a real story at all. He must be lying to both of them. So, Lin Zixuan burst into laughter and couldn't help but say into the phone, Husband, stop teasing me. There's no such twisted and bizarre story in this world. My sister is heartbroken. Stop talking. Yisu knew his lie had been exposed and fell into silence. Lin Zixuan was still crying, but she heard her sister's laughter and the conversation between her and Yisu. How could she not know that Yisu was lying to her? She immediately stopped crying, opened her tear-filled eyes, and punched the air with her little fists, angrily exclaiming, Husband, you big liar. You just know how to deceive people. Her posture made it seem as though Yisu was right in front of her. Alright, enough joking around. Yisu stopped teasing and smiled, saying, Zishuan, your husband is going back to Luo City tomorrow. Are you happy? Yay! Hearing this news, Lin Zishuan didn't respond to Yisu, but she was so happy she started dancing around. Meanwhile, Lin Zishuan pouted and muttered, stinky husband, bad husband. What's so good about coming back? Cough cough. Since the speakerphone was on, Yisu could naturally hear Lin Zishuan's mutterings, but he also felt a bit embarrassed, so he pretended not to hear and continued, alright then. I won't say more. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Yisu lay on the bed and began to rest. The night passed quickly. The next day, the person sent by General Xiangdong to pick up Yisu arrived at the Sheraton Hotel and took him to the capital city airport. Yisu looked at the plane, feeling a mix of emotions. After all the hustle and bustle, he was finally going home. Capital City Airport. Under the protection of the people sent by General Xiangdong, Yisu boarded the plane. At this point, Yisu was of utmost importance to the nation, and his significance was self-evident, so military protection was essential. In fact, the nation was being overly cautious. After all, Yisu had already undergone genetic enhancement through the gene-enhancing agent. If he encountered any danger, he would detect it immediately and evade it. The special elite forces sent by the nation might not even match Yisu's own abilities. Yisu was seated in first class, where the environment was comfortable. After boarding the plane, Yisu remained in a state of light sleep. Feeling the commotion around him, Yisu relaxed completely, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yisu awoke from his slumber. Upon waking, Yisu twitched his nostrils and caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. He looked beside him and saw a young girl with long, flowing hair sitting next to him. Her black hair was also sleeping. Even in sleep, her eyelashes twitched slightly, making her look incredibly beautiful. The scene left Yisu momentarily dazed, unable to tear his eyes away from the sleeping girl. After a moment, Yisu finally tore his gaze away, feeling speechless. It had been days since he had seen a woman, and he found himself feeling so desperate. Cough, I should go to the restroom. A sudden urge to urinate came over him, and Yisu stood up, preparing to go to the restroom. A flight attendant was pushing a cart down the aisle, loaded with drinks and food. Above, the sky was clear and blue, like a vast expanse of washed-out waves. But just as Yisu had unbuckled his seatbelt and reached the restroom, the previously quiet atmosphere on the plane suddenly changed. Upon reaching the restroom, Yisu was about to step inside when he heard a commotion. He turned around and saw a tall man had unbuckled his seatbelt, leaped from his seat, and was holding a knife made of an unknown material. Ah, someone screamed. The flight attendants in the aisle saw the knife in the tall man's hand and were so terrified they could barely move, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. Everyone stay still. Stay where you are. The tall man, holding the knife, shouted at all the passengers. It was clear that the knife in his hand was made of an unknown material, with no sign of metal, but everyone who saw it could feel its sharpness. Ah! Many passengers were terrified, sitting helplessly in their seats, screaming in fear. What are you doing? The flight attendant, realizing something was wrong, shouted at the big man. However, just as the safety officer reacted, the tall man had already reached him. With extraordinary agility, he stabbed the safety officer directly in the heart. Chapter 206, Can I use the restroom? How could the safety officer have known he'd ever face such a situation? He clutched his bleeding wound, his eyes wide with terror, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing the security guard collapse to the ground, the passengers in first class turned pale with fear. If the security guard was dead, they could be next. At that moment, in another part of the first-class cabin, a man in black unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped up from his seat. The passengers in the first-class cabin became even more panicked. It turned out that the tall man wasn't fighting alone, he had accomplices. Inside the first-class cabin, many passengers felt their heart stop and their blood pressure rise. What era were they in? How could someone hijack a plane? How could this be possible? A hijacking? Isn't that something that only happens on TV? Many people turned pale, covering their rapidly beating hearts, unsure of what to do next. Beside Yisu's seat, the girl with long hair flowing down her shoulders also stood up. The commotion had woken her, and when she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw a scene she could never have imagined in her entire life. Thud! The tall man holding the knife struck again, plunging it into the throat of a flight attendant, slicing through with a single stroke. The flight attendant's neck was severed, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Her head fell to the ground. The flight attendant remained wide-eyed even in death, her eyes filled with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe she had met such an end. Ah! The beautiful young woman was nearly frozen with fear. She slapped her cheeks to snap herself out of it, realizing she wasn't dreaming. An unimaginable chill rose from her spine, sending shivers down her spine and making her hair stand on end. A flight attendant had been slit at the throat and killed, and in such a horrific manner. Numerous passengers, witnessing another flight attendant being killed right before their eyes, were deeply shaken. Some were so overwhelmed that they couldn't help but vomit. They never could have imagined encountering such a hijacking incident. Since the tall man and the man in black were using knives made from new materials, the airport security check failed to detect them, allowing them to carry out their hijacking plan. Yi-Su was seated in his seat, watching the chaos unfold ahead of him. He knew something was terribly wrong, but he remained calm. He tried to open the bathroom door but found it locked from the inside. He didn't know if anyone was inside. Sighing, Yi-Su turned to the girl next to him and said, "Excuse me, can you move aside? What do you want?" The beautiful girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly and her eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful and helpless, enough to make any man feel sorry for her. Yi-Su felt nothing. All he wanted was to use the restroom, so he said, "I need to use the restroom. Could you please move aside?" "Hey! You! Yes, you! What are you doing?" The tall man saw Yi-Su trying to move and his entire body tensed up. He sensed a sense of danger coming from Yi-Su. Meanwhile, the black-clad man standing nearby seemed unfazed. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a gun. A gun! The many passengers on board were all terrified upon seeing the gun in the black-clad man's hand. Who could have imagined that there would be armed criminals on a plane? The first-class passengers were in a state of panic. They knew how dangerous these two criminals were. The flight attendant and the security officer had both been killed, and the sight of their bodies still made them want to vomit. The man in black looked at the passengers' expressions, a sneer curling his lips. He pointed the gun around, causing many to cover their heads and weep. They were clearly terrified. The gun in his hand was made of the same special material as the knife, which is why airport security had failed to detect it, allowing him to bring it onto the plane. "Hey! You there, what do you think you're doing?" The man in black pointed the gun at Yi-Su and laughed contemptuously. He could imagine the expression on Yi-Su's face as he was pointed at by the gun. Would he be so scared that he lost control of his bladder? That would be utterly humiliating. However, after he shifted the gun toward Yi-Su, he couldn't help but utter a surprised "eh?" because he saw that Yi-Su's expression was incredibly calm, as if he hadn't noticed the gun in his hand at all. This was a real gun, after all. Why did this young man seem to not even notice it? The enraged man in black was about to fire, but he managed to suppress his impulse. Since the gun was meant to be carried on a plane, it wasn't very large and only held 3 bullets. It was meant solely for intimidation. Using it on such a young man who posed no threat was simply too wasteful. The black muzzle was pointed directly at his face, but Yi-Su felt no fear, and even felt like laughing. For him, dodging bullets from a small caliber handgun was no big deal. He was 100% confident that after the man fired, he could analyze the bullet's trajectory and dodge it in time. Yi-Su wasn't an impulsive person. He wouldn't charge at the criminal in such a situation. After all, there were still so many passengers in first class. If he injured anyone, that wouldn't be good at all. He just wanted to use the restroom. The urge to urinate grew stronger, and Yi-Su felt he couldn't hold it any longer. So, while the man in black was staring intently at him, he raised his hand calmly and asked, "Excuse me, may I use the restroom?" "No." The black-clad man shot Yi-Su a suspicious glance. He didn't believe for a moment that this young man was simply asking to use the restroom. "All right, then I'll just sit here." Yi-Su sighed, seeming a bit disappointed, and sat back down. Chapter 207, Waiting for the Right Moment. Seeing that Yi-Su, the only one who seemed ready to stand up, had sat back down, the passengers' expressions grew peculiar, even speechless. Yi-Su's earlier actions had truly resembled those of a young man eager to act heroically. However, his subsequent conversation with the man in black left the passengers speechless. So, all that righteous indignation was just because he wanted to use the restroom? Some passengers even began to look down on Yi-Su, while others felt a sense of contempt toward him. Among them was the young woman sitting next to Yi-Su. Her name was Lu Ruching. At first, she had been puzzled by Yi-Su's behavior, thinking he was trying to stand up for the passengers in first class. But now, she too couldn't help but look down on him a little. All show and no substance. The young woman sitting next to Yi-Su, Lu Ruching, couldn't help but think of this phrase. At that moment, Yi-Su didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him or the entire first-class cabin. He had actually intended to take down the 2 thugs directly earlier, as it was a trivial matter for him. However, upon seeing that the man in black was holding a gun, Yi-Su's thoughts vanished instantly. A joke. They have guns, and bullets don't have eyes. Although Yi-Su could guarantee he would defeat the 2 criminals without a scratch, injuring the passengers would be problematic. Therefore, he didn't intend to intervene and was waiting for the right opportunity. "Oh? Is someone else willing to step forward? Want to test the power of bullets? Since you're in first class, you must all be social elites, right? Ha, I'm here to kill you social elites." The tall man wielded his knife wildly, grinning savagely. His eyes darted around, quickly locking onto his target, a young woman in an OL uniform, highly attractive to men. Looking at the young woman, a greedy expression appeared on the big man's face. He charged forward, grabbed her hair, and shouted, "Social elites! I love you social elites! Ha! None of you are leaving today!" The young woman's hair was tightly gripped in the tall man's hand, causing her scalp to burn with pain. She couldn't help but let out a few pained moans. Hearing her moans, the tall man seemed even more excited. Seeing that the tall man was thinking such things, the man in black clearly showed a look of contempt on his face. He coldly said, "What are we here for? Don't forget our mission. Kill her, and let's go to the cockpit." The large man seemed to fear the black-clad man. Looking at the young woman's beautiful face beneath him, he swallowed hard, then slashed her throat with a knife, blood gushing out. The young woman initially screamed for help, but as her throat was slit and her life force faded, she could only emit a few heart-wrenching cries. This scene left everyone in first class utterly horrified. Lu Ruching watched the young woman struggling to cling to life, her clear eyes filled with pity. The smell of blood made her vomit uncontrollably. Lu Ruching continued to retch, but despite her efforts, nothing came out. Yi Su watched her silently, a faint smile playing on his lips. A woman's intuition was strong. Lu Ru watching immediately sensed that Yi Su was staring at her. She quickly stopped vomiting, glared at Yi Su, and said with her cherry lips slightly parted, "What are you looking at? You dare not help that woman. She's so pitiful. What does her misfortune have to do with me?" Yi Su glanced at the young woman's body, whose throat had been slit, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, "In my opinion, you're all just burdens. If I weren't worried about you getting caught in the crossfire, I would have already dealt with those two criminals." Oomph. Lu Ruching was annoyed, turned her head away, and ignored Yi Su. Meanwhile, since the young woman had also been slit at the throat, all the passengers on board panicked, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the two criminals. The man in black seemed quite satisfied with the situation. He patted the tall man on the shoulder and said, "Let's head to the cockpit." The cockpit? Upon hearing this word, Yi Su immediately understood the two criminals' intentions. They might be planning to hijack the passenger plane? How dare they? Other passengers, who didn't have as good hearing as Yi Su, were naturally unaware of what the black-clad man and the tall man were doing as they headed toward the cockpit. Ah! Seeing the tall man and the man in black approaching their direction, several flight attendants standing in the aisle were terrified and let out screams. "Get out of the way!" The man in black and the tall man had no interest in the flight attendants. They simply waved their hands, signaling them to move aside, then violently forced open the cockpit door. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was flying the passenger aircraft. Upon hearing the sound of the door being violently forced open, he turned around to see what was happening. But just as he turned his head, a massive force struck him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Then, a razor-sharp knife was thrust into his throat, using the same method as before on the flight attendant and the young woman. The pilot was slit at the throat. The remaining co-pilot was completely paralyzed with fear. He watched helplessly as the pilot was murdered, feeling as though his entire body had gone limp. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, and the sight of it all nearly caused him to faint from the shock. Chapter 208, The Strike. The cockpit was covered in blood. The co-pilot and all the crew members dared not move, completely terrified by the black-clad man's specially made lipstick gun. Some even began to cry out in fear. The cabin was in complete chaos. It was clear there were more than two criminals. Two more emerged from other directions in first class, and two more appeared in the economy class section. There were a total of 6 criminals, and no one had any idea how they had managed to sneak onto the plane. In both the first-class cabin and the economy cabin, countless people were terrified, with cries and screams echoing everywhere. People were pushing and shoving, each with only one thought in their minds, to get off the plane. However, the plane was currently flying at a high altitude, so how could they escape? "Mom, I'm scared." A little girl with a soft voice, her face covered in tears, said to her mother beside her. Her mother was also petrified with fear, as just a short distance ahead of her, the criminal had killed another person who had resisted. The man's chest had been stabbed through with a knife, and his body was covered in wounds, his death horribly gruesome. The situation in the first class and economy cabins was clearly different from that in the cockpit. In the cockpit, the black-clad man's specially modified lipstick gun was pointed at the co-pilot's head, forcing him to deviate from the original flight path. However, the co-pilot kept shaking his head, looking resolute and unwavering, which left the black-clad man completely helpless. "Send someone over here. You two stay and guard the entrance. I'll make him fly the plane properly." The black-clad man struck the co-pilot with all his strength, but the co-pilot remained unmoved, leaving the black-clad man seething with anger. "All right." Instantly, one of the two criminals from the rear of the first-class cabin rushed over and blocked the entrance to the cockpit. Judging by this, they must really intend to hijack the plane. At that moment, Yi Su felt an increasingly urgent need to urinate, making him extremely uncomfortable. He stood up and headed toward the restroom. At that moment, the first-class cabin was in complete chaos, with cries and screams filling the air. However, no one dared to stand up, fearing they might be targeted by the ruthless criminals who valued human life as cheaply as grass. Though being hijacked likely meant certain death, no one wanted to be the first to die. Only Yi Su dared to stand up and go to the restroom. "Hey, what are you doing standing up? Sit down." Lu Ruching saw Yi Su standing up and pulled on his sleeve, panicking at his reckless behavior. She didn't want to see someone who was alive just a moment ago die right before her eyes. Moreover, in her eyes, Yi Su was a coward who wouldn't dare to do anything heroic. Plus, he looked so weak, and she feared he might act impulsively and end up being killed by the criminals. "It's okay. Yisu silently touched Lu Ruoqing's small hand, motioning for her to let go of his sleeve, then shouted to one of the thugs over there, "Can I use the restroom?" Seeing these criminals actually attempt to hijack the plane was truly unbearable for Yisu. He knew that this matter concerned the lives of everyone on the flight, including himself. If he didn't do something, he might never see Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan again. Lu Ruoqing felt the warmth of Yisu's right hand and blushed, quickly pulling her hand back. She silently scolded herself for blocking Yisu from standing up. However, after a moment of shyness, Lu Ruoqing realized that she might never touch a boy's hand again, and her expression darkened instantly. The hijackers were taking the plane hostage, and everyone on board was in grave danger. There were 6 criminals on the plane. In the cockpit was a man in black, 2 criminals in front of the cockpit, and another criminal in first class, holding a specially modified lipstick gun. Upon seeing Yisu stand up, the criminal immediately asked him what he intended to do. He felt that Yisu's act of standing up was a serious challenge to his authority, as he enjoyed the feeling of looking down on others and seeing their fear while holding their lives in his hands. "What did you say?" The criminal initially thought he had heard Yisu's request to use the restroom incorrectly, so he dared not believe it and asked again. But Yisu replied impatiently, "I said I want to use the restroom. Are you deaf?" Since he was looking for trouble with these criminals, he didn't mind provoking them. "Are you deaf?" The criminal, seeing Yisu's furious expression, immediately aimed the gun at Yisu's forehead. He knew exactly what Yisu was up to. "Wait a moment." Yisu looked at the thug, who was furious, and suddenly said this. Then, he made a slight gesture, signaling Lu Ruoqing, who was standing in front of him, to move her feet aside. Lu Ruoqing's heart nearly jumped out of her throat. She couldn't believe Yisu had the nerve to provoke these desperate criminals. Upon seeing Yisu's gesture, for some reason, Lu Ruoqing unconsciously moved her legs out of the way. This gave Yisu the space he needed to stretch his limbs. The criminal was staring intently at Yisu, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst from anger. Who did this young man think he was? Waiting for him? The lipstick gun in his hand was aimed at Yisu's forehead. The criminal sneered inwardly, imagining the blood-soaked hole that would appear on Yisu's head, and prepared to pull the trigger. But just as the criminal was about to pull the trigger, Yisu quickly sprang into action. With enough space, he darted toward the criminal's side, moving so fast that his form was barely discernible. Many people hadn't even reacted yet, but Yisu had already reached the criminal's side. Chapter 209, Thunderous Measures. Yisu delivered a swift knife hand strike to the criminal's right hand, knocking the lipstick gun out of his grasp. He then grabbed the criminal by the throat, seemingly able to crush him like an eagle snatching a chick with a single squeeze. "You want to kill me? I can feel your intent to kill." Yisu lifted the criminal's body into the air and smiled at him. "What?" Cough cough. The criminal hadn't even had time to react to Yisu's movements before Yisu had already grabbed his throat, lifting him high into the air. He couldn't breathe properly and could only emit a hoarse growl. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he stared at Yisu. Suddenly, his left hand drew a knife and stabbed toward Yisu's eyes. "Ah! Be careful." Even Lu Ruoqing, who was standing next to Yisu, hadn't noticed his movement. She only felt a gust of wind before Yisu had already lifted the criminal into the air. Seeing that the criminal still had a backup plan, she couldn't help but shout urgently at Yisu. Yisu, of course, knew the criminal wasn't that simple, but such speed was nothing to him. Therefore, he reached out and struck the dagger in the criminal's left hand onto the ground, then smiled at the criminal and said, "Those who kill will be killed. You may die now." At that moment, the criminal felt nothing but despair. He had killed many people and faced many powerful opponents, but he had never seen anyone like Yisu, whose speed and strength seemed inhuman. In his eyes, Yisu was like a demon, utterly terrifying. Without another word, Yisu gripped the criminal tightly with both hands. After a few minutes, the criminal's eyes rolled back and he was dead. After dispatching the criminal, Yisu didn't say a word. He ran toward the bathroom in the back. "What?" Lu Ruoqing felt as though she was about to faint from shock. Was Yisu even human? He had just killed a criminal with his bare hands? Is the criminal dead? Goodness gracious, how did he kill that criminal? Wow, was that young man even human? He was so powerful. I've seen those special forces elite before, but none of them were as strong as him. The criminal in the first-class cabin had suddenly been killed, instantly filling the passengers who had been terrified with a sense of hope. Where could such a person come from? He killed the criminal before he even had a chance to react. Even the bystanders didn't see how Yisu had dealt with the criminal. They only saw what seemed like a gust of wind, and then Yisu had already grabbed the criminal by the neck and strangled him to death. Cold-blooded, merciless. In their eyes, Yisu was like a god. Though his methods were brutal, the criminals were evildoers who deserved to die. The restroom was located at the rear of the first-class cabin. Yisu walked straight toward it, but at the entrance, he encountered a middle-aged man covered in blood, holding a knife made of special material, with droplets of blood still clinging to it. A criminal was actually trying to use the restroom. Upon seeing Yisu, a look of caution flashed in his eyes, and he angrily exclaimed, "Are you from first class? Why are you here using the restroom? Are they all idiots?" This middle-aged man and another criminal from economy class had already killed numerous people who resisted in the economy class section. Their motives were different from those of the black-clad men. They simply wanted to kill for fun. Their worldview had long been twisted, filled with hatred for the world, viewing human life as worthless, and willing to kill at the slightest provocation. At this point, the economy class was already in complete chaos. The middle-aged man and the other thug had declared that anyone who dared to speak would have their tongue cut out, and anyone who dared to cry out would be killed on the spot. This scene became a haunting memory for many, something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Me? I'm just here to use the restroom. Yisu smiled and said to the middle-aged man, "Want to come with me?" Yisu's calm tone, combined with his smile, made the middle-aged man so angry he couldn't even breathe. Enraged and humiliated, he felt his authority challenged and swung his knife at Yisu. However, Yisu's reaction was lightning fast. In an instant, he grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist and twisted it. With a crack, the middle-aged man's hand snapped off and hung limply. Then, Yisu delivered a powerful blow to the back of the middle-aged man's head, shattering his skull. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Yisu smiled at the man, then walked toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, there were only two people, who had clearly heard what happened outside and were too scared to move. They had locked the bathroom door from the inside, and Yisu could even hear sobbing coming from within. "Open the door, I need to use the restroom," Yisu said. "Who is it?" The people inside heard the voice and became highly alert, asking cautiously. Yisu didn't bother with small talk. He kicked the bathroom door open and said, "Just open the door. I'm not a criminal. I'm here to save you." The force of the kick was immense, shattering the bathroom door completely. The two people inside were so terrified they clung to each other, unable to speak. After entering the bathroom, Yisu ignored them and found a spot to use the restroom. A moment later, Yisu flushed the toilet, then looked at the two people inside and asked, "Are you in economy class?" Chapter 210, Subduing the Thugs. "Ah, isn't that Mr. Yisu? We're from first class," one of the middle-aged men said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He recognized Yisu because he was a researcher at Tsinghua University and had seen him before. "Is that Yisu, the researcher who discovered the smog-fighting bacteria?" "Oh my god, I can't believe it," the other young woman said. She was the researcher's lover and had been with him in an intimate moment, planning to return to first class, but she had witnessed the criminals committing the murder and was so terrified she could barely think straight. Yisu responded with a nod before continuing on his way out of the restroom toward the economy class cabin. Seeing the middle-aged man covered in blood, he knew the situation in economy class was dire. Sure enough, after he made his way through the aisle to the economy class, he found that there were already countless bodies in the cabin: flight attendants, passengers, and likely several dead. Moreover, some people were severely injured, bleeding profusely. Yet, standing in the aisle at that moment was only a single criminal. This made Yisu grow angry, as he had clearly seen several young men who appeared to be regularly fit inside the cabin, yet they couldn't even stop two criminals from committing their crimes, which was truly disheartening. "Who are you?" the criminal asked after noticing Yisu. When he realized his accomplice, the middle-aged man, hadn't returned, he grew wary, pulling out a specially modified lipstick-style handgun and cautiously backing away. Yisu ignored the criminal and addressed the passengers in the economy class. "Are all of you men raised on soft food? You couldn't even stop two criminals? What's the point of working out every day?" Hearing Yisu's words, countless young men with bulging muscles in the economy class lowered their heads in shame. Yisu remained silent, staring intently at the criminal and said calmly, "Do you want to kill me?" "That's right." The criminal held a lipstick gun, pointing it at Yisu, and said angrily. Yisu remained calm, took a deep breath, looked around at the scene, and suddenly smiled. At that very moment, the passengers around him also got a clear look at Yisu's face. Yisu's fame was now extremely high. His few words had spread rapidly online, and since he was the chairman of Genesis Technology Company and the founder of the smog-cleaning bacteria, he was already a household name. These passengers, of course, knew who Yisu was. Seeing him dare to stand up for them, they couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. However, they didn't believe in his abilities. How could it be Mr. Yisu? Is Mr. Yisu really on this flight? Oh my god, how did Yisu end up confronting the criminals? They're ruthless murderers. Whispers and murmurs filled the economy class cabin. The passengers couldn't believe that the person facing off against the criminals was actually Yisu. Yisu's handsome appearance, with traces of blood on his body, at that very moment, etched itself into the hearts of countless people, becoming an unforgettable memory that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. Some men were even starting to develop feelings for Yisu at that moment. While everyone was worried about Yisu's safety, Yisu calmly took action. Boom! Gunfire erupted. A figure fell to the ground. It's over, it's over. Mr. Yisu must have been murdered. What a tragedy. Mr. Yisu was so handsome, how could he die like this? Some people were so scared by the gunshot that they covered their eyes and dared not look in the direction of Yisu. But those who witnessed the entire incident were left speechless, their eyes wide with horror. Isn't Mr. Yisu a research worker? Isn't he the chairman of Genesis Company? Even if he wasn't strong enough to lift a chicken, how could he have snatched the gun from the criminals and successfully killed them? Everyone present couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. A gunshot rang out suddenly, and then a figure collapsed to the ground. With a thud, it startled all the passengers on board. Some people even covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They were so worried that the person lying motionless on the ground was Yi-Soo. If that were the case, their last shred of hope would be shattered. With so many criminals hijacking the plane, could they possibly survive? They didn't know, but they could only imagine the worst. At that very moment, Yi-Soo snatched the gun from the criminal's hands, then spun around and knocked the criminal to the ground. The bullet from the custom-made lipstick gun had been fired, but it had missed Yi-Soo. In the split second, Yi-Soo had grabbed the criminal's wrist, causing the bullet to veer off course. How could the criminal, touching his own temple where he had been hit, look at Yi-Soo standing calmly before him and not believe that he had been defeated by someone who seemed so weak? Surrender, Yi-Soo said, then pulled the trigger, firing a bullet into the criminal's right wrist, followed by another shot into his left wrist. The custom-made lipstick pistol had a silencer, so the gunshots weren't very loud. After being hit in both wrists, the criminal felt as though his hands had lost all strength and could only surrender as Yi-Soo had said. Did teacher Yi-Soo defeat the criminals? Not just defeated, Yi-Soo actually killed the criminal. My goodness, isn't that Yi-Soo? The Yi-Soo who developed the smog-cleaning bacteria and is the chairman of Genesis Technology Company? How could he possibly defeat such a desperate criminal? I can't believe it, Mr. Yi-Soo really subdued the criminal. All the passengers present couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They never imagined that Yi-Soo could defeat the criminals and kill them so calmly. This was almost enough to shatter their worldview. Chapter 211, Calm as Ever. Following previous online media reports, Yi-Soo's few words had become internet memes, adapted by countless people, with even emojis circulating wildly online. People instinctively assumed Yi-Soo must be a delicate scholar, but they never imagined that when faced with criminals on a plane, it would be Yi-Soo who came to their rescue. At this point, almost all the passengers in economy class noticed the bloodstain on the criminal's chest. They no longer dared to underestimate Yi-Soo, and many felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him. Originally, many of them had nearly given up hope, believing they were doomed to die on the plane due to the presence of the criminals. However, after seeing Yi-Soo effortlessly subdue the criminals, these passengers felt as though they had been given a second chance at life, and the presence of criminals on the plane no longer seemed so daunting. We can't let Mr. Yi-Soo handle this alone, we should all help out. Let us do whatever we can. Right, if these hijackers really take over the plane, we're all going to die. Seeing Yi-Soo's calm expression, countless people felt a deep sense of admiration and realized that letting Yi-Soo handle this alone was simply too much to ask. So, one by one, they sprang into action, finding items to tie up the hijacker whose both hands had been shot, and then asked Yi-Soo what else they could do. Yi-Soo shook his head and smiled, saying, "Stay in your seats. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll ensure your safety." In fact, Yi-Soo truly didn't need the passengers to help him. He had come to the economy class as a detour. The few criminals in the first-class cabin could be dealt with quickly. If it weren't for the fact that he really needed to use the restroom, he wouldn't have let those criminals continue their mischief. Really? Mr. Yi-Soo, are you really capable of handling this alone? Be careful, Mr. Yi-Soo. Those criminals look like they kill without batting an eye. Countless people looked at each other, then at Yi-Soo, their emotions a mix of fear and admiration. Yi-Soo was truly strong, and everyone knew it. This was evident from the way he had knocked the criminal to the ground. But there's not just one criminal. There is an old saying, 2 hands can't fight 4. Even if Yi-Soo is skilled, can he really come out unscathed against several criminals armed with knives and guns? The passengers present didn't know the answer, so they naturally began to worry about Yi-Soo. By the way, Mr. Yi-Soo, there's a middle-aged male criminal who seems to have gone to the restroom. You must be careful. A passenger seemed to remember something and shouted at Yi-Soo. Yi-Soo smiled and said casually, "Thank you, but that criminal is no longer a threat." Upon hearing Yi-Soo's words, the passenger knew that the criminal must have been subdued by Yi-Soo. The look in his eyes toward Yi-Soo now carried a hint of admiration. "Alright, that's it then. Stay seated and keep an eye on your safety. There are still some criminals up ahead, I'll handle them." After saying this, Yi-Soo left the economy class cabin and walked down the aisle, beginning to think of a plan. One of the criminals in first class had already been successfully subdued, while 2 others were guarding the cockpit door, and there was another one inside the cockpit. Judging by their expressions, they likely intended to hijack the plane. Yi-Soo was well aware of the difficulty of hijacking a plane. He couldn't figure out how these criminals had managed to bring such specialized weapons onto the aircraft, but judging by their appearance, they didn't seem to recognize him. Could it be that someone had found out he was on this flight today and had meticulously planned this hijacking? Yi-Soo didn't know, but if that were the case, the person targeting him must be overreacting. As he thought about it, Yi-Soo soon entered the first-class cabin. Some passengers who saw him return were surprised. They suddenly remembered that the person who had easily subdued the criminals earlier was none other than Yi Su, the renowned inventor of the smog-fighting bacteria and the transparent smartphone. At that moment, Lu Ruqing also remembered the person sitting next to her. It was none other than Yi Su, whom she had seen on TV and admired greatly for his achievements. She couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and shame for her earlier behavior. Upon entering the first-class cabin, Yi Su immediately sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Sure enough, when he looked ahead, a criminal holding a specially modified lipstick gun was glaring at him with hatred. It was clear that this criminal had learned about his accomplice being subdued by Yi Su. "It's you who killed my partner?" In the first-class cabin, the criminal glared at Yi Su, who remained calm, his anger boiling over. The body of the other criminal on the ground was still warm, his eyes wide open, his face frozen in an expression of fear, as if he had experienced something terrible in his final moments. He couldn't understand how Yi Su had managed to kill his partner. They had dared to hijack the plane, so they must have been extremely confident in their abilities. Yet Yi Su, who looked so weak and ordinary, had easily subdued his companion. He couldn't believe it. Yi Su looked at the corpse of the criminal on the ground, smiled, and said casually, "What? Your partner wanted to kill me, so I can't kill him?" Yi Su didn't fear these criminals like the other passengers, and he wouldn't hold back when dealing with them. After all, the young woman had been brutally murdered right under his nose earlier. If the timing hadn't been so bad, Yi Su would have definitely saved her. Now that this criminal was still seething with anger, accusing Yi Su of killing his companion, Yi Su naturally had no kind words for him. Chapter 212, Outside the Cockpit. These cowards are too scared to even utter a sound. Only you dare act this way. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Die. After the criminal finished speaking, he immediately pulled the trigger. What? Do you want to avenge your companion? Yi Su said indifferently. At the very moment the criminal pulled the trigger, he acted. The passengers present saw Yi Su's calm demeanor and the cold expression on his face, and felt as though the world had changed. They had recognized the man before them as Yi Su, the chairman of Genesis Technology Company and the current internet celebrity Yi Su. They couldn't comprehend how Yi Su could disarm an armed criminal with his bare hands. Was this really the Yi Su they had known? Some of them, including fitness trainers and former military personnel, wouldn't dare to take down an armed criminal with their bare hands, but Yi Su showed no fear at all, leaving them feeling ashamed of themselves. In that instant, the criminal pulled the trigger, but Yi Su remained calm and composed, even daring to act directly. Many were terrified that was a real gun, and bullets don't have eyes. However, what left them speechless was that they witnessed Yi Su dodging the bullet. Everyone stared in disbelief as Yi Su dodged the bullet, rolled sideways, and kicked the criminal to the ground with a single kick. His agile movements filled them with fear. The bullets that should have hit Yi Su squarely instead flew through the air and struck the cabin wall. The criminal was kicked in the ankle by Yi Su, falling to the ground, his vision going black, nearly fainting. How could this criminal's mind be so clouded, feeling dizzy and disoriented? How could Yi Su dodge his bullet? Was Yi Su even human? Dodging a bullet requires incredible reaction speed and agility. Even seasoned veterans who have spent years on the battlefield wouldn't dare claim they could dodge a bullet aimed directly at them, yet Yi Su had done it. This couldn't help but fill the criminal with fear. Picking up his specially modified lipstick-style handgun, the criminal aimed at Yi Su again. But Yi Su wouldn't give him any time to react. He leaped off the ground and kicked the criminal's wrist with all his strength. The criminal let out an agonizing scream as the gun slipped from his hand. His wrist burned with pain, and he felt completely unable to muster any strength. Then, Yi Su kicked him in the head, causing him to black out and lose consciousness. Many first-class passengers witnessed Yi Su's display of skill and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. After all, Yi Su had single-handedly subdued the criminals in the cabin, while they had dared not even attempt to intervene. Let's help Mr. Yi Su and catch that criminal. Right, there seem to be 2 more criminals in the cockpit. Let us go with Yi Su to subdue them. We can't let Ms. Yi Su go alone. After all, this concerns the safety of everyone on this flight. Many passengers were still in shock over Yi Su's swift takedown of the criminal. Upon hearing the others' words, they realized they could also step in to help, so one after another, they rushed forward and subdued the unconscious criminal. Yi Su glanced indifferently at the passengers who had come forward to help, then prepared to head toward the cockpit. He clearly remembered that there were still 2 criminals inside the cockpit, and if they were allowed to hijack the plane, the consequences would be catastrophic. Lu Ruqing, the young woman standing beside Yi Su, also stepped forward. The beautiful eyes she cast upon Yi Su were filled with an unusual emotion. She never expected that the person she had looked down upon earlier was actually the recently renowned Yi Su. Moreover, Yi Su didn't seem as weak as she had imagined. He had single-handedly subdued 2 criminals in first class. She couldn't even begin to imagine how he had done it. Yi Su, of course, noticed the unusual gaze the young woman was directing at him, which seemed to carry a hint of admiration. However, he didn't say anything and instead walked toward the cockpit. I'm sorry, I underestimated you before. Lu Ruqing hurried over to Yi Su and whispered an apology. It's okay. Yi Su waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Lu Ruqing. Lu Ruoqing lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. As Yisu was heading toward the cockpit, the situation inside the cockpit had already become dire. Are you going to fly the plane or not? Just fly in the direction we demand, and I'll let you live. The black-clad man kicked the co-pilot in the head and snarled at him. The co-pilot's gaze remained fixed on the pilot who had been killed by them. Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, he refused to back down, shaking his head insistently. The other crew members in the cockpit were so terrified they could barely think straight. They never imagined they would be caught up in a hijacking. And this black-clad man was so ruthless, having already killed the pilot and some of the crew members. At that moment, Yisu and some of his men had also reached the cockpit door. Looking at the tightly closed door, he furrowed his brows deeply. In front of the cockpit, that is, the front cabin, Yisu, Lu Ruoqing, and the other flight crew members, along with some concerned passengers, stood there, deeply frowning. Because they discovered that the cockpit door had been locked by the two criminals still inside the cockpit. Without a key, there was no way to open the cockpit door. On the ground lay a flight attendant who had suffered minor injuries. She had just regained consciousness and, seeing the people gathered in front of the cockpit, sighed and said, "There's no point in trying anymore. Without a key, we can't open the cockpit door. Is there really no key outside?" Lu Ruoqing asked, glancing at Yisu, also feeling anxious inside. Chapter 213, Breaking Down the Door. There are still two criminals inside the cockpit. If they manage to take control of the plane or damage the flight control system, then all of us will be doomed. The other passengers were also chasing after the injured flight attendant, asking, "Do you really not have a key? Does the cockpit door lock from the inside and can't be opened?" A middle-aged man angrily exclaimed, "Don't you keep a spare key for emergencies? I'm going to file a complaint against your airline." The flight attendant sighed wryly, shook her head helplessly, and said, "We had no idea we'd encounter a hijacking. Besides, we're not even sure if we'll survive. How can we think about complaining?" Ha ha. Yisu looked at the flight attendant, then at the concerned passengers behind him, and remained silent, furrowing his brows deeply. At that moment, everyone knew the situation was dire. The cockpit was under the control of ruthless criminals, and they could only wait to die. Even without a key, they had to find a way to open the cockpit door. A tall passenger grabbed an object from the side and began smashing the door. Yisu shook his head, thinking this was a futile effort. The cockpit door must have multiple layers of alloy. If it could be smashed open so easily, it would only mean the plane was of poor quality. Seeing the tall passenger take the lead, the other passengers followed suit, mimicking his actions and beginning to smash the door as well. "Let's smash it. I'll join in. Let's all go together. Break down this door and prevent the criminals from taking control of the cockpit." Bang! These eager passengers were all banging on the door with all their might, but just as Yisu had anticipated, even if they used all their strength, they couldn't budge the cabin door an inch. Several passengers continued to smash the door, but after several minutes, they were all exhausted, panting heavily. The cabin door had only lost a few pieces of paint, completely ineffective. The flight attendant continued to smile bitterly, her face filled with despair. She shook her head repeatedly and spread her hands, saying, "It's no use, it's no use. It seems we're all going to die together. We might as well cherish the remaining moments before we die." "I don't believe it," one passenger exclaimed angrily. He didn't want to die inside the cabin. His company was thriving, and he was counting on him to take over. The other passengers, of course, didn't want to die either, so they strained every muscle, pounding on the door with all their might. Bang! Once, 2, 3 times. The passengers were even using their bodies to ram the cabin door, but it didn't budge an inch. Their expressions had changed from excitement to despair. Judging by the situation, even if they tried harder, they wouldn't be able to break down the door. Meanwhile, Yisu watched them frantically banging on the door while contemplating a solution. Could they contact the maintenance crew in the cockpit? Yisu rubbed his chin and asked the flight attendant beside him. "Yes. Maybe we can contact them. If they can help us open the door, we'll be able to get in." Another flight attendant immediately jumped up excitedly. She had been filled with despair earlier and hadn't even considered such a simple solution. Although there were criminals inside, the people inside might also find it difficult to open the door. However, if the door was opened, with Yisu's strength, as long as they could control the criminals, they would almost certainly be out of danger. The excited flight attendant rushed to the communication device, but her expression quickly turned pale. She was shocked to discover that the communication device couldn't connect with the cockpit crew. It seemed they were well prepared. What were these criminals up to? They seemed capable of anything. The flight attendant felt completely helpless. The cockpit door couldn't be opened, and she couldn't contact the crew inside. Were they really doomed to die on the plane? What do these hijackers intend to do with the plane? But no matter how she thought about it, it all boiled down to one thing: they wanted everyone on board to perish here. The situation looks dire. The flight attendant felt her legs go weak. She slowly approached Yisu and said, "We're doomed. The plane's communication system seems to have been cut off. I think I heard the pilot's screams earlier. The pilot must have been killed. Is there a co-pilot on this plane?" Yisu asked. Since the pilot is dead, the plane must not be piloted by the pilot but by someone else. Those criminals couldn't possibly know how to fly a plane that much Yisu could figure out. Yes, there's still a co-pilot inside, but he's probably communicating with the criminals. If he's dead, even if we manage to control the two criminals inside, it won't do us any good. The flight attendant said. At that moment, she was truly terrified. The only people on the plane who knew how to fly were the pilot and the co-pilot. If both of them were killed, even if we managed to open the cockpit door, we wouldn't be able to control the plane and return to its original flight path. We'd just have to sit there and wait to die. Everyone, don't panic. There must be other solutions. The injured flight attendant shouted, but after saying those words, she collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing her cries, everyone present fell silent. This situation seemed to leave no room for hope. At that moment, Yisu, after a moment of deep thought, turned to the passengers who were banging on the door and said, "Stop banging on the door. Let me see if I can open the cabin door." Open the cockpit door? Hearing Yisu's words, the passengers present were all in disbelief. Yisu, you are a respected researcher, and you are the renowned chairman of Genesis Technology Company, but you actually claim you can open the cockpit door? Don't you see that so many people are trying their hardest to break down the door, but none of them can do it? They truly found it hard to believe. Chapter 214, How to Open the Door. Open the door? How do you open it? These eager passengers had spent so much effort trying to break down the door, even using their own bodies to ram against it, yet they couldn't open the cockpit door. But Yisu made it sound so easy, saying he could open it himself. Even if you're skilled, you probably couldn't break open the cockpit door either. After all, there were no keys to the cockpit door, and the only way to open it seemed to be by breaking it down. But the cockpit door was so sturdy, breaking it down was clearly a hopeless endeavor. At that moment, both flight attendants collapsed onto the floor, with one even hugging her legs and crying. They could imagine the plane exploding in the collision soon, leaving them with nothing but bones. Lu Ruching had also been sitting on the ground looking helpless, but when she heard Yisu tell him to open the door, a glimmer of hope seemed to surge in her heart. After all, she had been amazed by Yisu's heroic actions when he subdued the criminals earlier. Now that he said those words, she instinctively chose to believe him. You want to break down the door too? There are so many of us and we can't even break open the cockpit door. Do you really think you can do it? The tall passenger looked at Yisu with a cold gaze. That's right. None of us can break down the door. Even though you can subdue criminals, breaking down a door requires brute strength. Besides, this door is so sturdy I don't think anyone can break it down. A flight attendant, weak and listless, said with lifeless eyes. Did I say I wanted to break down the door? Yisu ignored the passenger's skeptical glances and said calmly, if you want to open the door, get out of my way. Although this lock doesn't have a key, I think I can open it. Unlocking the door? Yisu's mind was filled with knowledge. Though lockpicking was indeed a complex skill, it didn't seem too difficult for him. Yisu, are you really able to open this door? Lu Ruching stood beside Yisu, her voice tinged with doubt. Yisu didn't even bother to glance at the young girl. She hadn't given him a friendly look when he was subduing one of the criminals earlier, so he certainly wasn't going to bother with her now. Damn it! Lu Ruching, who admired Yisu, had instinctively wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but she was furious when he ignored her, stomping her feet in frustration. Oomph, get out of the way. After saying this, Yisu walked toward the cockpit door on his own, and the passengers around him made way for him. Carefully examining the lock, Yisu began to ponder how to open the door. While Yisu was intently thinking about how to open the door, the other passengers and flight attendants still didn't believe Yisu, so they continued to look for other solutions. What should we do? Mr. Yisu said he could open the cabin door, but this lock isn't that easy to open. Yeah, who would believe Yisu could pick a lock? We should just focus on finding a way to escape. Rescue? We're not on the ground. Who are we waiting for to save us? We're doomed. The cabin door won't open, and the cockpit must be under control. I think everyone on this plane is going to die in the explosion. While the passengers were discussing whether there were any other solutions, Yisu also figured out how to open this type of lock. He searched around on the ground or in the luggage storage area and finally found the tools he would need. Without saying a word to the passengers, he continued to work on the cockpit door. Seeing Yisu persistently working on the cockpit door lock, occasionally furrowing his brow, the passengers began to lose hope that he could help them, feeling increasingly despondent. Can we contact the ground? At this point, the flight attendant was already feeling utterly desperate. Upon realizing this, she immediately pulled out her phone and tried to dial the airline's number. However, to her utter dismay, she couldn't make contact with the ground at all. Her phone had no signal. She had no idea how far the plane was from the ground. Despite turning on her phone regardless of any signal interference, she still couldn't get any signal no matter where she went. Another flight attendant also turned on her phone, but she shook her head. Her phone also had no signal. It's over. The two flight attendants looked at each other, filled with despair, and burst into tears. The passengers also tried to contact the ground, but they all found their phones had no signal, so they started complaining loudly. Damn it! Why is there no signal? The cockpit door won't open, and there's no signal on our phones. Are we really going to die because of a hijacking? Oh, I don't want to die like this. My son is waiting for me to come home. Emotions are easily contagious, so all the passengers were now just like the two flight attendants, consumed by despair. All right. Yisu said calmly, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He struggled to pry open the gap in the cabin door with a small object, making the gap wider. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to open the door. All right? What's all right? Lu Ruching heard Yisu's words and looked toward the cabin door. No way. She covered her mouth in shock, staring at the crack in the cabin door, completely frozen in place. What? Mr. Yisu really opened the cabin door? Oh my god. A passenger who saw the gap in the cabin door was also startled. The others, hearing the two shocked words, all turned their gaze toward the cockpit door. The sight before them left them utterly speechless. Because they saw that the cabin door had popped open a crack it had clearly been opened by Yisu. This scene sent their emotions on a roller coaster ride, from the depths of despair to the heights of hope, and suddenly, hope surged once more in their hearts. What? Did Yisu really open the cockpit door? Oh my god, how did Yisu open the cockpit door? The passengers stared at the crack in the door, unable to believe their eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. When they realized the door was indeed open, they were overjoyed. Yisu, however, remained calm and said, "Step back. Wait for me to go in first, then you can board. Make sure the pilot doesn't get hurt." Chapter 215, Who's going to fly the plane? Yisu remained calm and said, "Step back. Wait for me to go in first, then you can follow. Under no circumstances should the pilot be injured." Upon hearing Yisu's words, the passengers nodded in understanding. They were well aware of the criminals' capabilities, especially since the criminals were armed. If they rushed in, they might not only fail to help but also end up hindering the situation. Only when Yisu had stabilized the situation could they rush in to help. Therefore, at that moment, the passengers all stepped back. Lu Ruching and the two flight attendants wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes and stood up straight. The cabin door opened. The cabin door, which had been impossible to break down even by force, opened with just a few quick flicks from Yisu. Everyone's admiration for Yisu deepened once again. After all, Yisu seemed to be all-powerful. Not only could he subdue armed criminals with his bare hands, but he could also pick locks. Therefore, they naturally obeyed Yisu's request. Everyone stepped back several paces, afraid of interfering with Yisu's efforts to subdue the criminals. Once the cabin door was open, Yisu cautiously peered inside to assess the situation. After all, the criminals inside must have noticed the door opening. Having fought several of them, Yisu was well aware of their professionalism. Even though Yisu's body had been enhanced by genetic enhancement agents, making him capable of handling these criminals with ease, he remained extremely cautious. A bullet or a knife wound would be fatal. Just as he was about to take a closer look, suddenly, Lu Ruching in the distance seemed to sense something and shouted, "Be careful!" Then, a blood-stained knife flew straight toward Yisu. Yisu was startled as well. Despite his enhanced reaction speed from the genetic enhancement agents, he had failed to notice that a criminal had already appeared behind the door. He was someone who could even dodge bullets, yet he failed to detect the criminal drawing his knife. That criminal was truly terrifying. Yisu instinctively rolled to the side repeatedly, and fortunately, there was no major danger. He successfully dodged the knife. Then, the cabin door was opened. Yisu looked up and saw it was the same black-clad man who had led the attempt to hijack the plane. Yisu was deeply wary of this black-clad man, as he could sense just how powerful he was. Was he trying to close the door and trap us inside? Yisu had finally managed to unlock the cabin door. He couldn't let the black-clad man succeed, so he immediately rushed forward to stop him from closing the door. However, after thinking it through, Yisu stopped his movement. He could sense the black-clad man's prowess and knew that if he charged forward recklessly, the next time he might not be able to dodge the knife so easily. Yisu was wary of the black-clad man, and the black-clad man was equally wary of Yisu. The fact that Yisu had managed to dodge his sudden strike left him deeply unsettled. After all, he was well aware of the success rate of that strike. He dared to say that even among all the enemies he had faced before, none had been able to dodge that strike. The two continued to face off, and the passengers naturally saw what was happening, but they dared not intervene. Because at that moment, the black-clad man had already drawn a specially modified lipstick-style handgun, the barrel pointed directly at their direction, ready to fire at any moment. "Ha, do you want to stop us from hijacking the plane? Sorry, I'm afraid your wish is about to be dashed." The black-clad man sneered and shook his head, keeping a wary eye on Yisu. But at that very moment, a sudden turn of events. Lu Ruching, who had been cautious all along, suddenly grabbed a small object from somewhere and threw it at the black-clad man. A golden opportunity. Yisu noticed that the black-clad man's attention had been diverted by the object Lu Ruching had thrown, so he immediately charged forward. If he had been a moment slower, the black-clad man might have fired his gun. With a loud bang, the object struck the black-clad man's right eye. Seeing that she had hit her target, Lu Ruching clapped her hands in excitement, nearly jumping up in place. How could this happen? The black-clad man roared, then covered his right eye, feeling a searing pain. Just then, Yisu arrived in front of the black-clad man. Before the black-clad man could fire, Yisu struck his right hand with a palm strike, causing the lipstick gun to fall to the ground with a clatter. With a crack, Yisu continued his actions. He grabbed the black-clad man's neck and twisted it forcefully. The man's head twisted at an unimaginable angle, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Although they had witnessed Yisu defeat the criminals earlier, seeing him kill another criminal in such a brutal manner left many passengers on the scene feeling uneasy, and some even felt nauseous, nearly vomiting. Yisu calmly wiped his hands, then picked up the pistol, forcefully opened the cockpit door, and aimed the gun at the interior of the cockpit. His vision was sharp, and he immediately spotted the tall man inside grabbing the co-pilot. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck the tall man between the eyebrows. When the large man saw Yisu, he was momentarily dazed, unable to believe that their leader, the man in black, had already been subdued. At that moment, everyone was in a state of shock, so when Yisu fired, the large man didn't even have time to react. One shot, and the large man collapsed. The passengers behind Yisu rushed in as well, looking at the scene in the cockpit. They fell silent. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was clearly dead, 2 crew members were dead, and the co-pilot was lying on the pilot's seat, his condition unclear. He seemed dead, yet also unconscious. What should we do? Although the criminals had been subdued, who would fly the plane? A flight attendant, seeing that both pilots were clearly unable to fly, shouted anxiously. The remaining passengers, along with the flight attendants and crew members, also fell into silence. Although the criminals who posed a threat to them were dead, who could possibly fly the plane? The situation was truly dire. Both pilots were either dead or unconscious. Some frantically tried to wake the co-pilot, but to no avail. This is bad, no one can fly the plane, and we're doomed. The tall passenger had begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, but upon seeing the situation, he couldn't help but despair. Chapter 216, Who Will Fly the Plane? Part 2. Boom! A sound came from somewhere in the cockpit, startling everyone on board. They all felt something was wrong with the plane, as if it were plummeting downward. Everyone felt their bodies slowly sinking along with the plane, and the plane's speed seemed to slow significantly, beginning to shake violently, no longer smooth at all. It looked like the plane was about to crash. Everyone's hearts were racing. They had finally managed to enter the cockpit, and Yisu had even taken care of the 2 criminals, but they never expected this situation to be even more desperate. Both pilots were now unconscious. Who on the plane could possibly fly it? But they all knew that none of the passengers could possibly know how to fly a plane. With both pilots unconscious, there was no one left to take the controls. The situation was extremely critical. A maintenance crew member immediately shouted, "I'll activate the autopilot right away and see if it works." Although the autopilot function was available, it was uncertain whether it would work, as he had only seen the pilot operate it once and was not well versed in aircraft flight theory. Seeing the maintenance crew member rush toward the cockpit, several flight attendants and tall passengers followed suit. However, the scene before them left them speechless. At that moment, the situation inside the cockpit was already dire, resembling a chaotic mess. It was likely due to the struggle between the hijacker and the pilot, as there were tangled wires everywhere, and some instruments were already damaged. The maintenance crew member, the flight attendants, and the 2 passengers who had followed them all felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. This situation clearly indicated that the aircraft's autopilot was no longer operational. What were they supposed to do now? The maintenance crew member was also extremely anxious. The plane was still shaking violently, leaving him no time to think. He frantically pressed a few buttons and grabbed the radio, shouting several times, but realized he couldn't establish contact with the ground control center. He couldn't help but let out a few standard expletives. It's over. The autopilot isn't working either. We're going to crash. The maintenance crew member finally couldn't take it anymore. Overcome by despair, he collapsed onto the floor. Who knows how to fly a passenger plane? Both pilots are unable to fly now. A flight attendant shouted loudly to the side. Upon hearing her words, not only did none of the passengers respond, but they were also infected by the atmosphere of despair, their faces filled with sadness. Passenger aircraft pilot? You're telling us about a passenger aircraft pilot? We're here to fly, not to fly a plane. Who knew we'd encounter hijackers? Who knew the hijackers would leave the 2 pilots in critical condition? Who in their right mind would go learn how to fly a plane? Besides, the barriers to learning commercial piloting are so high ordinary people never even come into contact with such things. Is there really no one who can help? It seems we're really doomed. The flight attendant, seeing no one responding around her, gave a self-deprecating smile before collapsing onto the ground like the maintenance worker before her. She knew full well that almost no one could fly a plane. She had only asked out of desperation. Upon hearing this hopeless answer, she finally lost control of her emotions, thinking of her boyfriend still on the ground, and burst into tears, clutching her head. Through the cockpit window, the passengers could see the clouds outside. From the changing clouds, they could imagine the plane was descending at an angle, but since no one knew how to fly, they could only wait for their fate. Lu Ruoching's face was deathly pale. She glanced at Yisu, who remained calm and composed, and sighed silently. She had always believed her life was still long, never imagining she would meet her end in a plane crash. However, dying alongside Yisu didn't seem so bad after all. At this thought, Lu Ruching felt her cheeks grow warm. She didn't know why such a thought had popped into her mind, but she instinctively found Yisu charming, and even dying with him would be worth it. At that moment, the passengers in both first class and economy class began to realize something was wrong. They could clearly feel the plane swaying unsteadily and sense that it was descending. Upon realizing this, the passengers were nearly paralyzed with fear. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale as they stared out the window at the clouds, imagining the moment of their own deaths, their hair standing on end. I don't want to die. Why is this happening? The odds of this happening are way too low. Damn it, the phone isn't working either. Otherwise, I could at least tell my wife I'm safe. Oh my god, I'm still a virgin. How could I die in a plane crash? The passengers in the back were also in complete chaos. They had all realized the plane was plummeting downward, their minds filled with thoughts of not wanting to die and the desire to survive. But what's the use? They can't fly the plane. We're still high up in the sky, what can they possibly do to save themselves? It seems completely impossible. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Yisu remained calm and composed. Are you done talking? Have you had enough of being scared? Can you make way? Yisu walked toward the pilot's seat, speaking as he went. A flight attendant who had fallen to the ground out of sheer terror saw Yisu approaching and suddenly lit up with joy, exclaiming, Mr. Yisu, from what you're saying, do you know how to fly the plane? Yes, I can. What's the matter? Yisu said nonchalantly, then walked to the front of the cockpit. The other maintenance crew members and passengers felt the despair that had been weighing on them suddenly dissipate. It was as if, when they had previously tried to open the cockpit door and Yisu said he could unlock it, their hearts had gone through a roller coaster ride, suddenly filled with hope once more. They looked at Yisu as if he were a savior, filled with admiration and respect. Yisu sat down at the control panel and said, who doesn't know how to fly a plane? This must be a power issue. Just step on the gas, shift to 5th gear, and get it up to the required speed. Step on the gas, shift into 5th gear? Hearing Yisu's words, the people around him almost doubted their own existence. Step on the gas pedal? Shift into 5th gear? What kind of vehicle driving terminology is that? How could it be applied to piloting a passenger aircraft? So when Yisu said those words, the passengers and crew members couldn't help but doubt their own ears. Could Yisu just be pretending to know how to fly, putting on a show for everyone? That's impossible. Yisu looked around at the expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile. Of course I can fly a plane. I was just joking earlier. Huff. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed completely. They had been so worried that Yisu was just joking when he said he could fly a plane. Fortunately, Yisu hadn't lied to them. If that was the case, even if Yisu was only a novice passenger plane pilot, they still had a relatively high chance of survival. They had no idea how difficult it was to pilot a passenger aircraft, so when they heard Yisu say he could fly a plane, they immediately felt at ease. Why are pilots so rare? Why do countries place such importance on their training? Because becoming a pilot isn't something you can just do overnight. Moreover, the difficulty of flying a plane is no less than driving a vehicle. After all, it's flying in the sky. The process of taking off, flying, and landing is incredibly complex. Being able to fly smoothly in the air is undoubtedly far more challenging than driving a car. After calming the emotions of those behind him, Yisu turned back, took a deep breath, and prepared to begin piloting the plane. As for why he took a deep breath, the answer was obvious. Although the chip in his mind stored the methods for piloting a passenger aircraft, actually flying one was something he had never done before. Yisu was well aware of the difficulty of flying a plane, so he had to be fully prepared. At that moment, in the rear cabin, the passengers began to panic. The plane was still swaying at a specific angle and descending toward the ground, so it was no wonder they couldn't stay calm. Mom, are we going to die? A little girl asked her mother in a soft voice. Her mother quietly wiped the tears from her face. Though she had a rough idea of what was happening, she forced herself to remain calm and told the little girl, "It's okay, don't worry. Superman will come to save us." Mom, why are you crying? Are we really going to die on this plane? Seeing her mother's expression, the little girl immediately started crying as well. Seeing her daughter like this, the mother couldn't hold back her tears anymore and hugged the girl tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. In other parts of the plane, similar scenes were unfolding. Some couples were mimicking the protagonists of Titanic, waiting for their final moments, while others were even writing comforting farewell letters, though they knew the chances of anyone on the ground ever reading them were slim to none. All the passengers were filled with fear. The human fear of death was impossible to express. No one wanted to die like this. After all, the people on this plane had so many unfulfilled dreams waiting to be realized. Mr. Yisu, can you really do this? Mr. Yisu, you're not lying to us, are you? Those in the cockpit weren't as terrified as the passengers in the rear cabin, because they had heard Yisu promise that he could fly the plane, and they naturally chose to believe him. However, after seeing Yisu sitting in the cockpit for quite some time, the plane was still shaking and seemed to be descending at the same angle as before, they naturally began to feel uneasy. Yisu was also unsure at this point, as he had tried to pilot the plane by pressing a few buttons, only to find that they had no effect. This made him feel a bit panicked. This was the first time he had ever felt such panic. It might be a malfunction in the flight control system. I'll take a closer look. Yisu apologetically said to the people behind him, then lowered his head to check if there was anything wrong with the flight control system. A flight attendant heard Yisu's words and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Even if Yisu knew how to fly, what good would it do? If the flight control system had malfunctioned and couldn't be repaired immediately, that would mean there was no hope of survival. Through the cockpit window, they could already clearly see the ground below. They could imagine the devastating scene if the plane crashed. The sparks and black smoke from the explosion would be utterly breathtaking. And those sparks and black smoke would be paid for with their lives. Piloting a plane requires years of professional training and internships. Even if Yisu was a genius, how could he possibly pilot a passenger aircraft? Another flight attendant laughed sarcastically, her eyes vacant. The others, staring at the cockpit window and the ground growing ever closer, turned deathly pale. Mr. Yisu, you must hold on. Lu Ruqing's eyes filled with tears as she clenched her fists tightly. She knew that cheering wasn't going to help, but at that moment, the lives of everyone on board were in Mr. Yisu's hands. If Yisu could find the error in the flight control system and fix it, and then safely land the plane, they would survive. Otherwise, everyone on board would perish in the crash. The desperate flight attendant picked up the intercom and began relaying the devastating news to the passengers in the rear cabin. Hello everyone, this is China Southern Airlines Flight C438110. Due to our airline's negligence, several armed passengers boarded this flight. Although they have been subdued, the damage to the aircraft's flight control system is immeasurable. Through the cockpit window, we can now clearly see the ground below. The aircraft is expected to crash within minutes. We sincerely apologize for any losses this may cause to all passengers. After saying this, the flight attendant's face turned deathly pale, and all her strength seemed to have been drained from her body. She collapsed to the floor, helplessly gazing at the cabin wall. All passengers fell into silence upon hearing these words. They no longer spoke, and some began to cry silently. Who would have thought it would end this way? But just then, Yisu, who had been inspecting the flight control system, suddenly stood up, smiled, and addressed everyone in the cockpit. The flight control system malfunctioned due to a struggle, but it has been repaired and should now function normally. Chapter 217, The Plane Won't Crash. Yisu stood up, sat back at the control panel, and addressed the people inside the cabin. We can fly normally now? Everyone heard this but couldn't react immediately, as their emotions had been so turbulent that they seemed unable to respond to external changes in time. Only Lu Ruqing, upon hearing Yisu's words, couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew exactly what Yisu meant by saying that. The people in the cockpit seemed not to have heard Yisu's words at all. They all looked as though they were on the brink of death, their bodies seemingly devoid of strength. They stared helplessly at something, their minds filled with memories. In the rear cabin, the passengers had also fallen into silence, some quietly sobbing and wiping away tears. Seeing everyone's identical expressions of despair, Yisu said nothing more. Instead, he sat down at the control panel, preparing to take control of the aircraft. The skills required to pilot a plane were already stored in the chips in his mind. In fact, Yisu had even handled a spaceship capable of traveling at the speed of light before, so piloting a plane that hadn't even reached the speed of sound wasn't particularly challenging. Without saying a word, Yisu first glanced out the window at the scene outside. The current situation was dire. The plane was already close to the ground, and there was a high risk of colliding with birds or buildings at any moment. Without hesitation, Yisu pressed a button to begin depressurizing the cabin. The situation inside the aircraft wasn't good either. Due to the previous struggle, some areas were damaged, and there were even sparks flying here and there. If he didn't depressurize the cabin, an internal explosion would occur when he tried to pull the aircraft up, and it would explode before landing. Yisu wasn't going to make such a rookie mistake. What is going on? The flight attendant, who had been lying on the ground, staring at the cabin wall, suddenly noticed the change in the situation and shouted out in alarm. This is a safety pressure release. I didn't expect Yisu to actually know how to fly a plane. My goodness, has he repaired the flight control system? Another experienced maintenance engineer knew that this was preparation for the plane to ascend, so he shouted out immediately. Can Yisu really fly a plane? Upon hearing this, the passengers and maintenance crew members, who had been filled with despair, suddenly turned their gaze toward Yisu's direction, watching his every move. They had no hope that Yisu could actually fly the plane, but upon hearing the maintenance crew members' words, they shifted their attention to Yisu. It's time to increase power. Yisu muttered to himself before pressing the power button on the plane. After Yisu pushed the controls, the plane immediately increased its power, no longer plummeting straight downward but slowly beginning to rise. Although it was still descending, the speed had clearly slowed down. Moreover, the intense shaking of the aircraft had ceased. As they watched the changing scenery outside the cockpit window, they nearly jumped for joy. At that moment, the maintenance crew and passengers looked at Yisu as if he were a deity. They dared not breathe properly, fearing they might disturb Yisu as he piloted the plane. The distance to the ground was getting closer and closer. Fortunately, Yisu successfully increased the plane's power, so the descent was slowing down at this moment. "Ah, it's going to hit that building," a maintenance crew member shouted. Everyone noticed that the plane was no longer very far from the extremely tall building below, their hearts racing, as if they might leap out of their throats at any moment. My goodness, what am I seeing? Is a plane about to crash into the building? This scene is just like 9/11. Damn it, where did that plane come from? It really looks like it's going to crash into the World Trade Center. Below the city, countless people saw the plane in the sky. As it grew closer to the building, it suddenly changed its descent trajectory, soaring into the sky and flying toward the horizon. This scene was like something out of a Hollywood blockbuster. Everyone who witnessed this moment was speechless. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away. The plane nearly collided with the China World Trade Center. On the plane, the crew members, upon seeing that the aircraft had successfully avoided the World Trade Center and begun its normal ascent, felt their hearts, which had been racing in their throats, finally settle back into place. They were out of danger. The flight crew and flight attendants looked at each other, their emotions a mix of relief and exhaustion, too complex to put into words. Just a moment ago, the hundreds of passengers on board were only a few dozen meters away from death. Yisu, however, remained calm. As the pilot, he could sense the emotions of those behind him, but he was not afraid, for he had calculated that the plane would not collide with the building. Finally, we're flying. We shouldn't crash now. My phone has signal. Quick, try to contact the ground. Oh, heavens, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. The flight crew, flight attendants, and passengers were all hugging each other, overjoyed and crying tears of happiness. One flight attendant also noticed that her phone had signal and, disregarding the interference, tried to call the ground crew. At that moment, the way these people looked at Yisu was as if they were looking at a deity. What just happened was truly a series of amazing maneuvers. After the plane had safely exited the danger zone, Yisu immediately used the communication device to notify the passengers behind him, saying, "Passengers on board, please pay attention. Passengers on board, please pay attention. The plane has safely exited the danger zone and is currently flying smoothly. We will soon enter the flight path. Please refrain from any excessive behavior and remain seated comfortably on the plane, awaiting the flight's landing." Is that Mr. Yisu's voice? Many people initially thought they had heard incorrectly, but by the time Yisu finished speaking, they clearly realized it was indeed his voice. Could it be that Yisu is piloting the flight? The passengers immediately felt their blood boiling, rushing through their veins, their hearts racing at an extraordinary speed, their faces flushed with excitement. Chapter 218, Hope and Despair. Originally, after hearing the previous flight attendant's announcement, these people had assumed the plane was definitely going to crash. They were certain that if the plane crashed and exploded upon impact, there would be no way for them to survive, they would perish in the explosion. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that the plane was steadily ascending, already soaring into the sky, and they could hear Yisu's voice. It was as if they had been injected with a sedative, and the despair in their hearts vanished instantly. They no longer had to worry about dying in the crash. They erupted into chaos, countless people standing up, grabbing onto each other's shoulders, dancing wildly, expressing their excitement. Is there anything Yisu can't do? Even flying a plane? It's hard to believe. Everyone was now in a state of euphoria. The mother who had been holding the little girl earlier also shed tears of emotion. She said to her daughter, "Remember, it was a man named Yisu who saved your life." What was happening inside the cabin, how excited the passengers were, Yisu naturally had no way of knowing. Those in the cockpit watched Yisu piloting the plane, their emotions a complex mix. Though they knew his flying wasn't affected, they dared not breathe a word, fearing he might lose control at any moment. How afraid they were, how afraid they would once again be plunged into that overwhelming sense of despair. Lu Ruching gazed at Yisu's back at the control panel, finding him utterly mysterious, wondering what secrets he might be hiding, and couldn't he help but stare in fascination. A man with so many secrets was bound to arouse a girl's curiosity. When a girl becomes curious about you, it's only a matter of time before she falls in love with you. After taking another look at Yisu, the others wisely left the cockpit. After all, they couldn't help much in there, and the plane was flying steadily in the sky. There was no need for them to worry too much. Yisu piloted the plane and found the flight path, but after flying for a while, he realized a serious problem. Where should the plane land? The few maintenance crew members still in the cockpit seemed to have noticed the problem as well. The flight attendant asked Yisu nervously, "Mr. Yi, where should this flight land? We can't seem to find the airport's location." Yisu shook his head. He had also considered this possibility, as the hijackers had diverted the plane from its original flight path during the hijacking. Although he had been doing his best to steer back toward the original route, the exact location of the airport remained highly uncertain. Unable to determine the airport's location meant they couldn't land, and everyone present understood the implications of that. Since the hijackers had cut off all communication devices, there was no way to contact the ground. What should they do now? A maintenance crew member said, his face pale. Although the plane was still flying at high altitude, the fuel would eventually run out. What would they do then? Stay calm, Yisu said calmly to the flight crew, then looked at the instrument panel. After examining it carefully, he shook his head. The instrument panel was damaged and unable to determine the airport's location. They could only estimate the general flight path. Even if they knew the approximate flight path, they couldn't locate the airport. The plane couldn't fly at low altitude to search for the airport. If it collided with birds, it would certainly crash, resulting in the loss of all lives on board. What should we do? The flight attendant began to panic. A maintenance crew member was also at a loss. The communication devices had been cut off, and part of the instrument panel was damaged, making it impossible to determine the airport's location. How were they supposed to proceed? However, Yi-Su remained calm. His expression was as composed as ever. Although the instrument panel was partially damaged, it was still possible to determine the approximate location of the flight path, which was manageable. Can we still make a phone call? Yi-Su asked a flight attendant in the back while piloting the plane. The flight attendant turned on her phone and saw that the screen displayed no signal. She shook her head and said to Yi-Su, although we don't need to worry about signal interference at this point, the phone still has no signal, so we can't contact the command center below. Understanding the severity of the situation, Yi-Su began to devise a plan while continuing to pilot the passenger aircraft. Soon, he spotted a shadow ahead, likely another aircraft. He accelerated toward it, activated the emergency communication frequency, and attempted to establish contact with the other aircraft. Judging by the situation, it seemed like the flight path had been disrupted. Sure enough, the instrument panel was damaged, and he couldn't trust it at all. Yi-Su shook his head, feeling helpless. Those criminals were truly ruthless. Not only had they cut off the communication devices, but they had also damaged part of the instrument panel during their struggle with the pilot, making it impossible for him to determine the airport's location. At this point, all he could do was hope to contact the passenger aircraft nearby and locate the airport. Hey, there's a passenger plane up ahead. Thank goodness Mr. Yi-Su's smog-clearing bacteria worked. I can see it clearly. An excited flight attendant exclaimed. She knew what encountering a passenger plane meant. Using the emergency communication frequency on the plane, they could contact the passenger plane ahead. Hello? Is that the passenger aircraft ahead? Our flight has been attacked by terrorists. Both pilots are in critical condition, and I am the pilot of this aircraft. We cannot locate the airport. Please respond, please respond. Through the emergency frequency, Yi-Su began calling the aircraft ahead. There was no response from the aircraft ahead. It seemed that they had not received Yi-Su's message, which made the maintenance personnel and flight attendants on board anxious. After all, that was their lifeline. The flight paths were interconnected, and they had no idea where the airport was. Wait. The plane ahead should be China Southern Airlines. We're China Southern. Although the flights are different, the landing location should be the same: Los Angeles International Airport. If we follow behind them while maintaining a safe distance, we should be able to find the airport location. The maintenance crew member exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 219, No Communication. All right. Yi-Su heard the maintenance crew member's words and realized that the situation was gradually improving. At least they could see the plane, which meant they could find the airport location. As for whether they could land safely or if it would affect other flights. Sorry, that's really not something Yi-Su should be thinking about. After all, there are hundreds of lives on this flight. With hostage takers on board, special circumstances require special treatment. If hundreds of people were to lose their lives, the China Southern Airlines executives would be held accountable, and some might even resign. Terrorists boarding a flight with the intent to hijack it? Even if the probability is 1 in 10,000, no passenger would have a good impression of this flight anymore. Therefore, ensuring the safety of these hundreds of passengers is undoubtedly China Southern Airlines' top priority. As for flight changes or airport closures, those are minor issues in comparison. Yi-Su was using the emergency communication frequency to try to contact the China Southern Airlines flight ahead, but he received no response. This left him feeling discouraged, so he continued to use the emergency frequency in an attempt to get a response. Hello? Can you hear me? This is Air China Flight XXXXX. I am the acting pilot, Yi-Su. I have something to discuss with your captain. Can we follow your flight for landing? Yi-Su repeated his request several times, but there was still no response. He gave up trying to contact them and increased the aircraft's power, giving chase to the flight ahead. The captain of the China Southern Airlines flight was completely dumbfounded. Was the pilot of the China Airlines flight behind him an intern? He had been following his plane for so long and had already crossed the safe distance. Did he really think this flight path could be changed at will? Damn it, is the pilot of that Air China plane behind me mentally challenged? Even an intern is better than him. Looks like he wants to overtake us. What an idiot. The captain of the China Southern Airlines flight, of course, knew that an Air China plane was chasing after his aircraft and couldn't help but curse loudly. Different airlines have different flight paths, and flight paths and flight numbers must never be confused. If they are, it could lead to a major disaster. This pilot, with years of experience, had never seen someone so reckless flying a plane before. The speed was so fast that it seemed like the plane was about to collide with his own at any moment, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The captain glanced at the radar and saw that the Air China plane behind them had started to accelerate again. Startled, he quickly increased speed and finally managed to maintain a safe distance from the flight behind him. This is China Southern Airlines Flight XXXXX. You have deviated from the flight path. Do not accelerate further. Please maintain a safe distance. Repeat, please maintain a safe distance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the pilot shouted into the communication system. If it weren't for the need to maintain professional decorum, he would have already cursed out the pilot of the aircraft behind him. However, just as Yisu had communicated with him earlier, the voice message he sent to Yisu also went unanswered. No response? What the hell? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Come on, hold on tight. My temper is about to boil over. I guess I'll have to take you for a wild ride. The pilot cursed angrily. The communication was not responded to. After finally maintaining a safe distance, they were overtaken again. Was China Southern Airlines sending this flight to provoke a confrontation with China Southern Airlines? Calm down, maybe it's a trainee from Air China. Although this situation is almost impossible to encounter, maybe we just have bad luck. The co-pilot smiled and shrugged it off. Look at that plane. It's like someone's driving it. They're practically risking their lives. The captain's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. The sudden acceleration earlier had scared him half to death and his heart was still pounding. The co-pilot still looked calm, but when he saw the radar, he was suddenly terrified and shouted, "Speed up! That little bastard is charging at us. We're going to collide. Damn it!" Both pilots were so provoked by Yisu that they couldn't help but swear. In fact, they rarely used such language in their daily lives, but at that moment, they simply couldn't hold back anymore. The Southern Airlines flight suddenly accelerated, startling all the passengers on board, but it eventually managed to avoid the tragic collision. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The co-pilot patted his chest, glanced at the radar, and finally relaxed. He immediately contacted the maintenance crew and instructed them to report the situation to China Southern Airlines. I wonder which little brat dared to play with my life like that. If there hadn't been passengers on board, I would have let him admire my reputation as the airport god of Autumn Name Airport. The captain gave a cold laugh, his heart filled with anger. This situation was actually similar to driving on the road. When you encounter drivers who disregard traffic rules and don't look where they're going, no one can remain calm. This isn't just a simple deviation from the flight path. This was a blatant act of provocation. The captain quickly contacted the ground control center through the flight crew and, suppressing his anger, said to the control center, "This is China Southern Airlines Flight XXXXX. The current time is XXXX. We have encountered a China Airlines aircraft intentionally provoking us on the flight path, continuously tailing our flight. Please issue instructions." The captain held back his anger, pretending to be calm, but his teeth were grinding so hard they made a grinding sound. What? There's an aircraft tailing you? It's China Southern Airlines? Inside the command center at Los Angeles International Airport, the person speaking with the pilot was clearly shocked. He continued urgently, "Keep a close eye on that flight. Just moments ago, it lost contact with the ground, suspected of being hijacked by terrorists. The situation at China Southern Airlines is in complete chaos. You must maintain a safe distance and ensure that nothing happens to that flight." The pilot was completely taken aback. A hijacking incident? Lost contact with the ground? No wonder it's been following the plane I'm flying. They must have lost their bearings and can't find the airport. But to ask me to ensure that flight doesn't have an accident? Forget it. The pilot did not continue communicating with ground control but angrily shut off the radio. Damn it, I'm already being careful to avoid that cursed flight, and now I'm supposed to ensure it doesn't come to harm? Who's going to ensure the safety of our flight? Chapter 220, who is it? At that moment, the personnel at the ground control center learned that everyone on Yisu's flight was safe, and they couldn't help but rejoice. Just a short while ago, the Air China flight had completely lost contact with the ground, which had scared them half to death. Fortunately, they had re-established contact, though the flight was now trailing behind the China Southern Airlines plane, still in danger at any moment. At least it meant the plane was still intact. Upon receiving the news, the command center managers immediately began calling the Air China leaders, and several airport leaders were already on standby, coordinating with the Southern Airlines flight via communication channels. The captain of the flight was still furious at this point, but upon realizing that there were hundreds of lives on board the aircraft behind him, he also braced himself and followed the ground instructions to the letter. The ground command center had already rerouted both aircraft and was bustling with activity. The airport had prohibited all vehicles from entering, and ambulances and fire trucks were already on standby, ready to respond to any emergencies. What? Another plane is about to land? No, contact the pilot and have them stay in the air. The situation with the current flight is critical. The airport leader shouted into the phone to the ground control personnel. His only concern was whether the plane had been hijacked. There was no way to establish contact at the moment, and with the situation so critical, how could they possibly manage the landing of other planes? Several leaders from Air China had also arrived at Los Angeles International Airport, discussing the situation with airport officials. Numerous police officers and medical personnel had also arrived to prepare for any potential contingencies. How could this happen? The plane is missing? If something really goes wrong, I don't know what you'll do. A senior China Southern Airlines official angrily shouted at a China Southern Airlines leader who was at Los Angeles International Airport. The leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with worry. The others were naturally on edge as well. After all, a plane incident meant hundreds of lives were at stake. This was no trivial matter. Who could have predicted the plane would go missing? After being berated, the Air China leader hung up the phone. How could he have known such a thing would happen? A plane going missing was something he had never encountered in his entire career. At that moment, the other Air China leaders also looked grim. Their only hope was that nothing went wrong on the plane and that the landing went smoothly. If that happened, they might avoid being held accountable and forced to resign. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Air China flight and the China Southern flight were maintaining a safe distance, proceeding smoothly toward the opposite direction of Los Angeles International Airport. Yisu piloted the passenger aircraft with a calm expression, as he had become quite skilled at flying. Although he had known how to operate the aircraft before, he still felt a bit rusty. Looking out the window, Yisu glanced at the ground. They were now in an urban area, so his phone should have signal. He turned to the flight attendant behind him and said, "We're in the city now. Check if your phone has signal." The flight attendant immediately took out her phone and began trying to contact the ground control center. The phone rang, and the call was connected. Then, the command center answered the flight attendant's call. At the ground command center, there were already several China Southern Airlines executives and airport officials. They were urgently instructing the staff to contact the aircraft, but the staff reported that they were unable to establish communication with the missing plane. This left the leaders feeling helpless. If they couldn't establish contact with the missing aircraft, it meant they couldn't gather any information about its condition. The situation was dire. The only hope now was that there were no casualties on board and that the aircraft could land safely at the airport. Suddenly, a phone call came in on one of the airport staff members' phones. The ringtone was quite loud, startling the leaders nearby. "What a mess! How dare you use your phone during work hours?" One of the leaders, already in a foul mood, heard the ringtone and immediately frowned and scolded. I'm so sorry," the staff member apologized repeatedly, then took out her phone to answer the call. But when she saw the name displayed on the screen, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The leader! The woman trembled with excitement and shouted to the leader beside her. "What's going on?" The leader asked impatiently. "It's the flight attendant from the missing passenger plane. She's my friend. Judging by this, the plane must be close to landing, which is why her phone has a signal," the woman said excitedly, then picked up the phone and answered it. "What?" Upon hearing the woman's words, the leader was also overjoyed. A flight attendant from the airport had called. This meant they could find out more about the situation on the plane. "Put it on speaker," he shouted at the woman, then turned to the people around him and said, "A flight attendant from the plane has called. Come and find out what's happening." Everyone heard the leader's words and gathered around, eager to hear what the flight attendant was saying. "Is this the ground? This is China Southern Airlines Flight XXXX," the flight attendant said over the phone, but due to poor signal, her voice was coming in and out. "Stop messing around. Tell her to explain the situation on the plane," the airport manager urgently shouted at the woman. "The most important thing now is to find out what's happening on the plane." The woman glanced at the manager and shouted into the phone, "All right. As long as everyone is alive. What's the situation on the plane?" "The situation is dire. We've been involved in a serious hijacking incident. 6 armed men boarded the plane, but they've all been subdued. Unfortunately, both pilots have been killed, and some passengers and flight attendants have also lost their lives," the flight attendant said, barely holding back tears. "What?" The leaders, upon hearing the word hijacking, felt as though the sky was about to collapse. A hijacking is a heinous crime, and the flight attendant mentioned that many people have died. The leaders of China Southern Airlines will certainly be held responsible. Since both pilots are dead, who was flying the plane? The airport manager sighed and said with a gloomy expression. The others were all filled with questions. Chapter 221, All Eyes on the Airport. Upon hearing the airport official's words, everyone present realized the situation was dire. The flight attendant said over the phone that both pilots had already perished, meaning there was no one left on the plane capable of flying it. So who was currently piloting the aircraft? They all had some understanding of the aviation industry and knew that piloting a passenger aircraft required extensive experience, far more challenging than driving a car. With both pilots deceased, the plane should have already crashed. How could it be heading toward the airport? Could it be that a professionally trained criminal was piloting the plane, intending to cause a disaster? Some people couldn't help but think this, and were immediately terrified. The pilots are dead. Who could possibly be flying the plane now? But as the flight attendant mentioned, the 6 criminals who boarded the plane have already been subdued. So who could possibly be flying the plane now? The woman on the phone with the flight attendant shouted on the other end, "Then who is flying the plane now?" The flight attendant replied, "The person currently piloting the plane is Mr. Yisu. I'm not sure how much experience he has in flying passenger aircraft, but we can already see the airport. Mr. Yisu? Which Mr. Yisu? Is he the renowned commercial pilot from China? How did he end up on the plane? A senior official from Air China, who had never heard of Yisu, shouted into the phone. The others, upon hearing the name Yisu, fell silent. They knew exactly who Yisu was. Wasn't he the Yisu who had recently gone viral online for developing a transparent smartphone and researching smog-fighting bacteria? How skilled is he at flying? The airport manager remained rational. Though he didn't believe that someone who made phones and did research could understand how to fly a plane, he still asked. I'm not sure either. The autopilot is already malfunctioning, but I saw Yisu flying pretty smoothly. All that could be heard was the flight attendant's intermittent voice, and then there was no sound at all. It must have lost signal. Beep. Listening to the sounds coming from the woman's phone, the airport leaders and officials fell into silence. Having Yisu, the chairman of a company, pilot a plane? That's a joke. But it seems like, aside from him, there might be no one else on the plane capable of piloting a passenger aircraft. Flying a passenger aircraft requires extensive experience and professional training. It's not something you can just do on a whim. Can you still hear me? Hello? Hello? A leader from Air China snatched the phone from the woman and shouted into it. He felt his blood boiling. Asking Yisu, a researcher or someone who can start a company, to pilot a passenger aircraft was simply a joke within a joke. Haha, I think we're all going to have to resign because of this plane crash. Better start planning your next move. A leader thought about what might happen next, patted the shoulder of another leader beside him, and said with a gloomy expression. The leader who was patted on the shoulder also looked uneasy. Having a non-professional pilot a passenger aircraft was a recipe for disaster. Even a fool could see that. At this point, the only thing they could do was try to minimize the losses. But mitigate the losses? With what? Adding a few ambulances and fire trucks could save the lives of the hundreds of passengers on board? At that moment, the other leaders felt their minds go blank, completely overwhelmed. They heard the flight attendant on the phone say that the aircraft's autopilot system had malfunctioned and that Yisu would have to manually operate the aircraft. How were they supposed to land? As everyone knows, landing a plane is a critical process that even experienced pilots find challenging. How could Yisu, a complete novice, possibly handle it? If Yisu had unveiled another groundbreaking scientific achievement, they might have believed it. But to say that Yisu could fly a plane? They simply couldn't imagine such a scene. At the airport, where chaos had erupted upon learning that Yisu was the pilot, many people were scrambling frantically. Yet Yisu remained calm and composed. His eyes were fixed on the China Southern Airlines passenger plane ahead, and he glanced at the cabin, which was already visible in outline, showing no signs of panic. Behind him, the maintenance crew and flight attendants were chattering excitedly, seemingly discussing something. Have we made contact with the ground? A flight attendant asked. We've made contact, but we couldn't convey the exact situation to the ground. They've probably already prepared emergency measures. We'll be landing soon. Can Mr. Yisu really handle this? The flight attendant communicating with the ground crew was visibly flustered. Landing and taking off is the most difficult maneuver in commercial aviation, requiring a great deal of skill and experience. Without years of experience, no one could guarantee there wouldn't be mistakes. How far could Yisu go? It was all up to fate now. A maintenance crew member said pessimistically, having heard the pilot mention it earlier. At that moment, everyone also saw the China Southern Airlines plane ahead preparing to land at the airport. The tension in their hearts grew even more intense. The moment of landing was approaching, but whether Yisu could succeed or not, they truly had no idea. As if sensing the emotions of those behind him, Yisu turned around and smiled slightly. Don't worry. I know that landing a passenger aircraft is a difficult maneuver, but I'll do my best. After speaking, Yisu remained composed and fixed his gaze on the passenger aircraft ahead. Once the passenger plane had landed, it would be his turn to land his own aircraft. Though the maneuver was challenging, Yisu remained utterly composed. A moment later, the China Southern Airlines aircraft in front officially landed and began taxiing on the runway. Yisu took a deep breath. Through the window, he could clearly see the scene below. Countless fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars were parked on the airport grounds, with many people gazing up at the aircraft he was piloting, eager to see if he could succeed. On the ground, everyone was focused on this flight. Some media outlets, having heard the news, were stationed outside the airport, filming the aircraft in the sky with their cameras. At that very moment, all eyes were on the plane. The plane, under Yisu's control, was heading toward the ground, and the moment of landing was fast approaching. Behind Yisu, countless maintenance crew members were watching his back, their hearts pounding with tension. If anything went wrong during the landing, they would be doomed as well. Everyone, get out. Yisu said calmly, piloting the passenger aircraft, fully prepared. Chapter 222, Landing. Inside the cockpit. The few crew members still in the cockpit heard Yisu's words and felt their bodies trembling, as if Yisu were bidding them farewell. Yisu's words sounded so tragic. At that moment, Yisu couldn't care less about the thoughts of the maintenance crew or flight attendants. He was fully focused on piloting the passenger aircraft, watching the China Southern Airlines aircraft ahead land smoothly at the airport, yet he still dared not attempt a landing. Although they maintained a safe distance from the other aircraft, attempting a landing now could result in irreparable damage. So Yisu slightly deviated the aircraft from its flight path and then adjusted it back, preparing to begin the landing. Passengers, this aircraft is currently attempting to land. Due to the pilot's lack of professional expertise, there may be some incidents. Please secure any sharp objects and avoid injury during the landing process. The flight attendant's voice was transmitted through the communication system, reaching the ears of many passengers. The pilot isn't professional? Who's flying the plane? It's Yisu, the teacher who invented the transparent phone. We're doomed. I've heard that landing a passenger aircraft isn't that easy. If it doesn't land properly, it'll crash into the ground. What are we going to do? The tourists who heard Yisu's voice displayed different emotions. Some were tense about the upcoming landing, while others, unaware of the difficulty of landing, continued to trust Yisu. Yisu was fully focused, preparing to execute the landing procedures. At that moment, on the ground, countless media outlets and people were already paying close attention to the plane's situation. Through unofficial channels, they had learned that the pilot of the plane, which had previously lost contact with the ground, was none other than the famous Yisu. It was reported that the two pilots were in critical condition due to the presence of hostages on board, and their fate was uncertain. As the plane was about to land, everyone was watching it closely. According to those familiar with the situation, they were aware of the challenges of the landing, so they were filled with anticipation regarding whether Yisu could safely land the plane at the airport. Quickly aim the camera at that plane. The pilot is Yisu. If anything happens during the landing, make sure to capture it, a journalist said to the cameraman beside him. Meanwhile, live streamers from various platforms, upon hearing about the China Southern Airlines plane with a missing pilot set to land at Los Angeles International Airport, rushed to the scene. Though unable to enter the airport for live coverage, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Among them was Yisu's secretary, Xia Xiaowei. Even in her free time, she would stream live on a platform. Upon hearing that the flight Yisu was on had been hijacked and that Yisu was currently piloting the plane, she immediately sensed something was terribly wrong and rushed to the airport. Outside the airport, Xia Xiaowei watched the plane in the sky, tears welling up in her eyes. She was deeply concerned about Yisu's safety and feared the worst might happen to him. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Xia Xiaowei realized she was still live streaming and apologized. "Sorry, we are currently broadcasting live. The aircraft shown on screen is a China Southern Airlines flight. The hijackers are reportedly already subdued, but the two pilots' conditions remain unknown. Yisu is currently piloting the aircraft and is about to land. Those of us gathered here are all feeling very tense." Xia Xiaowei said this as countless people gathered outside the airport, maintaining a safe distance, intending to observe the plane's landing process. They knew that the pilot on board was Yisu, the chairman of Genesis Technology Company. Upon hearing that it was Yisu piloting the aircraft, numerous media outlets realized this was a major scoop and immediately dispatched teams to the scene. Many live streamers in Los Angeles also arrived at the scene as quickly as possible. After all, a hijacking was something they had never encountered before. In Xia Xiaowei's livestream, countless viewers were sending messages, scrolling rapidly across the screen in all sorts of ways. How could a hijacking happen? How did the criminals manage to get on the plane? Are the China Southern Airlines staff just incompetent? Wow, apparently the hijackers were all taken down by Yisu alone, and now he's the one flying the plane. Wait, isn't Yisu a smartphone engineer? How does he know how to fly a plane? Yisu is clearly a researcher, right? Making phones is just his side hustle. But he can also fly a plane? That's way too versatile. Is there anything in this world that Mr. Yisu can't do? Mr. Yisu in the sky, please accept my kneeling. Oh no, Mr. Yisu is flying a plane? This is going to end badly. Do you know how difficult it is to land a passenger plane? With Mr. Yisu at the controls, I bet we'll be watching a live crash soon. The comments were scrolling quickly, and inside the airport manager looked at the dense crowd outside. The police chief seemed overwhelmed, feeling frustrated, and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Why are there so many people outside? Are they waiting to watch the plane crash?" At that moment, the airport manager's face darkened. He knew how slim the chances were that the plane in the sky could land safely. If Yisu couldn't handle it properly, the plane might explode, and they might all be in danger. Not to mention the passengers on board. "Sir, the plane is about to land." A staff member spotted the plane diving toward the ground and shouted urgently, "What's the rush?" The airport manager's heart skipped a beat as he turned his gaze toward the sky. At that very moment, inside the cockpit, Yisu remained calm as he pressed a few buttons, abruptly lowering the plane's nose. Feeling the change in the plane's nose, the passengers on board were startled and realized the plane was probably about to land. Yisu's piloting skills were far from polished, so the plane's posture was even somewhat awkward. "Look, the plane is about to land. Goodness gracious, in this position, is the nose going to crash into the ground? Oh no, I can't bear to watch." This is the first plane crash of the century, and it's happening live on TV. Xia Xiaowei aimed her phone camera at the sky and stared intently in that direction. She had come today to pick up Yisu, but never expected to witness such an event. Seeing the abnormal angle of the plane's nose, Xia Xiaowei felt as though her heart had been gripped by a claw, causing an excruciating pain that felt like her heart was being torn apart. Chapter 223, Landing 2. Xia Xiaowei looked at the abnormal angle of the plane's nose and let out a bitter laugh, feeling as though she was about to faint. She had witnessed many plane crashes before, but never had the nose of a plane been at such an angle. If the plane continued at this angle, it might crash directly into the ground. And sitting in the cockpit was Yisu. Tears welled up in Xia Xiaowei's beautiful eyes, and she wiped them away forcefully, only to find that they were not stopping, they were flowing even more freely. The plane was getting closer and closer to the ground. And the angle between the nose and the ground remained unchanged. Countless airport staff and dignitaries waiting on the tarmac saw the plane at that angle and felt as though the sky was about to collapse. Even they, outsiders, could tell that landing like this was absolutely impossible. An experienced pilot, watching the plane descending toward the ground, couldn't help but sigh and say, "This is impossible. This is impossible. Who is the pilot of this plane? Landing like this will result in an explosion. If even half the passengers survive, it will be a miracle." The plane was getting closer and closer, and it was probably only 300 meters above the ground. Many people were watching the plane's descent from a high vantage point, their hearts pounding in their throats, their eyes wide with tension, worried for the safety of all the passengers on board. Some people even covered their eyes, unable to watch the plane's descent. How worried they were that the plane would crash into the ground or explode. The plane is now 200 meters above the ground. The plane is 150 meters above the ground. Finally, whether outside the airport or inside the cabin, everyone's gaze was fixed on the plane as it descended, their hearts pounding in unison. Look, the angle between the plane and the ground hasn't changed. Based on estimates, when the plane lands, the nose will scrape the ground and cause an explosion. The passengers on board are in grave danger. A media reporter conducting a live broadcast stands next to a retired pilot. After asking the retired pilot, the reporter shares the conclusion with everyone watching the screen. Why am I so upset? Oh my god, is a plane crash really going to happen? I don't want to see this happen. The lives of hundreds of people, are you serious, reporter? Does this mean that Yisu, the pilot currently flying the plane, will be the first to perish? I wanted to marry him in the future. Host, why are you telling me this? Yisu, stay strong. You're the best. All the viewers watching the live stream couldn't control their emotions either. Some of them burst into tears. Some of them even had Yisu's emojis saved on their transparent phones, but they never expected that Yisu might be in danger so soon. Everyone is worried about whether the passenger plane will land safely. Yisu in the cockpit also sensed something was wrong. At that moment, the aircraft's nose was approximately 150 meters above the ground, and its angle was highly unusual. He was frantically adjusting the controls. In fact, Yisu would not normally make such a mistake, but it was likely because he was not very familiar with the aircraft's flight control system, causing the aircraft's position to deviate from his expectations. If he continued to land at this angle, the nose would definitely hit the ground first. Nose landing first? That would mean the plane would collide violently with the ground and explode. Yisu would never allow such a situation to occur. So he was doing his best to adjust the angle of the fuselage. 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. Yisu suddenly pulled the control stick, even hearing a crisp click from it, but at that moment, he couldn't afford to care about such details. His sole focus was on changing the aircraft's angle. Whether the landing was smooth or not, the most important thing was to prevent the aircraft's nose from hitting the ground first. Boom! The plane shook violently due to the sudden change in angle. The passengers, crew members, and flight attendants inside the plane felt the violent shaking and were startled. What was causing the plane to shake so violently? Was it about to explode? Many people turned pale with fear, and some even began to cry. Can Mr. Yisu handle this? A frightened flight attendant, barely able to stand, turned to a flight attendant beside him who was trembling uncontrollably. I don't know either. Let's just leave it to fate. The flight attendant was also terrified, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Boom! Suddenly, the aircraft's fuselage emitted another loud bang. Everyone was startled. After the loud noise, the fuselage did not stop but began to make contact with the ground. At that moment, countless people on the ground watched the plane make contact with the ground, their hearts pounding in their throats, unable to return to their original positions. The plane landed on the ground without exploding, but it didn't stabilize. In the violent shaking, the passengers on board continued to be terrified. Would the plane be able to come to a smooth stop? They had no idea. Finally, it had landed on the ground. The plane shouldn't explode, right? Oh my god, can the plane stop? Why is it still taxiing? Countless people watched the scenes flashing by outside the cabin, their minds filled with these questions. If the plane collided with something, they would certainly be injured, possibly severely. However, thankfully, it landed safely. Their lives were at least partially safeguarded. Many people sighed in relief. But at that moment, Yi Su, who was piloting the plane, didn't relax. He realized that the landing spot he had chosen wasn't ideal. If the plane continued to taxi forward, it might collide with the airport buildings. At this speed, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the plane seemed poised to collide with the airport buildings, everyone's eyes widened in horror and they began praying for the passengers on board. Among them was Xia Xiaowei, whose legs were shaking so much she could barely stand. Yi Su was piloting the plane, and if it collided with the buildings, he would be the first to die. Chapter 224, Safety. The plane had chosen a poor landing spot, deviating at least halfway off the runway. If it continued sliding like this, it would inevitably collide with the buildings. All they could do was hope the pilot could adjust the plane's direction. An experienced pilot shook his head, expressing concern for the plane's situation. At that moment, the plane was rapidly bouncing along the runway. The intense shaking made it impossible for passengers and crew members in the cabin to stand steady, and the situation was dire. Although the aircraft successfully landed on the airport, it veered off the runway. In this situation, it was highly likely to collide with the control tower, putting the pilot and first-class passengers in extreme danger. A journalist was conducting a live broadcast. Seeing the situation before her, she was well aware of the urgency and her tone was filled with anxiety. The plane collided directly with the airport building. The consequences were unimaginable. After all, it was such a large aircraft, and due to its high speed, the inertial force would cause it to disintegrate instantly upon impact with the building. The scene is too horrific, I dare not look. Oh no, the pilot is Yi Su. Could it be that heaven is jealous of his talent? Is Yi Su really going to die today? Oh my god, how could this happen? Yi Su, you must save us all. Countless people watching the live stream felt an intense sense of tension. Their hearts were racing and their adrenaline levels were skyrocketing. No one wanted to see the plane collide with the airport buildings. Inside the airport officials who had been relieved that the plane had landed on the ground were now feeling a headache. The plane was still moving at such a high speed upon landing and hadn't fully come to a stop on the runway. It was about to collide with the building. What should they do? He had no idea what to do. However, he was also relieved that, upon hearing the pilot was not a professional, they had prepared extra ambulances and fire trucks. Now, the only thing they could hope for was that the collision would cause minimal damage. Ah, it's just a pity about the pilot. The airport manager sighed silently. Elsewhere, airport staff watched the plane glide toward the control tower, unable to look away. Many of the aircraft maintenance personnel and flight attendants on board were familiar faces, including some close friends. The thought that they might perish in the collision was terrifying. The leaders of China's Southern Airlines watched the plane taxiing, their faces ashen. Although the plane had landed on the ground without crashing, it was clear it would collide with the control tower. They could imagine how their superiors would handle the situation after this incident. This was an accident caused by a hijacking incident. How did the hijackers manage to board the plane? Although the leaders didn't know the details, they would still have to take responsibility for the incident. Clear. The plane was shaking violently as it taxied down the runway. The control tower ahead was getting closer and closer. Yi Su felt a sense of panic. He never imagined that he would lose control of the plane due to unforeseen circumstances, causing it to veer off the runway and head straight for the control tower. All he could do now was adjust the plane's direction. Stop. Stop at all costs. Yi Su operated the aircraft, but the intense shaking made his head spin. Meanwhile, in the rear cabin, many passengers were crying out in fear, convinced they were about to crash into the building along with the plane, that they were going to die here. Oh, I've never experienced such extreme emotional fluctuations in my life. From the hijackers taking over the plane, to Mr. Yi Su helping to subdue them, then the cockpit door, and now Mr. Yi Su flying the plane. I feel like if I die today, I can die with peace of mind. A flight attendant stood in the cabin with vacant eyes, her body shaking violently from the plane's tremors, yet she seemed oblivious to it all. Are people about to die? Who cares about what's happening outside? At that moment, everyone's hope for survival was nearly shattered. The plane was sliding at such a high speed, if it collided with a building, it would likely explode instantly. Many of them would probably die on the spot. At that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. They felt it was an eternity, and the fear of what would happen when the plane collided with the building was overwhelming. Yet Yi Su remained calm, though a hint of panic flickered briefly in his eyes before fading away. He struggled to adjust the plane's direction, determined not to let it collide with the building. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Then, with just 10 meters remaining, the plane made a sharp turn, its wings grazing the building by a hair's breadth. After gliding for a short distance, the plane finally came to a stop. At that very moment, both inside and outside the airport, everyone was in disbelief at what was unfolding before their eyes. A plane traveling at such high speed managed to adjust its angle and narrowly avoid colliding with the control tower. This scene was even more breathtaking than any Hollywood blockbuster. This maneuver was simply amazing. Even I couldn't have adjusted the plane's angle successfully in such a situation. The veteran pilot couldn't help but express his admiration for Yi Su, the pilot, from the bottom of his heart. As for Xia Xiaowei, after seeing the plane come to a stop, she couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them, her little fists covered in tears. With tears in her eyes, she suddenly burst into laughter. What? The plane didn't hit the control tower? That's wonderful. It's truly wonderful. Oh. Long live Yi Su. Amazing, amazing. Yi Su is truly a master. Everyone who witnessed the scene cheered with joy. Yi Su had managed to adjust the angle and prevent the plane from colliding with the building, something no one had anticipated. That maneuver was truly amazing. The scene from earlier was deeply etched into their minds, impossible to forget. How did Yi Su do it? They had no idea. Chapter 225, Safety 2. The plane, which had been heading toward the control tower, suddenly came to a stop. Those who had been watching the plane sliding across the ground were now completely stunned. Wasn't the plane clearly going to collide with the control tower, potentially endangering the lives of all passengers on board? How could it have turned at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the tower? This maneuver was utterly baffling, truly divine. Both outside and inside the airport, everyone who witnessed that moment rubbed their eyes in disbelief. After all, the situation had been so terrifying that they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was that pilot really just an amateur? To be able to change the plane's direction like that is an incredibly maneuver. The veteran pilot couldn't stop marveling at it. After all, he had been in the industry for so many years and knew how difficult such a maneuver was. The leaders of China's Southern Airlines were also in a state of shock, looking at each other in disbelief. If the plane had collided with the control tower, they would have had to resign, and their careers might have been ruined. But the plane didn't crash? The feeling of having narrowly avoided disaster left them unable to come to terms with what had just happened. The plane didn't crash? A China Southern Airlines leader rubbed his eyes, completely dumbfounded. Another Air China leader stared intently at the plane, muttering in disbelief, it really didn't hit the control tower. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If the plane had collided with the control tower, they knew exactly what the consequences would be. Some passengers would be injured or even killed, and the public outcry would be overwhelming. The leadership of Air China would undoubtedly face major repercussions from the incident. Now that the plane had landed safely, they were naturally overjoyed. At that moment, the journalists from the media were also extremely excited. The scene of the plane changing its angle and avoiding the tower was truly shocking. If published online, it would undoubtedly be a sensational report. Although they are curious about why the plane suddenly changed its angle, their focus is not there. What exactly happened on the plane? Why did the flight attendant mention that both pilots were in critical condition during the communication with the ground crew? How did they subdue the hijackers? They didn't know, so they were curious. If this incident were reported, it would definitely be a sensational story. Outside the airport, Xia Xiaowei burst into tears the moment she saw the intact plane. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing Xia Xiaowei's reddened eyes and the tears rolling down her cheeks, the viewers in her livestream began to comfort her one after another. Although the emotions came on quickly, Xia Xiaowei soon stopped crying. The reason she had shed tears earlier was, of course, because she was so overwhelmed with joy. For a moment, she had even felt that Yi Su was definitely going to leave her. Upon seeing the intact plane and realizing Yi Su was safe, Xia Xiaowei's emotions burst forth like a dam breaking, unable to be contained, leading her to cry uncontrollably. At that moment, inside the aircraft cabin, the scene was equally chaotic. All the passengers, crew members, and flight attendants, upon feeling that the plane had come to a stop and hadn't collided with anything, couldn't believe what was happening. But after confirming the situation around them, the crowd erupted in excitement. Some passengers on the plane, after carefully checking the situation outside, jumped up from their seats in joy. They knew that the plane must have come to a safe stop, which meant they were safe. Long live Teacher Yi Su! Oh my god, we didn't crash? The plane landed safely. Teacher Yi Su was truly amazing. Thank heaven, thank Teacher Yi Su. Gradually, all the passengers realized they were safe. One by one, they stood up from their seats, some even jumping with joy. Earlier, they had been filled with despair, but now that they knew they were saved, their minds were trembling. At that moment, they felt only one thing: excitement. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Some even looked at their hands, pinched their cheeks, and couldn't believe that what they were seeing was real. When the hijackers first appeared on the plane, a sense of despair began to spread among the passengers. When the hijackers started killing people, it made their hearts grow cold. Now that they had been successfully rescued, some felt so excited they were on the verge of fainting. The feeling of being alive was simply amazing. They took deep breaths of the cabin air, their faces filled with a look of pure bliss. The feeling of being alive was so unreal. It's all thanks to Mr. Yi Su. Without him, we never would have survived. A male member of the flight crew said, his heart filled with gratitude toward Yi Su. Another flight attendant nodded in agreement after hearing his words. Indeed, without Yi Su, their chances of survival would have been nearly zero. The people outside the plane, of course, had no idea about the situation inside the cabin. Upon seeing that the plane had not crashed, they were naturally relieved that everyone had survived. However, since they hadn't experienced it firsthand, they couldn't possibly understand the emotions of those inside the plane. At that moment, inside the cockpit, Yi-Su had stepped away from the cockpit controls. Looking out the cockpit window, he saw the scene outside and felt momentarily dazed. Though he had complete confidence in himself, for a split second, he truly felt death looming just inches away. Fortunately, he had managed to turn the situation around and successfully land the plane on the ground, saving the lives of hundreds of passengers on board. As for why these criminals dared to hijack the plane, Yi-Su naturally had his own questions. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Leaving the plane was the only thing on his mind at that moment. He desperately wanted to step outside and breathe some fresh air. As he stepped out of the cockpit, Yi-Su immediately saw the passengers outside, who were extremely excited. The excited passengers, upon seeing Yi-Su, rushed toward him in a frenzy. At that moment, they looked as though they had seen a deity. It was this man who had saved their lives. Chapter 226, Shock. Mr. Yi-Su, thank you. Mr. Yi-Su, you saved our lives. I never expected it, Mr. Yi-Su. You actually managed to land the plane safely in such a situation. Countless passengers, flight attendants, and crew members saw Yi-Su emerge from the cockpit. At that moment, they all looked at him with eyes filled with gratitude, their emotions complex and overwhelming. Without Yi-Su, they would have certainly met a tragic end after the hijacking incident. After all, not everyone has the courage to confront the hijackers, and not everyone can take control of the plane and land it safely when both pilots are unable to do so. Yi-Su looked at the excited passengers and said calmly, "There's no need to thank me. You all played a part as well. Since the hijackers had the upper hand initially, several passengers lost their lives, and I deeply regret that." That's right. At that moment, the excited passengers finally remembered the passengers who had been killed by the criminals. They were all vibrant lives, but they had tragically lost their lives after encountering these ruthless criminals. The passengers felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. However, they quickly put those feelings aside. If Yi-Su hadn't stopped the criminals, they would have certainly caused everyone on the plane to meet an unfortunate end. In comparison, the sacrifice of those few passengers seemed insignificant. Yi-Su truly felt helpless for the passengers who had lost their lives. When the criminals first emerged, Yi-Su couldn't intervene to stop their evil deeds. After all, he didn't know how many criminals were among the passengers, and the criminals were in an advantageous position at the time. If Yi-Su had acted rashly, more passengers might have been harmed. Mr. Yi-Su, I believe that after this incident, you will become a hero in the hearts of many people. A flight attendant stepped forward at that moment and said to Yi-Su with great emotion. Subduing desperate criminals and safely landing a passenger aircraft, these two feats, if accomplished by anyone else, would be the highest honor imaginable. If it weren't for Yi-Su, they would have certainly perished, there's no doubt about that. Yi-Su shook his head and said, now is not the time to talk about that. I don't place much value on glory. Let's get off the plane first. All right. The flight attendant immediately shut up. The other passengers, upon hearing Yi-Su's words, also fell silent, as they could imagine that there must be countless people on the ground waiting for them to land. In the face of such a hijacking incident, how many people on the ground were worried about them? What use was it for them to cheer here? The maintenance crew and flight attendants had also calmed down and began their respective tasks. The cabin door opened, and the passengers exited the plane in an orderly manner. At that moment, there were already many medical personnel, police officers, and numerous media reporters waiting outside the cabin door. They had no knowledge of the specific situation on the plane. Their only contact with the aircraft was the phone call with the flight attendant, and they were still worried about the safety of the passengers on board. Had all the criminals been subdued? Were there many injured passengers? They had no way of knowing. Passengers disembarked one by one in an orderly manner. The photographers accompanying the media journalists aimed their cameras at the cabin door, capturing this moment. Soon, most of the passengers had left the plane, and medical personnel boarded the aircraft. Upon seeing the scene inside, they were all stunned, standing there with mixed emotions. As the medical personnel entered the economy class cabin, they were immediately hit by a strong smell of blood. They discovered several passengers' bodies and many injured passengers. This situation was serious. An experienced medical professional walked into the economy class cabin, examined a knife wound on a passenger's hand, and couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, the police officers approached the bodies of the two criminals and began examining the wounds on their bodies, only to be shocked by what they saw. These wounds were all caused by human hands. No sharp weapons were used. For example, one of the criminals had 5 finger holes on his neck, clearly indicating that his windpipe and bones had been crushed by human hands. When the police officers saw this wound on the criminal's neck, they fell silent. They knew exactly what this wound signified: the sheer strength required to inflict such damage. They found it hard to imagine. While breaking someone's neck with bare hands might not sound too difficult, these police officers had a deep understanding of the difficulty involved. The subsequent examination results left the detectives even more shocked. The criminal had a specially modified lipstick-style handgun on his hand. It was clear he had received professional training. Who could have killed the criminal? Could it be the top-ranked operative from the nation's elite special forces unit? The police officers couldn't help but start speculating wildly in their minds. The SWAT team captain was also in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard and turned to a flight attendant beside him, asking, "Do you know who killed this criminal?" The flight attendant looked at the wound and said in a daze, "It was Yisu, Mr. Yisu." When the criminal aimed the gun directly at him, he grabbed the criminal's neck and squeezed it tightly, and the criminal died. The flight attendant hadn't expected Yisu to have killed the criminal by choking him. She had even thought the criminal had been knocked unconscious, but now that she knew he was already dead, she felt dizzy. In the face of a gun, he showed no fear and strangled the criminal to death. The SWAT team captain sucked in a sharp breath. He could imagine the scene. Who was Yisu? When they were dispatched, the captain had been instructed by his superiors to ensure Yisu's safety at all costs. Now it seemed clear that none of them had the ability to protect him. Under the gunpoint of the criminal, he had killed him with his bare hands. Even a SWAT team captain with years of experience on the front lines couldn't guarantee he could do the same. In other parts of the aircraft cabin, the remaining special police officers discovered the bodies of other criminals. Seeing the gruesome state of the bodies, they were filled with shock. As special police officers, they could reconstruct part of the scene based on the situation, and knowing the difficulty of killing these criminals, they couldn't help but feel curious and admiring toward Yisu. Chapter 227, Xiao Xiaowei's Tears. The special police officers were utterly shocked. The media journalists who had boarded the plane dared not approach them, as any reports on Yisu's skills would undoubtedly cause another sensation across the entire internet. With such excellent research and development, the company running smoothly, and him being so skilled, if this were reported, how many people would envy him? While some police officers were shocked by the criminals' deaths, others began questioning the flight attendants about the specifics of what had happened. The flight attendants told them everything they knew. Initially, the police officers had only heard that the criminals had been subdued by Yisu alone, and even after learning the details, they still found it hard to believe. However, after hearing the flight attendants' accounts, they truly understood the terrifying capabilities of Yisu. According to the flight attendant, Yisu had taken on several criminals alone and even dodged bullets that were clearly aimed at his body. This left the police officers in awe, wondering if Yisu was even human. While the police officers were gathering information, media reporters began interviewing the flight crew members. The situation was urgent at the time. According to my understanding, it all started with two criminals appearing in first class, injuring a passenger, and attempting to hijack the cockpit. At the same time, two passengers each appeared in first class and economy class. This flight attendant had previously heard the flight attendants' accounts, so he was already aware of some of the details. He then relayed everything he knew to the journalists. He naturally emphasized Yisu's heroic actions, as he had witnessed Yisu's contributions firsthand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yisu single-handedly saved everyone on the plane. Did Yisu single-handedly defeat all the criminals? Did he also pilot the plane to a safe landing on his own? A journalist from a media outlet was speechless. How could Yisu seem so versatile, capable of doing anything? Yes, that's right. Yisu isn't just skilled in combat, he can also pick locks and fly a plane. He's truly a genius, there's nothing he can't do. The maintenance crew members couldn't help but marvel. The journalist from the media outlet heard the maintenance crew members' words and felt like the world was spinning. It was as if his worldview had been completely overturned. Yisu not only knew how to fly a plane, but also personally defeated several armed criminals, and he even knew how to pick locks? Are you kidding me? Comparing people to each other is really frustrating. Flying a plane is just 3 words, but this media reporter, before boarding the plane for an interview, had consulted with individuals who had piloting experience and had some understanding of the challenges involved in flying a plane. What did they say? Without professional training and at least 1 or 2 years of experience, it's simply impossible to master flying a plane and safely take off and land. Yet Yisu managed to do it. Did Yisu have time to learn how to fly a plane before? Yisu's achievements are well known to these media workers. He has been busy with scientific research, inventions, and company development. How could he possibly have the time to learn how to fly a plane? Thinking about it this way, it can only be explained by calling Yisu a prodigy. After learning about the situation on the plane, the media and police officers all felt genuine admiration for Yisu. At that moment, Yisu stepped out of the aircraft's cabin door. By then, numerous China Southern Airlines executives and airport staff had gathered outside the plane, waiting for Yisu's arrival. Are you Yisu? The hero who piloted the plane. The airport director, upon seeing Yisu, gave him a bear hug, which made Yisu a bit embarrassed. I'm no hero, I just did my best, Yisu smiled, his tone calm. The other Air China executives were also in high spirits, as the plane had not suffered major damage, and the passengers' losses were relatively minor. The only issue was that the criminals had managed to board the plane and nearly hijacked it, which was a serious matter. It was easy to imagine the chaos that would have ensued if the criminals had actually hijacked the plane, or if Yisu had made a mistake during the landing. The entire country would have been in an uproar over such an incident. After all, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 had already drawn global attention. How much more so if a passenger aircraft had been hijacked? After exchanging pleasantries with the leaders of China's Southern Airlines and the airport authorities, Yisu unexpectedly encountered Xia Xiaowei at the airport. Seeing the tear stains on Xia Xiaowei's face, Yisu suddenly felt a sense of realization. Mr. Yi. Xia Xiaowei greeted Yisu with a bright smile, rushing toward him. Having not seen Yisu for several days, Xia Xiaowei had missed him dearly. Additionally, she had heard about the emergency situation on his flight, leaving her anxious and worried until she finally saw him, at which point her heart truly settled. Feeling the warmth of Xia Xiaowei's body and faintly catching the delicate fragrance from her hair, Yisu also lost himself for a moment. Such a beautiful woman crying in his arms, who could resist feeling tender toward her? Shoo, don't cry. I'm fine, aren't I? Yisu let Xia Xiaowei sob in his arms, placing his hand on her head and comforting her gently. Xia Xiaowei sobbed for a while, her makeup almost smudged from her tears, before finally stopping. Thinking about her earlier actions, she suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and whispered to Yisu, Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I was just so worried about your safety, that's why I. It's okay. Yisu could see how Xia Xiaowei felt about him. He couldn't think of any reason to blame such a good girl, so he said, I think if I stay here any longer, there will be a lot of media coming to interview me. Let's leave quickly. All right. Xia Xiaowei nodded and said, since you called earlier to tell me you were returning to Luo City, I've already had the company prepare a car. Should we head back to the villa or go to the office? Yisu thought for a moment, rubbed his forehead, and said with a wry smile, I'm also a bit tired. Let's go back to the villa first. I haven't seen Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan in a while. I wonder how their research is going. I should go check on them. All right. Xia Xiaowei nodded firmly, then led Yisu to the car prepared by the company, intending to return to Yisu's villa. Once in the car, Yisu began to ponder. There must be some matters at the company that needed his attention, so he asked Xia Xiaowei, is there anything at the company that needs my attention? Chapter 228, Xia Xiaowei's feelings. Company matters? Xia Xiaowei replied with a hint of resentment, you just went straight to Beijing with General Xiang Dong, leaving the company to handle everything. I've been busy all these days. I really don't understand how our company managed to grow so big. Yisu smiled wryly and said, although I was indeed busy with research or discussing matters with the state, which prevented me from handling company affairs, I still care deeply about the company. Besides, Shuaqin is so capable, some things don't even need my involvement. Of course, I'm also too lazy to take it easy. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other in a long time, Xia Xiaowei cherished the time spent with Yisu and pouted, saying, Mr. Yi, you're such a bad guy. Being your secretary or assistant feels busier than being the general manager. Yisu shook his head and said, so you want me to compensate you? His tone was calm, even a bit cold. Xia Xiaowei suddenly stopped talking and turned her head away, seeming to sulk. What kind of compensation do you want? Just say it. Although Yisu still appeared calm on the surface, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Xia Xiaowei, after just a few days apart, she's really become a bit childish. In fact, Xia Xiaowei wasn't being childish. She had always admired Yisu, and since she realized that her admiration had become part of her life, she had applied to be his assistant and secretary. Given her outstanding qualifications, being a secretary was truly a waste of her talents, but she was willing to do it. She simply loved Yisu, and even if he found out, what could he do? She still remembered the night she found out she had been hired as Yisu's assistant and secretary. She was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. She had heard some jokes online about bosses and secretaries, and combined with her admiration for Yisu, she had imagined all sorts of things that night. However, reality was harsh. Xia Xiaowei realized that even though she was close to Yisu, she didn't seem to stand out much. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan could follow Yisu in his research projects, and Yu Shuaqin could help Yisu manage the company's affairs efficiently. But she felt like she was truly useless. In fact, if Yisu knew what Xia Xiaowei was thinking, he would probably find it amusing. Xia Xiaowei useless? Who said that? He felt that hiring her as his secretary had given him more time to handle other matters. Saying she was useless was just Xia Xiaowei's subjective opinion. What kind of compensation do you want? Just say it. Hearing Yisu's words, Xia Xiaowei felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She desperately wanted to say, let me be your woman. However, the education she had received and the environment she had grown up in prevented her from speaking her mind, so she could only fret in silence. After a long while, Xia Xiaowei finally looked Yisu in the eyes and gathered her courage to say, Mr. Yi, I'd like you to take some time to spend alone with me. Let us go to a resort for a day of rest. Is that okay? After saying those words, Xia Xiaowei's heart began to race uncontrollably, and her cheeks turned bright red. Sure, Yisu said casually, looking out the window. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. I'll make it up to you. Regarding Xiaowei's feelings, Yisu had no reason to refuse. An outstanding man like him was bound to have many women around him. Xiaowei's feelings were so deep, if he were to betray her, he would truly be doing her a great wrong. Really? Xia Xiaowei doubted her own ears. Yisu had agreed so easily. She had thought he would refuse outright. After all, her request was indeed a bit excessive. After all, Yi Dong was always so busy with company matters or research projects. Asking him to spend an entire day alone with her was indeed a bit unreasonable. Yisu nodded and smiled, then gently ruffled Xia Xiaowei's hair, saying, "You've been working so hard, you almost have dark circles under your eyes." "Where?" Xia Xiaowei quickly pulled out a small mirror from her handbag, looked left and right, and realized she didn't have any dark circles after all. Women are very sensitive about such things, especially when it comes from Yisu, the man she loves. Hearing him mention dark circles made Xia Xiaowei panic. The car sent by Genesis Technology Company to pick up Yisu was in excellent condition and arrived at the villa's entrance in no time. Yisu and Xia Xiaowei got out of the car together. At that moment, Yisu's expression was calm and unremarkable. On the other hand, Xia Xiaowei's hair was slightly disheveled, and her face still bore traces of a flush, clearly indicating something was amiss. As they approached the villa entrance, Yisu had already called Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. The two women were already waiting at the villa entrance. Upon seeing Xia Xiaowei's state, how could they not know what had happened? Lin Zixuan covered her mouth and giggled, "Xia Xiaowei, you've been conquered by this big bad guy too?" Lin Zixuan, upon seeing Yisu, adopted a shy expression. She recalled the phone call she had made to Yisu earlier, which had frightened her greatly. Xia Xiaowei blushed and lowered her head upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words. She was actually quite shy and not very experienced in matters of the heart, so after being teased by Lin Zixuan, she naturally felt embarrassed. "Stop teasing." Yisu instructed the driver to return to the company first, then turned to the two women and said, "Honey, I haven't been back for so many days. Did you miss your husband?" "Who would miss you, you big jerk?" Lin Zixuan muttered, then turned her head away, as if she didn't want to acknowledge Yisu. Okay. Yisu nodded seriously and said to Lin Zixuan, "Then tonight, let's work on some research together. I've discovered an interesting topic, and I think your sister won't be able to handle it." Chapter 229, An Interesting Research Topic. An interesting topic? Upon hearing Yisu's words, Xia Xiaowei and Lin Zixuan present at the scene had no idea what kind of topic he was referring to. They weren't children anymore, they could certainly understand the subtle meaning behind Yisu's words. However, it was Lin Zixuan who spoke first. She looked at Yisu with a loving gaze and said, "Sure, Yisu, let's study that interesting topic tonight. Are you planning to publish some advanced theories?" Cough. Yisu cleared his throat twice and said, "Let's not talk about that. I'm really tired. Let's go inside and talk. I want to see how you've done with the research topic I assigned to you." He wanted to see how the two women had progressed with their research on this topic, but it was actually because another idea had come to mind. This idea would soon be put into practice and become a key focus for the future development of Genesis Technology Company. Yisu's theory on gene evolution agents was a systematic and extremely complex theoretical framework, which included more in-depth research into some related theories of modern genetics, and could even be considered a complete overturning of existing theories. Therefore, it was not easy to understand. Even though Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan have already received injections of the gene evolution agent, according to Yisu's estimation, their research in genetics will require a very long time. Gene evolution, as a single topic, is already sufficiently weighty to attract countless researchers who are willing to dedicate themselves to it with unwavering dedication. Just consider this: the mere possibility of extending human lifespan by over a century through gene evolution is already an incredibly enticing prospect. And that's not even mentioning enhancements to intelligence, reaction speed, and physical prowess. Yisu believes that once he finds a method for large-scale production of gene evolution agents in the country, the release of these agents will undoubtedly attract countless wealthy individuals worldwide, as extending lifespan is a goal that countless wealthy individuals have long dreamed of. This is far more appealing to them than virtual reality devices or transparent smartphones. Virtual reality devices and transparent phones may provide these wealthy individuals with a form of mental enjoyment, but gene evolution agents actually extend their lifespan by more than double. How could they not go crazy over that? Yisu believed that even if he priced a single dose of gene evolution serum at 1 billion yuan, countless wealthy individuals would rush to purchase it, fearing they might not get their hands on it. However, if this technology were to be released directly, it could have a massive impact on the current social order, potentially triggering a revolution and altering the social structure. This is a technology capable of overturning the world. Releasing it too widely would truly be problematic. Therefore, the immediate focus of Yisu's planned Genesis Technology Company would definitely not be on gene evolution agents. Currently, they lacked both the technology for mass production and the capability to launch such a product for the general public. Yisu aims for his company's new product to also be related to genetics. To this end, he plans to establish a subsidiary focused on developing products in the genetic field. Gene Restoration Agent. This is the name Yisu has given to this product. Calling it a gene restoration agent might be a bit hasty, as this product is not solely for restoring genes but rather for treating diseases. This medication was already in the planning stages when Yisu was researching the theory of gene evolution drugs. It is precisely one of the groundbreaking concepts he proposed in his previous lecture that challenged conventional wisdom. During his lecture, Yi Su stated that the future focus of medical research would undoubtedly shift to genetics. He had said that further research on microorganisms or other drugs was a waste of time, and that the correct direction for medical research was to study human genes to enable the human body to develop immunity against certain diseases. At the time, what Yi Su said was dismissed as nonsense and considered the ramblings of a visionary. However, Yi Su's gene evolution drug theory has fundamentally altered these people's perspective on his speech. Yi Su's upcoming publication on gene evolution agents not only covers the basics of gene evolution agents but also includes theories on gene restoration agents, which are sufficient to make those people re-evaluate Yi Su's speech. What are gene restoration agents? To put it simply, due to the existence of dominant and recessive genes in the human body, some people are born with various diseases. However, after injecting gene restoration agents and undergoing a period of metabolic processes, the traits caused by imperfect genes can be improved, making the human body more perfect. Additionally, certain diseases acquired later in life can also be treated with gene restoration agents. Although gene restoration agents cannot cure diseases like cancer, they can treat any condition that can be addressed at the genetic level. The conditions that can be treated by gene restoration agents include more than half of the known diseases in modern medicine, including amyotrophic lateral sclerosis (ALS), the disease suffered by the renowned scientist Stephen Hawking. Not only can gene restoration agents address most diseases at the genetic level, but they can also easily resolve certain surgical conditions. For example, shattered fractures, nerve damage, or even amputated limbs. After administering the gene restoration agent, the condition improves immediately, and after a period of treatment, the damaged tissues regenerate and recover. Amputated hands, fingers, ligament tears, or even severed penises can all be restored. What does this indicate? Can a severed hand regrow? Are you kidding me? If you tell someone else, who would believe you, let alone the renowned professors and experts in the medical field? However, the gene restoration agent that Yi Su plans to introduce can actually achieve this. Not only can it address most conditions, but it can also regrow tissue in severed areas. The results are simply astonishing. Moreover, the production cost of this agent is significantly lower than that of gene evolution agents. As long as Yi Su provides the technology, Genesis Technology Company can begin large-scale production after some preparation. Yi Su could imagine how ashamed those scientists who had once doubted him would feel once the gene restoration agent was released. Chapter 230, Gene Restoration Agent. Lin Zixuan, after hearing Yi Su's words, said somewhat embarrassedly, "Yi Su, the research topic you asked us to study is simply too complex. So far, my sister and I have only managed to grasp some basic theories. To conduct further research, we'll need some more time." After her sister spoke, Lin Zixuan also smiled awkwardly. Although their computational abilities had improved significantly compared to before, conducting in-depth research on the topic Yi Su had proposed was still extremely challenging. In response, Yi Su smiled indifferently and said, "The theory of gene evolution potions is indeed a very complex theoretical system. Don't worry about it. Due to national circumstances, the release date of the evolution potions will definitely be postponed. Recently, I've been considering launching a new potion based on gene theory, but I'm still undecided." "What are you hesitating about?" Xia Xiaowei blurted out instinctively. In her eyes, Yi Su was the kind of genius who feared nothing, like the once great Einstein, daring to face the criticism of the masses. Einstein's achievements were undeniable in the eyes of later generations. When the foundations of modern physics were nearly complete, he proposed the theory of relativity, which was met with skepticism from countless physicists at the time. However, as time passed, his theories were gradually verified by others. The theory of relativity has become one of the two most important foundational theories of contemporary physics. In Xia Xiaowei's mind, Yi Su was certainly on par with Einstein. Although Yi Su's achievements naturally couldn't compare to Einstein's at present, Xia Xiaowei believed that with Yi Su's abilities, he could one day truly revolutionize the era. Technological inventions such as King Tengsu, virtual reality technology, graphene preparation technology, transparent mobile phones, and smog cleaning bacteria have already brought about many changes to human life. Xia Xiaowei believes that one day, the scientific and technological achievements researched by Yi Su will be widely applied in human life, blooming everywhere. What am I hesitating about? I'm hesitating because if this achievement is released, it might cause significant changes to contemporary society. It's highly likely that the number of people visiting hospitals would decrease significantly, or even to the point where no one goes anymore. Yi Su stroked his chin and said softly, "Gene restoration agents can cure most human diseases, allowing severed limbs or even severed sponges to regenerate. If Genesis Technology Company releases the finished product, it will undoubtedly cause a major upheaval in the current medical landscape." Yi Su's husband, "What's wrong with you? You're not the one who's fearless. Now you're hesitating about whether to release this technology? Changing the medical landscape, so what? There are so many smartphone manufacturers worldwide, and you've already driven most of them to the brink of extinction." Lin Zixuan's words struck Yi Su like a bolt of lightning. That's right. His Genesis Technology Company has already become the dominant force in the smartphone industry. The future landscape of the entire smartphone industry has been reshaped by Genesis Technology. Why should he dwell on whether launching the gene restoration agent will alter the medical landscape? Okay. From now on, Genesis Technology Company will shift its focus to the field of genetics. The release of the evolution serum will have to wait for a while. Before that, I plan to launch the gene restoration serum. After entering the laboratory with the three women, Yisu said to them, "Gene restoration agent?" The three women looked puzzled. They were well aware of the effects of the gene evolution serum, and even Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan had undergone injections, resulting in significant improvements in their physical abilities. But what exactly was the gene restoration serum for? Judging by the name, a restoration agent must be used to correct genes, right? If that's the case, what's the fundamental difference between it and the evolution agent? It was only natural for the three women to have questions. In fact, Yisu's plans for the gene field extended far beyond just evolution and restoration agents. The potential of the gene field was immense, and releasing only two products would be a disservice to the world. The gene restoration agent, as you might have guessed, is used to repair the human body. The term gene is added to the name because this agent repairs the human body at the genetic level. Its functions include treating most known diseases in modern medicine, as well as regenerating severed limbs and repairing ligaments. Yisu explained in detail to the three women. The three women were all stunned. What kind of serum is this? Does it mean that after injection, the human body can become almost invincible to all diseases and even severed limbs can regenerate? Such effects are simply too extraordinary. The three women were still in a daze, but Xia Xiaowei was the first to come to her senses and asked Yisu, "Does this agent make the human body directly immune to diseases? And after injecting this agent, can severed limbs regrow on their own?" Yisu smiled and shook his head. The functions of the recovery serum are, of course, no match for those of the evolution serum. This serum isn't something you inject once and never need again. For example, if you want severed limbs to regrow, it would take about a month, with injections every 3 days. Is that so? Xia Xiaowei nodded. After all, the ability to regrow severed limbs and treat most medical conditions was simply too terrifying. If it really only required a single injection to achieve what Yisu described permanently, Xia Xiaowei couldn't even imagine what the future world would look like. Fortunately, upon hearing Yisu mention that a month of treatment was required for limb regeneration, Xia Xiaowei felt the drug was not as terrifying as she had initially thought. Though still astonished by its capabilities, she no longer found it as frightening. How long would it take to treat a specific condition? Lin Zixuan asked Yisu in a voice that was both melodious and soothing. Yisu thought for a moment and said, "It depends on the complexity of the condition and the number of injections required, ranging from 2 to 10. Most conditions can be resolved with 2 to 3 injections." The three women nodded in agreement. After hearing Yisu explain, they all realized the potential of the gene-restoring medication. Think about it, a drug that can treat most conditions with just a few injections? How could it not sell well? Chapter 231, Exhaustion. The agent Yisu planned to launch was simply too powerful. This was the feeling that all three women shared at that moment. In the past, treating a disease required hospitalization and possibly complex surgery. But with the gene restoration serum, none of that was necessary anymore. For example, a car accident victim with a broken leg would only need to undergo anti-inflammatory treatment and bone realignment, followed by an injection of the gene restoration agent, to regrow the severed limb, eliminating concerns about their future. The gene restoration agent, how many lives it could save was unimaginable. Those who had lost limbs would no longer need expensive prosthetics after receiving a few courses of the restoration agent, their limbs could regrow. Those with torn ligaments or broken bones can also recover after receiving the restoration agent, without worrying about the inconveniences of daily life. Regarding research on gene restoration agents, let's start tomorrow. I'll organize the treatment first. The release of this agent is not far off, and I'm feeling tired and need to rest. Yisu said to the three women, then turned to leave the laboratory. Seeing Yisu's exhausted appearance, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but grab his right hand, preventing him from leaving, and asked curiously, "Husband, what's wrong? Why are you so tired? Is there anything we can help with?" "Nothing," Yisu shook his head with a bitter smile, explaining to the two women who were unaware of the situation. "Earlier, while I was on the flight back, I encountered hijackers. Although the hijackers were killed, the two pilots are still missing, and it was extremely difficult to land the plane. I'm completely exhausted now." At that moment, Yisu felt his head spinning. Even after injecting the gene-enhancing serum, he still felt exhausted. After all, what had happened today was utterly chaotic. "Hijackers? You were piloting the plane? Are you hurt?" Lin Zixuan immediately grew concerned, checking Yisu from head to toe. Seeing no visible injuries, she finally relaxed. Xia Xiaowei saw Yisu's state and her eyes turned red. She had witnessed the plane nearly colliding with the airport tower, so she could imagine what Yisu had gone through. It was no wonder he was so exhausted now. Lin Zixuan didn't say anything, but the worry in her eyes was plain to see. Yisu rubbed his forehead, feeling his head grow dizzy from exhaustion. He was truly exhausted, so he smiled at the three women and said, "If everything's okay, I'll go ahead and leave." Alright, then you go rest first, honey. Lin Zixuan said understandingly. After Yisu left, Xia Xiaowei couldn't hold back her emotions and finally burst into tears. The two women saw Xia Xiaowei suddenly kneel down and cry, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, Xiaowei, why are you crying? Xia Xiaowei couldn't hold back her emotions anymore, and crying was actually quite normal. Because at the airport, she had witnessed the plane nearly colliding with the control tower. At that moment, she was completely stunned. If this world really lost Yisu, she didn't know what meaning life would hold anymore. Now, hearing Yisu say he was tired, she couldn't help but think back to that scene, and before she knew it, tears streamed down her face. It's okay. It's just that at the airport, I thought I might never see Yidong again. Xia Xiaowei wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, stood up, and said to the two women, what exactly happened? The two women were curious. When Yisu mentioned the hijackers and the plane hijacking, he had only mentioned it briefly, but they knew it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, after hearing Xia Xiaowei's detailed account, the two women were both shocked and felt a chill run down their spines. From Xia Xiaowei's detailed description, they all realized that they had almost lost their husbands. Meanwhile, Yisu had returned to her room and begun to rest. Meanwhile, at Los Angeles International Airport, the media had departed. Their interviews regarding the incident had concluded, and they returned to their respective outlets to write their reports on the matter. Yisu slept straight through until 7 o'clock in the evening, which was just when the evening news broadcast was about to begin. Looking out the window, she saw that it had already grown dark. Having just woken up, Yisu felt thirsty, so she made a cup of instant coffee, turned on the TV, and began watching. At exactly 7 o'clock, the news broadcast began. He remembered that there were many jokes about the news broadcast in the world, but Yisu rarely watched it. However, he had seen some online. At that moment, he began watching. The first segment of the news broadcast was about some social news. Today, when Yisu saw his name on the news broadcast, he wasn't surprised at all, because the news was reporting on today's hijacking incident. On the news broadcast, a male anchor delivered the news in a clear and authoritative tone. At 10 a.m. today, China Southern Airlines flight XXXXXX departing from Beijing province to Los Angeles was hijacked by 6 criminals armed with specially made lipstick guns and knives. They attempted to hijack the plane but were subdued by brave citizens. The leader of the group was none other than Yisu, the developer of the smog-fighting bacteria. The incident was extremely severe, resulting in 14 casualties. The police are currently conducting a thorough investigation into the details of the case. At this point, after the male host spoke, the female host continued, according to a flight attendant on board, during the process of subduing the criminals, Professor Yisu played an extremely effective leading role and did not hesitate to take decisive action against the criminals, thereby preventing further losses. With both pilots seriously injured and with their lives hanging in the balance, Yisu stepped forward, took control of the aircraft, and successfully landed the partially out-of-control plane at Los Angeles International Airport, saving the lives of hundreds of passengers on board. After the female host finished speaking, her expression couldn't help but change, filled with shock. After all, Yisu not only subdued the criminals but also successfully piloted the plane and landed it safely at the airport. Without Yisu, the consequences of this hijacking incident would have been unimaginable. Chapter 232, Central News. Center News airs daily at 7 p.m. on major television networks. After about 20 minutes, the two anchors began reporting on the incident. Many young people may not pay much attention to the Central News, but the older generation has the habit of watching the news broadcast. Therefore, this shocking news immediately caused a stir. Those watching the TV were all made aware of the incident. Upon seeing the news, many people even thought they must have seen it wrong. The Yisu mentioned by the anchor on the news broadcast was not the Yisu they remembered, but merely someone with the same name. However, coincidentally, the news broadcast also showed a photo of Yisu stepping out of the airplane cabin. Seeing Yisu's handsome face, everyone realized they hadn't seen it wrong. At this moment, those who had heard the news were at a loss for words to express their admiration for Yisu. Leading the effort to subdue the criminals? Piloting a passenger aircraft to a safe landing and saving hundreds of lives on board? This was nothing short of a heroic feat. These people found it hard to believe. In their eyes, Yisu had always been a delicate and fragile figure, yet here he was leading the charge against criminals and even piloting a plane? If it weren't for the news broadcast by the authoritative state-run media, they wouldn't have believed it. Moreover, during the news broadcast, the two anchors provided a detailed explanation of the difficulty of landing the plane, their tone brimming with admiration for Yisu. This made the public look at Yisu in a whole new light. While they had always known he was a genius, the company's CEO with numerous inventions, they never imagined he was also so skilled in combat and could even fly a plane. Yisu also saw the news about himself piloting the plane. Regarding the host's praise, Yisu felt no sense of arrogance, remaining calm and composed. Is flying a plane that difficult? Yisu didn't think so. However, during landing, he did cause the plane to veer off the runway, which was indeed an operational error. But regarding this mistake, Yisu had already done his best to achieve the best possible outcome. After the news about Yisu was broadcast on the Central News, calls started coming in immediately. Yisu picked up his special transparent phone and saw that it was a call from General Xiangdong. Well, Major General Xiangdong must be calling to inquire about the hijacking incident. Hello? General Xiangdong, what's the matter? Yisu answered the call and asked General Xiangdong on the other end. After a moment of silence, Major General Xiangdong spoke in an admiring tone. Yisu, you really did something heroic this time. I know that you single-handedly subdued all the criminals on the plane. Oh? Killing those ruthless criminals shouldn't be a big deal. I still remember that I left 2 of them alive. I hope you can get some information out of them. Yisu's tone was calm, and he chose to ignore Major General Xiangdong's praise. After all, it was General Xiangdong who had requested him to go to Jing province, yet on the way back, General Xiangdong had failed to protect his safety, nearly causing a major incident. Yisu naturally had no reason to speak kindly to him. Cough. General Xiangdong cleared his throat. He could sense the tension in Yisu's tone and felt awkward. This was his oversight. He hadn't anticipated that those people would be so bold as to attempt to hijack a plane. If Yisu had been harmed, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his superiors. After thinking it over, Major General Xiangdong said apologetically, I'm truly sorry, Yisu. Since this incident occurred, if you ever come to Jing province in the future, I will definitely arrange a special aircraft to pick you up and ensure your safety. Yisu replied, then asked, where did those criminals come from? Their target didn't seem to be me. General Xiangdong heard Yisu's words and his tone grew uneasy. He said, the target was actually you. Those people just didn't think things through. I have no idea how they found out you were on that flight. In any case, you must be more careful in the future. All right. Yisu said. His physical condition was now far superior to what it had been before. If anyone came looking for trouble, he would ensure they never returned. All right, that's settled. Regarding your theory on gene evolution drugs, the nation is conducting intensive research. As previously agreed, do not publish this theory until the nation has found a method for mass-producing the evolution drugs. After saying this, Major General Xiangdong hung up the phone. After hanging up, Yisu pondered for a while. It seemed that there was still some faction out to cause trouble for him. He would have to be more cautious from now on. If he had requested a special aircraft to pick him up this time, he might not have encountered the hijacking incident and would have returned home safely instead of facing such a dangerous situation. Before he knew it, it was 7:30 p.m. Yisu arrived at the laboratory and found Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan still engrossed in their research on the theory of gene evolution agents, looking worried and troubled. This sight made Yisu feel both concerned and reassured. Unable to resist, Yisu quietly approached Lin Zixuan, who was deeply engrossed in her research, and watched her intently as she worked. Since the laboratory rarely had visitors, the 2 women were fully focused on their research. Even after Yisu entered the laboratory, they did not notice him. Even when Yisu approached Lin Zixuan, she didn't notice her. Yisu quietly watched Lin Zixuan's profile, not making a sound. Her earlobes were crystal clear. Chapter 233, Matters Beyond Control. Suddenly, Yisu embraced Lin Zixuan tightly. How is the research progressing? Yisu did not proceed with any further actions but asked Lin Zixuan seriously. Regarding gene recombination technology, my sister and I have basically figured it out, but the other parts are still a complete mystery to us, Lin Zixuan replied honestly, struggling to break free from Yisu's embrace. However, she realized she seemed to be somewhat captivated by the sensation, momentarily losing herself in thought, unaware of what she was pondering. Yisu, honey, what are you doing here? Lin Zixuan noticed Yisu at that moment, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. She had been engrossed in her research and hadn't noticed Yisu entering the laboratory. Yisu looked at Lin Zixuan, smiled, and directly embraced her in his right arms, whispering, what's wrong? Can't I come and see you? During the time Yisu had been staying at the villa, due to reports from the Central News, some online media outlets had also reported on Yisu's incident of piloting a plane, causing a stir online. People's Daily, China Southern Airlines Flight XXXX was hijacked. 6 armed men armed with custom-made handguns and knives boarded the plane. Fortunately, Yisu intervened, subdued all the hijackers, and successfully landed the plane while the pilot was unconscious, saving the lives of hundreds of passengers. According to a flight attendant interviewed, Yisu remained calm in the face of armed criminals, even dodging a bullet fired at him, and successfully subdued the criminals. All 6 criminals on the plane were subdued by Yisu. The flight attendant described it as follows: when Yisu was dealing with these criminals, his movements were incredibly agile and fluid, subduing a criminal in just a few seconds. Moreover, the cockpit door was also opened by Yisu using lockpicking skills? Yun News, truly a genius. Not only is he skilled in research and entrepreneurship, but he also demonstrates extraordinary bravery when acting heroically. Criminals couldn't last 3 seconds against him. Imagine having such a boyfriend, what an experience that would be. Countless media outlets have praised Yisu highly, including state-affiliated media such as Central News, which reported on the incident with great admiration. After all, Yisu is now a strategic talent for the nation, and granting him the honors he deserves under the nation's instructions is only appropriate. Earlier, the words Yisu spoke during an interview have already become internet memes, and even now, his emoticons remain quite popular online. Therefore, after being reported by online media, the incident of Yisu subduing the criminals and piloting the plane quickly became a major hot topic, with countless people discussing it on Weibo, forums, chat apps, and other platforms, reaching unprecedented levels of attention. At this moment, the number of followers in Yisu's official Baidu Tieba forum had already surpassed 15 million and was steadily heading toward 20 million. In Baidu Tieba, the most popular forum, the Emperor Forum, has only 25 million followers. Although Yisu's forum currently has over 10 million fewer followers than the Emperor Forum, it is believed that with time, it will surpass the Emperor Forum. There's no specific reason, it's simply because Yisu is currently the center of everyone's attention. From his initial appearance as a genius, to his image as a domineering CEO, then to his image as a successful professional, and now to his nearly all-around image, no matter how he appears in public, Yisu always manages to give his followers a fresh experience. At first, Yisu was the one working on virtual reality devices. Now, with transparent phones and air-purifying bacteria products appearing one after another, the public has realized that Yisu, or rather Yisu's company, is not just a company that sells virtual reality devices. There seems to be so much more to Yisu. Online, countless young people look up to Yisu as a role model. Though Yisu's success is irreplicable, just look at how popular Jack Ma became after Taobao took off. Reports and inspirational articles often reference Jack Ma's quotes, but this is quite normal. Once someone achieves success, they inevitably attract the attention of countless people. All young people with dreams and goals will look up to them as role models, even if success is uncopyable. But human imagination is endless. On the forums, there are already countless posts about this incident, not just in Yisu's forum. In other forums as well, people are aware of what happened to Yisu. They open their transparent phones, click on the forum app, and see countless posts. Is Yisu really that strong? Can he even fly a plane? 666-6666. After seeing the CCTV report, my admiration for Yisu has grown from the Yellow River to the ocean. Sure enough, Yisu is a legend. He subdued armed criminals with his bare hands and can even fly a plane. I've always had a question, someone as powerful as Yisu, does he even count as human? Countless posts were expressing admiration for Yisu. Meanwhile, Yisu was not paying attention to the internet. He returned to his room and took out his computer. On the computer screen, Rem's cute image appeared. Upon seeing Yisu, Rem even squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, "Master, it's been a long time." Rem's human-like behavior didn't surprise Yisu. He had some company matters to attend to. Before leaving Luo City for Jing Province, he had instructed Rem to keep an eye on some company matters. Due to the company's size, there were certain things that Yu Shuoqin couldn't possibly notice. Are there any matters the company can't handle? Yisu asked Rem. Rem smiled and said, "Master, there are some, and they are extremely detrimental to the company's development." Chapter 234, Serious Nature. Before leaving Luo City for Jing Province, he had instructed Lei Mu to keep an eye on some company matters. Due to the company's size, there were naturally some things that Yu Shuoqin couldn't possibly notice. Are there any matters at the company that Yu Shuoqin is unable to handle? Yisu asked Rem. Lei Mu smiled and said, "Master, there is, and it's extremely detrimental to the company's development." What? Something extremely detrimental to the company's development? Yisu was taken aback. In theory, Yu Shuoqin should never overlook such details when handling company matters. The fact that something detrimental to the company's development had occurred left Yisu feeling somewhat surprised. But since Rem had said it, it must be true. Yisu trusted Rem implicitly. After all, artificial intelligence doesn't lie unless there's a glitch in the program. Yes. Rem responded, then turned to Yisu and said, "Within your company's senior management circle, there has been an issue. A department head has leaked some confidential information regarding your company's transparent smartphone technology to a technology company in MA country. The leaked information involves a highly critical technology. If obtained by that company in MA country, they may eventually produce transparent smartphones." Is that really happening? Yisu couldn't help but fall silent. The relevant technologies of Genesis technology were among the world's most advanced, and their value was far beyond mere wealth. Although he had already implemented measures to protect the company's internal technology and applied for patents for these technologies, after this incident, Yisu realized that his efforts were likely incomplete, with some overlooked details that had not been addressed. Among these, the department head's leak was something Yisu had never anticipated, that an employee from his own company would collude with someone from another company. While the company's technical confidentiality measures were indeed robust, it was not entirely surprising that senior executives might find ways to obtain and leak such information. Looking back now, Yisu couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He really had been a bit naive. What's the point of applying for a patent for the technology? Why are there so many similar things in the world? Even if his transparent smartphone technology has been patented, wouldn't others simply create a semi-transparent smartphone or a semi-transparent curved screen smartphone? Send the department head's profile to my phone. Yi Su instructed Rem to send the department head's profile to his phone. He would go to the company tomorrow to look into the matter and resolve it. Additionally, she needed to think of other solutions to prevent such incidents from recurring. All right. Rem responded and sent the department head's information in a table format to Yi Su's phone. Yi Su opened her phone, and the screen displayed the detailed information of the senior executive. Name, Luo Anqing, gender, male, age, 41, position, head of the mobile department at Genesis Technology Company, leak technology, transparent phone technology and some virtual reality device technology, leakage target. Yi Su patiently reviewed the information Rem had sent him, fell silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but smile. Some companies really won't give up. After failing to harm their own company, they've now turned to stealing their own company's technology. In the documents Rem sent to Yi Su, the department head's target for the leak was clearly stated. It was none other than the renowned MA country's Apple Technology Company. Yi Su was well aware that in the transparent phone explosion incident, the CEO of the certain fruit company had been a key instigator. However, the mobile phone companies acquired by Genesis Technology did not include Samsung or the certain fruit company. Regarding Samsung's acquisition, Yi Su also learned from his daily communications with Yu Shuachin on the chat app that the matter was imminent, and it was likely that Samsung would soon become a subsidiary of Genesis Technology Company. As for the certain fruit company, it was possible that the CEO, Cook, had not yet given up hope, so negotiations had not yet reached a conclusion. Yi Su had also instructed Yu Shuachin not to engage in further discussions with the certain fruit company, letting it fend for itself. However, what Yi Su did not anticipate was that Apple would come up with such a scheme, bribing the head of his company's mobile phone department to obtain some of the company's core technologies, with the aim of competing against his company in the future. Humph, Yi Su sneered, feeling disdain for the actions of the certain fruit company. Since they had already been firmly left behind by Genesis Technology Company, they should accept their fate and become a lifeless fish without dreams, rather than trying to steal others' technology to compete with them. Although Yi Su didn't think much of the company's actions, he was still somewhat annoyed. For some people, or rather certain companies, one must truly drive them to despair before they will relent. Since the company in question wanted to steal his company's secrets and compete with his company, Yi Su was determined to make them regret everything they had done. His previous counterattack in the smartphone industry had already proven this. As for this department head, Yi Su would certainly take harsh measures against him. As he had mentioned to Yu Shuachin during their phone call, Genesis Technology Company had grown so rapidly that it was necessary to establish a subsidiary. The management of the subsidiary would naturally consist of the original company's mobile phone department, along with its subsidiaries in the mobile phone industry, which would all be transferred to the subsidiary. Yi Su plans to name the subsidiary Fairy Technology, which will primarily focus on transparent smartphones and other electronic products. As for the virtual reality device department, Yi Su intends to keep it under the parent company. Moreover, it won't just be a subsidiary in the mobile phone industry. Yi Su also plans to establish a company focused on the biopharmaceutical industry. Though the name hasn't been decided yet, it must be put on the agenda. The management team of Fairy Technology will consist of the original staff from the mobile phone department of Genesis Technology. The head of the mobile phone department will naturally be promoted to a senior executive position in the new subsidiary, though not necessarily the general manager, but likely a comparable role. At such a critical juncture, the mobile phone department manager named Luo Anqing has done such a thing, which can only be described as self-destructive. Yi Su would not give him any chance to redeem himself. Since he couldn't resist the temptation of and leak the company's secrets, Yi Su would make him suffer the consequences. This matter will be discussed with Yu Shuachin tomorrow after waking up. The matters related to establishing the subsidiary will also be handled tomorrow. Yi Su muttered to himself, then shut down the computer and prepared to go to sleep. Chapter 235, How to Proceed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Su woke up from his sleep and planned to head to Genesis Technology Company. He called Yu Shuachin, and a car picked him up and took him to the company building. The Genesis Technology Company was now filled with a vibrant atmosphere, with employees everywhere striving to excel. Yi Su couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. As he entered the chairman's office, Yi Su's expression grew somber. He then made a call, asking Yu Shuachin to come to the chairman's office immediately. Upon receiving Yi Su's call, Yu Shuachin didn't think much of it. Yi Su had returned from Jing province and was handling some matters at the company, such as establishing a branch office, which was quite normal. However, the tone in Yi Su's voice during the call caught Yu Shuachin off guard. There was a hint of anger in his voice, which she noticed immediately. Upon entering the chairman's office, Yu Shuachin immediately sensed a different atmosphere. Yi Su was sitting in his chair drinking tea, but Yu Shuachin could sense the displeasure in his heart. This made her heart skip a beat. Why did Yi Su seem so angry? What had she done wrong that Yi Su had found out about? Yu Shuachin remained silent. After entering the chairman's office, she felt a bit downcast. She carefully recalled how she had handled some company matters in the past few days, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find anything she had done wrong. Yi Su sat in his chair, sipping tea and gazing out the window at the scenery below, saying nothing. He was deep in thought, contemplating how to handle the matter. The department head had leaked confidential information, which constituted a criminal offense. Moreover, Rem had helped him find the evidence. He might as well send him to prison. Yu Shuichin looked at her cautiously, and Yi Su naturally noticed. He took out the department head's information that the clerk had printed out and handed it to Yu Shuichin to look at. Yu Shuichin had no idea what was on the papers Yi Su had given her. After taking them, she began to read them carefully. Name, Luo Anqing, gender, male. As she looked at the papers in her hands, Yu Shuichin grew increasingly alarmed, her face betraying a mix of surprise and disbelief. How could this be? This department head had always been so diligent and responsible. How could he have done such a thing, stealing key technical information from the company's transparent phones and virtual reality devices and leaking it to a certain tech company in MA country? Oh my god. Yu Shuichin couldn't believe it. The company's security measures were supposed to be very strict, and she had even conducted background checks on the department heads during the hiring process. Yet, she never imagined that such a situation could occur. Leaking critical technology to a certain tech company in MA country, there is no need to think about what that means. Although Yu Shuichin was confident in the company's technological lead, if that tech company obtained these technologies, they would undoubtedly be able to make a comeback and reclaim a significant share of the smartphone market in no time. It's my fault. The company's confidentiality measures were not implemented to the best of our ability, which led to this incident. Yu Shuichin lowered her head, her face filled with apology, preparing to accept Yi Su's criticism. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Su merely shook his head and smiled, refraining from blaming Yu Shuichin. He said, "This isn't your fault, it's my oversight. A tree that stands tall attracts the wind. Our company has grown so large, and our technological lead over other companies in related fields is so significant that it's only natural for others to covet our technical documents. What we need to focus on now is preventing similar incidents from occurring in the future." In Yi Su's eyes, this incident was insignificant. Although the technology had fallen into the hands of a certain company, Yi Su was not concerned. He did not believe that the company would be able to utilize the technology to significantly impact Genesis technology. After all, they were already behind, and even with Yi Su's advanced technology, they would remain nothing more than a struggling company. Although they have some innovative ideas, in Yi Su's eyes, the company remains a mere also-ran. Even if they launch virtual reality devices or transparent phones imitating Genesis technology, Yi Su has the capability to make both products better. If necessary, he can lower the prices, as these products are highly profitable. Therefore, regarding the leak from the mobile phone department head, Yi Su did not blame Yu Shuichin, speaking in a calm tone. Yu Shuichin saw that Yi Su wasn't blaming her and felt a warm glow in her heart. However, she quickly thought to herself that Yi Su was just that kind of person. He didn't seem to care much about unfavorable situations. Perhaps that was why he was so successful. "So, Mr. Yi, what are your plans for this matter?" Yu Shuichin asked cautiously. "In certain matters, we should still follow Yi Su's approach. After all, whenever we faced unfavorable situations in the past, the solutions Yi Su proposed were always so simple yet effective. Regarding this matter, the head of the mobile phone department should be handled directly by the police chief. The relevant evidence has already been organized and is on the computer. You can transfer it to the police later," Yi Su said, opening the computer at the same time. Regarding the leaked documents from the department head, he had already instructed Rem to organize them this morning. The next step is to notify the police immediately and arrest the mobile phone department head, Luo Anqing, on charges of leaking commercial secrets. According to national law, anyone who commits any of the following acts of infringing commercial secrets, causing significant losses to the rights holder of the commercial secrets, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention, and shall also be fined or subject to a single fine if the consequences are particularly serious. They shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 7 years, and shall also be fined a certain amount. Genesis Technology Company is currently the leading enterprise in the country, with a company valuation of over 1,000 billion yuan, and the taxes it has paid have reached an extremely staggering figure. Therefore, any act of leaking commercial secrets by a department head within Genesis Technology Company will be met with severe punishment. Yi Su's meaning was clear: this matter must be dealt with severely, and the mobile department manager, Luo Anqing, must be punished with a fixed-term imprisonment of 3 years or more. After all, the value of those documents is incalculable. "Alright, I'll notify the police immediately," said Yu Shuichin, then made a call to inform the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. Upon hearing what Yu Shuichin said over the phone, the police chief was immediately alarmed. After all, Genesis Technology Company is the leading enterprise in all of eastern China, and the fact that someone had leaked commercial secrets was something that had to be taken seriously. Chapter 236, Branch Office. After informing the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department over the phone, the chief immediately dispatched personnel to arrest the head of the mobile phone department, Luo Anqing. Meanwhile, Yi Su continued to speak calmly to Yu Shuichin. "This matter is trivial. The department head should be punished accordingly. As for what I'm thinking, you should already know we need to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. For a company, the importance of commercial secrets cannot be overstated, especially for an innovative company like Genesis Technology, which relies entirely on technology for survival. If other companies obtain our technology, it would be absolutely unacceptable. To prevent such incidents from occurring in the future, I will devote more effort to this matter and place greater emphasis on safeguarding the company's technological secrets. As for the specifics, I may still need your guidance, Mr. Yi. Yu Shuoqun pondered carefully but still felt uncertain about how to prevent leaks from occurring. After all, she had previously worked at several companies where she had witnessed instances of taking kickbacks and leaking commercial secrets. However, none of those companies had been able to address such issues fundamentally. After all, human nature is inherently driven by greed, and as long as greed persists, similar behaviors may be impossible to completely eradicate. At Genesis Technology Company, the production of their products requires employees to have access to the relevant technology. It is impossible to prevent them from accessing the technology during production. Therefore, the only area where efforts can be made is through strict supervision. It sounds easy, but implementing strict supervision is extremely challenging. At least, Yu Shuoqun couldn't think of any effective methods to ensure that managers or technical staff do not leak information. Regarding the supervision of technology leaks, there's no need for you to worry too much about that. I've already thought of that. This USB drive contains the technical confidentiality system I developed. As long as the entire company's network is under the supervision of this system, we can strictly monitor whether any technology is being leaked. After Yisu finished speaking, he handed Yu Shuoqun a USB drive, which contained the technical confidentiality system. This system was developed by Yisu and programmed by Remington. Its primary advantage lies in its ability to efficiently monitor the entire company's network and enforce strict technical controls. If any technical information is found to have been leaked, the system can track the source of the leak and even automatically disable the computers involved. Additionally, this system prevents the download of critical technologies, playing a crucial role in ensuring that technical information remains secure and that any breaches are detected. Of course, this system is not all-powerful after all, it is merely a set of computer code and cannot be omnipotent. However, it is highly effective in preventing technical leaks within the company. After thinking it over, Yisu also felt that relying solely on a system might not be enough to completely prevent such situations. He turned to Yu Shuoqun and said, "Here's what I think, relying solely on this system might not be sufficient. After establishing a subsidiary, both the headquarters and the subsidiary should have dedicated company security and confidentiality departments to address such situations." "Alright, I understand." Yu Shuoqun nodded. She understood Yisu's meaning: establish a relevant company security and confidentiality department, combined with the technical confidentiality system, to prevent such situations from occurring. Regarding how to establish the company's security and confidentiality department, Yu Shuoqun didn't need Yisu to explain further. She already had a rough idea in mind and believed that, combined with the system Yisu had provided, it would be highly effective. "Alright, let's proceed with that. By the way, regarding the establishment of a subsidiary company, here's my plan." After discussing the company's technical security matters with Yu Shuoqun, Yisu recalled the matter of establishing a subsidiary company. Genesis Technology Company was growing rapidly, and with the current staff allocation, the number of employees was already insufficient. Therefore, establishing a subsidiary was an urgent matter. In Yisu's plan, 3 subsidiaries would be established this time, named Fairy Technology, Arc Bio, and Atomic Energy. These 3 subsidiaries represent the primary areas Genesis Technology will focus on in the future. The 3 fields are technology, biology, and energy. As for the remaining fields, Yisu plans to explore them in the future. Fairy Tech will focus on technology products such as virtual reality devices and transparent smartphones. Arc Bio will develop recovery potions and evolution potions in the future, while Atomic Energy will specialize in new materials like graphene and energy-related fields. "Oh, Mr. Yi, how many subsidiaries do we need to establish? The company is already so large, and we clearly need to hire more senior executives." Yu Shuoqun said to Yisu, paying close attention to his thoughts, eager to hear his views on establishing subsidiaries. "A subsidiary in the mobile phone industry is definitely necessary. Genesis Technology has already become the undisputed leader in the global mobile phone industry. If we don't establish a subsidiary, related drawbacks will inevitably arise." As for whether other departments should also establish subsidiaries, Yu Shuoqun was unaware of Yisu's specific plans, so she did not make any decisions on her own. Although Genesis Technology Company has always been primarily managed by her, it ultimately belongs to Yisu. Important decisions must be made in accordance with his opinions. After giving it careful consideration, I have made a decision regarding the establishment of subsidiaries. Yisu paused for a moment before continuing. 3 subsidiaries will be established, focusing on 3 major fields: technology, biotechnology, and materials energy. They will be named Elf Technology, Arc Biotechnology, and Atomic Energy. The key management personnel for these 3 subsidiaries will be selected by me, and I will send you the relevant forms later. Ensure they are treated with the utmost respect. The remaining details will be handled by you. Yu Shuachin nodded and turned to leave, intending to handle the matters related to establishing the subsidiaries. However, just at that moment, her phone rang. Upon opening her phone, she saw that it was a call from the chief of the Luo City Police Bureau. She turned to Yi Su and said, "Mr. Yi, the chief of the Luo City Police Bureau is calling. It must be regarding the leak from the mobile phone department manager. Should we go handle it together?" After connecting the call, Yu Shuachin spoke with the chief of the Luo City Police Bureau. The police were already waiting on the first floor of Genesis Technology Company, awaiting Yu Shuachin to send someone or go personally to meet them and proceed with the arrest. "Alright, let's go together." Yi Su nodded and followed Yu Shuachin out of the chairman's office to meet the police officers who had arrived. Chapter 237, Suspect. First floor of Genesis Technology Company. Yang Ming, the chief of the Luo City Police Bureau, was waiting in the first floor lobby with several police officers, awaiting Yi Su and Yu Shuachin. At that moment, some employees were passing through the first floor lobby. Upon seeing the police chief waiting there, they couldn't help but feel surprised. After all, the presence of a police chief in a company spoke volumes, and its implications were perhaps self-evident. However, these employees didn't think much of it. The presence of police chiefs might indicate an emergency, but it wouldn't affect their normal work. Perhaps there was something else going on. "Look, that's the chief of the police bureau in Luo City," one employee said to the person next to him, his face filled with shock. The chief of the police bureau? How could he be inside a company? Could it be that Chairman Yi Su called him for something? It probably isn't to arrest someone, right? Another employee said. Genesis Technology Company carefully screens its employees during the hiring process, rejecting anyone with a questionable background. However, past experiences don't necessarily mean much. After all, under the allure of sufficient profit, anyone might struggle to resist their inner greed. As some employees were shocked to see the police officers, Yi Su and Yu Shuachin quickly took the elevator to the first floor of the company. As Yi Su and Yu Shuachin approached Yang Ming, the bureau chief of the Luo City Police Department, Yang Ming noticed them and immediately walked over to greet them, extending his hand to shake Yi Su's. Although he was only the bureau chief of the Luo City Police Bureau, he was well aware of the nation's high regard for Yi Su, and Genesis Technology Company was one of the top companies in the country. His admiration for Yi Su ran deep. Being able to shake hands with Yi Su was a tremendous honor for him, and at that moment, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yi Su smiled and extended his hand, shaking Yang Ming's hand politely. Yu Shuachin stood beside him and introduced Yi Su. "This is the bureau chief of the Luo City Police Bureau. I didn't expect such a minor matter to require you to come personally. It's truly my fault." Yang Ming put aside his usual serious demeanor. He had heard rumors about Yi Su's status in the eyes of the nation's leaders. He knew that even if Yi Su were to ask him to lead the arrest of a suspect accused of leaking commercial secrets, he would do so without hesitation. If he could use this opportunity to establish a connection with Yi Su, that would be ideal. Not at all. It is our honor to assist Genesis Technology Company. By the way, could you show us the suspect's detailed information? Yang Ming asked. He had significant authority. If Yi Su and his team had evidence of the suspect's crimes, they could arrest and prosecute him directly. All right. Yu Shuachin said, preparing to lead Yang Ming to Yi Su's office to retrieve the information, while the other police officers followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the employees who had overheard the news that the chief of the police bureau had come to the company to arrest someone were all taken aback and shocked. The police bureau chief is here to arrest someone? Who is he arresting? This was a huge piece of news, and those who heard it immediately shared it with their close friends. At the mobile phone department of Genesis Technology Company, department head Luo Ancheng was busy handling company matters in his office. Genesis Technology Company had already become the undisputed leader in the domestic mobile phone industry. The mobile phone department held unparalleled power within the company, even overseeing some well-known mobile phone manufacturers. As a result, Luo Ancheng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ha! Samsung has agreed to our acquisition request? Luo Ancheng saw the message sent by Yu Shuachin and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He also reflected on how fortunate he was to have joined Genesis Technology Company. He had previously been a manager at Hammer Technology. Though talented, he had never encountered a mentor and had experienced a downturn in his career. However, he never imagined that one day he would receive an invitation from Genesis Technology, where he worked hard and eventually became the head of the mobile phone department. The title of mobile phone department manager at Genesis Technology was enough to strike fear into anyone who heard it. In theory, Luo Ancheng should be satisfied with his career, enjoying such power and a generous salary, and would not do anything detrimental to the company. However, driven by greed, people often reveal their true nature. Recently, the CEO of a mobile phone company from MA country contacted Luo Ancheng, offering a very high price to persuade him to help steal several key technologies from Genesis Technology Company. The MA-based company is called Certain Fruit, and its CEO is named Cook. Due to his significant authority, Luo Ancheng, though it took some effort, managed to obtain the company's confidential information. Luo Ansheng is now living a comfortable life, as the compensation from the MA company is more than enough to ensure his financial security for the rest of his life. Sipping his coffee, Luo Ansheng's mind was filled with thoughts. He would certainly continue working at Genesis Technology Company. He had also heard rumors that the company planned to establish a subsidiary focused on technology, and as the head of the mobile phone department, he was sure to secure a high-ranking position within the new subsidiary. What does this mean? It means that in the days to come, he could collaborate even more closely with the certain fruit company. As for being discovered by the company, he wasn't worried. He was a computer expert and also knew the leader of a hacker organization. With the help of that top-notch hacker, he wasn't worried at all about the company discovering that he had stolen its secrets and leaked them to Apple. As Luo Ansheng was scheming about how to exploit the company's confidential technologies to gain more benefits, suddenly, there was a commotion outside. He didn't know who had arrived, but the noise was deafening. This made him furrow his brows deeply. It was still work hours, and such a commotion was simply unacceptable. Filled with anger, he stepped outside and saw Yisu with a calm expression, followed by Yushua Chen and a group of police officers. For some reason, his legs went weak, and all his strength seemed to drain out of him. Then he heard the lead police officer say, "This is the criminal suspect from your company, Mr. Yi?" Chapter 238, completely confused. "Is this the criminal suspect from your company, Mr. Yi?" Yang Ming asked, scrutinizing Luo Ansheng's appearance. Seeing Luo Ansheng's expression and his slightly trembling hands, Yang Ming was certain of his guilt. Moreover, the evidence provided by Yi Su was so compelling. Yang Ming knew that Luo Ansheng, who had leaked the trade secrets of Genesis Technology Company, would certainly be sentenced. Given the importance of the secrets Luo Ansheng had leaked, it could be conclusively determined that he would be sentenced to 3 to 7 years in prison, with aggravated punishment. There was no doubt about it. Genesis Technology Company's technology was coveted by numerous companies worldwide, and its importance was well known to all. Furthermore, Yang Ming had also seen from the materials provided by Yisu that the secrets Luo Ansheng had leaked included the most critical transparent smartphone technology and some technical documents related to virtual reality devices of Genesis Technology Company. There was no doubt that Luo Ansheng would be directly sentenced to a severe punishment this time. After receiving Yisu's affirmative response, Yang Ming immediately instructed the police officers by his side. Upon seeing their superior's orders, the officers immediately subdued Luo Ansheng, who was trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Luo Ansheng not only felt his bones go limp but also trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with fear. He had no idea why Yisu had brought the police officers to find him. However, he still clung to a sliver of hope, as he believed in the technical prowess of the hacker who had helped him and was confident that Yisu and his team couldn't obtain the crucial evidence of the company's confidential information he had leaked. Yisu smiled, looking at the terrified Luo Ansheng, and said, "The annual salary the company pays you is roughly twice that of other companies in the same position, isn't it? Are you dissatisfied?" Out of fear, Yisu now appeared so unsettling to Luo Ansheng. After hearing Yisu's words, he paused for a moment and then said, "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. I don't know why Mr. Yi brought the police chief here. You know the answer. The company has treated you so well, yet you leaked company secrets. Do you think you did the right thing? Do you think that even if that company stole the secrets, they have the capability to compete with our company?" Yushuachin said angrily, her tone icy. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. The employees working nearby, upon hearing Yushuachin's words, immediately realized what had happened. It turned out that their department head had leaked the secrets to manhwa company. In the eyes of these employees, Luo Ansheng had always been a decent boss, kind-hearted and upright. However, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and they never expected such a seemingly decent manager to commit such a betrayal. This couldn't help but make them look down on Luo Ansheng, and some even spat into the trash can, glaring at him with disdain. Luo Ansheng felt his face burning with shame. He deeply regretted his actions. Before committing the act, he was fully aware of the severity of the crime of leaking commercial secrets and knew that, given his circumstances, he would face at least 3 years in prison. Yet he did not give up, still searching for a way out. "The company has been good to me, but it's all my fault for being blinded by money. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yu. I've made a mistake." With his hands cuffed behind his back by the police officer, Luo Ansheng bowed his head and spoke earnestly, "Mr. Yi, I am willing to hand over all the ill-gotten gains I obtained to the company. I hope this can compensate for some of the company's losses. Please forgive me, considering all I've done for the company." "No." Before Yushuachin could speak, Yisu cut him off decisively. "The company secrets you leaked are priceless. They are cutting-edge technologies. Do you think an apology is enough? That's ridiculous." Indeed, Yisu found what Luo Ansheng said utterly ridiculous. He wasn't worried that manhwa company would be able to retaliate after obtaining his company's core technology. A dead fish will always remain a dead fish. He simply found Luo Ansheng's behavior repulsive and believed he deserved to be punished for it. Luo Ansheng, hearing Yisu's firm tone, said reluctantly, "Mr. Yi, I truly made a mistake. I can act as a double agent and provide some useless, misleading technology to the company. I believe this can compensate for the company's losses." What do you think? Yi Su scoffed, waved his hand, and then turned to Yang Ming. Director Yang, handle this criminal however you see fit. I have some matters to attend to and will leave first. After speaking, Yi Su turned and left. In the mobile phone department's office area, the employees had lost all motivation to work. They glared at Luo Anqing with disdain and whispered among themselves. Luo Anqing was now utterly disheartened, burying his head deeply. How could Yi Su have known about the leak of company secrets? He had no idea, and even now, he couldn't bring himself to believe it. How could he not know that his future, all the hard work he had put into the first half of his life, was now gone? Although he had been promised a lot in return for his technical expertise, the company had only paid a small portion up front. Given the importance of the technology he had stolen, his sentence would undoubtedly be severe, with a fine that would be astronomical. By the time he was released from prison, he would be nearing old age. With a criminal record, what kind of decent job could he possibly find afterward? It was simply impossible. Luo Anqing, with a face as pale as death, was restrained by 2 police officers, led out of the mobile phone department's office area, and then got into the police car, waiting for his sentence. Meanwhile, the employees of the mobile phone department were still unable to calm down. Yu Shuoqin, seeing this, immediately scolded them harshly. They had heard of Yu Shuoqin's strictness before, so they wisely kept their mouths shut. After leaving the mobile phone department, Yu Shuoqin headed to Yi Su's office, as there was still one unresolved matter: the establishment of a subsidiary company. Although Yi Su had briefly mentioned which subsidiaries would be established, he had not mentioned anything about future development. Yu Shuoqin wanted to hear Yi Su's thoughts on the matter, as this would play a decisive role in the future development of the company. Especially regarding the 3 subsidiaries, the field of the biotech company left Yu Shuoqin completely baffled. Was the biotech company planning to sell the Qingtangsu that Yi Su had previously proposed as a potential cancer treatment? Chapter 239, Seeking One's Own Downfall. Genesis Technology Company, Chairman's Office. Yi Su informed Yu Shuoqin of the key matters to consider when establishing the subsidiaries. At this point, Yu Shuoqin asked Yi Su, Mr. Yi, regarding our subsidiary, ARC Biotechnology, what products will we be developing in the future? She was truly curious about this. Yi Su replied, the first product ARC Bio will develop is not the gene evolution serum. That will be released at the appropriate time. The first product I am currently researching is the gene restoration serum. Yu Shuoqin was somewhat surprised. What exactly is a gene restoration agent? Just like Xia Xiaowei and the other 2 girls had felt when they first heard the name, she was now filled with questions and knew little about the specific effects of such a serum. A gene restoration serum can regrow severed limbs, reconstruct ligaments, and treat most diseases that can be addressed at the genetic level in modern medicine. It is an extremely important invention and one of the flagship products of our subsidiary, ARC Bio. Yi Su explained to Yu Shuoqin. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, Yu Shuoqin was utterly stunned. Though she had already accepted the fact that Yi Su was an unparalleled genius, hearing that he had invented such a thing left her feeling completely overwhelmed. Limb regeneration, ligament reconstruction? And even the ability to treat the majority of diseases in modern medicine? What kind of groundbreaking significance does this invention hold? Yu Shuoqin found it hard to imagine. Her perspective on the matter differed from that of Xia Xiaowei, Lin Zixuan, and Lin Zixuan. After hearing Yi Su's introduction to the recovery potion, she immediately recognized its potential. It could be said that this was an invention that could truly change the course of history. While it may not match the evolutionary potion in terms of significance, its functionality far surpasses that of the evolutionary potion. Transparent phones and virtual reality devices have changed human life, but the recovery potion and evolution potion fundamentally alter the course of history. The future of medicine may indeed follow the path Yi Su outlined at the Taros Medical Society, focusing on research at the genetic level. Later, Yi Su discussed the pricing of the recovery agent with Yu Shuoqin. After careful consideration, Yi Su decided to set the price of a single dose of the recovery agent at 10,000 yuan. If treating a more complex condition requires multiple injections of the recovery agent, Yi Su had already taken this into consideration. The impact on the medical community should be gradual. Multiple injection courses would mean that treating a single condition could cost tens of thousands of yuan. While this would eliminate the possibility of the condition recurring in the future, the price would still be prohibitively high for the vast majority of people. Yi Su believed the recovery potion would sell extremely well, and setting a higher price couldn't be called exploitative. It was a decision made with consideration for the current state of society. For example, in the smartphone industry, Yi Su initially aimed to capture the high-end market rather than completely dominate the entire industry. If it weren't for the underhanded tactics employed by other smartphone manufacturers, Yi Su would have carefully considered the launch of the Fairy Mini. Everything has a gradual process. If the Elf Mini had been launched first, perhaps the transparent phone wouldn't have sold as well. This is something that is easy to understand. The process of changing an era is the same. You cannot rush it. If you force changes on society before it has adapted, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. 10,000 yuan? Such a powerful potion with such remarkable effects, pricing it at 10,000 yuan might be a bit too low. Yu Shuoqin found it hard to comprehend. The materials for gene evolution potions were extremely expensive, so she instinctively assumed that the materials for the recovery potion were also very costly. It's not that expensive. The materials for a single recovery potion cost no more than 1,000 yuan. Pricing it at 10,000 yuan is something I've carefully considered. You don't need to worry about that, Yi Su said. Gene evolution potions require an enormous amount of materials, many of which are extremely rare. Moreover, the materials available on Earth can only be used to create intermediate-level gene evolution potions. As for advanced-level potions, Yi Su himself is unable to produce them. As for gene recovery potions, they are much simpler. The materials are quite common, and the total cost is only a few hundred. Even if the best raw materials are used, it wouldn't exceed 1,000. Given this, I think we should hold a press conference to announce the release of the recovery potion. After all, so many people once doubted you. Yu Shuoqin pondered for a moment before speaking to Yi Su. Yi Su's speech at the Haro's Medical Society left most medical professors unable to accept it. If the product were launched prematurely, even if its efficacy were extraordinary and the price not exorbitant, sales would inevitably be low in the initial stages due to lack of public recognition. By holding a press conference, we can give the public a basic understanding of the recovery agent's efficacy, allowing them time to adapt, which will help boost initial sales. Alright, the theory and manufacturing process for the recovery potion are mostly in place, but we still need some time for further research. Let's schedule the press conference for a week from now. In the meantime, please handle the matters at the 3 subsidiaries first, Yi Su said. Alright, I'll get started then. Yu Shuoqin nodded. After discussing with Yi Su, she also realized the potential of the material field. The recovery agent would undoubtedly be an invention more meaningful and capable of bringing long-term changes to human life than the transparent phone. Currently, the mobile phone sector is still the strongest area for Genesis Technology Company. However, in the future, Yu Shuoqin knew that the company's strongest sector would likely be the biological field, or more specifically, the medical field. After Yu Shuoqin left, Yi Su thought for a moment, opened his laptop, and instructed Rem to obtain the phone number of the CEO of a certain company. The company had obtained their technology through underhanded means, and this matter definitely needed to be investigated. Alright, master, I'll search for the phone number of Mr. Cook, the president of Company X, Rem said, then began a thorough search. After about 10 minutes, he successfully obtained Mr. Cook's phone number and informed Yi Su. Yi Su had reached his limit with Cook's actions. Although Yi Su had used him for promotional purposes when virtual reality devices were first launched and had originally intended to spare him, if he chose to destroy himself, Yi Su could not be held responsible. Chapter 240, Compensation. MA Country, a certain tech company. Recently, sales of the certain fruit-branded smartphone had plummeted to an all-time low, prompting departments across the company to begin mass layoffs. This left Cook, still serving as CEO, feeling extremely frustrated. During the launch of the Elf mini phone, Cook had always believed that the company would become the next Noah company. How ironic that turned out to be for Fruit Company. Remember when the company first launched its smartphones? It attracted countless users with its innovation, gradually growing into one of the world's leading smartphone companies. Every new product release would draw crowds of loyal fans. But now, that situation has vanished. Cook knows that compared to Genesis Technology Company, Apple's innovation capabilities are virtually non-existent. When it comes to innovation, what does Apple have to compare with Genesis Technology Company? Design? They have transparent phones. Hardware? Their camera functionality rivals that of a DSLR camera costing tens of thousands of dollars, and their ROM and RAM have reached numbers that Apple, with its current technology, simply cannot achieve. System? Their Spirit phone system has been hailed by researchers as the world's true and only intelligence system, and Yi Su even won the Turing Award for it. Can Apple compare? No matter what they do, the company cannot compete with Genesis Technology in the smartphone market. Therefore, Apple's primary focus now is on tablets and laptops, with its research department working tirelessly to develop innovative technologies. However, for smartphones, a device that has become an indispensable part of modern life, Cook has always been obsessed with it. Although it cannot compare to transparent smartphones, he has never given up on the smartphone division, as it is the foundation of the company. Therefore, he came up with a plan. He tried to contact several department heads at Genesis Technology Company, offering them generous rewards to leak their valuable technology to Apple. The initial results left Cook feeling despair, but just a few days ago, he received some good news. One person had changed their mind. After Apple Incorporated paid a portion of the compensation upfront, they leaked some key components of Genesis Technology's virtual reality device technology and transparent smartphone technology to Apple Inc. This news delighted Cook, and the company that obtained these technologies now had a much stronger grip on its chances of returning to its former glory. After several days of research, the team discovered that they could adapt the transparent phone technology for use in the next generation iPad. The only thing missing now was the new graphene production technology. Once they identified the key points of that technology, Apple's researchers would have enough confidence to develop a groundbreaking innovative product. Therefore, Cook has been constantly thinking about this matter and has been actively seeking ways to obtain the new graphene production technology from certain executives at Genesis Technology Company. However, he was completely mistaken. Because the new graphene production technology is an extremely complex process. Even if they knew the technology, they might not be able to produce large quantities of graphene. Moreover, all companies currently focused on graphene production have been acquired by Yeshu Qin at the behest of Yisu. Therefore, it is simply impossible for the company to use graphene to create transparent smartphones or tablets. Just as Cook was trying to contact some senior executives at Genesis Technology Company using underhanded methods to obtain the graphene production technology, a call suddenly rang on his phone. 131-313-1313? FUCK, what is this number? How could there be such an odd number? Upon seeing the phone number, Cook immediately sensed something was amiss. 13 is considered an extremely unlucky number in Western culture, even more so than the number 4 in Eastern culture. Therefore, Cook couldn't help but blurt out a curse when he saw the phone number. Picking up the phone, Cook asked in English, "What's this weird phone number? Who are you? What do you want?" Upon hearing Cook's words on the other end of the line, Yisu gave a cold laugh and said, "Mr. Cook, it's been a while. I'm Yisu, the chairman of Eastern Genesis Technology Company. By the way, is your company interested in selling? We at Genesis are planning to enter the senior phone market, and I think your Apple phones are quite good and suitable for the elderly in the East. As for pricing, around 100 yuan should be reasonable." The elderly phone market? Pricing around 100 renminbi? Cook heard Yisu's words and couldn't help but notice the mocking tone in his voice. He grew angry and said, "Mr. Yisu, I don't know why you called me, but I don't have time right now. I'll hang up first." "Don't hang up, Mr. Cook. Aren't you very interested in our company's technology? I'm sure you must have some ideas about the new graphene production technology after obtaining the key technology for transparent phones. Let's discuss this matter. What do you think?" Yisu said. "Oh." Cook's face darkened. Hearing Yisu say that, he knew immediately that someone had obtained commercial secrets through improper means and Yisu had found out. Discuss the new graphene production technology? Cook knew full well that Yisu was joking. He said angrily, "Mr. Yisu, I don't understand the point of your joke. Just state the purpose of your call directly." Yisu smiled on the other end of the line and said calmly, "It's like this, Mr. Cook. Your company has stolen our technology. Shouldn't you compensate us?" "Compensation? How much?" Cook was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yisu to call just to demand compensation. He had always assumed Yisu was going to inform him that Genesis Technology Company was suing Apple Company in court. Regarding the issue of technology infringement, the certain fruit company wasn't afraid at all, as they hadn't yet released any products based on Genesis Technology Company's technology. As for compensation, this did surprise Cook a bit, as everyone knew how quickly Genesis Technology Company made money. As its chairman, Yisu shouldn't care about such a small amount. "Just give me 200 billion gold pieces. That's not too much. As long as you compensate me with 200 billion gold pieces, you can use the stolen technology freely. Genesis Technology Company will not hold it against you," Yisu said indifferently. Chapter 241, Impression. 200 billion gold? Why don't you just come rob our company? Cook was so angry he started cursing. That's 200 billion and it's gold. But from Yisu's tone, it sounded like 200 gold pieces, just an ordinary number. This made Cook furious. He knew full well that Yisu had no intention of negotiating sincerely. Although your Genesis Technology Company is currently the dominant player in the smartphone industry and could even be said to be on the verge of monopolizing the entire industry, are your technologies really worth that much money? At least in Cook's eyes, while those two technologies were crucial to the future of a certain company, they certainly weren't worth over 10 billion gold, let alone 200 billion gold. Moreover, the current situation at Apple Incorporated is extremely dire. Their accounts hold less than $2 billion in liquid assets, let alone $200 billion. The release of Yisu's Elf Mini smartphone and the subsequent actions have dealt a devastating blow to companies like Apple Incorporated that rely on the smartphone industry. It's unclear how much their assets have shrunk as a result. Oh? You won't even give 200 billion gold coins? This is about the future of your company. If you refuse, it seems I'll have to make you taste the consequences. Was the previous lesson not enough? Yisu said in a slow tone over the phone. Cook heard Yisu's words and felt his anger boiling over. He knew exactly what Yisu was referring to when he mentioned the previous lesson. It was the launch of the Elf Mini phone. It was precisely because of the Elf Mini phone that the mobile phone industry entered a winter, with all mobile phone manufacturers struggling to survive. Only the Eastern companies focusing on smartphones priced at a few $100s managed to survive, scraping by in the industry. For companies like Apple and Samsung, which focused on the high-end market, the impact of that incident was devastating. Unwilling to continue the conversation with Yisu, Cook simply said, "Do as you please," and hung up the phone, his anger simmering beneath the surface. The news that Yisu demanded 20 billion yuan in compensation was truly unbearable for him, and his opinion of Yisu plummeted instantly. After Cook hung up the phone, Yisu remained calm. Demanding 20 billion yuan in compensation, he didn't actually think it was too much. After all, the importance of the two technologies he held was unparalleled. They were indispensable for future human life. "Since you won't talk to me, it seems I really need to take action against that company," Yisu muttered to himself as he looked at Rem on his laptop screen. Rem seemed to sense Yisu's mood and asked, "Master, is there anything Rem can assist with?" Yisu smiled and nodded, then said to Rem, "What methods can you think of to completely bring down the certain fruit company?" Rem fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating options, then said to Yisu, "Master, there are many ways to completely bring down the company in question. For example, the scandals involving Cook, the defects in some of the company's products, and attacking the company in the capital market, among others. Alright, gather all the data that can bring down the company and figure out how to release it. They dared to steal technology, they must pay a heavy price." Yisu picked up a cup of freshly brewed coffee, drank it, and shook his head with a smile. Rem collected data and intelligence quickly. Yisu later found Yu Shuachin and instructed her to find ways to acquire some well-known magazines and media outlets in MA country. The first step to bring down the certain fruit company had officially begun. The next day, a scandal broke out on social media platforms worldwide, involving the CEO of MA country's Apple technology company, Tim Cook. Many people around the world were familiar with Cook. Before the release of the ELF mini smartphone, Apple phones were quite popular. Although many people no longer used Apple phones now, they still paid close attention to Apple company. Many people still use laptops and tablets produced by the company, so they are highly concerned about this scandal involving Cook. The source of this scandal remains anonymous, but several segments of conversations between Cook and others have been leaked on major global social media platforms. In these conversations, Cook is portrayed as a ruthless businessman. For example, messages like, "As long as the phone quality is passable, it's fine. If there are issues like a bent screen, just release a new model later." What else? Pricing for the Eastern market or the XX market? Of course, the higher the better. These revelations have undoubtedly left many former Apple smartphone users feeling frustrated. Many people received this message out of the blue, though some were initially surprised. However, once they confirmed the authenticity of the message, their perception of Apple Incorporated took another hit. The person who released this information provided substantial evidence to prove that these statements were indeed made by Cook. This is why former Apple consumers or those still using Apple laptops feel frustrated. Seeing that the timing seemed right, the poster immediately dropped another bombshell. Recently, Apple Incorporated had used substandard materials and hired extremely low-cost labor to produce its Apple laptops and Apple iPads, all in an effort to cut costs, resulting in products of questionable quality. Furthermore, it has been proven that using these inferior materials and relying on cheap labor has resulted in Apple products of significantly lower quality than before, with even the system's smoothness experiencing unnoticed changes. These revelations have left many people feeling outraged. Despite these issues, Apple laptops and iPads remain popular worldwide. While transparent phones offer a unique feature, their limited screen size means they cannot compete with Apple laptops and iPads in certain areas. Therefore, even after owning a transparent smartphone, they still choose to purchase products produced by Apple. However, after these reports surfaced online, their perception of Apple has plummeted to an all-time low. Chapter 242, One Poke and It's Over. The scandals surrounding Apple company are spreading like wildfire online. Consumers of Apple products worldwide, upon learning of this incident, saw their impression of Apple plummet to an all-time low. The company's stock price, already severely impacted by the launch of the ELF mini phone, had plummeted by an unknown multiple. Now, with the additional scandals emerging, it reached an all-time low. On major social media platforms worldwide, the scandals involving the company, which were reportedly leaked by Yisu and Rem, are all true events. In the eyes of netizens, they are highly credible, so once they were posted, they immediately caused a huge stir. Everyone who still paid attention to the company saw their perception of it completely change. Most people stated that they would never use any of the company's products again. Originally, after the release of the ELF mini phone, the company had shifted its focus to the notebook and tablet computer markets, with the smartphone industry retained solely due to ongoing collaborations with the military. Now, the few remaining users who still purchase and use Apple smartphones are likely doing so solely out of habit, as these devices have accompanied them for many years. However, despite this, the number of users is extremely low. After all, even the 2,400 yuan version of the Fairy Mini smartphone outperforms Apple's latest model in every aspect. Users aren't blind, it's only natural that they no longer purchase Apple products. Cook's view is that the next generation of Apple smartphones will still be produced, but the price must be set extremely low. Additionally, the performance and hardware of the generation after that must see significant improvements. As a result, employees in Apple's smartphone division have been studying the ELF system, aiming to replicate its technology and develop the latest truly intelligent iOS system. However, they have found this to be extremely challenging. Cook felt on the verge of collapse, so out of desperation, he came up with the idea of bribing senior executives at Genesis Technology. The results were quite promising, as they obtained the key technology for transparent phones and virtual reality device technology. However, he did not anticipate that this very move would provoke Yisu's backlash, leading REM to expose all of Apple Incorporated's scandals across major social media platforms worldwide. At this point, Apple Incorporated was like a deflated balloon, utterly powerless to recover. On social media platforms, users were condemning the company, criticizing its actions, and expressing their complete loss of trust in it. The scandals exposed by REM about the company were mostly about the company's senior executives' poor attitude towards smartphone production, as well as quality defects in the company's smartphones, laptops, and tablets. He even provided compelling evidence to prove that the company had deceived consumers. Anyone who saw this would likely feel despair about the company's situation. Inside the company, chaos has erupted. Numerous board members are condemning Cook and have lost all hope for the company's future, planning to sell their shares. But who would buy Apple's shares? Cook, with a despairing expression, felt utterly hopeless about the current situation. In fact, even when Yisu launched the Elf mini phone, he had never felt this desperate. Even if Yisu had instructed Yushua Chin to acquire Apple Incorporated at a very favorable price, Cook had refused numerous times under immense pressure from the board of directors. At this moment, he truly felt an unparalleled sense of despair, a despair he had never experienced since his birth. After Steve Jobs' death, the company had been managed by him. When he took over, the company was already in a highly stable phase, so there weren't many issues requiring his attention. However, since Genesis Technology unveiled its transparent smartphone, he couldn't even sleep soundly, fearing that Apple's massive empire might crumble under his watch. And now, it seems his worst fears are coming true. Apple is on the brink of collapse. Cook, tell me what's going on. Do you really think Yisu won't find out about what you did to Genesis Technology? You know his capabilities. What are you going to do now? Give us an answer. A director, filled with anger, shouted at Cook. The other board members also had nothing kind to say to Cook. Cook, who had once exuded the aura of a king, now looked like a defeated man, sighing and saying, "Shareholders, after Genesis Technology Company launched the Elf mini phone, we all thought we would be like Noah. But now it seems we might not even be as good as Noah." Since Yisu launched a full-scale attack on Apple Company, the sales figures for Apple laptops and tablets worldwide have been so dismal that they feel deeply despairing. Just then, everyone suddenly heard a series of urgent knocks on the door. Instantly, not only Cook but also the board members furrowed their brows. Don't they know there's an emergency meeting going on? What's the rush with the knocking? A subordinate opened the door. At that moment, the head of a certain department at Apple rushed in, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "It's bad. It's bad. Everyone, our company's computers have all been hacked. All the data stored on the restored computers is gone, and even the backups can't be found. Our company is finished. Our company's technical staff seem to have vanished into thin air. Anything stored on computers is lost." What? Everyone was stunned by the news. Some people opened their laptops and found they couldn't boot up normally. They were terrified. All the company's computers have been hacked, and all the critical technical data stored on them has been lost, with no backups found? What does this mean? Everyone knows. It means their company might be finished. A company reliant on technology products, with all its research data gone, means they have nothing to base the next generation of products on. In fact, the company had taken significant measures to ensure the security of their technical data. However, they had no idea that, in REM's eyes, the security of all computers in the world was as fragile as a sheet of paper. One poke and it would tear. Chapter 243, Bankruptcy. All the company's computers have been hacked? Can the data be recovered? Under the detailed description of the department head, everyone felt as though all their strength had been drained from their bodies. They couldn't imagine the extent of the blow this incident would deal to the company. At that moment, a board member picked up his phone, his face darkening, and shouted, "The news that our company's computers have been hacked is spreading like wildfire online. Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms are flooded with reports about the breach, claiming that our company has suffered massive losses and can't even release its next-generation products." Upon hearing this news, everyone who had still hoped to save the company remained unmoved, as they had completely lost all hope. Many people looked at Cook with a blank expression, not only despairing of Cook but also of the future of the company. They all knew that it was precisely because Cook had provoked Yisu that this severe consequence had occurred. Now, they could only try to recover their own losses. As for the rest, let it go to hell. The bankruptcy of the company was now an undeniable fact, with its stock price plummeting to an all-time low. Everyone knew that the company was beyond salvation. Just a short while ago, the company was still able to rely on its laptop and tablet markets to keep its research and development of the next-generation smartphone products afloat. However, now that Yisu has launched his full-scale offensive, they are powerless to turn the tide. These desperate individuals slumped helplessly in their boardroom chairs. They knew full well that everything happening online, including the hacking of the company's computers, was the work of Yisu. They were shocked by Yisu's capabilities and felt a deep fear toward him. The man who had knocked on the door was detailing the losses suffered by the company. The current situation was that not only the company's headquarters, but also all its branches worldwide, as well as any companies closely associated with it, had their computers hacked, with no data left behind. This incident cannot be described as merely devastating, it has now involved the core of the company. At that moment, Cook's mind seemed to freeze. He could still hear Yisu's words echoing in his ears. Just a day earlier, he had believed that Yisu was incapable of truly bankrupting the company. Even if you didn't compensate them with $200 billion, what could you do? Could you really crush the company's tablet and laptop markets? He never imagined that Yisu would actually follow through. He said he would leave Apple Incorporated with no way out, and he truly did it. Now, the products Apple Incorporated produces have sparked widespread backlash, and its future is hanging by a thread. However, in this precarious situation, the computers of Manhwa Company, including those of its subsidiaries, were all hacked, with no data left behind. How can Manhwa Company survive? Some people sat helplessly in their chairs, staring blankly at the ceiling, while others leaned against the walls, their bones feeling weak and trembling. They couldn't fathom how Yisu had managed to pull this off. It was terrifying. It was unimaginable. Hacking into all of Apple's departments worldwide, what kind of hacker or hacker group could possibly accomplish such a feat? Who exactly is Yisu? At this moment, they felt their brains trembling, overwhelmed by an intense sense of fear that refused to fade. Some were staring at Cook, their eyes filled with anger. It was because of Cook's actions that they had provoked Yisu, leading to the company's current predicament. Bankruptcy is not far off. Products can't be sold, all the computers have been hacked. What does the company have left to survive on? They simply have no solutions. After a long while, one board member steadied his emotions and said in a trembling voice, "After this incident, the company is probably already a mess. Even if we try to sell it, no one will buy it. We might as well sell the mobile phone division to the military, at least that could recover some losses." The other board members nodded in agreement, while some remained silent. Apple Incorporated was the life's work of many, and they never imagined that because they had crossed paths with Yisu, they would now face such a dire situation. Cook had no strength left to speak. He had no say in how the board should proceed and no authority to speak up. Among them, the one who feared Yisu the most was undoubtedly him. He couldn't even stand up. Thinking about what Yisu had said to him, his mind seemed to have completely shut down. Following the decision of the board of directors, the company was acquired by the military of MA country at a ridiculously low price. The company now exists in name only. All of its branches around the world were also handled by the military of MA country. On that day, countless people lost their jobs. The collapse of the company had an extremely significant impact on the global economy. Some people, CEOs and chairmen of various companies, governors and lawmakers of various countries, upon learning that it was precisely because Cook had provoked Yisu that the company had gone bankrupt, couldn't help but feel deep fear toward Yisu. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of the company's bankruptcy and its acquisition by the MA military, Yisu merely smiled faintly, not giving the matter a second thought. "You did well, Remington." Yisu smiled and shook his head, praising Rem on the computer screen. Master's orders, how could Rem not fulfill her duties? Besides, this matter wasn't particularly difficult. Rem on the screen smiled and shook her head, her eyes narrowing into slits, looking sunny and adorable. That company dared to steal our company's top secret technology, leading to this outcome. They brought this upon themselves. Yisu took a sip of coffee and said indifferently. The bankruptcy of the certain fruit company and its acquisition by the MA military were all within Yisu's expectations. Because the transparent phones produced by Genesis Technology were virtually impossible for the MA military to use, while the certain fruit company's phones were highly valuable to the MA military. Therefore, being acquired by the MA military under such circumstances was entirely logical. Just then, the door to Yisu's office was knocked on. "Come in," Yisu said indifferently. Then, Yu Shuichin entered with a weary expression. She looked at Yisu and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yi, I never expected that the company went bankrupt. I think no company will dare to target our company's technology anymore, right?" Chapter 244. Genesis Technology Company, Chairman's Office. Yu Shuichin entered with a weary expression on her face. She looked at Yisu and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yi, I never expected that a certain company would go bankrupt. I think no company will dare to target our company's technology anymore, right?" Yisu replied indifferently, "The matter with Manhwa Company is merely a warning to other companies. I believe there will still be many companies eyeing our company's technology. By the way, how is the establishment of the company's security and confidentiality department progressing?" Yu Shuichin replied, "The company's security and confidentiality department has been officially established. The department head and staff have been mostly hired. With the technical confidentiality system you provided, the company's technical security and confidentiality have reached a new level." Regarding this matter, Yu Shuichin didn't find it particularly challenging. She truly admired Yisu, as the technical security system would make the work of the technical security department much simpler. The employees she had recruited for the department, including managers, were all deeply impressed by the powerful capabilities of the technical security system. They even promised that with the assistance of this system, all instances of technical leaks within the company would be detected, and they would be able to provide a high level of security for the company's technical assets. That's good. With what happened at a certain company, other companies with similar intentions will likely think twice. Plus, with the technical security department in place, I believe such incidents will be virtually impossible. Yisu took a sip of coffee and said casually. While he wasn't overly concerned about technical leaks, he acknowledged their potential impact on the company. Moreover, Yisu didn't want his technology to be plagiarized, even if all the plagiarizers were, in his eyes, insignificant players who couldn't challenge the status of Genesis Technology Company. The 3 subsidiaries have already been established. Mr. Yi, here are the documents regarding the 3 subsidiaries. Yu Shuichin spoke while placing the documents on the desk, gesturing for Yisu to review them. Yisu picked them up and glanced through them, finding them satisfactory. The 3 subsidiaries had already covered all the main areas Genesis Technology was currently focusing on, and Yisu had no immediate plans to expand into other fields. In the biotechnology field, the priority was to grow and strengthen the business before considering other areas. In the mobile phone industry, Genesis had already achieved complete dominance. In virtual reality devices, Genesis Technology was also unique. As for the upcoming gene restoration agent, it was the only one of its kind globally. With this technology, Genesis Technology was certain to become a giant in the pharmaceutical and biotechnology field. By the way, Mr. Yi, the media seems to have found out about the establishment of the subsidiary. Do you think it will have any impact? Yu Shuichin thought of something and said to Yisu. Yisu shook his head and smiled. Why are you thinking about that? Are we Genesis planning to venture into any other fields? Do we need to listen to others? If I want to enter the pharmaceutical industry, there's no need to consider anything else. Those pharmaceutical companies suffered losses because they were behind the times. The weak get beaten. You're right, I was overthinking it. Yu Shuichin nodded. Even if the gene restoration agent's functions were that powerful, she still felt that Genesis entering the pharmaceutical industry would require considering many factors, and the government might not approve. In fact, the mobile phone industry had already caused the state machinery a great deal of headaches. After all, so many people had lost their jobs because of this. Although Genesis Technology had been expanding its workforce and hiring new staff, Yisu had only laid off a portion of the employees from the acquired mobile phone companies. However, when viewed collectively, the number of unemployed individuals remained a staggering figure, with significant implications for the national economy. Had it not been for Yisu's gene evolution serum technology, the state would certainly not have idly stood by. At this point, Genesis's subsidiary, Arc Bio, is about to launch its gene restoration serum. The impact on the nation's pharmaceutical industry could be immeasurable. Yu Shuichin had many concerns, and Yisu was well aware of them. However, he had already come to terms with this long ago. Genesis Technology Company was here to change the course of this era. The impact on any industry was merely a side effect. Eventually, these industries would undergo transformation anyway. Yisu had merely accelerated the process and seized control of their capital. There was no need to dwell on the past or worry about the future. Alright, go ahead with your work. I need to return to the villa to continue my research on the gene restoration agent. Yisu said to Yu Shuichin before preparing to head back to the villa. The production of gene restoration agents required careful consideration of Earth's current conditions. Though the research wouldn't be as complex as that for gene evolution agents, it still demanded significant effort. After handling company technical security and confidentiality matters, establishing a subsidiary, and dealing with the matter involving a certain fruit company, Yisu felt it was time to settle down and focus on his research into gene restoration agents. Alright. After speaking, Yu Shuichin directly walked out of the chairman's office. Shortly after Yu Shuichin left, Yisu finished handling some company matters and also left the office, intending to return to the research institute. At that moment, news about Genesis Technology Company establishing 3 subsidiaries Arc Bio, Elftech, and Atomic Materials Energy began spreading rapidly online. Numerous media outlets, company presidents, and individuals from various fields were speculating about the meaning behind Yisu's actions. Elf Technology? Well, everyone knew that it was Genesis Technology's most important division, holding core technologies such as the Elf Intelligence System, virtual reality devices, and transparent smartphone technology. Even as a subsidiary of Genesis, Elf Technology was currently the most promising and powerful technology company in the world. Arc Bio? What does that mean? Many were confused, while some medical industry heavyweights recalled Yisu's speech at the Talos Medical Conference, feeling a sense of dread. Arc Bio? Could Yisu be planning to enter the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry? This isn't good news. Many people are feeling panicked by Yisu's move. The pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry is far more critical to humanity than intelligent devices. After all, it is an indispensable industry that has existed since the dawn of civilization. Yisu's establishment of ARC Pharmaceutical and Biotechnology Company at this juncture is deeply unsettling. As for the Atomic Materials Energy Company, many people did not pay much attention to it, as Genesis Technology had already achieved near monopoly status in the graphene industry. Establishing this company might be a preparatory move for future graphene material promotion. Chapter 245: The Confused Yichingwa. Although global graphene companies are currently under the control of Genesis Technology Company, the specific applications of graphene materials are limited to transparent smartphones. The potential of graphene materials is immense, but Yisu does not intend to promote them in the short term. This is because the current level of global technology has not yet reached the required standard, so he has not sought to expand the graphene industry on a large scale. Instead, he has simply tied this industry to transparent smartphones. These media personnel and professors in related fields are well aware of the potential of graphene materials, so they were not particularly surprised by Genesis Technology Company's decision to establish Atomic Materials Energy Company. As for ARC Bio, they were highly curious. What kind of product did Yisu intend to launch with this company? Based on past experience, Genesis Technology would definitely hold a press conference when launching a new product, but they had not received any such information, so it was only natural for them to become curious. Yisu, of course, had plans to hold a press conference. He knew that a press conference about the gene restoration agent would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. However, he did not let Yushua Chen leak any information, as he wanted to conduct thorough research first. Upon returning to the villa, Yisu immediately received a phone call. What surprised him was that the call was from his own father, Yi Qinghua. Before Yisu had traveled to this world, the original owner of this body had a complex relationship with his father, Yi Qinghua. He both feared and loved him. Unlike his mother, who doted on her son, Yi Qinghua was not overly indulgent. As a result, the previous Yisu dared not share certain things he had done with his father. However, because Yisu had discovered King Tengsu, which had brought significant growth to his father's company, Yi Qinghua's attitude toward Yisu had improved greatly. Thanks to the King Tengsu technology, Yisu's father's company has now entered the global top 100, specializing in biopharmaceutical products. Upon learning that his son seemed interested in entering this field, Yi Qinghua couldn't help but have some questions for his son. "Dad, is there something you need?" Yisu stood at the villa's entrance and spoke to Yi Qinghua over the phone. "Son, you've really grown up. In my eyes, you were just a spoiled rich kid who didn't study or work hard. Though it was frustrating, there was nothing I could do because your father loves you." Yi Qinghua spoke of Yisu's past with a touch of emotion. Once upon a time, he had thought that after his son had discovered King Tengsu, he wouldn't come up with anything else, just a fleeting medical genius. He had even planned to have Yisu work at his company. But he never imagined that after publishing King Tengsu, Yisu would immediately rise to prominence, showcasing his genius in full, founding Genesis Technology Company, developing virtual reality devices, and later gaining control of the entire smartphone industry through transparent phones. Genesis Technology is now valued as the top company in the East. Yisu's achievements in such a short time have even left his father in awe. Every time he hears news about Genesis Technology, he feels like he is living in a dream, proud of having such a son and amazed by his son's astonishing achievements. "Ha, Dad, you're calling me about the establishment of ARC Pharmaceutical Biotechnology Company, aren't you?" Yisu, of course, knew his father's love for him and understood the purpose of his call at this moment. Currently, major media outlets worldwide and the CEOs of pharmaceutical and biotech companies were all closely watching Genesis Technology Company, or rather, ARC Biopharmaceuticals, for their next move. After all, Yisu's previous speech was still fresh in their minds, and they couldn't forget the content of his speech. The establishment of Genesis Technology Company, could it be that Yisu was about to unveil the results mentioned in his speech? This thought sent a chill down their spines. Yes, I want to know what your ARC Biopharmaceuticals company will be doing in the future." Yi Qinghua said, unable to help but sigh inwardly, feeling that his thoughts as a father were no longer hidden from his son. Yisu didn't hide his thoughts from his father. He said calmly, "ARC Biopharmaceuticals will focus on the biopharmaceutical market. Our first step is to launch a gene restoration agent, followed by a gene evolution agent. In the future, we will release more products." Yisu's words left Yi Qinghua feeling a bit dazed. Gene restoration agents? Gene evolution agents? He knew the content of Yisu's speech and couldn't help but associate it with what Yisu had mentioned, beginning to ponder the true meaning behind these two terms. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghua was utterly shocked. While he couldn't fathom what gene restoration agents might entail, gene evolution agents suggested the possibility of human evolution. Were they limited to fetuses, and what were their specific effects? At this thought, Yi Qinghua was utterly shocked. Gene evolution? Didn't this mean that the content of Yisu's previous speech was slowly becoming a reality? "Dad, I don't think you know what gene evolution serum is either. Let me explain it to you." Yisu smiled enigmatically and said to Yi Qinghua, "It's a gene evolution serum that can evolve the human body. It only requires a single injection and is applicable to all age groups. After injection, all physical attributes of humans will be enhanced, such as athletic ability, strength, and lifespan, among others. Regarding lifespan, the basic level serum can extend it by approximately 100 years. Did you create this? Is it really real? Yi Qingwei was completely stunned. His son had actually come up with such an invention, one that could extend lifespan. The commercial value of this was unimaginable. He could already envision the potential. Yi Su smiled again and said to Yi Qingwei, "Of course, I didn't develop it alone. However, the technology belongs to me. Currently, mass production of this drug is still challenging, so I plan to launch it later. The product we will release next is a gene restoration drug." Chapter 246, Pain and Joy. Gene restoration agents? What on earth are those? Yi Qingwei was now overwhelmed with shock. As the chairman of a global top 100 biopharmaceutical company, he knew exactly what gene evolution agents represented. Gene evolution agents, which enhance human speed, strength, and other abilities, are already an extraordinary product. But to extend human lifespan by a century? This left Yi Qingwei momentarily speechless. Extending human lifespan by approximately a century is far more effective than any health supplement, and it's explicitly stated. Now, what about the health supplements produced by companies around the world? What effects do they have on the human body? They are sold at exorbitant prices, yet their efficacy is uncertain. However, the gene evolution drug is a tangible product that can extend human lifespan. The implications of this are self-evident. Once this product is released, it will undoubtedly be snapped up by countless customers who can afford it. The wealthy need no convincing, but even those who have just barely earned enough will likely go to great lengths to secure a dose. Extending human lifespan by 100 years, what kind of temptation would that be for people? The gene restoration serum, however, would impact your father's company's invention. It could very well cause your father's company to fall out of the global top 100 rankings. Yi Su said with a bitter smile. Because of King Tengsu, his father's company had already entered the global top 100 and was still on the rise. However, once the gene restoration serum is developed, all biopharmaceutical companies will be severely impacted by this, and a decline in market value is inevitable. Some companies specializing in a single field may even go bankrupt due to the serum's impact on the market. So, what exactly are the effects of this agent? Yi Qingwei's voice was hoarse as he asked Yi Su in a dry tone, his emotions complex. It will have a significant impact on our company. Could this gene restoration agent be a product that will revolutionize the entire pharmaceutical industry? Yi Su replied honestly, the gene restoration agent is priced at 10,000 renminbi. It can treat most diseases in modern medicine, including limb regeneration, bone restoration, and ligament reconstruction. The treatment duration ranges from 3 days to 1 month, requiring 2 to 10 injections of the agent. Furthermore, after administration, the patient will no longer be susceptible to conditions that the recovery agent can treat, such as diabetes. After completing a course of treatment, the body will no longer develop such conditions, and functions like limb regeneration will be permanently restored. Yi Su explained everything in great detail, and to Yi Qingwei, it sounded like a thunderclap. If this product were not released by Yi Su's company, he might have felt utterly despairing. Could the effects of this medication be even more miraculous? Compared to gene-enhancing agents, this product could deal a devastating blow to the pharmaceutical industry. In short, the medical field is about to undergo a major transformation. Although the price is set at 10,000 yuan per dose, there are still many wealthy individuals. Spending several 10,000 yuan to treat a disease is not considered expensive for them, let alone the fact that this agent does more than just treat a single disease or regenerate severed limbs. It also means that after injection, the human body will no longer be susceptible to most diseases known to modern medicine, and even if an arm or other body part is severed, it can regrow on its own. Goodness, what kind of invention is this? How did my son manage to develop it? Yi Qingwei felt a mix of emotions at that moment. He had already envisioned many future developments in the medical field, which might no longer be as complex as they are now. This breakthrough could revolutionize the entire medical field and transform the pharmaceutical industry. If ARC Biotechnology were to launch this product, Yi Qingwei's company would inevitably fall out of the global top 100 if it couldn't find a way to innovate. That was an undeniable fact. It wasn't just Yi Qingwei's company, all the other companies would also be severely impacted once Yi Su launched the gene restoration agent. Yi Natsu's right hand, holding the transparent phone, was trembling uncontrollably. He had been completely shocked by Yi Su's words. He didn't believe his son was lying to him, so for a moment, he couldn't accept the news. It seems our pharmaceutical industry is about to undergo a major transformation, Yi Natsu said with a bitter smile. He never imagined that after his son revolutionized the entire smartphone industry, the next target would be the pharmaceutical industry, the field his father had dedicated his entire life to. However, he didn't feel any strange emotions toward Yi Su. After all, his son had such extraordinary abilities, which made him proud. It was just that Yi Su's remarkable achievements had left him momentarily speechless. Dad, you must be shocked too, right? How about it? The subsidiary company I recently established will soon launch a gene restoration agent. The production difficulty of this product isn't too high. Do you want to join me in this venture? Yisu sensed his father's shock and spoke to Yi Qingwei in a more relaxed tone. Join me? Yi Qingwei was taken aback. Join me? How could I possibly work with my son? With such a groundbreaking technology, it seems like no biopharmaceutical company in the world could even consider collaborating with him. If there were any, it would probably only be his company's distribution channels and those factories. Thinking of this, Yi Qingwei felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but suddenly, he came to a realization. Right, his company's distribution channels and those factories were exactly what Yisu's company lacked. He could imagine that the future market for ArcBio's products would be huge and would definitely need these things, and he happened to have them all. Couldn't he help his son? Upon realizing this, Yi Qingwei's gloomy mood vanished, and he excitedly said to Yisu, "Alright, I'll join you then. Although the majority of my company's shares are in my possession, there is still a portion held by others. Let's have your people come to my company to discuss the acquisition details." "Alright, let's do it. Son, your father will have to work for you from now on. Go ahead and acquire my company." Yi Qingwei laughed heartily. Since his company had no future prospects, why not help his son build his career? If it's acquired, so be it. The company is still worth something now, and the shareholders will surely understand why I'm selling it. Chapter 247, Mysterious and Unfathomable. After all, once Yisu's gene restoration medication is released, his company's output value will undoubtedly be severely impacted by this incident. Falling out of the global top 100 is just a short-term matter in the long run, it might even drop out of the top 500. This couldn't help but make Yi Nangwa sigh. After all these years of building his business, he had only managed to get his company into the top 500, and it was only thanks to Yisu's opportunity that he had barely made it into the global top 100. He never expected Yisu to catch up so quickly, and with just a subsidiary, he was already threatening the position of almost all biopharmaceutical companies worldwide. In Yisu's description, the gene restoration agent was incredibly powerful, capable of treating the vast majority of diseases and even repairing severed limbs. Moreover, once injected, it provided a permanent solution, a level of effectiveness that left Yi Nangwa speechless. Once this agent is released, all global biopharmaceutical companies will undoubtedly face a harsh winter, and the coming years will become the most challenging period in their history. His own company would not be spared either, which is why Yi Nangwa had come up with the idea of having Genesis acquire his company. Additionally, he could assist his son by leveraging his company's channels and production lines, which would significantly benefit Yisu's company. Acquisition? Dad, that's a pretty good idea. If we acquire your company, the launch of the recovery agent would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly, and production would also run more smoothly. Yisu was a bit surprised. Before the gene restoration agent was launched, acquiring a global top 100 biopharmaceutical company was no easy feat. If his company successfully acquired his father's company, it would undoubtedly accelerate the promotion of the gene restoration agent. After all, in his memory, his father's company was a giant in the biopharmaceutical industry. Although it now seemed insignificant to Yisu, it could still provide significant assistance. Originally, Arc Biopharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of Genesis Technology, would have needed to acquire several capable manufacturers to produce the recovery agent. However, by acquiring his father's company, production could now be prioritized immediately. Moreover, his father could manage Arc Biopharmaceuticals. Given his father's capabilities, Yisu had full confidence in him to take on the role. Yes, that's decided. Go ahead and arrange for someone to discuss the acquisition details with me. I'll handle the negotiations with the company's board of directors. Yi Nangwa said this, hung up the phone, and remained in his office, lost in thought. Well, with such a prodigious son, now I have to work for him. Though he thought this, Yi Nangwa still felt a great deal of joy in his heart. Everyone could see the potential of Genesis Technology Company, and Arc Biotech had such a prodigious product. Working for Yisu's career was naturally worthwhile. Acquiring his father's company? Yisu hung up the phone, shook his head, and smiled. He then called Yu Shuichin, instructing her to handle the important matters at hand before going to discuss the company acquisition with his father. When Yu Shuichin received the call, she was initially very surprised. Acquire a company in the global top 500? Would they even be willing to sell? However, upon learning that the company was founded by Yisu's father, Yu Shuichin understood. It must be that Yisu had communicated with his father, and Yisu's father was also aware of the formidable capabilities of Arc Bio, which is why he decided to sell the company to Genesis Technology. On the phone, Yisu thought about the press conference and decided to mention it to Yu Shuichin. By the way, Shuichin, in 7 days, our newly established subsidiary, Arc Biotechnology Company, will hold a press conference. The title will be Towards the Future. Don't reveal any specific product details yet. Just mention a few keywords: genes, immortality, and rebirth. There's no need to prepare a PowerPoint presentation for the product introduction. Instead, make sure everyone in attendance has a virtual reality device. I'll prepare the speech content. To the future? Yu Shuichin heard the phrase and the request for virtual reality devices, immediately realizing that Yisu must be planning something big. A press conference about these two products was sure to cause a huge stir. After quickly ending the call with Yisu, Yu Shuichin leaked the news about the upcoming press conference and began making moves to acquire Yisu's father's company. The news of the upcoming press conference spread rapidly through the company's online channels, causing a huge stir. Everyone who heard the news or saw the keywords was taken aback. The press conference, themed A Message to the Future, organized by ARC Biotechnology Company, a subsidiary of Genesis Technology Company, was gaining momentum online. At this time, Yisu returned to his villa and entered the laboratory. Upon entering the villa, Yisu immediately noticed the two women massaging their temples and resting. He couldn't help but gently stroke their heads and smile, saying, Zishuan, how far have you progressed with the research on the gene restoration agent I assigned to you? Lin Zishuan replied excitedly, Husband, the research on the topic you assigned us has already reached the halfway point. We estimate it will be completed in 3 days. Once finished, the restoration agent can be officially put into production, and its production speed will be far superior to that of the evolution agent. Lin Zishuan nodded beside her, looking obedient. Yisu smiled and said, Your research progress seems to have improved significantly. Not at all. It's precisely because the recovery agent is based on your gene evolution agent theory that the research is progressing so smoothly. If you had asked us to research a completely new field, the progress wouldn't be this fast. Lin Zishuan shook her head. Although they had injected the evolution agent and their bodies had evolved, such a significant research project was still quite taxing for them. After all, the research topics Yisu had assigned them were all highly complex and mysterious. Chapter 248, Preparation. Then I'll help you guys out. I feel a bit guilty always making you do all the research. Yisu looked concerned, glancing at the exhausted Lin Zishuan and Lin Zishuan. He changed into a different outfit and prepared to begin the research. Lin Zishuan and Lin Zishuan, hearing Yisu's words, felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Zishuan said, Husband, you have so much to do. We should be able to help you more. These things aren't really that much trouble. Lin Zishuan nodded in agreement, saying, Being able to help you is a blessing for the two of us. You're so good with words. Yisu shook his head and smiled wryly, then walked over to the laboratory table and began taking over the research the two women had been working on. While checking the progress of their research, Yisu said, You two should rest for now. I'll handle the rest of the research on my own. Seeing the exhausted postures of the two women from their earlier rest, Yisu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Besides, if he took over the project himself, the progress would be faster. Judging by their current pace, the Gene Restoration Potion project should be completed in just 2 days. This project was divided into 2 parts, one focused on the foundational theory of the recovery potion, and the other on the production methods. Once the research is completed and the production line is established, the Gene Restoration Potion could be produced on a large scale immediately. Regarding the production line, Yisu had already instructed Yu Shuichin to begin preparations. The progress of his father's company acquiring and merging into ARC Biotechnology would be relatively swift, so he believed that within a few days, they could begin taking over the production of the recovery agent. Meanwhile, as Yisu began his research on the recovery agent, news about Genesis Technology Company and its subsidiary, ARC Biotechnology Company, scheduled to hold a press conference in a week, was spreading rapidly online. On Genesis Technology Company's official website, the news was announced with a sleek, futuristic interface. The main components of the interface were clearly gene chains, with faint human silhouettes alongside them, immediately capturing the imagination of anyone who saw it. To the future. Below the words to the future, there are several keywords. Excited users, media personnel, and experts from the biopharmaceutical and genetic fields who noticed these keywords were unable to click on them. However, from these keywords alone, they could already envision that the new product Genesis Technology was about to launch would be nothing short of groundbreaking. Gene. This keyword indicates that Genesis Technology Company, or rather ARC Biotechnology Company, will launch a product in the gene field. Linking this to Yisu's previous speech, many pharmaceutical industry leaders couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Immortality? This keyword, followed by a large question mark, leaves those who see it wondering what the question mark means. Can ARC Biopharmaceuticals' new product truly achieve immortality? Is this a question? But this is immortality. Thinking about this, countless people, especially the wealthy, became wildly excited. If ARC Biopharmaceuticals' new product could truly grant them immortality, they would likely be willing to spend perhaps the majority of their assets to purchase it. After all, the word immortality holds an irresistible allure for humanity. Who doesn't fear death? Who doesn't want to live a few more years? Moreover, the term immortality was used on Genesis Technology Company's official website, which implies that if the new product can achieve this, the additional lifespan it could grant humanity would certainly not be a small number. The final keyword is rebirth. The keyword rebirth is followed by a comma, unlike the previous 2 keywords. Many people are confused by this term because it is too profound to understand the specific meaning Genesis Technology Company intends to convey through it. Rebirth, or nirvana, refers to gaining a new life. This is a narrow interpretation. Broadly speaking, rebirth means gaining new vitality, such as the revival of nature, which is also a form of rebirth. Does the keyword on Genesis's official website mean that the new product can grant people new vitality? Many people speculated, as obtaining new life is nearly impossible. However, Yisu's intended meaning encompasses both interpretations. The recovery potion not only grants new vitality but, for some individuals, it is equivalent to gaining a new life. Whether interpreted broadly or narrowly, the recovery potion enables rebirth. People began to eagerly anticipate what product Yisu would unveil this time, based on the interface and keywords on the Genesis Technology official website. Around the world, whether ordinary citizens, wealthy individuals, or scientific research giants, after seeing the Genesis Technology Company's official website, their mood could only be described as exhilarating. If the transparent phone was something that made them happy, then Genesis Technology's new product, with just these few keywords, was enough to send them into a frenzy of excitement. The terms immortality and rebirth hold an irresistible allure for humanity. Subsequently, one after another, online reports, newspapers, and even the usually serious Central News Agency all covered the introduction of the new product on Genesis Technology Company's official website. Countless people are eagerly anticipating the press conference Genesis Technology Company will hold in just a few days. Just the keywords on the official website were enough to make them this excited. They couldn't imagine how thrilled and shocked they would be once the press conference actually took place. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Yisu was unaware of the thoughts of those outside. He remained focused on his research work. Just as Yisu had anticipated, the research on the gene restoration agent took him only 2 days to complete the remaining portions for Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan. At that moment, Yu Shuichin called to inform Yisu that his father's company, Yi Nangui's company, had been acquired by Genesis Technology Company and merged into its subsidiary, Arc Biotechnology Company. The matter of the press conference had also been scheduled, and Yisu began preparing for it alongside Yu Shuichin. Chapter 249, Genes. Immortality. Rebirth. Yisu's father, Yi Nangui's company, had been acquired by Genesis Technology Company and merged into its subsidiary, Arc Biotechnology Company. Regarding the press conference, preparations have begun, and Yisu was working together with Yu Shuichin to get everything ready. Within a few days, Yisu presented the research findings on the gene restoration agent, and Arc Biotechnology Company produced the first batch of the agent, conducting clinical trials with excellent results. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day of the Arc Biotechnology Company's press conference had arrived. On this day, Arc Biotechnology invited numerous media outlets and prominent figures from the fields of genetics and biotechnology to attend the event. The event was held at the Los Angeles Grand Theater, which was packed to capacity. To maintain order, Yisu hired a large number of security personnel, as he feared potential disruptions. The press conference was about to begin. Staff members were busy adjusting the equipment, and the live stream of the event had already started on the Genesis Technology official website. Numerous live streaming platforms obtained permission to broadcast the event and gave it high priority, featuring it on their homepages. However, even with so many live streaming platforms broadcasting the event, many people still preferred to watch it on Genesis Technology's official website. The live stream page featured an exaggerated visual style, making the entire page stunningly beautiful. Viewers felt as though they were immersed in the future. At the press conference venue, a highly technological decorative style was employed. After careful consideration, Yisu decided against using virtual reality devices for the live stream, as virtual reality technology has not yet been widely adopted. To avoid affecting the press conference's impact, Yisu opted for holographic projection technology. The holographic projection technology he employed was based on virtual reality technology, with a technical sophistication that likely surpassed the current era by a significant margin. Even when viewed from the side, it created an immersive experience, promising to deliver an incredibly visual experience for the audience. The press conference was about to begin, with the venue packed to capacity. People below were discussing the content of the press conference. Do you know what product Genesis Technology Company will unveil at this press conference? A journalist from a media outlet asked a leading expert in the field of genetics sitting beside him. The expert sighed and said, "If I knew, I wouldn't be here." Not only that, but in fact, even though the press conference is about to begin, many people are still curious about what products Arc Biotechnology Company will unveil. In the past, Yisu had already shocked them countless times, and the theme of this press conference was towards the future, with several keywords that could shock the world. Who wouldn't be curious? Genetics. Immortality. Rebirth. Each keyword feels like a nail driven into their hearts. They can't sleep knowing what product Genesis Technology Company will unveil, and they feel restless all day long. At that moment, the lights dimmed in the press conference hall. Whether it was the media personnel, scientists, pharmaceutical company executives present, or the ordinary people watching on computer and mobile screens, everyone held their breath. They all knew that the press conference was about to begin. The holographic projection equipment on site immediately projected a virtual figure, a woman dressed in a black and white maid's uniform, with short blue hair and a bangs that swept across her forehead. It was Rem. Through Yisu's advanced holographic projection technology, Rem appeared at the press conference, standing on the theater stage. Her entire being seemed to radiate a sacred, flawless aura, breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Who was this figure? They had never seen her before. While people in this world had some understanding of holographic imagery, the holographic projection technology Isu used was of such a high caliber that the REM projected through the technology looked almost identical to a real person, leaving everyone unable to look away. Hello, everyone. REM's first words sent a shiver down everyone's spine, as her voice was simply too beautiful to bear. Just hearing her voice seemed to make everyone want to lose themselves in it. At the center of the stage, REM smiled slightly and continued, I am the world's first artificial intelligence developed by my master, Isu. My name is REM, and I hope you will remember me. REM has never appeared before the eyes of the world. The only thing related to artificial intelligence is probably the elf system, and even the system avatar within the elf system is an incomplete version. Therefore, when people heard REM claim to be the world's first artificial intelligence, they were all a bit baffled. However, they were still deeply shocked, as artificial intelligence had never appeared in their lives before. The only thing that could be linked to artificial intelligence was probably the elf system on their transparent smartphones. At this point, they all had some questions. Artificial intelligence? Isn't Yisu's lecture supposed to be about the field of genetics? Why is it about artificial intelligence? No wonder they were so confused. Even if it was artificial intelligence, it was more than enough to be the theme of this lecture. After all, it was a topic of significant importance. REM's intelligence far surpassed that of humans. By analyzing the facial expressions of those present and the information in the livestream comments, she immediately understood everyone's doubts. With a smile, she said, sorry everyone, since the theme of this press conference is to the future, there had to be some elements related to the theme. Unfortunately, I am not one of the super minds behind this press conference. I am merely a virtual avatar created to highlight the product that ARC Biotechnology is about to launch. As for artificial intelligence, I believe my master will promote it in the future. Please stay tuned. REM's words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. What? Artificial intelligence technology is merely a backdrop for the theme of the press conference? They couldn't believe it, and their anticipation for the content of this press conference grew even more. Then, REM continued, at this press conference, ARC Biopharmaceuticals will unveil two groundbreaking product concepts, gene restoration agents and gene evolution agents. Her words instantly brought everyone's emotions to a fever pitch. Chapter 250, God. Gene restoration agent? Gene evolution agent? The medical and genetic experts present began pondering the implications of these terms upon hearing them. However, it didn't take long for them to speculate on a small portion of the functions of these two agents, plunging everyone into a state of extreme shock, leaving them speechless. Could this day have come so quickly? They couldn't fathom it, as Yisu's speech at the medical conference had already sparked countless thoughts about the future of medical research, including whether it would truly begin at the genetic level, as Yisu had suggested, and even the possibility of human evolution. They had pondered these ideas for a very long time. Even if they believed that, in the future, it might indeed be possible to solve medical complexities at the genetic level, as Yisu had suggested, and that methods for human evolution might emerge. However, they still resisted Yisu's claims from the bottom of their hearts. They believed that the time for studying medical issues at the genetic level had not yet arrived, so they concluded that Yisu's claims must be wrong. Even if they slightly accepted some of Yisu's ideas, they were unwilling to believe them. This was the result of their deep-seated stubbornness. They dared not imagine the future scenarios Yisu had described in his speech, much like how some scientists, despite acknowledging Einstein's theory of special relativity, refused to accept it. Because this might mean that the value of their entire lives was being negated, and the medical achievements they had spent their careers researching were useless. If it could be solved at the genetic level, why not just study genes and develop genetic medicine? Why bother researching drugs that can treat diseases? By the time genetic solutions can address medical complexities, the theories and drugs they spent their entire lives developing would have no value whatsoever. At that moment, all the medical experts present were struck speechless by the two terms REM mentioned, as if struck by lightning. Linked to the keywords on the official website, they could even imagine the effects of evolution potions or recovery potions rebirth? Immortality? If these two goals could be achieved, evolutionary or restorative agents would deal an unimaginable blow to the medical field. And what future would these medical luminaries have? They had no idea. At that very moment, the genetic researchers and professors present were all eager to shout out in excitement. Their faces were flushed red with anticipation. Genetic evolution potions and genetic recovery potions. Though they didn't know the exact effects of these two potions, they could easily imagine that this would be another groundbreaking achievement in the field of genetics. In that instant, Yisu's figure appeared before their eyes. They felt as though Yisu were a divine being, propelling their research in genetics forward by leaps and bounds. The specific effects of the gene restoration serum and the gene evolution serum will now be explained in detail by my master, Mr. Yisu. Rem smiled faintly, then his figure gradually faded and disappeared from everyone's sight. As Rem's figure vanished, many people deeply influenced by otaku culture felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts. After all, Rem's appearance had reached the perfect goddess image in their minds. In the theater, spotlights converged, and under the lighting effects, the scene became even more breathtakingly beautiful. Through holographic projection technology, strands of genetic chains appeared on the stage, and Yisu's figure also materialized. The lights suddenly converged, and Yisu appeared before everyone with a calm expression. Upon Yisu's arrival, many couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. At that moment, they felt as though they were witnessing a divine being. Two mere words were enough to leave them utterly awestruck. In the live stream, viewers quickly began sending messages in the chat. "Honey, come out and see God. My goodness, Yisu is entering the biopharmaceutical industry. I heard his company has already acquired a biopharmaceutical company ranked among the global top 100. Gene evolution serum? What is that? Could it really grant immortality? Damn it, my emotions are incredibly complex right now. Has humanity finally reached this day? Oh my god, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. What is reincarnation? What kind of era is this? Ah! Yisu, the supreme being. He is a deity, sent by the heavens. Every night, I can't sleep unless I chant his name 1,000 times in my heart." The comments are scrolling rapidly, with countless people expressing their anticipation for Yisu's upcoming speech. At that moment, Yisu smiled and looked into the camera, glancing at the medical and genetic experts present, as well as the media staff. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, utterly captivating. Then, in a slow, deliberate tone, he said, "The theme of today's press conference is toward the future. The two most important keywords are immortality and rebirth. I wonder if any of you have thought of anything interesting so far." Before anyone could respond, Yisu continued, "In this world, I believe we all have countless regrets. As humans, we are extremely fragile beings. Without our highly intelligent brains, survival in this harsh, competitive world would be a challenge. From a biological perspective, losing something inevitably means gaining something else. It's a natural law. Have you ever imagined a day when all your physical traits become perfect? For example, could your speed surpass that of a cheetah? Could your brain be developed to a higher level? Or perhaps you could climb mountains to catch tigers or dive into the sea to fight sharks." Upon hearing Yisu's words, everyone present fell into silence. They knew full well that Yisu was guiding them, aiming to introduce them to the functions of gene evolution potions or recovery potions. At that moment, they were deeply shaken, for upon reflection, everything Yisu had described was precisely what they desired. Although modern human society, thanks to technological advancements, could already achieve countless feats and had no fear of beasts, everyone naturally yearned for power. Chapter 251, what does that even mean? Moreover, this power could allow them to achieve so much. Everyone naturally desires these things. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? At that moment, due to Yisu's words, the viewers in the live stream also erupted into chaos, with everyone frantically flooding the chat with messages. 666666, go up the mountain to catch tigers, go down to the sea to fight sharks. In today's ecological environment, are there even tigers and sharks left for you to fight? Yishin is tempting us to commit crimes. Tigers are protected animals in the East. How can you just say catch them and do it? This metaphor is spot on. It vividly brings the scene to mind, and I can't help but feel a bit of anticipation for Yisu's description. It's not just about improving physical fitness. I don't think this technology is practical for widespread use. Yisu seems to have just mentioned the concept. The speed of the comments scrolling by is incredibly fast, but the people on site don't seem as naive as those watching online. If this drug can alter various physical qualities, when will it be available for injection? Is it suitable for all age groups? If that's the case, it's truly terrifying. The crowd fell silent, and Yisu didn't speak either. Instead, he waited for Rem to switch the holographic projection on stage. Soon, the holographic image shifted and transformed into a gene chain. Yisu pointed to a specific part of the gene chain and spoke steadily. The external characteristics of the human body are determined by genes, and the various qualities of the human body are also determined by genes. In this world, the law of survival of the fittest is cruel, and the evolution of life is no exception. However, humans have merely gained a certain level of intelligence during the evolutionary process, which has allowed us to become the dominant species in the Earth's biosphere. But have you ever considered that genes can be altered? Yes, some of the professors and experts in the field of genetics here may have already begun researching this area. However, I regret to inform you that our ARC Biotechnology company has already developed the research findings in this field. That is the theory of gene evolution agents. Due to certain reasons, I will not delve into the details of this theory. I will only mention the two achievements currently developed through this theory: gene evolution agents and gene restoration agents. Yisu spoke rapidly, and as the holographic imagery changed, the scene became breathtakingly beautiful. His handsome figure and his speech left a deep impression on everyone present. Even after many years, the memory remained vivid in their minds, becoming one of the most profound memories of their lives. The subsequent portion of Yisu's speech primarily addressed the theoretical foundations of his gene evolution agent theory and outlined the process of developing both the gene restoration agent and the gene evolution agent. Many ordinary people were completely lost, while even the medical experts present found some parts difficult to grasp. However, they all recognized that Yisu's theory on gene evolution potions was fundamentally correct. As for the experts and professors in the field of genetics, they were utterly shocked and amazed by Yisu's speech. By the end, they were filled with nothing but excitement. It turned out that Yisu's theory on gene evolution agents was so ahead of its time. As early as the Harrow's medical conference, Yisu had mentioned that the future direction of medical research should be at the genetic level. At the time, while some geneticists agreed, most dismissed it with derision. Now, how could these people not realize that what Yisu had said was correct? After discussing some aspects of the gene evolution serum theory, Yisu continued, the gene evolution serum can enhance various physical attributes of the human body, such as vision, hearing, speed, and strength. More importantly, it can significantly extend human lifespan. Even more advanced gene evolution serums could potentially achieve true immortality for humanity. Immortality. This single word, uttered by Yisu, undoubtedly sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. Those watching the live stream on their phones and computers were also swept up in the excitement. After waiting so long, Yisu had finally revealed the main attraction. Whether it was vision, hearing, strength, speed, or reaction time, while they all desired to improve, nothing could compare to the ultimate goal of immortality. This was something everyone desired. Time waits for no one. By the time you grow old and look back, you'll realize you've already aged. Normal people fear death who wouldn't want to live a few more years. The media present all heightened their attention, eager to hear what Yisu would say next. At that moment, a journalist from another media outlet raised her hand, and Yisu gestured for her to begin her question. Hello, I am a reporter from Central News. I would like to ask Mr. Yi, the chairman, about the gene-enhancing medication you mentioned that can extend human lifespan. Specifically, by how much can it extend lifespan? After finishing her question, the beautiful female journalist stared intently with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting Yisu's response. Everyone held their breath, including the viewers in the live streams. They all wanted to know how much longer human lifespan could be extended through the gene evolution agent. A few years? That seems a bit short, but several decades would be ideal. If everyone could live past 100, that would be paradise in the eyes of modern people. Modern people face many hardships, such as environmental pollution and various diseases caused by life pressures. The average lifespan of Easterners is only around 70 years. If the gene evolution serum could extend lifespan by several decades, that would be astonishing. Yisu smiled mysteriously and said, the time frame is approximately 100 years. The 100 years I mentioned refers to adding approximately 100 years to the longest lifespan humans could originally achieve. Of course, this number may vary slightly from person to person, but the difference isn't significant. 100 years. Everyone felt they had heard incorrectly. 100 years? What does that mean? If we calculate based on an average lifespan of 70 years, what Yisu is saying is that on top of the maximum lifespan of 100 years, we add another 100 years. What does that even mean? Chapter 252, completely different. 200 years. According to Yisu's description, if you add that together, they could theoretically live to be 200 years old, which is roughly 3 times the average lifespan of 70 years. This number is truly terrifying, so everyone present couldn't help but wonder if Yisu had made a mistake. They couldn't even imagine that a gene-enhancing drug could extend human lifespan to around 200 years. It was simply astonishing. They now understood what one of the key terms of this press conference, immortality, truly meant. If one could live to be 200 years old, couldn't that be called immortality? Yisu continued, this is merely the effect of the basic gene evolution serum. With sufficient raw materials, current technology can produce intermediate-level gene evolution serum, which can extend human lifespan by approximately 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Many people were speechless, feeling as though their minds had come to a standstill. 1,000 years, what does that even mean? China has a history of 5,000 years, spanning the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, which is roughly 1,000 years. But after injecting the gene evolution serum, one could live that long? This is no longer something that can be described as terrifying or bad, it's absolutely terrifying. Just thinking about it sends chills down your spine and makes your hair stand on end. The gene research experts present nearly jumped out of their seats in excitement. Extending human lifespan to 200 years with intermediate-level gene evolution serum, and even extending it by 1,000 years? Goodness, isn't this something that was once only found in fantasies? Yet here was Yisu claiming that his gene evolution drug theory could actually achieve this. It was simply unimaginable. The medical experts and professors present were on the verge of jumping to their feet. Unlike the geneticists, they didn't blindly believe Yisu's claims. Some of them raised their hands with deep skepticism. After all, whether it's 1,000 years or 200 years, those numbers are simply staggering. Among them was a renowned medical professor, one of the most famous in the country, who had reportedly nearly won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine and was well known to many. When he raised his hand, many people were secretly startled. Yisu noticed the professor and gestured for him to ask a question. The professor stood up, his face filled with displeasure, and asked in a skeptical tone, Mr. Yisu, the claim that you can extend lifespan by 100 years, is that really possible? I can't help but think you're just a charlatan. Yisu smiled calmly and said, "It's understandable that you medical professionals don't understand the advanced theories I proposed. In fact, that's not the main focus of this press conference. This press conference was merely a side note to mention the gene evolution serum. The gene restoration serum is the real highlight. Regarding the raw materials for the gene evolution agent, I'm sorry, but they are truly too rare, so our company is currently unable to begin actual sales. The evolution agent will be released sometime after the restoration agent. Alright, that's all. Do you have any further questions? Professor Huang, as far as I know, given your achievements, you shouldn't be able to question me, right?" Yisu's final statement was so domineering that Professor Huang's face alternated between pale and red. Indeed, he seemed unable to question Yisu's achievements, as he had only been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, while Yisu was the actual recipient of the award. These words were spoken clearly by Yisu, and they were indeed true. The gene evolution serum cannot yet be mass-produced for sale, as the raw materials are far too rare. Moreover, the serum's effects are so extraordinary that releasing it on a large scale without proper preparation could potentially disrupt social structures. Therefore, Yisu's plan is to first establish the restorative agent in the market before introducing the gene evolution agent. By then, the impact of the gene evolution agent on society would not be as overwhelming. Upon hearing Yisu's explanation that the gene evolution serum cannot yet be officially sold, many people couldn't help but feel disheartened. At the same time, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was easy to imagine that such powerful evolution potions would be extremely expensive and cause a huge stir. Delaying their release until later would undoubtedly reduce their impact on society. Their attention was now focused on the gene restoration agents mentioned by Yisu. Gene restoration agents? What were they? They couldn't help but feel curious. The main theme of this press conference was to the future. And then, genes. The two major themes under genes were immortality and rebirth. The gene evolution serum seemed to already enable immortality and rebirth, so what was the purpose of this gene restoration serum? They didn't know, so they all began to anticipate what kind of powerful effects the serum might have. After all, Yisu had mentioned that it would be released soon and might even be prioritized. What effects does the gene restoration serum have? At this very moment, everyone is eagerly awaiting Yisu's words. Yisu's gaze swept over them, and he understood their burning questions. He smiled mysteriously and said, "The gene restoration serum, well, you might have guessed, is used to repair defects in the human body. The reason gene is added to the name is because this serum repairs the human body at the genetic level. Its functions include treating most known diseases in modern medicine, as well as regenerating severed limbs and repairing ligaments." Yisu explained all the functions of the restoration agent. Many people present were completely stunned. The powerful functions of the evolution agent alone were enough to keep them talking for days, but upon closer consideration, it seemed like the restoration agent could actually change their lives in a tangible way. The CEOs of biopharmaceutical companies and medical experts present at the scene all looked extremely grim. They were well aware of the significance of this agent. The gene evolution serum was designed to enhance human physical capabilities and extend lifespan. Moreover, Yisu had stated that the evolution serum could not be mass-produced. This posed a relatively small threat to their respective fields. However, the gene restoration agent was entirely different. Chapter 253, Deadly Silence. The impact of the gene restoration agent on their field is entirely different from that of the gene evolution agent. If it truly has the adverse effects Yisu described and can be mass-produced, the shockwave it would send through the biopharmaceutical industry would be unprecedented. When transparent phones were first introduced, they only had a significant impact on the high-end market of the mobile phone industry. However, restoration agents in relation to the biopharmaceutical industry cannot be compared to transparent phones in relation to the mobile phone industry. The two are simply incomparable. This agent repairs the human body at the genetic level. Its functions include treating most known diseases in modern medicine, as well as regenerating severed limbs and repairing ligaments. Yisu's exact words were that it can treat most known diseases in the medical field. This alone will have a massive impact on the entire pharmaceutical industry. What specific diseases are we talking about? Moreover, this agent can be mass-produced. If Yisu sets the price at an affordable level, many expensive drugs may no longer be sellable in the future. For example, diabetes requires insulin injections, which must be administered regularly. This is merely a symptomatic treatment and does not address the root cause. If the insulin injection process is interrupted, it is absolutely unacceptable. However, if Yisu's gene-restoring medication can cure diabetes and the price is not astronomical, who would buy insulin in the future? This left the CEOs of biopharmaceutical companies and medical industry leaders with extremely grim expressions. At this point, many journalists raised their hands, and Yisu gestured for one of them to ask a question. The journalist selected by Yisu was visibly excited and trembled as he spoke. "Mr. Yi, based on what you've said, the recovery agent seems like a rather problematic invention. Can it treat the various intractable diseases currently plaguing the medical field? For example, lung cancer, diabetes, or even AIDS?" After finishing his question, the journalist looked at Yi Su with eager anticipation, and the other journalists nodded in agreement, as the question had been exactly what they had been thinking. Diabetes, AIDS, and other such conditions have plagued countless people. If Yi Su's gene-restoring medication can treat these conditions, how many lives would it save? After the journalist asked the question, Yi Su immediately replied without hesitation, "There are 5 major incurable diseases in modern medicine: motor neuron disease, cancer, leukemia, AIDS, and rheumatoid arthritis. The gene restoration agent can successfully treat all of them. With just 1 month of injections, these 5 diseases can be completely cured." Goodness gracious! The entire hall fell into complete silence. Yi Su spoke with extreme confidence, leaving everyone speechless, unsure of how to react or what questions to ask to express their shock. The world's 5 major incurable diseases: cancer, motor neuron disease, leukemia, rheumatoid arthritis, and AIDS can all be successfully cured with gene restoration agents? This is simply unimaginable. Not long ago, these diseases were considered incurable, and no one knew when a cure might be found. Scholars in all relevant fields have been tirelessly searching for answers, but now Yi Su claims that gene restoration agents can cure these 5 diseases? They have never been so shocked. After all, these 5 diseases have caused immense suffering to countless people, with countless lives lost annually to leukemia, HIV, cancer, and other diseases. Yet today, it seems someone has finally found a solution? That's the gene restoration agent. The medical professors present no longer dared to underestimate Yi Su. Their emotions were complex, and some even fell into a numb state, ignoring the outside world. Could there really be a solution for these 5 conditions? When Yi Su previously proposed King Tengsu as a treatment for cancer, it had already shocked many people. But now, there is an even better solution: gene restoration agents. And, for heaven's sake, can it be this powerful? It can cure these 5 diseases and most other conditions in the medical field. Can it be any more terrifying? Some shed tears of excitement, while others felt exhilarated at witnessing this momentous occasion. From now on, AIDS, cancer, leukemia, and other diseases no longer seem so terrifying. Because of Yi Su. Because of Yi Su's gene restoration serum. Yi Su is simply a god. Everyone's gaze toward Yi Su had changed, filled with nothing but deep respect. Before the press conference, the medical professors who had been waiting to hear the details were now speechless, doubting their own ears. What? AIDS, leukemia, cancer, motor neuron disease, and rheumatoid arthritis, these 5 major medical challenges can also be treated with restorative agents? They couldn't help but recall Yi Su's speech at the Haro's medical conference. At that time, they had dismissed Yi Su as a madman who had gone off the rails after achieving some success, believing his claims to be nothing but wild fantasies. What about solving medical challenges at the genetic level? What about enabling humans to resist these diseases on their own? In their eyes, this was nothing but laughable nonsense, just Yi Su's unfounded fantasies. But today, after hearing Yi Su's statements at the press conference and his theoretical basis, they couldn't help but bow their heads in shame, feeling their faces burn with regret. Everyone watching the press conference was stunned. Could the gene restoration agent truly cure those 5 diseases? And not only those 5 diseases, but also regrow severed limbs, reconstruct ligaments, and treat most other diseases in the medical field? Doesn't this mean that the efficacy of this single drug is like a magical elixir, capable of curing all illnesses with just 1 dose? After a long while, those at the press conference and those watching the livestream finally came to their senses, stunned beyond words. They looked at Yi Su with eyes filled with respect and admiration. There was no other explanation. Yi Su's achievement was simply too mind-blowing. They still felt as though they were living in a dream. After a long time, the press conference venue erupted into thunderous applause, and some people even cheered. As for the experts and professors in the medical field, and the bigwigs from biopharmaceutical companies, they fell into silence, pondering the future. Chapter 254, 10,000 per unit. Clap. 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 The applause echoed throughout the grand theater, refusing to die down. The gene restoration agent was another astonishing invention in the medical field, its significance far surpassing that of King Tengsu. Many people had finally come to their senses, realizing that this press conference held at this very moment had epoch-making significance in their eyes. From now on, the 5 major diseases that had plagued the medical community for so long would no longer be insurmountable challenges. With the existence of the gene restoration serum, all those diseases could now be treated. All of this was thanks to Yi Su, this godlike man. Many medical professionals watching the press conference couldn't believe it, but they had to admit that if the gene restoration drug was as Yi Su claimed, this press conference would indeed have epoch-making significance. It can be said that the gene restoration agent and the gene evolution agent are inventions that will change the future of humanity. Gene evolution agents can enable human bodies to evolve, enhancing vision, hearing, intelligence, and even lifespan, while gene restoration agents can treat the 5 major unsolvable diseases in the medical field, cure the vast majority of other diseases, and even regenerate severed limbs. Isn't this saying that it could completely reshape the landscape of the medical field? At that very moment, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zixuan, along with Yu Shuochen and Xia Xiaowei, were all speechless with shock at the press conference. After all, Yisu had never mentioned to them before that gene restoration agents could treat the 5 major medical challenges. This achievement was simply too shocking. They had only recently learned more about gene restoration agents, and hearing Yisu speak now left them speechless with astonishment. The gene restoration agent was a groundbreaking invention, there was no doubt about that. Even with the development of King Tangsu alone, Yisu had already been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology. What award or honor could possibly match his achievements with the gene restoration agent? This is an invention that can change the course of history. From now on, humanity will no longer need to invest vast amounts of human and material resources into researching treatments for cancer, leukemia, and AIDS, as these diseases will no longer be insurmountable challenges thanks to the gene restoration agent. At that moment, a journalist snapped back to reality and cautiously asked Yisu, "Mr. Yi, how does this restoration agent treat human diseases?" The applause eventually died down, and the venue fell silent. Everyone present could hear the journalist's question. Indeed, the two main points to consider now seem to be how the recovery agent actually treats these diseases, and how it achieves feats like limb regeneration. Another issue is the pricing of the recovery agent. Given Genesis Technology Company's temperament, it's highly likely that the recovery agent will be targeted exclusively at the high-end market. If that's the case, it would be a great pity, as this is an invention that could benefit all of humanity. The number of people who die each year from these incurable diseases in the medical field is a very concerning figure. If the recovery agent is priced too high and people can't afford treatment, it would be truly regrettable. Yisu said calmly, "The gene restoration potion addresses illnesses and limb regeneration at the genetic level, requiring a course of treatment. The number of sessions varies from 2 to 10, depending on the complexity of the condition. However, due to the scarcity of raw materials, although the restorative agents can be mass-produced, the price remains prohibitively high." At this point, Yisu shook his head without comment. Seeing his expression, many people grew anxious, and some were even so frustrated they felt like grinding their teeth. Alright, we understand that 2 to 10 injections are needed. But what about the price of the gene restoration medication? Just tell us straight. Upon seeing Yisu's expression, many people felt a chill run down their spines. What does Yisu's expression mean? Could the recovery agent be as expensive as virtual reality devices? Depending on the complexity, 2 to 10 injections are required. But if each dose costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is simply unaffordable for ordinary people or even those who are relatively well off. After all, there aren't that many wealthy individuals, and those suffering from the condition aren't just the wealthy, there are also those struggling to make ends meet. Yisu saw the expressions on their faces and couldn't help but find it amusing. In fact, he had intentionally created this suspense to let them experience the highs and lows. Clutching his fist and clearing his throat, Yisu spoke seriously regarding the pricing of the gene restoration medication. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, the price is set at 10,000 renminbi per dose. Depending on the complexity of the condition, 2 to 10 treatments may be required. However, once 10 doses are administered and the genes are modified, all conditions treatable by the restoration medication will no longer recur. For example, if an arm is severed, the body will repair itself. What? Those present at the scene, or those watching the live broadcast of the press conference, had initially assumed the recovery agent would be extremely expensive. But now, upon hearing that a single dose costs only 10,000 renminbi and that a maximum of 10 injections are required, they were overjoyed, nearly losing their minds. 10,000 yuan per injection, with a maximum of 10 injections, doesn't that mean treating cancer or AIDS would only require a maximum of 100,000 yuan? This is so much cheaper than the chemotherapy for cancer or HIV treatment in hospitals, isn't it? Moreover, hospitals can only prolong your life, not cure those incurable diseases. However, after injecting the gene-restoring agent, these incurable diseases can be resolved, and even if you lose limbs in the future, the human body can repair itself. It's like spending a maximum of 100,000 yuan to gain an invincible body. It's simply too good to be true. The media journalists present quickly jotted down Yisu's words. At that moment, countless people, upon hearing the price of the recovery agent, felt their hearts relax. These people were precisely the beneficiaries of the recovery potion. Even if some couldn't afford the maximum of 100,000 yuan, compared to the pain and suffering they were enduring, it seemed like a small price to pay. Chapter 255, A Turning Point. In front of computer and mobile phone screens, countless people were overjoyed by Yisu's words. A single dose of the gene-restoring potion was priced at 10,000 yuan. The number of injections required for treating various conditions ranged from 2 to 10. If one were suffering from a disease like AIDS or cancer, 10,000 yuan could free them from the torment of such illnesses. The effect was simply too good to be true. Amidst everyone's shock, Yisu continued, the release of the gene evolution serum will require a significant amount of time. Due to the extremely limited raw materials for the evolution serum, mass production is simply not feasible. It will not be released in the short term. Regarding the gene evolution serum, due to its collaboration with the government, Yisu would not release it in the short term. Moreover, the raw materials for the evolution serum are extremely rare. The government's efforts to find a way to mass produce the evolution serum have only focused on the raw materials. Achieving large-scale production of the evolution serum is simply not feasible at this stage. Therefore, ARC Biotechnology Company will not release the gene evolution drug at this time. However, the release of the gene restoration drug has been scheduled, and mass production has already begun. Will the gene evolution serum not be released in the short term? What about gene restoration agents? That makes sense. After all, evolutionary agents involve ethical issues, and the effect of extending lifespan by 100 years is simply too extraordinary. If released prematurely, I might not be able to accept it myself. It's a bit disappointing, but no rush. I can wait until the evolution agent is released. Extending life by 100 years is just too tempting. Upon hearing Yisu's statement that the gene evolution serum would not be released in the short term, many people felt a sense of regret in their hearts. However, when they thought about being able to wait until the serum was officially released, their feelings of regret diminished significantly. After all, they still had a long time to live and were not in a hurry. Yisu naturally noticed the disappointed expressions on many faces. He smiled noncommittally and continued, "The evolution potion can't be released too soon, but the recovery potion can be released as soon as possible. Our company has made a decision. The gene recovery potion will be officially released in 1 week. The first batch will be 5 million doses, available both online and offline." Upon hearing Yisu's announcement, some terminally ill patients and individuals with physical disabilities watching the press conference couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just 1 week? In 1 week, they could become normal people? This news was simply too exciting to believe. After the first batch is sold, our company will officially begin promoting the gene restoration agent. We will ensure a sufficient supply of the restoration agent at that time. This press conference will now conclude. Thank you, everyone. After saying this, Yisu bowed and walked off the stage. Seeing Yisu leave the stage, many people were still in a daze. After all, what Yisu had said at this press conference was simply too inspiring. The gene evolution agent's ability to extend lifespan, enhance human capabilities, and the restoration agent's potential to treat medical challenges like cancer and AIDS left them feeling as though they were still dreaming. At this moment, different people naturally had different thoughts. The bigwigs in the field of gene research were overjoyed. After all, the release of these two serums not only validated their status but also seemed to confirm that the future of medicine truly lay in gene research. However, the CEOs and professors in the biopharmaceutical industry couldn't help but feel uneasy. While the gene restoration serum had solved many of the world's medical challenges, it also seemed to cast a shadow over their future. What would they do next? Who could say? The press conference officially concluded. Yisu stepped down from the stage, and all the staff present began to move, cleaning the floor and organizing the stage. However, many people present were still in a daze, as the impact of the press conference was simply too overwhelming. The two products mentioned by Yisu that ARC Biopharmaceuticals would launch were both inventions that could change the future. Whether it was the gene evolution agent that could alter human genes or the gene restoration agent that would bring about revolutionary changes to human life, both were truly awe-inspiring. After a long while, some people finally recalled the contents of the press conference and began to leave one by one. Meanwhile, on various live streaming platforms and the Genesis official website, even after the live broadcast had ended, countless people were still discussing the content of the press conference. There was no other reason the content of this press conference still left them with a lingering doubt about its authenticity. Even though these two groundbreaking products were unveiled by the genius Yisu, they simply couldn't accept it. Not only could it regenerate severed limbs and reconstruct ligaments, but it could also treat the majority of diseases in modern medicine, including the 5 major medical challenges such as cancer, AIDS, and leukemia. How could that not send shivers down their spines? Goodness gracious, what did I just watch at this press conference? I feel completely disoriented. Cancer and leukemia can be cured? And even severed limbs can regrow? Is this real? This is the future being rewritten by Genesis Technology Company. Heaven, how did Yisu's mind even work? Even though the press conference has ended, the discussions in the comments about the event continue unabated. Everyone is still reminiscing about what Yisu said. Gene evolution agents can grant immortality. Intermediate-level gene evolution agents can even extend human lifespan by over 1,000 years. Isn't that something only seen in science fiction novels? Gene restoration agents can cure numerous illnesses, regrow severed limbs, and after 10 injections, even grant immunity to treatable diseases. This effect means they basically never need to go to the hospital again. Even if they heard Yisu say it with their own ears, even if Yisu had never lied about these matters before, at this very moment, they couldn't help but feel some doubt. After all, the functions of these two potions were simply too terrifying. As time went on, the content of this press conference became known to more and more people. Chapter 256, A Stirring Up. Online, the media outlets that attended the press conference wrote articles about its content and published them. For example, Yun News reported it as follows. A groundbreaking invention. A major breakthrough in the fields of genetics and medicine. Gene evolution agents and gene restoration agents. Could this change the course of history? At the product launch event of ARC Biotechnology Company, a subsidiary of Genesis Technology Company, Chairman Yisu introduced two new products, gene evolution agents and gene restoration agents. Among these, the gene evolution agent possesses the ability to the human body, enhancing human speed, strength, intelligence, and reaction time by several-fold. Additionally, it extends human lifespan by approximately 100 years. While this invention raises some ethical concerns, there is no doubt that it will bring about significant changes to human society. Furthermore, the gene restoration agent can treat the majority of incurable diseases in modern medicine, including cancer, leukemia, and AIDS. This alone is a blessing for humanity. However, its capabilities extend far beyond that. It can also regenerate severed limbs. With just 10 injections, the human body can achieve complete immunity against the conditions treatable by the restoration agent. Yun News reported this, and other media outlets followed suit. Not only numerous online media outlets and apps covered the story, but even central news outlets and local television stations rushed to report on it. Domestically, this was the case, and internationally, it was no exception. Magazines such as Nature and Science, as well as foreign media outlets, also disseminated the content of the press conference. In an instant, a single stone sent ripples across the pond. News about the gene evolution agent and gene restoration agent quickly spread across social media platforms worldwide. The most discussed topics in recent days were undoubtedly the evolution agent and restoration agent. Both of these agents have sparked widespread attention. Whether it's about modifying the human body, extending lifespan, or treating the majority of diseases in the current medical field, the effects of these two agents seem too good to be true. Many people's initial reaction was disbelief. However, this is exactly what Yisu had mentioned before. When he first introduced his virtual reality devices, many people had expressed skepticism toward him. Later, with the transparent phone, Yisu proved his capabilities step by step through his inventions. Therefore, even if one remains skeptical, many choose to suppress their doubts and believe the news. If the effects of these two medications are real, it means the future will be altered. The pharmaceutical industry will also undergo significant changes with the introduction of gene-restoring medications. Because either of these two agents is capable of changing the world. The changes it will bring about will undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Unlike the general public, Yisu had already mentioned many visions for the future of medicine at the Hasbro Medical Conference. In his words, future medical research would be conducted at the genetic level, starting from altering the human body to treat diseases and enable the human body to resist such diseases, which would become the primary research direction in the medical field. At the time, Yisu's speech left countless professors in the field of genetics feeling exhilarated, as they felt their research had been validated. However, at the same time, due to the content of Yisu's speech, he faced strong opposition from many prominent figures in the medical field. They believed that Yisu's statements were a rejection of the core values of the medical community and naturally disagreed with his views. Not only did these medical elites think this way, but many media outlets also reported on the matter. They couldn't understand Yisu's ideas, as they were so ahead of their time. At that time, numerous media outlets reported on Yisu's speech, with their articles filled with mockery. Some foreign media outlets openly expressed their contempt for Yisu's speech, deeming his ideas as utopian. However, now Yisu has presented tangible results, gene evolution agents that can alter human physical attributes, and gene restoration agents that can cure most diseases known to the medical community, including the regeneration of severed limbs and the reconstruction of torn ligaments. Therefore, the medical experts and media outlets that had previously dismissed Yisu's speech were left speechless upon learning of this development. Their first reaction was, "How is this possible?" They carefully reviewed the content of Yisu's speech at the press conference. Since they had previously dismissed Yisu's vision for the future of medicine, when they saw what he had said at the press conference, they not only failed to reflect on why they had dismissed him in the first place but instead mocked the incident even more harshly. For example, in a magazine, a former Nobel Prize laureate in physiology or medicine wrote an article titled Yisu's Wild Fantasies. Those two medicines could never achieve the effects he claims, absolutely ridiculous. In this article, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine laureate's words were filled with contempt. Not only did he question Yisu's theory of gene evolution drugs, which Yisu had only briefly mentioned, but he also openly denied the efficacy of Yisu's two products. He claimed that Yisu's two drugs could never achieve the effects he claimed. Extending human lifespan by 100 years and enhancing the quality of the human body in every aspect? That's simply impossible. Making most diseases in human immunology disappear and granting the human limbs the ability to self-repair? That's sheer fantasy. Since this Nobel Prize winner's article set the tone, many who had previously expressed doubts about Yisu's achievements also came forward. Some prominent figures in the medical community, seeking to protect their own research findings, used critical language to express contempt for Yisu, claiming that he was nothing but a fraud and that his two medications could never achieve such extraordinary effects. Other media outlets also raised doubts about Yisu's medications. Overnight, due to the doubts raised by these medical experts and media outlets, discussions about ARC Bio spread like wildfire across major social media platforms and online forums worldwide. Chapter 257, What are they up to? Do the two potions Yisu mentioned really have such miraculous effects? It's hard to believe. Regardless, I still believe that these two potions would never appear in our time. Allowing severed limbs to regrow is one thing, but claiming they can cure the vast majority of diseases in the field of immunology and even treat medical challenges like cancer and AIDS? That's just too far-fetched. If it's really that easy to treat, what's the point of conducting medical research? Even if you're a genius, you couldn't possibly come up with such an extraordinary invention. We've been researching this for years, yet you've casually presented a single study and dismissed all our years of research. It's hard to believe any of this. Whether it's medical professors and experts or netizens who don't believe in the miraculous effects of these two drugs, everyone is sharing their opinions online. The topic of the recovery drug and the evolution drug has instantly captured the attention of countless people worldwide. Whether they're big shots connected to the medical field or ordinary people, everyone has started paying attention to these two potions. If the effects of these two agents are truly as extraordinary as Yisu claims, they would profoundly impact people's lives, naturally drawing their attention to the topic. Online forums, social media platforms, newspapers, and news outlets have all discussed or reported on the two potions. Gradually, nearly everyone around the world who pays attention to current events has become aware of them. Some people were amazed, while others, having heard the statements from medical experts, began to doubt Yisu's claims. Meanwhile, some science fiction writers, after learning about what Yisu said at the press conference, began to create their own works. Some medical experts have lost their motivation for work recently, as they feel uncertain about the value of their research. If Yisu's gene-restoring medication exists, what is the point of continuing research on treatments for AIDS, cancer, and other diseases? Due to Yisu's statements at the press conference, the internet was flooded with skeptical comments. However, some people chose to believe him without reservation, as Yisu's gene restoration agent could potentially treat their illnesses. They had no choice but to believe him. While many were expressing doubts about Yisu, inside the Genesis Technology Company building, Yisu was in the chairman's office handling company matters. His father's biopharmaceutical company had already been merged into ARC Biopharmaceuticals. His father had also joined the company and was now serving as the president of ARC Biopharmaceuticals. ARC Biopharmaceuticals was a subsidiary of Genesis Technology, located on the 5th floor of the company building. Due to the merger of his father's company, there had been significant changes in the management team, with many of the new members being his father's former confidants. Looking at some online comments, Yisu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As he had predicted during his speech at the Haslo Medical Conference, his gene restoration agent and gene evolution agent were also being questioned by many people. However, Yisu was not concerned. During his research, he had already conducted human trials on the restoration agent and confirmed that it could achieve the effects he had stated at the press conference. Therefore, he had no reason to worry. Let those who want to question it continue to do so. In 7 days, the first batch of recovery agents will go on sale. Once they are officially released to the market, the effects of the recovery agents will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Many people believed what Yisu had said at the press conference, but they had only heard about the effects of the recovery potion and had not witnessed them firsthand. Once they saw the potion's power with their own eyes, they would be truly amazed. As Yisu opened his phone to check online comments, suddenly, he received a call from General Xiangdong. Seeing that it was General Xiangdong, Yisu couldn't help but feel puzzled. During the press conference, he had only mentioned the theory of gene evolution agents, and he hadn't said anything about officially releasing them. Why was General Xiangdong calling at this time? With some doubts, Yisu answered the call. Immediately, General Xiangdong's voice came through the phone. Yisu, what you said at the press conference really shocked me. You really scared me. Major General Xiangdong's first words were filled with a sense of astonishment. Yisu smiled, unconcerned by the flattery, and went straight to the point. General, why did you call me? Is there something you need? Upon hearing Yisu's words, Major General Xiangdong glanced at the people beside him and said seriously, well, I called to ask about the functionality of the gene restoration agent. Is it really as you described at the press conference? Yisu was conducting research on the gene restoration agent, and he had no prior knowledge of it. What surprised him was that Yisu had only returned to Luo City from Jing Province a few days ago, yet he had already developed such an invention, which left him utterly astonished upon hearing about it. After all, when Yisu had come to Jing Province, he hadn't even heard of Yisu conducting research on the recovery agent. Yet, in just a few days, Yisu had already presented this research achievement, and it must have already undergone testing. This made Major General Xiangdong feel somewhat unable to accept it. However, after finally getting through to Yisu on the phone, he suddenly realized that the world of geniuses was inherently different from that of ordinary people. Perhaps Yisu had already begun working on the restorative potion while researching the evolutionary potion, though he might not have realized it himself. As for the matters regarding the gene evolution agent that Yisu had explained at the press conference, General Xiangdong had no further thoughts on the matter. In his view, as long as Yisu did not disseminate this technology, it was of no great consequence. Moreover, Yisu had not published the theory behind the gene evolution agent, he had merely mentioned it briefly at the press conference, which did not violate the agreement with the nation. Evolutionary agent technology differs from restorative agent technology. The value of restorative agent technology is only realized when it is widely adopted, whereas evolutionary agents, if used in the nation's military, would have an unparalleled effect. That's correct. The functions of recovery agents are indeed as I described. In fact, their capabilities are even more powerful. Yi Su said over the phone. Chapter 258, The Request of the Second in Command. Yi Su spoke these words over the phone, causing General Xiangdong's heart to race, the thudding sound seeming to echo directly in his ears. Even more powerful? Heaven! General Xiangdong's first reaction was shock, almost to the point of losing his composure. In his mind, the recovery potion Yi Su had presented was certainly not as powerful as he claimed. It might indeed be effective for treating incurable diseases like cancer and AIDS, but it couldn't possibly grant the body immunity against most medical conditions or enable self-healing of limbs, as Yi Su had claimed. However, upon hearing Yi Su say this, he was immediately terrified. Yi Su would never lie about such a matter, so the functions of the recovery potion must be far more powerful than what Yi Su had previously claimed. This was beyond doubt. Trembling, General Xiangdong asked, "Just how powerful is the gene restoration agent?" Yi Su was actually somewhat puzzled by General Xiangdong's shock. After all, regarding his research, aside from Lin Zixuan, and Yu Shuoqin, only General Xiangdong was most familiar with it. Yet he was still so shocked it was truly baffling. In fact, this was Yi Su's perspective, which differed from others. Yi Su's chip contained countless technologies capable of altering the course of history, so he naturally regarded a gene restoration serum as nothing extraordinary. However, for someone like General Xiangdong, who lived in this era, gene evolution agents and restoration agents were utterly revolutionary. Having received a higher education, he deeply understood the current state of scientific development in the country, so he naturally grasped the significance of restoration agents and evolution agents. Yi Su smiled and said, "The function of the gene restoration agent is actually more comprehensive. From a rough glance, the restoration agent can prevent the human body from contracting approximately 65% of the diseases currently recognized by modern medicine. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it grants immunity to these diseases. Once the agent is administered 10 times, the level of bodily modification achieved will enable this capability. Regarding the body's repair functions, it is as follows. Not only can it repair severed limbs, but it can also enable damaged organs, ligaments, nerves, and other tissues to undergo complete self-repair, making it highly comprehensive." Yi Su explained all the functions that the current recovery agent could achieve over the phone to General Xiangdong, leaving him at a loss for words. Just then, Yi Su continued, "The current version of the gene restoration agent can only make the human body immune to 65% of the diseases known to modern medicine, and can basically repair limbs, organs, nerves, and other parts. However, I will continue to conduct more in-depth research, and the advanced gene restoration agent must be able to make the human body immune to all diseases. Additionally, it must enable all bodily injuries to repair themselves autonomously. That is my ultimate goal." General Xiangdong fell into silence, stunned by Yi Su's words. To make the human body immune to all diseases and capable of self-repairing all injuries? Doesn't that mean that once people are injected with the recovery agent, their bodies will truly become invincible to all diseases and capable of healing all injuries on their own? On the other end of the phone, General Xiangdong remained silent. Yi Su continued in a calm tone, "General, you didn't call just to ask about these things, did you?" "Oh." General Xiangdong, startled by Yi Su's words, took a moment to respond. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his call. Glancing at the second in command beside him, he said in a low voice, "Yi Su, here's the thing. Can your recovery serum treat amyotrophic lateral sclerosis?" Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? Yi Su thought for a moment and immediately replied, "In short, this condition is essentially a muscle disorder, isn't it? The recovery agent can definitely treat this condition. What's the problem?" General Xiangdong heard Yi Su's affirmative response but did not respond. He glanced at the second in command beside him, his expression enigmatic. At that moment, the call between General Xiangdong and Yi Su was on speakerphone, so everyone nearby could hear it. At that moment, there was only one person beside him, the second in command. Upon hearing Yi Su's definitive response, the second in command shed tears of joy, his hands trembling uncontrollably. General Xiangdong, seeing the second in command's expression, sighed repeatedly and said to Yi Su, "Yi Su, to be honest, the second in command is right beside me. Let him tell you the details himself." The second in command? Something to tell me personally? Yi Su was also puzzled, as he had only met the first-ranked official and the third-ranked official when he arrived in Jing province. Even if there were matters of utmost importance between the state and himself, it should have been one of them who contacted him, not the second-ranked official. As if sensing Yi Su's confusion, General Xiangdong explained, "It's like this, Yi Su. The second-in-command's son has been diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis ALS. He was once a young man with a bright future, but this disease means, you should know what it means, Yi Su." Yi Su understood what Xiangdong was implying. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis (ALS) is one of the 5 major medical conditions, also known as motor neuron disease, and is on par with cancer, leukemia, and AIDS. It causes the muscles in the limbs, trunk, abdomen, and chest to gradually weaken and atrophy, eventually rendering the body unable to perform normal activities. If humans contract this disease, it would have a profound impact on their lives. Before Yisu developed the restorative agent, contemporary medical advancements were unable to cure this condition. Let the second in command explain it to you personally. The details are best discussed among yourselves. After General Xiangdong finished speaking, he handed the phone to the second in command. The second in command took the phone, but his hands couldn't help trembling uncontrollably. His face was expressionless, having held a high position for so long. He had never before been unable to control his emotions like this. Second in command, please explain your son's condition in detail. Yi Su said over the phone. Chapter 259, The Issue. The second in command took a deep breath and said to Yi Su, my son is now 28 years old. He has been diagnosed with that strange illness and now requires constant care. Over the phone, the second in command explained his son's condition in detail to Yi Su. In fact, the news that the recovery potion could cure his son's illness had been so shocking to him that even now, he still couldn't believe it was true. Could his son's illness really be cured? He could never forget the look of despair on his son's face after being diagnosed with this nearly incurable disease. His son was academically outstanding, of good character, and had been admitted to Tsinghua University, poised to embark on a promising future. Yet at that very moment, he was struck by this illness. The second in command himself had not known much about this illness either, but when the doctor mentioned that his son's rare disease was the same one that had left Stephen Hawking unable to move normally, he was struck as if by a thunderbolt. He could not forget the moment he went to the hospital to visit his son and learned of this devastating outcome. Any father would naturally hope for his son to achieve great things. His son was his pride and joy. In his own eyes, while his son's future achievements might not surpass his own, he was certain his son would become an elite member of society with a bright future ahead. However, all of that was shattered by that single medical report. Due to motor neuron disease, his son's bright future was completely shattered. Now, there are hardly any parts of his body that can move, and suffering from this condition also means that his son may die within a few years. Of course, every time the second in command thinks about this, he feels an inexplicable pang of sorrow. However, things might be different in the future. His son's condition might be treatable. After hearing what Yi Su said at the press conference, the second in command was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. During the press conference, there was a Q&A session where Yi Su explained the functions of the gene restoration agent. According to Yi Su's exact words, the restoration agent could treat the 5 major incurable diseases in modern medicine. If the second in command remembered correctly, motor neuron disease was one of the 5 diseases. If what Yi Su said was true, then his son's illness could be treated. This news filled the second in command with unbounded excitement. Hearing Yi Su say it himself made him feel as though the world had suddenly become bright again. His son, after being diagnosed with motor neuron disease, could no longer perform basic movements. From an unknown point in time, he had witnessed countless instances where his son gazed out the window at people engaging in normal activities, his eyes filled with longing. That longing gaze for normal activities made the second in command, as a father, feel as though his heart was being torn apart every time he thought about it. It was that painful. He longed so deeply for his son's illness to be cured. But even as the second in command of the nation, even if he could contact the world's most renowned medical professors and neurologists, he couldn't find a way to cure his son's illness. Until the recovery serum appeared. His hands trembled as he held the phone, for he feared it was all a dream or that Yi Su had lied, and the gene therapy he mentioned lacked the power to cure motor neuron disease. After hearing the second in command's account, Yi Su smiled faintly. Second in command, your son's condition can definitely be cured with the gene restoration serum. I estimate that after a month of injections, he should be fully recovered. After listening to the second in command's account of his son's condition, Yi Su naturally knew whether the recovery agent could successfully treat his son's illness. Motor neuron disease is not unfamiliar to many people, as the renowned Stephen Hawking suffered from it. After contracting the disease, muscles begin to atrophy, eventually leading to the inability to perform normal movements. Motor neuron disease can be treated with the recovery agent, though like nerve repair and limb reattachment, it requires 10 injections over a month-long treatment period. A month? That's all it takes to cure my son's illness? Upon hearing Yi Su's words, the second in command couldn't help but feel excited. His son had been suffering from that illness for 2 years, and now it could be cured in just a month. It was beyond his imagination. The second in command's excited expression left General Xiangdong, standing beside him, speechless. This was the second in command, one of the nation's top leaders. When had he ever displayed such childlike enthusiasm? In truth, this was something he didn't know. The second in command's son had always been exceptionally talented, so when he fell ill with this mysterious disease, it had become a deep-seated concern for the second in command. Upon learning that there was hope for his son's recovery, it was no wonder he was so excited. That's right. Our ARC biotechnology company has already produced a significant amount of finished products. Should I take the medication that needs to be injected over there? Yi Su thought carefully. After all, the other party was the second in command. Although his current status and position meant he didn't need to consider such things, the necessary etiquette should still be observed. Moreover, although they had conducted experiments on the functions of the recovery agent, these were only simulated tests to ensure the agent itself was safe. He also wanted to see for himself whether the agent would produce the same effective results as REM's data predictions when used on humans. However, what Yi Su didn't expect was that when the second in command heard that Yi Su wanted to bring the recovery potion to Jing province, he refused. He said, "Yi Su, you're so busy. There's no need to bring the recovery potion. I'll have someone go to your company to pick it up. Just tell us over the phone how to use it when the time comes." "All right." Yi Su pondered for a moment before saying, "Then I'll have the company prepare 100 doses of the gene-restoring medicine. The specific injection process and such will be handled by our company staff. We will ensure the safety of the second-in-command's son and that his illnesses are treated." After exchanging a few more words, Yi Su hung up the call with the second chief. Soon afterward, the people sent by the second chief arrived at the company and departed for Jing province alongside the employees dispatched by Yi Su. Chapter 260, Unbelievable Results. In fact, for the second-in-command's son's motor neuron disease, only 10 doses of gene restoration agents were needed, administered every 3 days over the course of a month. As for why he brought 100 doses of the recovery agent, Yi Su simply wanted to do a favor. Who knows, perhaps General Dong or the second-in-command might have someone else in need of it. Of course, if the intention was to curry favor with those national leaders, 100 doses of gene restoration agents would definitely not be enough. However, since General Xiang Dong and the second-in-command hadn't mentioned it, and the company hadn't disclosed how many doses had been produced, Yi Su only instructed his company's employee to bring 100 doses. After hanging up the call with the second-in-command, Yi Su also thought of a very crucial matter. Online, there was already a wave of skepticism about his company's recovery agents. It wasn't just medical professionals whose interests had been affected by the release of the agents. Many ordinary citizens also held a negative view of them. This was something Yi Su had not anticipated. He recalled that when he had launched the virtual reality devices earlier, he had utilized Cook to convince countless people of their functionality. However, this time, with the gene-restoring medication, an even more difficult-to-believe invention, he hadn't provided a single example to convince everyone. Thinking about the son of the second-in-command who needed the recovery agent to treat his illness, Yi Su suddenly recalled a very famous figure. Perhaps by successfully treating him, he could convince everyone of the effectiveness of the recovery agent. With this in mind, Yi Su immediately contacted Yu Shuichin and arranged for an announcement to be posted on the official website, delaying the release of the first batch of recovery agents by 2 weeks. The first batch would be sold online and offline simultaneously 2 weeks later. After receiving 100 doses of the recovery potion, Yi Su's company employees and the military personnel sent by the second-in-command immediately headed to Jing province. That evening, after a long and tiring journey, the 100 doses of recovery potion were delivered to Jing province. Jing province, the residence of the second-in-command. At that moment, the second-in-command was extremely emotional. Looking at the box of recovery agents before him, he glanced at his son beside him and couldn't help but shed tears. His son's illness could finally be treated. At that moment, the son of the second-in-command, Xiang Chuanming, though his facial muscles could no longer move normally, had only one hand that could still twitch slightly, trembling with excitement. The emotions in his heart were indescribable. Not long ago, he had been a normal person, enjoying sweating on the school playground and playing basketball. But now, he couldn't even walk normally or pick up objects. Fortunately, as his father had told him, after being injected with this medication, he would be able to walk normally on wide streets and return to school to play basketball on the playground once again. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing the tears in his son's eyes, the second-in-command could no longer contain his emotions, his voice trembling as he said, "Let's begin the injection." Yes. The employee sent by Yi Su took out the medication and began injecting the restorative agent into Xiang Chuanming's arm. The needle pierced Xiang Chuanming's vein, and the medication slowly entered his body. In no time, the first dose was administered. The next dose would be administered 3 days later. During these 3 days, there may be some abnormal conditions, such as increased appetite or shedding of body tissue cells. However, these are all normal phenomena and will not affect your health. Make sure to maintain a balanced diet and get adequate rest. The middle-aged man from Fangzhou Biotechnology smiled and said, then closed the lid of the box. "Thank you," said General Xiang Dong with a grateful smile. "You will stay at the military base for the next month. If you have any special requests, feel free to let us know." The middle-aged man was stunned, unable to believe he had come into contact with such a high-ranking military official, or someone who frequently appeared on television as the second-in-command. He felt as though he were dreaming. Upon hearing Major General Xiang Dong's words, he immediately responded repeatedly, assuring him that nothing would trouble Major General Xiang Dong or his team, and that he would fulfill his duties regarding Yi Su's instructions to the best of his ability. Shortly after receiving the gene restoration agent, Xiang Chuanming's body began to undergo some subtle changes. Whether it was an illusion or something else, a few minutes after the injection, Xiang Chuanming felt that his body was warm and comfortable, as if it had been quenched by rain after a long drought. Moreover, his right hand seemed to move more smoothly. This made him incredibly excited. He no longer felt like his old self. Every part of his body seemed to have re-established a connection with him. Though he couldn't move his limbs or engage in normal physical activity, he could feel the effects of the recovery agent. This excitement nearly caused him to fall out of his wheelchair. Unable to speak, he could only emit an ah sound from his throat to express his excitement. Chuanming, what's wrong? The second chief, seeing his son in this state, thought something had gone wrong and rushed over to Xiang Chuanming's side, then looked at the middle-aged man from Fengzhou Biotechnology. The middle-aged man was startled by the second chief's anxious expression and quickly walked over to Xiang Chuanming's side. After taking a look, he said, "There's nothing to worry about. Judging by the patient's condition, he must have felt changes in his body and is currently very excited." The second in command looked at his son, exchanged glances, and received his son's affirming gaze, finally exhaling in relief. He had been so afraid that something might be wrong with his son. Then, Xiang Chuanming wrote on the paper with his right hand, "Father, I feel warm all over, like a drought has been relieved by rain. It feels very comfortable." After writing this, Xiang Chuanming let out a comfortable ah, but this sound was not hoarse like before. It sounded like the voice of a normal person. This startled both father and son. Xiang Chuanming touched his lips with his right hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, he tried to speak and managed to utter the words father in a broken voice. Chapter 261, Plot Twist. Who was the second in command? Having dedicated his entire life to the nation, sacrificing his youth and vitality, even when struck by enemy bullets on the battlefield, he had never uttered a single sound. Now, seeing his son able to speak again and call him father, he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. "Son, are you awake? You're really awake, aren't you?" After a moment of excitement, he immediately called his secretary to dial Yisu's number. "Comrade Yisu, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have known if I'd ever have the chance to see my son stand up again in this lifetime. You're truly a living god." Facing such a distinguished figure, Yisu didn't hesitate to respond with humility. "Please don't say that, General. You're too kind. I've only done what a researcher should do. It's nothing worth mentioning. Benefiting all of humanity has always been my lifelong dream." Yisu's response was very serious, as he was well aware of the caliber of the person he was dealing with. This was one of the most distinguished figures in the nation. If he could establish a good relationship with him, any matters concerning his company would likely be much easier to handle in the future. "Regarding the matter of your son's recovery, the people I have sent will handle it for you. You have no need to worry about that." Yisu continued, knowing that while he must maintain a humble and respectful demeanor in the presence of such a figure, he must not appear overly subservient, as that would only invite contempt. Therefore, he did not intend to continue the conversation. However, he was well aware that the second in command had risen to his current position and certainly knew what he truly desired. The recent turmoil had subsided, but online discussions about the new drug developed by Genesis Company were still rife with skepticism and doubt, with criticism appearing on various news portals. Genesis Company is nothing but a scam. Hawking's condition has plagued so many scientists this century, and after all these years, hasn't a single person been able to propose a solution? If such a solution truly exists, I can't even imagine how much human lifespan could be extended. I'd spend any amount of money to get that drug. This is a fraudulent company. If they could really create such a miracle drug, I would strip naked and run 3 laps around the street. However, all of this was shattered by a news report that followed. The website reported that the son of the second in command of a certain country in the East, whose name cannot be disclosed, was diagnosed with the same condition. This was an official announcement and was broadcast directly on the Central Channel. The headline was about the son of the second in command, who used to be a lively and active teenager, but after being struck by illness, his entire body's cells lost their vitality, leaving him bedridden and weeping constantly. However, fortunately, Genesis Company, led by Yisu, developed a miraculous drug that enabled him to stand up from his bed. The news report is very detailed, though some key figures' identities have been withheld, a decision everyone can understand. After all, what kind of figure is the second in command? His status is so exalted that a single action could determine the fate of the entire nation. To prevent him from being blackmailed, all information about his family must be kept confidential. However, the few details that were revealed left everyone excited. The medicine developed by Genesis Company was not just empty promises. It is genuinely effective. It was not tested on an ordinary person but directly applied to the son of the second in command. If it were an ordinary person, they might not believe it, but the second in command is a figure of immense prestige. Moreover, at the end of the news report, there was a special interview with the second in command. From his appearance and attire, the second in command looked extremely haggard, nothing like the dignified and well-dressed figure he usually presented in the news. He looked like an ordinary old man who had been worried sick about his son, but his expression was also filled with excitement. The combination of exhaustion and excitement on the same person did not feel out of place at all. Instead, it was deeply moving. First, I would like to announce that our nation's medical technology has made significant progress. Regarding the new medication developed by Genesis Company, the gene restoration agent, I personally guarantee its efficacy. It is beyond your imagination. Furthermore, I am thrilled to share some wonderful news with you all. My son, whom I had believed would never walk again in his lifetime, was once so passionate about sports and an exceptional basketball player who often challenged me to games. However, everything changed today thanks to Genesis Company. He finally has the opportunity to stand once more. As the leader of this nation, I thank Genesis Company for safeguarding the lives of my citizens. As a father, I am even more grateful to Genesis Company because you have allowed me to play basketball with my son once again. As this news was broadcast across major media platforms, all the skeptical voices were silenced, and what replaced them was truly deserving of its name, Genesis Company. Yisu, the greatest genius of this century, is the only one capable of performing such a miracle akin to a life-saving elixir. Those who doubted, have your faces been slapped? You uneducated fools dare to question the great genius who was helping our nation progress. Where did you get the courage? I think all the haters should come forward and apologize to Yisu. Otherwise, they won't dare to go to the hospital for the rest of their lives. After all, when they get sick, what face will they have to use Genesis Company's medications? Amidst the overwhelming praise, Yisu was supposed to be the most excited person, but his expression was remarkably calm, as if everything was meant to be. I want to go into further details about what happened next. Remember this, the gene restoration medication can be purchased freely, but note that our medications are only sold to Easterners and require real name authentication. There may be spies from other countries eyeing our products with envy. Additionally, for those truly in need but unable to afford the medication, we may consider donating gene restoration agents to them. After all, for a company, prioritizing profit over humanity would be too heartless. Chapter 262, Myth. After Yisu issued the order, Yu Shuichin took charge of the matter, and the gene restoration agents continued to be sold normally. Since the misunderstandings about the medication had been cleared up, it sold an unimaginable amount on the first day of release. At 100,000 yuan per dose, over 100,000 orders were placed on the first day alone. What does that even mean? It was enough to propel Yisu into the ranks of billionaires overnight. However, what was truly heartbreaking and baffling was that most of those purchasing the medication were not the ones who truly needed it. Most were wealthy individuals who had spent their youth focused on accumulating wealth, only to find themselves in old age needing to use half their life savings to address their deteriorating health. For them, Yisu's appearance was like a godsend. The gene-restoring medication was something they had to have at all costs. Even if they just bought the medications and stored them at home, that would be enough to give them peace of mind. However, after reading this report, Yisu's expression grew solemn. He suddenly realized a problem: no matter how great the changes he led in this era, no matter how advanced technology becomes, there was one thing that could never be truly resolved at its root: human nature. As the three-character classic says, at birth, human nature is inherently good. The basic idea is that people are born good, but later they are influenced by various external factors and become narrow-minded. Murder and arson bring a golden sash, building bridges and repairing roads leave no trace. This is not to say that the wealthy of this era are inherently unkind, but rather that once they acquire a certain level of economic security and power, they begin to see themselves as superior to others, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. After a fierce internal struggle, Yisu summoned Yu Shuichin into his office. He was about to make an unimaginably terrifying decision. He knew his words were, and he knew he was defying heaven, but Yisu still chose this path. Mr. Yi, are you sure you weren't joking just now? After hearing Yisu's words, Yu Shuichin's mouth dropped open in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Are you kidding me? She was absolutely certain that if Yisu's decision made the front page of major news outlets tomorrow, it would spark a global sensation in an instant. Because this man was defying the entire era on his own. 10 minutes later, Genesis Technology Company issued a new statement: the gene restoration serum would be available for purchase on a trial basis. Priority would be given to those in need. Beyond that, no matter how wealthy you were, you wouldn't be able to purchase the serum without risking your life. Yisu's intentions are simple: he wants to save as many lives as possible in his country. For this goal, he has been working tirelessly. However, this statement sparked intense backlash from the wealthy. To be honest, now that the veil has been lifted, Yisu's medication does indeed have an unimaginable effect. This substance is effectively a miracle drug. Possessing it grants one a certain degree of self-preservation against illness. However, Genesis Corporation has directly closed the purchase channels. If you want to buy it, you must provide proof that you have a life-threatening illness. Otherwise, Genesis Corporation will not grant you the medication. Even for a larger portion of the gene-restoring medication intended to aid the poor, Yisu has not opened up the purchase channels. This situation has enraged the wealthy elite across the country, who have united to issue a statement. Regarding Genesis Company's actions, I am completely baffled. From now on, we will not accept any cooperation with your company under any circumstances. You're right, merchants should prioritize profits, but you're just using a noble cause as a front to make money. You just want a good reputation, don't you? But you must understand that your actions will come at a severe cost. Those lower class people can die for all we care. They're just a bunch of lowly peasants. What right do they have to live in this world? These wealthy individuals speak harshly, but that is the reality. Society has already established a hierarchical system where those with wealth and power are considered superior. However, Yisu remained steadfast in his decision, for he firmly believed that good deeds would be rewarded in this world. Genesis Company was facing a massive crisis, with a significant portion of its partners canceling their collaborations because they believed Yisu was out of touch with reality. However, after a week of anxious waiting, Genesis Company managed to release most of its medication, though it was mostly given away for free. This caused a huge stir online. Mr. Yisu is the true savior of the world, a genius of this world, a true god. In terms of compassion, no one can compare to him. Since you choose to oppose Mr. Yisu, we can also oppose you. Can the wealthy truly be so heartless? Since you think we are just a bunch of lowly peasants, I will see for myself what you wealthy people will eat and drink without us peasants to farm and produce. A wave of boycotts swept across the nation. Any company that severed ties with Genesis Corporation would no longer receive any business, as everyone knew that it was Mr. Yisu who stood by them during their times of illness and hardship, giving them hope. As the old saying goes, saving a life is like saving one's own parents. Though it's impossible to truly compare Yisu to a parent, everyone understands that this person genuinely hopes for their well-being. If that weren't the case, Yisu wouldn't have made such public statements. As for Genesis Company's products, while fewer wealthy customers are purchasing them, the majority of ordinary people are doing their best to buy items from Genesis Company. By the end of the month, the company's performance not only remained stable but even showed signs of improvement. This is quite normal. Generally speaking, out of 100 people, there is one wealthy individual. From a proportional standpoint, these truly influential wealthy individuals actually make up a small percentage of the population. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Yisu has achieved this, so it is only natural that he has become the deity revered by the masses. Chapter 263, deservedly so. What was the fate of those companies that openly opposed him? Needless to say, within just 1 month, any company that had publicly opposed Yisu found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Though they managed to survive by a thread, if they couldn't find a solution in the short term, their companies would likely face collapse. Only now have they truly understood one thing: never oppose Yisu, regardless of whether they have the qualifications to do so. From just one aspect alone, he is fully dedicated to advancing human development and progress. He is a talent that the nation is willing to cultivate at all costs. What is the most lacking thing in the 21st century? That's right, talent. Yisu is undoubtedly the kind of person any major world power would dream of having, but to be honest, these people are essentially courting their own downfall. Yisu has made it crystal clear: if you have a serious illness and genuinely need gene restoration medication, he will definitely provide it without hesitation. But these people aren't truly in need, they just want to buy some preventive measures for the future. What's the point of that? Yisu can say he's not a pure businessman, he understands the principle of saving lives. These wealthy people are human beings. Does that mean ordinary people aren't human? Life is equal, there are no distinctions of high or low, noble or base. He had grasped this principle thoroughly, which was why he had achieved such tremendous success this time. Speaking of which, we must mention the gene evolution serum. The wealthy had no choice because Yisu Henti made the recovery serum available to them, so they turned their attention to another serum, the gene evolution serum. In fact, the rarity of these two potions is equal: one restores, the other enhances. Originally, this serum was not intended for public sale, but those wealthy individuals had significant connections and managed to obtain some through substantial financial means. After taking the gene evolution potion, they had only one feeling: their bodies had become taller, faster, and stronger. For this alone, they couldn't help but admire one fact: Yisu was indeed a genius. How had he managed to research and develop these things? Each of these individuals could have an unprecedented impact on this era. However, when Yisu discovered this, he couldn't help but fly into a rage once again. Why were they able to obtain the gene-enhancing potion from me? Was this thing meant for them? They're all scum. Yisu's anger was not without reason. He had never intended to sell the gene evolution serum. Instead, he wanted to give it to the soldiers of the nation for free. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a peaceful world, it is only because others are bearing the burden for you. Every second of every day on this planet, battles are raging somewhere. We do not live in a peaceful world, but we are fortunate to live in a peaceful nation. The nation's soldiers risk their lives to protect the safety of its citizens. Yisu's initial intention was clear: while the gene-enhancing serum is indeed one of the greatest inventions in the world, he would never provide it to greedy merchants for their own pleasure. After clarifying this fact, he immediately dialed the phone number of the First Minister. "Oh, it's Little Yi. What do you need?" The first commander was a bit surprised, but he answered the call immediately. To be honest, even if it had been the governor of Ma calling, he would have prioritized finding out what Yisu wanted before answering. After all, in the First Minister's heart, Yisu was already rarer than a panda to the entire eastern region. "Hello, Chief Number 1, your time is so valuable. I'll get straight to the point. Actually, I'm here about the gene evolution serum from before. Unlike the recovery serum, one is used to save lives, while the other is used to enhance human capabilities. However, in my opinion, while the gene evolution serum cannot directly save lives, it can save more people than the gene restoration serum in another sense. Yi Su spoke earnestly. To the first leader, this sounded intriguing. He smiled and asked, I know the gene restoration potion can save lives. I heard that the young man from the second family was able to walk again after using your potion, right? But you say this gene evolution serum can save lives, and I'm a bit confused. Could you explain the specific reason to me? Actually, the reason is simple, there's only one point. Currently, it's the soldiers who are defending our nation. Although their physical strength is far superior to that of ordinary people due to their rigorous daily training. But Yi Su deliberately slowed down his tone before continuing slowly, but the most critical issue is that despite our soldiers' rigorous training, we are yellow-skinned people. Due to our inherent racial disadvantages, no matter how hard we try, we can never match the physical prowess of white or black people. Take sports as an example. In basketball, for instance, most of the top players are white or black. Their muscles are well defined, almost to the point of being overly muscular. As for us yellow-skinned people? After all these years, we haven't seen many who can truly excel on the court. When you compare the two groups side by side, the difference is immediately apparent. Yellow-skinned people clearly appear weaker and more frail. Therefore, I intend to allocate all my genetic enhancement agents to the military. The sole purpose is to ensure their physical prowess far surpasses that of any other nation in the world. There's nothing more to say. Only when these soldiers are strong can our nation become more stable and secure. I have no qualms about it, because I know that it is precisely because these great warriors keep danger at the nation's gates that we can live in peace in our homeland. Yi Su spoke with great passion, but he didn't know that these words sounded like thunder to the ears of the first minister. No one knows the true quality of his nation's military better than he does, the nation's leader. It can be said that in this world, there are no people more dedicated than Eastern soldiers. They silently sacrifice themselves, selflessly contributing, always present in the most dangerous places. But who has ever truly considered their well-being? For this reason alone, Yi Su's reputation is well-deserved. Chapter 264, Give the opportunity to others. What do you think, Prime Minister? Is this idea acceptable to you? Yi Su asked cautiously, for the person before him was the most powerful individual in the entire Eastern Kingdom. No matter what, when facing him, Yi Su must always be cautious with his words, or else he might invite trouble. I don't know how to put it, but first, I must say this, I want to thank you, Yi Su. I speak on behalf of all the officers to express our gratitude. Yes, you're right. The physical condition of Eastern people is indeed inferior to that of Westerners. However, our soldiers are more resilient than any of them. Whether it's flood control, earthquake relief, or typhoons, whenever a natural disaster strikes, our troops are always on the front lines. Thanks to their efforts and sacrifices, this country would not be as prosperous as it is today. Earlier, I heard that you banned wealthy individuals from purchasing gene restoration agents without conditions. When I first heard this news, I found it hard to believe. In this world, is there really a businessman who doesn't value profit? But now I believe it. I can fully trust that you are such a person. Go ahead and do what you must. Whatever the outcome, I will accept it wholeheartedly. If there is anything in the future, just contact my secretary directly, he will grant you unrestricted access. Good luck. The First Minister spoke with concern. By the time he uttered those words, it was clear that everything had been settled. Yi Su could now officially begin handling this matter. Obtaining this permission was no easy feat, especially for Yi Su. Without delay, he immediately began contacting Yeshua Chin to instruct her on how to handle the remaining matters. Unlike the previous meeting with the second in command, this time he insisted on going personally. There were several critical points involved. First and foremost, none of his subordinates understood the potency of the drug as well as he did. Therefore, he must personally monitor every step of the process to ensure the safety of those military officers. This is of the utmost importance, as they are all the most valuable people, and there can be no room for error. After clarifying this point, Yi Su immediately set off with his team toward the military zone headquarters. Along the way, they encountered many soldiers on guard duty, but every single one of them was staring straight ahead without any distractions. Even when Yi Su reached the entrance, he was stopped. It was almost unimaginable that in this day and age, there were still people in the East who didn't recognize him. Under normal circumstances, Yi Su would have at least vented his frustration, but today, no matter how angry he was, he had to suppress it. He knew very well that the people in front of him were soldiers, and everything they did every day and everything they would do in the future was to protect the lives of everyone in this country. They don't pay much attention to entertainment news or such trivial matters, as these flashy things hold no value for them. Their sole purpose was to train relentlessly, keep their bodies in peak condition, and become the sharpest weapons for their country when it needed them most. This is the kind of person Yi Su truly respects from the bottom of his heart. Even if they didn't recognize him, he wouldn't hold it against them in the slightest. After Yi Su revealed his identity, the soldier returned with a puzzled expression to report back. To be honest, no one could believe that the teenager standing before them was only in his teens. He claimed to be a scientist, but the soldier was merely puzzled and didn't say much more, as he noticed the person beside Yisu was the secretary of the first secretary. Such a high-ranking official wouldn't bring someone to the military zone lightly. Since they had brought Yisu here, it could only mean one thing: this young man might truly possess some unexpected abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought him to such a highly classified location. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't know you were a scientist earlier. After all, you look so young. Here, I'm formally apologizing to you. The commander is requesting your presence. After the soldier returned, he immediately apologized to Yisu without saying a word. The commander was an old general who had reportedly participated in the Korean War. When he heard that this guy had blocked Yisu at the door, he didn't hesitate and kicked him directly. He cursed the neighbor. "You brat, do you want to die? That man is a scientist specially invited by the top commander to assist us, and you dare to block him at the door? Do you have any sense of respect?" Just cursing wasn't enough. The old commander thought for a moment and couldn't resist kicking him again. In the military, such things are very common. After all, they were all men of strong character. Younger officers might be a bit more restrained, but old generals like him usually didn't hesitate to kick first. After all, in their eyes, these new recruits are like their own children. If their children disobey, isn't it only natural to scold or even hit them? After being severely reprimanded by the old commander, the soldier finally realized just how serious a mistake he had made today. The other party had clearly come to help him, yet he had no qualms about blocking them at the door. It was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin not recognizing a good person. There was nothing more to say. He felt he had to apologize to Yisu, otherwise he'd never feel at ease. Facing the soldier's apology, Yisu dared not accept it lightly. After all, the soldier had sacrificed so much to defend the nation. "Get up! You don't need to apologize to me. On the contrary, it's I who should thank you. Without your protection, we would be living in a hellish world right now. I truly can't thank you enough." After speaking, Yisu hurriedly helped the soldier to his feet. Such a gesture of respect from these soldiers was something he could never possibly accept. "It's nothing. Don't bother with me, a lowly soldier. I heard from our commander that you came here to help us. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me for stopping you earlier. I also heard that you can help improve the physical condition of our soldiers. You don't need to help me, please give the opportunity to others. The newly arrived soldiers need it more. After all, every bit of strength they gain is another chance at survival.